On the first day of school, I had just walked to the school gate to check the class assignment list on the bulletin board when I heard two girls screaming. From the name, the top student in the grade must be a handsome guy, right? Nonsense. He's a handsome guy. She's actually a girl, and she was in the middle school attached to our high school, right next to my class. So, what does she look like? A boy asked excitedly. She's really beautiful. You can still find a bunch of her stunning photos on Maple Leaf Middle School's campus forum. She was quite famous back in junior high. Hey, there's someone here named Song Si, put together with Tang Shi. Doesn't that make Tang poetry and song lyrics? Isn't that like a couple name? But Song Si sounds like a girl's name. I was quietly minding my own business when I suddenly heard my name, once again being mistaken for a girl, and my lips twitched involuntarily. The crowd behind me grew impatient and slowly pushed me forward. Finally, I saw my class assignment. I ranked 50th in the entire school, barely making it into the experimental class, and proudly became a member of Class A in grade 10. After winding my way through the school building and climbing to the 4th floor based on the classroom numbers, I finally reached Class A. The teacher hadn't arrived yet, and the classroom was noisy. I chose a seat by the window in the second to last row and sat down. While everyone else chatted animatedly, I nestled into my little corner, pulled out a book from my bag, and flipped through it absent-mindedly. About 10 minutes later, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the back door, followed by two backpacks thudding onto seats. Behind me, I could hear two girls talking. Tang Shi, have you seen the class assignment list? There's actually someone named Song Si in our class. Her name is way more interesting than yours. Let's go meet her after class. A slightly immature voice chimed in. There are so many names in the world. Am I supposed to get to know each and every one? You really live a narrow life. The low voice carried a hint of laziness. Hearing people discuss my name twice in one day, I paused while flipping through my book. Hey, this time it's different. Your names together make Tang poetry and song lyrics. What a coincidence. Jiang and I grinned mischievously, deliberately teasing. Tang Shi lazily shot her a glance, looking to die. Ha, I'll gladly oblige. The awkward moment of overhearing others gossip about me didn't last long. A male student suddenly walked over, placed his bag on the desk next to mine, and said to Jiang and I with a smirk, if it isn't the undead Loach, how did someone with your grades get into the advanced class? Must have cost your family a fortune. Jiang Ni's smiling face instantly stiffened, and she retorted, stop talking nonsense, I got in on my own merit. What nonsense? Shi Yan said angrily. This is called having an eye for beauty. What do you know? At graduation, you kissed every girl in our class. That's not okay. You know, I didn't kiss you, so why are you getting worked up? The two of them went back and forth, bickering until the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, finally silencing them. My name is Lin Man, and for the next year, I will be your homeroom teacher and Chinese language instructor. Lin Man appeared to be in her 40s, wearing red-framed glasses, exuding an imposing aura with a serious and earnest expression. She continued, the high school entrance exam and the college entrance exam are the most critical turning points in your lives. Class A of grade 10 will only accommodate the top 50 students. Learning is your own responsibility, and I won't bother nagging each of you individually. I'll just remind you that studying is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I hope that next semester, you'll still have the qualifications to sit in this classroom. Lin Man's words were veiled, but the underlying message was clear to everyone. Class A of grade 10 implements a bottom-ranking elimination system. Students whose overall grades don't rank within the top 50 in the school will be demoted to parallel classes. At these words, the expressions of those ranked at the bottom darkened. Lin Man's warning made the students, who had spent their summer vacation playing, adopt much more serious expressions. Lin Man achieved her goal and didn't say more. She took a sip of hot tea to moisten her throat before speaking. Alright, don't make the first day of school so serious. Come up one by one and introduce yourselves. The first person in the front row. You go first, then proceed in order. I was sitting second to last in the front row, head lowered, silently thinking about what to say for my introduction. The few people before me had all given standard introductions, just their names and hobbies. When it was my turn, I stood up and said, hello everyone, my name is Song Si. Please take care of me. My introduction even skipped mentioning hobbies and was quite unremarkable, yet there was still a noticeable buzz of discussion around me. Jiang and I, sitting diagonally behind me, nudged Tang Shi with her elbow and said in shock, Song Si is actually a guy. Hearing this, Tang Shi lifted her eyelids lazily and mocked. Weren't you going to call him sister? Your sister Si is right in front of you, why not greet him? Only then did Jiang and I realize how awkward it was and muttered in frustration. How was I supposed to know Song Si was a boy? Moreover, the person being discussed was sitting right in front, making even her thick-skinned self blush uncontrollably. Lin Man patted the lectern to signal for silence in the room, then gestured for me to sit down and said, next, please continue. The class fell silent for 2 seconds, followed by the sound of a chair being dragged from behind. Tang Shi, Tang Dynasty poetry in a flourishing era. Unexpectedly, the center of the topic was right behind me. I couldn't help but turn to look. She was wearing a simple white off-shoulder short-sleeved top, with sharp facial features, pitch-black pupils, and very pale lips. I recalled the girl's comments about her in front of the bulletin board earlier. Her looks are just average, but her face matches her name, a delicate little white flower. Such remarks were clearly biased. The jealousy among women is truly terrifying. I didn't dare to look too long, stealing just a glance before turning my gaze back to the lectern. First Song Ci. Now Tang Shi. The classmates couldn't hold back their teasing anymore. Someone even shouted, "You two are practically Tang poetry and song lyrics. Were your names swapped by mistake?" One's too manly, the other too girly. The class erupted in laughter, and even Lin Man's eyes sparkled with amusement. Tang Shi retorted disdainfully, "Shut up, what's so great about your name? If you're uncultured, then talk less." I really wasn't used to the feeling of being scrutinized by dozens of eyes at once. I kept my head down, silently praying for this part to be over quickly. Fortunately, after Tang Shi's sharp rebuttal, the class wisely fell silent. By the time each classmate finished their self-introductions, an hour had already passed. Lin Man handed out a form for everyone to fill in their sizes, explaining that the official military training would start tomorrow. Lin Man then assigned Tang Shi to lead a few boys from the class to collect the training uniforms and distribute them according to the sizes listed on the forms. Those who received their uniforms went to the restroom to try them on, exchanging sizes on the spot if they didn't fit. Bored, I rested my head on the desk, surrounded by the excited chatter of my classmates. Finally, the name I had been waiting for was called from the front, Song Ci. I hurried forward. I was the last one to collect my military training uniform. Tang Shi casually tossed the form onto the podium, sized me up, and said with a hint of doubt, "Are you sure you're an L? That's for boys weighing 130 to 150 pounds. She glanced at me twice. "I doubt you even hit 120. I nodded, emphasizing, "I'm very tall." Tang Shi gave me another glance, said nothing, her expression calm, but I could almost read the words "stop lying" in her eyes. Having my height dismissed, I rarely felt provoked and insisted, "It'll fit." Tang Shi lowered her eyes and replied dismissively, "Remember to come back and exchange it for an M after trying it on." Fine, whatever makes her happy. The truth is, sometimes people shouldn't be too stubborn. Standing in the bathroom stall, gripping the waistband of my pants and staring at the oversized fabric that could easily fit another person inside, I reflected on this, still unwilling to give up. I fastened the cheap belt that came with the uniform. To describe the final effect, it's like wearing a pair of puffy dark green harem pants. Overall, they're wearable but somewhat unsightly. I had no choice but to change back into my original clothes and slump back into my seat. Dejected, Shi Yan noticed my expression and asked, "Wrong size?" I nodded, "No problem. Go ask Tang Shi to exchange them." I didn't respond, lifting my gaze toward the podium. It was surrounded by a crowd, mostly boys, creating quite a lively scene. The two girls distributing uniforms had been pushed to the periphery, left isolated, while Tang Shi stood at the center of the male circle, towering above the rest like a crane among chickens. She maintained her usual nonchalant demeanor, casually marking the size chart with a pen. Shi Yan shook his head inside. After not seeing her all summer, she's become even more popular. First sister? My eyelids drooped as I asked weakly, "What kind of new nickname is this?" Tang Shi, known in the circle as First Sister, because in any competition she enters, others can only fight for second place. The top spot is beyond reach. Song rhetorically gave a distracted thumbs up. Nyo Boi Chi. She was still debating whether to lose face and go up for a size S, or take a size M uniform and make do with it. Chapter 4, Demon Face, Goon Heart. The girls gathered around the podium were pretty much dispersed, and Yen Shanshan urged her, "Hurry up and go change." They're all interchanging on the podium first, in case there's no suitable size they can't change. Song Ru wilted in his seat, still hesitating, thinking she was embarrassed. Yen Shanshan half dragged and half pulled her toward the podium. However, someone was faster than them. Just 2 seconds before the two were about to reach the podium, from the side of the whoosh jumped out a person, directly in front of the two. The speed was so fast that the motor neuralist Song Ju sighed to himself. "Tang Shi, is there still a size S? My military uniform, size M, is a bit big." The girl in front spoke, her tone light. Yen Shanshan was not happy. "Lu Muqing, what are you doing? Cutting in line, and you don't even look big in size M." Lu Muqing looked 110 pounds or so, and wearing M size was indeed just right. Being directly demolished, Lu Muqing's face was a bit bad. "What do you mean by cutting in line? Who can you blame for your own slow movements? M size is really suitable on her." She originally just wanted to find an excuse to talk to Tang Shi. This moment temper really must be S size. "Tang Shi, I'm going to change S size." She stared at Tang Shi, her tone certain. Yan Shanshan Junior High School is not used to see Lu Muqing's lofty and unmanned face of a good student. Her temper also exploded. We came here first. If we want to change, it's also us who will change first. The two girls were at swords drawn. Tang Shi glanced at the only set of S-size military uniforms on the podium, neck slightly lowered, knuckles tapping the podium, did not speak. The atmosphere is frozen. Ahem. In the end, it was Song Ji who couldn't stand the atmosphere and broke the deadlock. That medium size is fine. No need to change. After she finished speaking, she secretly pulled a reluctant Yan Shanshan towards the stage. Yan Shanshan was so angry that she wanted to crack her head open to see what kind of structure she had. How come you're such a wimp? Song Ji voluntarily gave up. Then this S-size military training uniform fell into Lu Muqing's hands. Holding a cheap, clear plastic, water-cooled pen in her right hand, Tang Shi sidled up to her and asked in a faint voice, "Sure you want to change? Size S." Lu Muqing looked at his smooth and handsome sidelines from close range, her heart beating fast. She couldn't help but nod her head. "Well, I'm sure." Her voice was much softer, as if the one who was aggressive just now was another person, and the rapidity of the change of face looked at Yi Mao Ran with goosebumps. Okay. His demeanor unchanged. On the second line of the table, he changed Lu Muqing's M to an S. Yi Mao Ran, give it to her. Yi Mao Ran remembered the argument he had just had and was not too happy about it. He is not a little cutie. This time it was clear that Yan Shanshan's side was more reasonable, but he was a big man, and it was not good for him to get involved in an argument between girls, so he could only push the clothes. Take it yourself. Yi Mao Ran's tone was not considered good, and Lu Muqing stood still, somewhat embarrassed. She glanced at Tang Shi, wanting to speak. Tang Shi looked like she didn't hear him, still facing her sideways. He looked down at the sizing chart, his lips pursed straight, the cheap water-cord pen turning flexibly in his fingertips, his usual action when he was thinking seriously. Lu Muqing was not in the same class as him in middle school. In addition to the grade ranking of the two people's names occasionally in front of and behind the row together, almost no interaction, until the junior high school. Huayan no. One middle school ran a competition class, convening the school's top 30 students every Saturday for Olympiad remedial classes. The two became the same table, which is considered to be a formal acquaintance. She was familiar with the look, usually when he was faced with an OU problem. He pursed his lips and absently spun his pen, his mind constructing a solution. At times like this, he doesn't like to be disturbed. Lu Muqing didn't say anything else. She took the S-size military uniform herself, and when she was about to leave, she glanced at the pen in Tang Shi's hand and stopped turning. Then, the tip of his pen moved to the last line of the form, crossing out the M and replacing it with an S. Song Ji sat in his seat with his head hanging down, extremely well behaved as he listened to Yan Shanshan's lecture. When she blah tired, she also put on the table unopened jasmine green tea with both hands. Tired? You drink. Yan Shanshan was directly exasperated by her. Song Ji, you're wimpy like this. Can you stand up to this face you're wearing? Song Ji was bewildered. What's wrong with this face of mine? Yan Shanshan shook her head inside. Demon face, goon heart, song rhetoric. Ha! Tang Shi had circled around from outside the classroom and sat back in her seat when she heard this. He tilted his head, hooked his lips, and laughed out unmercifully. A low, husky laugh rang out from behind him with undisguised mockery. Song Ji flew into a glance with him and moved away again as if nothing had happened. Size M. Fit? He asked, giving another short laugh. Song rhetoric. Knowingly, she didn't bother with him. Bring the clothes. Song Ru, what's doing? Not to change? He was impatient. Is it hard for you to want 4 sets by yourself? No. She hesitantly took the 2 sets of military uniforms out of the drawer and placed them on his desk, still looking a little confused. I thought I said there were no more. Song rhetoric 3-dimensional features, eyebrows flora deep, just look at the face, is extremely eye-catching, let a person feel unattainable thick face system looks. However, her own temperament is too docile and soft, the original upward fox eyes softly drooped, long eyelashes are also soft. At this time, the colorful and flamboyant eyebrows by the bottom of the eyes of the bewilderment masked 7 or 8, more show good behavior. Demon face, goon heart, Tang Shi repeated in a low voice, then laughed. That's apt. Song rhetoric, tolerance JPG. He took the military uniform and raised his eyebrows. Wait, I'll go out and change you into 2 sets. Song rhetoric. Oh, only when Tang Shi's upright figure disappeared from sight did Yan Shanshan frown and ask, where did he go to change you? Still a little confused, Song rhetorically guessed, maybe there are extras in the gym. The gym certainly didn't have any extras, so Tang Shi went to the other classes in the senior class to look for them one by one, and finally found a set of S-size military training uniforms in the 8th senior class. He sighed in relief. It's a big deal if you don't deliver. The person in charge of the 8th senior class is Sui Hong. The two often play together. The relationship is not bad. He handed the military uniform to Tangshur, squeezing his eyebrows and asked, "Size S, for your girlfriend to change?" Tangshur glanced at him, smiling but not laughing. "Where's a girlfriend? You find me one? Suihong, where can I find you? If you hook your hand, there will be a lot of people grabbing for you. I heard that the class flower of your class confessed to you after the midterm. Did you agree?" Tangshur frowned. "Where did you hear that? Don't rumor it, there is no such thing." Suihong realized, "That's a refusal. No one confessed to me." Tangshur inclined her head, still looking like she was tugging to no end. Socialist successors never fall in love early. Understand? Suihong, it's no fun if you have to act like this. Number 1, no confessions. Number 2, never fell in love early. Whoever spreads the rumors talk to him, okay? Tangshur flung the 2 sets of size M military uniforms in her hand onto him, her tone impatient. Okay. Suihong knew that he was annoyed that others were passing on this kind of peach-colored untruthful news. Changed the topic. Go play basketball in the afternoon. No, you won't have the chance to do it tomorrow in the formal military training. Tangshur wasn't interested. Not going. Too hot. Don't. It's no fun for me to fight those weaklings if you don't go. No go. The teenager turned his head, smiled and gave him the middle finger. Chapter 5, really angry? When Tangshur returned to the classroom with the 2 sets of military training uniforms in her hand, the class was already gone, and Songji was the only one with his head down, sitting in his seat and reading a book with a serious look on his face. You wait when you're told to wait, and you're a good boy. Tangshur entered through the back door, purposely going around to the front, and her thin knuckles tapped the corner of her desk. Songji was at a loss at first, but after seeing him, the corner of his lips curved, the sunlight shattered on his face, and the corners of his eyes and eyebrows were also covered with smiles. You're here. Aha. Tangshur answered. Not that he didn't notice the anticipation in the bottom of her eyes, but that bit of asshole factor in his heart was inexplicably acting up again, so he sighed with 3 fake eyebrows. The school's been rummaged through, and I can't find any S-codes. Ha! Songji froze for a few seconds. No disappointment surfaced on her face, and she didn't blame him for making her wait for so long. Instead, she comforted him. It's fine. Size M can also be worn. She pondered going to the stationery store later to buy some small leather straps to tie her pant legs. Should she be able to look at them too? What about my clothes? She asked. Tangshur hid her clothes behind her back, rationalizing and being graceful. Dropped it. Song rhetoric. She couldn't remain calm this time. Hurry up and memorize where you dropped it. If I lose it, I'll get a bad lecture from the instructor tomorrow. She put the book away in her bag and stood up. In a real hurry. Where have you just been? I'll take a trip with you to find out. Tangshur lowered her head, hiding the smile at the corner of her lips, her tone trailing off. Just went to the internet cafe. Songji's zipper-pulling action paused and frowned, looking really angry. Tangshur, don't joke with me like this. She spoke slowly, even when she was angry, with a clear bite and an involuntary lifting of her tail, like a hook with a hook that gently tickled his heart. Tangshur's throat knot slid up and down twice. Then she took out the military uniform hidden behind her, her voice much lower. I just remembered wrongly, so it didn't fall off. He coughed twice more and retorted with little energy. No kidding, you really misremembered. Songji stuffed his military uniform into his book bag and tensed his face, not bothering to argue with him. She pulled on her book bag and turned to head out the door. Really angry? On the first day of school, Tangshur didn't carry a backpack, took the 2 sets of military uniforms on her desk and followed. Songji ignored him and accelerated his pace, but Tangshur was tall and had long legs. Her legs kept falling back. He kept up in 2 or 3 steps, and after a dozen steps, he owed it to him to open his mouth. Don't be angry. I really forgot. No, next time. After all I've told you, why don't you say something back? Okay, pretty high and mighty. New X-desk. He wasn't in a hurry. Words were thrown out at intervals of a dozen meters, sentence by sentence, slowly. There were quite a lot of people around. There were also quite a few people looking in the direction of the 2 of them. Songji's heart was still bubbling with fire. This moment all transformed into shame. She couldn't bear to stop, as far as possible to keep her voice down. Can you stop saying that? Tangshur laughed, and also followed her example of lowering her voice. But the words that came out were as mixed up as ever. Yo, still cares about whether people talk or not. He paused and threw out, kinda bossy. Song rhetoric. She sighed, her anger turning into helplessness. Then don't follow me. To prevent him from saying something like, yo, you're kinda bossy when it comes to how people walk, she added, I'm not mad now, but if you continue to follow me, that's not necessarily true. Songji also followed his style of speaking, jumping out 1 sentence at a time, but her voice was soft, without the tugging breath that came with Tangshur's voice, but instead had more than a hint of gambling and pampering. Tangsher's expression froze for a few seconds. Then she raised her eyebrows as if nothing had happened. Her tone idle. Oh, so that's what you think, Song-ru? In fact, followed you just because, by the way, he said, word for word, trailing off but sincere in tone. After all, our school is just one door away. Song rhetoric. She took a deep breath, not knowing what to say, and continued on in silence. Tangsher followed beside her nonchalantly, glanced sideways twice, and suddenly popped out. Angry again? Song rhetoric. No. She relented. You stop talking. Tangsher hooked the corner of her lips and smiled lowly. Quite bossy. Song rhetoric. Okay. She'll shut up. Outside the school gates, Song resigned to go to the bus stop. Tangsher headed for the bicycle shed, and the two went their separate ways. When waiting for the bus, 2 mountain bikes swiftly passed by, accompanied by the teenagers' self-conscious talk and laughter. Inexplicably familiar, Songji subconsciously sidelong, only to see the teenagers' fluttering sleeves and clean lines of the back, flourishing with unadorned juvenile gas. Today, when school started, the car repair store was a little busier than usual, and Shanine transferred money to her so that Song-ru could eat whatever she wanted near her home. After Song-ru finished her lunch, she went to the stationery store for a while, bought some stationery and colorful little leather bands, and looked at the time. It was only 1 in the afternoon. She thought for a moment, hooked out the cell phone in her pocket and tapped on WeChat. There are 2 tops. One of them, boyfriend number 1. She dropped her eyelids and snapped 2 fingers on the keyboard. Your Majesty, do you need a bed warmer? I can offer myself as a bed warmer. There was silence there for 2 seconds and a picture was sent over. Her own best friend was lying on her familiar pink Hello Kitty king-sized bed, revealing a long, white, glistening leg. Boyfriend no. 1. Old public not at home. Red heart. A person lonely together. Knock melon seeds caramel taste. Just bought super delicious. Heavy heart exclamation. Heavy heart exclamation. Heavy heart exclamation. Songji burst out laughing, took a brisk pace into the neighborhood. Continue typing. Chick, wait for Song to come next door and take you. Boyfriend number 1, Lao Song, you hurry up. My husband will be back soon. People home good. Afraid. Songja was practically dying of laughter at her. Jo Kanji home in the building next door to her home. The two are neighbors and junior high school classmates. Jo Kanji parents are always away from home. Shanine usually control her strict. She, in order to ease the breath, go to Jo Kanji home more often. She went upstairs with ease, entered her fingerprints, and when the door opened, she went straight in, changed into her own exclusive slippers, and headed for the living room. Jo Kanji was paralyzed on the couch, playing a game on the horizontal screen in boredom. Songji did not disturb her, went to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of jasmine green tea, unscrewed the cap and took a sip, then sat down cross-legged next to her and took out a book to read with great interest. Jo Kanji, a game finished. Songji is still reading the book. See the emotional part of the frown, also wrinkled eyebrows, 2 tears in the eyes. Jo Kanji, not strange to see the 2 pieces of paper drawn out to her, but also by the way sipped a mouthful of jasmine green tea, asked, what are looking at so serious? Song rhetoric didn't even look up. 1,000 Splendid Suns, by Khaled Hosseini, same author as The Kite Runner. Jo Kanji, not understanding, asked, what's The Kite Runner? Song rhetoric, a book. She decided not to discuss such an esoteric topic with Jo Kanji, and asked instead, did it go well going to enrollment today? What's not going well? Jo Kanji bristled. It's just that I originally thought that the 6th form students with such poor grades should be okay in terms of growth, but it turns out that one is shabbier than the other, sealing their hearts and locking up their love. Songja smiled and casually said, really? Luckily there's a good-looking one in our class. Really? Jo Kanji didn't believe it. You even said Pei Yiming from our class was handsome before? Songji recalled Pei Yiming's looks, white and clean, wearing a pair of glasses, quite bookish. Song-ru, isn't he handsome? Chapter 6, The Great Handsome Man. Jo Kanji stretched out an index finger and shook. Sister does not love this nerd type. Sister more love drag in the tug of war. Big handsome, height 185 to the top, broad shoulders and long legs, and abdominal muscles mermaid line of the kind. Understand? Song-ru nodded and concluded. Then you should like him quite a bit, although I don't know if Tangsher has abs and mermaid lines. I don't know why, but it seems like he was born with the look of having abs and mermaid lines. Thinking far ahead, she slapped her face to clear it. Jo Kanji. Ah yes. She has zero trust in her BFF's aesthetics. She also had a stereotype of good students that she thought couldn't be faulted, which was that they must all be wearing thick glasses, holding books with a deadpan face, and probably covered in acne, except for her beautiful best friend. This brother, who Songji thought was quite handsome, should look almost like this. Songji knows that she does not believe, but also did not say much. After all, the aesthetic thing is subjective. She did not see with their own eyes. Say anything is useless. Songji pulled out his military uniform from his school bag and said bitterly, My military uniform is too big. What should I do? How many yards did you fill in? Joe Kanji looked at her as if she was a little cutie. Joe Kanji looked at her as if she were a little cutie. You're so thin-armed and thin-legged. How did you dare? Think you're filling out your bra? Song rhetoric. With a lewd look on her face, she spread her fingers in a kneading gesture. I'll allow you to fill in a C if you have a bust. Joe Kanji. Rather than listening to the occasional outburst of dirty talk from her good best friend for several years, Songji still couldn't help but blush. Joe Kanji just loved to see Songji's face reddened by his own teasing. With that delicate and bright face, pleasing to the eye, Songji lazily ignored her and took out the military training pants, shaking them off twice and comparing them on himself, finding that they were much smaller than the ones from the morning. Stunned, something flashed through her mind and she looked down to feel the size displayed on her pants S. She picked up the pants again and compared them on herself. They were just the right size. Joe Kanji wondered. It's not that big, isn't it just the right size? Songjo was silent for a moment. Oh, misremembered. I filled in S actually. Joe Kanji. Sungru emphasized. Front and back S. Joe Kanji. Songli had already returned when Songru returned home. He was sitting on the coffee table at that moment, turning on the basketball game on the TV to watch, and there was a fragrant roast duck in front of him, which he had already eaten most of. Hearing the doorway rattle, he first glanced at it warily. His shoulders slumped in relaxation after seeing that it was her. Scared me to death. I thought Mom and Dad were back. Eating? He pointed to the roast duck on the table. What's for dinner? She glanced at the cleanly gnawed bones on the table. You bought a duck rack? Songli. He rolled his eyes. Brought you one on purpose. He took out another carton from his school bag, opened it, lifted the tin foil inside, and the fresh and complete roast duck was revealed. Hurry up and eat. Mom and Dad will be back soon. Why are you so late today? Went to Joe Kanji's house. Songli put his school bag on the couch, went to the restroom to wash his hands again, and glanced at the basketball game, wondering who had scored. Songli let out a tisk, obviously upset. Songru didn't know much about this. She sat on the couch, put on her gloves, plucked a duck wing and took a bite, squinting comfortably. When this game was finished, Songji thought about changing the movie. She asked, what movie do you want to watch? Songli put down his book bag. Let's have a police movie. Okay, Songju said. Then I'll find an inspirational movie. Songli. Songru, it's your second year in junior high. Inspire your passion for learning. Study hard, and get better every day. By the way, what was your class rank at the end of the last semester? Songli. Songju, it seems to be the third from the bottom? Songli. Fourth from the bottom. Songli is a very stubborn brother. Chapter 7, The Little Snail. The first day of military training was even hotter than yesterday, with the sun hanging in the air like a violent ball of fire, making even the air you breathe hot and dry. Hwaiyan No. 1 Middle School, as a provincial key demonstration school, should set a good example by strictly controlling every process of military training and cultivating students' spirit of hard work and endurance. The students at the bottom were drowsy in their army green uniforms, almost merging with the emerald green turf, and only the principal of the first high school was still spouting pretty words on the stage. The speech lasted 2 hours, the principal alone on the stage for an hour and a half, so that after the military training chief instructor on stage, the speech is very scribbling, only summarized a few words, and knocked some of us so-called like bubble new recruits, and then dismissed on the spot. Let each class instructor lead the training. Then we were disbanded on the spot and let the instructors of each class lead us to train separately. The instructor of senior class A was surnamed Chen, called Chen Guowei, a particularly honest and naive name, not at all like the soldier gangster image he displayed. The instructors of other classes were busy lecturing in place, letting students stand in military posture under the scorching sun. He was different. He led the senior A class in the playground strutting around, and then proudly chose a place of bells and whistles in the middle of the rubber runway. The trunk of the tree is as thick as the two adults embracing so thick old acacia tree. The branches of the old acacia tree spread out, cascading over each other, with a lush canopy, keeping the hot sun out and casting a dense, refreshing shade of green. The senior A class then stood in the shade of a tree for over an hour in the military position. I've chosen this spot for you. Stand properly. If you can't stand well in the shade, go stand in the sun. Got it? No. Keep your fingers close to the seams of your pants. He wandered around the line, occasionally testing his fingers to see if they were rattled. Songji's spirit was highly concentrated. His spine was tense. His fingers were tightly pressed against the seams of his pants, and he didn't dare to move a muscle. Chen Guowei turned around to the vicinity of Songru. She subconsciously tensed the back of her hand tighter. He dialed, did not dial, and turned around to the front again. Songji subconsciously sighed in relief. The back of her hand slightly loosened. Who had thought that Chen Guowei had killed a horseback? Just in those few seconds when Songji's spirit was relaxed, He suddenly turned his head and rattled the back of her hand again. The back of her hand was easily picked up. See, that's what happens when you let your guard down. That's what gets you caught. The enemy picks when you let your guard down, he said as he shoved the cardboard into her hand. Song rhetoric. She pursed her lips and reclasped the back of her hand. After another half hour, the chief instructor blew his whistle and the classes rested in place. Songji sat cross-legged on the ground and didn't bother to drink the water, but instead hung his head down and played with the K of hearts in his hand in boredom. Next to her sat a girl with very pale skin and gold-rimmed glasses. The girl took the initiative to talk to her. Classmate, my name is Shinmei. Please take care of me in the future. Song-ru turned his head and smiled. Hello, my name is. Shinmei interrupted her and said with a wink. I know. Song lyrics of Tang poetry and song lyrics. I'm impressed by both of your introductions. I suppose it's the fact that Downs is a school fave that's so impressive. Song-ru was quiet for a few seconds, and explained very seriously. It's the Ru of the deceased's western departure from the Yellow Crane Tower, not the word of Tang poetry and song words. Word, all the same. She hemmed and hawed. The two of them casually chatted a few more times, and when the people who had gone to line up for water came back, Chen Guowei suddenly said, the person who just had a card clipped in his hand, stand up. Songji didn't even have time to bring his hat, and with a brace of his arm, he stood up directly, and Shen Mei also dawdled. Step out. About 7 or 8 people stood out in a line. Chen Guowei, in view of the hard work of clamping the cards just now, I have decided to reward the people who clamped the cards with a show each. What do you say? Yes. The students' voices were very loud, watching the fun. Which one of you is first? Teacher. Me first. Shen Mei raised her hand high. Chen Guowei, call the report if you want to come. Shen Mei, reporting to the instructor. I'll do it. Step out. Shen Mei took off her glasses first and said quietly, Song-ji, keep them for me. Song-ji took it in silence. Hello everyone, my name is Shen Mei. First time meeting, let's give you all a street dance to cheer you up. Shen Mei was generous and smiled brightly. Woohoo! Come to a section. Come on. The bottom began to rise. Shen Mei didn't squirm, and came a little on the spot. Street dance Tangshir, you don't look twice? Yi Mao Ran bumped into him. Tangshir was tall and sat cross-legged in the corner of the last row of the line, his hands propped up behind him and his long legs waving idly. At that, he lifted his eyelids and looked at them twice, and after a few seconds he withdrew his gaze and lightly commented, the movements are dragging and stuck. Not enough strength. Should be a novice. Who told you to look at this? Yi Maoran's tone was disgusted. I told you to look at the figure. The one that just lifted her waist was at least a C. Don Z. He hooked his hat to block the upper half of his face and yawned slowly. Then you are really obscene and boring. Yi Maoran skimmed his mouth. You just pretend you just. Which man would not be interested in the figure? Tang Sharhe did not recognize or refute. One after another, the people in the back went up to the stage to perform their programs. There were singers, somersaults, and even those who talked about math problems. And in the end, everyone was in the lineup, leaving only Song-ji alone. Chen Guowei stared at her with good humor. Song-ru did not learn any talent since she was a child. Singing is not out of tune. Just can't remember the words. She searched her brain, and finally remembered the book of cold jokes she read last night before going to bed. She hesitated for a moment and asked, is a cold joke okay? Chen Guowei, speak and hit the report. Report instructor. Is it okay to tell cold jokes? Yes. Step out. Song-ru stood in front of the group facing the crowd, a pair of eyes staring at her in unison. She paused, her voice shaking a little. Once upon a time there was a little turtle who was hurt. Then he let the little snail go to buy medicine. The snail had been gone for more than 2 hours and hadn't come back yet. The little turtle got angry and shouted, if you don't come back I'm going to die. Song-ji stifled his laughter and continued. The little snail just stood outside the door and said angrily, you say it again. You say it again, I'm not going. After she finished speaking, there was a dead silence underneath, and some people even winced. Chen Guowei looked at her with a complicated face. Finished speaking? Song rhetorically nodded and asked, isn't it funny? The little snaillet hasn't left yet. She laughed so hard last night she almost didn't fall asleep. Chen Guowei gave 2 raw harumps and decided not to dwell on this. What's the name? Song rhetoric, she emphasized. The resignation of the old man leaving the Yellow Crane Tower in the west. Get in line. Yes. In the corner of the queue, Tangshir propped her elbows on the ground and tilted her head sideways, her shoulders shaking with silent laughter. Yi Maoran looked at him strangely and sincerely asked, is that funny? Tanzi laughed half-heartedly before asking back, isn't that funny? The little snaillet. He let out another sideways laugh, a low laugh. The little snaillet hasn't set out. Yi Maoran. What a laugh. Uniform lunch in the cafeteria. Song-ji beat the meal and nestled in a corner alone to pick at his meal in silence. She was still reeling from that joke she just made. It's really not funny? The little snail had been walking for 2 hours and had not yet departed. Songja stifled a laugh and buried his head in a mouthful of rice. It's obviously quite funny. She cheered herself up to ease the embarrassment she had just felt. A dinner plate landed across from her, and a surprised voice rang out. Song-ru, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Chapter 8, Arm Wrestling. Songja looked up and a white face fell into his eyes. Pei Yiming. A hint of surprise flashed under Songja's eyes as well. The realization of finding a familiar face in a new place full of strangers made her mood, which had been a little low, jump a few notches. Pei Yiming was in the same class with her in junior high school, and he was always first in his class, while Songji was always second, and she was nicknamed the perennial second in her class. Who knows? The last exam in junior high school, Songji played superbly in the middle school exam, and Pei Yiming played poorly. Her midterm score ended up being a dozen points higher than Pei Yiming. Pei Yiming joked, "It's a pity that our class didn't organize a graduation class meeting, or else you'd be able to take off this 10,000-year-old second sign with a raised eyebrow." Song-ru nodded, taking off the 10,000-year-old second and delighting in the penultimate first. Pei Yiming withdrew his smile and looked serious. "I would have preferred that I could be this penultimate first. All the firsts I've taken in middle school can't compare to this penultimate first on the midterm." After taking so many exams, the only one that failed the midterm, Songji knew how sad he was and was in no position to comfort him. After all, she did quite well on the exams, so how she said it all seemed fake, so she could only say, "Then you should cheer up this semester, and then you can come to our class next semester." He nodded and said solemnly, "I'll try to get in this semester, and then we'll continue to be classmates like before." Songji slowly ate the cauliflower in his mouth. Remembering his faltering grades in Class A, he sighed, "It's a bit hard. I'm at the bottom of our class, on the verge of elimination." Pei Yiming looked at her. "You also rose from the bottom in middle school. Middle school is not the same as high school, and parallel classes are not the same as top classes." Pei Yiming's tone was certain. "It's not your character to back out of a difficult situation. We'll still be classmates next semester." "Good." Songju poked at the rice on his plate, his tone sincere. "I'll try." At 2:30 p.m., when the sun was at its peak, the bright yellow sun scorched the earth, and the students stood in rows on the hot rubber pavement like straight pines and cypresses, sweating profusely. None of this, of course, has anything to do with Senior Class A. Senior class accepted the shelter of the old acacia tree, hiding in the shade, watching others sunbathing. The spine cannot help but straighten a few points again. Military posture to stand more standard than other classes. After standing for almost 2 hours, Chen Guowei nodded in satisfaction as none of the cards in his hand were dealt out. After standing for 2 hours in a 40-degree day, almost every class had people who couldn't support themselves and were helped to the side to rest. Only the people in Senior Class A were all in high spirits, rarely sweating, and looked like they could stand for another 2 hours. Soon someone was unbalanced and shouted in the ranks, "Why should people from Class A stand in the shade and we have to sunbathe here? Do good grades even get preferential treatment in military training?" These words ignited the passion of the crowd, and with a single shout, it was useless for the chief instructor to shout anymore, and the spearhead was pointed directly at Senior Class A. "This thing is really not a class to engage in preferential treatment. The chief instructor at the time of the order is the class instructors are scattered. With the students training, scattered locations have no restrictions. Is generally the default instructor to take the class to stand under the sun in the military posture. The beautiful name is to cultivate the students' endurance. But the strange thing is that Chen Guowei he does not take the ordinary way. He believes that since the ultimate goal is to learn to stand in military posture and walk in a straight line, wouldn't it be better to train in a comfortable environment? And as for cultivating students' endurance, 7 days can cultivate a fart endurance, which can only make them suffer from heat stroke, and then their bodies are even worse. If these little brats had anything bad happen to them, the parents wouldn't be able to come over overnight and tear him apart. The chief instructor called a meeting with the instructors of all classes, and then he was convinced by that crooked reasoning of Chen Guowei. But the problem is, there's only one shade. Isn't it too unfair to give it only to Senior Class A? It has to be rotated anyways. Not only are the students unconvinced, we're also unconvinced. The third class instructor opened his mouth. How meaningless to take turns. Chen Guowei watched the fun. "Soldiers, you have to come up with a soldier's solution." 20 minutes later, the chief instructor took the loudspeaker and opened to shout, "The class that doesn't want to sunbathe, pick out a representative. Go to the old acacia tree. With the senior class, arm wrestle. Which class wins? Which class will get the right to own the old acacia tree?" The whole playground was abuzz at those words. The other classes were cheering, while the senior class A wilted, their straight backs crooked down a few points. "Instructor Chen, this isn't fair. All the other classes have physical education students, but not ours." Someone spoke indignantly. "Bastard, call the report." He first subconsciously uttered these words, then he tapped his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I forgot about that. No wonder those old denizens agreed so quickly when this idea came up. Class A crowd should all be answered. You guys must give me a win. Otherwise this old face of mine is considered to be disgraced. Seemingly feeling that the words he just said were too devoid of the instructor's majesty, he added his words. On the battlefield, will the enemy show mercy to you just because you don't have fine weapons? I'll tell you, no way. Our martyrs were all able to shoot rifles with millet, and now a few gym students are going to do you in? Class A crowd, pretend. You keep pretending. Chapter 9, I'll help you. Soon, more than a dozen strong men synthesized a wall, stood in front of Class A. Other classes also surrounded. Quite Black Cloud Pressure City want to destroy momentum. All of you, sit. The crowd sat down in unison. More than 900 people surrounded 50 people in the center, and each and every one of Class A hung their heads in shame, like little sheep cubs surrounded by vicious wolves. It's finished. Such a good location. Just enjoying it for half a day. Next to her, Shen Mei spoke in a low tone. Song Ruhart also said, her skin is much thinner than the average person, especially easy to sunburn. She looked at the hot fireball hanging in the sky and thought to herself that she should have added a few more layers of sunscreen at noon today. The chief instructor, who is a brother to Chen Guowei in private, gloated and opened his mouth. Jiwei, your class is also on Here are 15 people. I will allow your class to go on 20 people, and if you put people through it is considered successful in guarding the ring, but don't say that I am bullying you 15 military generals, 20 civil generals. No matter how you count it's still Class A that suffers. Shen Guowei's heart is repentant, but this moment is also a duck on the shelf. Had to go on. Anyone in our class who would like to be the first to go up and give an example? The boys in the back row looked at each other, and no one said anything for a while. After a few moments of silence, the clear teenage voice sounded. Report, I'll do it. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound, and Songju followed the crowd and looked back. Tangshur propped up the ground with one hand and used the force to get up, her movements dashing and casual. He had broad shoulders and long legs, and the fat, dragging uniform looked proper and natural on him. Good. Courage is commendable. Chen Guowei was very satisfied. What's the name? Tang Poetry. He smiled, his peach blossom eyes curving up. A blooming tang, a romantic poem. Good name. Chen Guowei actually felt that the name was quite girly, but the most important thing at this moment was encouragement. Go for it. Teenager to the senior class in front of a station. Obviously spine thin and thin, but the momentum is not weak. He was a person facing a carefully selected dozen strongman. 8 winds do not move. The corner of the lip smile seems to be there. A boy who was about as tall as Songji but twice as strong as Tangshur stepped forward. Tangshur? Studying well doesn't mean being strong. It's all still looking good. Tangshur's tone was light. My name is Li Xinyan. Remember who defeated you? Li Xinyan's voice was arrogant. Nephritis? He laughed. Good name. The two hadn't even compared yet, but the words had already flamed out. Holy, that's tough enough. How about going straight up to a shot put thrower? What do you mean? Tangshur's opponent, the shot put thrower, seems to have won a national first prize. Quite powerful anyway. This time our brother sure is miserable. I pray from now on that he won't lose too badly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's open. How does this compare? Songji's heart lifted upwards as he listened to the comments of the few boys behind him. The two men faced each other, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and with a whistle from the chief instructor, the match began. Tangshur's fingers were lean and slender, his skin cold and white, and the veins on his arms bulged from exertion. Across from him, Li Xinyan's arms were much thicker than his muscles bulging exaggeratedly. Songji stared tightly, unconsciously clenching his fists. The other classes began to shout cheers for Li Xinyan. More than 900 people. The ground had to shake 3 times when they shouted. Class A was not willing to show weakness, also followed the shouting, especially the girls. Shouting almost counted as tearing the lungs. The formation surprisingly did not lose too much. Time passes bit by bit. The sound of cheering is weakening, but the cicadas are getting more and more noisy, and the balance of victory seems to be slowly favoring Li Xinyan. Sweat on Tangshur's forehead traced the high bridge of her nose and scarlet thin lips, extending to her jagged collarbone. His clear, strong arms slowly dropped, and a smug smile began to appear on Li Xinyan's face. Tangshur licked the salty sweat from the corners of her lips and smiled back. His arm suddenly fired, veins bursting out, but his voice was light. I forgot to say, I just haven't fired yet. As soon as his words fell, his hanging arm snapped into action, moving to the center at a firm but slow pace, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a resurrection of the dead, and at one point the screams of the people in the class had to overpower the other 900 or so, with Yi Maoran excitedly shouting, Brother, it's so cool, awesome, go for it. Songji mixed in the crowd. looking excited and red-faced, shouting cheers along with everyone else. The final result was obvious. Tangshur won. Li Shenyan watched his arm hanging down helplessly, his eyes disheveled, but he was not someone who could not afford to lose. The match was over. The two of them clasped one hand and touched their chests. He was convinced. Brother, awesome. He could feel that Tangshur's explosive strength was no match for his, but he was pulled into the endurance battle at the beginning, and by the time he reacted later with an impromptu power surge, it was too late. Tangshur tilted his head slightly, his jawline thin and distinct. He raised his arm, his body slowly rotated in a half circle, and under the watchful eyes of the whole year, he compared a one to the sky. His voice was shallow and penetrating. Next, the whole school was seated and he stood alone in the hot sun, brash and confident. This scene with this face, the impact is so strong that the whole schoolgirls are as crazy, shouting Tangshur's name. The boys also have a hilarious, laughing and shouting, brother you can pretend this pussy won the right to choose a spouse for 3 years. Song Ji's ears buzzed, and next to her, Shinmei shouted so loudly that she had to cover her own ears. Who did not expect this scene is just the beginning. The next Tangshur with his own strength, 1 through 5, every win, he stretched out a finger, to the back of his 5 fingers open pointing to the sky, his right hand arm shivering, black hair soaked, beads of sweat continue to roll down to the inside of the extension. He breathed heavily, slightly distressed, but the warm atmosphere once reached the peak. The girls from the other classes had already rebelled en masse, and the situation was completely reversed. The screams of cheer and encouragement for Tangshur completely overshadowed the other side, living like a personal solo session for Tangshur. In the 6th game, Tangshur was physically exhausted and lost, and the sighs of regret from the other classes were even louder than those of the senior class, causing the chief instructor to tease. Girls, which side are you on? A bold girl shouted. I'm firmly on the side of Mei Chang misery big handsome boy. Go Tangshur. Phew. The boys took a long collective breath and the whole school cajoled into a frenzy. Tangshur casually wiped a handful of broken hair in front of her forehead, revealing her bare forehead, and the wildness between her eyebrows was hard to tame, triggering another wave of screams. He took 2 steps forward and landed in the shade, his eyes glancing casually and finally settling on the right side of the second row. Song-ru sat cross-legged, revealing a section of white, slender ankles and wrists. Her fox eyes curved and bright. Her features are deeply contoured. The ends of her eyes are naturally upturned. She is bright when she is not smiling, and when she smiles, she is even more bright and flamboyant. And she looks around. Perhaps the sun was too strong, and Tangshur's eyelashes fluttered and shook her head. Tangshur seems to be looking over here, Is she looking at you, Shenmei? Didn't you say that you guys know each other in middle school? Shenmei's face was very red, but she didn't deny it, and only said, I was in the class next to his in middle school, and I wasn't very familiar with him. That must be you. You're the only junior high school in our area. Chen Guowei came over and patted Tangshur's shoulder. His face was red and he looked excited. Brother is great. He has a lot of strength. Let's compare some other day. Tangshur's right shoulder was slapped violently. The whole arm was sore and painful. He couldn't help but hiss and came back to his senses. Old Chen, you're a little lighter. This is considered a work injury. I'll apply for rest and adjustment for the next 2 days. You kid turned out to play this math. Chen Guowei didn't care about the name Old Chen at all. He was in a good mood and waved his hand. Granted. Who wants to play next? Boys in the class raised their hands in unison, and even the girls followed suit, all eager to try. Confident, sweeping away the cringing trend. It was obvious that Tangshur's 5 consecutive victories had boosted Class A's confidence drastically. Yi Mao ran. Step forward. The one who spoke was not Chen Guowei, but Tangshur. Chen Guowei face across. Hey, you kid. Old Chen. Tangshur interrupted him, her right hand casually resting on his shoulder in a brotherly manner. Want to win? Want to take a bite out of the chief instructor's ass in front of him? Chen Guowei nodded his head in confusion. Tangshur smiled brightly. Little master help you. Chapter 10. Yi Mao Ran had come closer. Just now that kid's strength has been almost exhausted by me. Fight quickly and use your full strength. Tangshur admonished him. Don't worry. His good brother made a big splash in the whole grade. He was so honored at this moment that he couldn't help but pat Tangshur's shoulder. Promise I won't disgrace you. Tangshur's right shoulder was once again traumatized and sore, and he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Get lost. The game began and the atmosphere was once again heightened, though the cheering of the girls around them was noticeably less enthusiastic than on previous occasions. Song Ji had one hand propped up on his chin, his eyes staring at the field, seemingly seriously watching the game, while his other hand reached into his pants pocket, unconsciously rubbing the band-aid in his pocket. In his last game, Tangshur supposedly knocked his elbow on a nail on the wooden bench and got a bright red scrape. She could see it clearly from underneath. She hesitated for a moment, remembered this S-size military uniform on her body, and silently convinced herself, well, courtesy, it's just a silent concern between classmates. It shouldn't be misunderstood. She pulled out a band-aid, touched Shinmei next to her, and said softly, Shinmei, can you help pass the band-aid to Tangshur? Just pass it to the girl next to her. It won't take long. Tangshur stood right at the edge of the second row to watch the game. Several girls separated between the two. The bystanders watching the game at this moment to see seriously. She is not good to stand up to block the line of sight of others. Had to trouble a few girls to pass to his side. Shinmei retracted the line of sight that fell on Tangshur and said in shock, Tangshur is injured? Bruised at the elbow, but nothing serious. Oh, Shinmei's eyes rolled twice, took the band-aid, and suddenly said, thanks, Songru. Thanks for what? Without waiting for Songju to ask again, Shinmei stood up, jumped over the few girls next to her, and stood in front of Tangshur. Oh, so that's it. Songju silently turned his head, his eyes refocusing on the scorching match. Tangshur, I see you just scraped your elbow. Do you want a band-aid? Tangshur retracted his gaze that had fallen on the match and looked at the girl who suddenly stood in front of him, asking back in confusion. Scratch? His arm hung helplessly over Chen and he glanced sideways. A red mark appeared at the elbow, inconspicuous and feeling like it was going to heal in the next second. Tangshur raised her eyebrows in surprise and smiled. Your eyesight is quite good. That's a small injury to see. Shinmei was drifted off by his smile, and boldly spoke. Let me help you post it. Your hands are not convenient. Thanks, but don't bother. His eyes fell back to the game in front of him, his tone clearly distracted. It'll be healed in a few minutes. Shinmei was silent for a few seconds and insisted. It's not troublesome. It's better to post it. The match was at a critical moment. Tangshur didn't break it up any further, and casually said, then give it to old Chen. He'll just help me. Thanks. After 4 or 5 conversations and 2 thank yous, he took detached politeness to the extreme. Shinmei bit her lip and finally gave Chen Guowei the band-aid. Chen Guowei watched the play for half a day and waited for Shinmei to leave. Scat inside. Falling flowers have intentions. Running water has no love. Think of the time when I was in school. That was just as popular as you. The match was won and lost. Tangshur withdrew her gaze and was in quite a good mood. The concern between classmates is twisted into this by you? There's something wrong with your thinking, old comrade Chen. Obviously it's you kid who hasn't gotten the hang of it yet. Chen Guowei glanced at the band-aid on his hand. Put it on you? Post it. Tangshur's mind pondered her next response and smiled perfunctorily. Hurry up. Any slower and it'll heal. The game lasted for more than an hour, and finally senior class A won narrowly, defending the old acacia tree battle, successfully. Almost at the moment of victory, the senior class A cheered, and the boys took advantage of Tangshur's inattention to violently throw him into the sky with one hand, shouting, Long live Brother Shur! Brother Shur is great! Tangshur's right shoulder was pressed unconsciously again. The taste was very sour. He laughed, each and every one of you. Enmity and revenge, ah! Tangshur's voice was silently drowned out in a sea of cheers. Songji stood still, looking towards the teenager who was clustered in the center of the crowd, and couldn't help but smile as well. Looks like there will be no more sunburns in military training this year. Tangshur went straight to his bedroom when he got home and scribbled a shower with his left arm, his entire right arm hanging limply, completely immobile. The power was so fierce that by the second half he was relying entirely on willpower, eating with his left hand as well. His odd posture finally caught Hautsun's attention. Son, on the first day of military training, your instructor asked for behavioral art during dinner. Ha! Tangshur took a bite of her rice, marveling at Ms. Ho's amazing brain power, but it was troublesome to explain, so she could only say vaguely, pretty much, take it as you will. After dinner, the aunt of the house was cleaning up the dishes when she noticed the band-aid that had fallen on the floor. She handed the band-aid to Hautsun and wondered, Ma'am, did 11 hurt his right hand? This band-aid, a Pikachu band-aid? Hautsun's eyes lit up. A girl gave it to him? Auntie, do you want to go to the hospital? Hautsun waved his hand. It won't kill me. I'll ask him if it's from a girl. When Hautsun knocked on the door and came in, Tangshur was nestled on the bed watching the soccer game. Ms. Ho, what's up? He was tired hard from the day and yawned sleepily. What happened to the right hand? Hautsun followed the process of showing concern. Arm wrestling hard, muscle strain. We'll be fine in a couple days. Tang poetry speaks plainly, and Hautsun responds skillfully. He had practiced taekwondo for years, and this injury was indeed a minor one. Hautsun went straight to the point. Did a girl give you a band-aid, or was it a Pikachu one? That's cute. Tangshur paused for a few seconds before she remembered, and let out an anon, her voice weary, from a classmate. Pretty? Not paying attention. Okay. Hautsun was a little disappointed, seeing that Tangshur was indeed sleepy and hard. He didn't ask any more questions and threw the band-aid into the garbage can on his way out. Tangshur was lying on her bed, confused and about to fall asleep, when the cold joke that Song-ji had told in the morning suddenly surfaced in her mind. The little snail hasn't set off yet. He was blindfolded, and his laughter was low and muffled, quietly encircling the bedroom in wisps. Chapter 11, Knowing People Without Knowing Them. The next day, Chen Guowei really kept his word and gave Tang Shi a vacation. When the students of Senior Class A were standing in military posture, Tang Shi leaned under the old acacia tree and slept. When the students of Senior Class A were practicing marching in unison, Tang Shi was playing games with his legs crossed, while others were upright and serious. He was the only one occasionally shaking his legs, idle and tugging, lazy to the extreme, which was really the most beautiful scenery on the large playground. Collective whistle break at midway point. Yan Shanshan pulled Song resigned to go to the toilet, came back, far from seeing Tang Shi and Chen Guowei sitting side by side under the old acacia tree. The two brother and sister like shoulder to shoulder, a look of hate to see each other, talk to each other like a happy appearance. She couldn't help but sigh, my first brother this charisma. As always, both men and women, young and old you do not know. Junior high school to teach us English that cold-faced old lady. The back of a sea Tang Shi face can smile out of a flower. Treat him as a grandson. You say how can someone be so pleasing to the eye? Song-ji lowered his head as usual, listening quietly to Yan Shanshan, then hooked his lips and smiled, repeating in a low voice, yes, how can someone be so inviting? Ichigo start a class. I'll listen on my knees, then I'll lie on my back and listen. No inward rolls, said kneeling, say lie down on your back. The two of them laughed and joked all the way to the old acacia tree and then tacitly changed the subject when they approached it. At noon to eat in the cafeteria, Song-ji moves a little slow, to the time of the QQ to the outside of the cafeteria. After half an hour of queuing, by the time Song-ji arrived, there wasn't a bit of meat left, but only a little broth and radish and cabbage. She casually pointed out two vegetarian dishes, punched in a bowl of the cafeteria's free nori egg drop soup, and struggled to find an empty seat. The strength of the military master is really something. Song-ru chewed 2 mouthfuls of cabbage, feeling bland, just as the cell phone in her pocket vibrated. She touched it out, only to see Joe Kanji wind up dumping a microblogging link on her, accompanied by a series of shocking red exclamation points. Song rhetorically sent a question mark back. Boyfriend number 1, asterisk 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 sister. I didn't realize you usually eat so well? Ha! Without a word, Song-ji slapped the plate of rice to her, and with a few moments of inconspicuous resentment sincerely snapped, are you sure? Boyfriend number 1, who asked you that? Boyfriend number 1, I mean handsome. Extremely handsome. Excellent. Handsome? Song-ru moved her eyebrows as if she had a premonition of something, and while she was picking at her meal, she clicked on the link to the microblog that Joe Kanji had posted. Blogger's copy, invited to Hawaiian No. 1 middle school to shoot a promotional video for military training. I accidentally witnessed a wonderful arm wrestling match, and the young man who never lost under the hot sun. She pooped out 9 photos. 5 of them were all images of Tang Shi standing alone under the scorching sun, tilting his head slightly, raising his right arm and comparing numbers towards the sky. Each photo recorded a number, and sweat overlapped with the numbers that his fingers were comparing, slowly converging on the teenager's beautiful jaw, tracing across the raised knot of his throat, and then staining the army green, poorly made short sleeves, with thin, tough muscles looming large. His eyes are bright black and candid, and even through the photo, you can glimpse the undisguised teenage spirit and youthful hormones. Teenage youthfulness, scenery and grandeur are indeed superb. The tweet currently has over 100,000 likes, tens of thousands of retweets, and the number 1 hot comment has tens of thousands of likes. Netizen hot comment, such a person in high school. I high and low have to crush a few years. Song-ji couldn't help but look at it a couple more times before exiting the link under the constant bombardment of text messages from Joe Kanji. Boyfriend number 1, holy, this guy is ing growing directly on my aesthetic point. Boyfriend no. 1, if I had known that I could see this kind of superb product when I entered No. 1 middle school, I should have studied hard at that time, and I wouldn't have had to see and eat it like I do now. Boyfriend number 1, open your eyes and see. This kind is only called a big handsome guy. That little white boy you had your eye on before, and that good-looking thick glasses in your class you told me about last time, can only be called that guy. Nice-looking thick glasses? It's not talking about Tang Dynasty poetry, is it? Song-ji cried and laughed. Her good best friend. What had she brainstormed again in a corner she didn't know? Speaking of which, she and Joe Kanji, personality, aesthetics, brain circuit, never seemed to agree. This moment to see the two unprecedentedly on the issue of Tang Shi looks in some way to agree. She had an indescribable peculiar feeling in her heart. After 2 bites of the dish in his hand, he couldn't eat anymore. Song-ji put down his chopsticks and focused on replying to Joe Kanji's tweets. The late man left in the west. Oh, didn't I tell you? Boyfriend number 1, what? Song rhetorically typed slowly. The old man leaves in the west, I last. The old man went west, told you so. The late man left in the west, good-looking male. The old man went west, that's him. Boyfriend number 1, boyfriend number 1, boyfriend number 1, damn girl. You're surprisingly happier than I thought. Looking at that face class every day? Boyfriend number 1, I've done good deeds in my life and you've gotten all the benefits. Boyfriend number 1, frowny face punching the world, JPG. Songja held back his laughter and returned an emoticon to her as well. The old man went west, frowny face smug, JPG. Jokanji was a pure and high-caliber face controller. And according to her, when she was excited to be friends with herself, it was partly because of her face value. Songji could imagine how she was strangling her wrists on the other end right now. Boyfriend no. 1, their own failure is certainly terrible. The success of the girlfriend's more upsetting. Songji bared her teeth and laughed out loud, not even realizing that a layer of shadow had quietly covered her head, until the big grinning voice rang out. Sister Resignation, is there anyone across the street from you? Songji looked up and what met his eyes was Tangsher's cold and disdainful face. Probably because he couldn't use his right hand to make it work, he used his left hand to carry the plate, and there were only some scribbled vegetables on the plate. The person who was talking on the cell phone suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Songji's brain was a little confused, but at this time, Jokanji had already been unable to hold back and sent her several voice messages in a row, and her hand unconsciously shook, and the voice messages were automatically played. Your sis is already out of the picture due to the distance. Can you fight for me to directly bang that guy? The voice continued to play back automatically. Not too loud, just loud enough for the two men across the room to hear. How many times in a lifetime can you meet a man of this caliber? It's fate that you meet him. Listen to me. Hurry up and take him, okay? And don't you. Songji reacted with a flurry of hand and foot maneuvers, and only with great difficulty did he turn off the voice. And when he looked up, he bumped into Tangsher's increasingly cold and handsome face. In front of the person concerned said to him, this is no longer a hole in the ground can be resolved. Songji had boom a blast. Feel the 7 orifices are in the hot air, the brain gurgling like boiling water. She stood up violently. Only had time to throw a sentence. She stood up violently. Only had time to drop a sentence. No one and carried the food tray. Hurriedly ran away, as if there was a wild beast chasing behind her. Yi Mao ran froze in place for several seconds, and sighed. Knowing the face of a man is not knowing his heart. A girl who talks so quietly, but talks so fiercely in private? Chapter 12. What's the joke? Snail? Tangsher put the plate down. The corner of her mouth pursed coldly, and said that this girl is so thin-skinned and still learns to chase men. Have that ability? Recalled that face of hers again. Gee, there's really something. Songji carried the dinner plate and ran almost 2 miles before stopping. Her heart was still thumping. Jokanji was still sending her a steady stream of voices. Songji was not in the mood to listen to the latter. She tapped on the voice button, and with a voice that wanted to cry, she sent, Woman, you've caused trouble again. For the next 2 days it was business as usual, standing in military postures, practicing marching and turning movements, and Tangsher was still leaning against the old acacia tree, playing games and sleeping leisurely despite the envious and jealous gazes around her. On the 4th day of military training, the idle figure leaning against the old acacia tree finally disappeared, and Tangsher rejoined the team. However, after standing in military posture for only 1 hour, dark clouds covered the sun. Misty rain suddenly arrived, pouring the scorching hot summer through the heart. The hot air floating vapor, cool rain on the face, soft and comfortable. However, after all, it was still raining. Military training was temporarily cancelled. Everyone returned to the classroom self-study. When the notice was given, the whole playground overflowed with cheers. Back to the classroom. The class is still noisy. Songji took out a drawer of paper towels from his bag, drew a few and wiped his face, then handed it to Yen Shanshan, who was fighting with Yi Mao Ran next to him. Shanshan, wipe your face, you'll catch a cold later. Not waiting for Yin Shanshan to reply, Yi Mao Ran opened his mouth with a big grin. What does she want? She lives more brown than a big man like me. This rain won't catch a cold. Dead armpit hair, are you sick? Yin Shanshan didn't have the good sense to pull out a few sheets of paper and wipe her face. Thanks resignation baby. Songja pursed his lips and smiled, pulling out a few more sheets of paper and handing them to the 2 students in the front seat to wipe their faces. Behind the 2 are still chatting. Mainly Yi Mao Ran is spitting out Tangsher this damn good luck. Rested for 2 days, and today touched the rainy day. This military training to participate in. A little sense of participation. Since that last incident, Songji hadn't touched the 2 of them again, and now that the distance was a little closer, that feeling of numbness in the toes from last time came back to haunt him. Tangsher leaned against the window, her long legs suffocatingly tucked under the table, her feet stepping on the iron crossbar underneath, responding to Yi Mao Ran's words in a haphazard manner, while her eyes drifted unconsciously to the lean figure in front of her. He coldly watched Songji send the drawer of paper in his hand around the neighborhood, only looking at him, and Yi Mao ran behind him, amused and feeling novel. Such a little thing, how can not twist so many days it? This moment may refer to the Yi Mao ran that little cute. I've forgotten all about it. Are all girls so thin-skinned? Until Chen Guowei entered the classroom, the class only quieted down. Said to be self-study, it is not possible to really call the students during the military training self-study. Just next to the class came Unity is Strength singing. Chen Guowei followed the gourd to draw a dipper, so that the class sang a red song. After singing Unity is Strength to sing the song of the strong army. After singing the song of the strong army, and then sing the people who are in the army. Sung at the back of the singing, some people suggested to play the drumming. This is one of the games that social terrorists are most afraid of, but it has won the support of most people in the class. Chen Guowei turned his back to his classmates and tapped the blackboard with a bamboo gimlet one by one, and the mineral water was passed from the first student in the first row. When it was almost time to pass to Song Zhu, Chen Guowei on the stage suddenly said, "Speed up, it's going to stop." The front table panicked and flung the mineral water over, but accidentally exerted too much force. The mineral water was flung to the ground. Song Zhu rushed to pick up the mineral water on the ground, and was about to hand it to Tang Shi behind him when the sound of the bamboo gimlet banging stopped and Chen Jiwei shouted stop. Song Ji happened to meet Tang Shi's line of sight, and in the teenager's beautiful peach blossom eyes was a bright gloating look. The curious eyes of the class converged, and there was a lot of coaxing and screaming. Song Ji heard Tang Shi's voice lowered, which seemed to be full of anticipation and pleasure. "What's the story this time? The little snail?" He trailed off flatly, the questioning tone barely there, sounding like he was calling her a little snail, which Song Ji automatically interpreted as bright mockery. She was rather frustrated. Is there not a single person in the world who understands how funny the little snail's sneer is? Song Ru was once again invited to the podium to perform a program, and Chen Guowei was obviously impressed with her as well. "You're the girl who tells cold jokes. What's her name?" Someone at the bottom answered for her. "Teacher, it's called Song Ru." Someone else oddly called out at the bottom. "Teacher, the song of Tang poetry." The uproar in the class was even louder, and Chen Guowei also reacted, cheerfully and meaningfully glancing at Tang Shi at the bottom. "Quite good, quite good," she exhaled. The names Tang poetry and song rhetoric had really caused the socially terrified woman a lot of unnecessary trials and tribulations in just a few days. Song Ji didn't tell cold jokes this time. She sang a previously popular song on stage, Storybrooke. "I hear Snow White is on the run. Little Red Riding Hood is worried about the big bad wolf. I hear the Mad Hatter likes Alice. The ugly duckling will become a swan. I've heard that Peter Pan isn't very big. Jack, he's got a harp and magic. I hear there's a candy house in the woods. Cinderella lost her beloved glass slipper." Song Ru sang beautifully, or rather, she was good at singing. The class uproar unconsciously disappeared, leaving only the rustling rain outside the window and the young girl's clear and soft song floating in the air. Chapter 13, It's Glowing. On the 5th day of military training, the sky was gray and the air was moist and fresh. The class began practicing walking in a straight line. Song Zhi raised one foot, the instep of the foot tensed up, both hands folded over his abdomen, his body constantly shaking, and again shouted a report when his foot accidentally touched the ground. Chen Guowei asked the front and back rows to face each other to monitor whether their respective movements were standardized. Coincidentally, the person standing in front of her was Lu Muqing. Lu Muqing raised one foot, her movements and balance were quite standard, but the height of her foot was too low, and she stood out in the neat row. Song Ji took 2 steps forward and hooked Lu Muqing's instep with his foot, signaling her to raise her foot higher. Lu Muqing's feet swayed twice, but remained at the original level. She sighted upwards, her gaze lingering for a moment on Lu Muqing's military training pants that were tightly stretched around her thighs, then averted her gaze, not lifting her feet upwards again. However, the next second, Chen Guowei yelled from the front of the first row, the fourth girl on the right in the first row, "Didn't eat? Lift your legs a little higher." Chen Guowei usually play around with them when they are resting, but when it comes to training, he is very strict, and when he yells down his voice, Song Ji is scared and trembles, not to mention Lu Muqing, the person in question. She was both afraid and embarrassed, gritted her teeth, and raised her leg upwards, but the height of her leg was still a little short compared to the others, and when she saw Chen Guowei impatiently walking towards this place, she was in a hurry and violently raised her leg upwards, and the height was reached, but Song Ji clearly heard a sound, the sound of pants breaking. Luckily, no one noticed the scene with the constant sounds of reports being typed around them. Lu Muqing's entire body stiffened, and her entire body was clearly in an awkward and helpless situation. Song Ji pursed his lips and shouted a report in a very low voice as Chen Guowei came over. "Didn't eat? Speak up. Report." Song Ru raised his voice noticeably. "Say, want to go to the bathroom. Hold it in and go back during break time." Chen Guowei rejected her. "Report instructor. Can't hold it in." Songji said with a red face. Chen Jiwei frowned and waved his hand after a long time, his face full of annoyance. Let's go. Hurry up. Instead of leaving right away, Songji looked at Lu Muqing and winked at her. Lu Muqing froze, seemingly in disbelief, but still spoke quickly, reporting to the instructor. I also want to go. Each and every one of you. Stirring up his nose, Chen Guowei wanted to say one or two of them don't go, but also afraid that the two really can't hold it, and finally said in a bad mood, get lost, come back to do 15 push-ups as a punishment. Thank you, instructor. Songji came out of the line, saw Lu Muqing standing in place, not daring to move, pretended to be calm and went to put his arm around her shoulders, his body not revealing himself behind her, and said in a low voice, go. Lu Muqing glanced at her and quickly lowered her head. The two of them were in this strange position, walking in the direction of the restroom in full view of everyone. When they reached the restroom, Songji let go of her shoulders, completely relieved. Take your military uniform and cover it up. Then go. I'll go tell the instructor that you're on your period. Songji didn't look at her. The atmosphere was slightly awkward as the two men stood uncharacteristically in front of the sink washing their hands. In the end, when Songji raised his steps to leave, Lu Muqing finally couldn't help but open her mouth, her tone twisted and ashamed. Today. Thank you. No need to thank you. Songji's footsteps didn't stop. His tone was light. It's just a small favor between classmates. Soon after Songju and Lu Muqing left, the chief instructor called for a whistle break. Girls' friendship is really strange. Yimao Ran watched as the two who had argued over a set of military uniforms a few days ago went to the restroom in the blink of an eye as good as one, and couldn't help but lament. Could going to the restroom together really enhance friendship? Tangshir sat in the back row with his legs crossed as usual, exposing his ankles that were clear and strong and slender. He looked at the small figure not far away that was slowly approaching this way with a diffident expression, and lowered his voice and laughed, taking yourself as a savior, little cutie. Yimao Ran didn't hear the first half of the sentence. Then he heard a little cute. He hooked Tangshir's neck and threatened, said who little cute? Who are you calling a cutie? You misheard me. I said I just saw the living goddess of mercy. What living goddess of mercy? Yimao Ran looked at him suspiciously. Are you stupid? Why not? He tipped his chin in a random direction. It's blowing still. Yimao Ran saw Songju in his direction. Inexplicable. Songru slowly walked to Chen Guowei, and opened his mouth with a strong heart. Report, instructor. Another student is not feeling well, and asked me to come over to ask for a leave. Chen Jiwei looked at the gloomy weather and wrinkled his eyebrows. Puzzled, just went to the restroom. Can she still have a heat stroke? Songji continued to speak stiffly, his voice as low as a mosquito fly. Girls have a once a month. Chen Guowei. He coughed twice in embarrassment, and his tan face flushed red in the flesh. Alright then, you join the ranks. He boarded up his face, looking at the girl's skinny body. He still didn't have the heart to ask her to do 15 push-ups. He pointed under the old acacia tree. First go over there and do 15 up and down squats, then enter the column by yourself. Song rhetorically answered yes. She walked over to the old acacia tree, cupped her earlobes with both hands, and did an up and down squat while whispering, 1, 2, 3. Yimao Ran couldn't help but turn his head to look. Tangshir is close to the old acacia tree, his palms on the ground, tilting his head absently listening to the girl counting, but also distracted to break Yimao Ran's head to the front, laughing and scolding him. Look at the fart have not seen people do up and down squatting? Hey, Tangshir, I've noticed that you've been minding me more and more lately. Yimao Ran pushed his sleeves and made a move to hit him. Tangshir glanced at him. Want to fight? Yimao Ran loosened his fist and changed to hook his shoulder as if he was a good brother. How can I? A good brother won't look if he's not allowed to. The sound of the two people's conversation reached Songji's ears. Her eyes moved slightly as she continued to count softly. 11, 12, 13. At lunchtime, Yan Shanchan held her tongue and still couldn't help but ask her, a little disgruntled, why did you go to the bathroom with Lu Muqing today? She was robbing you of your clothes before. Songru felt that this matter is a little difficult to explain. Other people's privacy she is not good to divulge, so she can only vaguely say, she has a little thing to take a leave of absence. That coming? Soiled pants? Yan Shanchan's voice lowered a bit. In fact, Songja's action of taking Lu Muqing's shoulder to help cover up was still quite obvious, and after Yan Shanchan thought about it, it could only be for this reason. Songja hesitated for a moment and returned, pretty much, okay. As a girl herself, Yan Shanchan was instantly able to understand why Songji wanted to help her, but she still said indignantly, it's cheap for her. Songji nibbled on a bite of the school's sweet and sour pork ribs and squinted in satisfaction, then gave Yan Shanchan 2 pieces of the ribs on her own plate. Don't mention her. The cafeteria's sweet and sour pork ribs are quite tasty. Yan Shanchan looked at her unusually beautiful but unguarded brow and suddenly sighed. I'll have to keep a closer eye on you from now on. Songru, Chapter 14, The Big Asshole. I'm afraid that with your sheepish personality, you'll be abducted by a scalawag outside the school later on. Song rhetoric. Lu Muqing from that day onwards never came to the military training. In the blink of an eye 2 days passed, the cicadas tearing. The military training will soon come to an end. Saturday afternoon. The parting is imminent. The class sat around the big acacia tree, the shadow of the tree swaying. The atmosphere is rare sadness. Chen Guowei is indeed a very good instructor. He would teach the salute maneuver by telling them that the soldier's emblem should always be pointed at the flag. He would laugh and scold you little brats when practicing marching in unison. The road cannot walk straight back, must give me straight. He said being in the military was hard, but it was all worth it. He concluded by saying, "You are the first class I've led, and you will certainly be the best." The final result was also very good indeed. The senior class A got the first place in the camp closing ceremony, ruthlessly giving him a long face in front of the chief instructor. However, the parting is always in a hurry. Chen Guowei finally agreed to the parting. Class meeting also did not participate in the end, and did not leave any contact information. The closing ceremony on Sunday morning had just ended, and the students of Class A stood straight on the playground to receive the commendation, with their police caps in one hand, their spines straight, saluting, with the 5-pointed star aligned with the national flag, and watching as the instructors boarded the bus in good order with their luggage, and Chen Guowei mingled among them, with his stance straight, and saluted in their direction, stepping on the dew of the early morning, and slowly leaving their line of sight. After 2 days of vacation after military training, Songji met up with her at Zhou Kanji's house. Zhou Kanji's skin had darkened several degrees after a week of military training had passed, and she squinted her eyes closer, carefully sizing up Songji, and wailed in the middle of the day, "This is not scientific. Why is your skin still so white?" Song Ru smiled. "Didn't I say? Our class won the arm wrestling." Zhou Kanji thought about the set of photos on Weibo and broke down even more. Why don't we have a super handsome guy in our class who can study and arm wrestle? Is he really as handsome as he looks in the photos? Songji recalled and silently commented, "He's actually not too photogenic. It means it's more handsome in person." Zhou Kanji sighed hopelessly, sighing inwardly at his miserable fate. "I'm not talking to you, La." Song Ru took out his notebook and the compulsory one textbook from his book bag. "It's time to listen to the lecture." She put on her Bluetooth headphones and laid her cell phone across the coffee table, playing a study video from one of the stations. Zhou Kanji flipped through her nearly half-filled notebook and staggered. "You've learned so much in advance before school even started." "Ha!" Songji was full of helplessness. "Someone in our class is already studying sophomore content. If I don't learn more, it's hard enough to be a chicken head, not to mention a phoenix tail." Zhou Kanji threw a wink and made a bow and retreated. "Then Emperor, you go ahead and get busy. I'll wait for you on the bed when I'm cleaned up." Song Ru waved his hand, with a look that was completely unperturbed by beauty. "The Qing dynasty is dead. Don't even think about testing the cadres with this." It wasn't until Shinin called to urge her to go home for dinner that Songji stopped writing and asked Zhou Kanji, who was silently playing a game on the side, "Going to my house for dinner? Don't." Zhou Kanji was still quite afraid of Xinyan's archaic and serious face, and rarely went to her house as a guest. "I'll just eat whatever I want." "Okay." Songji didn't force her, only reminding, "Remember to go out for dinner after this game." "Got it." Zhou Kanji waved his hand. When I got home, the family of 4 gathered around the table for dinner, and the table was silent, the only sound being the banging of dishes. Halfway through the meal, Shinin suddenly spoke. Gee, your school doesn't allow you to bring cell phones to school, right?" Songji's long eyelashes drooped, casually took a bite of rice and stuffed it into his mouth, and let out a hum. "Then leave your cell phone at home and don't bring it to school." Xinyan's tone was tough, just to inform. She then turned her words around. "Songli, you'll be taking the exam soon, so you're not allowed to bring it either." Songli's voice was a bit raspy due to his voice-changing phase, and he said in dissatisfaction, "Aren't you minding too much?" The atmosphere was again familiar with sword fighting, and Song Ji shrank in the corner, minimizing his presence. Instead, Song Jiqing dropped her chopsticks. "How are you talking to your mom? She's your mom. Who cares if she doesn't care about you? If your grades were half as good as your sister's, would I be urging you to study every day? Your homeroom teacher called me again in the past few days, saying that you're either sleeping or looking at your cell phone in class. Do you know that you're in your 3rd year now? How can you get into high school with this grade?" Shinin then spoke. Songli laughed coldly and spoke. "He called you? It's you who calls every day to check up on me. My grades have been bad since I was a kid, and it's not the first day you've known about it, so don't you get tired of being in charge of me every day? My sister's grades are pretty good, and I don't see you bothering her any less. I really..." Songli was about to say more when Songji tugged on his sleeve under the table, signaling him to shut up. Songli paused and didn't say any more. The meal was a bad one. Another argument came from the living room in the middle of the night, and Songji woke up in a deep sleep. crumpling and wiping his face. Songjia didn't need to go out to know that it should be Song Li who had been caught playing with his cell phone in the middle of the night. Since Song Li's final grades for the last semester came out, Shanine seemed to have come to her senses, realizing that she couldn't coddle any longer, and changing her previous image of a loving mother, she began her endless control over him, attempting to use all sorts of harsh means to get him to study hard and return to his senses as soon as possible. However, this kind of tough method, for the already an adolescent Song Li, is like pouring oil on the fire. He grew up and always do as he pleases. The past few months more and more rebellious and arrogant, Songji listening to the door outside the increasingly louder and louder quarrels, silently take the quilt to cover his face. A long sigh. On Monday morning study hall, Lin Man read the list of class members directly from the podium. Class President, Lim Youngwoo. Study Committee Member, Lu Muqing. Literary Committee Member, Shun Mei. Sports Committee Member, Chen Jijun. It might be that Song Ru was good at language in the midterm, and she also served as a language class representative, but strangely enough, Tang Shi, as the first in her class, did not hold any position, not even a team leader. Perhaps seeing Song Ji's doubt, Yan Shanshan beside her inclined her head to whisper to her, "Do you know why there's no our first brother?" Song rhetorically shook his head. Yan Shanshan sneaked a glance backward as if she were a thief, confirming that the seat behind her was empty before speaking with confidence, "Because he's famous in our school dash. Duh. Mix dash. Ball." Chapter 15. What are you looking for? As soon as Yan Shanshan's words left her mouth, a sleepy, hoarse bark of a report came from outside the classroom. The voice had a characteristic tug, as if even being late had become a matter of course. Songjia didn't even need to look up to know who this person was. "Tang Shi, you're late on the first day of school. Don't tell me you're staying up late to do your homework?" Lin Man's tone was serious. Tang Shi's hair was messy. His handsome face was still sleepy, like he hadn't woken up. He was casually carrying his school bag with one hand. The other hand scratched his black hair. His tone was like he was joking, but also a loose mixed energy. "Teacher Lin, you know about this? You've installed a camera in my house, right?" Lin Man was exasperated and laughed. "Install your head of the camera. Late on the first day of school. Lawless you. Later punished you to go to the cultural and sports building to get all the textbooks back. Got it? Mr. Lin, there are a bit too many books. You give me a month. I promise to finish the task." He smiled back, gagging in tone. "Aren't you a good arm wrestler? Can't you do it now?" Lin Man glared at him. "Senior class arm wrestling won the senior class other doesn't class this thing in the whole school has spread," ruthlessly to her long wave of face. Lin Man these days is also happy. Win or second. Mainly she saw in this matter a class unprecedented cohesion and sense of collective honor. It was indeed thanks to Tang Shi that he was able to win. Not only did he make a good start, he also boosted his morale. Lin Man's anger subsided a bit when she thought about it. Even if you find a weightlifting Olympic champion, he won't be able to carry all the textbooks in our class by himself. Tang Shi was so vigorous, with a mouthful of you, but she was also using one sentence against the other, as if she was trying to reason with her, which made Lin Man laugh and cry. Her face was serious, but the bottom of her eyes were colored with laughter. "Alright, later call out a few people to go to the cultural and sports building to move the textbooks over. Each subject class representative remember to send the books down in time. Delaying the class is the only thing you'll be asked about." Lin Man finally waved her hand and let him go down without any good humor, daring to tell Lin Man's condition sentence by sentence on the stage, and in the end, he even retreated in one piece, and the whole class threw him a look of admiration. Tang Shi walked off the podium without changing her face against the gazes of the crowd, threw her book bag onto her desk, then yanked back on Yi Maoran's collar next to her, yanking his body lying on his desk straight, smiling with her head lowered. "Good brother, get up and move the books with your father." Yi Maoran was sleeping soundly and was violently yanked up. His brain was dazed and confused. He hadn't reacted yet. Thinking that he had been caught by Lin Man for sleeping in class, he violently stood up straight, and righteously said, "Teacher, I didn't fall asleep. I was just resting my eyes and mind to receive your teachings in a fuller spirit." Lin Man may have something to do. This moment has gone out of the classroom. The podium is empty. The class has no scruples. Broke out a good burst of laughter. He was bewildered at first. Then he turned his head to see Tang Shi's familiar dog face, that dog still carrying his collar in his right hand, smiling frankly and nastily, with no intention whatsoever of hiding it. If Yi Maoran doesn't know what's going on he's stupid. Pussy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Tang Shi you're sick." The entire classroom echoed with Yi Maoran's furious curses. Tang Shi laughed even worse. He did not say anything to Yi Maoran dragged up to the back door to go. While walking also said loudly, "There are still no brothers in the class who want to go together. A good opportunity to skip class brightly. Have the blessing to share on everyone." "Yeah, shameless dog." Yi Maoran cursed even louder. The first cut of the first term of office is to cut the good brother first. This move is very effective. College bully, more or less or a little class matters about my business do not bother me to study sense of pride alone. But dang sure even the best brother are the first pit. The boys in the class are embarrassed to look on. Want to go don't want to go are followed. The girls have also gone to the 7 or 8. But their purpose may not be so pure. Songji was also pulled over by Yen Shanshan to watch the fun. And while she was walking, she also said, "Am I right? If Tangshur was the class president she could have pissed off Mei Chaofeng to death on the spot. Muddy, too muddy. If Mei Chaofeng hears about skipping class, she can be infuriated and have a heart attack on the spot. A heavenly asshole indeed." Song Ru couldn't help but think of the time when he started the school year and solemnly lied to her about losing his military uniform. Agreeing, nodding his head rather solemnly and with a face deeply affected by the situation. A group of people came to the cultural and sports hall in a huge soup. The teacher in charge of handing out books were a little surprised. Yo! It's rare that a class full of schoolmasters swarmed over so many book movers. In the past, a few sporadic visitors had to make several trips to move it. You don't understand. Teacher, our class is this when it comes to class honor. He gave a not-so-serious thumbs up, making the class a little embarrassed. The boys in the class were like chicken blood, scrambling up to line up to carry the books. Tangshur stood at the front to hand out the books, smiling with a four-pronged 8 winds of immobility, and intermittently owed it to him to come up with a sentence. Don't be in a hurry, everyone's got one. Boys line up on the line, girls do not come to join in the fun. Brother just move so much this is not just line up in front of you the girl said to me to move a whole pile of I did not let. Move a little more, do not lose face of our boys. Yi Maoran hugged his arms and watched from the sidelines, sighing for the 108th time. If this kid does not take the right path in the future, go to the largest pyramid scheme in Burma and mix for 2 years to become a big boss. A few words from Joy made over 30 men in the class willingly sell out for him. After watching for a while and feeling bored, many people took the lead to leave. Songji also wanted to pull Yen Shanshan to leave first, but turned his head to see her standing beside Yi Maoran. Crossing his waist, the two of them quarreled with each other. These two really did argue whenever they met, and Songji couldn't help but laugh. The people are pretty much gone and the books are pretty much moved. Tangshur threw a stack to Yi Maoran, and carried 2 more stacks in her own hand. Smiling with a relaxed and easygoing smile, "Let's go." Yi Maoran caught it in a panic. He and Yen Shanshan didn't know what they were arguing about. And Yen Shanshan finally gave a harsh word, "Dead armpit hair. You wait for me." After saying that, she pulled Songju forward. "Manly woman, mean as hell," Yi Maoran muttered. The 4 of them just went back to class in an idle stance one after the other. Songji went back to the classroom. Dozens of stacks of books piled up on the podium. The representatives of each subject were already handing out the books. She bent down and weaved her way through the podium, looking around for the language textbooks and exercise books. Tangshur bowed her waist to put the book in her hand on the edge of the podium, and with one side of her head, her sight slammed into a snowy white and deep gully, and the emerald green statue of Guanyin Lotus shook in front of her eyes, shaking a little red mole at her collarbone that was particularly conspicuous. He hastily averted his eyes, a blush leaping up to the tips of his ears. Songju spotted a language textbook not far away. His eyes lit up and he stretched his arms forward to reach it. Tangshur's sight then broke into the girl's small chin and rosy lips again, and the red mole on her collarbone and the statue of the goddess of mercy loomed in front of her eyes again. Just as Songji was about to reach the textbook, a slender hand clasped her wrist and pulled her whole body upwards, then quickly retracted her hand when she stood up straight. Looking for what? A cold, tight voice dropped overhead. Songji raised his eyes blankly, only to see the smooth and sharp lines of the teenager's side face. He didn't know what he was busy with, carrying a stack of books on the podium, picking them up and putting them down, picking them up and putting them down again, his face cold and impatient. Songji thought he was blocking him from putting the books, lifted his feet across the ground where the books were stacked, stood on the other side of the podium, and spoke earnestly across the podium from him. "You put it first. I'll wait for you to put the books before I look for them later." "What books?" Tangshur threw aside the book she was unconsciously picking up again in her hand, lifting her eyelids to look at her and scribbling them down again, her tone flat. "Looking for what?" Chapter 16, Teenagers are always similar. Songji puzzled, language textbooks. Tangshur looked down and swept 2 eyes at the books on the ground, then bowed her back, her long arms stretched out, carrying a stack in one hand, easily carrying both stacks of language textbooks up to the podium. Because of the exertion, the veins on her arms were veined. "Any more?" Songru quietly glanced at his still cold face and softly said, "There's also the essential language brush-up and problem-solving awakening." After handing out the books, the first period bell rang just in time for her to step back into her seat, which was piled high with books. A bit out of place just after school started, she arranged the books on the table neatly and conscientiously flush, and also divided them into categories according to the teaching subjects, and put them sideways into the belly of the table. And some of the books could not fit, and were neatly piled up by her in the corners of the table, almost covering half of her head. Probably because the school has just started. The teacher's knowledge points are not too difficult. Songji listened carefully while writing and drawing in the book. The class is worthy of being selected by thousands of students. The state of adjustment is very fast. Almost no one said small talk. The class, in addition to the teacher's lecturing sound, is the rustling sound of moving the pen. Time passes quickly when you get serious, and in the blink of an eye 4 morning sessions have passed. The class bell rang. Yen Shanshan was disengaged and generally paralyzed on the table, wailing, "I've been drained of my essence by studying this demonic consort." The next 2 classes were physics classes, and Songji's brain was also a bit stagnant. She put down her pen, picked up the water on the table and took 2 sips, nodding her head approvingly. "Rue, have you never been to the food court next to the school to eat?" "No." Song rhetorically tightened the glass of water. "Let's go." Yen Shanshan instantly bowled in dry clouds. "Our school next to the snack street can be famous. There are outsiders specifically come over to punch card it. Sister take you to eat a lot of food." Snack Street is located on the side of the school, a small road that can only accommodate 2 people paved. The building is low and shabby. The stores are not large. The old Tongguan meat sandwich, Jingzhou pot helmets, the Northeast grilled cold noodles, steamed fragrant lotus leaf chicken legs, a variety of food dazzling. Of course, people are also dazzling. Yen Shanshan pulled her hand tightly, struggling to move forward in the crowded crowd. What's with all the people? Carelessness. Songji didn't end up eating that bowl of Dabo's halibut rice that Yen Shanshan had praised as heavily unearthly, because the queue was just too many people, and she even saw a netizen coming over specifically to clock it. The 2 ended up at an unremarkable looking and rather unremarkable tasting noodle store and scribbled their way through their midday meal. Gee, I'm sorry." Yen Shanshan was still chanting all the way to the classroom. "You can't even imagine how delicious Dabo's halibut rice is. I was on the verge of tears the first time I ate it." Song Ru was also regretful, mainly because the bowl of noodles she had just eaten was so average that she was extra curious to find out just how good the Dabo lo mein was. "It's fine, we'll go early tomorrow," Songji comforted. The 2 of them walked in through the back door, and Tang Shi was sitting leaning against the window, playing a game on the horizontal screen. One of his legs curled up and stowed under the table, and the other leg stretched forward, diagonally stepping on the iron bar under Yi Moran's stool. His head was lowered, his good-looking, circumscribed brow, and his lips curled in a seeming smile. The sun was still warm in early September, and the wind was blowing gently. The light blue curtains in the classroom fluttered. His face was hidden. The sunlight left a freckled light on his face. Seeing this scene, Songji inexplicably felt familiar, suddenly remembering Fuji Itsuki, the male lead in Love Letter. The teenager leaned against the window and felt the years just looking at it. Perhaps 16 and 17-year-olds are always a little similar in some ways, and she averted her eyes without moving. The 2 sat back down again. It was not yet 1 o'clock and the class was small and inexplicably quiet. The light blue curtains were drawn, and the midday sun poured unreservedly over the desks, reflecting light and shadow, beautiful and indeed sunny. Songji's hand reached back and pulled the curtains to the bottom. The light was blocked out and suddenly darkened. Tang Shi squinted uncomfortably, her fingertips pausing slightly as she took the time to raise her eyes. The girl was still in a black t-shirt, in a low ponytail, with thick black hair covering her neck and glistening white ears that stood out in the dim light. He glanced at it and intended to look down. Who knew that the curtains were suddenly pulled open again, and the hot light poured in as much as it could, spreading stars on Tang Shi's shoulders, back, and even the dark silky hair was encrusted with golden threads. Tang Shi narrowed her eyes again, her dark eyes covered with a light bright color. A boy's voice came from the window. "Classmate, can you help call your class Tang Shi?" Songji looked sideways at the sneaky boy crouching outside the window, and then glanced at the uncertain Tang Shi behind him, his face complex. She turned sideways, grabbing the curtains with her left hand and violently pulling them back, and Tang Shi's slightly cold-side face was exposed to the sunlight. He had refocused his eyes on his cell phone by then and casually threw out, "Something wrong? Brother, the river and lake saved the day." Suihan moved to the edge of Tang Shi's window again, his tone earnest. Tang Shi didn't reply. Suihan opened his mouth. "Do you still remember during the summer vacation? We fought with some boys from the sophomore varsity team? Didn't they lose? I don't know where the news came from. They knew that we are also from the first middle school, and came to my class to block me, wanting to have a date with us again. Brother, you will also fight with me this time, right?" The battle on the cell phone was pretty fierce. Tang Shi stared at the phone with full attention, her eyelashes drooping, her fingertips unhurriedly controlling the characters on the display, and coldly spat out a single word, "battle." Suihan was full of excitement. "Good brother. For life. 1. Fart." He popped out one word at a time. and Suihan's face quickly collapsed with a great deal of sadness and emotion. Chapter 17 Boys, Not a No-No? The following day, between classes, within a few days of the start of the school year, most of the girls had found their dinner partners and bathroom buddies. The restrooms were on the westernmost side of the building and needed to span the entire corridor, so the girls walked to the restrooms in twos and threes, arm in arm. After using the restroom, the two walked into the classroom through the back door. There were a bunch of people around Tang Shi's desk, 16 and 17-year-old boys, occasionally talking about their ideals, but more often than not, talking about basketball, talking about games, talking about pretty and desirable girls and gossip about their buddies. Make way, make way, make way, blocking our way, a bunch of big old men. Why so much talk? Once the class is over, surrounded by Tang Shi chatter, all have finished. Yan Shanshan banged his desk, the class bell rang, the crowd dispersed. There is a boy step back 3 times, a look of reluctance to go, causing Yan Shanshan rolled a blank stare, quietly spat. Fortunately, Tang Shi is a man. If this is a woman, the boys in our class have a 1-to-1, have to be secretly in love with him. Song Rhetoric at that moment is bending over to take the textbooks in the table belly. She subconsciously back, male, is not impossible. The class was a language class, and it was so quiet underneath that you could hear the clacking of Lin Man's heels on the floor. Song Ru's voice wasn't too loud, but it wasn't too small either, so at least Yan Shanshan, who was sitting next to her, could easily hear it, as well as Tang Shi, who was sitting behind her. Song Ji detected the line of sight that fell on her back, extremely meaningful. With a stiffening of her spine, she pulled out her language book and put it on the table with a feigned calmness. I can't tell. Ji didn't read a lot of delayed articles. Song Ju's voice slurred. Watch a little too. She reads 100 books. Romance, delayed, foreign masterpieces, inspirational, science fiction, serious literature. What she likes to read, what she wants to read. However, the gaze behind him was like a thorn in the back, causing Song Ju to not particularly want to answer this question. Luckily, Lin Man on stage started the lesson, and the topic was easily dismissed. At noon Yan Shanshan again wanted to pull her to line up the big uncle barbecue rice. Song Ji cannot help Yan Shanshan's pleading, or accompanied her to go. Huayan no. One middle school is surrounded by several colleges and universities, and that day happened to be a Thursday, a public holiday, and the snack street was surrounded by college students, and was overflowing. The two of them came with gusto, looked at each other miserably, and shifted positions decisively, stepping into the cafeteria, which they hadn't visited again for days. The taste of the cafeteria's food could only be described as edible. Yan Shanshan's whole body was lacking in interest and was full of mourning. Gee, I haven't eaten the eldest uncle's halibut rice for 106 days. Songji picked up a mouthful of rice and put it in his mouth, comforting her. It's fine, uncle won't blame you. As long as you have this heart, uncle will be satisfied. Shannon Yen, after mixing well with Songji, sometimes I really think that she is quite humorous. The two of them finished their lunch and went to the milk tea store to buy a cup of milk tea and talk to soothe their broken hearts. Songru had a sweet tooth, and she ordered a cup of full sugar pearl milk tea, which she drank as she walked toward the classroom. Yan Shanshan suddenly paused as she walked and looked at the school form. First brother is being blocked outside the school. Songji sucked in a mouthful of milk tea, still chewing patiently on the pearls in his mouth, and was appropriately shocked. Going to check it out? It's still off campus. Yan Shanshan jumped at the chance. It's human nature to see what's going on. The two men looked at each other and turned their feet in silent agreement. Unfortunately, when the two of them went there, they didn't see the expected scene of sword fighting, but instead saw Tang Shi hooking up with someone who wasn't wearing a school uniform, talking and laughing as they walked forward. Tang Shi wore a regular blue and white school uniform, short-cut black hair, revealing a polished forehead and soared eyebrows, walking with a windy smile and a spirited smile. It looked like he was in a good mood, not at all upset about being blocked in front of the school. Samantha Yen, Another man falls under his rocky pants. She turned her head to look at Song Ji. It can't be true that you've hit the nail on the head. Song Ji concentrated on poking and sucking milk tea. What? She squinted. Man, it's not like it doesn't work or anything. The milk tea in Song Ji's mouth spewed out. What are you rambling about? She looked over at Tang Shi in a panic and was relieved to see that he wasn't looking this way. Get going. Go back to your lunch break. Song Ji pulled Yan Shanshan's arm towards the school building. Tang Shi listened wistfully as Shin Jipeng spilled his guts to him, describing in tearful tones how boring and lacking in passion high school life was without the three of them. Well, no, there are a few less bold friends, not so easy to get into trouble, more or less will lack a little passion. Tang Shi perfunctory call in used to, his eyes scanned ahead slowly, not quite focusing, and he waited until the dark spot in the distance disappeared around the corner, and Shin Jipeng's focus shifted from the difficult meals at school to the new beautiful girlfriend he had recently made again, before he interrupted with a voice, "But it seems to me that you've even gained a bit of weight." Shin Jipeng choked. "Is that the point?" Tang sure didn't break up with him about what's important or not. Yi Maoran and the others are waiting in the gymnasium. Shin Jipeng's focus was a bit off. Where did they hear that? He was also planning to go and give his sons a frightening surprise later. "I don't know." Tang sure retracted the hand on his shoulder. The hot sunshine made his eyebrows wan. "Maybe. School forum? Day-by-day treatment like a star, but also engage in live broadcast that's set and powerful." "Brother." Shin Jipeng looked at his little white face. Nagging, "You say those girls in the end like you what? Like your eyelashes that are longer than a woman?" Tang sure squeezed her neck nonchalantly. "Don't make me do it." "Okay, got it." Shin Jipeng begged off. "Skip class at night and go to the old place to get together? Just as an early birthday for you?" Tang sure was really convinced. "Do you want to count how many times you've gathered for dinner in the name of giving birthdays in advance? Why don't you do my first 7 days together?" Shin Jipeng is not out of the question. Tang sure pulled the corner of her mouth, laughing and cursing as she told him to get lost. The two stepped into the gym one after the other. As soon as Shin Jipeng went in, he was heavily whacked twice by Sui Hong and Yi Maoran. "You kid, come over without telling us. Don't you guys know if you say it or not?" Shin Jipeng is also with the three of them a piece of growing up, but his grades are really 2C past some. Sex is also mixed. See, the examination of the university is hopeless. His father did not stuff him into a middle school, but let him into the Huayan city of a private aristocratic high school. Intends to mix for a year or two to go abroad to study. Set after the gold after coming back to inherit the family business. He usually boards and comes back once a month. Originally, according to reason, is not necessary to boarding, but his father, for the sake of their own health, or forced him to live in the school, out of sight out of mind. Shin Jipeng sometimes wondered if he was born with Tang sure hugged the wrong otherwise how to explain his father every time to look at him like looking at the enemy, but look at Tang sure as if looking at his own son. Tang sure is a premature baby. Headache and brain fever is often the case, sometimes also have to enter the ICU. Back to his father with a young Shin Jipeng to see the hospital again. Tang sure, 2 meters tall stout man looking at the ICU inside the insertion of a tube full of Tang sure, crying like a 200 pounds of fat. Shin Jipeng still can't forget the look Uncle Tang gave his dad at that time. But Tang sure, this kid can live until now. It is really not easy. As a child he is how thin and short. Weak Shin Jipeng cannot help but slightly pity to open his mouth. Poetry Tang sure was halfway through changing into her basketball uniform when he shouted out, "Goosebumps. Are you sick?" Shin Jipeng wanted to say, "How do you kid talk?" But he looked at Tang sure's leaking 8-pack abs and then looked at his own piece and very wisely chose to shut up. Chapter 18 Language Assignments. Almost forgot. The kid went to taekwondo for exercise in about 5th or 6th grade and has now turned surf. A few people lost track of time playing basketball, and by the time they reacted, the first period had already passed. Tang sure and Yi Maoran missed her Mei Chaofeng's class, so it can be said that the crime is compounded. The two were dragged to the office and lectured. Then they skipped their evening study hall again. The senior class is supposed to have only one evening study session, but Class A is an experimental class and has an extra evening study session, which goes down with the sophomore class. After the first evening study session, the whole building was noisy, and not long after the sound gradually diminished, however, slowly fell into silence. Songji just sat by the window, watching the people passing by in 2s and 3s, carrying their school bags, with a tired yet relaxed smile on their faces. There was still no one behind him. Yen Shanchan next to them felt that they were really crazy today, and that they would have to be raked over the coals by Mei Chaofeng tomorrow. The tone was one of envy. Songji retracted his gaze that was placed outside the window and looked at the physics problems on the desktop that didn't have much of a clue, and he was envious in his heart. But even more so, I envy them for their courage to skip class when they say they will. Songji grew up, not to mention skipping classes. Even the leave of absence is rare. Even if it is a high fever, there it will pass. There is an inexplicable feeling of guilt for taking time off. Maybe miss some high school test. She smiled to herself and forced herself to get into her studies. And, after Tang sure and the others finished their evening game, they didn't go far, so they sat at a table outside a barbecue restaurant near the school. At this point Huayan no. 1 middle school students are basically on evening study, but there are still a lot of people, mostly tourists and students from nearby colleges and universities. The four of them found an empty table and settled down. Sui Hong and Shin Jipeng were still arguing over who's to blame for the lost ball just now. Yi Maoran warily clicked the order, sighed and asked Tang sure, 11, do we still have the life to go to class tomorrow? He was scolded for missing class for half an hour this afternoon, and to be honest Lin Man fought pretty hard. He was a little scared of her. It should be lifeless. Tang sure's knuckles pinched the cell phone and shook it. Instead looking at Shin Jipeng, both gave their lives for you. It's not too much to call him dad and me grandpa, right? Offending two people at once. Yi Mao Ran and Shen Jipeng told him to get lost at the same time. Some beer? Yi Mao Ran inquired, focusing on Tang Shi. Tansy held out an index finger and shook it. Lemon sparkling water, please. You've got energy or not? What's a little wine gonna do to you? So bitter and unappetizing, thanks to you. Unsurprisingly receiving the trio's tirades, Tang Shi sat paralyzed in her pink plastic chair, her long legs wide open, smiling without saying a word. Halfway through the food and drink, someone came to ask for WeChat. She should be a college student, dressed quite maturely, with delicate and pretty makeup. After Tang Shi skillfully and carelessly refused again, the other three discussed it again. Shen Jipeng, *******, here we go again. This link is late but too. As of last time the age range is 12 to 46 years old. A summer vacation not seen. This range cannot be changed again. Right. Then you've seen less. There was a 4-year-old girl doll hugging his thigh during the summer vacation and not letting go, crying and shouting to add his WeChat. Yi Mao Ran shook his head miserably. Did this one give? Didn't give it. The girl doll her mom told her to ask. ********* young woman. Beast. ********* deeply treasured moms. Beasts. ******* beautiful wife. Beast. The three of them raised it Tsingtao beer toast. A look of the three of us in you. This beast is really not the same way. Tang Shi took a sip of bubbling water with ease, smiled crookedly and didn't retort. Old-fashioned look. Yes, your dad is so popular. Don't you worship him? The three you into one, toward the back of the room, probably really drunk. A few people collapsed into a crooked mess, and Tang Shi was the only one slowly biting into a meat skewer. Are you guys any good? You can get drunk on beer? He went to kick the stools of the three. The three men were sprawled out and on their backs, looking genuinely unconscious. A bunch of drunks, and in the end, he's the one who has to clean up after them. Tang Shi sighed miserably and raised her hand to beckon. Boss, check out. It took quite a bit of effort to kick each of the three into a cab, and Tang Shi felt like she had a little bit of alcohol on her, too, and was inexplicably drunk on her head. He didn't go to the carport, carrying his book bag, which didn't weigh much, in one hand, and walk slowly in the direction of his home as if he were taking a walk to dissipate the smell of alcohol. Midway through the bus stop, he glanced casually with his eyes and saw Songji standing under the streetlight waiting for the bus. At this point, just as the second period class was over, there were quite a few people at the bus stop, most of them huddled in front of the platform and chattering. She stood alone not far from the streetlight, the cold white light dropping down, her skin glowing white. The light from the street lamp spilled out into a cone that enveloped her, and the moths fluttered into huge shadows in the light. She stood less than honestly, occasionally bouncing on her toes as if she were following a moth's fluttering shadow. The crowd was noisy and bustling, and she said nothing to amuse herself. Probably drunk indeed. Tang Shi carried her school bag and inexplicably turned her direction. What's up? The slightly husky, playful voice was inexplicably familiar. Song rhetorically lifted his head. Tang Shi was walking slowly into the streetlight, the two of them separated by a not too far distance. Under the cold white light, the outline of his face is more clear and sharp, surrounded by a layer of plush cold light. His body is long and straight. The autumn wind pinched out a sharp waistline, like a cedar that grows in the wind. Waiting for the car, Song said back to him, a response that can't be picked out as wrong and leaves you wondering how to follow it up. Tansy leaned against a streetlight post, one leg curled up, and tilted her head back and smiled. The knot in his throat stands out abnormally in the light. The atmosphere lapsed into a silent stagnation that was inexplicably breathless. Song-ru thought to herself that at least she was in the same class. The atmosphere couldn't be too stiff. She lowered her head, kicked a non-existent stone on the ground, and casually found a topic. You skipped class today? Aha. A flippant how does that pick up? Song-ru racked his brain and spoke. Then you. Remember to hand in your language homework tomorrow. Tang Shi gave her a meaningful look. You've been quite the cloak and dagger as a class representative. It's not like I don't know what to say. It's not like it's too familiar. Songji did not speak, and silently prayed in his heart that the 201 bus would come soon. So what's today's language homework? Tang Shi spoke up again coldly. Songju felt that Tang Shi should also belong to the type of person who was forced to be extroverted on special occasions in order to keep the atmosphere from falling into an awkward situation. So she spoke up rather empathetically. The language essentials P1 to P4. Tang Shi grunted and said in a faint voice, didn't bring it. Ah, this. Then you. Make it up tomorrow. Not always up for it. He blurted back. Then you. Song rhetorically held his red face. What to say back? In the middle of her sentence, Tang Shi still inclined her head and stared at her with interest, with a look of I'll see what kind of forced words you can say. Cheer up. She clenched her fists in encouragement. Tangshi looked at her for a few seconds and let out a low laugh. Songji heard a faint mockery. Why isn't the 201 bus here yet? Probably hearing Songji's earnest call. The 201 bus came out after 1,000 calls. She breathed a sigh of relief. The corner of her lips unconsciously pursed out a smile. My car is here. Bye-bye. She waved back at him as she walked, her eyebrows coming alive. This guy. He cocked his head, a smile spreading across his face. Chapter 19, Blush. The next morning during study hall, the sound of reading aloud in the classroom couldn't drown out the roar of the woman in the office. Lin Man overnight in the mouth of the teacher learned that her 2 students brightly skipped class. One of them is still the 1st grade. The whole person is about to explode with anger. Early in the morning, the 2 people pulled out and severely trained to pass. When Songji went to hand in his language homework after morning study, he saw the 2 men who were honestly standing in front of the office for punishment. She watched her eyes and nose, ignoring Yi Maoran's eyes with probing, and walked into the office without a glance. Lin Man was writing a lesson plan. She put her homework down without interrupting and turned to leave the office. Yi Maoran looked at Songji's back thoughtfully and pestled Tangshi's arm. 11. Have you ever felt that Songji looks quite similar to Liu? Tangshi did not sleep well last night. This moment is leaning against the wall, head slightly tilted, hands around the arm to make up for sleep. Groggy when someone Pestle woke up. He did not have a good tone of voice. His voice is tired and cold. You have a disease? If you are sick, go see an ophthalmologist. It's really quite similar. Both are brightly hung. Aren't those fox eyes exactly the same? Yi Maoran muttered in a low voice. Tangshi is really sleepy. Last night stayed up to watch the basketball game. The more you see the back of the more infarction. The middle of the night toss and turn did not fall asleep. The night angry want to clang 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 on the bed to play 2 sets of punches. And during the day to persuade themselves that victory or defeat is a commonplace thing in the military. In the next game in the end, ING cannot win back. Okay, forget about it. Tonsi, calm down. He leaned against the wall trying to talk himself to sleep. There are 20 minutes between classes. A rare long break for the busy, breathless high school dog. If it so happened that her homework was finished, if it so happened that her water glass was full, if it so happened that neither she nor Yin Shanshan had to go to the bathroom, she would rest her chin on her water glass and look out the window in boredom at all the different kinds of people passing by. Observation is a funny thing. For example, classmates A and B would go together every time to ask the teacher a question. For example, boy C likes to move to make girl D angry, and then happily be chased by her. For example, when many female classmates pass by the classroom, their eyes would subconsciously look at the seat behind her. Today, for some reason, there seemed to be a lot more people passing by the window than usual. She didn't care and continued to stare out the window with interest, until a tall, thin figure broke into view and then was stopped by a sweet girl. The girl wore a fluffy pill head, lipstick, and a red dress that looked graceful. Tangshi, I have something to say to you. She nervously clutched the hem of her skirt, then looked at Yi Maoran on the side. Gotta. Another white rabbit mesmerized by Don Z's superficial skin. Yi Maoran took it for granted and walked into the classroom with a hint of miserable grief. Drought kills drought. Flood kills flood. Songji intuited that the next image was not suitable to watch any longer. She uncomfortably twisted her head, her eyes turned into the classroom, without deliberately paying attention, but the sound outside the window still unconsciously drifted into her ears. I was in the class next to yours in middle school. I don't know if you remember. The girl's voice was obviously a bit nervous. Aha. Tangshi didn't say she remembered or didn't say she didn't remember. Her voice was still lazy and sleepy. Let's go to the corner and talk. There are too many people here. The sound of the two's footsteps slowly drifted away, and Songji breathed a sigh of relief. The class flower of the next class in junior high school. She even got in. I remember her grades are average. Yen Shanshan stretched her neck to look out. What's her name? Ha, pretty good looking. Shin Mei, whose seat was only an aisle away from Yen Shanshan's. Couldn't wait to pry. Even if you're not pretty, you wouldn't dare to block people in public at the back door. Yen Shanshan automatically ignored her question and turned her head to rub Songji's face. But it's still our Song who's the prettiest la. Songji's face was kneaded like dough by her. White and soft. Yen Shanshan loved it so much that she especially wanted to smooch it. But she was afraid that Songji would be scared and reluctantly let go of her hand. There were 2 more red marks on Songji's face. The marks of being ravaged were very obvious. Am I strong? Yen Shanshan was confused. A hint of panic flashing under her eyes. African lesbian. Day after day of endless bullishness. Yi Maoran was looking for presents at every turn. If it were normal, Yen Shanshan would have smashed it with a book, but at this moment, she didn't have time to care about him, and only looked at Songji with a nervous face. Songji curved her lips and smiled, rubbing her face hard, rubbing her whole face red, hiding the original red marks on her face. It doesn't hurt. Look, does it look like she wiped blush? Yen Shanshan then smiled, like it's so beautiful. My face is just very easy to read la. The weather will be hot will be red. The weather will be cold will be red. Not cold and not hot will also be red. It should be the facial capillaries are too rich. Songji sighed a bit bitterly. His tone was quite innocent. When I was in junior high school, my deskmate was a boy. And when he saw that my face was as red as a monkey's but every day, he thought that I liked him. Is he handsome? Not on my aesthetic point. Song phrased it politely. Pushin' man. Yen Shanshan commented with a frown. Not really pushin' it. Lao Shi and the camel Shangzi not said it. This world's truth is not much. A woman's blush. Then a large paragraph of dialogue. So he will misunderstand is also very normal. I can understand. It was indeed a big oops. So much so that she couldn't help but laugh when she remembered the scene where the boy told her with a solemn and justified face after the midterm that let's be together. Are you boys all like that? Yen Shanshan sidled up to Yi Maoran and asked. One more look is like, and a red face is love? You don't stray fa, little master I jade tree. Handsome. Yen Shanshan interrupted impatiently and spoke mercilessly. Pu xin nan. Yi Maoran, I wear. Always feeling that others like you is a mental illness called belligerent delusion. Yi Maoran's newly spoken words were interrupted again, and Songji sniffed and glanced sideways. Tangshur stood lazily in the doorway with one hand in her pocket. Her eyes were light, but her eyes were dark, and the smile hooked at the corner of her lips seemed to be there. When did you come? The class flowers display of affection is over? Yi Maoran asked him. Tangshur didn't return. He pulled back his stool and sat down, his clear eyes staring at Songji. His tone was the usual carelessness. So your former cohort. You might need to go see a doctor. Chapter 20, Beautiful. Song rhetoric do not understand why the situation has suddenly developed to the point of having to see a doctor. Her eyes hesitant. It should not be that serious. Tangshur's eyes moved away from her still flushed face and shrugged as if nothing had happened. Just a kind suggestion. How come I didn't know you were so kind? Yi Maoran looked at Tangshur, keenly smelling a touch of something unusual. Oh, right. Tangshur looked as if she had just remembered that there was such a person as Yi Maoran sitting next to her, looking at him sideways with a rare tenderness in her tone and demeanor. It was hard for Songji to describe. She felt that the eyes were loving like a father looking at his son whom he hadn't seen for a long time, or a caring relative visiting a patient locked up in a mental institution. All in all creepy and inexplicably believable. Yi Maoran also got goosebumps from the look in his eyes. Tangshur deliberately paused for a few seconds before slowly picking up. Always feeling that other people are uneasy with good intentions is also a disease, medically called persecution paranoia. This disease is usually accompanied by a serious tendency to violence, and it is likely to jeopardize society. It is recommended that when the condition is not yet serious. He looked at Yi Maoran. His eyes still maintained an state that could be called gentle. Directly shot. Yi Maoran. Song rhetoric. Shannon Yen. Tough or you're tough. The last class of Friday afternoon was physical education. And physical education committee member Chin Jijun was in the class 5 minutes before class to urge everyone to go down and gather. Most of the people at the bottom were still buried in their homework, as if they hadn't heard his urging. Songju also had his head down, looking focused on solving a math problem in his pen. The gym teacher says you have to do 20 up and down squats if you're late this time. Upon hearing this, the class reluctantly stood up and headed out. The last stroke fell. Songji put down the pen, slowly unscrewed the cup and took a sip of water, holding Yen Shanshan down the stairs. The playground was close to the senior school building, and through the school archway directly to the entrance, where Class A met at the entrance to the playground. A few minutes later, the physical education teacher came over, and the class consciously straightened their formation, which was basically the same as in military training. The class was still a little noisy when the gym teacher blew his whistle and the line quieted down. First run 2 laps to warm up. After running free, not allowed to return to the classroom. He emphasized, and muttered in a low voice. How come the little dolls nowadays love learning so much? It wasn't surprising that he made a point of emphasizing the fact that this Wednesday's gym class was a third less crowded by the time the class assembled, and they all went back to their classrooms to study. Having only just been promoted to high school, the other grades in the first year of high school were relaxed, but most of the students in Class A were like wind-up machines, operating all the time and not daring to stop. Songji is not much of a sports cell, although it is a jog. At the end of the day also ran sweating, palms propped up on his knees panting heavily. She slowed for a moment and stood up straight, her fingertips hooking the ringlets at the back of her head sliding back along the silky strands, her long, dark, algae-like hair falling out. She tilted her head back, and her thin white fingers plunged into her hair, shaking off the hair that was sticking to her neck, and then the strands were all hooked together with both of her hands, and with sharp and skillful movements, she tied up a high-pilled head, inked hair and red lips, white and red skin, long graceful neck and soft beautiful side. The gorgeous evening sunlight adorned with plush golden light, outlined the scene grandly and beautifully. There were a lot of people on the playground whose eyes fell on her consciously or unconsciously. Song Ji was unaware of it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Beautiful, too beautiful. I take back that sentence from this morning. Yi Maoran coldly opened his mouth. He and Tang Shi were out of the queue alone at some point, leaning leisurely and comfortably by the old acacia tree. Tang Shi slowly retracted her gaze, as if she hadn't reacted. Huh? Lu Yu doesn't have the slightest resemblance to Sister Resignation. My Sister Resignation is tragically beautiful and says one thing. Tang Shi let out a low snort. Disgusted and incredulous, who taught you to use idioms like that? It's fine when it's meant to be. Yi Maoran scratched his head. Not far away, Sui Hong dashed towards them with a basketball in his hand. His voice loud, brother poetry. Brother armpit hair, come and play basketball come and make something while you're young. The nickname Poetry Brother is still Yi Maoran's idea, and he thinks that the person who came up with this nickname is really a literary genius. In his words at the time, this nickname can be counted on to attack and retreat. Want to find death when shouting Poetry Brother. Brother when shouting Poetry Brother. Have a request for him when shouting Poetry Father. The state of affairs is very urgent when shouting Poetry Master. Tang Shi, on the other hand, feels that this nickname, especially now, the eyes in all directions converge, with a seemingly probing. The corners of his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. Shen Jijun brought sports equipment with another boy, and next to him, Shinmei looked at Song Ji, playing badminton. Badminton was the only sport Song Ru was still good at, so she nodded. Yen Shanshan came over to her after the dismissal and stood next to her. I want to play too. The three of us will take turns on the court, 3 out of 5 games, and the loser will change the court? Songji and Shinmei both nodded their heads, showing no objections. Songji first played with Shinmei. Both playing is considered gentle. You and I played a few games. Songji narrowly won. Yen Shanshan came up top and fought her. Yen Shanshan is more than 1.7 meters. The skin is a healthy wheat color. It can be seen that the years of exercise, the technique is a lot more professional than their own. But she should have let go of the water. The two of you back and forth. The 5 rounds of the game is not a short period of time. Songji lost, carrying the badminton racket in his hand and wanted to hand it to Shinmei. But Shinmei's eyes kept staring at the basketball court next to him and couldn't move her eyes. They were standing right on the runway playing badminton, only 1 aisle away from the basketball court, so close that Songji could even hear the screams rising and falling over there. The commotion was not small. The basketball court was divided into 8 areas, one of which was surrounded by people, but was blocked by the crowd so that it was impossible to see who was playing basketball. Shinmei? Songju poked her, questioning tone, his voice quiet and light. Ah. Shinmei reacted and turned her head in a panic. Songji, I still have some things to do today, so I won't call first. You call with Shan, she said as she walked in the direction of the basketball court, her pace carrying lightness and impatience. She's not fighting? Yen Shanshan walked over, in a knowing tone. Aha. Song rhetorically tightened his right hand on the beat, so let's continue. Okay. Yen Shanshan rolled up her sleeves, full of wariness. I won't let go of the water this time. Good. Songja curved his lips and arched his eyebrows. Let the horses come. The two fought back and forth for another half a session, and in the end Songji's strength ran out, and the two of them leaned and sat under the big acacia tree with little to show for it. The shade of the old acacia tree is thick, and the September wind blows unceasingly, drying the sweat of the whole body to bring coolness, comfort and coziness. Chapter 21, Beautiful Hands. Songju, it's really you. Pei Yiming walked over from the distance, surprise flashing under his eyes. Yeah. Song Ru glanced at the badminton racket he held in his hand. Is your class also gym class? Right. Pei Yiming smiled, having the intention to say more, and then stopping after seeing Yen Shanshan next to her. Next time, we'll play badminton together. Good. Songja curled his lips, waiting for Pei Yiming to walk away. Yen Shanshan looked at her with a gossipy face. How is it? Classmates? Friends? Boyfriend? Suitor? Crush? The more he guessed, the more outrageous. Songji hurriedly cut off the words. Middle school classmates. Kinda good looking, she commented. White and clean, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, quite civilized. Song Ru nodded and didn't deny it. When the gym teacher blew the whistle at the end of class, Songji and Yen Shanshan walked arm in arm across the lawn to meet at the entrance of the playground. Only a few people came from the assembly area sporadically, and the gym teacher frowned and shouted, "Where are the rest of you?" Chen Jijun scratched his head. Should be playing in the basketball court, didn't hear the whistle. I'll go call them over. It's okay for the boys to go. The gym teacher pointed to the 4 or 5 girls left in the class. And the girls went to play basketball too? Look at the basketball. Teacher, I'll go get them right away. Chen Jijun waved his hand while running towards the basketball court. After a few minutes, a group of people came over from the other end in a great hurry, and the physical education teacher caught a glimpse of Tang Shi, who stood out in the crowd, and with a dazed expression, teased, "Is this going to watch the game? Look at the people. Teacher, See through it, we can still be friends. Shinmei opened her mouth boldly in the crowd, her eyes seemingly looking at Tangshur. The uproar grew around them. The party being flirted with, however, looked as if he didn't notice anything, as he held the basketball at his hip, his handsome face beaded with sweat, his head turned sideways, chatting with the person next to him for a moment or two. At this time the class bell rang. The physical education teacher didn't delay, directly shouted dismissal. Yen Shanchan in the next second pulled Songji to run outside. Song, quick, we must eat Dabo lo mein rice today. Asterisk. Yen Shanchan is in a hurry to go to the rebirth. Yi Mao Ran, who was standing at the back, was dumbfounded. Tangshur followed Yi Mao Ran's gaze and could only see a thin figure being stumbled and pulled forward under the grand sunset. Yi Mao Ran glanced at Tangshur again. We're going to eat out too? Tangshur threw the school uniform he was carrying over his shoulder, tugging the hem of his black t-shirt back and forth to let some of the cold air in. The sticky sweat on his body made his tone a little dry. Go home, take a shower. At this hour? You're skipping night study again? That's not the way to commit young master's disease. Lin Man will kill you. No way. Tangshur tossed the basketball in her hand to Yi Mao Ran. I'll be faster. On the other hand, finally, the Emperor's heaven is not to be forgotten. After Song Ru and Yen Shanchan persistently squatting for 5 days, they finally ate the legendary Dabo's marinated pork rice. I don't know if it was because the process was so arduous that the result seemed so sweet, but Songji felt that the first bite he took on it was fragrant, just too fragrant. The two men looked up at each other, both seeing the satisfaction in each other's eyes, before lowering their heads and continuing their dry meal without a word. There was still a little time left after eating, so the two of them went to the playground to take 2 laps to kill some food before returning to the classroom without slowing down. This was a late physics study session, and the physics teacher came up with her own questions as an accompanying quiz on the first week's knowledge. The class wailed. Howl what? Don't slack off on the little tests. Don't panic on the big ones. The physics teacher took a sip of tea and sat down leisurely. The test papers were handed out from the first row toward the back. Songji took the physics test papers handed by the front table, drew out one, turned his head, and handed the rest of the paper back. With a few books scattered on the desk, and no one behind him, Songji heard Yi Mao Ran next to him mutter anxiously, "This little ancestor, why hasn't he arrived yet?" Almost after 40 minutes or so, when Songji was writing to fill in the blanks, there was a subtle sound of settling down behind him, and Yi Mao Ran spat out in a small voice, "You're finally here. Just now Mei Chao Feng came over to ask you where you've been, but I risked losing my head by saying that you've gone to the toilet." "Thanks bro." Tangshur lowered his voice and hummed an extremely short laugh out of his nose. The first evening study bell rang. Physics teacher urged to hand in the paper. Songji last question is not much of a clue. Had to hastily write a formula up. The papers were collected from back to front, and a physics paper was handed over the top of his shoulder as Songju took the last step to put pen to paper. She subconsciously lowers the side of her head. A sinewy, sharp and sexy hand came into view. Extremely beautiful and conspicuous hands. It was his little finger that Songji noticed, almost flush with the nail cap of his index finger, and it felt longer than her middle finger. She lowered her eyes and tugged at the test paper, and his hand withdrew naturally. It just so happened that the hair at the girl's temples fell and inadvertently crossed his fingers, creating a slight tickle. Tangshur did not move to withdraw her hand, hanging down at her side, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing twice, and then her head leaned against the window. The corner of her lips hooked in a smile, the usual hangdog look. "Didn't you say you wouldn't be late?" Yi Mao Ran gave the test paper to Yen Shanshan in front of him and argued with her a couple more times before taking the time to ask him. "Ah." Tangshur sighed slowly, seemingly helplessly. "Tangjio pickpocketed me and didn't make it." "Call what Tangjio?" Yi Mao Ran held back a laugh and frowned. "Call brother." Tangshur looked at him calmly and breathlessly. "Tangjio is MS. Ho in Tangshur Junior High School when she adopted a dog, because he went to junior high school at that time live in the school, just in the mischievous disobedience, a mind to go out of the age, and occasionally on Saturdays and Sundays or with classmates and friends go out to play crazy. A month does not stay a few times at home. MS. Ho thought that this big number is considered to be a blank number, another and do not want to suffer this crime. So in a rainy day, she walked into the pet store, and Tangjio at first sight, and said this huge expensive how to look exactly the same as my son who left home for many days. Is it a blood brother? It's heavenly. Then when Tangshur made a trip home on a whim on one of the Saturdays when school was out, her mother, MS. Ho, stood calmly and lovingly in the doorway, with a huge but shivering goon dog crouched beside her, and she pointed to it. "Good son, this is your own brother you've never met. Don Z. That's great. 2 weeks gone, and his mom gave him a dog brother. Memories over." Tangshur rubbed her half-damp black hair and told him to get lost without a fight. The atmosphere of discussion around them was heated. They were all discussing the physics paper just now. Yen Shanshan turned her head and asked Tangshur the answer to the last question of physics. Why don't you ask me? Yi Maoran sounded dissatisfied. Chapter 22, Shampoo. You would? Yen Shanshan asked back nonchalantly. No. Then you're talking. Yen Shanshan gave him a blank look and pulled over Tang Shi's sketchbook. Let me take a look, huh? I want to see it too. Yi Maoran's eyes were quick to tug on the other end of the draft book, and the two of them were eyeball to eyeball with a look of mutual insubordination, looking like they could get into a fight in the next second. Songji looked at Yi Maoran, then Yen Shanshan, and weakly raised her hand. I want to see it too. Damn armpit hair, are you a man? What are you grabbing with a girl? Where are the girls? How come I don't see? Yi Maoran faked looking to the side. You seek death. Another battle like a planetary war, in which Song Ru's light 4 words drowned without a single ripple falling. She wasn't disappointed, and watched the two juggle with a sideways glance as she saw what was going on. Tang Shi, who had been leaning to the side with great interest to watch the good show, suddenly leaned over, both elbows propped up on the table, slightly arching his back, looking at her flatly, with dark eyes, half-damp frontal hair, and the smell of light and gentle shampoo coming out of his face. The corner of Songji's forehead jumped and his head tilted back involuntarily. What are you hiding for? Tang Shi looked at her askance in disbelief. The distance between the two could still fit at least 2 Tangzhou, 2 big rivers with wide waves. What's she hiding from? Is nothing. Can't say you're handsome enough to make an impact. It's just, your shampoo smells pretty good. Thanks. He had to smile to pull at the corner of his mouth. Smells good. What are you hiding from? The man really likes to get to the bottom of things. Because. Songji raised her eyes to look at him, her expression and tone as sincere as possible. It smells too good. I can't stand it a bit. Dottie choked in a rare moment, speechless. Next to him was the sound of Yen Shanshan and Yi Maoran arguing. He looked at the side of the girl's face that was focused on watching other people's quarrels, absent-mindedly turning the water-based pen in his hand, and after a few seconds, as if he had made up his mind about something unimaginable, he pulled over Yi Maoran's rough draft paper, and without changing his color, he looked at her with a bit of indescribable coldness. Listen to it? What? Song Ji, still mesmerized by what he was looking at, turned his head, his expression as if he hadn't reacted yet, his fox eyes wide and round. Not that the last question won't? Senior a class with the sophomore and junior grades. The same, on 6 off, Saturday afternoon vacation, Sunday afternoon back to school. Full counting is only 1 day of vacation time, but also set up a heap of homework. The class's rare students unloaded the previous day's fatigue, and even the footsteps are a lot lighter. That day it happened to be Song Ji's turn to be on duty with Yen Shanshan. Song rhetorically down below one by one, chairs upside down on the table. Yen Shanshan on the top of the breathless wiped the blackboard. High school life is so tired really is not a human life. The student's life is the livestock of the livestock it. Mei Chaofeng has assigned 5 language papers 5. She looked exaggerated and compared it to a 5. Those who don't know would think that winter vacation has been released early. That won't happen. 5 books will be given out for winter vacation. Song rhetorically took the broom in the corner, bent over, and swept slowly around the forest of books piled up underneath. Thank you for the comfort. Yen Shanshan skinned her teeth. She finished wiping the blackboard and grabbed the mop from the back of the classroom and went to the restroom. Song rhetorically swept all the trash slowly into the handful. Song, have you finished sweeping? Yen Shanshan appeared at the door carrying a mop with water. Oh, well, by the time the garbage was taken out, the sun was almost gone below the horizon and only a fiery cloud remained. The two of them went downstairs arm in arm, passing the basketball court in the middle of the way, and there were cheers coming from inside. And Songji saw Tang Shi in the fence at a glance. It's hard not to notice at first glance. At the end of the lush sunset, the tall, upright figure of the dark-haired teenager was outlined by golden light, and his long arms stretched out to shoot a beautiful 3-point shot. Beautiful as one of the most colorful paintings in the world. Yen Shanshan whistled. My first brother is as handsome as ever. She turned her head to Songju. Shall we go in and take a look? Did you forget about the 5 papers, mister? Lin assigned? Songji pulled Yen Shanshan forward and ran as far away from the basketball court as possible, like there was a fierce beast chasing behind him. What's the hurry? Your face is running red. Where's the red? What's all the excitement for? It's even redder now. It's too hot. In the distance, the sun was literally setting, collecting the last of the bright light and hiding all the girly things that would be out of the way. It's okay, Tang Shi. That 3 points just now. Suihan imitated the pose he had just taken, so broke his leg. Tang Shi was sitting on the wooden bench with little proper form at this moment, her long legs wide open and tired, which still had the scenery that had just made thousands of young girls scream for her. Very unlike you Tang Shi, but also concave shape. The lighter let you calculate just right. Is not to see our class resignation goddess outside to see it. Yi Maoran leaned on his shoulder and scowled at him. Tang Shi picked up the water next to her and drank most of the bottle, glancing at them in a nonchalant manner. letting them grin and simply not making a sound. It's a pity that the goddess of our class seems to be really immune to you. She left before she looked at you for 2 seconds, ha 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 ha. Yi Maoran laughed loudly as he held his stomach. What goddess? Suihong was like the badger in the leapfrog vegetable garden, jumping up and down to find a melon. Quickly tell me, what goddess? Tangshur couldn't look past Yi Maoran's foxy look and kicked him without any good humor. Oh, well at least Yen Shanshan thinks I'm handsome. Do people think you're handsome? Yi Maoran couldn't laugh anymore. So what? She's not interested in you. Well, she has a thing for you. Yi Maoran. Not right ah. He quickly reacted. How do you know she complimented you on your handsomeness? You dog, you must have noticed it. Right, quietly staring at that corner. Right, the goddess came over and knew about it. Right, purposely concave styling. Right, slutty, mega dash asterisk 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 tie. He reasoned to himself and jumped to conclusions. Tangshur was too lazy to argue with him. Finished the last sip of water. The empty bottle crossed a beautiful arc and threw it into the garbage can. Her index finger hooked up her school bag and left. Admit it or not, you're done, Tangshur. You've already planted. You're a person I've already seen through. Yi Maoran read along with him all the way. Like a Tang monk. Nerves. He quickened his pace. What the hell, goddess? The entire basketball court could hear Suihong shouting as he broke down. Chapter 23, Red Mole. Arrogant. When Song Ru arrived home, Shanine happened to have the meal ready. She unclasped her apron and stood in the entrance hall to change her shoes. Looking hurried. Your father is busy alone in the store. Mom went to help. You eat first. She gave another wink and lowered her voice. Tell your brother to have some too. Song Ru knew in her heart that the two were arguing again. So she nodded. Got it. Mom. Shanine's heart quickened some relief. Hard work for half a lifetime. Fortunately, the daughter is still obedient. The door to Song Li's room was half open, without a bit of light coming through it. Song Ji walked in and turned on the light. Song Li was lying motionless on the bed, one hand covering his eyes, as if he was asleep. Stop pretending. Mom's gone. Song rhetorically demolished him without hesitation. Annoying. So annoying. Song Li still had his eyes closed, his tone annoyed. Has mom recently gone through menopause? It's not like my poor grades and love of games is a thing of the past few days. Has it started to kick in recently? Song rhetorically took a deep breath. Because if you don't try harder you'll have to go to vocational high school. Vocational high school is vocational high school. I don't care how I live. Song Ru was silent for a few seconds and answered his last question. Is it possible that your puberty touched mom's menopause and the two cannonballs touched each other? He was silent for a moment. Whatever. Come out for dinner. Song rhetorically sighed. When I stepped into the classroom after 6 o'clock on Sunday night, the classroom was abuzz with the representatives of each subject writing the assignments to be handed in tonight on the blackboard with colorful chalk. The entire blackboard was filled with writing, and the classroom was filled with words such as, did you write that paper in math? Asterisk 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 how come there's another paper for English? The classroom was filled with voices such as the math paper. Did you write it? Songji first wrote a line on the blank blackboard. Turn in your language paper before the evening study hall, and then walked to his seat. Song, did you write your last paper in language? Yen Shanshan saw her come over, like she saw a savior. I forgot to bring it back. Wrote it. Songji sidled in through the narrow aisle, didn't sit down right away, unzipped and handed her the test paper first, kindly reminding, hurry up, the teacher wants it turned in tonight. Thank you Bodhisattva. Yen Shanshan clasped her hands together, her eyes full of gratitude. Yi Mao ran next to Tangshur didn't know where to go. Class President Lin Zhengyu was sitting in his seat, looking agitated and red-eyed as he was arguing with Tangshur about something. Tangshur sat on the stool with his legs spread apart, leaning against the wall, his elbows resting on the desk, his usual mixed-up demeanor slightly restrained, but the pure black fountain pen was still spinning in his hand with one turn, the iridium fountain pen tip shaking with golden light under the incandescent light shining directly overhead. Patiently listening to Lin Zhengyu finished speaking, the golden light of the fingertips fixed, Tangshur casually drew out a roll, spread out the blank side and drew a diagram, but after the rubber band restrains the three balls, a tension T will be generated here, and accordingly a mutual pressure will also be generated N. What? Is this the end of physics? Songji's brain was still in the dark, but Lin Zhengyu had already come to a sudden realization and slapped his head, full of chagrin. Right, I forgot about this place. Okay, convinced you. Lin Zhengyu willingly patted his shoulder. I'll come and ask you next time if I don't understand anything. Good point. He lowered his eyes and smiled. Looking down from Songji's angle, one could see his fine eyelashes hanging down, fan-shaped eyelids, and deep eyelid folds with a red mole adorning the crease. The tails of his eyes were arrogantly hooked upwards on weekdays, and if it wasn't for such a condescending angle from above, this mole would not have been easy to spot, probably because she had been observing for too long. Tangshar raised her eyes to look at her. and the red mole disappeared in front of her eyes with a hook at the end of her eyes, and young Master Tang's face tugged up vividly again, and he looked as if he was doing it for your own good. Does it look good? Do you want me to add a high stool for you to sit and watch? For the sake of being a classmate, I'm sorry to charge you. No. Song-ru was trying to figure out what excuse to use to muddle through when the math rep happened to be screaming from the podium to collect her math homework, so she pointed to the clock spinning above the blackboard. I'd like to ask when you're going to hand in your homework. It's time for class to start. Lin Man. In order to save time, the group leader is set to be the first one in each group, and the group leader, in order to save time, usually tells the last person in each group to stack the assignments and pass them forward, and finally pass them to the first person. This saves time. I don't know if I believe this argument or not, but in any case, young Master Tang finally gave her a look that said, "See if I believe it," and then with both hands in his pockets, he arrogantly pointed his chin toward the pile of books on the table. There, the whole subject, pass it on. Lin Zhengyu had left his seat at some point, and Yi Maoran sat back down again silently. Songji lifted the homework with difficulty and put it on his own desk, then pulled out the homework from his book bag, organized it into categories, and handed it to the man in front of him, one by one. Next to him, Yi Maoran came over. Master Poetry, save my dog's life. I didn't write my math paper. Tangshur looked at Songji's busy back in front of her, smiled, and spoke idly. It's late, it's up to my front table. Yi Maoran let out a asterisk and looked at Songji with a hopeful face. Goddess, save me. Song Li pointed to the front. It's already been handed in. Mistress Yen, save me. Yi Maoran finally looked at Yen Shanshan. Yen Shanshan stared back at him with the condescension of a good show. Yi Maoran gritted his teeth with a meaty expression. Please eat, wherever you want. Deal. Like she was afraid that he would back out. The math paper in Yen Shanshan's hand floated to him in the next second. Whoever backs out is a big dummy. Yi Maoran snorted disdainfully. I have plenty of money. This section is the language evening study. Lin Man has not yet come, but the class has already passed the just soldiering. A piece of black head low, rustling strokes resound. Roll it all. Songji drew out the physics problem next to him and buried himself in the sea of questions without any hesitation. Doing time always passes extraordinarily fast. 2 evening study sessions passed swiftly. The radio came soothing songs, relaxing the nerves of a tense night. Yen Shanshan and Songji packed up their school bags and went downstairs arm in arm. The lights on these floors were all turned off. Only the lights in Class A were on, and scattered were people from Class A heading down. Downstairs, the sophomore and junior classmates also converge over. People all of a sudden more, but less of a sense of that lonely struggle. Song-ru. Someone tapped her shoulder behind her. Chapter 24, Complicated Kinship. Songja turned his head and saw Pei Yiming, surprise flashing under his eyes. Why are you still here? Study not harder next semester how to be classmates with you. Pei Yiming sounded like a joke. You. Songja looked serious. Pei Yiming was only a few points below her even if she failed the exam. And with a school ranking of over 60, it was easy to squeeze up. Song Rhetoric is the second year of junior high school from the town transferred to the 8th middle school. In the class rankings from the bottom to rise, although rising quickly, but the bottom is thin. Even later on when the stable in the second place in the class is also lower than him by 4 or 10 points. Songji felt that the days of the midterm examination she was probably possessed by the planet Wenkuxing, accidentally let her mix into the Hidden Dragon and Tigera class, only stayed for a week. She felt the gap between herself and the people around the Rift Valley, the pressure cascading upward. For a semester later can still stay in the A class of the matter is really not much of a bottom. Okay, I'm wrong. Pei Yiming made a pleading gesture. Songji's side was leaning against the flower bed, and there was no room for one person, so he went around to Yen Shanshan's side and walked with them. Yen Shanshan is also a self-acquaintance, directly opened his mouth and asked, Classmate, get to know each other. What's your name? Pei Yiming. Pei Yiming stood next to Songji and talked to Yen Shanshan while walking. What about you? Yen Shanshan. Coral Shan. You were in the same class as Song Song in middle school. Yeah, I'm in 8th grade right now. MS. Lin Man also taught Class 8 Language A. Well, it's Yen Shanshan. This person is extremely outgoing. Pei Yiming is not bad either. The two people just chattered back and forth. Yi Maoran looked at the back and his teeth were about to break. Holy, who is this guy? What is Yen Shanshan chatting with him so happily? Tangshur took a cursory glance in Yi Maoran's cursing direction. Noticed Songji walking at the innermost side. Quietly, fixed her gaze for 2 seconds, and then averted it again. He was not interested in his brother's favorite sister with whoever 2 more words about this matter really cannot mention, but he is a person who has been mixed since childhood. Love to play in the brother's wound salt, so watch the fun is not too big to ask. What? You want to give someone a knife in the middle of the night? How could Yi Mao Ran not know that he was arching a fire, blanking him and asking, do you help sharpen the knife? Tang Shi laughed. I'll call the police to arrest you. Our city's 5 good citizens have a spot for me this year. Yi Mao Ran cursed him all the way to the white-eyed wolf. The next day after morning study, Yi Mao Ran asked Yen Shanshan sideways, what's the name of the man who left with you last night? Yen Shanshan gave him a suspicious look. What do you want? What could I do? Can I sharpen a knife and cut him up? Yen Shanshan didn't say anything, still looking at him with wary eyes. Yi Mao Ran really convinced her. I think he looks a bit like my mom's cousin's granddaughter's uncle's long-lost son. Ask for a name to confirm, okay? After hanging around Tang Shi for a long time, he didn't learn anything else, but he learned 40% of the skill of talking nonsense with his eyes open, which is not comparable to Tang Shi's dog, but it's hard for ordinary people to compare with him. Yen Shanshan looked at him. Psycho, Yi Mao Ran. Tang Shi sat on the edge to watch Yi Mao Ran get defeated, her back arched, her face buried in the table, almost laughing like crazy. Just as Song Ru returned from the office after delivering her homework, Yi Mao Ran looked on with glowing eyes. Sister Ru, you're back? What's wrong? Song Ru was puzzled at first, then noticing his address, he said helplessly, why don't you just call me Brother Ru? Yi Mao Ran's expression snapped. Hear that, huh? Aha, she's not deaf. The man next to him spilled the slightest hint of laughter as if he couldn't hold it back any longer. Song Ji turned his head sideways, only to see that most of Tang Shi's face was buried into her arm, revealing only 2 peach blossom eyes curved into crescent moons, and a little red mole on her eyelid streaked along with her smile, inviting and eye-catching. His shoulders shook, and his dark eyes were balled up with a melting smile that looked like he was having a hard time holding back the laughter. What happened to him? Song rhetorically was confused. Yi Mao Ran can still not know this dog. Laughing at him spineless and laughing at him goat. So Yi Mao Ran spoke in a good-natured manner. I don't know, maybe an epileptic offense. This was followed by a kick in the side from Tang Shi. You're the one having an epileptic fit. He slowly retracted his foot and straightened his back, with an unfinished smile under his eyes, but the subject was brought back squarely to him. He wants to ask you what was the name of the man who left with you last night? What's wrong? Why do you ask? Because Tangzi was seriously counting on his fingers. He thought the guy looked a little bit like a ing. Before Song Ji had time to wonder why he suddenly spewed profanity, Tang Shi continued to break his fingers. Cousins, family, granddaughters, uncle, long-lost son. After a series of relatives were reported, Tang Shi stretched out 5 fingers clenched into a fist, the upper eye line hooked up, looking at her with extreme sincerity. Oh, what an insincere reason. Song Ji turned his head to look seriously at Yi Mao Ran, also counting on his fingers. Please tell your mom's cousins, aunts, granddaughters, uncle. This male student's name is Pei Yiming. With just 1 finger left, Song rhetorically gave an extremely kind thumbs up. Tang Shi said in her heart that this girl is really not aggressive at all. If this were him, high and low have to leave a middle finger. Yi Mao Ran looked at Song Ru, who gave him a thumbs up. His heart was also moved to the core. The goddess is really a beautiful person with a more beautiful heart. His asshole brother is really not worthy of her. Thank you, Ru A Mei. Song Ru looked at him calmly. Yi Mao Ran hurriedly changed his words. Reigning brother. Song rhetoric. She turned her head with an expressionless face. Yen Shanshan finished the math problem in her hand, but finally looked at Yi Mao Ran with impatience. What do you want to do when you ask someone else's name? What can I do? Stuttered. Yen Shanshan narrowed her eyes at him. You won't be. What about me? Yi Mao Ran gulped nervously, trying to renege on that meal you owe me. I'm telling you, you don't even think about it. Yen Shanshan's teenage feelings are called a brick wall. Yi Mao Ran's little boyish feelings shattered while cool. Where exactly is the causality between the two? Eat you to death. All you know is eating all day long. You really want to renege on your debt. Eat a lot. It won't kill you. Chapter 25, Quarrels for Fun? Song, please, just come with us. It's so awkward to eat with just me and Yi Mao Ran. Yen Shanshan shook her arm and grunted. Her date for that meal with Yi Mao Ran was at the hot pot restaurant near the school after school on Saturday afternoon. It was Thursday evening, and the two of them were hanging around the school after dinner, while Yen Shanshan had been begging her one after another for days for the matter of eating together. Song Jia held his forehead, unmoved. He invited you to dinner. It's not appropriate for me to go. Yen Shanshan understands the reasoning, but she's known dead armpit hair for 3 years, and she's only had the experience of fighting with him and beating each other up, not eating together. What if we get into a fight while we're eating? No, you still have to accompany me. Yen Shanshan is still persistently convincing her. If it's just the two of us, we'll have to lift the table for a fight while we're eating. By then the money for lifting the table I'll have to AA with Yi Mao Ran. Won't I still be at a loss? Song Ru's eyes widened. What kind of brain circuit is this? Just go, please. Yen Shanshan climbed onto her arm. Her tone was soft as it had never been before. Just how to say. Yen Shanshan 1.7 or so. Valiant face, pouting and blinking eyes with her pouting. The impact is still very big. Spare Songji firm heart are shaken for a moment. Song Ru sighed and finally let go. If Yi Maoran agrees. Yen Shanshan took out her cell phone quickly and was already typing. I'll ask now. Coral has a tree, would an extra person mind not? That end came back fast. Dead armpit hair, don't mind. Coral has a tree. I haven't said who it is yet. Dead armpit hair, who? Coral has trees, Song. A dozen seconds passed on that end. Dead armpit hair, yeah, goddess. A hungry man in color. Yen Shanshan spat out, and told Songji. He agreed. What? Songji stiffened. Incredulous. He doesn't mind even if we invite one more person? In all honesty, she began to loosen the mouth as to think that Yi Maoran how can not be a wrongdoer. Somehow to invite one more person to dinner. This is good. Said the words cannot be retrieved. She would like to back out of it is also too late. What's this? Yi Maoran sent over another message. Yen Shanshan gave her a science while replying. Yi Maoran's family is very rich. Both mom and dad are in business. And just dead armpit hair sent me a Weibo, saying that he needs one more person on his side too. Who? Songru said mentally who was as cheeky as her. Don Z. It's him. That's not surprising. Songju let out an O. The setting sun gilded the skyscrapers in the distance, and the evening breeze blew the twilight clouds away. Tangshur stood outside the three-point line. Klang put the basketball into the basket. The basketball rolled down. Yi Maoran relentlessly picked up the basketball again, standing upright and bending over. You continue. You and your favorite girl to go to dinner. Call me up for what? To be a light bulb or wrongdoer? This you can rest assured. I and Yen Shanshan now this relationship. Not to the point where you have to be a light bulb. You at most go as a gold mediator. Tangshur laughed. Then I will be even more not to go. You say that people a girl, or you like. You mouth to admit a loss how? Just have to be stubborn with her? Yi Maoran chirped. You don't understand. Now in our class is she only arguing with me? Don't you think I'm chasing someone fruitfully? Tangshur simply resigned herself. That's because no one else is as cheap as you. You'll go with me a piece of it. Just me and Yen Shanshan go to dinner together. The two of us are either arguing or looking at each other. There has to be someone to regulate the atmosphere. A few days ago I asked a friend to help me to ask for Curry's signature jersey. That jersey is still oddie. I was going to give it to you on your birthday, but now I'm giving it to you in advance. How about it? Yi Maoran had a generous look. I thank you. Tangshur felt that his friendship with Yi Maoran for more than 10 years might have to be broken here. He stretched out his long arm, clang, and threw the basketball into the frame again. The ball grunted and rolled on the ground. I'll start working out hard now, and try to live until the day of my father's birthday in my motherland. Yi Maoran looked at him a look of oil and salt. Know that he this 9 horses cannot pull back the bull temper. This thing is likely to be no chance. Also lazy to go to him as a grandson to pick up the ball. Tangshur saw him standing still without saying anything or moving, knowing that he was putting down that unreliable mind, but also happy to see it, leisurely picking up the ball to go. It was at this time that Yen Shanshan sent a message to Yi Maoran. Shannon baby, do more people mind? Just as well. He didn't have to beg the dog Tangshur. Chang Yi, don't mind. Shannon baby. I haven't said who it is yet. Chang Yi, who? It can't be that man named Pei Yiming. Shannon baby, Song. Ooh, Yi Maoran looked up at Tangshur. Good lord. This one is sitting lazily under a basketball hoop right now, his red sneakers casually stepping on the basketball. He propped his hands back against the tin frame, his eyes falling diffidently on the guys playing in front of him with a chipper demeanor. Okay, go ahead. Let's see how long you can pretend. Naruha, hooray, goddess. Yi Maoran walked over and sighed as if he was relieved. Fine. If you don't come, you don't come. Anyway, Yen Shanshan said that she would bring another person over, and there's no shortage of you. Who's so blind? Tangshur smiled perfunctorily. Okay, have a nice date. The 3 of you. Yi Maoran was really smiling. Joyfully. Okay, then wish me a good date with Yen Shanshan, and the goddess on Saturday. What goddess? He subconsciously asked rhetorically, only realizing after the question that it was a load of crap. At present the whole school Yi Maoran only called one person as goddess. The previous ones are not to mention. He cannot count. Sure enough, Yi Maoran gave him a derisive look. Tangxi tilted her head and squeezed a convinced from her throat. Think about it and think it's impossible. Then think about it carefully and then it's reasonable. She is soft in the ears. Surely can't resist Yen Shanshan's persistent dicing. The 3 of them went to a hot pot restaurant to eat hot pot. 2 of them argued more hot than the oil in the pot. She is a thin-skinned like that. The slightest touch will shrink to the shell of the snail. The whole time what? Responsible for a red face and then giving a boost to 2 people who are arguing? Don't dare think about it. Tangshur shook her head and stepped on the basketball's foot. The ball rolled to Yi Maoran's feet. Say yes, Curry's autographed jersey, and send it home to me tonight. It was kind of just a date, but then there was a little mishap. On Friday day, Lin Man called her, the publicity committee member, and Lu Muqing to the office. The school requires a blackboard newspaper, and I'm going to ask the three of you to be in charge of it. Zhang Tianhao, you are the publicity committee, responsible for the overall coordination and mobilization. Song Ji, you have nice and atmospheric handwriting. You'll be in charge of the board. As for Mu Qing, I remember that you filled in painting in the specialty section of your enrollment? Yes, but I haven't drawn for a long time, and I've pretty much forgotten all about it. Lu Muqing's face showed hesitation. It's a small thing. Didn't expect to get an award. Just deal with it. Lin Man picked up the tea next to him and took a sip. Then it's settled. This week's completion. The theme is patriotic. You three have no problem, right? Chapter 26. Song Jia and Zhang Tianhao nodded, and Lu Muqing hesitated for a moment before nodding as well. It was easy to do after the division of labor was done. Zhang Tianhao was enthusiastic and energetic, and when he assigned the tasks, he took care of a series of big and small things such as scrubbing the blackboard, finding patterns in copy, and dividing the blocks. Song Ji and Lu Muqing only landed a board book and painting job, half of the chores. Lu Muqing originally because of this matter delayed her learning time. Face is still a little bad, see him so diligent, but also not say something, but she still emphasized in advance, first say I only draw some simple small patterns, complex cannot want to engage in, will delay my learning. When Songjia returned to the classroom after lunch, he saw Zhang Tianhao standing on a chair with a bucket in one hand and a rag in the other, feverishly wiping the blackboard. There was still a warm smile on his face. This kid, he's got life in his eyes. Song Ru walked over to him, first vigorously praising his industrious demeanor, and then kindly asking him if he wanted to help. Zhang Tianhao was complimented happily by Song Ji, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth, and worked even harder. No need to help. These are all what I should do. Song Ru also involuntarily smiled at him, her pretty fox eyes curving up, her light brown eyes full of mirth. No matter what it's still going to be. Splat a sound. Zhang Tianhao was frozen by her laughter. The bucket he was carrying in his left hand fell down due to dislocation. Dirty water splashed everywhere, splashing and wetting Song Ji's shoes and pants. The smile on Song Ji's face froze, but the word thank you in his mouth was still confiscated and blurted out. Zhang Tianhao looked at her cautiously. No thanks. Song rhetoric. Convinced. Zhang Tianhao also finally reacted, his face turning red and saying sorry to her one after another. The light blue school pants were mostly drenched and the white school uniform was caked in mud, not to mention the white board shorts that bore the brunt of the water, a miserable sight. Luckily, it was still early before class. Song Ji sighed. It's fine, it's not too late for me to go home and change now. You, keep up the good work. Song rhetorically made a cheering gesture at him. No, brother one, brother emotion, poetry fairy, save me, old me is going to be bloodied by the opposite side. Yi Maoran shouted Tang Shi's nicknames from childhood to adulthood, urging him one after another. It's too far to save. Hold on a little longer. Tang Shi was surrounded by several people. He was harvesting heads without changing his face, and still managed to take the time to raise his eyes to look at his former table. The familiar figure didn't appear in front of his eyes. He drooped his eyelids, and his tone was careless. When I get them dead, I'll go and avenge you. This finally won, but Yi Maoran was then pressed by the opposite side of the fight. Angry, still want to open a game. But Tang Shi threw the phone into the belly of the table. Interested, do not play. No fun. Why not write a physics paper? Yi Maoran rolled his eyes. You got a good fight instead. Tang Shi hummed softly. The opposite side is too good. By the time Tang Shi finished the physics competition paper in her hand, the front seat was still empty. Odd. Normally at this hour she'd be in her seat and starting her homework. Yan Shanchan also returned to the position a few minutes ago. The two of them usually not always stick together. They even go to the kiosk together. Why are they so willing to part today? Tang Shi thought about it and couldn't come up with an answer. He popped himself on the head to get rid of the distractions in his head and pulled out his math paper again and started writing. With a few minutes left before class, Song Ji came in through the back door, panting. Tanzi heard a gasp and looked back sideways. He did notice something different as his eyes scanned the round from top to bottom. Clothes changed. What had been a full school uniform and white board shorts in the morning was now replaced by a white t-shirt and black pencil pants that outlined slim, straight legs and a pair of red board shorts on her feet. Went back to change? Tanzi raised her brow bone. Songjia didn't notice his sight. Having rushed over from home in a hurry, she was exhausted at the moment and stood at the back door holding her knees to slow down before lifting her feet to her position. Yan Shanchan also noticed that she had changed her clothes and asked, Song, you went back to change your clothes at noon today? Aha. Songji sat in her seat and filled a large amount of water. Her face haloed out two red haze, her rosy lips also flooded with water. At this time the front table sent over a test paper. She first turned her head and handed the test paper to Tang Shi, and then turned around and continued to talk to Yen Shanshan. Clothes don't have small hearts anymore. How did it get dirty? Song Ji briefly explained what happened. Yen Shanshan couldn't tense up. Zhang Mingho is quite a naive person. Song Ru could only sigh. He's a good man. Good man. Zhang Mingho went to the campus supermarket after the first class in the afternoon to buy her a big bag full of snacks. Clang on her desk, which could block her whole person to the tightly. Song rhetorically held his forehead. The heart says it's not necessary. The point is that he's making a lot of noise, and half the class has their eyes swinging this way. Ooh, the last class is a history class. Yi Mao Ran was still sleepy. This moment more than not sleepy, but also excited like a May mountain monkeys want to go outside to swing 2 rounds. His first sidelong glance was at Tansi. The teenager clasped his hands on his arms and tilted his head back, motionless as he watched the scene in front of him. His posture was as lazy as ever, but his thin lips were pursed, his eyebrows were cold, and his aura was solemn. Yi Mao Ran and him were considered to have grown up wearing the same pants since childhood, and one look at this expression told him that young Master Tang was holding his breath at the moment. Don't look at the young master of the Tang dynasty, usually tugging and tugging, cold and not to be messed with. In fact, the temper is the best of their several hair in the small. All year round do not see what things can make him angry. Tang young master of this person, playing games never fire, watching football matches never swearing, even his mother to find him a dog brother, given the name of Tang Jiao, he did not say anything against it, sometimes in a good mood, but also to Tang Jiao shouted a brother, the slippers to me over. Temperament is stable as hell. Yi Mao Ran scared twice and said that even the proud young master was still sad about the beauty after all. Young Master Tang was indeed angry at this moment. His heart was inexplicably clogged with hostility, and he couldn't find an outlet for it as it leaped around inside his chest. He didn't know what he was angry about. This was none of his ing business. Tang Shi forced herself to avert her eyes, and after not more than 2 seconds she couldn't help but come back and continue to stare. Not staring at the heart is even more infuriating. Convinced, couldn't control myself at all. Chapter 27. Tang Shi eyed the young girl picking out 2 packs of fudge from the pile of snacks, then pushing the rest of the snacks back in a brainstorming manner. Her tone sincere, thank you for your apology, but this matter is not that serious, and you didn't intentionally spill the water on me when you were doing the board report, so I'll take the 2 packs of fudge, and the matter will be over in the future, okay? In a few words, the ins and outs of the matter is very clear. Frank words and deeds do not see half ambiguous. The eyes of the crowd of inquiry and ambiguity in an instant a lot less. Tang Shi felt his heart leap to and fro, hostility speed inexplicably and wonderfully slowed down a lot, as if to find a vent. Zhang Mingho also immediately realized that his action would indeed attract a lot of unnecessary gossip to her, hurriedly put away the snacks returned to him, scratched his head, and his tone was frank, it's good that you're not angry. I just want to send you some snacks to apologize. No other meaning. Row. It turned out to be a case of apology triggered by the throwing of dirty water. Nothing big melon. The crowd turned their heads in disappointment, waiting for Zhang Mingho to leave. Yen Shanshan opened her mouth to spit out. Just now really did not scold the wrong. This man is really quite naive. How to get into Class A? Song rhetorically still sighs. He's a good man. The 2 girls looked at each other and laughed out loud. TSK, young Master Tang, comfortable in your heart? Yi Mao Ran asked as he thievishly came over. Young Master Tang raised his chin. Get lost. Yi Mao Ran looked at the crazy upturned corners of his mouth and sked twice, saying that he was really dead arrogant. This young master temperament has always been proud. From childhood to secretly like him a lot of girls. He is not to say that he cannot see. After all, from childhood to the upbringing of the cultivation of his proud, but not proud of the personality. He is just to who are almost the same attitude. Beautiful not beautiful, fat and thin, rich and poor, and even male and female, in his here are a treatment. Talk to a few more. Talk to not perfunctory 2 sentences. Several of their hair small also get together also discussed. Can let the proud young Master Tang more look at 2 eyes of the girl will actually be what kind of. Yi Mao Ran at that time bet that he likes passionate initiative. The reason is very simple. Because he cannot imagine that this goes backward chasing a girl's appearance, but also did not expect. Yi Mao Ran looked at the delicate young girl's mild and temperless side face, but in his heart, he thought, if I had known, I wouldn't have bet on that pair of sneakers. At noon that Saturday, Songji stepped on a stool to write art characters in the center of the blackboard. Lu Muqing drew on the side of the blackboard, and Zhang Mingho stood beside the 2 of them attentively playing the hand. By the time Song finished writing the words read the red story, inherit the red spirit, Lu Muqing had already finished drawing the phoenix pattern. Songji looked at the lifelike phoenix on the blackboard and couldn't help but praise her. Muqing, you're so good. The phoenix you drew is just like the real thing. Jo Kanji is an art student. Songji's avatar is her painting, but Songji is a real painting slag. I remember one summer vacation Jo Kanji on the spur of the moment to teach Songji painting, teaching for a whole month, and finally she threw the brush, sighing as if to say, Aji, there is a reason why we can be friends. At least you won't be my competitor in the future. Songji thought it was hard as hell to get her to draw like that, so she thought those who were good at drawing were especially good. Lu Muqing blushed. Her mouth looked like she didn't care. It's not bad. Your writing is not bad either. Since that pants incident last time, Lu Muqing had been avoiding Songji every time she saw him, and this was still the first thing the two had said since school started. Throughout the noon, Lu Muqing in the song Rhetoric's successive rainbow farts under the more and more energetic inspiration swish 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 out. Draw out the pattern accounted for most of the blackboard. Mu Qing, this color you mixed is too pretty. Moharu, how is the shape of this wave so realistic? I want to learn it too. Mu Qing. Tangshir sat in the back row to write her test papers, and the entire noon was spent just listening to her Mu Qing blowing rainbow farts. Young Master Tang had never complimented anyone like this in his life, and he was convinced. How could anyone compliment someone so sincerely and without repetition? Second young Tang, control the corners of your mouth. You're smiling even more Thai than Lu Muqing. Those who don't know will think it's a compliment. Yi Mao Ran couldn't help but remind him. The corner of Tangshir's hooked mouth slowly lowered. Mind less. Would it look a little better to draw another circle of lace here? Lu Muqing jumped off the stool and looked from a distance, actively asking Songji's opinion. Next time, Songru was still standing on the stool writing, looking at the majority of the pattern on the blackboard, and couldn't help but joke. I won't even have a use for it if I draw it again. Oh. Lu Muqing put the chalk into the chalk slot with great interest, walked 2 steps and returned to ask, do you need help? Standing on the side with nothing to do, Zhang Mingho are looking dumbfounded. This girl yesterday is not so praised him to find the north. He worked yesterday as humming and hawing dry Not for now. Songji curled his lips. Near the end of the school day, there was still a little bit of finishing work to do on the board, so Songru told the 3 of them to go to the hot pot restaurant to order food first, and she was going to be there later. Yen Shanshan said that the hot pot restaurant is near the school, is also a little famous net red store. Weekdays on the people come and go unceasingly. Saturday and Sunday people are even more full. There was a tall maple tree in front of the hot pot restaurant, reflecting the sunset red through half the sky. Many people stood under the tree waiting for the number. Tangshir was wearing the most ordinary blue and white school uniform and blended into the crowd. His long body stood out, attracting special attention. He had one hand in his pocket, the other raised to his ear, seemingly on the phone. Songju slowly walked towards him. Come on, you and my dad have been to a world of 2, and you left Tangjio at home for me to bring up. Is he your son or mine? Why don't you let Tangjio call me dad and you call him grandpa? It's not like I'm taking advantage of you, right? The other end didn't know what was said, and the expression on Tangshir's face became even more breathless. It's not like you don't know how clingy it is. When you guys leave it secretly burrows into my comforter. Success. I can let anything else go. The bet is a real no-no. Okay. Tangshir sighed, paused for a moment and then emphasized. Before you leave, remember to help me check if the room is locked. Tangjio really loves to burrow into my comforter, and you're not unaware of how badly it loses its fur in the fall. Okay. Before Tangshir could finish his sentence, the other end should have hung up, and he took the phone off his ear, an incredulous expression on his face. This expression was so vivid that Songji couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Tangshir seemed to be aware of something and raised her eyes. Her dark gaze clutched hers through the heavy silhouettes. Stunned for a moment, he waved her over. Songji thought his gesture was a bit like beckoning a puppy. She walked over and asked, where are Sam and the others? Instead of answering, he looked down at her, his dark eyes sinking with an indefinable oppressive force. What just now? Laughing so happily? It's just that Songji avoided his gaze and looked toward the sunset in the distance. Don't you think that the sunset this evening is grand and beautiful? Chapter 28 Brother Sentiment. Orange-red twilight clouds burned in the sky. The setting sun was rubbed by layers of fire maples. The teenager also looked up at the setting sun. The light under his eyes seemed brighter and sharper, permeated with vitality, like the rising sun. She heard his voice, clear but tugging. It was okay. It's so uninteresting. Songji could even guess his next sentence. Something like, not bad, compared to me it's still close. Not bad, I've seen prettier ones before, and so on. However, Songji waited for a few seconds, and he said nothing next. It's no fun. Songji looked at the setting sun and continued where he left off. Where are Shan and the others? Tangshir lifted her wrist and looked at her watch. Her voice soft, it should be almost here. Songji just wanted to ask what's coming up. Behind him came Yi Maoran's staggering voice. 11. It's not lined up for us yet, is it? There are just too many people at the milk tea store on Saturday. He carried a cup of milk tea in his hand. Yen Shanshan had 2 cups in her hand and handed her one. Ordered a cup of pearl milk tea with full sugar according to your usual taste. Songli took it and subconsciously glanced at Tang Shi. Doesn't seem to have his milk tea? Seemingly seeing her doubt, Yi Maoran pulled out a can of lemon sparkling water from his pocket and threw it at him, spitting out, other than having to drink ing milk to survive when he was a kid, young Master Tang only drinks lemon sparkling water. It was an exaggeration, but it was enough to express Tang Shi's love for lemon sparkling water since she was a little girl, and Song Ji and Yen Shanshan didn't hold back their laughter. Tang Shi carried the can of lemon sparkling water, hanging on Yi Maoran's shoulder with one hand, gave him a warning-like look, and said word for word, "Little master likes it. What do you have an opinion? Oh come on." Offending his favorite sparkling water, young Master Tang has a temper, Yi Maoran hurriedly confessed. Tang Shi sked lightly, as if she didn't care to bother with it anymore. He curled his index finger around the ring, the metacarpal bone on the back of his hand bulged with the force, and with a click, the sparkling water bubbled out, and the clear lemon flavor escaped into the air. "Let's go." He led the way to the store with his soda, his voice cold. "It's our turn in line." Most of the time during the meal, Yi Maoran and Yen Shanshan were talking. Songji acted as a comic relief and occasionally responded to 2 voices. As for Tang Shi, he had a pale expression throughout the entire meal. His eyelids were coldly drooping. The red mole above his peach blossom eyes was brightly shaking in front of the other 3, and he was too lazy to even respond to the conversation. The 3 of them had been junior high school classmates before, so they talked more about junior high school, and because Tang Shi was the man of the hour in the first middle school and junior high school, they talked more about him as well. Songji thought that this might be the reason why he was too lazy to respond the whole time. After all, it was his own stormy deeds, and striking up a conversation would be suspected of self-aggrandizement. They ordered a mandarin duck pot. Songji eat hot pot love spicy pot, but this spiciness is obviously more than her tolerable range. She forced to eat 2 mouthfuls, was too spicy, licked her lips, small mouthfuls of exhalation, picked up the milk tea next to her and sucked a few mouthfuls. Yi Maoran chatted about Tang Shi's nickname at that time in middle school at this time. Poetry fairy, poetry grass, a brother these nicknames. We know where they come from. Chatting about it is not interesting. Yi Maoran picked an interesting to say. Do you still remember? There was a nickname that went straight to the top of the school in just 11 middle school years, and every time I heard it I laughed myself to death. Yeah, what's it called? Yen Shanshan was still thinking about it when she received a warning look from Tang Shi's insufferable eyes. Yen Shanshan was happy. Yo, our first brother won't let us talk. TSK, if you don't let it be said, then don't say it. Yi Maoran wasn't in a hurry at all. There's only one person here who doesn't know anyway. The trio looked to the only ignoramus at the table, Song Ru. Song rhetorically blinked innocently but inquisitively with a milk tea straw in his mouth. One word popped up in all 3 minds at the same time, show and tell. It's a real showstopper. The young girl from the face to the neck are red, the whole person like a ripe apple, hot pot gurgling cooking out of the heat, appearing to her originally gorgeous features deeper contours. Lips are also more and more full and delicate. What is even more heartwarming is her amber-colored eyes, covered with moisture. The end of the eye is very red. Tears will fall yet to fall. Yi Maoran raised an eyebrow at Tang Shi. 11. Can you still say a no to this? Tang Shi ignored the look Yi Maoran threw over and only sighed as she looked at her. You really want to know? Mutton rolls flopped in the spicy pot. Songji watched with bated breath and still couldn't hold back, taking a slice and putting it in his mouth. Well, so spicy. Her eyes were spiced up on the spot, puffing back tears while sucking on a mouthful of milk tea. I want to. It is not necessary. Tang Shi put down the chopsticks and leaned against the back of the sofa. Cramped space can be stuffed into one of his legs. The other leg is greatly open on the aisle. His hands on his arms, taking Joe with a look that she could not do anything about it, and looked askance meaningfully. Think so. Songji understood his subliminal meaning. It wasn't necessary to think so much as to shed a tear at the thought. Heaven forbid she's really hot. Songji coughed and took another sip of milk tea, opening his mouth to explain, but Tang Shi was already nodding her head with great mercy. Alright, since you've put your sincerity on display, it's not good for me to hide it any longer. He lifted his chin, graciously. Yi Maoran, you tell me? Songji's explanation stuck in his throat was silently swallowed. Yi Maoran mentally scolded Tang Shi, the dog, for pretending while telling the origin of that nickname of his. This thing is not complicated. Tang Shi Junior High School that time is the confession wall regulars. Often people are sincere, spacious to him to write 1,000 words of small paper hanging wall confession, and then wall, anonymous. For this kind of behavior, Tang Shi said neither understand nor respect. He is not a mural every day to be hung on the wall. After the parties agreed to it you hang. This is not a big deal. But there are always people who have nothing to do to go word by word to study those thousands of words of the paper, which has a confession of small paper fire. The whole small paper lists a variety of picky and jealous, affectionate and honeyed poems, and finally with 2 lines of fire throughout the school as a summary. Some people say that the maiden's love is always a poem. But my poem, it is the poem of the 2nd class of junior high school. Tang poetry. Tang sure. I want to say, you are my eternal maidenhood. The teenage girl who wrote this little essay is anonymous. The author is unknown. But thanks to her, Tangshur has since turned from a small localized fire into a big to bursting fire. Fire all over the school, and every time they see him, they affectionately call him Brother Sentiment. Immediately following the next sentence, you're my sentimental brother forever. Don Z was simply speechless. After this was said and done, Yi Maoran leaned back against the sofa and laughed, and Yen Shanshan also stifled her laughter. Songji blinked and unexpectedly didn't laugh, but instead compromised by sandwiching a slice of the vegetables in the tomato pot and looked at Tangshur with a face full of sincerity. You're miserable. She'd also had a confession wall put up in middle school, and during that time there were always people in her class who teased her about it, and all she could think of at the time was annoyance. What, can't you write her a love letter and nag her in private, right? Tansy sighed. In fact, there is a follow-up to this matter, because this matter is behind to the principal to go. The principal of the school as a benchmark for combating early love to mention a number of good ear. In the flag-raising ceremony, said a good student every day to learn not to engage in but to go to the confession wall to engage in what girl love is always poetry. A confession wall in the first middle school in that period of time to stop a lot. The first time I saw the wall, it was a lot more than that. It wasn't until Tangshur couldn't stand being called sentimental brother every day and cat around the house for weeks that the incident passed. Yes, Songja's tone was solemn. Tangshur winked at her. Luckily, I'm better. Everyone calls me Ichigo back there. This is not going to take off the sentimental brother's hat if he doesn't have some skills. Song rhetoric. Then I'll call you Brother Awesome from now on. Chapter 29, How to Chase. By the time Songji washed off the smell of hot pot and came out of the bathroom, it was already nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. While she took a towel to wipe her hair, she pondered how to transfer the money for today's meal to Yi Maoran. She doesn't have Yi Maoran's WeChat asked Sandra Yen. Song rhetorically tapped on the Twitter chat box. The late man left in the west. Shanshan, do you have Yi Maoran's WeChat? Shannon, : The late man left in the west. There's something I want to do with him. Shannon, oh, good. Yen Shanshan didn't ask much, and after a few seconds, pushed Yi Maoran's WeChat to her. Song rhetorically paused for 2 seconds on the green button to add the address book and pressed it. After waiting patiently for a few minutes with no movement on the other end, she locked her phone and pulled out an exercise book to work on. Songji was doing his homework without any distractions on this end. Unaware that Yi Maoran's side was already a landslide, he immediately jumped off the couch at Tangshur's house, hissing, crawling, twisting, taking 3 or 2 steps upstairs and opening the bedroom door. 11. Something big has happened. The goddess has added me on WeChat. She's not interested in me, is she? Tangshur was in the bathroom at that moment, smearing shower gel on her body, sniffing the action of her hand, stuttered impatiently, go to the hospital if you're sick. Why did you come to my house? Yi Maoran also suspected that he should be mentally deranged as he rubbed his eyes and went back to his cell phone, muttering word for word, hello, my name is Songru. That's right. He started hissing again, crawling and twisting, *******. The goddess really added me on WeChat. When Tangshur put on a t-shirt and shorts and came out from inside the bathroom, Yi Maoran was sitting on the sofa. His mental state was like normal. Tangshur walked over and fished out the remote control, tuning it to a movie channel, and a tinny sound rang out. He threw the remote control towards the coffee table. The person leaned towards the sofa in a tired manner, and lifted his chin. Tell me, what the hell just happened? Yi Maoran put both hands on his thighs. What is the probability that the goddess of resignation will look at me? Tangshur compared a middle finger. It's the same probability as you beating me. Yi Maoran pondered for a moment, but in the end, he only conservatively said, 50-50? Tangshur snorted. Never. Okay, no more joking with you. Yi Maoran got serious. Sister Resignation sent me a friend request. There was a pause in his voice. Have you? Tangshur picked up her cell phone and tapped on the WeChat new contacts section with 99 plus friend requests. Military training in order not to sunshine. Boost the momentum of the class, had to pretend to put the pussy. I do not know from which channel these people get his WeChat. Ding dong 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 for several days. Tangshur patiently down the rake. After about a few minutes, he dropped his own cell phone and reached toward Yi Maoran. What for? Cell phone. Young Master Tang's reasoning was not straight. Yi Maoran rolled his eyes and threw the phone at him. Tangshur took it, stared at the line on the memo for a few seconds, and clicked agree. You have added the yes. Now you can start chatting. Tangshur sent a question mark over and waited impatiently for 30 seconds before tapping into her avatar. The avatar was a Q version of a small person wearing a scarf and hat, smiling, those fox eyes curved up in an arc exactly like her. He clicked into her friend's circle again. Friends only show the last 3 days of friends' circles. Tangshur had previously brushed up a post on the internet, saying that before chasing a girl, you have to look at her circle of friends. He was directly crossed over, did not look at the content of the contents of this moment to think about it. His mind suddenly flashed an absurd idea like this circle of friends visible for 3 days. How to chase? It was already an hour later when Songru finished writing her exercise book, and she tapped the screen to find that Yi Maoran had sent her a question mark 20 minutes ago. The social image this guy presents is quite different from his real life. Kinda high-strung? Song rhetorically lowered his eyes to type. The late man left in the West, that's right. I would like to ask how much did the hot pot cost for the 4 of us? Rose. After a minute. Yi Maoran, 367. 26. Old man West resignation, good. Then I even milked tea money together to you, love. Yi Maoran, aha. After a few seconds. Yi Maoran, what do you mean by sending 2 hearts? The late man left in the West, that is, expresses friendship. The end deleted and typed. Was typing half a dozen times. And finally cold. Yamoyan, oh. Songji thought Yi Maoran was a bit strange tonight. Was he in a bad mood after inviting guests? Didn't Shannon say his family was rich? But it's also true to hear that the richer you are, the more stingy you are. So Song rhetorically transferred $2 extra on purpose when he transferred the money to him. Deceased West, thank you for treating me to dinner today. It was delicious, although the chili pot was spicy. Yi Maoran, you turned 2 more blocks. He returned the transfer. Song rhetorically snapped. Math is pretty good. She transferred the original amount and he returned it. The old man leaves in the West? The deceased's departure from the West, is it a miscalculation? It shouldn't be. She took a calculator and did the math twice. After a few seconds, the other end threw over a business card, nicknamed Li Bai. Deceased man leaving in the West? Yi Maoran, oh, I just forgot to mention that. Yi Maoran, it's Tang poetry that pays. Yi Maoran, you add him. Songji felt that her memory was misplaced. She clearly remembered that Yi Maoran was the one who went to the cashier. And at that moment Tangshur was being dragged over to play cards by the children at the next table. But in the back, she and Yen Shanshan couldn't stand the smell of a hot pot and went out to wait first. So it's possible that Donnie went to the cashier later to check out. Originally it should have been Yi Maoran's treat, but he probably didn't have that much money inside WeChat. So he temporarily pulled Tangshur behind him to pay the money. And Songji eyeballing WeChat to send him money tonight probably poked him in his rich man sensitive pride. So he was in a bad mood and was cold to her. Originally, he wanted to take the money by mistake, but he still couldn't get past this hurdle in his heart and chose to confess the truth at the last minute. Songja felt a clearing before his eyes. Then it all makes sense. The deceased Westerly, so that's how it is, Rose Wiltz. Song rhetorically attempted to repair the ego of the sensitive teenage boy. Deceased West, it's okay if you're not the one who invited me. It's good to have this heart. Thumbs up. Yi Maoran, a little sleepy. I'll go to sleep first. Song rhetoric. Yi Maoran, who was in a bad mood, was really a bit high-strung then. Songru perfunctorily sent him a goodnight emoticon of a bear spinning in a circle, then clicked on the business card he pushed to her. The avatar was the back of a basketball player wearing a number 30 white jersey shooting a basket. Songji zoomed in to look at the avatar and didn't recognize who it was. She knew very little about basketball stars. WeChat signature, I expect that the Green Mountain should see me as it is. What a drag. It's his character. She clicks add address book to send a friend invitation. Next. Li Bai, I passed your friend verification request. Now we can start chatting. Li Bai, something wrong? That fast? She hadn't thought of an opening line yet. The late man left in the West. I heard Yi Maoran say that the hot pot meal tonight was on you. Questionable. Li Bai, aha. The late man left in the West. How much is it? I'd better transfer the money to you. Smiles. Songji had wanted to send 2 shy emoticons, but felt it was inappropriate and changed it to a smile. Old man West, I heard Yi Maoran say it was 367. 26? Li Bai, no. He's rambling. Li Bai, 200. Song rhetoric. Why does it feel like you're the one messing with the numbers? The old man goes west, is it that little? Li Bai, well, student prices. Song Ru dawned on him. The old man leaves west, frowny face okay. She transferred over 50, thinking that there was still money for milk tea, which should have been paid by Yi Maoran, so she transferred another 12 to him. Tangshur only charged 50 and came over with a question mark. Chapter 30, Brown Sugar Water. The deceased's Western resignation. This is the milk tea money. Please help me transfer it to Yi Maoran. He seems to be quite healthy in his work and rest. Songji glanced at the time, 22:30. The late man left in the west. He fell asleep before 10:30. After a few seconds, the milk tea money was collected. Li Bai, he does usually go to bed early. The old man went west, so, good night, Li Bai, well, good night. Social good night over. Songji pulled out a paper without changing his face and started writing. What's late for peace and quiet? How do they sleep at their age now? Ha! On the other hand, Yi Mao Ran, who had a normal routine, looked at the chat records of himself and Songji, and let out a sharp popping sound. Tang sure, I'll fight you today. What are you talking about? What do you mean I didn't pay for it? What do you mean I'm a bit sleepy? I'm going to sleep first. What did you send to the goddess with my ID? My image of Ing Ming goddess has been ruined by you. You animal, asshole. The sound of money spilling out with a clatter interrupted his next words of cursing. Dog thing, has sent you a red packet. Please receive it. Yi Mao Ran, if you send me 20 cents like last time He clicked on the red envelope, paused, and counted 3 zeros, 2,000. His rising fire instantly dropped to the freezing point. Fawningly said, the pair of sneakers I have my eye on is still short of 3,000. You see. Whoa. Money continues to spill. Tang Shi looked at the goodnight WeChat interface, took the time to glance at Yi Mao Ran next to her, and faintly said, Scram, Yi Mao Ran. You can change your face faster than you can turn a book. But, okay, God of Fortune. Yi Mao Ran bent down and retreated. The days passed uneventfully for most of the month, and the first monthly exam of the first year of high school was coming soon. This monthly exam is both to test the results of your exams over the past month, as well as to screen and filter out those who are truly qualified to be able to stay in Class A. Don't blame me for not reminding you that the results of this exam will also be one of the bases for class placement a semester from now. When morning study hall ended, Lin Man left behind such words. The atmosphere in the class was much more staid than it had ever been. Hardly anyone was walking or talking, and there was only the sound of rustling and sliding paper and pencils. Song Ru didn't say anything either, but she was in pain. She was lying on the table, covering her stomach, her lips very pale. Song, are you feeling better? Do you want me to get you some hot water? As if his intestines were churned together. Songji didn't have the strength to speak and could only nod his head gently. Yen Shanshan called hot water, helped her up and drank a couple of mouthfuls. Looking worried, tomorrow will be the exam. Now this state can be how to be. It's fine. A few mouthfuls of hot water ironed. Songji was much more comfortable, only his face was still frighteningly white, a far cry from his previous rosy cheeks. The first day will look worse, the next few days will be much better, and I have ibuprofen stocked at home. This is actually an old problem. She was raised in elementary school in the rural areas of her grandmother's home. 6th grade when the menarche is not very important, then also not allowed. 3 or 4 months or even half a year to come once, so I did not tell her grandmother. Later, in her second year of junior high school, she moved from the town to the city, and the problem of irregular menstruation slowly improved after drinking traditional Chinese medicine, but the problem of menstrual cramps came back, and she drank a lot of medicines that didn't work. Well, I'll take that afternoon gym class off for you. Oh, well, Sam, you're very kind. Yen Shanshan smiled cheekily. Song, you're better. You two are so carnal. Yi Maoran's voice came from behind him. Get lost. Yen Shanshan slapped over. He didn't know how long he had been lying on his back in a daze, but when Song Ji looked up, the class was empty. Oh, gym class, she thought sluggishly, fishing for another glass of water on the table to drink from. Shaking it, empty. Never mind, it's not particularly thirsty. With that thought, she got down again, awakened midway by thirst, her lips parched and cracked. She rubbed her stomach and sighed in resignation, fishing for her water glass to try to get hot water. Fished for air. Heads up. Aha, no. Another dig into the belly of the table and nothing. Her stomach ached again as if she had been cut with a knife, and the pain was so great that she had to slump back onto the table. God damn it. What little thief steals my water glass on my period? When he was in cold sweat from the pain, Song Ji heard a thud, the sound of an object colliding, and a very light sigh. When the sharp pain passed, Song Ji struggled to raise her head, and her water glass appeared in her sight again, full of water. She lifted her hand up to touch it. Hot. Was it a dream before or is it a dream now? She unscrewed the lid and took a sip. Sweet, brown sugar water? The warmth melted in his stomach, ironing every corner of his body, and Song Ji was sure that it was before he was dreaming. There's no way in the world there's a thief who steals a glass of water during your aunt's period. But who made the brown sugar water? She went through everyone in her head, and in the end, only Yin Shanshan came to mind. It should be her. Song Ji lay on the table. The brown sugar water that had just gone down her throat was like a spring breeze softening the intense pain, and she finally fell asleep with peace of mind. Tang Shi, how come you didn't go to play ball in this afternoon's gym class? It's not interesting at all for me to play with other people. Ask Yi Maoran and he refuses to say anything, with a constipated look on his face. Are you two having a little secret behind my back again? Someone seems to be talking by the window. Who is it? Songji wanted to make an effort to open his eyes to see, but his eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Someone's sleeping, don't make me whip you. Get out. The voice was much lower than earlier, but Songji still heard that it was Tangshur. He's got a great voice, but how is he going to whip someone? So mean. He didn't usually sound so fierce, always tugging and sounding particularly immodest. Songji finally struggled to open his eyes, and only saw Yan Shanshan sideways, so he opened his mouth very softly, murmuring, Shanshan, thank you for the brown sugar water. Yan Shanshan was solving a math problem when she heard the voice and subconsciously responded, then reacted that something was wrong. What brown sugar water? Yet the girl lay on her side on the table and fell asleep again, her face much rosier than before. This brown sugar water works. Tansy leaned back in her chair, tilting her head and looking at her with her arms crossed. In the morning that face is as white as a ghost, it can scare people to death. But who did she just thank sparingly? Thanks to the wrong person. You didn't see him sitting behind her in gym class? Little heartless. Tangshur's eyelashes drooped and she curled her lips. Chapter 31, How can I say goodbye to the goblet of wine? The positions of the examination rooms were not arranged according to the results of the midterm examination, but were disrupted and randomized, and Songji was assigned to the third examination room. The next day the menstrual cramps subsided a lot, but she took 2 ibuprofen just in case. In the examination room, she met several acquaintances from Class A. Pei Yiming was also in the third examination room, sitting diagonally behind her. Songji even greeted him when she saw him. The first test was in language, and she was able to write it with a fair amount of ease. Ding, 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 ding. The examination bell rang. The examination room people one after another to leave. Songji did not want to squeeze with others downstairs, simply looked at the blackboard half a day to stay, and so on. The examination room people are gone almost. She was not slow to pack the examination tools, and so pack up a good turn of the head, and found that Pei Yiming is still standing in place did not go. The examination room is only left at this time the two of them. Going together? Song rhetorically asked him. Aha. Pei Yiming nodded and asked back, going straight to the cafeteria to eat? Good. The two of them were trying to find a seat after they went to the cafeteria to get their food when Yan Shanshan was waving frantically at them from somewhere in the corner of the cafeteria. Let's go there. Songja pointed in the direction where Yan Shanshan was. Good. Pei Yiming didn't have much of an opinion on where to sit. Yan Shanshan left a seat opposite and to the left of her. Songji habitually sat across from her, and Pei Yiming followed suit and sat next to her. How did you guys write that essay in language? Yan Shanshan asked as soon as she sat down. And most of the people around her were also discussing the essay for this language. It's about anti-Americanism and patriotism. The difficulty of this essay topic is not too high, and you can have a high degree of completion by applying the template. Also, can't write anything fancy either. Math and physics exams this afternoon. Is your stomach better? Much better. Don't worry. What's wrong? Stomach ache? Pei Yiming looked up and asked. Aha. Songja slowly ate the cauliflower in his mouth. It's gotten better. Afraid of Song Ru's embarrassment, Yan Shanshan changed the topic. How did you guys translate that literary translation question? What ministers die and still don't avoid? Doomed wine blah blah blah. I will die and not avoid it. And the goblet of wine is not enough to resign. Song Ru corrected her. Not too far off. Yan Shanshan waved her hand. Do you know what Yi Mao Ran wrote? He wrote, I'm not afraid to drink myself to death. 1 glass of wine isn't enough. Just because I accidentally glanced at that. I laughed for half an hour for his sake and almost didn't even finish my essay. Pei Yiming next to him laughed out loud. This brother is also a talent. Ordinary people really can't think of this brainchild. Right, I'm really going to laugh at him. He said last time that you were with him. This string of relatives Yan Shanshan didn't think of for a moment, and Songji consciously broke off his fingers to add. He thinks you're with the ing. Cousins, granddaughters, uncle, long-lost son, very similar. Songja said, his bright fox eyes picking upward, hooking out a flashy arc. Yes, that's it. Yan Shanshan stroked her chin in thought, but how come that look you just had is so much like someone I know? She was still seriously contemplating who she looked like when 2 familiar faces appeared in her vision, one of which had a cold and disinterested owner with upturned peach blossom eyes. Ah, yes, that's him. Yan Shanshan slammed the table, startling the people next to her. Like who? Songji looked at her, still with clear and soft brows. Yan Shanshan moved her eyes back to Tangshur's face again. Tansi raised her eyebrows and looked down at her condescendingly, an impatient expression on her face that meant look at you. Where's Dad? Well, this must be an illusion. How could her soft and cuddly little baby be like the big asshole Tangshur? Yan Shanshan silently took a bite of her meal and sighed. It's fine. Yi Maoran was originally holding the posture of the palace to catch the adulterer. Was Yen Shanshan so a shot? The momentum deflated half, but still forced to pretend a breath of air, thinking that the unique momentum of the dinner plate to Yen Shanshan next to a put, just chat what it. So happy? Talking about you. Yen Shanshan laughed. Chat. Me? The momentum was overwhelming. Song Ji was a bit sleepy at the moment, probably because the side effects of the medicine had come up. She was trying to support her eyelids and eat the green vegetables on her plate in small bites. There were shadows covering it, with the peel bursting out with lime bubbly flavor. Songji's drowsy thoughts cleared for a moment, subconsciously looking sideways, only to see Tangshur put down her plate, sat next to her with a big grin, smiled crookedly, and said in a dangling tone, "You're here. No one's here, right? There's no one there. You're already sitting down." Songja turned his head and silently shook his head before continuing to eat the vegetables on his plate. Tangshur thought she looked like some type of rodent when she ate vegetables, taking small bites down from one, and after a couple of looks, he inclined his head and let out a short laugh. This laughter is a bit abrupt. The other 4 people at the table are coincidentally look at him. Yi Maoran is more towards him to squeeze his eyebrows. Dog thing. Sitting next to the goddess laugh, don't you swing. Tangshur coughed twice with her fist against it. Why are you looking at me? Keep talking. What did we talk about, Yi Maoran? Adding 2 people. The atmosphere is warmer than just now. It is this atmosphere. Does not seem to be too harmonious. Yi Maoran, yeah, talk about me what? Pei Yiming, you are Yi Maoran ah? Just Yen Shanshan said. Yi Maoran, asked you? Pissed off. Pei Yiming. Yen Shanshan, says you're a retard who writes a mess of literary translation questions. Yi Maoran. Well, it's not very cordial. Song rhetorically accelerated the speed of eating vegetables, and then, choked. Cough cough cough. Songji wanted to take out the water cup placed on the side of her bag. Someone had already taken out the water cup one step ahead of her, unscrewing the lid and handing it over, smoothing her back for her. What's your hurry? What's your hurry? The movements were extremely silky and smooth in a single motion, causing the other 3 people beside Songji to freeze for an instant. Songji didn't have the time to pay attention to these details. She filled up a large amount of water, and after she slowed down, she explained to him very seriously, I just want to finish eating quickly and go back to bed. I'm too sleepy. Seeing her slowing down, Tangshur's hand that was still patting her back dropped down and nodded expressionlessly. Oh, that's awesome of you. Choking awake now? Not sleepy? Can eat slowly? Song rhetoric. Yi Maoran watched with trepidation from the side. He felt that the biggest obstacle his brother encountered on his way to chasing a goddess must be this disliking mouth. 5 people finished a lunch in silence. When writing math and physics in the afternoon, perhaps Tangshur was right. The more she wrote the questions, the more energetic she became, and at the back she really didn't feel sleepy at all. When the bell rang at the end of the day, Songji also happened to wrap up his writing. She wondered if he was really a genius while spitting at herself for being PUA'd and still having to count the money on her behalf. After the last English test, Songji packed up his things and went back to the classroom, where various voices were heard, either chagrined, frustrated, or excited, but none of their faces were overflowing with relief, as if they had put down a big stone. The classroom was bustling, but the busiest place was the back door by the window where Tangshur was. His seat was surrounded by people in 3 layers. All of them came to find him to correct the answer. Tang Z, why did you choose C for the last physics multiple choice question? Tangshur, how did you write the last big question in math? I don't have the same answer as you, do I? Tang poetry, Tang poetry, Tang poetry. Songji is not Tangshur can't stand this group of people's chanting. Being surrounded by stars in the center of the Tangshur also finally could not stand. The whole person tiredly leaned against the wall, like no bones, but also like they asked no temper, spare me. All the masters, do not read. I will send the test paper Q group. You slowly look, okay? First of all, in addition to language that paper I really cannot write. How come you can't write in languages? Lin Man ghostly appeared at the back door. Chapter 32 The Blind and the Mute. The students who were still surrounding and unwilling to leave scattered like birds and beasts, and Tangshur's entire body was exposed in front of Lin Man in a completely defenseless manner. Lin Man stared at him intently. Tangshur's shoulders stiffened for a moment, then relaxed again, and she spread her hands out as if there was no way out. The expression on her face was as innocent as it could be, and as frank as it could be. Don't ask me, I don't know why. You see, I usually class is not quite serious. Homework writing is also quite decent, right? I do think the teacher out of this question a little problem. Oh, Lin Man smiled coldly. What do you think is wrong? Let the teacher take a look as well. Speaking of this, Tangshur came vigorously, picking up the paper on the table to say something to her. You see this multiple choice third question? It says here. Ahem. Songja coughed twice and walked over to ask, Mr. Lin, isn't class already in session at this hour? Oh, Lin Man glanced at the time. That's true. She looked at Tang Shi again. You'll talk to me about it later when we go over the papers in class. Saying that, Lin Man walked up to the podium. Tang Shi raised her eyes, seemingly in disbelief, her dark eyes staring straight at Song Ji, with the most primitive curiosity and vigor of a teenager. Song Ji sighed and came closer again, pulling out the language paper in his hand and pointing to a small line of words at the top of the paper. Look carefully. Who is this paper writer? The young girl was bent over, and the lotus statue of cannon around her neck loomed in front of his eyes again, and as he looked at the cannon, what came to his mind was the red mole on her collarbone. Ahem. He tried to step back a bit, and then realized he was against the wall and there was no way back, so he obediently shifted his gaze to the paper. But damn it, all he could think about was that red mole in his eyes and mind. It's not over yet, is it? He closed his eyes in annoyance and slumped his person toward the table, squashing the half-language roll, leaving only a plush, fluffy head, green and reckless and unruly. I'm blind if I don't look. Song rhetoric. Little brother. You're not blind. You're crazy. Good intentions were treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Even if Song Ji's temper was good, he was also provoked to be a bit angry at this moment. If I'm blind, I'm dumb. You should have just been scolded to death in front of the roll caller. Or worse, socialized to death. Song Ji sat back in his seat and no longer cared about him. For the next few days, the two non-essentials didn't speak. Or more accurately, the two didn't speak a word. If the papers were passed in front of him, Song Ji would put them on his desk without looking back, and after about 10 seconds, Tang Shi would raise his head a little, put the papers on his desk, and then get down again in silence. If you want to pass the homework from the back, Tang Shi will silently put all the homework to be collected on the table properly, not like before. You have to. Song Ji turned his head to urge, and then hang around, giving one subject after another. It was like that for days on end. Yimaoran asked him if he had moved on during one of the games, and thought he was being righteous, saying, brother, don't be afraid of who you like. I'll support you, even if you like a man's wife. I'll give you a lookout for both of you on a date. Well, he ended up getting a nosebleed from a basketball hit by Tang Shi. Even Yan Shanshan, who had always been a big talker, sensed that something was wrong and asked her in a low voice during one of the class periods. You and Tang Shi. She pointed to the teenager slumped over the table diagonally behind her, who had been on his back for 3 days. You two had a fight? Can't it? Tang Shi. This person, although teenage temperament flaunted some, but the temper is really good. Classmates to ask questions he generally will not refuse. The south of heaven and north of the world where can chat, jokes and so on also open up. Inside and outside are open. On the last few days a bit strange. The expression on the face like, don't get it twisted? Song Ji, not to mention, she is simply Yan Shanshan has seen the best temper without one. Gentle and meticulous to whoever. Fox eyes curved. Aggressive looks but has a glance of good character. If these two could fight, Mars could hit the earth, right? As expected. Song Ju shook his head. There was no quarrel. So why don't you two talk to each other these days? Song Ru blinked. Because I don't want to talk to him. It's not like we know each other well. She said this in an unsuppressed voice, and the teenager sprawled out behind her curled his fingertips. Yan Shanshan guessed. So you're mad at him? Song Ji, why get angry? Anger is bad for the mammary glands. At first, there is a little angry, but soon she will be relieved. He wants to blind to him blind good. Cares so much why? Song rhetoric by many people say good temper. But more, she just a lot of things are light. People with each other to get along with the boundaries can also be clearly understood. She has never been able to do anything but her own thing, not expecting anything from others. So naturally she doesn't have the negative emotions of disappointment and disbelief. As long as it didn't touch her bottom line, she was too lazy to care about many things. Why do you care so much? You have so many things on your hands. It wasn't because she was angry that she didn't talk to Tang Shi, but because she didn't want to talk to him these days, and she had the right not to talk to him. Similarly, Tang Shi didn't talk to her these days, which was also his right. Songji felt that there was nothing to comment or get angry about. This matter didn't make waves in her heart. What bothered Songji lately was another matter, her monthly test scores. Although the results of this monthly examination have not yet come out, but 3 days have passed, the teachers of various subjects have finished the paper. How many points can be scored in their own hearts roughly have a number. Not particularly desirable in a Class A where the best of the best are in the field. Chapter 33 Birthdays. In addition to the class is discussing when the monthly examination results will come out. The most discussed is the National Day will be a few days of vacation. The other classes have already come out. Starting this afternoon, 7 days of vacation. The senior class only a class of vacation notice is not yet out. I heard sophomores only get 4 days off, so there's a chance we'll be like them, right? Ha, how is 4 days enough? It's annoying. Let's wait. It's not certain. What if there are 7 days? Convinced, and have been examined for 3 days. The monthly examination results are not out. The efficiency of the first middle school is also too slow. My mom also said that the monthly examination into the top 20 to take me out of the country to play it. After lunch, when Songji returned to the classroom, she heard two girls in front of her discussing, but the national day is Tang Shi's birthday, eh? Have you prepared a gift for him? Why do I prepare gifts for him? I don't know him well. The girl's voice went down, with a shyness and sourness that she didn't notice. And he doesn't lack me for this one. Look at his table is full of. You're just pretending you're just. Don't think I didn't see you secretly staring at him in class. Who's staring? I'm not. Keep your voice down and don't talk nonsense. Songji looked down at the exercise book in his hand. The fingertips of his pinched pen tightened, swaying slightly. So it was his birthday on the national day? No wonder Yi Maoran usually calls him 11. Should I say happy birthday to him in advance? After all, it's not completely unfamiliar. He is actually quite good. Songji's mind flashed through the red mole that danced at the end of his eyes when he lowered his head to give her a lecture. And then the image shifted, and there was the teenager crouching on the table again, with his broad, flat spine, revealing only the tops of his plush, soft hair, and his tone of voice was wang and impatient. Don't look at it. I'm blind. Lip lines pursed straight as she viciously scratched a few abstract black lines on her sketchpad. Whatever. He's blind anyway. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the window. Songji pulled open the curtains and a red-faced girl with bright eyes appeared outside the window. Classmate. She pointed to the seat behind her. Is Tang Shi sitting behind you? Songji nodded. In fact, his position was quite recognizable. He was the only one in the class whose seat was filled with all kinds of beautifully wrapped gifts. Then could you please put this on his desk for me? The girl pulled a small gift box out of her pocket, her eyes bright and shy. Songji had a moment of softness, but still politely refused her. It's not too convenient for me to put it. Why don't you just put it on his desk? The girl didn't answer, only glanced at the rest of the classroom, looking at her wordlessly and with supplication. Songji was just about to say why don't I help you open the window on his side, when she saw the girl run away as fast as if she had been frightened by something. And before she left, she didn't forget to throw the gift box in her hand on her desk and whispered, please, Song-ru? Songja stared at the gift in front of him, blinking slowly as if he hadn't reacted. This was followed by the sound of cluttered footsteps and teenagers talking and laughing behind them. Tang Shi, Yi Maoran and a few other students in the class hooked shoulders into the back door. Originally still dead classroom seems to be briefly full of vitality, like a calm lake brushed by the summer wind, wrinkled a pool of spring water, teenagers green and upright, causing the class to frequently look back. Songji suddenly realized why that girl had suddenly run away just now. Yo, Tang Shi, so many gifts, ravishing luck. Chen Jijun looked at the gifts on his table and couldn't help but go up and take them. Envious tone. Want one for a gift? A dangling and joking tone. How embarrassing. Knowing you're embarrassed. Why don't you get lost and leave it on my table to pick and choose? Tang Shi snatched back the gift he was holding and put it back on the table, making a move to kick him. Okay, it's all yours. It's all yours. I'm not stealing it. Chen Jijun muttered. You don't say that the lace edging on this gift is quite pretty. Come on, get out. Impatient tone. The people gathered around dispersed as birds and beasts, and the class returned to its original dead atmosphere. Songji looked at this gift in his hand and was uncertain for a moment as the conversation continued on the ground behind him. 11. This year seems to be a little more than last year again. It's useless for you to post that saying. Didn't you say no gifts? Songji, who had just planned to give him this gift in his hand without doing anything, froze. What can I do? Tang Shi wrinkled her eyebrows at the pile of gifts and seemed to have a headache as well. Sighing, let's find a place to put them first. I don't even have a place to do my homework. As he spoke, there was a rustling sound from behind him, and Yi Maoran's cursing voice. No, what are you putting in my book bag? I can't fit in my book bag. So you're carrying this book bag of mine? You're so old you need daddy to carry your backpack? Questioning tone. After a long moment of silence, Yi Maoran's soul asked, are you still human? This day is Friday. The last class is still physical education class. Lin Man also finally before the physical education class to bring good news to everyone. A class with the first year of high school like the other classes. The national day off 7 days. The class turned into a sea of cheers at this statement. But you guys be careful. The school will most likely announce the monthly test results during the vacation. And any bad test will be arrested by parents for remedial classes at any time. Lin Man added. The class immediately booed again. But in the end that was all during the vacation. The last class before the vacation is the physical education class. Double the joy. After the physical education teacher said dismissed, the class were scattered. Completely put down the baggage crazy play. Finally show a little 16 or 17 years old teenage style. Songji sat under the old acacia tree with her cheeks resting, looking like a young girl with something on her mind. Yen Shanchan walked over to sit down with her and couldn't help but tease her. What's wrong, little beauty? Something's on your mind. Give this lord a smile. Songji immediately flashed a fake smile, her apple muscles lifting upwards. Okay. Yen Shanchan couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. What happened? Tell me about it? Chapter 34, frankly awesome. It's not a big deal. Songji briefly explained what happened at noon today. Originally, I thought to look at the signature on the gift and return it to that girl, but it turned out that there was no signature on that gift. That's over. Tangshur most do not want to receive unsigned gifts. Every time Tangshur birthday, the most difficult is Yi Maoran. Have to be like a courier to help him with those signed gifts private back. Those unsigned gifts are not good to deal with. Throw and not good to throw. Stay also do not want to stay. Yeah. Songru also guessed what he was thinking. In her opinion, giving each other birthday gifts was a particularly precious and private matter. The more precious the intention of a birthday gift from an unfamiliar person or even a stranger, the more of a burden it would be for the party to whom it was given. Tansi should be thinking the same thing. After the two girls thought hard for a while, Yen Shanchan suddenly said, "But it really isn't a big deal?" Song rhetorically turned his head to look at her. Just tell him directly. If he doesn't want to take it, just keep it for yourself and give the gift back to her after the next time you run into that girl. 3 years of high school. I don't believe I can't run into that girl a second time. Right. Songru's eyes lit up. I don't know what I'm learning from Lindayu worrying about. Just ask him directly. It's not a big deal. It's hard not to be angry because of this. After figuring it out, Songji's entire body and mind were soothed. Come on, go to the kiosk and get something. I'll buy you ice cream. Then I'll buy you fudge. The two little girls held hands and were happy again. On the other end, the basketball court. Suihung broke through Tangshur's defense, ran, and dunked, then turned his head to shake his head arrogantly at him. It's become a vegetable in the past few days. Ah, Tangshur. Or maybe I'd become stronger? Yi Maoran also ran over and laughed at him. People are disappointed in their love affairs and happy on the court. But you're good. You can't even work on the court. The basketball rolled to Tangshur's feet. He bent down to pick it up, coldly dribbled the ball, stretched his long arms and shot. Suihong, the little X-table is ignoring you? Yi Maoran, to be precise. These two are ignoring each other. Suihong shocked. Yo, last time also protect with the baby like. I just leaned against the window and said 2 words to him, told me to roll. Do not quarrel with the baby to sleep. What's going on with buddies say, to give you advice? At least brother also talked about too. This then you have experience. Tangshur leaned against the basketball pole. Still did not say anything. Handsome face cold. The basketball in his hand every few seconds to turn a few times. Every few seconds to turn a few times. With TM installed a timed program like a constant cycle of repetition. Suihong skimmed his head to look at Yi Maoran. What the hell is wrong with him? Yi Maoran gloated. Who knows? Hold it for half a semester to see if the resigned sister will take the initiative to talk to him. Tangshur didn't stop moving her hands at this moment, but in her heart, she was pondering how to strike up a conversation with Songji in a suitable way. He really didn't mean to be cold to Songji in the past few days. Just TM Spring Dream heroine in front of his eyes every day. This is a person who is not weak. Especially the Spring Dream heroine also has a pair of very clear and clean eyes. With a clear spring-like. He felt as weak as the ink that melted into the clear water, and his heart grew even weaker. It would have been hard to get over the mental block to try and strike up a conversation with her this morning, I guess. Nice guy. Man, Spring Dream heroine says she doesn't know him well. How can we talk to him if we don't know him well? The teacher didn't teach me. Well, she also said that she wasn't angry. She just especially simply didn't want to talk to him. Might as well be angry then? You say you sincerely apologize to people. People say harm, I did not even put it in mind, you so formal, why You say then you strike up a conversation with me. And the person says I don't know you well enough to strike up a conversation. Tangshur in her mind seriously rehearsed the scene of conversation several times. Index fingertips are almost turning bald skin. And finally came to only one conclusion, no way. Sometimes the better the temper, the less you can do with her. Yi Maoran and Suihong stayed in the corner, pointing at him, not knowing what crickets he had. Tangshur did not care. He carried the basketball to the school building. Those two sneakily followed behind, because after the physical education classes directly after the holiday, the physical education teacher directly cancelled the assembly before the end of the class. This moment from the end of the class has been a short period of time. A lot of people carrying school bags to go outside. Tangshur in the middle of the retrograde, tall and long legs, handsome and conspicuous. He expected the classroom to be empty when he arrived, but he didn't expect to find a familiar person sitting in a familiar spot. Songji was sitting in the penultimate row by the window, very quietly reading a book. The sunlight poured in through the window, reflecting her face red. This scene coincides with the opening day of the school year. The same position, the same reading, and possibly, the same waiting for him. The guess made Tangshur's heart skip a beat. He couldn't resist going through the back door. coming around to her from the back like last time, his lean knuckles tapping on the same spot as last time. The girl looked up, a pair of light-colored eyes cleaner than in a dream, her fox eyes curved in a surprised smile, her eyelashes fluttering with light and shadow in the sunlight. Tangshur, you're here. It's waiting for him. Heartbeat falling into solid ground. Tangshur exhaled a breath, tried to speak but found her throat a bit dry, could only slide the knot of her throat hard and clear, and only after a long time did she reply in a low voice. Aha, what's next? An apology and a good explanation of that incident? But explain how to explain it. Say I'm sorry. I looked at the guanine statue hanging around your neck and thought of the red mole on your collarbone. And by the way, I had an erotic dream at night, and I couldn't control myself. I'm really sorry. Isn't that a purebred pervert? Tangshur's brain was running frantically, thinking about what to say so that it wouldn't be abrupt. Songja was not in a calm mood at this moment. It started with his knuckles tapping on the corner of her table, up his clear, strong wrist, and settling on his face. Song-ru was a face controller, ever since she was a child. When she was a child, she would sit in front of the TV with her grandmother and watch it, and if a good-looking character was killed off, even if it was the villain, she would cry for half a day, tearing her heart out, saying that she was not allowed to die, so much so that her grandmother had to emphasize to her every time she watched an anti-Japanese drama. This is a Japanese. He is now going to die. You can't cry. You must laugh. Even in real life nowadays, she didn't rarely discuss those good-looking stars or classmates with Jokanji or Yen Shanshan. Regarding Tangshur, the first comment Songji made when she looked at him was that he was very handsome, but at that time, she was observing and judging him more as an avatar on TV, with absolute rationality. But in the moment, from the moment Songji fixed her eyes on his face, she realized that Tangshur didn't seem to be handsome in the same way as all the handsome men she had met before. He was a very vivid and honest kind of handsome, like his whole person, presented to others, in its most original form. It might be hard to describe in words, but Songju tried very hard to memorize the scene. Right now, for example, he was wearing a sleeveless white jersey with a blue hairband tied around his forehead, and his hair, which had been cut short because of military training, had grown a little longer, covering his eyebrows but revealing just enough to show those dark, translucent eyes, which reflected everything in the world without being blocked by it. Probably because he had just finished playing soccer, his forehead hair was very wet, his cheeks were flushed in the setting sun. Songji could even see the tiny fuzz hairs on his face, and his body exuded a vigorous teenage spirit. Songji would like to describe him with all vivid things, like a dog's tail grass that is exposed to the sun but writes and wiggles with ease, like the freshest of limes, which will surely burst into a slightly acidic and fruity mist when you peel the rind. It's a very fascinating, and difficult, vividness to encounter in life. The table belly still left. The girl handed her a gift, and said that it would be easy to say the words. Songji opened his mouth, but how can not spit out? Chapter 35, Ambiguity. My ass. The sky was adorned with flaming clouds, and both were at the window. One sitting, the other standing, one with his head tilted up, the other with his neck lowered, 1,000 emotions hidden within, and for a time no one spoke, until there was a rustling sound from the window. Look, I guessed right. Wasn't it the little X-desk that first approached Tangshur to talk? Holy, it's really convincing, but why aren't the two of them talking now? Yimaoran's voice sounded like his teeth were all clenched. Don't change the subject. As we agreed before, the new pair of co-branded sneakers you recently bought are being delivered to my house tonight. I haven't worn those shoes once, so you could at least let me wear them once first. Who wants to wear what you've worn? Cut the crap. Willing to bet. The two were still arguing outside the window, and Song-ru blinked, confusion flickering across her face. Tangshur expressionless opened the window, condescending to look at the two squatting outside the window, seemingly laughing choked. Comic talk so good. I give you two to set up a stage to go up to say it. Squatting in the corner, how to give up. Do not know, thought you two voice how small it. Young Master Tang's ability to dislike people was not covered, and the two people in the squatting corner coincidentally squeezed out a smile of embarrassment. Don't bother, second young Tang. We'll both be leaving now. Ha ha, have a nice chat with the goddess. Yi Maoran dragged Sui Hung, who was still trying to speak, and ran away in a grayish manner. Songji couldn't help but laugh lowly. She really did think that what Tangshur said to Yi Maoran and the rest of them was particularly interesting. But, Tang Ershao? Does he have a brother at home? Then it's not easy for his brother to put up with such an arrogant and cocky nature. With Yi Maoran and Sui Hong gone, the classroom was quiet again, and Songji's low laugh became especially hard to ignore in the empty space. Oops. Song-ru hurriedly silenced his voice. Unsurprisingly, however, our young Master Tang, who particularly likes to get to the bottom of things, asked again. What? He inclined his head and cradled his arms in a slow tone. Funny? Songja looked up with a sincere expression. Quite humorous. and again he looked at him with such eyes as nestled in a spring of water, and to be a little warmer than a spring of water. Tangshur skimmed her eyes to look out the window, her eyes fixed through the spacious corridor on the distant buildings outlined by golden light and lined with scales. After a few seconds, last time, song rhetoric also spoke at the same time. Teenage ambiguity, under the stimulation of fresh hormones, in fact, is the easiest to produce and the easiest to diffuse. For example, at this time, obviously the two just happened to open a small mouth at the same time, but this small mouth outside like just placed a heater, huffing and puffing to blow hot air, blowing the whole classroom are hot. Tangshur's hot palms were sweating, and he thought to himself how the atmosphere was still getting closer and closer to idol dramas, but he let out a low chuckle and opened his mouth like the male protagonist in a drama. You first? The heroine across the table hesitated and pulled a small, beautifully wrapped gift from the belly of the table, pink in color, the kind that you could tell at first glance was for someone. Tangshur stared at that gift, and at that time, there was only one sentence in his head. What the hell? So uptight? Songji could see the shock in Tangshur's eyes. Fearing that he would misunderstand and show that meaningful look again, he hurriedly opened his mouth. This is a girl who asked me to bring it to you at noon today. A birthday gift. Don Z. His eyes went cold, his lip line straightened, and his palms stopped sweating, and he said that he blew hot air like a friggin' idol, and ambiguous as a hammer. Also, apologize my ass and explain the hammer. People care. My ass. Near the weather of October, the wind blowing out has been flooded with cold. But Songji still feel the emotion in Tangshur's eyes is even colder. She just assumed that he really does not like to accept other people's gifts, so she had to be more careful in her tone of voice. I'm just here to ask you, if you don't accept, no take. He interrupted her, his tone already nonchalant, and asked her rhetorically, what do you want? Songji felt that his questioning plus provocative tone was very inexplicable. If you don't take it, I'll look for an opportunity to return it to her. You're the one who shamed that girl into running away. Tangshur scrutinized her up and down, her eyebrows lacquered and cold, her sight finally settling on her guanine statue, and snorted. Then you really are a poodoo. Says she's nosy. Songji understood his subliminal meaning. She couldn't deny that she did meddle in this matter. Songji took a deep breath and stuffed that gift into her book bag and zipped it up. I'm just helping out by asking. The gift won't bother you to take care of it, and I'm sorry if I upset you, Songji said, without looking back, turning around and leaving the classroom. Chapter 36 Birthday Wishes. Tangshur stood in place, waiting for Songji's lean figure to completely disappear from sight. Only then did he realize that he had just said something under the impulse. This anger came quite unreasonably. He himself knew that he wanted to go after him, but in the end he couldn't press down on the juvenile temperament, and his feet felt like they had been glued in place. And in the end, he just clenched his fists and exhaled a deep breath. Songji did not go home directly after school, but went to the city library, and stayed there until it was almost closed before he packed his bag and went home without slowing down. When I arrived home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Shin-in and Song Jiching were sitting on the sofa in the living room, and the TV was playing the Dog Blood 8 o'clock program. Songji briefly greeted the two and was about to go into the bedroom. Shin-in coldly asked, aren't you guys not studying late tonight? Why are you back so late? Songja lowered his eyelashes, went to the city library. Shin-in faced with displeasure, go to see extracurricular books. Right. Mom is not let you see, but you are now promoted to senior high school. Academic pressure. These are still to see less. For fear of affecting your learning. You would have been in the class, you are now grades on the back, and then do not seize the time to catch up on it will be too late. Songja was silent for a while, only feeling tired and too lazy to argue, only saying, got it, Mom. Sensing his daughter's low mood, Song Jiching came out to round off the situation. The child likes to see, let her see it. She is only this hobby, now only the first year of high school. Do not have to control so strict. Shin-in disapproved. You're always spoiling them like this. When you were teaching Song Li it was the same way. Look at what you've spoiled Song Li into. He didn't even pass the math accompanying test this time. And into my spoiled out. When I want to give him on the cram school when you are how to say. You said that boys as children is to be released. To give him to enroll in some interest classes for his future intellectual development. Learning to wait until the middle school when then grasp is not too late. I am not saying that you do not too spoiled him. What's the use of you arguing with me about this now? You might as well think about how to improve his studies. Shin-in probably also knew that he was in the wrong, and immediately changed the topic. This National Day go and find a tuition institution for him, so that he can at least make up for his English and math. Got it. Looking for it. Song Jiching muttered in a small voice. It's not like the better tutoring organizations are more expensive. You have to shop around. Just gouge you to death. Songji had no intention of listening to the argument between the two anymore and went into the room, gently bringing the bedroom door with him. The sounds of the argument faded away. and Songji breathed a long sigh of relief as she threw her book bag on the chair and flung her whole body towards the bed. The familiar smell haunted her, her eyelids grew heavy, and Songji unconsciously fell into a deep sleep. By the time I woke up again it was after 11 o'clock at night. She felt her originally chaotic thoughts gradually clearing up, and her entire body lightened up. After humming and shampooing her hair and blow-drying it again, Songji reclined back on the bed, curling herself up and wrapping herself into a giant chrysalis. After her thoughts had let go for 10 minutes, she fumbled for her cell phone and turned it on. Shanine is not allowed to bring her cell phone to school with Songli. In fact, the main defense is still Songli play cell phone in class. She is just as an older sister to set an example to her younger brother, and incidentally, the usual control is not so strict. The school is not allowed to bring, but the check is not too strict, in case of bumping into or turning a blind eye. But Songji grew up to be a particularly scrupulous girl, unless the school charter, or never privately bring a cell phone to school. After not logging into WeChat for a few days, there were quite a few people who sent her messages, especially Joe Kanji, who bombarded her with a bunch of messages, from the smallest to what meals she ate today, what paintings she drew, to the largest to what handsome guys she met at school, and people and things that upset her. Songji slowly flipped through them, responding to them one by one. Well, Joe Kanji also sent her a lot of handsome men. She clicked in, zoomed in, one by one slowly appreciate, and then with the emperor to approve the Zhengzuo like, one by one write a good comment. The face is beautiful and sealed as a permanent presence, quite a temperament, honorably appointed nobleman. The eyes are not in the library of the sinners. After looking at the handsome man, Songji felt like she was in a much freer mood. She returned to the list of tweets and casually skimmed down the list twice. Then her eyes fixed. Li Bai sent her a message at 1900 hours, shortly after she left the classroom. How did he? Songji pursed his lips and clicked in. Li Bai, this incident today. It's my fault. I didn't control my emotions. My tone was very impulsive. Sorry. Songji stared at the message for a long time, blinking sluggishly after a long time. She didn't think he'd apologize, or even that he'd have to. After all, in this case today, it really was her meddling in the matter, and he was justifiably angry. Not to mention that it was just a euphemistic taunt, and the tone was far from heavy. She thought that this sentence wasn't enough to shake her mind by half, and it couldn't have any effect on her mood. However, Songji looked at this WeChat over and over again, and finally put the phone on her chest, then turned around with a jerk, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. The incandescent light there was dense and hazy. Some hidden and stifling corner of her heart was quietly ironed out so that she was only belatedly aware of it. Oh, so this is something that she does get a little aggravated about in the back of her mind as well. Songwa's heart finally couldn't control the bubbles of joy that were gurgling outward. After calming down a bit, Songji rolled over again, lying on the bed, snapping and typing a bunch of words, and then finally feeling inappropriate, and then deleting them as much as possible. What's good to go back to? Song rhetorically rolled over again to stare at the ceiling in disbelief. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Song rhetorically tapped the screen of his cell phone. Li Bai, picture. Li Bai? Li Bai, is the original not forgiven. Say something? Song rhetorically clicked on the picture. It was her chat box with Tangshur, and the top of the chat box said, the other party is typing. What kind of apologist is so trollish and pushes for forgiveness? What a drag king. Song rhetorically mumbled in a small voice. Songji suddenly didn't want to reply, or simply pretend to be asleep. I'll be back tomorrow. Ding dong, ding dong. Li Bai, don't try to pretend to be asleep. Li Bai, emoticon. He posted an emoji of a big gray fluffy dog staring at the screen, which was accompanied by the message, I am watching you. Song rhetorically stared at the dog. Why does this dog feel a little familiar? Before she could think about it, Tangshur sent her a succession of emoji bombardment. The phone dinged and then the last two. Li Bai, forgive or not? Auntie. Li Bai, can you at least squeak? Well, that's a good one to go back to. The old man leaves in the west, Z. Song rhetorically saw that the opposite side was typing for half a day. And finally, Li Bai, it's useless to be pampered. Is it forgiven or not? Song reference? Who spilled the beans? But she glanced at the time on her phone and didn't have time to retort to him, sliding her phone screen directly to find the very first apology message, long pressing it, and hitting quote. So that brief line appeared at the top of that apology message. The old man went west, it doesn't matter. At this time, the time displayed on the cell phone was exactly 23:59, and Songji continued typing after sending that message. At exactly midnight, she pressed send. The old man went west, Tang poetry. Happy birthday to you, see the mountains or the hills. I wish you a smooth road and all the best, and if not, then I wish you 1,000 sails and you're still a teenager. October 1st at 12 o'clock sharp. The phone dinged and droned, and messages kept popping up at the top of the screen. Tangshur was oblivious to the fact that she was only staring at the two messages on the screen. Midnight. Snail's front desk, it's okay. Snail's front table, happy birthday. Dawn poetry. Seeing mountains is still a mountain. The corner of Tangsher's lips couldn't help but tickle. The new X desk. The temper is real good. Chapter 37, Secret Bases. After Songji sent that message, she didn't get a reply from Tangsher, and she didn't care. At this point in time, there would be a lot of people wishing him a happy birthday, so he shouldn't have the time to pay attention to her, and her wishes would probably be lost in the countless messages of blessings. Unnoticeable. Outside the door, Shanine urged her to turn off the light and go to bed. Songji pressed out the phone screen, put the phone on the nightstand. Snap sound. The head of the incandescent lamp also extinguished. Confused about falling asleep, the phone buzzing vibration automatically light up. Songji thought it was Joe Kanji who had messaged her back, and turned sideways to fish for her cell phone. The white light of the screen was blinding, and she squinted her eyes slightly. Li Bai sent her a message. Her fingertips paused and clicked open. Li Bai, line. Blessings I received. Song rhetoric, then also wish you a happy National Day. Sea water or water. Another 10 seconds or so passed. Li Bai, and good night. Song rhetorically slept until he woke up naturally. Huayan City is a net city. During the National Day, there are many foreign vehicles, car repair stores to be busier than usual. Shin-in and Song Jiqing busy feet, every day before dawn to go, more than 10 o'clock at night before returning with a full body of dirty, face full of fatigue color. The most Shin-in said to her and Song Li was, "You must study hard in the future. Don't be like me and your father, who suffered the loss of not studying." Every time this happened, Song Li would have an impatient look on his face and heavily slammed the bedroom door shut. This child, Shin-in gasping not, really brought to the side from childhood, was spoiled. When I was a child, I should have sent him to grandma's house as well, so that my mom can teach him well. Song Ji grew up in his grandmother's house, while Song Li was brought up by them as a child. In those years, when Huayan City was still far from being developed into what it is now, many young couples in the countryside would go south to work and leave their children with their elderly parents. Song Jiqing's mother passed away early, and Song Ji was raised in his grandmother's house. 2 years later, Song Li was born, and in the same year, his aunt gave birth to a pair of twins. Since his grandmother was not capable of taking care of 4 children at the same time, Song Jiqing and his wife took the younger Song Li with them to raise, while Song Jue continued to stay at his grandmother's house. Later, Huayan City to develop the tourism economy, to seize the trend of short video development, rapid economic development, quickly soared to the first line of the net red city. The men and women who went south to work seized the opportunity to return to their hometowns to develop. Shin-in and Song Jiqing returned to Huayan City in the year of the second year of the Song resignation, to pick her up and raise her side, but also with the money saved up by the part-time work to open up a car repair store. The results of the monthly exams were released on the 4th day of the National Day holiday on the WISE app, which is divided into the parent side and the student side, so that both parents and students can clearly see the students' results in each subject, their rankings and even their answer cards. When she knew this result, she was at home writing a chemistry paper. That self-test paper sent down by the teacher was difficult. She was writing very slowly. She went to get a drink of water in the middle of the day, wanting to relax for a while to change her brain, just as her cell phone ding-donged, and Songji received a notification of her result sheet for this monthly exam. Songji's first monthly exam results in his first year of high school ranked second to last in Class A and 69th in his grade, a regression of 19 places. In fact, her heart had already expected it, but a strong sense of powerlessness still enveloped her, a sense of powerlessness that had slowly risen in her heart since she had been admitted to Class A, following the rhythm of the lessons. She didn't want to be the tail of the class, and even if she was the phoenix tail, the low self-esteem that took her breath away surrounded her, a feeling that was the same as the one she felt when she transferred to the 8th grade in her second year of junior high school. Transferred from the town to the city, she was at the bottom of the list in the 8th grade. And Songji couldn't forget the tired and disappointed look on her face at the time when she was holding her failed math paper for Xinyan's signature. But this time is different from the last time. Songji understands very well. She was in the town before with a kind of get-over-it mentality. She was able to comfort herself then because she didn't work hard enough, so she riveted her energy forward, and rushed all the way to the second in her class and the top 30 in her grade. But she looked carefully at those wrong questions this time, and all that was left was a sense of powerlessness, carelessness, lack of effort. Menstrual cramps, there was no excuse to be made, and on another exam, she would only get this score. What to do? Is it not smart enough? Song Ruler thought. She blinked, trying not to tear up. Shin-in sent a Weibo message, telling her to go out and eat something by herself. She and Song Jiqing would not be back until late today. Sungru slowly fought a good fight. Mom must not have had a chance to look at her grades yet, and if she knew, she must, too, be looking at her with the same disappointed eyes as she did last time. Song resigned and went wandering outside. not having much of an appetite, and ended up catching the familiar number 8 bus all the way to one of the stops and getting off. This is her secret base. The last time Song-ru came here was in the 3rd year of junior high school, when some people in the class gradually called her a perennial old man. It's an unnamed park by a lake, and in the twilight, where old men hobble, lovers whisper, and children blow bubbles colorful in the sun. No one knows her or cares about grades. Song-ru sat on a wooden chair by the lake, looking out over the sparkling lake, with 1,000 sorrows inside her. She forced herself to let go. Almost half an hour later, she was about to leave when a gray dog suddenly burst into her sight. Song-ji was taken aback because the dog was really big, almost as big as half of her person. The next second, however, the big, fluffy dog crouched on its lower legs, wagging its tail and sticking its tongue out at her curtly. Song-ji looked at the familiar fur and movements, and an incredulous guess flashed through his mind. Little Ash? Chapter 38, Have you eaten? The big dog gave a soft woof and rubbed her calf affectionately. How did you grow so big? Tangshur had been training his dog at home for the past few days, which started when he got up on the morning of the National Day and lifted the quilt, realizing that Tangjio hadn't stayed in his kennel, but was lying under his quilt instead. Tangjio is a huge noble dog as its type. It is really huge and especially expensive. More than a meter-long strip of big dog was carried out of the room with a black face. While walking also while training it, just where to sleep no? I slept under your brother's blanket. Understand? Do you know what the consequences are? Tangjio had just been gripped awake by him at that moment. His eyes were confused. Obviously he hadn't gotten it yet. Tangshur was really convinced. On the one hand, reason told him that it was not gentlemanly to argue with a dog. On the other hand, he was so angry that his head was dizzy, but he still couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't hit it, and he couldn't scold it. Tangshur is a little young master of the disease, specifically does not reflect in the cleanliness, but in his possessiveness of the bed. He does not like anything to touch his bed. Since elementary school, his bed has been their own choice. They make their own, they wash, resolutely do not let anyone touch. His mother, Ms. Ho cannot be. In response, Ms. Ho commented sharply, you have the guts to sleep in a shared bed with your wife in the future. The then young Tangshur was a very stubborn person. Who wants to sleep in a shared bed? I want to sleep in a separate bed. After dinner that day, Tangshur snapped on the leash as usual and pulled it for a walk. And while walking, she also persuaded it bitterly that climbing the quilt is not what a gentleman dog does. Tangjio drooped his head, as if he sincerely admitted his mistake, but in reality, it was all an illusion. And the next time he saw his bed, he still pounced on it with 2 glowing eyes like a dog pouncing on meat. Young Master Tang occasionally wondered if his charm could already cross species. Tangshur lowered her head and thought a little too deeply, and in a moment of inattention, a strong force came from the other end of the traction rope, and when she looked up, she only saw Tangjio riveted to run forward, as if there was some kind of flooding beast chasing after her, only leaving behind someone who was dumbfounded in the evening breeze. When Tangshur arrived, she saw a man and a dog sitting on a wooden bench by the lake looking out at the sunset that was about to fade into the distance, with inexplicably despondent expressions on their faces. Little Gray Ash, the sun is about to set, and your master is not coming for you? Woof. Little Ash, you've gotten so big. Is your master treating you well? Woof. I'm so happy for you that you have a home. Woof. Ash, I'm not very happy today. Can you sing me a song? Woof. 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 That was beautifully sung. Thank you. Woof. One person and one dog responding to one another. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, but it appeared that Tangshur, who was standing on the side with a bit of a chipper expression on her face, was a bit redundant. Thinking this way, Tangshur's expression relaxed a bit, and did not make a sound, just stood not far away with his hands in his pockets and waited. Waiting for 10 minutes, Tangjio shrugged his nose, finally turned his head and saw him, excited a woof, jumped off the bench, ran toward him, raised his front paws to come to hold when Tangshur pinched it fateful back of the neck to pull it far away. Look rare serious, line ah, the dog courage to become big, to the sky, to say that you have 2 sentences on the run away from home, ah, was caught to stew dog meat afraid of not afraid? Woof, Tangjio grunted in aggravation and fear, you be gentle with it. It was too late to think about why Tangshur was here. Songji ran over to free Tangjio from Tangshur's clutches, smoothing his fur and stroking it. Tangshur lightly grunted, looking at the big wimpy dog that was hiding behind the girl and pretending to be pitiful, but she didn't say anything more. Is this your dog? Song rhetorically crouched on the ground and tilted her head to look at him, probably only intending to take a casual walk around the neighborhood. Tangshur was dressed casually, with a patternless white short sleeve over her upper body and black sweatpants underneath. She should have just taken a shower, and her hair was half wet, very loosely covering her forehead, with a few strands still sticking up unruly. His features were capable and unblemished from this angle, instead noting only the raised knot of his throat and a beautiful jawline that was sharp and clean. Songji felt that he was differently handsome like this from when he was in school, a bit more natural and kinda down-to-earth kind of handsome. Yet as soon as Tang Shi opened her mouth she knew it was an illusion. What? Not like that? He raised the crest of his eyebrow, his tone lazy, the knot in his throat protruding and undulating more noticeably. Songji looked at the big dog next to him and stared at his face for a while before asking him sincerely, "Do you think it should look like that? What about comparing him to a dog?" Tang Shi looked at her innocent expression, almost being angry, and laughed, bent down to pick up the traction rope on the ground, slightly used a little force, dragged out the goon dog hiding behind Songji, did not answer just that question, but casually threw out a sentence, "Have you eaten yet?" Song rhetorically stood up, stomped his somewhat numb feet, and shook his head. "There's a noodle shop around here that tastes pretty good. Want to eat?" Songji felt that the two were not familiar enough to eat together, so he politely declined. "No, I'm not very hungry yet." But the next second after the words left his mouth, Songji's stomach let out a coo, large intestinal chirping sound. Her face quickly leapt up a thin red, and in her heart, she secretly prayed that Tang Shi would just pretend that she hadn't heard what she had just heard, but that's clearly not the asshole's style. "Oh, not hungry yet." Tansy trailed back, and threw out another slow sentence. "But your stomach seems to have something to say." Song rhetoric. "The noodle shop is not far from here. 2 people and a dog walking not a few minutes to arrive. This restaurant apparently allows pet dogs in the restaurant. Although this pet looks big, it lay obediently under the table." Tang Shi probably didn't dare to loosen the traction rope for fear that it would run around again. He clutched the pull ring in his left hand and wrapped it twice in the direction of the black leather traction rope to fix it in his hand, his veins bulging out obviously, while his right hand was holding the menu. "Eat what? I'm with you, I guess. It's not like I know which ones are good and which ones aren't anyway." "Then I'll order 2 orders of Yangchun noodles?" Song rhetorically nodded. "Any contraindications?" "No scallions." "Okay." Tang Shi lowered her head and casually scratched twice, handing the menu to the waiter next to her. Songji's eyes settled on his hand clutching the tow rope for a few seconds before he averted his gaze as if nothing had happened. "I heard you call it Little Ash before?" Tang Shi's left hand was still clasped on the table, and with her right hand, she poured 2 cups of water, handing out a cup to Songji. "Well, randomly, what's its name?" "Its name is Tangjio, but is it small?" The undisguised mockery caused Tangjio, who was lying under the table, to let out a disgruntled light woof. "I've seen it before 2 years ago. That time Tangjio wasn't half as big as it is now." Songju felt that she and Tangjio were quite compatible. 2 years ago the day she was in her second year of junior high school, having just moved from town to city, and was very uncomfortable with her classes and home life. That day the papers for the math quiz were handed out, and the math teacher asked the students who were failing to go and take them to their parents for their signatures. She clutched her papers for a long time on the bus that day, and in her heart she was especially afraid that Shanine would be disappointed in her and then resend her back to her rural home. At that time, even though Songji loved her grandmother, deep down she still preferred to stay with her parents and brother. Then by the time she reacted, she'd passed the station, and when she got off the bus, she realized it was a strange and beautiful lakeside park, and simply didn't go back yet, wandering aimlessly and casually, before seeing it curled up in a ball in some nook or other. Songji remembers that someone came over to take it away, but she was in a depressed and frightened mood, and didn't pay attention to see the person's face. Shanine called again to urge her to go home, and after confirming her identity she hurriedly handed the puppy over to him and left. Remembering this, Songju asked him, "Did you adopt 9 children 2 years ago?" "Ninth child, called oddly close." Tansy's chin slouched a little. "Adopted the year I was in the first semester of my junior year." "Then the timing is right. I also saw it during the first semester of my second year, and I remember someone coming over and claiming it at that time." Song-ru only vaguely remembered it was a young boy, and was just about to ask if it was you that day, when 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles were served immediately afterward. Chapter 39, The Ferris Wheel. Tang Shi was still looking down waiting for her to continue to ask, waiting for dozens of seconds also did not have the following, and then looked up. The girl's eyes stared straight at the bowl of noodles. Her eyes did not move. He laughed out suddenly, watching her cheeks turn red again before he absently pulled out a pair of chopsticks from the side and handed them to her. His voice also tinged with laughter. "Not hungry? I see that the cravings have all been aroused." Songji snapped and took the chopsticks. "It looks quite tasty." Tang Shi was non-committal. Neither of them was in the habit of talking during meals, and they ate in a svelte manner, gradually leaving only the soft crunching sound of the occasional clash of chopsticks and dishes. Tang Shi finished eating before her, and when he was done, he put his chopsticks down with a very soft snap sound. Songji subconsciously looked up at him. Her eyes were very watery. Her mouth was still holding the noodles, stuffing them in one by one like a little hamster. Probably because she saw that he had finished eating, she sped up a little, her cheeks bulging, but she was more like a squirrel. Eat slowly, there's no rush to get back to bed this time. He leaned back in his chair with his arms wrapped around him, one leg slightly bent, his eyelids drooping with little spirit, and spoke idly. Song rhetorically slowed down, thinking, well, this time it looks like you're in more of a hurry to get back to bed. After eating, Tangshir went to check out first. Songji held Tangjio. One person and one dog stood at the door, obediently and coquettishly waiting for him to come out. After about 2 or 3 minutes of waiting, Tangshir came out of the store. Without waiting for Songji to ask how much he had paid, he had already inclined his head and asked her quite bluntly, going for a walk to cool off? Actually, the night color here is quite beautiful. The sky has been completely dark when the lights are on, but more people, romantic couples and hobbling old people are still there, and more young parents holding their children out for a walk. Middle-aged vendors spread out their humble stalls to sell their wares, and the spicy aroma of roadside stalls wafted through the air. The fireworks of the human world are the most soothing to the hearts of mortals. Song rhetorically only glimpsed a corner of the evening his still restless mind but has unconsciously calmed down. She'd been here 5 or 6 times, each time sitting quietly on a wooden bench, waiting for the distant sunset to disappear halfway below the horizon, and riding the twilight home. It was true that she had never seen the color of the night here, and Tangshir's offer was very appealing to her. Songja only hesitated for a split second before nodding in agreement. Tangshir looked at her, and above her head was the moon, her dark eyes refracted in the moonlight, not cold, but with a bit of gentleness. Then he held out his hand towards her, and what Songji noticed this time were his fingernails, neatly and cleanly trimmed without any white edges, and the crescent moon on his thumb was beautiful, shaped a bit like the moon tonight. Songru looked at him slightly bewildered, clearly not understanding what he meant by suddenly extending his hand. This wimpy dog, you want to hold it all the time? Tangshir returned her same query. Tangjio made 2 disgruntled woof woof sounds. It was only then that Songji noticed that she was still holding the leash in her hand and let out an indistinct "oh," but she kinda liked the idea of walking the dog, so she asked him, slightly pleadingly, well, I kinda want to, can I? Tangshir didn't answer, wrinkling her eyebrows at her. Do you usually talk to people like this? With such a soft tone and an upward hook at the end. It was like a cat's paw on the heart, tingling and tickling. Ha, right, isn't that the normal tone? Tangshir, however, did not intend to explain to her and only threw out a sentence of hold it if you want to, and then took the lead to walk forward. Songji looked at the teenager's increasingly cold and upright back under the sparse moonlight, and after a few seconds of fixation, he looked down again to meet the equally clueless Tangjio's eyes. Your master doesn't seem to be too possessive of you. Even his back was cold after only a short distance. Tangjio gave a displeased woof, wanting to say that this is not his master, this is his brother. Even her back is characterized by indifference. Tangshir walked a few steps without hearing footsteps behind her, but turned her head to see a man and a dog still staying in place. You a sentence and I a woof and a nagging. There was no way out. Standing still and waiting for them to finish their chatter, waiting until the young girl slowly walked up to him with the dog on a lead, and the 2 men and the dog converged before they continued on their way. After about 10 minutes of walking, the road came to an end. Songji just wanted to say that we should go back the same way. Tangshir led her to turn east and west on a greenstone road, winding into a very long section all the way up. The greenstone road is very narrow, can only accommodate 1 person to pass. Songji and Tangjio in the front. Tangshir slowly followed their pace in the back. Songji had never walked on this road before, next to the trees towering into the forest. The forest is very dark, although there are street lamps next to her, but the further she walks, the fewer people. She began to feel anxious, walk a few steps to look back to see if Tangshir is behind her. Tangshir was happy to let her watery eyes stare until she stepped off the step. When she turned back to look at him, her body lurched forward with inertia. Tangshir quickly pulled her arm. The strength used too much. Songji fell back into his chest. The unique fragrance of the girl pervasive surrounded him. She is very light. Even the back is also very soft. But people are always a little weight right. Tangshir asked himself this. Otherwise he couldn't explain his frantically beating heart and nearly stagnant breathing. Songji's soft back fit properly with the teenager's hard and hot chest. She felt that her whole back was stiff. Her soul was floating in the sky. But Tangshir's unique lime fragrance was clear and strong. His hot breath was still sprayed in her ear. His hands were clearly just a vague ring around her shoulders. Very polite, not touching half, but it was as if her body and soul were locked in place, making it difficult to break free. The 2 people seemed to be fixed by some mysterious power, and in this position, no one dared to move first. Only the careful and burning breaths of the young boy and girl proved their existence, until Tangjio light woof, lying on the greenstone road to look at the 2 people suspiciously. Songji, who was leaning against her chest, looked like he finally reacted and stood up straight with a whoosh. His whole body was red, even his brain seemed to be getting burned, and he came up with a confused, I'm sorry. Tang sure didn't seem to be any better. Her eyes didn't know where to put them, and in the end, she had to lock eyes with Tangjiu, who was lying on his back on the verdant road, and subconsciously returned a sentence. You're welcome. Songji never looked back the whole way. Tangshur also restrained herself from looking at her back. The two of them walked all the way to the top of the mountain with this silent and weird atmosphere. But Songji did not expect. The original cold green stone road at the end of the Ferris wheel stands tall. To the top of the mountain, the atmosphere is even more lively than the lake. Children's playful sounds, lovers' honeyed words, vendors yelling and yelling again came one after another. She had doubts in her heart. Just walked that green stone road. Obviously not many people. Maybe that's a trail? Chapter 40, Roses. For you. Songli turned around and wanted to ask Tangshur. Tangshur was standing not far away, and at this moment was being pestered by a little girl selling flowers to buy them. Handsome brother, buy a bouquet of flowers. My flowers here are cheaper than other places. In that case, what kind of flowers do you sell then? Tell brother, I have roses here. Buy one for your future girlfriend. How is it a future girlfriend? Can't I have a girlfriend now? He deliberately teased her. Handsome brother. The little girl's tone was serious. The teacher said no early love. Don Z. Songji watched as he finally bought all the roses and bent down to touch her head, coaxing her to go home early to do her homework or her teacher would assign her a boyfriend. Is it a handsome boyfriend like brother? The girl asked curiously as she held a bouquet of roses in her hand that Tangshur Por had given her. No. Tanzi laughed and said something cooler than him. It's a boyfriend like Porky Pig. The little girl went home to do her homework in horror. Just like that, Tangshur walked towards her holding a large bouquet of roses in her hand, and then raised her chin. Her tone so unusual that it was like asking her what she was having for dinner tonight. Any two to help me share the pressure? These flowers are heavy enough. Songja's rejection that reached his mouth was just swallowed whole, casually drawing 2 roses. She looked up at the Ferris wheel streaming in the distance and asked the question buried in her heart just now. What we just walked, was it a path? Well, found out quite a while ago. Songji was just about to say why don't you take the main road, which is safer, when he heard Tangshur speak in a proud and tugging tone. There aren't many people who know about this small road. So you're counting on following the light. Song rhetoric. Thank you. The two just stood there dumbfounded for an unknown amount of time before Tangshur suddenly inclined her head and asked her, afraid of heights? Songja didn't understand how the topic suddenly jumped here, but shook his head anyway. So you're going to ride the Ferris wheel? Tangshur's chin slouched a bit that way and uttered an extraordinarily classic phrase. Come what may. Aren't you coming along? Song rhetorically asked back subconsciously. After saying that, he realized that it was not good. Sure enough, the teenager looked at her with a meaningful look in his eyes. Songja felt that those eyes conveyed the meaning of what? You just want to be with me so much? Had to futilely add. I mean, come all the way. Tangshur withdrew her gaze and laughed lightly. What did I say? Song rhetoric. Not teasing you. Tangshur held out her hand toward her again. Give me that wimpy dog. We'll both have to spare someone to keep an eye on it. The Ferris wheel doesn't let dogs in. Oh. Sung Ru gave him the leash. The original round had already come down, and a new round had been added. Songji followed the flow of people in, and when he reached the ticket gate, he turned back to look at the back, and then he bumped into Tangshur's gaze. He stood right at the sound of the crowd, clean and clear-eyed, with a vividness that the surliest crowds and the brightest roses couldn't overpower. Possibly noticing her gaze, he cocked his head and grinned at her, his dark eyes azure, his hand hanging from the tow rope swinging upward with force. Flamboyant and sharp was he, as was kind and gentle. Songja took a deep breath and turned around to continue walking inside. When the Ferris wheel rose to the highest point, the entire city of Huayan was stepped on. The scenery below the mountain was unobstructed. The original tall buildings became small, and the original small people has become an insignificant point. The depressed air that had been condensing in Songji's heart suddenly dissipated. What does one monthly test score mean? Can't it be important enough to determine her entire life? Can't it be serious enough to destroy her hopes of remaining in Class A, but can it cause her to fall into a negative mood that she can't get out of? A constant denial of herself? It can't be. Song Ru thought. Life is so long, don't let her seize the opportunity, or else she must, against the wind, turn the tide. Back home is already after 9 o'clock. Song Juhan, still holding 2 roses, did not dare to go back so directly. First send WeChat asked Song Li's parents are not at home. Get a negative answer before rest assured that the door. Song Li was playing a game in the living room at that moment, and only glanced up hastily, but still noticed the rose in her hand and casually asked, who did you send this rose to? Don't tell me it's my future brother-in-law. Songji was so shocked that he coughed and panicked. What are you babbling about? This is what Zhou Kanji bought for me. She made an almighty excuse. After Song Ru finished speaking, he didn't care if Song Li believed it or not. He directly walked into the bedroom, and at the end of the day, he even unlocked the door. Sis, you look like you have a weak heart. Song Li was still talking smack outside. Shut up, are you a sister or am I a sister? Song Ru was gentle with most people, except in front of Song Li, who would put up a bit of a front of being a sister, especially when teaching him his homework. Sure enough, the other end went completely silent. Song Ji breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize that he had been scared out of his wits. Her eyes dropped to the 2 roses lying quietly on the desk, moved away again, looked twice more, moved away again, and finally allowed herself to flop onto the bed and roll around. At the time when I took it, I was quite justified and did what I wanted to do, but now that I look back, I feel that there is something wrong with it. How can anyone send roses so casually? How can anyone receive roses so casually again? It's a rose that represents love. Songja's entire body was buried in the quilt, completely unable to look directly at the 2 roses on the table. Maybe the National Day days were too busy, and Shinee never realized that her results for this monthly examination had already come out. So the night before the end of the National Day holiday, Songji took the initiative to go and talk to Shineen about her monthly examination results. This month Songji's efforts, Shineen actually see in the eyes. She eventually just sighed, did not say anything more, only told her not to be discouraged, and strive to continue to stay in class next semester, and by the way, mentioned whether to enroll in extracurricular remedial classes. Songji was silent for a while and only said that he still wanted to try hard on his own. Cram schools were expensive, and she didn't want her parents to spend all their hard-earned money on her. After confessing to Shineen what she had been anxious about for several days, Songji felt relieved, and only then did she remember that she still seemed to owe Tangshur money that she hadn't paid back, that Yangchun noodles. So the following conversation ensued. The old man goes west, puppy probe JPG. Li Bai, the late man left in the west, I haven't asked you yet. How much does the Yangchun noodles cost? Rose, Li Bai, what? Old man leaving in the west, pay back the money. Li Bai, you're pretty quick to react. Old man west, Li Bai, this is the 3rd day we've been apart. Deceased west, accidentally forgot. The old man went west, private Marseille. Li Bai, I've forgotten too. The old man leaves in the west, forget what? Li Bai, I forgot. Yangchun noodles, how much? Deceased man leaving the west, how come? Li Bai, why wouldn't I? The deceased left in the west, WeChat payment will be recorded. Li Bai, I paid cash. The old man went west, that's right. Li Bai, but, the old man leaves west, but what? Li Bai, next time you go there, you have to treat me to some Yangchun noodles. Chapter 41, Black Horse Pei Yiming. On Friday evening, the 7-day vacation was officially over, and Songji stepped into the last rays of twilight to attend the evening study hall. The class was abuzz with discussions about the results of the monthly exam, and the center of the conversation was not only Tangshur, who had left behind the 2nd place by more than 30 points, but also Pei Yiming, the dark horse that had made it into the top 10 in the whole school from the 8th class. When Yen Shanshan excitedly told her about this matter, she in turn didn't feel particularly surprised. She knows that Pei Yiming has this strength. He has been in the 8 middle school when the school has been stable first. The junior high school of the joint examination also rushed into the city's top 10. We must know, the 8 middle school in Huayan City cannot be counted on what can be ranked as a school. His results at that time is also very much in the limelight. Song never thought that the success or failure of a test can represent anything. Others day after day of hard work, and how will be a simple sentence of the midterm failure to cover it. I didn't expect that. The one who usually doesn't show off is actually a great god. Yen Shanshan lamented. To be able to suppress a group of school gods in Class A in Huayan No. 1 middle school, where experts are like clouds, and to squeeze into the top 10 of the whole school hard. It is indeed considered a phrase of a great god, and Song Ji nodded approvingly. It's just okay, not even close to my brother Tangshur. Yi Maoran's disgruntled voice came from behind him. You're sick. Who's comparing with Tangshur? Mind your own penultimate grade first. Yen Shanshan glared at him irritably. Yi Maoran, who was at the bottom of the list, was speechless, and Song Ji, who was at the bottom of the list, sighed a few times unnoticeably. When it comes to picking a person who has a weaker foundation than Song Ru within the people who entered Class A, it's really none other than Yi Maoran. But it wasn't really luck that allowed him to get into Class A against all odds in the midterm, but because of the huge hangover of having Tang poetry on his back. Almost a month before the midterm, Tangshur will sporadically shoot a few questions to send a small group, after a few minutes, and write their own answers on the draft paper sent out. Others thought he was pretending to be a pussy. At first will respond to a few awesome, after simply lazy to take care of him, as if they did not see. Only Yi Maoran, he sent Tangshur group of those topics all right again, but also memorized. Other people are only after the midterm. No, this girl is Tangshur bet on the midterm questions, sent more than 100 questions, almost 1/3 of the topics similar to the Yi Maoran midterm examination, almost in the examination room laugh out loud. But this time the monthly examination he flew off the handle, the bottom of the class, ranked 100 outside the grade. What do you mean, compared to me? The dangling yet clean and refreshing voice came from outside the door. Songji was at that moment sidling up to Yin Shanshan and Yi Maoran as they chatted, when a black school bag suddenly descended in front of her eyes, blocking her vision, and the familiar scent of limes came to her face. Why did you put your book bag on my desk? Yi Maoran wailed. Yeah, didn't throw it right. The book bag was moved away again, and only then did Tangsher's lazy figure appear in Songji's line of sight. Tangsher had sat down on the chair by now, inclining her head in an inquiring gesture, but her eyes were looking at Songji. Just talking about me? For some reason, Songji inexplicably felt all wrong when she saw Tangsher's dark eyes at this moment, and she attributed it all to those 2 roses she shouldn't have received, so she had to uncomfortably avert her gaze and try not to meet his eyes. No, talking about Pei Yiming. Yin Shanshan didn't notice the slightly strange atmosphere between Tangsher and Songji at all, looking for Tangsher to comment on herself. He's 8th in the whole school in the monthly exam this time. That's the 8th in the whole school in a parallel class. Isn't that impressive? Tangsher then realized where Yi Maoran's blown-up look came from. Gloatingly glancing at him, the asshole nodded his head fervently and gave a thumbs up. Awesome, awesome, right, with that grade of Yi Maoran. He still has the nerve to be stubborn with me. Yin Shanshan had more energy. Yi Maoran. He passed Tangsher a look in a lifeless manner. Brother, you're not being generous. After the results of the monthly examination came out, Lin Man called all the students in the class one by one to talk about their feelings. Songji do language class representative, and Lin Man also kind of mixed with familiar. Know that she just looks serious. In fact, to the class of students are very attentive. Do not want anyone to fall behind. She looked at Songji's grades, but also frowned, bluntly asked, usually in the physics and chemistry class can understand it? Her other subjects are considered moderate, and even the language and English is still very top. It is this physics and chemistry. Can pass. A class physics and chemistry average score of 80 or so. This pulled down 40 points. Songji honestly returned. I don't understand much, and when you do the questions, you get a headache, and the more you do them, the less confident you become. Is it moving too fast? Did you study ahead over the summer? Song rhetorically shook his head. It was only later that she learned that the people who were in this class had more or less learned mathematics, science and chemistry in advance, like Yin Shanshan who had finished compulsory I in advance, and listening to Yin Shanshan, Tangsher even learned a little bit of the university in advance. You can see well in class, can't you? Songja didn't understand why the topic became so fast, but he nodded anyway. Okay. Lin Man raised her chin. Hand out the homework on the table. Songji walked over, saw Lin Man said that a pile of homework, stared wide-eyed. Which is what homework? This is clearly her exam essay. Was printed a large pile. Lin Man laughed. The praise must also be praised. This time the composition is written beautifully. 58 points. The language or the only one in the whole school on the 103. Ruthlessly give me a long face. These are printed for the entire high school class. You also draw 50 for our class. Oh, 49. I don't think you personally need them. Lin Man's tone was flirtatious. Songja shook his head with a red face and nodded again, his entire body confused. By the way, remember to shout over that asshole kid sitting behind you. Only when Songji drifted to the door did Lin Man shout with a smile. Chapter 42 Wrong Love Interest? Tangsher was rarely surrounded by people at this moment, but was sitting diagonally in his seat alone writing a test paper. One of his legs stepping on the horizontal bar, and the other leg had already stretched out wide under Yi Maoran's desk next to him. Songji looked at his long legs that had nowhere to rest, and said that he might be better suited to sit in the aisle seat, or else he would always feel suffocated looking at it. Possibly sensing something, the black fountain pen in Tangsher's hand stopped turning, and he turned his head sideways, his eyes skimming over her flushed face and fixing on her overly moist fox eyes. Nice eyebrows furrowed. You're not going to cry, are you? The nickname Mei Chaofeng was not something that could be called for nothing, and Tangsher often saw female classmates coming out of Lin Man's office in tears. He unconsciously lightened his tone. Did Mr. Lin just talk about you? Songju was bewildered. Ha? No. Tangsher saw that her face was truly blank and there were truly no tear tracks, which made her realize that she was overthinking, so she had to touch the tip of her nose and pretend that she hadn't said that just now. Songji didn't care and only said, Teacher Lin is calling you to the office. In fact, Lin Man shouted him over. In addition to scolding him, language drag queen is not a big deal, crackling poor beans like a output on him. Tangsher good eyebrow obediently listening, and occasionally followed and echoed too, with the comic like, yes, you're right, why didn't I think of that? Then look, he's used to playing nice in front of his elders. Lin Man was held up by him, and in the end could only cry and laugh and tell him to get lost, and only when he was about to go out did he think to ask him to call out to the students in the back to come to the office. Teacher Lin, the student sitting behind me is quite introverted. Tangsher's tone seemed difficult. What? even more introverted. You have to call out to her. Lin Man's violent temper immediately sat up. Yes, that's what I said. Tansy sighed with a tone of sincerity and special regret. But she's usually only out and about at night. What people only night? Lin Man paused, then remembered that he was sitting in the last row, and the water in his hand almost didn't splash on him. You mixed up kid. Mixed up to no end you. The entire office was filled with Lin Man's laughing and cursing and Tangsher's feigned pleas for mercy, and the other teachers laughed into a frenzy at the sight. Lin Man announced in one of the Wednesday afternoon study sessions that he was going to rearrange the seating and already had the freshly baked seating chart in his hand. She was of a tell-it-like-it-is character. And before the people underneath could say their parting words, the migration of seats began with a roar of urgency. Song-Ru's seat change was rather large. She moved from the side by the door to the side by the window, directly across half of the classroom. Her table mate became Lu Muqing, and Tangsher sat on the other side of her, only one aisle away from her. Yan Shanshan, on the other hand, became Song Ji's front desk, and it's worth mentioning that she and Yi Mao Ran became the only pair of male and female mixed desks in the class. The two parties on the surface look like they have their own dislikes, but what they think in their hearts is anyone's guess. After the study session ended, Yan Shanshan turned her head on Song Ji's desk, flattening her mouth in a not-so-happy manner. The desk mate turned from a goddess into a big stupid pig. The contrast is also too big. Watch what you say. Yi Mao Ran was not happy. Little master, I am jade-like, handsome and suave. Okay, can you look in the mirror? What do these words have to do with you? Hanging out with Tangsher for a long time and still think you can inherit his face value? Then you haven't inherited her prettiness even after hanging out with Song Ji for so long. Yi Mao Ran, you want to die. The two had another big fight. Can you two be quiet? It's noisy. Next to her, Lu Muqing was doing physics problems and spoke up irritably when she heard the bickering. It's after class. What do you care if I argue or not? Yan Shanshan rolled her eyes, but with words like that, she was not in the mood to argue and dragged Song resigned to the kiosk. The kiosk wasn't crowded at this hour, and the two men held hands as they slowly picked out what they wanted. Yan Shanshan couldn't help but spit out to her. Don't you think Lu Muqing is particularly arrogant and not easy to get along with? Without waiting for Song Ji to speak, she added in self-denial, but with a good temper like yours, you should be able to get along well with anyone. Song-Ru picked the fudge from the kiosk while talking to Yan Shanshan about the Blackboard newspaper thing, and finally made a concluding statement. So I don't think she's too hard to get along with, as long as you praise her more. She's kinda nice. Forget it. Yan Shanshan refused. I can't boast about people with this violent temper. It's good if I don't just get up with her. Songji put the picked out grape fudge into the shopping basket and thought for a moment before speaking. Then talk to her less, or change seats, or just have a big fight with her? Anyway, whatever is comfortable. Yan Shanshan was a little surprised when she looked at the young girl's lush but non-aggressive brows. I thought you would advise me to hold back. Song Rhetoric cannot help but laugh. Bright Fox eyes finally showed some aggressiveness. Well, not everyone's character is not the same. Well, life is still so long. Of course, to do within the ability to make their own comfort. Does complimenting her make you feel comfortable? Yan Shanshan seemed puzzled. Song Ji was also very frank, and didn't seem to be afraid of Yan Shanshan being unhappy because of this. I genuinely think her paintings look good, and a large part of the credit for our class winning the first prize for this board paper goes to her. And if complimenting her can make both parties comfortable, why not? It was hard for Songji to speak clearly about her own personality. If she had to say, she felt that she was more like a chameleon. She would unconsciously look for a point where everyone felt comfortable in getting along with different personalities, and she was a person who disliked to clash with others. Many people felt that Songji was unconsciously accommodating others, but Songji herself didn't feel it, because accommodation meant condescension. But it could be that she didn't care about many things, so she rarely felt condescended to, and naturally didn't feel like she was accommodating. Not knowing what came to mind, Songji's pretty eyes curved up. Because I like you more, so if the two of you fight, I'll also be towards you. And what if I'm being unreasonable? Songju looked at her seriously. I like you better. You wouldn't be unreasonable. Yan Shanshan was simply going to be adorable by her, hugging her and refusing to let go of her hand. Love you too much, Song Song. You are simply my heart, my liver, my precious sweet candied fruit. You are also my heart, my liver, my precious sweet preserves. Love you, mwahaha. Mamma mia. The voices of the two girls gradually faded away, and on the other side of the cargo rack, Tangsher casually leaned against the rack, holding a can of lemon sparkling water in her hand and tossing it up and down, with her head hanging down, still pondering over what Songji had just said. He'd actually found out a long time ago. Gentleness, kindness, and the sharpness that had to be shown were her laws against the world. Standing next to him, Yi Mao Ran listened to the whole program, looking at his gaze rare with a few points of pity. Feel that you will be resigned goddess in the future to pinch to death. You think you're dominant, but she's actually on top. You think you're the mantis, but she's the bird in the back. A gentle knife. A knife that cuts people's lives. Tangshur heart that also have to song rhetoric willing to pinch him that day tentative sent her 2 roses. The girl's face is really a little extra expression is not. Flat like he sent chrysanthemums. Then he heart a little cool. This girl is really no feeling at all for him. Lips pursed coldly. Tangshur was still thinking about the word Songji had just said. I like you better. You wouldn't be unreasonable. He's a bit like her in the sense that he's quite unreasonable. Back in the classroom, Songji had already lowered her head and started writing her homework. Her eyebrows were arched, her colorful features softened, and she still had an unaggressive and docile look. Song-ru, someone is looking for you. One of the students now sitting against the back door shouted from the classroom. Outside the door was surprisingly Pei Yiming. After all, he was one of the center of attention in the past few days, and as soon as he appeared in the class, many people stretched their necks to look out, with a lot of gossip under their eyes, all curious about the relationship between the two. Yi Maoran has been confused at this moment. He looked at the side of the unconcerned serious questions Yen Shanshan, and then looked at the already got up out of the classroom of the song rhetoric. The heart has only one idea. How my enemy of the enemy has become a brother enemy of the 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 brother of the enemy of the enemy of the enemy of the enemy of the enemy? Chapter 43, Why should we ever meet? He poked Yen Shanshan next to him. Why did Pei Yiming come to find Songji? Yen Shanshan hands of math problems without ideas is annoying it. Not good-naturedly rolled a blank stare, not looking for her to find you and not your junior high school classmates. Learn a little, study it, the next semester still want to stay in the class. It turned out that he was Songru's junior high school classmate. Yi Maoran was happy, stretched his head in an effort to pass a look to Tangshur. His mouth closed with joy. Brother, this situation seems a bit wrong Tangshur let out a light snort, not bothering to pick up his villainous expression. He really didn't care too much at heart. Who didn't have a few middle school friends anymore? Songji only stayed outside for a few minutes before entering the classroom, then drew a few test papers from the belly of his desk and went out again. Pei Yiming came to her to borrow the physics weekly test papers. The questions on these weekly test papers were all made by the physics teacher of Class A herself and not by other classes. Giving him the paper, the two spoke a few more words, at which point the bell rang and they each went back to class. Autumn in Huayan City did not come until October. A fall rain completely doused the summer heat, and the streets were full of short-sleeved quietly replaced by long-sleeved sweatshirts, and it was at this time that the fall sports meeting kicked off. Sports Committee Chen Jijun every day orally in the class to make a speech. The central theme is the body is the capital of the revolution. There is no good body will not have good results. And finally see everyone is not moved. Had to persuade one by one in a bitter way. He didn't want to be so humble. But who told the school to set the kwai? Boys are okay, the girls are really. One with the weight of iron heart. How to urge also urge not. Finally cannot. Chen Jijun had to use the most primitive way, lots. Catch what counts. Song rhetorically caught the 1500 meters. Song Ji, who struggled to run 800 meters, was silent, and she felt that she might die on the track that day. In order not to add to the workload of the team doctor's sister on the day of the games, Song Ji decided to take half an hour out of his day to run laps at noon. Yen Shanshan was dumbfounded when she heard this decision. You really want to do this? Well, think of it as exercise. Yen gave her a thumbs up. When? Just today. Songja finished the last piece of sweet and sour pork and put down his chopsticks. Let's go at around 1 o'clock. Around 1 o'clock. The old acacia tree standing beside the playground is still flourishing, and there is only a small blue dot moving hard on the red track in the big playground. Song Ji tied a pill head, cheeks red, only to run to the second lap is a bit unable to run, legs as heavy as lead. It was around 20 degrees, not too hot, but the air was almost stagnant, and Song Ji overcame the desire to give up and try to take steps to continue running forward. Suddenly, a fresh breeze broke the sticky silent air, bringing a light scent of lime, and a lazy voice with a smile rang out from the front. Hey, little snail, are you walking, or running? Songju subconsciously looked up. Tangshur's peach blossom eyes smiled out 2 curved crescent moons, facing her head on, his hands copied into his pockets, backing up without haste, his posture so lazy that even the hair on top of his head didn't move at all. The bottom line was that he was faster than her. He was faster than she was. Songja felt that his pride had been greatly insulted. She ignored him, and, with a ringing of anger in her heart, she ran backwards, past him, and darted forward. Slowly, the sweat on Songji's cheeks grew more and more. Her steps slowed down again, and then, in front of her eyes appeared Tangshur's tugging face that smiled extraordinarily beat up. Still in that lazy posture, and without speaking, she walked slowly, not even moving her hair strands, walking backwards. It's not very hurtful, it's extremely insulting. Every time Songji saw this face hanging around in front of her, she felt like she was holding a breath in her heart. as if she had to prove something, forcing herself to keep running forward. Almost 2.5 laps into the run, Tangshur tugged on her wrist through the thin bodysuit. That's about it for today. Running for too long at once will cause muscle strain. Songji was still angry in her heart, and without thinking, she broke away from his hand, propped her hands on her knees and panted heavily, waiting for her breathing to be a little smoother before she opened her mouth to ask him, "How come you're here too?" Tangshur put the hand that was broken away into her pocket and raised her eyebrows as if nothing had happened. "What's the matter? Do you own the playground?" Songji looked up at him and tried to say that he didn't mean it, but he was too tired and lowered his head again, looking at the red runway and coughing non-stop. "Alright, have a sip of water first to smooth out your breath." Helplessly dropping her voice, Tangshur took out a bottle of mineral water from the pocket of her school uniform. The cap unscrewed, and handed it to her. He said to himself, how else can it be here? You move slowly around the playground alone like a snail. I'm not blind to see. However, the snail didn't take the water, and didn't say anything, only lifted his wet eyes to look at him. His palm-sized face was red, his lips were dry and coughing, but his eyes were persistent, as if he couldn't get an answer and wouldn't give up. Tangshur sighed and resigned herself to a tone of voice. How else can I be here? Of course, because I have to practice too. It dawned on Songja that he took the water and took small sips. The cool water moistened through his throat, the dry and numb feeling slowly disappeared. Songji took a long breath of relief. The two men walked slowly down the red runway toward the exit. Were you also drawn to run 1500 meters? Songji's tone unconsciously brought a bit of sadness of the same people at the end of the world. Tangshur lightly glanced at her, wanting to say who with you, the same end of the world down people. Need why have known each other is true. But the man looked at him again with those eyes that seemed to contain water. What could he do? He had to say, well, yeah, not much luck lately. Back in the classroom, Tangshur told Shinji Jun that she wanted to run 1,500 meters. No one had signed up for the men's 1,500 meters, and it was also a lottery, and the one who was taken out was a chubby, thick glasses-wearing boy from the class. Shinji Jun originally did not expect to get a card on this, but also just Cypriot walked through the scene, did not expect Tangshur suddenly changed his mind. Shinji Jun directly happy to find the North, for fear that he repented, and rushed to find the boy to discuss. The boy would not have been willing to participate in these activities, especially quick to agree. With that, Downs had two fall sports on the side, a 1500-meter middle distance run and a 50-meter dash. Chapter 44 The Beat of the Heart. At noon the next day, Songji saw Tangshur on the playground again. Both of them didn't speak, each warming up on the red track. After warming up, Songji lifted her legs and was about to start running when Tangshur walked towards her while pulling out an earphone box from her pocket, opened it, put one on herself, and handed the rest to her. Put it on. He lifted his chin and was succinct. Song rhetorically pondered how to open his mouth to refuse, because her ears seemed to be naturally unsuitable for Bluetooth headphones, and no matter what style of Bluetooth headphones she puts on, they always fall off when she puts them on, and this Bluetooth headset of his looks quite expensive. If it falls off, she should not be able to afford to pay for it. Tangshur saw that she hadn't moved for a few seconds after settling down and assumed that she didn't know how to put it on. The headphones he bought are not quite the same as the usual style and are relatively rare. He then lifted his left hand, wanting to put it directly on her ear, and Songji subconsciously tried to hide. Tangshur had to put his other hand out as well, the soft touch falling and securing the back of her head. At the same time, the voice overhead dropped, seeming a little helpless, with a hint of coaxing. Don't move, put your headphones on for you. Songju was directly porcelain in place. Knock, 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 knock. Unable to tell if it was the headphones or the beat coming from her heart, Songji only felt her face was already red before she even started running. Hear that? Tangshur took 2 more steps back, so his whole person in his blue and white school uniform appeared clearly and vividly in front of her eyes. What? Song rhetorically asked rhetorically. This beat. Aha. Knock, 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 knock. Down said. Run to that beat for the games. There was still a week before the games when Lin Man found her and asked her to send out the corrected language papers, and it was only when she was about to step out of the office that she informed her, as if she remembered something, in passing, that she had to help hold up the sign for the class during the fall games. That's right, it's notice, meaning there's no room for refusal. Songji could only respond in a good manner. I don't know who leaked the news, but in any case, when Songji stepped into Class A, everyone in the class looked at her with inexplicably excited eyes, with a sense of excitement and pride that they were about to get their revenge. Song-Ru blinked, confused, and his face began to physiologically blush again as his blood flow accelerated under the gaze of the crowd. She didn't want to. Songja silently accelerated the speed of handing out the test papers. Only when she returned to her seat and Yan Shanshan turned to her and cracked her up did Songji roughly understand what happened. What happened was that once a year, after the fall sports meeting was over, A vote was organized on the school forum to choose the most beautiful girl who lifted the sign. Because the girl who holds up the sign is usually the class flower who was elected by everyone in the class. So in a way, this is also an election for the school flower. Every year to this kind of beauty pageant moment, the art class can always bloom the most bright and dazzling luster. And the top class will often be in this kind of thing is pressed a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 head. Although every time the top class students will claim that this is all clouds. Study hard is the right way. But the heart is always unhappy. Not to mention that the top class and the other classes always seem to have a kind of natural confrontation. So every year this kind of time, the top class will always be mocked extraordinarily miserable. So every year at this time, the top class will always be mocked extraordinarily miserable. But this year is different. Yen Shanshan looked at her with 2 glowing eyes. I have a premonition that our senior class A is destined to raise its eyebrows this year. To raise the eyebrows of all the previously ridiculed top classes and revitalize them. In response, Songji fearfully said, exaggerated. She knew she had a few good looks, but she really hadn't gotten to this point yet. Yen Shanshan said that's because you haven't fully realized your charm. Simply put, if I were a guy, then I would be pursuing you like crazy. As soon as these words fell, Yen Shanshan felt herself go cold, and when she looked up, Tang Shi was staring at her expressionlessly. Tang Shi was really a bit wary at this moment. He was repeatedly looped in his mind. Songji said to Yen Shanshan that I like you more. You should know that no one gets a nickname for no reason. For example, Yen Shanshan's nickname African Lala is because she has wheat-colored skin and likes to kiss and hug the girls in her class. Especially at this time, Songji was still looking at Yen Shanshan with a red face. If you were a boy, I would definitely agree to your pursuit as well. With that, the 2 girls hugged each other intimately. Don Zi, Yi Mao ran. After the first class of the evening self-study that day, Chen Mingho suddenly came to the seat next to Songji's seat, mumbling with a look that seemed to be very hesitant. Songji raised his eyes and looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Zhang Mingho gritted his teeth and asked, can I trouble you to help write the cheering script for the fall sports meet? He's the publicity committee member, and that's really the job he has to do, but he's really not a good writer, and he's not enough on his own. Song Ru was the best writer in the class, and she was the first person he thought of. Song Ru looked embarrassed, but I have to lift the sign and run 1500 meters, so I may not have much time. She didn't dare say yes, in case she didn't have time to delay someone else's business instead. Zhang Mingho also knew that this was a bit difficult for him, so he had to hook out an understanding smile. Then I'll go and find someone else. Song Ru nodded, wanting to say that I could also help write a little bit in advance, and more or less share the pressure. It doesn't take her long to write ahead of time without draining her energy anyway. Just as she spat out the first 2 words, a leg came over the aisle and stepped on the crossbar of her chair. Songji didn't even need to look to know who this person was. The owner of the long legs often stepped on her stool in this way, and then asked her some unorthodox questions, and had to make her anxious to ask her a slow return of cheering draft The teenager's tone was as lazy and arrogant as ever, and he looked sideways at Zhang Mingho with his head, asking in a particularly unorthodox manner, what do you think of me? Tang's essay is actually written quite well, can be stable in more than 50 points. He is multiple choice and reading questions are wrong more, but maybe Lin Man every day in class to take him to catch the typical, resulting in a lot of people in the class have a kind of illusion his language is useless. Zhang Mingho was also one of them, and he looked at him with a look that said, you've got to stop kidding around. Brother, I'm in a hurry, rush to find a new candidate. Tang Shi understood his subliminal meaning and had a look of you're a man with no vision, but still retracted her leg and said generously, then you go. Other people were not clear about Tang Shi's level of composition, but Song Ji was clear. She had read the composition written by Tang Shi before, so she told Zhang Mingho, Tang Shi can really do it, he writes good compositions. Tang Shi looked over at her slowly, her eyes complicated, not grateful anyway. Yi Mao Ran has been at the side of the years listening to it, heard Tang Shi initiative to say to write a cheering manuscript began to laugh. This asshole which wrote these positive things not persuade people to give up on it is good, and then heard the words of song rhetoric that positively amenable to the words, but also laughed so much that the waist cannot straighten up, handing a look to the asshole. Brother, play off but Song Ji didn't feel it, and she continued to publicize with Zhang Mingho, his last monthly exam. The language composition was also 51 points. That's right. Zhang Mingho's eyes lit up, and he turned his head to look at Tang Shi again, full of gratitude. Brother, you're the only brother I've ever had, saving me from the fire. Well said. Tang Shi withdrew her gaze and leaned back in her chair idly. But I heard that you thank your classmate and like to buy him snacks? Zhang Mingho. Song Rhetoric. Chapter 45, Ginger Candy. Zhang Mingho really went to buy him snacks, but also full of a large bag. Clang put on the table. The movement is very big. classmates are looking this way. A look at this scene déjà vu. Oh, it is the original members of the committee again in the purchase of snacks for others. Now the students of Class A are more certain. So their class declaration committee is really not interested in the resignation of the goddess. He simply just liked to buy snacks for others. Tang sure divided all those snacks. The people in front of them spread a little. The people behind them spread a little. The people on the left spread a little. And the people on the right crossed over and spread a little. Songji was ostensibly writing her homework carefully, but in reality, her afterglow had been watching Tangshur distributing snacks to the class like scattering beans. She felt that she had been the main force behind this good deed, and that it wouldn't be too much to ask for more lollipops than the others. But in the end, the bag full of snacks was all divided up, and there was only one green apple-flavored lollipop left swirling around on his table, and she still didn't get a single packet of snacks. Tangshur, you took the lead in isolating our song. How come we song are the only ones in the whole class who didn't get any snacks? Yan Shanshan turned her head and saw that Songzu's table was empty, glaring at him with some dissatisfaction. Yeah, as if only just responding. He inclined his head to glance at her, though the expression on his face was more or less fake. You didn't? The bastard definitely did it on purpose. Songja's lips were pursed coldly and he didn't say anything. Tangshur tore open the last lollipop on the table, crunched the candy twice, and said vaguely, "You wait first." He finished, one hand propped up on the table, the other hand to reach the table belly to dig around. After a while, suddenly a smile found it. Songja thought in his heart, who cares about your broken candy, while he couldn't help but glance at it with his afterglow. So she watched Tangshur pull out a big bag of brown sugar from the table belly. The bag is transparent, filled with a small packaged cubes of brown sugar. Transparent bag above the brown sugar. Ginger tea for big words are particularly conspicuous. This is all that's left. Make do with two. Tangshur threw the bag of brown sugar on her table. Songji actually didn't quite know what expression to use to face the bag of candy at this moment. So, why did he have in his desk? What girls drink brown sugar? Yen Shanshan asked for her. Oh, Tangshur was still holding a pure white lollipop stalk in her mouth at that moment, but the words she said were sincere and clear. It's my family's dog. He has a special fetish. He likes to stuff this into my bag. There are 3 days of sports, and the opening ceremony officially starts at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. At 8 o'clock, the whole class should go to the playground to prepare for the waiting field. Songji because to lift the card. At 7 o'clock in the morning on time to the cultural and sports hall to gather. The school will be lifting the card for girls to arrange a uniform clothing and stylist. The one who did Songji's makeup was a long-haired man dressed in strange clothes with a face full of powder and ink, and he muttered in a low voice as he smeared Songji's face. Well, the skin is very white and delicate. Let me see what color foundation would be good to use. Oh my god, how well this eyeshadow color complements you. Gosh, baby, the blush on your cheeks is so natural I don't even have to wear blush. TSK, those eyes, you should raise them baby, it's that sightless look. Get it? Songja couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching. Yes, that's the smile. You're perfect for it, that arrogant, gaudy beauty. Let me draw you a proper eyeliner. Songji gradually drifted off to sleep at his mutterings until the man patted her shoulder. Alright baby, come and see what you look like now. Songja opened his eyes in a daze, feeling that the self in the mirror was a bit like his usual self, and a bit different, an indescribable feeling. She didn't have time to think it through before the coordinator's staff came in right after, urging them to hurry up and change for the stage. While the costumes were arranged by the stylists themselves according to each person's characteristics, the outfits were uniform, with white shirts on top and black pleated skirts underneath, matched with black leather shoes and white stockings, looking youthful and pretty. Song Rhetoric hurried to the playground. The entire playground, a huge swath of all heads. The runway is also a variety of people running around. The school's loudspeaker also came from the broadcasters hissing to maintain order in the voice. Mixed with the clamor of the crowd seems more chaotic and disordered. Nearly 100 classes of the entire school were assembled here. Songji stood in the center of the playground, a little confused for a moment, unable to find the location of the senior class A. Classmate, may I ask which area the upperclassmen are meeting in? Songju asked as he randomly found a person standing at the front carrying the flag. The boy looked shaken, red-faced, and stammered. It's on the far left. Thanks. Songru said thank you and turned to run in the direction the boy had pointed. It was only when the young girl's slender and beautiful back disappeared into the sea of people that the boy came back to his senses and gave a low. It's so damn beautiful, too, with those big boo-boo eyes sparkling. The new girl from senior year? She's even prettier than the current school beauty. From the art class? That dress she's wearing is lifting girls. Just take a look at it later. But did you just point the pretty girl to the wrong place? That's where the sophomore assembly is over there. Asterisk 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 why didn't you warn me? ING looked confused then too. Tang Shi was put on short notice to be the flag bearer, caused by the fact that Chen Jijun, the sports committee member, had eaten a bad stomach this morning and was now squatting in the toilet. The flag bearer also has the uniform clothes prepared by the school, white shirt and black suit pants, a set of quite serious dress up, but wearing on Tang Shi, it seems not so serious. The whole person is still that brash and lazy strength did not dissipate. Yimao Ran stood next to him and said something there and there, mainly saying that he was really out of it now, even the couple's clothes with the goddess, and gritted his teeth when he said it. Tang Shi had no time to pay attention to him. The opening ceremony was about to start, but Song Ji had not come over. Tang Shi guessed that she could not find a place, so she raised the flag with the class number in her hand upwards, and occasionally shook it twice. And only when she heard Yimao Ran say this did she sideways head and ask, "What couple's costume? Look for yourself." Yimao Ran pointed at the boys and girls standing at the front of the next class. Tang Shi looked out in the direction he was pointing, then saw a familiar back. Her skirts jumped and she was running in the opposite direction, looking away from this side. Chapter 46, Auntie. Yimao Ran was about to say something else. When he turned his head, he was smashed by a flag, and by the time that energy slowed down, Tang Shi had already burrowed into the sea of people, and only occasionally saw a familiar back of his head leaping through the crowd. Songji was running with all her might in the direction the classmate had said, when suddenly her wrist was yanked, and she followed the force to look back. Tang Shi stood in the raging sea of people, and the expression on her face seemed quite helpless. Auntie, running in the opposite direction. When Songji followed Tang Shi and walked back, he received attention all the way back, and the turnaround rate was almost 100%. Luckily, she had put on foundation to make her face look less red today, which was the last bit of stubbornness Songji had left. Back in the class there was another uproar. Yimao Ran covered his reddened forehead conspiratorially. "Yo! I said how to carry the flag to carry half of the people disappeared. Originally is to pick up the goddess to go." Tang Shi glanced at him with little apology and perfunctorily said, "I'm sorry brother." Yen Shanshan ran over to look at her. Song, you're so beautiful today, so beautiful that I don't dare to get close." The students around them couldn't stop nodding. It's true, it's intimidating. Her features would have been gorgeous and exquisite, extremely aggressive, but Songji's usual temperament is too docile, gentle into the bone marrow, neutralized the original sharp features, and thus does not show alienation, only feel affinity. At this time, she hooked a flashy arc at the end of her eyes, flaming red lips, ink hair cape, like a delicate and passionate red rose. Many of the boys were red-faced, wanting to look but not daring to. On the contrary, it was Tang Shi, who was originally standing on the sidelines holding his arms and watching the show, who took 2 steps forward and stood beside her, with a loose and uninhibited tone of voice. "What is there that you dare not get close to? Isn't it close if you take 2 steps? You know." Yen Shanshan rolled her eyes. "It's a metaphor." "Metaphor, understand. It's also a metaphor. Get it?" Tang Shi snorted disdainfully, thinking that you're the one who understands it. Yen Shanshan was exasperated by his straight man quotes, but even at this point in time a sentence still popped up in her head out of place. These 2 people are quite a pair. Originally, Songji stood there, exuding the lonely arrogance of "Don't be next to my mother. My mother is the most beautiful," while Tang Shi stood beside her at this moment. Obviously there is also a kind of "Don't be next to my son. You don't deserve it," dashing and flamboyant, but the 2 stood together. It is inexplicable that the aura of the 2 people, but the 2 people standing together, is inexplicably aura. Let a person feel, well, yes, she, he, next to stand so personal. Sometimes CP sense is really metaphysical. The class squares were the first to enter the field by the senior class, which in turn started with class A in the lead. Simply put, senior class A is the first class to enter. Golden Autumn, Cinnamon and Laurel. The host on the podium was reading the opening speech. Songji stood in front of the queue, holding the sign upright. Her heart wasn't unnervous, but someone standing next to her didn't say anything, but his presence was extremely strong. Songji didn't even need to look at it purposely to be able to imagine his tugging face, which must have been cold and impatient. A quiet glance. Sure enough, Songji couldn't help but curl his lips, the buried tension in his heart vanishing. First to come to us are the underclassmen of senior class A. This is a united and upwardly mobile class, accompanied by the athlete's marching song and the host's class introduction speech. Songji entered with both arms steadily holding the sign, and Tang Shi, who stood next to him to hold the flag, followed half a step behind on her side. An aerial drone swept over the 2 men's faces, relaying them on a large screen behind the podium. Deafening cheers rang out across the room, like they didn't expect the first class to enter to be so powerful. This is a man and a woman, and they are so awesome looking. Tang Shi's name is not unfamiliar. There are not many people in the whole school who do not know. Even his nickname Brother Sentiment that is a classic forever. This handsome face will be on fire in the forums every few days. The crowd has already seen the strange, but the girl standing next to him holding up a sign. Never heard of it before, but also too beautiful. Even through the broadcast screen, there is a kind of thrilling beauty. The most important thing is that the body is also enough to be proud. The young girl's bulging breasts and slender, soft waist were outlined just right, and the black skirt hemline was long enough to reach her thighs, revealing a pair of well-boned, white and long legs. The bottom couldn't help but mutter and ask around who this young girl was, and some boys even shouted directly from the bottom. What's the name of the girl in senior class A who held up the sign? My new goddess, Song Ru. Ah, this is the goddess of our senior class A, Song Ru. Remember to vote for her on the forum. Yen Shanshan shouted at the top of her voice, not forgetting to canvass for votes. Song lyrics, Tang poetry and song lyrics? It even saves us the time of getting a CP name, and that's not a kudos? Wearing the same school couple's outfit of white on top and black on the bottom, that's not a knockout? 185 Pacific broad shoulders and 163 petite body type difference. This is not knock? ITM directly kowtow to life and death. Okay, right out of the gate is the king of the group. The more the class behind them looks on instead, the less interesting it is, and the screens are fewer and farther between. After the opening ceremony in the morning, the competition program officially started in the afternoon. After Songji finished removing her makeup, she went to the cafeteria with Yen Shanshan to eat, and just as she sat down, she noticed a little bit of difference. The people around her were looking at her intentionally or unintentionally, occasionally mixed with a few words of discussion. That's the girl holding up the sign? So good at fighting, bright and generous when holding up a sign. I didn't realize that in private she was so cute, fragrant and soft, so much like Rua. No one is really knocking her in Tangsher's CP? Did you guys see that picture? I'm dying of fatalism. My friend is in class A. She said that this pair of CPs is best not to kowtow. It's definitely the B of Bs. Why? I heard Tangsher gave out snacks to the whole class, except for this girl. Striking everything will only hurt you. Song Ji ate her meal silently, deciding not to get involved in their strange and bizarre topics. Yet Yen Shanshan, who was sitting across from her, didn't let her off the hook either. She was excitedly scrolling through the school forums while keeping her posted on her progress. Holding up the card, girls voting selection, you are now high vote lead. The new school flower did not run. The school flower, school grass, all in our class. In the future in the school walk I walk horizontally. To see the art class in the future will still dare to laugh at the face value of our top class. You and Tangsher, this pair of Tang poetry and song lyrics CP seems to really have a bit of fire, eh? There's a post that has already nagged a few hundred layers. Do you want to take a look at it? The picture of you and Tangsher. While saying that, Yen Shanshan had turned her cell phone around to show her. Song Ji hadn't intended to read it, but when she looked up she accidentally glanced at the title of the post, which was particularly explosive, and so she couldn't help but give birth to a curiosity that even the person concerned could hardly suppress. Shocking. CP Tang poetry did this in public. The reason behind it is a 10th grade permaban. Classmate, it's really aggravating that you're still in school. You should just go work at UC browser. Chapter 47, Spoiled? Song rhetorically took his phone and tapped in. I am high on the greatest product, family is this. Today I brought the camera. Was trying to go around to capture our school's handsome men and women. Just lifted the camera. Our school sister suddenly ran from my lens in front of the past. I was TM directly to the beauty of the loss of speech to catch up with her to shoot. P.S. The real person than the photo is also beautiful 100 times. I'm not sure if I've ever seen her before, but I'm sure I've never seen her before. This time, Tangsher suddenly broke into my lens. A hand on the tugged our schoolgirl sister's wrist. The schoolgirl sister panicked and turned her head to see you know Tangsher, and the sister turned around after shouting her what? I was so high that I fainted. Luckily, I was able to hold on to the last gram of blood to take a picture, and the atmosphere was full. Songji feels that this owner has the suspicion of adding oil and vinegar. He was which has spoiled obviously is disgust and helpless. Well, must be. She convinced herself as she slid and pulled downward. The picture taken by the owner came into view, and Songji's eyes couldn't help but blink. Not to mention, the photo is really atmospheric, blurring out the crowded background, leaving only him and her in the picture. He looked down at her with a low neck, the sidelines of his face sharp and clean, the corners of his lips helplessly hooked in a smile, his bony hands loosely tugging at her thin white wrists, while she turned her head to look at him, her hair flying, her skirts leaping, her bright eyes full of urgency and panic. He really called you auntie, huh? Yen Shanshan asked her. Ha? Song rhetorically averted his eyes from the photo. Yeah, but the tone isn't what she said. Spoiled. Isn't it quite impatient and then with a bit of a mocking tone? Yen Shanshan said with righteous indignation. Song rhetorically fell silent. That's not true. Just kinda helpless tone. Tangshur also felt that his tone at that time did not reach the point of doting such as meat numbness. At most, just a little bit to take her. But this photo is quite good. He silently clicked save. In the afternoon, the sports meeting officially started. Songji and Yen Shanshan sat on the bleachers to watch the game, and she saw Zhang Mingho sitting diagonally in front of her, racking his brain to write the cheering script, and that scratchy look almost made Songji laugh. She didn't have a project this afternoon, so she took out a pen and paper from inside her book bag, and after a little thought she began to move her pen, swishing it around and writing several times before lightly touching his shoulder with it. Zhang Mingho turned his head and saw her and the cheering script she was holding in her hand, and almost didn't kneel for her. Song Ru, you're really my regenerative parent. I'm on my knees to you. I've been unable to pass the manuscript I've been writing, but Tangshur has a competition this afternoon. It almost didn't kill me. Song Ru's eyelashes trembled. What other events does he have besides 1500 meters? 50 meters to go. Checking in now. Should be on in a few minutes. Not talking to you? I'll send the cheers to the radio station first. As soon as he spoke he turned and exited the audience, darting towards the podium. Tangshur. It's Tangshur coming out. A girl beside her was exclaiming. A mountain of cheers erupted around him, with many girls from outside classes and even schools shouting his name. Although he knew that Tang poetry was hot at school, Songju never expected it to be this hot. Even Yen Shanshan, who was next to him, murmured, "Our first brother has been on fire a bit too much lately." The two looked at each other and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. What they don't know is that Tangshur's last military training that set of photos really fire out of the circle. On the top 3 of the hot search list, a lot of people use it as wallpaper. Coupled with his good grades, family top, a lot of people have already mythologized him. 50-meter race ended very quickly, also almost no suspense. Tangshur just ran together and exceeded the other half of the body, the posture of a strong and swift, the first to cross the finish line, because of the strong inertia, and then ran forward several steps before stopping, the red line hanging from the waist fluttering in the wind, enthusiastic and flamboyant, provoking the field heavy screams. The next day the weather is not very friendly. The sky is dark and cloudy. It is raining. The playground, which was full of people, is much cooler. Only a few people lying on the railing to see. Songji is standing at the check-in place waiting for the waiting room. A little nervous, Song rhetorically struggled to adjust his breathing. Song, come on. You can do it. Yen Shanshan waved at her from a short distance away. There are many people standing next to Yen Shanshan. Tangshur, Yi Maoran, Zhang Mingho, and Chen Jijun. Songji took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. With a gunshot from the referee's teacher, the match began. Song rhetorically ran gently at the beginning, taking 3 steps and a breath to keep himself in the middle of the pack without falling behind. After 2 laps at this pace, the others suddenly began to accelerate, and Songju fell behind. Is Song running out of energy? Yen Shanshan was a little worried. She had watched Songji go to the playground every day at noon to run for half an hour before. And although she hadn't thought of getting first place, she didn't want the results to be so bad that her efforts for so many days would go down the drain. No, it's going to speed up later. Tangshur's tone was light. Yen Shanshan was just about to ask, how do you know? When the speed of Songji on the field really began to accelerate, slowly returning to the middle of the pack level, and even continued to move forward, soon rushing into the top 3. So fierce? Zhang Mingho sounded a bit worried. What if you don't have the strength to sprint in the back? Tangshur glanced at him, her tone cool. Why don't you have the strength? The back can go faster than this. Why are you so sure if it's not? Yen Shanshan finally couldn't hold back her question. Of course it's because I dashed. Tansi's eyes were still moving after the little man on the playground, her tone lazy and tugging as usual. Just know, with that confident tone, anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was running on it. Yen Shanshan said without a trace of anger. Can you not bring our song when you're bragging about being awesome? In the last 200 meters, most of the others ran out of strength and were left far behind, leaving only Songji and a girl from the second track charging forward side by side. Song rhetorically felt like his throat was on fire, chest sweat mixed with rainwater sliding over his eyes, hazing the crimson runway. Tired, so tired, the footsteps became heavier and heavier, slowing down uncontrollably, while the person next to him had begun to accelerate, and the gap between the two gradually widened. She watched as the girl overtook her and charged forward. No energy. Chapter 48, You're the one who's leaving. Songji's heart beat frantically as if it couldn't bear the load, drumming in her ears. Knock, 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 knock. She raised her head. Her eyes were misty, but then she drifted off to see a clear and vivid teenager standing in front of her, his peach blossom eyes smiling out of 2 curved crescents as he slowly asked her, little snail, are you walking, or are you running? You're the one that's gone. Songji's heart rose with a force of defiance, which supported her as she took steps to charge forward frantically in the rain. There was a drumming wind in her ears, and the drizzling rain turned into sheer needles stabbing at her face, but all Songji could hear was the sound of her heart beating and growing again. Knock, 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 knock. Right in front of her was the red line, and she practically crashed through it, her whole body lurching forward uncontrollably, and then flung herself into a crisp embrace. In his ears was the sound of wind, rain, cheering, and Donnie's faded flirtations and simple, sincere compliments. Well done, Songzip. The display screen took turns scrolling Songji's name. She's number 1. All the time Songji wiped off the vapor from her body and returned to the classroom. Yan Shanchan was still talking excitedly about her last 100 meters of sprinting greatness. Too cool Songji, we were all in our throats. We thought you had to lose. You were all out of energy. It looked like you were even walking hard. But Tang sure is still different. The first place has a lot of prediction function. You have not finished the run. He ran to the finish line. Yi Maoran asked him to go to what? Do you know what he said? Songji was still wiping his head with a towel and raised his eyes to look at her at the words. His amber eyes as clear as water washed. I don't know. He said in advance to go to congratulate the champion. I was almost did not rush up with him. Also thought he went to congratulate the second runway that girl. I did not expect your last 100 meters so fierce. Do not want to die as the front. Also fortunate that he went in advance, or else you will fall to the ground. Yan Shanchan was still continuing to talk, but Songji couldn't hear anything else. His mind kept echoing the sentence. He said to go ahead and congratulate the winner. The heart began to thump uncontrollably again, and it was as if the familiar scent of lime still lingered on his body. She couldn't help but rub her heart. Knock, 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 knock. It's as if some branch or bud, watered by this fall rain, quietly broke through the ground. Snap. The sound of a ballpoint pen falling on the table rang out, startling Songji's young girl's mind. Songji's confused eyes gradually regained clarity. Lu Muching sat next to her and stopped writing her homework. Yan Shanchan thought Lu Muching was again disliking her for talking too loudly and spoke irritably. The school is on vacation for 3 days for the games. The classroom is reserved for the athletes who are going on the field. If you think it is too noisy, go back and write yourself. Lu Muching hummed and tilted her head condescendingly. You're a bit noisy, but who says I'm going to say this? Yan Shanchan snorted, meaning I'll see what kind of forced words you're going to say. But who knew that Lu Muching picked up her pen again and lowered her head to rewrite her homework, and didn't look at Songji, only saying in a twisted way, what's that? Congratulations on your winning the championship. Yan Shanchan's expression was surprised, glancing at Songju. Yo, this really speaks a human word. Songju couldn't help but curl his lips and smile. Thank you, Mu Qing. At the end of the field day that afternoon, Songji returned home, feeling as sore as if he had been run over by a wheel, but his heart was as sweet as honey. When it was time for dinner, Songji rubbed his wrist and put a piece of potato brisket in his bowl, pretending to say offhandedly, I got first place in running 1500 meters today. Songli glanced at her and smiled. Sister, this joke you told today is quite funny. It's funnier than the snail one from before. Songji's lips pursed straight and emphasized. It's true. I really did come in first place. Then your school is worthy of being a provincial key high school. All went to engage in learning, not very good health. You can get first place, ha 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 ha. Song Ru, you owe a beating? Seeing that she was really pissed off, Song Li didn't dare to provoke her any further. Okay, my sister is awesome. My sister is number 1 in the world. Song Jiqing also chimed in. Good. My daughter is really great, not forgetting to get her body in good shape while doing well in her studies. Shinin saw the needle. Some disapproval, first to engage in learning and then engage in the body. How have you come to this time you still go to participate in what the games? You now the situation how dangerous do not know. Song said he would like to say that he was drawn on the lottery, but also feel that it is not meaningful to say. Shinin may again say that you are this soft nature. Other people told you to do what you do, told you to draw on the lottery, don't know how to refuse. In the future out of the society will have to suffer, and so on. Song Li was irritated. You're such a spoilsport. Shouldn't my sister be praised for winning a first place? I'm bummed out, and I'm even more bummed out to see that score of yours. Why are you bringing up my grades again? You'll die if you don't mention grades. How do you talk to your mom? Don't you know how to write the word respect? So you know then? How come you don't know how to respectfully honor me when you call the head of the class every day to ask if I've been playing with my cell phone in class? I'm your mom. Can my mom be disrespectful? With another boring argument coming from his ears, Songji felt that the balloon that was slowly expanding in his heart was just poked by a needle, slowly and leisurely letting out air. Was she going to be such a boring adult? A spoilsport? A cranky adult in the future? As she thought this, Tang Shi's spirited face suddenly appeared in her mind. No one else knows, but he certainly doesn't. After the 3 consecutive days of the games, the preparations for the midterm exams began in earnest, And those things that Songji hadn't yet had time to think about in detail were broken up and crumbled up and hidden in those test papers that couldn't be written in any way. Her life hadn't really been affected too much, except for the slow increase in the number of times she appeared on the confession wall and the occasional pink love letter that appeared in the belly of the table. Everything was running as methodically and mechanically as before. Oh, it's not all organized. There are occasional variables, and all of them come from a teenager named Tangshur. In a certain classroom, Songji was still looking at the physics problem that she had written several times before her eyes and still could not understand, when suddenly a thin knuckle reached out and pressed her forehead heavily and viciously. It doesn't hurt, but it's a little numb. Songji raised his eyes dully, and saw Tangshur standing in front of her with her crotch crossed, looking at him coldly and askance. Songju was a bit puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? How dare you ask him what's wrong?" Tangshur was simply going to be pissed off by her. The index finger pressed on her forehead fell down and pointed to the physics problems on the table. Her tone couldn't be said to be good. "You still don't know these kinds of problems? Didn't you ask someone else? That's what this is about." Song rhetorically would not have been able to do this type of question. Heart is frustrated, but also by him with such a tone of questioning the heart inevitably feel aggrieved, but also stifled a gas. Annoyed. "Yes, I just will not. How is it? Why are you being so mean to me?" Chapter 49, Ask Me, Asshole. "What's wrong? Don't ask anyone else. Come ask me. Stupid, you have to," he said, drew out his own chair bang on the side of her table, 2 legs forked and sat down, his legs long, such a posture almost the whole person of Songji are enclosed in the desk. The compression force is very strong. Songji is almost immediately forgot to be angry. The whole person abruptly stiff. The face climbed on the red halo again. "What are you doing?" Tangshur's tone was cold. "What for?" "To give you a question." Songji perceived the surrounding people curiously cast over the line of sight, and anxious and panicked. "Why do you lecture on the question too?" Tangshur raised her eyes and didn't seem to notice at all. The red moles at the end of her eyes leaping arrogantly in front of her eyes, and her tone was arrogant as well. "What do you want?" Song-Ru skimmed his eyes. "To be so close to me. This distance is considered close?" He seemed to be upset, leaned over and came closer again. The distance was less than an inch. His breath was audible. A pair of peach blossom eyes stared straight at her. The bottom of his eyes seemed to be on fire. "When you went all the way around to ask Zhang Mingho about the title, you were also leaning this close." All the surrounding students stopped doing their homework. The sights of various emotions crisscrossed this way. Songji was busy skimming his head, anxious and shy. "What the hell are you babbling about? Which is so close?" "No, what the hell does this have to do with him?" Tangshur snorted lightly, leaned back slightly, lifted the stool to sit farther away. Her voice was no longer deliberately suppressed, as if she was speaking to other people watching. Frank and impatient. "Hurry up, my time is limited. There is something I don't understand, hurry up and ask." Once these words fell, the curious and ambiguous line of sight was indeed much less. Songji sighed in relief and pointed to a certain place on the physics paper on the table, sounding a bit distressed. "It's this one. Not very good at it." Tangshur drew out a pink pen from her pencil and drew her a diagram on her sketchbook, step by step in great detail, occasionally looking at her sideways, her dark eyes clean and clear. "Got it?" Song-Ru nodded. Tangshur looked her up and down and threw out, "Don't pretend to understand." Song-Ru couldn't help but glare at him and retorted, "I really get it." That glance was really not lethal, like a cat's claw snapping on the body. Tangshur's heart was half numb, but still forcefully held on and refused to surrender, and put down a sentence. "Is that right? Then why did you come to ask me after asking Zhang Mingho? Is this guy ever going to stop?" Songji was speechless to the extreme, lowered his head and did the wrong questions in the way Tangshur had just said, no longer paying attention to him. On the contrary, Tangshur said that after that sentence is cool, do not care about humming a laugh, carrying the stool clang a put back to their own position, crossing his legs, toes also dejectedly shook. Chen Jijun was his new classmate, all the way to watch him ting through the whole thing. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and bitterly admonished him, "Brother, you can't chase a girl with this method." "Is that so?" Young Master Tang glanced at him lightly. "From what you're saying, you've chased after quite a few girls?" Chen Jijun felt like his heart had been stabbed several large holes by these light words. He, Chen Jijun, from childhood to a countless number of crush, looks also considered handsome and dashing, but chasing people have never been successful. A few days ago his crush a long time to take the initiative to contact him, talk about the West and East, and finally forced the topic of chatting to the Tang poetry, but also by the way, asked him if there is a contact information of the Tang poetry. He felt like his heart was about to break. The world is one giant Tang Dynasty fan club. Dog thing. Chen Jijun was indignant, and when he turned his head, he saw Songji's focused and calm-side face, and his heart was greatly relieved. Fortunately, the goddess of resignation seems to be unable to yield her face value at present. Her grades cannot be moved, and she does not listen to things outside the window, and she is only interested in reading the holy books. Thinking so, Chen Jijun was happy again. What's the point of having great looks and great grades? You still can't get the girl you like? That afternoon, after Song Ji came out of the restroom, he bumped into Shun Mei on the road. She seemed to have been waiting there for a long time, her eyes burning. Can we talk? In fact, the two usually didn't have any interactions, except for the occasional badminton game together when they were in gym class, but they actually didn't play much, and most of the time, she went to watch Tangshur play basketball. Songja vaguely understood why she waited here, sighed, and softly said, "Good." Through the noisy corridor, the two found a secluded place. Songji leaned on the railing and looked down. A small blue and white dots weaving in and out of the downstairs gardens. The flowers and plants became embellishments. They were busy and ordinary. Songja quietly waited for her to ask. Shenmei looked at the young girl's soft and beautiful side face with a complex expression, and opened the door to ask, "What did Tangshur want with you this morning?" Songji's eyelashes dropped. His voice remained light and soft. "Does this matter have anything to do with you?" It seems that she did not expect her to answer this way. Shenmei froze, subconsciously trying to retort, "How is it okay?" Songji quietly waited for her to continue, yet Shenmei stopped talking and only said unhappily, "You know what I want to say?" "Well, I know." Songja's gaze was frank, yet he still asked her without waves, "So this matter has something to do with you?" "Song-ru, how can you say that?" Shenmei frowned in disbelief. She thought Song-ru would have told her. Song-ru was like that in class, seemingly unable to get angry, temperless, shy and timid character. At least that's what Shenmei thought. "I'm not obligated to tell you this." Song-ji looked at her, still with the same gentle frown. "If you called me over just to ask this question, then I might have to go back first." After waiting for dozens of seconds and seeing that Shenmei had no intention of opening her mouth again, Song-ji turned around and walked away. Shenmei finally panicked a little and chased after her, asking in a low voice, "So do you like Tangshur?" Song-ji sighed, seemingly helpless. "Shenmei, I don't want to say anything about this matter, but why are you aiming your spear at me?" Shenmei would like to say you are really stupid or pretend to be stupid. Tangshur like you have not even hidden you cannot see? In the end, she didn't say anything, just pulled a random excuse. "The forums are saying you're together. I just wanted to make sure." Songji didn't expect that after only a few days, the school forum had already spread such outrageous rumors, and after thinking about it, he still said, "I'm not with Tangshur." This answer is not enough. Shenmei wants to know how far they have progressed, and she still has no chance. But Song-ru is obviously not willing to say more. She looked at Shenmei very calmly and said lightly, "Liking is a matter of one person. Loving each other is a matter of two people. Does the attitude of a third person really matter? Next time, don't come to me because of this matter." After Song-ju finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Shenmei looked at the firm and gentle back of the young girl, and suddenly realized for the first time that perhaps Song-ji was not as weak and harmless as she appeared to be, and that her kindness seemed to be really a bit sharp. However, Songji's state of mind was far from being as calm as it appeared on the surface. She knew very well that with her previous character, she wouldn't have cared at all about these two questions Shenmei asked her, so it was no big deal to say it, but now it was obviously different. Because of the care, because of the fact that she didn't want to say it to her, that's why she refused. "Why do you care? Why don't you want to talk to her?" Songji didn't dare to think about it more, nor did he have the time to think about it more. Every month in the middle of the month, the school will have 2 days of monthly vacation. After this vacation is the midterm examination. Songju intends to spend these 2 days in the city library. Jo Kanji is bored by herself, so she volunteered to accompany her to go. Songji sat against the window to review, and Jo Kanji sat across from her reading comics. During the midway break, Songji looked up across the room and realized that Jo Kanji had disappeared at some point, and she didn't care. She pressed open the screen of her cell phone to look at the time, only to find that Jo Kanji had sent her several messages. "Boyfriend number 1, sister. I met the crush of my life." Boyfriend number 1, big handsome. Supercharged big handsome. Boyfriend number 1, it's over. It's over. I'm in love. Boyfriend number 1, wait. Let me tease him with my life's work. After 10 minutes. Boyfriend number 1, out of the way sister. Boyfriend number 1, this brother is a. Chapter 50? Boyfriend no. 1, sealed heart locked love, locked but not completely. The key is on top of the doorframe. 185 plus can get it. Song-ru originally had little interest. Jo Kanji's crush like crossing the river one after another. She has long been strange, but if he is a person, then she is suddenly a little interested. A fine shiver. Boyfriend no. 1, I accosted him and said handsome acquaintance meet his fate can add a WeChat. He was very sincere and said I am sorry my boyfriend will be jealous. The said not to say that this handsome brother is still strange and polite. Boyfriend number 1, that handsome brother is really desperate. So I want to break him straight. Smile, smile. Boyfriend number 1, but I'm a kind little girl, or wish them happiness blah. 3 people's love is still a little crowded. Then I also wish them happiness blah. 4 people love is also a bit crowded. Songji finished returning Joe Kanji, rubbed his face that was a little sour from laughing, picked up the water cup to drink water, but realized that the water cup was empty, so he had to get up and go to fetch water. After going to the public water fountain to get water back, the way will pass through a row of wooden bookshelves. This piece are some scientific and technological books. Songji seldom dabble in, but also has little interest in, and therefore straightforward. Quite some eyes do not slant in the meaning of. Tangshur came to the library to borrow a book, but this book is a little difficult to find. Go to ask the librarian. He may be new, looks very young. There is still a clear light in the eyes, very enthusiastic to go to the computer to check the number, and then staring at the number above very attentive to help find. Tangshur then lazily leaned on the edge of the bookshelf, especially speechless to watch the little brother jumped up and down busy. After half an hour, Tangshur said that if you tell me the number, I can find it myself. Delayed you to go to work, how embarrassing But the little brother really do not understand the good and bad words, very touched to say soon, and then began to jump up and down harder. At this time there is a girl to ask for WeChat. Tangshur heart has actually been a little impatient, so casually said, I'm sorry my boyfriend will be jealous. Tangshur didn't expect this sentence to have a miraculous effect, because not only did the girl walk away, but even the overly enthusiastic young man gave him a horrified look before decisively telling him his number and running away. Should have said no. The run was much faster than his productivity. With a little effort to find the book, Tangshur walked through the bookshelves towards the aisle. Almost to the aisle, from the back suddenly appeared a person. That person is very fast. The two almost collided. Tangshur quick eyes and hands back 2 steps, looked up, said which warrior is so fierce? C is about to collide. The footsteps do not even bring to stop. The pace of the firmness of the party as if it is going to join. Then he saw Songji, who probably didn't know she'd almost run into someone, but still walked forward as if she hadn't realized it. Her pace unchanged, her pink glass of water in her hand, full. She was wearing a goose yellow jumper, and Tangsi walked over to her and pulled on the hood of her jumper. Songja only felt a sudden resistance from behind her, and realizing that someone had grabbed the hood of her jumper, she frowned and turned around. Tangshur stood behind her, her right hand grasping the hood of her sweatshirt and lifting it upward, her left hand holding a book, covering her long eyelashes to look at her. The corners of her lips pursed hopelessly, and asked her in a low voice, just almost ran into someone and didn't know it? Although Songji was surprised to meet him here, he still fought back carefully, then shook his head gravely, meaning that he would never try to throw this bucket of dirty water on me. Tangshur fixedly looked at her for a few seconds, half like being angry and laughed, but also nodded while laughing. Okay, next time you walk, remember to look around more, or else you will be abducted and don't even know it. You're the one who got abducted. Songja muttered in a low voice as he walked forward, arriving at his original position. Songji sat down straight away, and Tangshur drew out the chair next to her and sat down lazily and inappropriately as well. When Joe Kanji mended her broken teenage heart and found a comic book again to return to her position, she found that the handsome brother who had just refused to add his WeChat was sitting next to her good girlfriend. Joe Kanji? She didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a coincidence, then walked over and sat down across from Songju as usual, then stared at him without blinking and sked twice. Should I say no? The looks are top-notch when it comes to being an attacker and a receiver. Tangshur at that time actually did not pay attention to what a WeChat that girl looks like. This moment to see diagonally opposite the girl like a wolf like a tiger staring at him. Look, even if it is also TM special robe TSK out. He felt that this is more or less a bit of sexual harassment. In normal circumstances would have left, but this time there is no way. Can only look at her coldly, and then the person to the back of the chair leaned back, the book on the table to pick up, purposely blocked his face, so pretending to look at half a dozen times. When Songji had almost finished reviewing, she jerked her head up, only to realize that the 2 people next to her were staring at her, especially Tangshur, who was holding a book to block his face, and the expression on his face seemed to be cold and impatient to the extreme. And when he saw that she finally managed to raise her head, he also sighed, as if it was a big sacrifice, and said stoically, going out to eat? Songji a little confused, do not understand how to suddenly with the commission of his like, but also did not immediately agreed, only said I have to ask my friends. Tangshur just wanted to ask were your friends. Saw Songji turned his head to ask the young girl sitting on his diagonal side, Joe Kanji, what do you think? Chapter 51 Handsome Brother. The scene froze for a few seconds. It was obvious that apart from Songju, the other 2 were a bit confused. Tangshur retarded for a few seconds before realizing that Songji and the girl diagonally across the street knew each other. However, not waiting for him to react, the girl diagonally across the street suddenly opened her mouth, her tone incredible. Ji, You know the handsome brother ah? Cool, brother. He knew what all three words meant, so how could he combine them and not understand them? Tangshur looked at Songji and expressionlessly passed an inquiring look. Meaning, is that friend of yours crazy? Songji heard this address and vaguely had a guess, and once he made contact with Tangshur's eyes that contained infinite absurdity, his heart especially wanted to laugh, but he still restrained himself and spoke. Let's go out first. This isn't the place to talk. By the time he got out of the library, Tangshur had already worked this out in his mind. Oh, to WeChat that girl knows Songji. The three people stood outside the library looking at each other, relatively speechless. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Songji stifled a laugh and was just about to explain, when Tangshur interrupted her, in a lifeless tone. Alright, I know, handsome, do you really have a boyfriend? Jokanji even opened her mouth to ask him. Songju also looked at him, looking at that like he was curious. What are you so curious about? Tangi flicked her head speechlessly and choked her in a bad mood. What are you looking at? You don't know if I have a boyfriend? After playing before realizing that this action is more or less ambiguous, fingertips inexplicably hot, Tangshur coughed lightly, disguisingly put his hand back into his pocket, and just about to explain a few sentences in a serious manner, he heard Songji speak in a speculative tone. Could it be Yi Maoran? Don Z. Zhou Kanji shocked, a shock under the name and changed back. Bola handsome brother, but also really, thought you were just find a reason to put me off, but also right, really if the straight man will not use this reason. I wish you happiness ah. One dares to ask, the other dares to believe. The saying that things come in small packages is really not without merit. Tangshur thought through gritted teeth, waiting until the restaurant. Tangshur did not have much desire to explain. His expression was very light, and he did not say much the whole time. Instead, the two girls sat across from him, ear-biting and chattering, occasionally looking at him, and then laughing cheekily. And I don't know what I'm laughing at. In fact, the two conversed as follows. Songju, doesn't he look familiar to you? Zhou Kanji, harm. I look familiar to all handsome men, although this one is extraordinarily handsome. Songru, he's Tangshur ah, wasn't it you who sent me the photo of the last military training? Zhou Kanji, oh, it's him ah, really not on the phase but that called what Yi Maoran really his boyfriend ah. Songru, no, I'm talking nonsense with my eyes open. Just thought it was kinda cute how he was eating his words, not tugging like he usually does. Zhou Kanji, hee, you've gotten worse, but handsome face is so cold, you won't be angry. Songru, he's usually like this. I don't think so, said so, but Songji heart is still not bottom. Halfway Zhou Kanji went to the toilet. Songji carefully looked at him, open-mouthed to explain. Unexpectedly Tangshur slowly wiped his mouth, openly leaning back in the chair, one hand lazily resting on the back of the chair, inclined his head to look at her. In a judgmental arrogant posture opened his mouth, word for word, boyfriend, Yi Maoran? Songja smiled, just a little joke. I've already explained it clearly to Jokanji. It won't cause damage to your and Yi Maoran's reputation. Tangshur looked at her thoughtfully. But what about my moral damages? And moral damages? Songja stiffened. It's not that serious. Didn't you say you had a boyfriend? Tangshur raised her eyebrows and said fervently. It's kinda serious. My head's just a little dizzy right now. When he finished, one hand even pretended to rub his temples. Songji was silent for a long time and asked through clenched teeth. How much do you want? Young master is really too valuable to mess with. $80,000 seems like a lot to you? Or you could just sell me. How about a 50% discount? 40,000? Tangshur opened her mouth to herself. Songru was still that firm. Or you can sell me. How is that good? Tangshur it's scared. Don't want your money. Songji hadn't had time to be happy. And right after that, he heard Tangshur say in a serious manner, why don't you help me with my homework? The physics papers that old Lu sent down haven't been touched yet. Songru sighed and said very seriously, after writing these physics papers, you'll have to pay me $80,000 backwards. Tangshur looked at her suspiciously, as if asking why. Songji was sitting upright. Because I'm also asking for compensation for moral damages. $160,000. Tangshur stared straight at her, and after a few dozen seconds, finally lowered her head and laughed, her shoulders shaking with joy, only thinking that she could be too damn cute like this. Songru also breathed a sigh of relief. It's hard to finally make this young master happy, but it's also hard to cooperate with his acting. Jokanji came out after going to the restroom and saw the scene. These two people were sitting face to face. The teenager who had just been cold smiled lowly and bent over, as if he had heard something funny, while the girl was looking at him with a gentle smile on her lips, her eyebrows arched and very gentle. People come and go in the restaurant, noisy and noisy, they did not look at each other, but inexplicably harmonious and comfortable, as if isolated from the surrounding, alone in a small world. Jokanji see the scene can still have what not to understand. Her sister-in-law this is a springtime sending a Weibo message to Song-ru. She decisively went far away from this superfluous place of right and wrong. Handsome brother paired with her family's resignation is just barely enough. Song rhetorically saw the message only a few minutes later. Boyfriend number 1, quit. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do, so I'm going to go first, and get along with the handsome straight man. Songji's first reaction when he saw this message: how did he become a handsome straight brother again? Second reaction: crap, she's going to be alone with Donnie. What to do? Her brain ran wild. It wasn't like she hadn't done it before, but she just felt inexplicably uncomfortable at the moment, and she took a sip of the cold water on the table, trying to suppress the heat that was vaguely leaping up her cheeks. Just now Jo Kanji sent me a message, said she had to leave beforehand. Songja lowered his eyes and turned the water cup on the table. Are you going home this afternoon? What about you? Tansi asked her as she stopped laughing and coughed lightly. I'm going to the library to review. That's just right. Tangshur stood up and said in a cloudy voice. I have a study room appointment. Let's get together. Fearing that he would go to the checkout, Songji hurriedly got up and chased after him, and the two of them went to the front desk one after the other. Tangshur did intend to go to the front desk to check out. The payment code was all tuned out, and when she saw her chasing after her, she gave up her position in a particularly natural way, raising her eyebrows and saying, So you're coming? Song-ru nodded. Then that bowl of Yangchun noodles from last time is considered a credit? Tanzi grunted and mulled it over, accusing her. You want to deny it? Song rhetoric. No, it's best. Tangshur had one hand in her pocket, one hand still holding the book, smiling with a particularly dejected and righteous smile. These are two different things. That bowl of noodles don't want to renege. The lady at the front desk gave the check with a tight face. She was still looking at him with pink love in her eyes, but now she was already disgusted, looking at him like that useless soft rice man who still loves to pretend to be a literary pussy. Chapter 52, Self-Study. To the study room. The two people sat face to face. Tangshur threw the book aside, asked her for a pen and a few pieces of draft paper. Then the two people lowered their heads, furry heads to each other. Swish 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 began to write things. Songji occasionally raised his head to drink water. He saw Tangshur lazily sitting on the chair, looking down at the half-written draft paper on the table. The pink ballpoint pen occasionally turned in his slender fingertips. He looked careless, not like thinking, more like tired of writing and resting for a while. The ballpoint pen only turned for a few moments, and then began to swish and write things on the draft paper again. Songji glanced twice. It looked like basic physics formulas and some example problems, she thought to herself. So the science bully who got a perfect score in physics had to read this by midterm. Shaking his head to get rid of some inexplicable thoughts in his head, Songji buried himself into the sea of questions again. By the time Songju lifted his head again, the hour hand had already crept to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She put her pen down and yawned quietly. Tangshur was looking down at the book he borrowed. The draft paper filled with formulas and example problems was casually thrown aside. As if he heard the commotion, he lifted his eyes to look at her and faintly said, Take a break? I'll tell you something later. Aha! Songja drew out his physics paper and handed it to him. It just so happens that I have a question I want to ask you as well. Tangshur pushed the physics paper back and organized the draft papers one by one, saying perfunctorily, Let's see if we can write it out on our own later. Song-ru, you're looking down on me a little too much. I won't ask you if I can write it. Tangshur raised her brow bone as if in disapproval. Is that so? Aha! He grinned. We'll see later. After almost a 10-minute break, Tanzi drew out the seat next to him and gestured for her to sit here. Song rhetorically walked over and sat down with his head full of confusion. Tangshur put the 10 or so pieces of draft paper in the middle of the two, which was filled with all kinds of knowledge points of physics since this half semester, and also paired with all kinds of questions, both simple and difficult. This one is? Song-ru asked him with a sideways glance, disbelief in his eyes. Aren't you no good at physics fundamentals? I happen to be free today, so I'll give you a foundation. Songju was surprised. How do you know my foundation doesn't work? Basic questions account for 80%, you idiot. Tangshur knocked her on the head with a pen and had to remind her. You only scored 60-something. Songja pursed his lips. Oh, Songji had already reviewed physics this morning, and she thought she had pretty much mastered the basics, and it was only when Tangshur spoke up that she realized how shallow and wrong her perceptions were. Tang poetry from the most basic formulas began to give her push, and then through the derivation process from easy to difficult to lead to the relevant variations and examples of problems. Song resignation feel that physics in their own minds before is a messy vine, sticky and chaotic. I am so from shallow to deep a talk, before the eyes of the open, like a regular tree, from the trunk of the trunk to extend to the trunk of the branches, stretching branches, lush and organized. Song-ru's personality is relatively slow to warm up, but the old Lu who teaches them physics is an acute person, and the previous OU class, the speed of speech, jumping steps and more, The topic is still difficult. A head poured in. She always reacted to it, coupled with the beginning of high school, is still in the period of adaptation, resulting in her combing up alone is very difficult. Songji also thought, if to the ordinary class, her physics performance may instead progress, but in the end or not willing to be driven down, always want to try. Songji is in fact a pretty strong understanding of the girl. To the back of the already do not need to Tangshur a formula to give her derivation. She can be cited. Behind Tangshur simply did not say anything, but inclined his head to listen to her, right on the chin, signaling her to continue, said the wrong on the pen to knock her head, so that she can think again. By the time half a semester's worth of knowledge had all been sorted out, it was already 9:30 p.m. Songji exhaled with intent and looked at him with bright eyes. Thank you, let me treat you to dinner. Say it again. Tangshur still had her head down, and drew out the physics paper from earlier to show her. See if you just talked about a similar one. Try writing it. Oh, Songja drank some water, took this test paper again and started writing. After almost half an hour, she begged for the answers and handed the test paper to Tangshur. Aha! Tangshur leaned back in her chair slightly tired at that moment, her long arms stretched out to rub her head in passing, and she absently complimented her. Good use of it. The night is already very deep. The soft moonlight outside the window mixed with the city's colorful neon lights drifted in. Dense yellow light dutifully illuminated every corner of the study room, including the teenager's black and white eyes, high and slender nose, light scarlet thin lips. He was wearing a plain white sweatshirt, and the yellowish light reflected the light under his eyes in a tired and gentle way, and the touch from the top of his head was gentle and fleeting, like the last time he held down the back of her head to bring her headphones. A soft, gentle touch, but this time there were no headphones, no music, just her heart tucked away in a quiet and hidden corner, beating again and again, violently and sharply. Knock, 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 knock. Oops, she couldn't disguise herself as a musical beat this time, she thought. The two packed up and exited the city library, and the faded quiet and bustling, noisy earth burst into view. Opposite the city library is the largest and most lively square in Hawaiian City, Chinyu Square, where people come from all over the country, crowded with people, noisy and busy. Songji turned her turned-off cell phone on and found that Shanine had called her several times, and Tangshur also noticed, saying with a wry smile, looks like you'll have to owe me another dinner. Songji felt that this debt was getting bigger and bigger like a snowball, so she had to say, how about switching to snacks? Tangshur softly chortled and gave her a sidelong glance, her tone not too happy. Who are you learning from? I don't love snacks. Seems like it. Oh, it was all divided up last time. Except for her. The fussy and hard-to-serve Tang Ershao. Songru flattened his mouth. Oh, she went off to the side to call Shanine back. Hey, Mom, yes, I'm with Joe Kanji in a piece of time. Reviewing too much did not pay too much attention to the time. Joe Kanji went to the toilet. Good. You do not worry. I will go back immediately. I know. We'll pay attention. This side of the subway can be through. About 10:30. Bye. When Songji finished receiving Xinyan's cross-examination and hung up the phone, he turned his head but didn't see Tangshur at the same place. Chapter 53. Cute. Ding dong. Tangshur sent her a message. Li Bai, shopping across the street from you. Li Bai, very soon. Li Bai, by the way, do you eat sweet potatoes? Li Bai, Master Li's baked sweet potatoes are not bad. Song Ruhart said you still know the roasted sweet potatoes Moncler outlet store last name. It seems that there is no less to go. She also found out at this time. Tangshur probably at more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon when she sent a transfer of money. It is today's noon meal 3 people after the money, but also sent a message in passing. She inexplicably feel a few points of aggression from it. Li Bai, that sister at the front desk at noon today cursed really dirty. Where did I scold you? Songji couldn't help but smile, but didn't collect the money, only gave him back and eat, then looked up towards the opposite side. That side should be a snack street. There are a lot of people, fish and dragons, but Tangshur is tall and superior looking, wearing an ordinary white sweatshirt and dark gray straight jeans to mix in. Still very eye-catching. Songji didn't have to make much effort to find him. Tangshur is standing in front of a sweet potato stall, not too serious to sell sweet potatoes with Mr. Li pulling the family. The grandfather boasted that I have a grandson with you the same age, is also in high school. The results are very good. The math can hit 30 or so points. The last time he also gave him a prize of 1,000 yuan. Said to go to buy learning materials. Tangshur said, is it? I do not know your grandson's side of the child is what the situation. Anyway, our school math full score of 150. Moncler outlet store online. The school is a very good place to get a good score. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one. And then you'll be able to get a new one. And then you'll be able to get a new one. When Tangshur came over with 3 sweet potatoes in her hand, the sweet potato seller, Mr. Li, had his face darkened quite a bit. Pick one? Tangshur carried 3 sweet potatoes and waved them in front of her. Song-ru picked a small one, then asked him, "You're eating 2 by yourself?" "No," Tangshur said. "Half of it is Tangjo's." "And half of it?" Song rhetorically plucked open the sweet potatoes. The orange-red flesh was exposed. The sweet potato fragrance wafted out. Her eyes stared straight ahead, her mouth still asking along down the line. Tunsi gave her a languid look. "My mom's." Song-ru's sweet potatoes didn't even look at him anymore, turning to look at him in shock. "Meaning you're really filial? Then express it differently." He laughed lowly. "My mom's small appetite can only eat half of it, so I'll leave the rest for Tangjo. How about this?" Song-ru thought about it and felt that he had a point, so he didn't dwell on it and only said, "How much is this sweet potato? I'll transfer it to you. Can you first collect the money I transferred you?" Tangshur sighed, seeming quite concerned about this. "I don't want to be a softie." Song-ru was silent for a moment and said, "But I happen to owe you a meal, so today's lunch is on me." "It's a meal plus a bowl of Yangchun noodles," Tangshur emphasized. "These are 2 different things. Don't try to take advantage of me." Song rhetoric. Who took advantage of you? The 2 ended up keeping a very pure monetary relationship, with one receiving money for sweet potatoes and the other for lunch. Yes, that's it, Songji thought, letting the sound of that out-of-control heartbeat turn out to be a hallucination. 2 days of midterm exams passed in a flash, and the results came out quickly. Less than a day after the exams, a certain classroom, Song resigned to go get water. He heard a class A people were discussing. "The results are already out." In Mei Chaofeng's office, "I heard that there are a dozen or so parallel classes that have rushed to the top 50 this time," and Mei Chaofeng almost smashed his water cup in his office. "It's over. I feel like I'm so dangerous, teetering on the edge of elimination. I almost fell out of the top 50 last time. High school is so hard. I want to drop out." "Stop it. Let's go to the door together and spread pancakes." Songji listened silently, suddenly feeling a little nervous, his heart stagnating and a little breathless. The person behind her reminded her, "Class, your water is full." Song rhetorically came back to his senses, turned off the water and whispered a thank you. This point is not yet in class, but when Songji went back to the classroom, Lin Man was already standing on the podium, not saying a word. The atmosphere was so stagnant and tense that the students underneath didn't dare to breathe. She grimaced and told the class president to hand out report cards, 1 for each student. Songji did surprisingly well on his exams, 34th in his class and 41st in the whole school. She sighed in relief. This time, the average physics score for Class A was only 71.6, which is still well above the parallel class but still a huge regression. Songji scored 73 points, and when she saw the score, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Tangshur next to her. There was a big question on this exam, and he had given her a similar one in study hall. I didn't realize that he was also inclining his head and looking at her, and the moment he met his eyes, Songji was inexplicably nervous and hurriedly skimmed his head. Suddenly, a note was thrown from the side. Lin Man on the podium was still summarizing this exam with a cold face. Songji quietly turned her head sideways and saw Tangshur raise her chin, signaling her to open the note. How dare this man be so bold? She's not that bold. Songji threw the note into the belly of the table and sat upright, his eyes looking at the blackboard with particular seriousness. Ignoring him, after a few seconds, a leg came up from the side to step on the crossbar under her chair and give it a shake. Songji quietly moved his chair inward, and that leg followed, continuing to shake it absently twice. Why are his legs so long? It's annoying. Songsha took advantage of Lin Man's turn to sneak a glare at him, signaling him to take his foot back. Staring at me? Got a little grumpy. Tangshur stifled a laugh and obediently took her foot back. After a dozen seconds or so, another mass of notes flew over the side onto her desk. Song-ru couldn't argue with him, and seeing that Lin Man on the podium was writing with her back turned, she quietly catapulted herself and carefully unfolded it to take a look. It says, look at the last one. Song rhetoric. This guy is really juvenile. Songja really decided to ignore him this time. Tangshur sat next to her and watched the whole thing, seeing her face redden with anger after reading the note, lying on the table and laughing. Too cute really. Why are you so timid? You don't even dare to read a note in class. You act like a thief, and you look both left and right. Teacher at the podium, ah dummy. Just as he was laughing, Lin Man, who was standing on the podium, sent a physical attack at him, a piece of pure white chalk hitting his fluffy head with precision. 103 in language and you're still laughing? I'd cry if I were you. Get up and answer the question. Tangshur dusted the non-existent chalk dust from her hair and hung back, standing up with a lingering smile in her eyes. Can't laugh, Mr. Lin, just laying on the table and crying, he said, pointing to his own black and translucent eyes. Not to mention, eyelashes are really hanging 2 tears, is just laughing and crying. Lin Man saw him just lying on the table with his shoulders shrugged, thought he was laughing, was angry, did not think he was really crying, immediately froze. The mood is better, okay, know how to reflect is a good boy. Then you to translate this next literary text. This time it was Tangshur who froze. He wasn't even listening just now. Another glance at Songju next to him. The little girl tightened her face, clearly not bothering to talk to him. Chapter 54, I'm quite a bully. Alright. Tangshur looked down at the language paper on the table, then sighed and asked quite sincerely, Mr. Lin, just cried quite seriously, didn't listen to it, where did you speak? That's a bull statement at first glance. The class roared with laughter. Songji also did not tense up, lowered his head and laughed. Just now the stagnant and tense atmosphere was instantly broken. The atmosphere of the class were loosened up a lot. He always seemed to be like that, always had the magic of cheering people up, and the very sight of him conjured up images of all things sunny and vibrant. Lin Man also laughed, exasperated, as she said, don't know do you? Go stand in the back for a class and you'll find out. After the bell rang for the fourth period, Yen Shanshan threw her pen away, turned her head and said, let's go, let's eat, I'm exhausted. This physics is not for people to learn. Songji let out a breath and nodded approvingly, unconsciously glancing at Lu Muqing next to him as he got up. She'd been slumped over her desk since the grades came out, her shoulders shrugging like she was crying. Should we call her for dinner? Yen Shanshan asked wordlessly. Since that last incident, the two had eased up a lot and were no longer as tit-for-tat as before. Song rhetorically shook his head, but on his way back he passed by the kiosk and brought her a sandwich and a bottle of milk, placing them by her table. Lu Muqing didn't look up until the lunch break was almost over, and when she saw what was on the table, she subconsciously looked sideways at Songji. She was carefully revising the wrong questions on her test paper, her side face soft, not in a hurry, not arrogant. Songju, thank you, Lu Muqing choked and whispered. Well, eat quickly, it's time for class. Songji didn't look at her, revising his test papers as usual, looking like he didn't take this matter to heart. Don't you think I'm not considering your feelings by crying like this? Lu Muqing couldn't help but ask her. How could you ask that? Songru was busy revising her chemistry paper as usual. She was quite bad at chemistry this time and almost failed, and casually said, you cried quite quietly. It didn't affect anyone else. Lu Muqing said it was nothing. She just suddenly remembered junior high school once did not do well. Lying on the table and crying, she was then the same table will be whispered muttering, what to pretend? The test is much better than me is still crying. Cannot think about other people's feelings. It turns out that people are really different from each other. It wasn't until after the first evening study session that Songji was able to revise her chemistry paper, and then she snapped to mind the note that she had been putting in the belly of her desk. Look, don't look, look, don't look. Songji was in a celestial battle in his heart, and finally exhaled a breath. Watch, it was clearly the end of class, but she was inexplicably weak, so she had to bend over, take the note out of the belly of her desk, and quietly unfold it. On it were written only 4 big, sharp words in thin gold type, but enough to show its owner's arrogant and haughty posture. I'm kinda bullish. Song rhetoric, no shame in you. After the midterm exams, we had to draw the blackboard again, and we still decided on Songji, Zhang Mingho, and Lu Muqing, and this time the theme was youth. At a certain noon, Songru and Lu Muqing were writing and drawing on the blackboard, and Zhang Mingho was playing a hand on the side, when a middle-aged woman suddenly walked in from outside. The woman's makeup and dress were very decent, but her face looked a bit stern and mean. She entered from the front door, her eyes circled around the front row for a few times, and finally focused on the back of the blackboard, and her soft expression that was ready instantly became serious. Mu Qing. The woman's voice was calm and majestic. Songji noticed that Lu Muqing, who was still seriously drawing in the back row, turned white, and she turned her head and softly shouted, Mom's going to go talk to your teacher for a bit, so why don't you join her? The woman's voice was calm. Good. Lu Muqing was led away by the woman like a puppet on strings. The person who drew the picture left. Songji's next work could not be carried out. Simply threw the chalk into the alcove, jumped out of the chair, wanted to go to the toilet to wash his hands. Halfway through the office, Songji heard voices coming from the office. Teacher Lin, can you see if you can help us arrange for Mu Qing to have someone with better grades to be her deskmate? Her grades are all down this time. It's a bit related to that deskmate of hers, guaranteed to be a little bit. Songjua is a boy, right? Mom, don't what? And the drawing of the blackboard. Why do something that's such a waste of time? Don't you know what's most important to you right now? Mu Qing's mom, the difference in the grades of the kids in our class A isn't very big, and this kid Songji is my class representative. She's a girl and usually studies very hard, so you can rest assured. Mu Qing's grades this time are just normal fluctuations, so you shouldn't be too nervous. As for the board report, you don't know yet, do you? But she collaborated with 2 other kids on the board report. Which won the first prize in the school? Do you get extra points for a good board report? She fell out of the top 10 this time and you want me not to be nervous? How do you teachers teach your children? The latter words were finally slowly out of her ears as Songji moved further and further away from the office. Songji walked to the wash basin and let the cold water slide over his hands, then stared at his own youthful and not yet fully grown face in the mirror, silently thinking in his heart, it turns out that the more people grow up, the more similar they become. Almost half an hour later, Lu Muqing walked into the classroom with red eyes and silently began to pack up her things before switching places with one of the more inconspicuous female students in the class. Lu Muqing's new deskmate had good grades and usually stayed in the top 5 in her class. Songji actually has no idea in her heart, who she sits with is the same. It can't affect her in any way. On the contrary, Yan Shanshan curiously turned her head and asked in a low voice, how did Lu Muqing suddenly move away? Songji lowered his eyelashes and said softly, it should just be a normal seat fine-tuning. Yan Shanshan hummed, it's better when she's gone. I don't have to worry about the volume every day after class. You don't even know. Just because the sound can't be amplified. I feel like I don't have the strength to beat up Yi Maoran as I used to. Yi Maoran, who was sitting next to her, said quietly, you think you have a small voice? Just said that on purpose. You dead armpit hair. Hey, don't think I'm afraid to hit you just because you're a woman. It's not certain who's going to beat who. Ah hiss dash. African Lala you really hit ah? Don't pinch my ears ah you. The two people argued with each other. Songji looked at these two began to familiarize themselves with juggling again. Depressed in the heart of the emotion inexplicably become better. Could not help but curved his lips, smiled. Chapter 55, done and done. What's on your mind? A bony, slender hand appeared in front of her eyes and snapped her fingers nonchalantly. With a snap, Songji's immersed thoughts were instantly ripped out, and he inclined his head in bewilderment. Tangshur stood sideways in her blue and white school uniform, one hand in her pocket, her spine wide and her back broad, her eyebrows green but hard to hide her vigor, her eyes dark and bright. Inside is an unobstructed curiosity and frankness, not seeing the slightest numbness and make do. Songji suddenly wondered in particular, would a man like him, God's favorite, the center of attention of the crowd wherever he went, still be as good as he was even after another 10 years? Die out? Song rhetorically couldn't associate him with such a term and subconsciously didn't think he would turn out like this. But what should he look like later? Songji thought about it and still felt that it was fine as it was, and it was best not to lose even a single point of the pride that was engraved into his bones. Perhaps staring at him for too long, the proud young Master Tang raised his eyebrows and laughed lightly. What? Looking so seriously? Falling in love with me? Song rhetoric. Suddenly it seems like it would be nice to have less pride. Song Li didn't reply to his sentence above, only asked, what's wrong? Tangshur leisurely looked at her. Teacher Lin is calling you. Go to the office. Lin Man looked for her. In fact there is no big deal. Only said that this position transfer is a normal transfer after the examination. Let her not think too much. Also, someone else might have to draw the blackboard poster this time. Lin Man said as she flipped through the enrollment materials, then wrinkled her brow as she pulled one out, muttering with disgust on her face, can this jerk be good? Lin Man was holding Tangshur's enrollment information, and the column of hobbies was filled with drawing. He can draw? Treat a dead horse as a living horse. Lin Man said to her, call Tangshur over. So Tansi hadn't even been 5 minutes after being lectured before she was caught in the office again. Teacher Lin, you've been lecturing for almost half an hour and you haven't had enough. Tangshur hugged her arms, and in a resigned tone, I'm not going to go home and pack up and live here. Lin Man glanced at him, less poor. I'll train you as usual if you don't listen carefully next time, but I'm looking for you for something else this time. You first. The tone was as dangling as ever. You can draw? More or less. Perfunctorily. Then this time the blackboard report will be given to you. Song Ji and Zhang Mingho, is that okay? So that's what this is about. Tangshur finally raised her eyes, endured half a day or did not hold back a smile. Too good. You can rest assured. We both high and low again to earn you a school first prize. Look. Come on. Lin Man had circled around with Lu Muqing's mom for a noon today, and was also tired, and didn't dwell too much on why 3 people directly changed into 2, only saying, just do it in a way that isn't humiliating. Since it was Saturday, the 3 of them talked it over and planned to stay after school on Saturday afternoon and get a burst of energy to get the chalkboard straightened out. After school, the classroom quickly became empty, leaving only the 3 of them. Songji moved his own stool and stood on it, and began to write art characters one by one, while Tangshur lazily stood beside her and drew pictures, probably because it was not too convenient to wear a school uniform. He took off his school jacket, and the cuffs of the black sweater were swung up to his elbows, and the small arms that were lifted up were smooth and angular, and the muscle lines were hidden. Songji wrote halfway through the chalk broke, and just as she opened her mouth to ask Zhang Mingho to help her get the chalk, Tangshur next to her took out the chalk from the alcove and handed it directly to her. Song-ru pursed her lips to look at him and said softly, "Thank you." "Well said." Tang Shi's eyes were still looking at the blackboard. The lines of her side face were smooth and sharp. Only the corners of her lips hooked out slightly in an arc as she casually opened her mouth. The next time, rags, blackboard erasers, colorful chalk, and so on, always the second before Song-ji opened his mouth, Tang Shi was able to accurately hand them over, as if she would have foreknowledge in advance, and directly take Zhang Mingho's job. Zhang Mingho watched the two of them busying themselves in an unusually harmonious manner, while he himself stood at the back with nothing to do, and finally realized profoundly that he seemed to be a bit redundant. "A lot of you, I should say." "Ahem." He coughed twice and asked awkwardly, "If there's enough for the two of you, why don't I go first?" As soon as the words left her mouth, before Song-ji could speak, Tang Shi had already perfunctorily returned. "Well, I wish you a safe trip." He raised his arm as usual and drew the pattern with fluent lines, like he was just making a casual remark, like he didn't care about the matter. Song-ji also felt that there was no need for all three to be consumed here, so he said, "It's fine, you go back first. You've already finished the work in front of you, and I'll just come with Tang Shi to finish up behind you." This was said quite politely, but in fact, Zhang Mingho only helped wipe the blackboard, nothing else, in the end, or too much. He said, "Forget it, you guys are hungry. Why don't I go to the kiosk to buy you some snacks?" Song rhetorically fell silent. He really loves buying snacks. The chalk in Tang Shi's hand broke because of excessive force. He sked impatiently, casually threw the chalk into the garbage can, pulled out another chalk and continued to draw on the blackboard, and asked without looking back, "Is the kiosk owned by your relatives?" Zhang Mingho was surprised. "How do you know?" "I can get a discount when I go there to buy things." Tang Shi crushed the chalk in her hand again. Song-ji also didn't expect this answer, and couldn't help but laugh. "No need. We're not hungry. You go first, we'll get it done soon." "Okay." Zhang Mingho scratched his head, so he had to carry his school bag and leave first. The classroom was completely silent, with only the constant swish of chalk. After 10 minutes, Song-ru, Tang Shi suddenly inclined her head and called out to her, her voice lazy. "Ha?" Song rhetorically responds to impatiently, though his eyes are still fixed on the blackboard. Writing "Teenagers and love never grow old." Tang Shi's thin knuckles tapped the board. "What do you think here? Should we add something else on?" Song-ru dropped the last stroke before he looked sideways at the blackboard. On the blackboard, Tang Shi drew a boy and a girl wearing blue and white school uniforms, the girl walking in front with a low ponytail and carrying a duffel bag, and the boy walking behind pushing a bicycle and carrying a school bag on one shoulder, just like all ordinary and enthusiastic teenage boys and girls of 16 or 17. But, Song rhetorically asked him suspiciously, "Why does this girl have a snail on her shoulder?" Tang Shi raised her eyebrows. "Not good?" "Not really," Song rhetorically said. "It would just be a bit abrupt." Tang Shi nodded as if in agreement. "It is a bit." Seeing that he understood, Song-ji said no more and continued to write carefully. After a while, Song-ji heard the sound of chalk being thrown into the slot, accompanied by a pleasant dun. Chapter 56 Heartwarming. Song-ji couldn't help but turn his head to look, only to see that the snail on the girl's shoulder was still lying peacefully on it, and moving his sight back further. Song-ji realized that there was also a snail lying on the originally empty shoulder of the boy on the blackboard. "How's that?" Tang Shi held a proud and self-satisfied expression and dejectedly said, "This way it's not abrupt." Song rhetoric. She didn't say anything more in the end, not to mention that two more snails lying on the shoulder are also quite cute. It was almost 8 p.m. when the boards were all finished. The night was like silver outside the window, and it fell in waves. Tang Shi leaned back on the desk behind her, both palms of her hands propped back on the desktop, one leg slanted on the ground, one leg slightly curved, and watched her finish writing the last word with good grace before she opened her mouth to say, "You've written a misspelled word." "Where?" Song rhetorically stepped back slightly, trying to see the entire blackboard in its entirety. Tang Shi walked over and hooked his hand at her, signaling her to hand him the chalk. Song-ru shook his head. "I'll do it. Your handwriting is different from mine. You think I don't want to?" Tansy looked her up and down and laughed lowly. "You can't reach it." Song-ju was silent for a moment, suddenly not wanting him to write even more, and said, "I'll stand on the stool." Tang Shi sked lightly. "Trouble." With that, he took the chalk right out of her hand, raised his hand to a point somewhere above the blackboard, and said in all seriousness, "Freshly clad Numa Jr." Song-ji looked at him expressionlessly. "Are you changing?" What a rush." Tansy coughed lightly and said, "Change, change, change." One voice is heavier than the other. Soon, the word "new" was changed to "fury." The rows and rows of neat and graceful lowercase letters were suddenly inlaid with a cocky and dashing thin gold style, which looked a bit abrupt. Song-ji stared for a moment, inexplicably feeling flushed and hot. He busied himself with averting his eyes and said softly, "I've said it's not appropriate." but it doesn't say anything about changing it in the end. Song-ru stood in the corridor outside the classroom, and when Tang-shur turned off the lights in the classroom, the entire senior building was plunged into complete darkness. And before Song-ru could panic, Tang-shur had already turned on the flashlight that came with her cell phone and shown it at her. There's no sound-activated light until you walk down the hallway. With the light source in his hand, he took 2 or 3 steps to her side and looked at her sideways. Let's go. The cold white light from the flashlight made his skin whiter, and the red mole at the end of his eye was also more obvious. Songji's heart burst twice again, and he returned carelessly. Is that so? Then walk faster. With that, she walked straight ahead, her pace quickening a bit. Tang-shur saw her eyes obviously panicked and dodging, but her feet were running backwards very fast, a bit unable to hold back. 3 or 2 steps to follow her, relentlessly asked, why are you walking so fast? I am a ghost. No. Song rhetorically tried to keep his composure, his eyes not slanting to look at him, but his footsteps were still quick. Didn't you say there were lights in the building? Finally arriving at the building, the dim light spread out, and Songji's heartbeat slowly stabilized. Yet by the time she gathered the courage to look at him quietly, her heart began to race uncontrollably again. Things seemed to be going further and further in a direction she couldn't control. That's not good. Song-ru was a good girl from childhood, obediently waiting for her mom and dad to come back to pick her up at her grandmother's house, obediently studying hard, and obediently not having thoughts about the opposite sex. Maybe because she looks pretty. So since to Hawaiian City since school, Shanine 3 days to her 3 orders, clearly prohibit her and the opposite sex dating too close. Junior high school when someone in the confession wall with her confession. Things have made a big deal. Shanine no after the first questioned her relationship with the boy, get a negative answer is not assured, but also deliberately go to the school to find teachers and classmates quietly asked. Clear to get the answer that the two really do not have much to do with the answer to the real put down their hearts. The whole thing was a drag and a pain in the ass, and even more of an unmitigated disaster for her. Therefore, Songji has always been to the opposite sex as a kind of respect and far away from the attitude, afraid to accidentally get into and thus stained with trouble again. In fact, there are very few people of the opposite sex who can get her to look at her differently. Pei Yiming counts as one, and Tang-shur also counts as one, but she had always treated Pei Yiming as a good friend who couldn't be more common. But her feelings for Tang-shur seemed to be completely different. The heartbeat that was messed up because of him and the cheeks that couldn't help but turn red as soon as she looked at him seemed to point to the only possibility she might. Well, kind of like Tang-shur. Songji subconsciously felt that this matter was wrong, undeserved, and should have been circumvented immediately. She thought that she had to cut off this undeserved fling, quickly, but alas, she was now in debt and owed Tang-shur a meal and a bowl of Yangchun noodles. To be in debt means to have crossed paths, and to have crossed paths means to be further mired in the muck, and it's hard to get out of it. That's too bad. Songja bit his lip and spoke. Why don't I treat you to dinner? Tang-shur was looking sideways to study why someone's face could turn red anytime, anywhere, and before she could understand, she probably realized that the subject of the study seemed to have opened her mouth to say something, so she could only questioningly, and then slightly avert her eyes in a general sense of emptiness, casting her gaze elsewhere. As we agreed before, I'll buy you dinner. Noticing the impatience in the young girl's tone, Tang-shur uncomfortably cleared her throat, thinking what? Just want to have dinner with me so badly. He kept his head down and turned off the flashlight, then tucked his cell phone in his pocket, looked at the empty hallway in front of him and said, yeah, I almost forgot. The two walked down the stairs almost at the same pace, and Songju hummed and asked, what do you want to eat? How about the roasted cold noodles made by Grandma Chien? Tang-shur said casually, it's good, but it's less than $10 for a serving of grilled cold noodles. Songji couldn't help but remind, it's my treat. Do you want to eat something expensive? Tang-shur was so cute by her that she laughed, not too serious to tease her. No, lately I only love to eat the cheap ones. The expensive ones are hard to digest. Song rhetoric, whatever. 2 people out of the school gate turned into the snack street, but the usual lively and busy snack street is like a mute point. The street is empty. The already narrow entrance is also pasted with seals. A police officer carrying a gun in the surrounding patrol. The police saw 2 people came over, rushed to ferociously drive people away, unrelated people to hurry up and leave. This street is recently to be rectified, temporarily closed. The 2 looked at each other and both saw the bewilderment and doubt in each other's eyes. When Tang-shur asked the school gate guard uncle only no, just a few days ago, Hawaiian City, an old building collapse, resulting in 62 people died on the spot. The city leaders attach great importance to, requiring all the buildings to carry out a complete overhaul of the building. The brunt of the school near the extremely hot, but has a history of several decades of Snack Street. Chapter 57, Flirting. The snack bar on the street behind the school was recently suspended to take a break for renovations. The news spread throughout the school like wings, and wails could be heard rising and falling throughout the entire first middle school. Busy study life in between. We discussed most enthusiastically in addition to the next class is what to eat at lunch today. This is good. Nothing to choose from later. Can only nest in the bland and tasteless cafeteria. Songja's plans for a treat could only be put on hold for the time being. There's no way. We can't condemn young Master Tang to crowd the cafeteria. She sighed rather ruefully. Then her eyes glanced unconsciously to the side again. Seeing nothing, young Master Tang was star-studded as usual, surrounded by a bunch of people inside and outside the class gabbing away, his entire person blocked to death. Oddities. Obviously this person is cold, draggy and mixed up. How come he is so well liked? Always followed by a group of little tails around him. Realizing that she was unconsciously thinking about him again, Songji felt her face burning inexplicably and shook him out of her mind with a fierce shake of her head. Time came to December without any hurry. The snack street was closed as usual. Songji did not mention the matter of treating her again, and Tangshur also never told her as if she had forgotten about it. But yes, a meal is just a meal. He is not short of money, may not even put in mind. Not last time said he almost forgot it. Thinking about this, Songji inexplicably lost his mind a little. It's very unlike her to get hung up on a casual remark someone made. She let out a breath and tried to put herself at ease, not letting these inexplicable little things get to her. I was just adjusting my mindset when the culprit who stirred up a lake of spring water was at it again. Long legs stretched out and hooked her chair. This man is annoying. How to be everywhere? Song rhetorically plopped down on the table. Play dead. Song Ru. Tangshur dragged her voice to call out to her, her tone a characteristic tug, as if humming out of her nose. Songju sighed quietly and asked in a jarring voice, "What for? We won first place on the board." "I know. Why did you come here to remind me? Who gets the most credit?" he asked in a casual tone. Songja didn't want to answer his childish and boring question. Humming threateningly, he hooked the horizontal bar under her chair again. Songji raised his head and glanced at him quickly, then buried his head back and said in a muffled voice, "All credit, and water essence." Tangshur couldn't stand her looking at him with a deer-in-the-headlights look, as if he had really bullied her, so he had to retract his foot on the crossbar instead. Seemingly disgruntled, "You're quite good at carrying water. You don't offend anyone." Song-ru was silent and only continued to bury his head. Being an ostrich, after mid-December, the weather in Hawaiian City began to be cloudy. Irregular seizures, often the day before the weather is still 25 or 6 degrees, the next day only a few degrees, and then 2 days after the temperature suddenly rose to more than 20 degrees. The class often summer uniforms and winter uniforms back and forth sets of wear. Yesterday was a rare sunny day, in the mid-20s, and Tangshur wore a sleeveless white jersey alone to play basketball with Yi Maoran and the others, breaking a sweat. This morning I woke up and realized that something was wrong. My nose was stuffy, my head was a little dizzy, and I had a fever, so I think I have a cold. He hadn't actually been sick in a long time. When he was younger, he did get sick a lot, especially in the winter, and often when he woke up, he was lying in a familiar and cold hospital room, with instruments dripping all around him, and a respirator on his face. As he watched in bewilderment as a group of doctors and nurses went about their business in a calm and self-assured manner, it was at that time that he learned to draw. At that time, lying in the hospital bed was really boring, so Ms. Ho bought him a drawing board and told Tangshur that when he could draw the sky outside, he could be discharged from the hospital. Although Tangshur was small, he was confused and learned that adults like to tell good lies. Okay, then coax the adults who like to cry in secret. He slowly learned to draw. Quite a few people in Class A had colds and flu, but those who hadn't taken time off work for the time being were hanging in there, just coughing and coughing as soon as they got to class. Songji noticed that Tangshur also had a cold. Unlike the other boys in the class who were chatting without a care in the world while coughing all over the place, he wore a white mask and a black woolen cap and was very quiet, only occasionally inclining his head stoically and coughing a couple of times, and his hair had grown a bit longer, and there were already a few strands covering his eyes, but his pupils were dark and bright that he couldn't hide. As usual, he propped up his head with his left hand, turned his pen with his right hand for a moment, crossed his legs, his toes occasionally tapping the ground, his posture lazy and at ease, not looking half as uncomfortable as a cold. Songji class listening to the occasional stoic coughing sound from the side. The tip of the pen that was taking notes stuttered, wrinkled his eyebrows, his mood inexplicably anxious. "I've been coughing for a few days now, and it's still not getting better, so I'm not sure if I'm taking my medication on time or not." Songji remembered his scatterbrained and tugging personality and feared that this tugging king hadn't taken a small cold to heart at all. It's just a small cold, but it's not good to put it off long enough to fall sick. It was hard to get through to the end of class. Songji put the cold spirit that had been prepared long ago in his pocket, drew out another math paper, walked next to him, and called out his name, "Tangshur." Tangshur answered and raised her eyes. there was obvious surprise under her eyes, and then noticed the math paper in her hand, raised her eyebrows and teased, "TCH, rare guest." The voice was low and raspy with a strong nasal tone. "A cold won't gag you." Songji couldn't help but glare at him and handed him the test paper, pointing to the last question and saying stiffly, "This question." Tangsher's throat was itchy again, couldn't help but incline his head and cough twice, afraid of infecting her with a cold. He didn't pick up the test paper. His body also moved back, a posture of avoidance, lifted his chin and slowly said, "You sit back first." Songja was filled with confusion, but obediently took 2 steps back and sat back down. "Connect AM." Tangsher sat across the stool, her spine slightly arched, her hands crossed and clasped together to support her chin, her peach blossom eyes looking up at her, and she threw out a sentence without a clue. "What?" Song rhetorically bewildered. Tangsher lightly coughed twice. Her voice was hoarse but word for word, very clear. "That question just now. Connect the auxiliary line AM first. Stupid are you." It just so happens that at this time the class was suddenly quiet for 2 seconds. Tangsher's voice came through almost unhindered, probably because the two people's way of speaking was too weird. The people around them all looked this way in curiosity, and Yi Maoran was even watching the fun and asked, "Yo, stupid are you? TSK, the corners of your mouth are all going to be grinning to the root of the back of your ears. The mask can't even block it." 11. What kind of new type of flirting style are you guys doing? 11. What kind of new flirting style are you guys doing? It's so far away. Songji's face leapt up with a flash of heat, burying his head in his hands and starting to draw auxiliary lines, when he heard Tangsher nonchalantly choke out, "Yeah, what about the cold?" He deliberately coughed heavily several times. "Why don't you get closer to me and I'll flirt with you without the mask?" Chapter 58, New Year's Eve. Don't. Yi Maoran purposely waved his hands in a particularly exaggerated manner. His face still had a horrified expression. "The corners of your mouth are grinning too wide. I'm scared." Tangsher really laughed this time. "Get lost. You're sick." Fortunately, with such an interruption, the attention of the surrounding people was diverted, and the original order was restored. Everyone lowered their heads and went about their own business, making noise and not disturbing each other. Songja quietly sighed in relief. Tangsher returned to the classroom after lunch, and at a glance she saw a box of cold spirit placed on his desk, with a pink note attached to it, in Songji's usual clear and beautiful lowercase, "Thank you." The dosage is also specifically labeled, 1 bag 3 times a day. Goo. Yi Maoran also saw it, but he didn't recognize Songji's handwriting, and painfully said, "Being handsome is not the same. Catching a cold has Thumbelina sending medicine. When on earth will the girls be able to see the nature of your beast?" Tangsher dangled her eyebrows, but she didn't think that there was a thank you gift for teaching a math problem. Silently pouring medicine into the cup filled with hot water, and then screwed on, shaking it up and down twice. Yi Maoran froze. "What are you doing?" Tangsher drooped her eyelashes, still shaking fussily, slowly, looking just like she was smiling, with a kind of dejection that she couldn't hide even with the mask on. "Can't you see? I'm making medicine. Drinking." Again, clearly intentional. He coughed heavily twice. "Cold. Make medicine. Got it?" Yi Maoran. "There was a time when I was kinda impressed with myself for being friends with such a beat-up dog for so long." On the eve of New Year's Eve, the first middle school announced a 3-day vacation. The whole school was abuzz with excitement, and the students who had a good time got together to discuss where they were going to celebrate New Year's Eve on New Year's Eve. Yan Shanshan leaned over her desk and said excitedly, "I heard that fireworks will be set off on the night of New Year's Eve at Chinya Plaza. Song, why don't we go together that day?" "Yeah, I'm going too." Yi Maoran suddenly chimed in. "If you're going, just go. What's the point of telling us?" Yan Shanshan gave him a strange look. Yi Maoran grunted. "The mouth grows on me. I can say whatever I want. Make it sound like who wants to control you. Don't expect me to copy your math homework again today." Yan Shanshan gave him a blank look. "Don't. You're my aunt, okay?" "Oh, late." The two of them were talking to each other and disliking each other again. Songji watched with a smile on his face, inexplicably feeling as if the atmosphere between these two was a little different again from before. But what exactly is different? Before Songji could think about it, a ball of paper flew over from the side and landed precisely in the middle of her table. Songji looked sideways, and saw that someone had raised his chin with just the right curvature towards her as usual, signaling her to read the note. Why pass notes after class? Songji felt puzzled, but he still unfolded the note, and the words on it were dashing and flamboyant as usual. "Tang Dynasty, aren't you forgetting something?" Songji pursed his lips and thought about it, not coming up with anything, and finally threw a question mark back at him. Tangsher looked at this beautiful and well-behaved question mark and was directly exasperated. Swish 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 wrote a line and popped it over. Song rhetoric unfolds. Downbeat, oh, okay. Songji looked at this line of obviously much scribbled words. inexplicably with a kind of these years of love and time, after all, was wrongly paid, a kind of grudging mood, fell into a deep meditation. Tang Sheo, what's wrong with you again? After thinking for 2 minutes, Songji tentatively returned, I still owe you a meal? Young Master Tang returned a high-flying period. That's guessing right. Songji exhaled a breath and wrote, is there anything you want to eat? I didn't mean to be delinquent. Isn't the snack street undergoing a facelift lately? With a hint of involuntary coaxing, Tang Shi's lips curved. After 2 seconds and high cold pursed straight, slowly and methodically right, after writing, balled up into a ball, middle finger against the thumb, flicked over. You know I have always been quite picky about what I eat. Song rhetoric sincerely back, yes. After thinking about it, I added warily, but as you know, I'm just an ordinary and poor high school student. I don't know which nerve he touched with this sentence. In short, he leaned over the table, his shoulders shrugged, and smothered laughter for a while before he continued to write, not to say that I love to eat cheaply these days. Song rhetorically put down his heart and asked, then you want to eat? Tang Shi Hui, sweet potatoes baked by Moncler Jackets for sale. Sweet potatoes baked by Lee Moncler Outlet. Song just stared at the words on the note, his eyelashes trembling. At the Jinyu Plaza. Just at this time, Yi Maoran shouted at Tang Shi, 11, we'll go to Jinyu Plaza on New Year's Eve too. Who wouldn't go to see the fireworks yet? Tang Shi carelessly answered the line. They all happened to be at the Jinity Plaza on New Year's Eve, and there were other people present, so they didn't have to make extra time to meet up and avoid the possibility of falling further. It's just that the timing of this. Songji licked his dry lips and finally wrote, let's meet tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, in front of the city library. On the afternoon of December 31st, Songji stared at herself in the mirror for a while. The young girl in the mirror removed the usual low ponytail that she always wore, and instead used a red fabric hairband to tie a high pillhead. The broken hair in front of her forehead was fixed with 2 star hair clips, and her bright features were revealed to be a lot more beautiful and flamboyant than usual. It shouldn't look very intentional that way. Songju glanced at the time, 4:30 p.m. How time passes so slowly. She lay down on the bed and subconsciously wanted to roll twice, but she was afraid of touching her freshly tied hair, so she had to lie down on the bed, not moving. After a while, there was a click at the door. It's Shinin who's back. Song rhetorically panicked inexplicably. After 2 minutes, Shinin knocked on her bedroom door. Songji panicked and took down the clips and fabric hairbands and stuffed them into the drawer with a brain. And in the next second, Shinin opened the bedroom door right away. Seeing Songji writing homework at his desk as usual, a hint of relief flashed under her eyes and she said, today is New Year's Eve. I heard that Jinyu Plaza will be setting off fireworks, so you can also go to relax and have fun without having to stay in front of your desk every day. Chapter 59 Charges. Songji's pen tip paused and said, I know. I've already made an appointment with a classmate. Shinin wrinkled his eyebrows again, not quite assured. The fireworks are going to be after 12 o'clock. Will it be too late? I'll ask your dad to pick you up then. No need. Songji's heart tightened. Joe Kanji is with me. We can just take a taxi. It's okay. Shinin nodded, still uneasy to urge. Remember to send me the license plate number. Song-ru nodded. When she was about to close the bedroom door at the end, Shinin asked again, male or female classmate? Songju's heart lifted upward again, his voice trying to remain calm, lying without changing his face. Female classmate. Aha. Shinin finally put her heart down and closed the bedroom door. Songji after a few minutes before completely relaxing, looking at the makeup mirror was messed up hair, deflated thought, forget it. She's back in a low ponytail. Songji met up with Joe Kanji at the entrance of the neighborhood, and the two of them took a taxi to the city library together. Just after getting out of the car, Songji's line of sight turned, and a familiar tall and thin figure broke into his eyes. Tang Shi lazily leaned in front of the vermilion pillar at the entrance of the library, his head lowered as he looked at his cell phone. He was typing nimbly with one hand, the other hanging idly at his side, wearing a clean and crisp white, with only a bright red scarf around his neck, inked hair and black eyes, and the 3 colors of red, white and black were circled starkly into the picture, with a strong and conspicuous color contrast. Song rhetorically glanced at the time. It's only 5:30. I didn't realize he was so early. Songji was stunned, turned his head and wanted to pull Joe Kanji over with him, but he saw Joe Kanji had already taken advantage of the green light to run towards the opposite side. While running he also shouted, Gee, I'm going to go across the street to buy something. You get along with the handsome G? Don't worry about me. I'll be right over later. Song rhetoric. Why this again? Help! Songji took a deep breath and turned her head in resignation, bumping into the teenager's dark eyes filled with amusement. Tansi actually came over at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He admitted that he was kinda out of it. The appointment was for 6 p.m. He had just finished lunch and he was kinda sitting around, in a secretive and fluttery mood. with a bit of the youthfulness and anticipation typical of a teenager. And after a couple of patient games he was still out the door just after 1 p.m. Today is actually quite cold, a few degrees below zero. Tang sure hard outside for half an hour blowing a cold wind before realizing that, waiting since 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he may be a. Afterwards, she went into the library to read for a few hours, and at 5 o'clock, Tang sure estimated that she might be close to arriving, and only then did she go out again, leaning in front of a pillar to continue waiting. Yi Maoran sent him a message at this time. "Dear son, 11. Where are you? There's no one at home. Li Bai, why are you looking for me? Dear son, I'm not going to Chinyu Plaza. Li Bai, you don't recognize the road yourself. I didn't tell you I had an appointment. Dear son, aren't there 4 of them together? Li Bai, yeah, she asked you out too? Dear son, real dog not with your parents, with your brother it. Dear son, so where do I go now? The city library? Li Bai, go to my house. Dear son, what's the point of going to your house? Li Bai, lying in a nest with Tangjiu. You two are of the same kind. Dear son, served. I'll come to the city library right away. I'll take a plane to disturb you two dating. The word date successfully pleased Tangshur. He hooked his lips, and just as he was about to reply, then you're a person who was quite perceptive. A strange loud and clear shout came from the front. Tangshur accurately captured the words Aji and handsome straight brother and raised her eyes, her deep brows unconsciously colored with a smile. The girl stood in front of the cab under the piercing cold wind, her eyebrows confused and embarrassed. She wore a light pink down jacket on top and light blue jeans underneath with a white scarf. Her hair was still in a low ponytail, disheveled by the wind. It looked soft and fluffy, like a small animal with no aggression whatsoever. Then again she looked up at him, her cheeks flushed, and squeezed out an awkward yet nonchalant smile at him. It's so cute. Tangshur couldn't help but lick her dry lips and the smile on her face deepened. Taking 3 or 2 steps to her side, resisting the urge to straighten her hair, he curled his fingertips and said in a restrained and low voice, "Your hair is a mess." Oh, Songji's face even more red, turned around to organize for a while, did not have the heart to take a mirror out to look at, had to pretend to take out the phone to look at it, to confirm that the hair is well organized before turning around, grasping the topic of diversion, said, "Let's go to buy sweet potatoes for you." Tangshur threw her cell phone into her pocket, didn't reply to the message, raised her eyes to look at the red light in front of her. Countdown 3, 2, 1, the green light is on. The two followed the crowds of people crossing the street together. At this point the sun has already set. The sky is gray, because it is New Year's Eve. The crowd is still weaving like a weave. The lights and lights of the streets, singing congratulations on the new year. There are all sorts of New Year's Eve to welcome the standing signs on the road. In the cold wind, the New Year's Eve is lively and hot. Song Rhetoric and Tangshur came to the place where Moncler Jackets Outlet Lee last set up a stall, but did not see the familiar sweet potato stall, turned by a sell sugar gourd Moncler Jackets Outlet instead, asked only to know. Moncler Jackets Outlet Lee's old companion in the picking up of garbage. A drunken uncle to the grandmother pressed and hit several times. Fractured ribs. Moncler Jackets Outlet Lee in the hospital these days to take care of the old companion. The young man little girl. This ice candy gourd can be sweet Lou. Cannot buy sweet potatoes to buy me 2 ice candy gourd is the same. The seller's face is full of smiles. How do you sell this? Tangshur asked. $10 a stick. Moncler Outlet Store said. Okay, let's have 2. Tangshur took out her cell phone to scan the code. Songji drew away from the slightly frustrated emotion she had just felt and grabbed his right wrist in an attempt to stop him, saying sharply, "Didn't you say it was my treat?" Tangshur's eyes were fixed on the girl's white and soft hands for a few seconds, and then moved away as if nothing had happened. Still paying dryly. WeChat collection of $50. The cold electronic sound started, probably because the old man's hearing is not very good, or there are a lot of people who did not pay after taking the sugar gourd before. The electronic sound is very loud. Falling in the noisy city center can also send ripples. Count me in to treat everyone. Don't worry, you'll have your treat later. He can her and shifted his eyes to her hand clutching his wrist again, his tone more than a little meaningful. How long do you want to hold it? I'm going to have to charge you for holding it any longer. Chapter 60 New Year's Wishes. Song rhetorically reacted by quickly tossing his hand away, uncomfortably dusting himself off on his clothes and making a garbled "oh." The grandfather saw him by 5 in one breath, is also overjoyed, but also in the pocket looking for half a day, to find a wrinkled red plastic bag, engraved with frost face some embarrassment. Young man, the bag is a little old. You do not mind. Which will? Tangshur smiled, her tone rarely serious and sincere. How festive the red bag is. A few minutes later, Songru was holding a bunch of sugar gourds in his right hand and a cell phone in his left hand, biting off a sugar gourd and talking to Yen Shanshan on the phone in one lump. Well, yes, we're right next to the front door of that store in Jinlianfu. directly across from the subway station. Okay, we'll wait for you here. Okay, hang up. Songja hung up the phone and simply shared the address directly on WeChat to Yin Shanshan and Zhou Kanji before urging them to arrive early again. It's also too weird to just leave her to stay with Tangxi. Songji was now filled with Tangsher's soft and sincere smile just now, and sometimes when the drag king suddenly stopped dragging, it was also really killing him. Feeling her heart beating uncontrollably faster again, and desperately needing to calm down away from him for a while, she cruised down the street, her eyes settling on a stall selling grilled cold noodles. Last time he said he wanted grilled cold noodles. Song-ru then turned her head and asked him with a wink, "Do you still want to eat grilled cold noodles today?" Noticing the urgency and anticipation in the girl's tone, Tangsher couldn't help but cry and laugh, so she had to cooperate with her. "I kinda want to eat it when you say it. Then I'll treat you." Songji's tone finally leaped, and rushed towards the stall of baked cold noodles with a cheerful pace. Tangsher was afraid that she would bump into someone and had to remind her, her tone not quite in tune. "You slow down. I'm not hungry." While waiting for the cold noodles to be roasted, Yen Shanshan, Yi Maoran and Zhou Kanji arrived at their destination almost at the same time, and the four of them stood at the entrance of the splendid gold store and looked at each other. "Where's IU?" It was Zhou Kanji who asked first. Tangsher raised her chin in the direction where Songji was. "Went to buy me roasted cold noodles." "Why do you still want her to buy it?" Zhou Kanji's tone was unkind. "This man can't do it. He's too lazy and unreliable." If this was a normal person, hearing such a questioning and unpleasant tone, they would definitely find an excuse to muddle through. But Tangsher was not a normal person. He was not ashamed but proud. As usual, with a beaten and dejected tone back, "What can be done? She just had to help me to buy. I really cannot persuade Yi Maoran couldn't even look at it anymore. Just blow it up you. Sooner or later the bowl in the sky will be blown up by you." Noticing the crumpled red plastic bag he was carrying in his hand again, Yi Maoran laughed out loud, but his tone was kinda knowing. "You were fooled into buying something from a roadside stand again?" Yi Maoran's young master's disease is actually more serious than Tangsher. Tangsher is at most a little more insistent on the bed, but Yi Maoran, this young master, since childhood, is not accustomed to eating street stalls, smacked unclean. On the contrary, Tangsher does not care about these, love to turn around in these stalls, on the Chinue Plaza, this snack street. Which stalls taste good, which stalls taste general. He has touched a doorway clear. Tangsher greatly opened the plastic bag, revealing the remaining 4 strings of ice candy gourds. Hanging said, "Ice candy gourds, 1 person a string, all have a don't grab." Yen Shanshan and Zhou Kanji, 2 girls each took a string. Yi Maoran was not willing to take the back in order to fit in, also took a string of sugar gourds resting on the hand holding. When Songju came back from buying roasted cold noodles, he handed the stuff to Tangsher. Tangsher took it and noticed that the originally so big bunch of ice candy gourd in her hand. In just a moment's time, there was only a bare stick left. She's a real candy lover. Tangsher remembered that when she was in school, she occasionally did morning exercises or gym class, and whenever she had free time, she was able to fumble 2 candies out of her pocket, 1 for Yen Shanshan, and 1 to keep for herself. Tangsher put the stick in her hand in a plastic bag and handed her the rest of the candy cane. Song rhetorically looked up at him in dismay. Tangsher's tone was haughty. "It's not about grilled cold noodles. I can't eat anymore." He glanced at her. "Whoever buys the grilled cold noodles will eliminate the sugar plums." Makes sense, doesn't it? Song Ji-oh felt reasonable, took it. The corners of his lips quietly curved. Time is still early. They have not eaten dinner. 5 people discussed. Would like to go to a very hot Hunan restaurant, but there are too many people. Cannot line up the number. The last where Tangsher led the left and right into a remote alley, and walked for a long time, came to a hanging pot restaurant. This store belongs to the wine, is not afraid of the deep alley. Business is also hot, but fortunately Tangsher called in advance to book a place. 5 people were led by the boss to a corner seating, rows of hanging pots of hot steam, but all of a sudden on the steam away just outside the cold wind raging chill. Perhaps the majority of familiar customers. The boss and the boss's wife while serving food also smiled and guessed snagging family life. Look at their faces, green, eyes clear and bright. It seems to be the age of the teenagers. The rough boss also intentionally gluttonous them, girls and boys. Eat hanging pots have to be paired with the store's characteristics of the small hanging wine. Not counted as a waste of time. How about it? Come to a bottle? How about a bottle? Yi Maoran's eyes lit up. Just wanted to say yes. Who knew that Yen Shanshan next to him boldly tapped the table, but was even more excited than him. Good. Let's have a bottle. You. Go to serve food. Do not tease them. The beautiful boss's wife grabbed the boss's ears and pulled him out. The boss intentionally agu, and she didn't even hear it. And on the way, she also put a bottle of orange juice on their table. Count it as a gift from my sister. And I'm not allowed to drink at such a young age. They ordered the lamb hanging pot and a couple extra plates of food around it. hanging pot is actually a more ancient way of eating, hanging down from the beams of the house on a wooden hook, and then hang an iron pot on the wooden hook. The pot is below a fire. There is a charcoal fire burning. Hanging pot of mutton broth issued a gurgling sound. Just put in the greens are also boiling. The aroma of the store in the not very big scattered. Mouth-watering. Next to the table surrounded by a bunch of middle-aged men bickering, chatting about stocks, chatting about work, chatting about family, chatting about children, chatting about the year, chatting about chicken bits and pieces, chatting about the need to mention the wine to dry a cup, and then the smell of wine is also drifting away. For no apparent reason, cause people to get drunk. Come, let's have a toast too. Yi Maoran stood up and lifted the filled orange juice cup and stretched it forward. Let's all say our respective New Year's wishes. I'll start with a sample. I wish for a new year. Wait a minute. Joe Kanji interrupted him. I'll take out my cell phone and record it first. Still recording it. So formal. Yi Maoran cleared a cough. His voice changed to clip. I hope. You are recording it? It's on tape. Come on you. Ahem. I hope I can grow a little taller in the new year. At least taller than that dog Tangsy. Can you say something practical? The dog was burying his head in roasted cold noodles. And at that, he lifted his eyelids to look at him and let out a tisk. Like being taller than Tangjo in the new year or something like that. Yi Mao ran up and shouted. Don't you destroy my reputation. I also have 175 okay. Chapter 61 Countdown. Tang sure didn't even bother to break him down. Zhou Kanji camera on Yen Shanshan. Yen Shanshan was still showing off her stuff and was a bit caught off guard, but she raised her orange juice and said cheerfully, I hope my grades will rub off on me in the new year. Okay, my turn. Zhou Kanji also raised his orange juice. I hope I can save up the money to buy a new set of painting materials this year. Ru, what about you? The camera went to Song Ru. Songji pondered for a moment and raised his orange juice to touch it, his voice light and pleasant. I hope that everyone's heart will be fulfilled and that everything they ask for will be as they wish. Can. Yi Maoran was happy. With the blessing of my resigned sister, my height this year will ironically rub up. You've got to get over it. Don't climb up the pole. Yen Shanshan smacked him on the head with a popping chestnut in disgust. The more you fight, the dumber it gets. Yi Maoran rubbed his head and looked at Tangshur. Come on 11. It's your turn. Me. Tangshur raised her glass to clink with them, smiled lowly, and said, not too seriously, since some people say that everything you ask for is as good as it gets. I'm hoping to find a girlfriend this year. Yen Shanshan was shocked. Awesome. Early love. Mei Chao Feng killed you. Songru sat across from him and looked up at the words. Hanging pot across the center of the hot steam, blurring the handsome youthful face, but not blurring the sharp and open between his eyebrows. Songji inexplicably felt that he was looking at her, but wasn't sure, and under the hazy and ambiguous light, she could only be sure that her heart was thumping fast. She heard the teenager say, in his usual arrogant and imperturbable tone, well, New Year's resolution, an early romance. Yi Maoran was simply convinced. His eyes intertwined back and forth between Tangshur and Songji's body, and said meaningfully, still saying that I climb up the pole. This dog pussy is no better than I can climb. It's simply a heifer stepping on a wire all the way to awesome with a lightning bolt. Yen Shanshan snorted and said, what kind of hiatus is that? You're killing me with laughter. There are others. Heifer hiatus. A series of them. VI 50 to unlock all of them. Yi Maoran was smug. Asterisk off you. Do I look like $50 to you? The atmosphere gradually warmed up along with the reckless youth, and they chatted feverishly on this side, not noticing the envious eyes that the next table, after reminiscing about the events of that year, had already quieted down and threw towards this side instead. This age is really good is just learning to fly the eagle. Never remember the past, but only look forward to the future. Like a blank sheet of paper as ignorant and clear. Even to fall in love have to be sneaky. The height of the age are not yet fixed. So a middle-aged uncle turned his head, and again holding a beer belly, drunkenly began to blow. When I was in high school, our class flower Xiao Chui remember, now married to a big boss, but I suspect that she had a crush on me back then. After dinner, the five of them walked slowly along the street, with a cold wind blowing, three girls walking arm in arm in front of the chatter, two guys copied the pocket to follow behind, occasionally owed to insert two sentences, causing the girl in front of the playful back to scold. This scene hidden in the hustle and bustle of the world, not conspicuous, just later recalled, only to feel leisurely and beautiful. Since it was still early, they finally decided to go inside the nearby mall. Entering the mall, the three girls were like released birds, excitedly looking here and there in the mall. After 2 hours of shopping, Yi Maoran's legs were a little sore, but the faces of the three girls were still full of excitement, not seeing a little fatigue. Yi Maoran asked Tangshur in a puzzled manner, you said they shopped for 2 to 3 hours. Picking and choosing, but in the end they didn't buy a few things. What on earth are they trying to do? What else can be pictured? Tang Shi's line of sight have suddenly turned to the side front, where Song Ji was being half-forced by Yin Shanshan and Zhou Kanji to push in front of the mirror, trying on a butterfly tasseled scrunchie. The young girl stood in front of the mirror, shyly pardoned and brightly smiled, red-faced, listening to the two girls next to her uninterrupted output of rainbow farts. Tassels in the light jumped out of the crystalline arcs. Tang Shi's sight was fixed, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise upwards, saying to Yi Maoran, just to have fun. It was almost 11:30 before they left the mall and headed for the main center of Qinyu Plaza. At this point both locals and tourists are rushing over there. The large square is crowded with people, rubbing shoulders. When crossing the traffic light, the opposite side of the hula swooped over a large pile of people. Let a person look and feel suffocated. Song Ji even feel their own dense phobia to commit. After Huayan City's tourism industry developed over the past few years, the number of people has really increased. She couldn't help but lament, there are too many people. Tang Shi watched Song Ji's thin physique being squeezed around, always feeling that she was going to drown in this huge flood the next second, and without even thinking about it, she took a few steps forward and vaguely gathered her shoulders to separate the crowded and chaotic crowd for her. Song Ji only felt the suffocating pressure fade away, replaced by the familiar scent of limes, which inexplicably settled one's heart and made it beat steadily. She didn't dare look back, but she could feel the calm warmth of the teenager's breath spilling over the top of her head. After a few minutes, there was a dull crash from behind them, as well as the man's panicked apologies and Tang Shi's stifled muffled grunts. Almost subconsciously, Song Ji turned his head, looked him up and down, and asked, "What's wrong with you? Is everything alright?" Tang Shi's right hand was still steadily and falsely gathered around her shoulders, and her left hand separated the crowd for her, almost forming an encircling circle, not letting others touch her halfway. He didn't touch half of it himself. "It's fine." Noticing the anxiety in Song Ji's tone, he first pacified her before dangling his head and shouting at the honest man behind him who had been apologizing, "Don't worry, I'm fine, brother, but you'll have to lose some weight. If I hadn't just tensed up, it would have been a stampede." The man snapped, on the minus. Only then did Tangxi turn her head back. Songja was patting on his toes, crossing over his broad, flat chest to see what the person who hit him looked like. Then for a moment, the tips of their noses brushed, their warm breath spraying over each other's faces, close enough to be breathable. Breathing stopped for a moment at the same time. Even time stopped, and that second of touching felt like an eternity. It seemed like a long time, and then it seemed like just a moment. The two turned their heads almost simultaneously, back to back, trying to hide the accident that had just occurred, only the tips of their reddened ears quietly revealing everything. The crowd was raging and ambiguous. It was only when the 3D screen at Qinyu Plaza started counting down that Songji's wooden head started to work again. 10, 9, 8, 7. The whole room started counting down. Their faces couldn't hide their joy and excitement. Chapter 62, not very familiar. 3, 2, bang, 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 bang. Thousands and thousands of bouquets of flowers bloomed in the night sky. Colorful. The whole audience cheered. Those who know and those who don't are exchanging New Year's greetings. Songji tilted his head, very quietly watching the fireworks one after another, rising and falling, colorful and complicated. Asterisk. Homework. I don't want to do it. I want to be rich. My future boyfriend. Where are you? Boring. Some people screamed to release a year's worth of stress. Some said their New Year's resolutions out loud. Some hugged, and some kissed. The world, noisy and noisy, the fireworks fell into the light, exploded, layers and layers of filling in Songji's ears, and then she vaguely heard a Happy New Year. Songji turned her head and saw Tangshi standing behind her, tilting her head to watch the fireworks, her dark eyes reflecting colorful light. Happy New Year, Don Z. Fireworks don't seem to be as bright as your eyes, she murmured in her mind. After the end of the new year is the ensuing final exams. The final exams in the class based on 50%. Song Rhetoric is almost hanging his head on the beam, half of the effort to think of other things or not, full of all kinds of formulas and questions, every day with fear and trepidation, not dare to slacken off. What love gossip ambiguous wind and snow, all go to hell. All she had in her head was studying. Finally, the 3-day-long final exams were over, and almost the next second after the bell rang for the last class to be dismissed, cheers were heard throughout the entire senior building. Relax and boil again. And so the first semester of high school came to an end, fast or slow to say the least. The classroom was haunted by a faint sense of parting sadness when Song Ru stepped into Class A. Class A parted earlier than the other classes. The two girls sitting behind her, for example, seemed to have had a premonition of their end, holding hands in advance and whispering their goodbyes. Songju's mood was also a bit heavy and frustrated. She was also teetering on the edge of elimination, but doing her best. The two people sitting in front of her were also saying goodbye in some other way. Yi Maoran said heavily, Africa Lala, you may not see me next semester. Yen Shanchan sneered, it's not possible, it's a certainty. With your crappy grades, Yi Maoran, don't you have anything to say to me? Samantha Yen, yes. Yi Maoran's eyes lit up. What? Samantha Yen, may your nickname be widely spread in your new class for generations to come as well. Yi Maoran. Songja didn't hold back his laughter. Good brother, what about you? Yi Maoran tried to seek comfort in Tangshur, but Tangshur, that taboo bastard, how can he comfort people? He is only good at rubbing salt into other people's wounds. And sure enough, Songji heard him say, that's not good. The class rankings for the next semester have also improved. Yi Maoran. He conked his heart and bones and turned to Songji with an expression of desperate need for comfort. Songru thought about it and said sincerely, it's fine, my grades are average too. Maybe we can be assigned to the same class after we are eliminated. These words did briefly comfort Yi Maoran until 2 days later, when the final grades came out and Songji ranked 21st in the class and 24th in the whole school. 26th place improvement in 1 semester. You can't do it without the energy to keep going. On the day she received her report card, Linman held a parent-teacher conference and praised her progress in front of the whole class and her parents. And Songru's composition got full marks this time. Come on, Songru, I've made dozens of copies. Come over here and hand them out. Good, it's worth learning. And a parent led the applause. The eyes of parents and classmates swept over together. And Songji was a little overwhelmed, feeling like his face was so red it could burn eggs. When Songru finished handing out essays and returned to her seat, she heard Tangshur's mom whispering to Tangshur, son, this pretty little girl writes really good essays. Called Songru? With you or couple name it. You learn more from others. You look at your language. Only 100 points. Class countdown okay. Tangshur's voice was not quite in tune as usual, glanced at her meaningfully, and said with a low smile, learn more from MS. Song, got it. Why are you so obedient all of a sudden? MS. Ho felt something was wrong. What you said. Tangshur was truly feeling wronged and said innocently, I haven't always listened to you. Come on, you pout your ass off and I know you're not going to fart good. MS. Ho. Tangshur was helpless. You are at least a scholar. Be civilized? Asterisk is uncivilized? When you were a kid. Good. Tangshur hurriedly interrupted her from spreading that bit of black history of her childhood and compromised. Civilized and civilized. Feel free. Yet this conversation. Songju's focus was on. What couple names? Songji's face turned red. She cautiously glanced at Shanine, noting that he was beaming and still smiling as usual as he read the essay she had written, and quietly sighed in relief. Shouldn't have heard it. After the parent-teacher conference was over, Shanine went to find Linman to talk to her alone for a while, then smiled even more and came out of the office satisfied. This teacher of yours is quite serious and responsible. Teaching the top class is different, Shanine said to her as she descended the stairs. Well, Mr. Lin is good to me too. I'm relieved that you succeeded in staying in Class A. Now the most important thing is your brother. It is difficult to even take a high school exam. He will have to be born next semester will be examined. You take advantage of the winter holidays to give him more tutoring counseling. Shanine, now think of Song Li's results on the headache. The key to this child from childhood was spoiled by her. Tube is difficult to manage. To give him a tutorial class never go. The teacher is angry away several. Shanine used to think that the boy to be so personality, and now feel that he purely is not to be cleaned up. Far less than the daughter of the obedience to save heart. Songji behaved himself and said yes, descending the stairs in silence. Shanine suddenly asked, by the way, there's that first place of yours, named Tangshur, right? Ah, yes. Slightly uncomfortable at the mention of him, Songji cleared his throat and said as naturally as possible, it's the boy who sits next to me. Shin-in nodded, not moving to observe her expression. I know, quite handsome, and the name is also related to you. Do you usually communicate much? Songja returned without changing his face. Not much, usually not very familiar. Chapter 63, Uniqueness. Usually you can also communicate more in your studies. Shanine only said this in the end. Throughout the winter vacation, Songji did not go out much, either at home to Songli to make up for the knowledge of the birth of the land will be examined, or nested in the Zhou Kanji home to read books. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the family of four went back to their grandmother's house to pay their respects as usual. Grandma faded over the years before the strong temperament is more and more moderate, but still loved to worry about everything. Legs and feet are getting worse. Shanine always advised her not to drum up her field of vegetables and ducks, peace of mind to stay at home in old age. But the old man busy life. But how can not be idle? Shanine mentioned to be anxious with her, cursing, I do not plant some vegetables and chickens. You come back to eat what the new year? Don't think that my wife's old body is not useful. I'm in good health. Shanine finally went along with her. The old man living in the countryside was bored and that was all the hobby he had. After lunch, the whole family gathered around the table to roast the fire and get high on melon seeds and chat. Song-ji learned a little massage, so she helped her grandmother press down on her shoulders and legs while listening to the adults chattering, during which they did talk about her studies. You will soon be divided into arts and sciences, right? Have you decided whether to choose arts or science? Auntie asked. My sister-in-law is considered to be the most promising of my grandmother's 3 children. At the age of 15 or 16, she went north to study in a junior college, and after studying in a junior college, she also went to a medical university, and now she is working in the First People's Hospital of the North City, with a high annual salary, but she is married far away, and she only comes back once every 2 or 3 years. A few days ago, Aji's homeroom teacher held a parent-teacher meeting, and I also talked to her about this issue, and she was suggesting that she should choose science if she can, because the employment surface of liberal arts is narrow, and it's not easy to find a job in the future. I also think it's better for her to choose science. When the time comes, she'll become a doctor like you, and her job will be stable. Grandma didn't know much about this, and only heard talk of becoming a doctor, so she responded, it's good to be a doctor. And when she was a little girl, she said that she wanted to be a doctor in the future, just like her sister-in-law. Song-ji was helpless. When I was a child, I even said I wanted to be a painter. How can what I said when I was a child be counted? Grandma smiled and asked, so what does the speech girl want to be now? Song-ru was stunned, and really couldn't say that even the effort to study was only because she didn't want Shanine to look at her with that kind of disappointed eyes again. Seeing that Song-ru did not answer, Shanine helped her to conclude, then it's better to study science. How nice to be a doctor like your sister-in-law, stable and with a high annual salary. Song-ji lowered his eyelashes and didn't say anything. My sister-in-law said, the doctor's profession is just to look at the scenery. In fact, there are a lot of miscellaneous things. The patient relationship is also troublesome, busy and tired. Each profession has its own scenery and heartache. The selection of medicine is still quite important. Think about it. Young people do not need to rush to set limits for themselves. At the beginning of a new semester, everything is renewed. There were some departures from the class and some arrivals. The 2 seats behind Song-ji are empty, and the position in front of the diagonal that originally belonged to Yi Mao-ran is also empty. So I can't help but feel a few feelings of sadness at the separation. Yen Shanshan, however, looked as normal, and even turned her head to spit at her. Dead armpit hair can finally go away. Yakking next to me every day. I'm about to be annoyed to death. Song-ji was just about to open her mouth to speak when a shadow covered her eyes, and she paused, raising her eyes. Pei Yiming stood in front of her and smiled. Song-ru, it's been a long time. I told you we'd be classmates. The corner of Song-ji's lips curved. Well, it's been a long time. Pei Haima, you'll be classmates from now on. Yen Shanshan said with a big grin. You went straight to 3rd in the whole school at the end of last semester. That's awesome. It's okay, a bit of luck involved. He scratched his head in embarrassment, glanced at the spot behind Song-ji, and asked, is there anyone behind you? Song rhetorically shook his head. Pei Yiming then walked over and put his book bag down. Chen Ji-jun in a side kowtow melon seeds, silently just that seen in the eyes, and then took a look at their own next to the still empty position. The mood inexplicably some excitement. The Shura is about to start. The doggy love triangle at 8. So excited. This excitement reached its peak directly after he watched Tang Shi walk into the classroom. Brother Tang, take a look at who's sitting behind Song-ji. Tang Shi had just sat down beside him when Chen Ji-jun excitedly told him. Tang Shi looked at Chen Ji-jun's face that was so excited that it flushed red, somewhat puzzled, but still looked sideways. But instead of looking behind Song-ji, he looked directly at her. Her hair seemed to have been cut a little shorter, a low ponytail just barely missing her shoulders. After a year, it seems like I've gained some meat and I'm not as skinny as I used to be. Pretty good. Tang Shi hooked her lips in a rather good mood. When Chen Ji-jun saw Tang Shi only staring at Song-ji, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. Brother, I'm talking about the back of Song-ji. Song-ji, the back. Tang Shi's eyes shifted back and settled. Her lips pursed straight and her eyes narrowed. This is not Yi Mao-ran. Cousins, granddaughters, uncle, long-lost son. He thought expressionlessly, then faintly averted his eyes and lifted his eyebrows at Chen Ji-jun. Looked. So, the hero's reaction was so flat that Chen Ji-jun's mind to watch the fun was half extinguished. Sighed, shook his head in disappointment and said, it's fine. There is an opening exam 2 days later. When Lin Man announced this news in the evening study hall, the whole class wailed, and the already bad mood of the students worsened. Okay, there is this wailing effort, might as well do 2 more questions. Do you think it will be easier after the placement test? Learning is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall back. The time to test whether you have studied hard during the winter vacation has arrived, Lin Man said smilingly. The exam room seats are arranged according to the final exam results of the previous semester. Songji's previous exams are in the second and third exam room. This time was arranged to the first exam room, the classroom's innermost window position. Tangshur sat in the exam room to enter the door of the first position. The first subject was a language test. Songji had half an hour left after she finished her paper, and after checking it twice more, with 20 minutes left, her eyesight wavered in desire, and finally she quietly looked in Tangshur's direction. His amazingly long legs stepped down the aisle with their usual wide grin, but left a just right opening for others to pass, and with his head slightly bowed, the back of his neck spine obvious, smooth and thin, he was holding the outrageously expensive black fountain pen to write his essay, which could be vaguely seen to be in a dashingly elegant, thin, golden script. Songji remembered that he had been told several times by Lin Man to change because of the font, because the thin gold style only looked good on paper, but when the papers were read online, it would look messy and not conducive to scoring high marks. But it seems that he has never changed. As if the English teacher said that the English composition should be written in Hangshui style to be beautiful, he has always insisted on writing Italian italics. In Lin Man's words, he is a how to tell you will not listen to the tenacious kind. Songji sometimes feels that people are regimented animals, locked in a square box at birth, then slowly growing up, and finally growing into the shape of the box without exception. But he seems different. It was hard to say why, but Songji always felt that he was unique. Near the time of the next exam, Songji packed up his things in advance, and Yan Shanshan looked at each other, each nodding their heads, signaling that everything was ready. All they needed was the east wind. They planned to run as fast as possible to the barbecue restaurant that was very hot in the snack street to take a seat as soon as the bell rang. Jingle bells. Chapter 64, Out of Reach. The bell rang. The two carried their things and ran out of the classroom. Tangshur only felt a breeze float past in front of her eyes, the unique fragrance of girls still wafting in the air, but the familiar figure had already disappeared in front of her eyes. A man next to me was dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 running so fast. Yes? Tangshur slowly put on the cap of the pen, put the pen in his pocket, smiled lowly, with a sense of honor that he himself did not realize, and dejectedly said, the first in the 1500-meter run, because the two came out fast, so the stairwell is still not much people. The two dared to rush down. At the same time, the stairwell up a girl, Songji hurriedly glanced over, did not care, continue to rush down. Wait, that girl just now. Songji paused in his steps, then said to Yan Shanshan, Shanshan, you go first, I have something to do, I'll come over later, she said, turning her head and running up the hill. Yan Shanshan was anxious and curious, but nothing could stop her from going ahead and taking a seat, so she resolutely continued on down the road. Classmate, please wait a moment. Songji caught up with the girl who had just been there and panted. The girl turned her head and was visibly startled to see it was her. Songju saw this face before he said with certainty, your gift is still with me. Ah, the girl, obviously embarrassed, whispered, is it that 4th of July present? Songru nodded and was just about to ask which class you're in. I'll return the gift tomorrow. When she saw the girl's eyes light up, then hurriedly told her, there's no need to return the gift, consider it a gift from me. Ha! Without waiting for Songji to react, she turned and ran towards the end of the corridor, where a boy in torn jeans and dyed yellow hair was waiting for her. Songji watched as the two left her sight, hand in hand. Song, what's the situation? This situation can be too normal. Yan Shanshan contentedly ate a piece of barbecue meat, a look of emotional masters to dissect the pike liver with her. Young like can be how profound, is not to see a handsome loved one, this is a few months, looking for a boyfriend what's so rare, especially like Tangshur that level of handsome. You believe it or not, in our school, 10 girls have to have 8 like him, but he is not an earthworm, cut into several pieces can continue to live. He is only one, but also proud to die who cannot see, so it is doomed to disappointment, pain and cannot be put down, but also doomed to be able to leave very light. For example, Lu Muqing, she more or less had a bit of a crush on Tangshur when she was in junior high school, right, but now it's obvious that she's far more interested in math and physics than she is in him, so she was able to leave lightly. Another example is Shin Mei. She did particularly poorly on the final exams this time. Normally the school rankings are more than 40, right, and then she fell off a cliff to more than 80 on the final exams, and directly withdrew from Class A. Do you know why? Songju asked sincerely. Why? Cough cough. I also heard ha. Seems like it's because she confessed her love to Tangshur during the time she was about to take her final exams and was rejected. Then her mind crumbled and she took the exams like this. Don't you think it's equivalent to gambling with your own future? Yan Shanshan sighed. Song Ru nodded, looking thoughtful. A few days later the results of the opening exams came out. and Songji retreated back to 42nd place in the whole school. But this was actually expected of her. Her base is still weak compared to the rest of the class, so Sang will have more ups and downs. Songji was writing a math problem in one of the classrooms, and when he reached a certain step he paused, wrinkling his brow as he thought, what did the teacher say in class? This kind of topic first sets a time T. There are 3 situations. Songji was startled by the sudden voice and looked up to see that it was Pei Yiming, before he breathed a sigh of relief. Scared you? Pei Yiming asked. A bit. Songji didn't deny it, but his mind was still on that math problem just now. But which 3 situations did you just say? It just so happened that Yen Shanshan went out to fetch water, so Pei Yiming sat in Yen Shanshan's place, sitting in the opposite direction, and drew out Songji's sketchbook, telling her about it as he drew a diagram. Song rhetorically moved over to watch and occasionally discuss with him. This is close. Songji didn't feel much, but Pei Yiming realized it, and he looked at the young girl's bright face, and his thoughts were cut off for a moment before he coughed softly and continued to speak to her again. This scene was captured by Tang Shi, who had just returned from playing basketball, and he swallowed the words stuck in his mouth, his eyes instantly turning cold. Originally, it was a group of people who came in hooking shoulders and making a lot of noise, but the group was vaguely dominated by Tang Shi, who suddenly didn't say anything, and the atmosphere just stagnated for a few seconds. Chen Jijun followed Tang Shi's gaze to see the scene, instantly realized. Others are still quite confused, how to say halfway not to say. Just not still talking about a few days ago the Lakers against the Warriors of that game. Say, Chen Jijun had a vague sense of excitement of watching a big show alone. Classes are about to start. All disperse and disperse. The crowd dispersed. Tang Shi lowered her eyes and slapped the basketball that had been clamped to her crotch to the ground, slapping it as she moved into position, getting heavier and heavier as she did so, and when she got to that aisle between the two of them she coldly threw it diagonally to the side, and the basketball practically grazed Pei Yiming's leg as it went by. Chapter 65 Young and Thin. With a loud bang, the basketball hit the desk in front of him, bounced back, grunted, and rolled to Songji's feet. There was quite a commotion, and the people around looked this way, and then, seeing that nothing serious had happened, they averted their eyes again, not caring about anything, and went on with their own business. Thoughts interrupted. Songji raised her head in some bewilderment and saw Tang Shi standing in the center aisle, her eyebrows lacquered and cold, her jawline taut as she looked at her condescendingly. It was early spring, but he was dressed thinly, his varsity jacket resting on his small arms, and he wore only a white short-sleeved shirt, which was wet with sweat, and when the wind blew, you could vaguely see the teenager's firm and smooth musculature. At that time, I was young and thin in spring clothes. I rode a horse and leaned on the slanting bridge, and the building was full of red sleeves. Such a line of poetry suddenly popped up in Songji's head. She glanced away uncomfortably, and her brainless words came out. Aren't you cold? As if he didn't expect her to ask that. The teenager was stunned before rubbing his nose and saying, kind of. Songji mumbled and said dryly, then you wear more. Tang Shi smoothed down the black hair that had been strung up haphazardly on her head, answered a low yes, then picked up her school jacket, stretched out her long arms, put it on, and sat back down in her seat. That's it? That's it? Chen Jijun melon are out. Intend to enjoy the evening dog blood triangle 8 o'clock file. The result is this? I've got my melon out and this is what you're showing me? Chen Jijun let out a light snort, cursing Tang Shi for being unproductive. Song Ru, are you still continuing? Pei Yiming asked. Song Ji reacted, lowered her head, and was just about to say continue when she heard the teenager next to her lazily call her name. What's wrong? The girl turned her head sideways, soft and patient. The ball fell on your side. Tang Shi was wearing a blue and white school uniform. Holding her arms, her eyes fell on the basketball at her feet, and then her eyes went upward. Her dark eyes clenched straight into hers. Her tone of voice was as usual out of the corner of her eye and haughty, and the end of her voice dragged out a long time. Help pick it up. Songja bent down, picked up the ball, and handed it back to him. Just as the bell rang at that moment, Tang Shi put both hands on her thighs, sitting upright in a dignified manner, and also sighed heavily in a fake manner, sincerely and indebtedly asking, Yo, class is in session. It won't disturb the two of you from your lectures, right? Songji froze and honestly said, it's okay, I should be able to figure it out even if I fumble around on my own. It's just that there might be a little more delay. The math teacher has entered and the class is quiet. Pei Yiming glanced at Tang Shi. There was doubt and scrutiny in that glance. Then he stood up and said to Songji, it's fine, I'll give you a lecture next class. Tang Shi raised her brow bone, but she looked at Songji and seemed to find it strange. Didn't you say you could write? The implication is that there's something to talk about, wouldn't she? The atmosphere was inexplicably tense and smoky. Chen Jijun's eyes lit up and rubbed his hands together in preparation for a good show. It's a shame the heroine doesn't realize it at all. With a clueless look on her face, she said matter-of-factly, Half knowledge, I guess, but I'll ask the teacher about it after class. There were supposed to be other topics to ask about. Tansi twisted her head away and didn't say anything else. Pei Yiming also returned to his seat. Only Qin Jijun looked at this scene and sighed heavily. Regretfully. When, exactly, was he going to see the doggy love triangle fix? The language ordered a new batch of textbooks. Lin Man called Song Ji to the office and asked her to go to the cultural and sports hall to get the textbooks and send them out. And realizing that it was inconvenient for Song Ji to move these by herself, she thought of calling out to one more person. It just so happened that Pei Yiming was also in the office, and he was called over to ask if he was used to staying in Class A for the past few days. Lin Man waved her hand and said, "Then you two come together. Carry the books here and send them down by the way. I'm going to talk about it in the next class." Carrying the book from the cultural and sports hall out, during the period to walk through a section of cobblestone path, surrounded by luxuriant flowers and plants, the two people walking and chatting, suddenly heard a familiar voice into the ears. Songji subconsciously looked toward the source of the sound. Tangshur leaned against the railing with his arms wrapped around him, listening to Shin Mei's wild output of a flurry of words before and after, his expression indifferent to the extreme. When she finished, he raised his eyes, sharply and bluntly summarizing, "You mean you didn't do well in the final exam and blame me? That's not what I meant." Shin Mei was a little flustered, although what she just said did lead in that direction, but her ultimate goal is not here, but it is always vain. Her voice was much smaller. "I want to say, can you find time to tutor and counsel me? In the second year of high school there will be another class. You will choose science. Right. I would like to enter the experimental class of science, and continue to be in the same class with you in the second year of high school. The last final exam is also not my real strength. I cried for a long time on the night before the exam, and also thought a lot. All night did not sleep. The exam was not in the state. This opening exam also did not do well. I just do not understand why you have to be so not a trace of mercy to reject me." Middle school time. Shin Mei said a lot. Song Ji listened to his scalp numb, feeling that he had accidentally spied on some secret that he shouldn't know. His steps couldn't help but move faster and faster. Pei Yiming also realized what was going on, fell silent, and the two accelerated away from the scene. Shin Mei again immersed in his own world to spit out his bitterness, and finally looked at him with tears in his eyes, but looked up and found that his line of sight crossed her and fell not far away. Shin Mei followed his line of sight to look over, where it was empty. "Tang Shi." Shin Mei couldn't help but call out to him, "Are you listening to me or not?" Tang Shi's sight turned around, was really impatient. Her black and white eyes looked at her and asked rhetorically, "What I said the other day wasn't direct enough?" Shin Mei lowered her head and didn't say anything. He was always direct in his speech. Tang Shi took it as her acquiescence and continued to speak on her own. "Okay, then I'll say it again more directly. I really don't mean anything to you, so please put your mind on other things instead of wasting your time on me. And then when you don't do well in the exams, then you turn around to morally kidnap me in your words and ask me to help you with your tutoring. I'm really very innocent. Classmates, really want to progress a lot of ways. You have to ask me to teach? I'm the one who's being victimized? I'm the one who has to help you with your tutoring even though I'm being held responsible for it?" Chapter 66, different from the others. Shin Mei's face went white inch by inch. Tang Shi was completely unmoved, with no self-consciousness at all about pity. He talked to others, in fact, always will stay 3 points, will not be to put other people face, but he also understands that people and people are not the same. With some people have to say all the words openly, to the pain poke, the more blunt, the better, so as to completely cut off the heart. It's better for everyone, isn't it? Shin Mei's lips moved, her face gray, half unable to speak. She couldn't argue with that. Tang Shi didn't have the heart to spend her time on this kind of boring things. After the words were said, she wanted to leave, and put down her words with a faint look. "I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Study hard, and do better in the exams next time." Shin Mei was so provoked by these words that tears were flowing down her face. She looked at Tang Shi's broad and tall back slowly moving away. Still she couldn't hold back and choked up and asked, "What about Song Ji? If it was Song Ji who confessed his love to you, would you reject it as you did last time?" Tang Shi's back stared for a moment, then continued to walk forward. Shin Mei thought he wouldn't answer, and I don't know if it was a loss or a blessing that she skimmed her head, and then she heard the teenager's clear, flat voice. He said, "She's not like the others." In a word, pro and con. Shin Mei's eyes darkened completely. Lin Man brought in the new seating chart during the evening study session. The positions were all messed up, except for Pei Yiming who sat behind her. There were hardly any very familiar people around Song Ji. They were all relatively unknown classmates. Mei Chaofeng's control over early love is a little too tight. After the first evening self-study class, Yin Shanshan came over to complain to her. No matter male or female, as long as they are more familiar, they are all being seated separately. I'm surrounded by new classmates who don't know each other too well, and there's not a single old face. so I have to deal with interpersonal relationships all over again. Songji didn't really feel anything. She had always been good at adapting to new environments. Just Tang poetry. Songja couldn't help but glance towards the back of the door with his remaining light. Because he was tall, he was again arranged by Lin Man to be the last one in the first row. Of course, Songji reasonably suspected that she was thinking that this was convenient for checking in at any time. When Songji was sitting in the penultimate of the first row, Lin Man would often suddenly appear behind the door like a ghost, and then call out Tangsher's name in a ghostly manner. Tangsher sometimes sat in her seat reading an extracurricular book, directly frightened by Lin Man, then half-heartedly relaxed and preemptively asked, "Teacher, how come you walk without a sound?" Lin Man then asked him back, "What are you looking at?" Tangsher was quite polite and returned, "Don't say, the name is a bit like yours," he said, closing the book, which had printed on its cover, "The Spectre." To this day Songji still wants to laugh, especially when he thinks of Lin Man's suddenly darkened face. "What are you thinking about smiling with a frown on your face?" Yan Shanshan looked at her suspiciously and teased. Songji looked back and blushed, shaking his head and saying that he didn't think of anything. Yan Shanshan didn't dwell on this, but looked at the back door, skimming her lips and said, "He comes hard every day. He didn't know how to study properly in the first place, and he mixes up his life every day." Songja followed Yan Shanshan's gaze and looked back. Yi Maoran hooked Tangsher's shoulder and flirted and said something to him, while Tangsher was full of mania. Looking at the shape of his mouth seemed to be telling him to get lost. Songji turned his eyes around, staring at Yan Shanshan's out-of-phase side face, and cocked his head with a thoughtful expression. "You telling me to roll won't change this fact." Yi Maoran on the other end was still gloating and dropping stones. "Look, behind the goddess is that junior high school classmate of hers. The two of them are so close, asking questions and chatting every day. TSK, Tangsher, you're in a dangerous situation now." Tangsher peeled Yi Maoran away. Her voice was cold, and the words that came out began to specialize in poking at other people's pain again. "Are you annoyed? It's better than not being in the same class anymore, right?" Yi Maoran looked at Yan Shanshan not far away, dumbfounded, so he could only say with a grunt, "Okay, count your ruthlessness. No one in your class has no vision like me, and likes Yan Shanshan, right? Why not?" Tansy calmly started to make a fool of herself, vowing to get back what she'd just done. "There's 3 and 5 lined up." Yi Maoran was skeptical. "Really?" Tangsher let out a put laugh, nodding her head lazily and affirmatively. "Well, you know I've never been good at lying." Yi Maoran said that he would rather believe that there were ghosts in the world than believe Tangsher's broken mouth. Although the position had been reswitched, Songji's life still hadn't changed much, except for the occasional sudden trance when he turned his head sideways and looked at the side face of a complete stranger. In the beginning, when Tangsher lifted her foot and hooked her stool, asking her some pie-in-the-sky questions, she would always be too annoyed. But later on, she actually got used to it, so much so that now that suddenly no one was hooking her stool, she was still a bit uncomfortable. Songji took another sideways glance at the legs of the classmate next to her, unconsciously comparing them to Tangsher's in her heart, and then silently thought, well, people in general can't hook her stool either. Why are you thinking of him again? Songja's entire body slumped on the table, bereft and desperate. She thought, Songji, you're hopeless. Time does not slow down the past. Turn to April. Acacia blossoms bloom all over the tree. Osmanthus adorned with branches. The whole school is wafting the sweet fragrance of flowers, fruits and trees, fresh and pleasant. Hawaiian First Middle School, in order to show the spirit of the students of the first middle school upward, decided to give the senior class collectively organized a spring trip. The time is scheduled for this Thursday. The location is in the suburbs of the White Bamboo Mountain. 7:30 Unified Assembly. First listen to the principal on the stage for half an hour impassioned speech. Next to the camera cha-cha-cha-cha shot. Publicity material accumulated enough. They get on the school unified arrangements for the bus. Embarked on the journey to the White Bamboo Mountain. From Hawaiian First Middle School to Baishushan about more than 2 hours of driving. Students at first like just out of the cage birds, chattering, in the journey of curiosity lying on the window to look out. Behind slowly calmed down. Tense mind finally briefly relaxed, unconsciously leaning against the window. Fell asleep. The whole bus was quiet, only the sound of steady breathing. Linman looked at their 16 or 17 years old, green and tired faces. Usually serious face quietly showed a few points of love. Arrived at the destination. A large group of people clattered down the car. Senior high school, more than 900 students crowded at the foot of the mountain, coaxing as if into the market at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. The class president Lin Zhengyu is a weak young man wearing glasses. Where to maintain the scene? Shouting senior a class here to gather shouting voice is almost mute, and there is no one to take care of him. He was so anxious that his brain was sweating, and as soon as he turned his head, he saw the craning Tangsher in the crowded crowd. His eyes lit up, and he squeezed hard to his side. Dude, do me a favor, It's time to contribute to the class. Let go if you have an ass. Tang Shi put down a sentence, and her eyes continued to weave through the crowded crowd, trying to find that thin figure again. I just saw it over here. Where did that Yen Shanshan guy abduct her to again? Lin Zhengyu, wait. He opened his book bag with his backhand, took out a piece of white paper and a black marker, and swished and wrote on it. Tang Shi waited for his ass, and after confirming that Songju wasn't here, he turned his head to look elsewhere. Chapter 67 Signboards. Father. Lin Zhengyu hurriedly finished writing the last 2 words, then held up the piece of white paper with the words on it and curtly said, "Do me a favor, you're rather conspicuous looking." Tang Shi coldly refused. "Don't." 10 minutes later, Songju and Yen Shanshan sneak out of the woods. Yen Shanshan, once the car is a bit unable to hold back, want to go to the toilet, but there is no toilet in the neighborhood. She had to casually find a hidden place to solve the problem. Songju was responsible for helping to keep watch. After the two came out, they were in the middle of the noisy and complicated crowd, but they immediately locked on to Tang Shi, who stood out from the crowd. She and Yen Shanshan unconsciously glanced at each other, both seeing the forced laughter in each other's eyes, only to see Tang Shi standing in the raging crowd, wearing a black punching jacket, zipper all the way to the top, covering her pretty chin, tall and thin, one hand crossed her waist, looking impatient and disdainful as usual, looking very tuggy, if one ignores the white sheet of paper held aloft in his other hand. If you ignore the words "Senior Class A Meet Here" scribbled on the white paper, it's just a drag. With Tang Shi as a humanoid locator, Songji and Yen Shanshan very smoothly met up with the large group, waiting until Lin Zhengyu finished counting the number of people, confirming that all the personnel of Class A were present. Tang Shi coldly put down the paper, rubbing her face to throw the paper into the trash can, realizing that there was no one nearby, and then sked and threw it at Lin Zhengyu. Lin Zhengyu took it and said with an impish face, Sure thanks to you. Otherwise our class wouldn't have been able to assemble. Come on, let's thank Sure more. Thanks. Po is bull. Nyo ha 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 ha. Laughed to death old me. This is not our class ready-made living signboard. Next time we see the Sure brother will run to his side. You, brother, that's a good idea ha 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 ha. No, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts ha 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 ha. I don't know who started laughing first. Anyway, by the time the reaction came, Class A was already a sea of joy and everyone was roaring with laughter. The other classes do not know what happened. A face puzzled to look at the A-class smile. Said they, this class of schoolboys is quite cheerful before I thought the A-class are all nerds. Will not cry, will not laugh, only to the dead to learn it. Songji mixed in the middle of a group of people. Thought he would not be noticed, so he did not restrain himself. Let loose a smile. Fox eyes curved, smiling brightly, flying, looking around. Then she met Tang Shi's cold eyes. Songji subconsciously tried to retract his smile. Who knew that the teenager only gave her an inexorable look, inclined his head, touched the tip of his nose, and as if he couldn't bear it, he also smiled abruptly. He covered up by generally kicking Lin Zhengyu next to him and cursed with a laugh. Roll you, enjoining the enemy is it? This smile, so that the class even more no restraint, laughing brightly to shake the Qiankuan. Bright April, there is a string of tinkling laughter. Laugh open Jiangnan 10 miles, ripples open a lake of spring water, hiding the call of the teenage heart, climbed with the army for almost an hour, to a wide lawn halfway up the mountainside. The students are tired. Common proposal to rest for a while, recuperate, just as the pointer is also biased to 12 o'clock. Lin Man waved his hand, decided to let class of first in place to repair. There are several classes of teachers also follow the example, issued the order to repair for a few moments. Today is especially selected good weather in the first middle school. The sunlight is soft and not harsh. Songji and Yen Shanshan sitting cross-legged at the lawn, in front of a piece of goose yellow cloth, which Shinian specially instructed her to bring. The two of them will each bring their own food and lunchboxes arranged in a brain on the top, while eating, while talking and laughing. As they were chatting, a person appeared in Songji's afterglow, his head lowered, bent over, sweating profusely, with a look of exhaustion, carrying a black travel bag almost as tall as Tangzhou's on his back, and shouting 11 11 11 all the time, without waiting for Songji to react to who he was. Yen Shanshan on the opposite side of the table said in disgust, "Can this Yi Mao Ran guy stop being so humiliating? You'd better not come begging me later." Yi Mao Ran barely lifted his head, panted and gave a harsh sentence, and began to scream 11 11 11 again. And by the way, he also put the travel bag bang next to them, making a metal clanking sound. What's the point of shouting at your dad? Tang Shi sat lazily on a 2-meter-high rock, her long legs stretched out in relaxation, both hands propped up behind her back, her tired and lazy voice drifting in from above. Songji tilted his head to look over, and the first thing he noticed was the teenager's wind-blown hair, the sunlight spreading down like free-floating golden feathers. Yi Mao Ran was so tired that he sat straight on the lawn and gasped for breath. first looking at his own unimaginative appearance, then looking at Tang Shi's spirited teenager-like appearance. He was also convinced. Okay, Dad, come and help your son. Don't pretend to be a pussy. Tang Shi let out a light laugh and flipped down from the top of the rock with one hand propped up, with a kind of handsomeness that made even the tumbling corners of his clothes just right. Yi Maoran was even more uneven. Damn, growing up together, he was indeed ashamed of himself, and couldn't learn a tenth of the naturalness of this dog's pretense. He was adamant that it had nothing to do with the face or the figure, simply because the asshole was skilled enough to play the part. What's wrong with you? The asshole slapped the ash off his hands, walked over and kicked his bag, clunking it, and asked with a grin, quit studying and switch to collecting rags? Yi Maoran rolled his eyes and said collect your father, then sat up from the floor and unzipped the travel bag as soon as he did, and Tang Shi looked down at him, stilled for 2 seconds, and sincerely gave him a thumbs up. After Yi Maoran took that thing out of his school bag, Songzhu and Yen Shanshan were also shocked. He actually brought a barbecue. Bull. Yen Shanshan was convinced of Yi Maoran for the first time. Climbing halfway up the mountain with such a big guy on your back. You're awesome. Yi Maoran was smug. There's more, he said, and as if by magic, he pulled out an assortment of barbecue skewers and various seasonings from his bag. Your bag is too loaded. Yen Shanshan staggered. Is there a link? My dad likes to climb mountains. I think he needs a travel bag like this too. Yi Maoran's tail went up to the sky at the compliment. You begged me. Yen Shanshan rolled her eyes. I begged your father. Tang Shi was squatting on the ground to load the barbecue grill and sniffed with a low chuckle. Begging me is fine. Yen Shanshan froze for a few seconds before reacting to what it meant, and said in a single word, Yi Maoran may not be a human being, but you guys are real dogs, isn't it? I've been here all these years. The key is that this dog is quite capable of pretending. How many ignorant young boys and girls were cheated by him? Yi Maoran was indignant, just like a look of I don't share the same fate as this scum. And teenage boys? Song Zai asked curiously, raising his head as he was crouching down to help line up the condiments and skewers neatly. Chapter 68, The Grove. You're quite good at getting to the point. Tang Shi reached over and pushed her curious head down with one hand, rubbed it hard, and said in a nonchalant manner, get your string. Another warning to Yi Maoran, say less of what you shouldn't. Songji glared at him with dissatisfaction. Just don't ask, why are you messing up my hair? The words came out of her mouth, and she herself was stunned first, because the tone does have a bit of a sappy undertone to it that's hard to ignore. Songji raised his eyes, and saw that his cheeks were slightly puffed out, and his eyes were full of hidden laughter. Laughing my ass off. She kept her head down and continued to fiddle with the kebabs, ashamed and annoyed. After a few seconds, Songji felt his head suddenly being stroked one by one, not really gentle, like the kind of maneuver like smoothing a dog's fur, and the teenager's lazy, off-key voice fell with it. What's the line? Songji's face directly burst into red. After they had everything ready, Tang Shi told Yi Maoran to bring out the charcoal. Charcoal? Yi Maoran froze. Charcoal, Tanzi repeated, looking at the cutie with the light gaze at him. You didn't bring any, did you? How? Yi Maoran dug his head into his travel bag. After 2 minutes, Yi Maoran took out a wire from his bag and truthfully said, actually, I was trying to plug in the electric grill. Don Z, Shannon Yen, Song Rhetoric, ahem, aren't there dead tree branches in the wild? It's just as well to pick some up. Yi Maoran couldn't stand the three of them looking at him like a little cutie, like looking at him, trying to find a remedy. It can also get close to nature. Songju, spring? Yen Shanshan, picking up dead branches? Tanzi, why don't you go look for it? Ahem, I don't have time. Yi Maoran burrowed his head into the traveling bag again and said in a jarring voice, Tang Shi, how about you go with Sister Resignation? Maybe even pick some wild fruits along the way. Tang Shi looked over at Songji, noticing the leap of faith in her eyes. When Songji was a child, she often followed her grandmother to the mountains to pick all kinds of wild fruits, and she remembered that when she was a child, there was a kind of wild fruit that was particularly sweet, and could be sweetened directly into her heart, but she hadn't eaten it for many years. So go? Tangxi inquired of her with a tilt of her head. Song Ru nodded. I'm going too. Yen Shanshan excitedly raised her hand. You go my ass. Yi Maoran hated her and pulled her aside. Come here and give me a hand. Okay, you've got some guts, right? You're calling me. Yen Shanshan grabbed him by the ear, until he begged for mercy. While begging for mercy, he also winked at Tang Shi. Brother, hurry up. This is a chance for me to use my life to give you a chance to be alone. Tang Shi coughed lightly twice and gave him a thumbs up at an angle the others couldn't see, then faintly said, let's go. If we don't go look for it it'll be too late. Songju glanced at Yen Shanshan. But Shanshan, it's fine, you guys go ahead. Yen Shanshan was grabbing Yi Maoran's ear and scolding him, and took the time to say, I'm more interested in teaching a lesson to the dodgy servants now. Song Rhetoric. The two walked along from a side path, trying to find a bit of dead twig or dead grass. Yet in the early spring season, as far as the eye could see, there was a vibrant green color, occasionally dotted with goose yellow and light purple flowers, with no semblance of deadness to be seen. There were apparently no dead branches to be found in the open grass. Songji recalled and pointed to the grove he had just drilled out and said, "Go to the grove. I remember there are a lot of dead branches and fallen leaves in there." Little tree, forest? Tangshur coughed heavily twice, the knot in his throat sliding up and down slowly and clear, causing Songji to look at him strangely. "What's wrong? Catching a cold?" Tang shifted her head to avoid the clear spring-like eyes, hands in her pockets, head down and kicked a non-existent stone on the ground, and returned as calmly as possible. "Well, a little." After saying that, he took the lead in the direction Songju pointed, but it wasn't fast, and Songji quickly followed, then asked him, "So did you finish the cold spirit I gave you last time?" Tansy thought for a moment and said, "There are a couple packets left." "Well, remember to drink it if you're really uncomfortable. The dosage is 1 bag 3 times a day." The two of them spoke almost simultaneously, and as they looked at each other, Songji inexplicably felt that Tangshur had hooks in the corners of her eyes, teasing people, so she took the lead and glanced away. Still staring straight at her, Tangshur hooked a bad smile at the corner of her lips and asked almost bluntly, "Songji, you're caring about me?" "It's just the most common concern between classmates." Songji tried to calm down as much as possible, but still failed to hide the panic under her eyes, and in the end, she could only slam forward, her feet messy and her heart thumping. "Hurry up and go. Shan Shan and the others are still waiting over there." Tangshur stood still for a moment without moving, her mind going over the young girl's flustered look when she heard the question, and suddenly smiled. "Well, it's not like there's no reaction at all. New Year's wishes are a little more certain to come true." When they arrived at the grove, Songji didn't want to stay with Tangshur for the time being, so the two of them were separated by a distance of not too far and not too close, each picking up branches. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment, with only the soft sound of shoes on the dirt floor. After a while, a strange sound suddenly came from directly in front of them, with a woman's sweet voice in a different key and a man's rough panting. Songji almost the first time to realize what the sound is. She movement frozen. A time to stand is not, squatting is not. Even more, do not dare to look up, for fear of making the slightest noise was seen by those two people. The whole person want to cry to maintain a picking up tree branches action. "Help! How can someone be in the woods in broad daylight? What's worse?" Songji vaguely heard the woman moaning as she said, "There seems to be someone over there." The man laughed. "Isn't it more exciting to have someone?" The woman smiled proudly. "Nasty. Ah, song rhetoric. So I'm part of your play?" Just when Songji didn't know what to do, a hand quietly covered her eyes. The familiar scent of lime bubbles stifled Songji's subconscious attempt to let out a scream, and her emotions, which had just been flustered with shame and embarrassment, suddenly calmed down. It was strange. The scent seemed to have always had this magical power. It was very good at giving her a sense of security and calming the floating emotions, and she was even able to separate her mind now to think about whether she should look for Tangshur to ask for the perfume link. "What are you afraid of?" "It is they who should be afraid." The teenager's voice fell cold and clear, like a tearful stream. He didn't keep his voice down either, as if he was deliberately trying to fight the strange sound that inexplicably broke through the sticky and disgusting atmosphere floating in the air. Chapter 69. Song rhetoric slowly stood up, in front of the eyes of a dark, but the bottom of the heart is harmonious and peaceful. The courage is also much bigger, self-compassionate to pick up. Then you move your hand away. I also observe and learn. They do not say that some people are more exciting? As soon as Songji said this, the two people who were still moving around a lot suddenly silenced their voices, as if she didn't expect her to say that. Tangshur took a few seconds before she answered. "Then forget it. It's mainly not pretty. I'm afraid you'll grow pin eyes." Only when Songji slowly turned around did Tangshur put down the hand that was covering her eyes. Both of their faces were a little too calm at this moment, and they were even able to make small talk as they walked out the door. Songji asked, "Why are they suddenly silent?" Tansy replied, "Probably wilted from us." Songru gave a decent TSK, "Then they can't be in the right frame of mind. We haven't said anything yet." Tangshur felt that she was really hopeless. Why was she so cute even when she pretended to be calm and returned fire with fire? He matched it with a dismissive tone. "Well, yes, strength and mindset are not very good." The two men were so serious and in tune with each other that they dared the two men hiding in the corner to be angry. Finally getting out of the grove, the breath that Songji was frantically holding was slowly exhaled. Legs are a little weak too. Recalling again what she had just said on the spur of the moment, all she wanted to do now was find a crack in the ground to ball up and stuff herself in. Holy cow milk, what did she just say? Who possessed her? Seeing the girl suddenly look like, who am I? Where am I? What did I just do? Tangshur tried not to laugh out loud, inclined her head to grin silently, and her shoulders trembled to the point of being unable to do so. He was constantly admonishing himself not to laugh out loud, otherwise she'd have to get in a hurry with him. Fortunately, the fragrant barbecue flavor soon filled the tip of Songji's nose, and along with it, he also put that bit of discomfort behind him for the time being. After eating barbecue and rested for a while, about 2 p.m. to continue to climb, all the way up to the top of the mountain has been more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Man is afraid that too late to go down the mountain will be out of danger. Only rest for a while on the way to urge everyone to go down the mountain at about 6 o'clock in the afternoon. A group of people took the bus all the way back to the school bumpy. When Songji really returned home, it was already nearly 10 o'clock. She felt as if her whole body was going to fall apart. She was so exhausted that she simply took a shower and then lay down on the bed, drifting off to sleep. The night was dark and heavy, and only a few stars shone sporadically in the vast night sky. Tang poetry, tang poetry, tang poetry. Tang sure seemed to be in an endless wilderness, listening to the young girl's soft and charming call, looking around in a daze. Then his body was suddenly embraced, the young girl's exquisite curves fitting on him, the soft touch making his body freeze in place. Tang sure, I like you so much. The young girl tilted her head to look at her, her pair of fox eyes soft as water, as if they were going to melt into him. Tang sure. The young girl blushed and kissed him. Her sweet and soft touch like jelly drew him down and tempted him to fall. Tang Shure's self-control fell apart almost instantly, but he still didn't dare to wrap his arms around her waist, only vaguely gathered the back of her head and kissed her back greenly, until the young girl let out a hard wooing. Tang Shure also stifled a grunt, waking up almost instantly. Deep and calm night, the moon hanging coolly in the sky watching him, sacred and bright. Like every wake-up before, the room was empty. Where was the kiss-offering girl? He cursed himself lowly and secretly annoyed at his lack of talent. If I had known it was a dream I would have at least put your arm around your waist. He panted heavily, but didn't dare to think about it anymore, lifting the covers and heading for the shower, letting the cold water rinse him from top to bottom, calming the wave after wave of heat that ran through his body. After a short period of relaxation, it's back to the routine, the 3 o'clock life. The days passed by unhurriedly, and Songji's grades crawled forward slowly at the speed of a tortoise. This midterm exam, she took the 25th place in the whole school. Just as time passed, Songji looked at the higher and higher grades and rankings, but the bottom of her heart became more and more bewildered, accompanied by anxiety that could not be wiped away. She still doesn't know whether to choose literature or science, but Shen Yin's attitude is very firm, almost stubbornly let her choose science. Lin Man also analyzed with her several times, although not explicitly, but there is also the meaning of secretly persuade her to choose science. Key classes like Class A, and not just theirs either. It was every class from previous years that was softly persuaded to take up the path of studying science. Very few ended up sticking with liberal arts. Songru felt that it was like having two paths laid out in front of her, both of which were covered in fog, making it impossible for her to see what lay ahead. But there were always elders and people who came through the fog to tell her about that path in science. There is sweeter fruit on that road. Songru was silent, but the scales in his mind seemed to be tilted even more in favor of science. After the midterm exams, Lin Man called her classmates to the office for some profound guidance on studying. As usual, when she was called to the office, Tang Shure was there, and the physics teacher was talking to him about the competition. Downs was the only one in the senior class to be chosen to go up. The physics teacher's surname is Liu, and the class usually calls him Old Liu. Old Liu finished this matter, see him silent, and lovingly said to him, "Don't be nervous, just told you to senior year first to try the water. Did not get the award is also okay." Tang Shure raised her eyes, seemingly feeling surprised. "Not nervous, I was just thinking, what if I win the first prize as soon as I go and accidentally discourage the seniors? You a muddy boy." "Mr. Lin said you muddy, you are really muddy." The old Liu all of a sudden broke. "Charity shall not be a little. Hate cannot take the book to whip his sharpness. Young do not know the sky high and thick. Advanced into the provincial tournament and then say it you." "Aha." Tansy agreed with another good-natured frown. Just this look simply made old Liu love and hate him. Okay, come on." On the other hand, Lin Man asked her as usual after analyzing this midterm exam, "Are you still not sure whether to choose literature or science?" Songja looked embarrassed. Lightly sound. Lin Man said, "Most of the students in the class have already settled and have begun targeted study. The sooner you decide about choosing a subject, the better." Songja lowered his head and said, "I know. In the past few days your mom called me several times. All of them were inquiring about the situation of choosing subjects for the class. And I see that she means that she strongly wants you to choose science. And you're up there in physics and chemistry now. So if you're really not sure, why don't you listen to other people's opinions more often? Moreover, the employment situation of liberal arts is really not optimistic these years." Songji bit his lip, but still didn't open his mouth. Lin Man nodded to the point and didn't say any more, letting her go back to the classroom after this speech. Song-Ru had just walked out of the office when a juvenile hey came from beside him. Chapter 70, it makes sense any way you want it. The young girl's eyes were waveless and met Tangsher's mischievous and urging black eyes, cocked her head and asked him softly, "What's wrong?" Ahem. The teenager couldn't pull off the trick, so he pretended to be busy by ruffling a handful of dorky hairs standing up on his head, and said as if nothing had happened, "Nope, just saying hi." Song-ji burst out laughing, eyebrows curved. The expression on his face is finally not so calm and gentle, but more than a few points of the young girl's simplicity and brightness. Young or not you, that trick is long outdated, just be useful. Tangsher smiled and raised an eyebrow, her tone one of teenage defiance. It's useless. I wasn't even scared just now, Song-ji said as he walked towards the classroom. When did I say I was just scaring you? Not all said simply say hello. Tangsher clasped her arms, slowly walking backwards in front of her, staring at her, throwing words out without a care in the world. The man is being a scoundrel again. The corner of Song-ji's lips curved. Anyway, the mouth grows on you. You're justified in saying whatever you want. Aha. Teenager extra shameless picks up. I'm justified anyway. Cheeky as hell. This guy. Song-ji didn't want to care about him anymore. When he arrived at the classroom, Yi Mao-ran was sitting in Tangsher's seat chatting loudly with someone else. His afterglow caught a glimpse of Tangsher coming over his but couldn't move a bit. He didn't move a muscle. Then he saw Song-ji following closely behind him. His eyes lit up, and he shouted especially enthusiastically, "Sister Ji, brother." Sister? What's this new designation? Song rhetorically looked at him suspiciously. It's like this. I'm celebrating my birthday next Sunday. Give me a favor and go to my birthday party. Okay. Then he glanced at Yen Shanshan who had just passed by. So what? You also stopped by. Yen Shanshan listened to his reluctant tone, rolled her eyes, and said disdainfully, "Who cares? I'm too lazy to go if you beg me, but also by the way, I'll go by your big head." After saying that, she pulled Song-ju and left. Yi Mao-ran looked at the two girls' determined backs, scratched his head, and looked at Tangsher slightly cluelessly. Tangsher was speechless, gave him a help yourself look, then kicked him over and asked impatiently, "How long are you going to sit on my stool?" Yi Mao-ran. What? He's a dog to be kicked when he comes around. Bottom of the food chain right. Evening self-study time. Yi Mao-ran came over again, really begged Grandpa and Grandma to whisper some, only to change. Yen Shanshan loosened up. "Don't say, then you ask Song. She goes, I'll go." Yi Mao-ran looked at Song-ju expectantly. Song-ju's face was hesitant, "But I might not be able to stay too late. It's too late for Shanine to call and check in." "Don't worry." Yi Mao-ran patted his chest and promised her, "It won't be too late, and I'll make sure to send someone to send you home safely." In the blink of an eye, it was Sunday day, and because the location that Yi Mao-ran had sent to Song-ji was far away from Song-ji's house, she could only take a cab there. The driver took a look at the place. All the young masters and young ladies spend money. Idle boredom nagging, little girl. This year on the high school? Song, almost sophomore year. What school? Hwayan first high school. Hwayan no. One middle school is good. A key high school. My girl also went to that school. Blink of an eye she's almost graduated from college. The driver had pride in his eyes. Are you going to choose liberal arts or science? Song said. Haven't thought about it yet. It's good to choose science. Science is good for employment. My girl is liberal arts. She is now telling me that she regrets it. It's hard to find a good job. Song rhetorically hummed without comment. When they arrived at the place, Song-ji got out of the car, found the box number Yi Mao-ran had sent, and pushed the door in. A dozen people in the box, most of whom she didn't really recognize, looked her way in unison. Song rhetorically blinked slightly uncomfortably. Sister Resignation is here. Come over and sit. Yi Mao-ran greeted her warmly, and said with a showy tone, "This is our school beauty, called Song-ru. How is it? Pretty, right?" The table listens to a succession of pretty voices. Song-ji softly curved her lips and gave the picked gift to Yi Mao-ran, then looked around and didn't see Yen Shanshan, and just as she was about to open her mouth, Tangsher said, "She's gone to the bathroom. Come and sit here first." He pulled away from the seat next to him. As soon as these words were said, the box that had just become lively quieted down again, and except for Yi Mao-ran and Sui-hung who were already accustomed to it, the expressions on everyone else's faces were more or less a little surprised. This asshole had grown up with his eyes high, and it was the first time they had seen him take such initiative with a girl. The atmosphere in the box grew subtle. Song-ji didn't realize how special this move was, and only thought that he was just going along for the ride, so he naturally sat down next to him. But why did they all suddenly stop talking? Song rhetorically fidgeted a bit. What? All mute? Tangsher absently rested her hand on the back of Song-ji's chair, tilting her head to ask nonchalantly. This gesture, which was not considered intimate in the eyes of the parties involved but possessive in the eyes of others, made even Yi Mao-ran tsk twice as he watched. This dog is really good at it. There was no lack of playboys at their table who had been mixed up in love affairs for many years, and they were especially dumbfounded by such pure and lustful looks as Song Ji's. Yet with just a single movement on his part, these people's minds were suppressed to nothing. It's mostly because the schoolgirl is so pretty. A few of us are kind of staring at her. Someone chimed in with a laugh. Song Ji's face turned slightly red, not knowing what to say. He could only smile. The bright and clean smile made these people couldn't help but feel that it was no wonder that they were able to be looked upon by the high-eyed young Master Tang. With someone starting the conversation went downhill nicely. Song Ji basically didn't talk much since she didn't know any of them. Only Tang Shi occasionally sidled up to talk to her, and the two chatted one way or the other. After chatting for a while, another person pushed open the box and came in. Song Ji thought it was Yen Shanshan, so he turned his head to look out. The one who came in was an atmospheric and bright-looking beauty, also born with a pair of fox eyes, but she was exquisitely dressed and exuded a natural flair and pride. With a sweep of her eye wind, her eyes paused on Song Ji for a moment, then suddenly smiled, tossed the gift to Yi Maoran and said, "Sorry I'm late." Yi Maoran, which dares to mess with this big lady, she can come. He is a little flattered, turned to waving his hand carelessly and said, Nothing, feel free to sit." There was another seat next to Tang Shi, closest to the box as well, but she didn't sit over there. Instead, sitting across from him, Sui Hong, who was sitting next to her, smiled so much that he couldn't see out of his eyes and spoke to her attentively. Her eyebrows were cold and arrogant, and she only returned a few words sparingly, but she was also considered to have answered questions with a nonchalant attitude, just like the Sui Hong are satisfied. His mouth blah blah blah, hate cannot go back to a basket, licking dog posture to take the best. Chapter 71, Future Wives. After dinner, the group was noisily moving on to KTV. Song Ji wasn't very familiar with them and didn't feel comfortable staying, so he smoothly asked Yi Maoran to leave. Yi Maoran drank a little wine at that time. His face was very red, and he drunkenly yelled out, "The goddess is leaving. Tang Zi, Tang poetry. What for?" Tang Shi looked at him in a breathless and cold way, still carrying a can of lemon sparkling water in her hand, as he stood next to Song Ji, who was just about to send her back. "Yi Maoran, your future wife is leaving. You send her off." "What future wife?" Song Ji's face heated up uncontrollably. What the hell is Yi Maoran babbling about when he's drunk? Is there any liquor virtue left? She felt her heart jump into her throat. TSK. Okay, fast enough progress, you kid. Without a sound, it's amazing. Someone patted Tang Shi's shoulder and cajoled. There was a lot of uproar and the atmosphere was once again pushed to a climax. Tang Shi licked the corners of her lips and smiled, not saying anything first, but tilting her head back to finish a whole can of sparkling water and throwing the soda can at his head with a bang dash. "Wake up, bar, you drunk." The tone was light, indistinguishable from happiness or anger, though there was a tangible warning. The joke is too much for a girl's thin skin, mainly not even boyfriend/girlfriend right now. Tang Shi turned her head sideways and saw the little girl standing peacefully in place, her palm-sized little face covered in thin red, and her eyes had a forcibly suppressed embarrassment and uneasiness. "Couldn't help but sigh and soften my heart. It's the little snail that loves to shrink into its shell when touched, so be sure to treasure, and treasure again." Those people who were uproarious were also confused. They had thought that these two people were definitely a couple, but now looking at the reactions of the two parties involved, they didn't quite look like it. That was an indirect negative, wasn't it? The fervor tended to die down. Fortunately, Yi Maoran also just casually mentioned that sentence, and screamed to go to KTV to fight another 300 rounds. "Tang Shi, you have to come with me. Without you it won't even emphasize my superior singing skills." "Oh come on, just your skill." "But Tang Shi does dish it out, ha 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 ha." "That's true. Belonging to singing doesn't even infringe on copyright." Hearing them change the subject again, Song Ji was relieved while a faint layer of loss was buried in the bottom of his heart. Maybe that's what it is like, to think of a million possibilities because of his words, to speculate everywhere, to guess all the time. In the end, everyone split into two groups. One group continued to go to the KTV, and the other group took a taxi and went straight home. Yen Shanshan was going to leave with Song Ji, but Yi Maoran, that drunken man, hugged her arm and wouldn't let go, shouting "Shanshan baby," making Yen Shanshan's face all red, not knowing what to say, and finally cursed and stayed behind. There were only 4 in the group that took the cab home. In addition to Tang Shi and Song Ji, there was also that girl with a very arrogant personality, and Sui Han eagerly followed beside her to shush her. During the meal, Song Ji learned that the girl's name was Lu Yu. The group parted ways outside the hotel. Tang Shi lowered her head and tapped twice on her cell phone, then told Sui Han, "I called a car for you, and sent you the license plate number." "You guys?" Sui Han accurately grasped the point. "You're not coming with us." They grew up together and lived in the same villa area. "Well, I'll send her back." Tang Shi answered and looked sideways at Song Ji. Address. Songji was taking out his cell phone and preparing to call a car. He raised his eyes at the words and froze. No, I'll just take a taxi back myself. Tangshur nodded the watch on her wrist and said with little patience. It's now 21:32 Beijing time. Do you think I would let a girl go home alone? Meeting Tangshur's dark eyes, Songji pursed his lips and spoke the address. Late at night, neon lights flashed, a cool breeze was blowing, and the bustling night scene was playing backwards on the car window. The car was silent. Only the driver master opened the car stereo, but did not play a song, but was playing the domineering president forced love. Ruan Ruan, do you think you can escape me? Dongfang Mikan, I beg you to let me go. I don't love you. A melon twisted by force is not sweet. Even if you get my body, you can't get my heart. Ha, is that so? I'd like to try to see if a strongly twisted melon is sweet or not. This was followed by the sound of kissing. Songja sat in the back seat with Tangshur, and despite the distance between them being so empty that they could have stuffed two more Tangzhou, the ambiguous and awkward atmosphere still flowed in the narrow space, and the temperature climbed. The driver master in front of him was oblivious, still humming an off-key song while listening to the hegemony novel. Song rhetorically lowered the window and lustfully looked out the window at the busy street scene, trying to suppress the temperature that had risen again in his cheeks. Tangshur had also been a little uncomfortable. Who knew that as soon as she inclined her head, she noticed the girl's reddened ear tips, and couldn't help but hook her lips and laugh out loud without hiding it. Low horse laughter, the tail end short and hook, in the narrow carriage almost 360 degrees around, with the ambiguous kissing sound, like a lover in the ear honeymoon, inexplicably make people blush and heartbeat. For the first time, Songji realized that she was a voice control, without seeing the face. Just hearing the voice alone was enough to give her an ulcer. She heard the teenager dragging out his voice and asking bluntly and lazily, Song-ru, your ears are red, haven't you ever heard of anyone else kissing? These words fell, the carriage fell into a deathly silence, and the master driver, who was still humming, finally felt belatedly ashamed, and in a hurry, he turned off the stereo and pressed hard on the gas. The cold wind blew Songji's long, dark hair, fluttering with the wind in the dead of night, blowing a light fragrance of warmth. Tangshur's eyes deepened. Songji closed the window behind her, her loose, broken hair hooked behind her ear, and spoke as calmly as possible. Is it red? It's probably from the wind. Yes? Tangshur snorted, as if she could no longer hold back a general laugh, and unmercifully exposed her, but with the window closed, your ears seem to be even redder. Songji was simply speechless, finally couldn't bear it anymore, and said in a self-indulgent manner, it's red, because the capillaries are too rich, can't control it. Physiological blush. Is this explanation okay? How can anyone be so fond of getting to the bottom of things? Songji laid down on the backseat and closed his eyes without speaking. Tangshur was in a happier mood instead of being ferocious. Well, the docile kitty seems to have been raised with a few temper tantrums. The driver pulled up in front of the neighborhood, and as soon as the two men got out of the car with one foot, the driver slammed on the gas the next second, leaving a trailer full of exhaust fumes floating in the air. The driver's master didn't seem half as embarrassed as she was. Song rhetorically inclined his head with a condemning look at the know-nothing. Justified culprit. What? The culprit raised an eyebrow, his tone kinda proud. Didn't you notice how much faster he was in the second half? Song rhetorically speechless. He slowly gave him a thumbs up. Tangshur smiled down and didn't say anything. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. After a while, Songju said, thank you for taking me home. Let's stop here. It's getting late. Tanzim, the knot in her throat sliding clear and slow. It was quiet for a while longer. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving first, Songji asked tentatively, then I'll leave first? Good. So, goodbye? Aha. His words had only just left his mouth when the girl turned around and walked away without the slightest delay. Tangshur stared at the girl's increasingly distant back and smiled. Being pissed off, kinda didn't want to spend more than a second with him. He pulled out his cell phone and tried to get a cab. Tongsi. He raised his eyes at the sound of a familiar, gentle voice. Song-ru stood a short distance away waving at him, wearing a blue knitted cable shirt and a long white skirt that fluttered in the wind, like an elegant and pure jasmine flower. Be safe and tweet me when you get home. Chapter 72. Tangshur waited until the girl's figure had completely disappeared from view before she lowered her head and called a car, and had a glance at the drive. 2 hours. It's 10:30 now. At 11 o'clock, Tangshur sat on the passenger side of the cab and sent a Weibo message to Songji. Li Bai, home. All that came back from the other end was an okay. Tanzi stared at the screen for a moment, then posted again. Li Bai, still awake? Little snail, not yet. Sleep now. Tangshur's lips curved. Li Bai, waiting for me? The other end was typing half a dozen times. Finally, little snail, you're so cheeky. Little snail, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Little snail, sleeping. Li Bai, well, I'm thick-skinned. Li Bai, so is it waiting for me? Little snail, no. Little snail, you're so annoying. Small snail, no more talking. Then send black, angry. The Tangsher on this end ejaculated. The little girl's got a temper. That blew up. He tisk sound. Without saying anything, opened the QQ, clicked on the top users. On the other end, Songji turned off the screen of his cell phone and threw it on the bed. The expression on his face was more or less with a little bit of shame of being told off. She was just about to go take a shower to calm down when her cell phone started dinging again. Songji guessed that it was him, obviously angry that he spoke too bluntly, but his hand still uncontrollably touched the cell phone and pressed the screen. Li Bai, first say good just WeChat was banned order. QQ cannot. Do not pull black me. Li Bai, I'm banned before I can say good night to you. Li Bai, it's probably really asleep now. Li Bai, hey. Li Bai, good night. Songji stared at the last good night for a long time, and finally the whole person flung himself on the bed. The corners of his lips could not be restrained from rising upwards, and little pink bubbles popped up at the bottom of his heart one after another. That your song rhetorically 16 years old. Finally understand like a person. Will be his every move to pull the heart and soul, will be because of his sentence, and extend the infinite sweet and bitter. Time continues to move forward without slowing down, and in the blink of an eye we come to the middle of June. With less than a month left before the end of the semester, Linman sent out the Arts and Sciences division charts on the Friday afternoon of the upcoming monthly vacation. Give everyone 2 days to fill out the form. No need to rush. Talk it over with your family. Choosing a subject is a big deal after all. When Songji turned her head to hand the division table to Pei Yiming, who was sitting at the back, Pei Yiming asked her in passing, haven't thought about whether to choose literature or science? Songji lowered her eyelashes. Her mind flashed through all the things that Shanine had listed when she advised her to study science this semester, as well as her usual almost tough and authoritarian attitude, and she compromised. The probability is that she will choose science. Pei Yiming's eyes flashed with joy. That's great. We should still be able to be assigned to the same class in the second year of high school. Aha. Songja smiled at him, then turned his head away, staring out at the division table on the table. It was Songju's turn to do duty again that afternoon. After doing duty the sun had already set. Songji stood quietly at the bus stop, waiting for the number 8 bus to arrive, mechanically coin and get on the bus. There are not many people in the car at this point. Songji sat in the back of the car by the window, his eyes cast out the window of the traffic, but his brain is completely empty, stagnant and motionless. When she reached a certain stop, she subconsciously stood up and got off. When she came back to her senses, Songji was standing in a familiar park with a blue lake in the distance. Songja sat on the long wooden chair, his feet swaying involuntarily. Suddenly there was a great desire to talk to someone. The words suddenly flashed through her mind without warning. Li Bai, next time I go there, you have to treat me to Yangchun noodles. Her long eyelashes drooped, and as if on cue, she pulled out the cell phone she'd put in her book bag today, pressed it long, and turned it on. On the other side, the pool hall. So the girl who came back last time is now 11's favorite, but hasn't chased after her yet, right? Shin Jipeng pulled Yi Maoran and Sui Hong to gossip for half a day and finally came to this conclusion. Yi Maoran, pretty much, but this guy hasn't started chasing now. I don't know what to think. Is it hard to expect my goddess to take the initiative to contact him? Poetry, almost got it. Shin Jipeng long and earnestly patted his shoulders. Chasing women cannot pose a young master, like Sui Hong, since childhood. Followed behind Luyu as a licking dog. Licked for so many years is not also fruitful. Tangsher look indifferent to fall on the shoulder handshake away, and then bent down, shoulder line smooth and powerful, angle tilt, bang sound, the ball into the hole in one. With his cue propped up on the table and his head on his wrist, he said lazily, she's a bit timid, she gets scared. Yi Maoran, then what are you going to do? Just keep on spending time like this? Tansy or else, okay, awesome. Yi Maoran was speechless. At this time, the cell phone in Tangsher's pocket suddenly rang. He paused for a full 10 seconds without blinking, somewhat incredulous. This was the exclusive ringtone he had set for Songji. He tapped on his phone and saw the message the girl had sent him. Are you free? Buy you Yangchun noodles. Tangsher's nice eyebrows wrinkled up as he typed to her. 15 minutes. I'll be right over. He put his white jacket on as he typed and headed out the door without saying a word. What are you doing there? Yi Maoran asked. Something's up. You guys play first. Without looking back, Tangsher brought the door of the private room closed. Bang! A heavy thud screamed sharpness and indifference. The few remaining people stayed in the box, staring at each other. Shin Jipeng, what happened to him? Sui Hong, what's the little secret again? Yi Maoran, don't care. This one has been progressively inexplicable since his springtime. Chapter 73, Life is not a one-way street. Songji regretted it the next second after sending him the message, and was about to long press withdraw when the chat box popped up with the message he had sent her. Li Bai, 15 minutes. I'll be right over. Songji watched in a daze for a few seconds, then pressed the screen out and continued to look out over the distant lake in a daze. I don't know how long it took, but there was a soft creek dash that swept in a gentle, dry summer breeze. Her view was obscured as a familiar red mountain bike came into view. Song rhetorically blinked sluggishly and raised his eyes. Tangshur was holding the front of the car with one hand, her long legs against the ground, and was looking at the watch on her wrist. He tisk sound. Forehead black hair is very wet. Breath is not quite stable, but still raised sharp open eyes, lips curved, smiling and asked, well, exactly 15 minutes, how is it? The little master reliable? The corner of Songja's mouth pulled out an arc, dependable. Tangshur's lips curved but converged, sinking in deep eyes, quietly staring at her, not saying anything for a long time. What's wrong? Song rhetoric face flashed a trace of uneasiness. Send you that message, is not disturbing you, if you do not want to. Tangshur interrupted her next words with a chirp, looked her up and down, and said without much emotion, that's an ugly smile you just had. Song rhetoric. She was silent for a moment and held back. You're the one with the ugly smile. Tangshur crossed her long legs and got down from the mountain bike, hitting her foot brace, her tone idle and confident. No way, I'm handsome and jade-like. Isn't that Yi Maoran's mantra? Song rhetoric stared at this handsome and tragic face in front of him, hard to refute, held his face red, and finally said, then I also look quite beautiful. The last few words were significantly whispered. Obviously she hasn't practiced her cheek yet. He did let out a laugh, the red moles at the ends of his eyes bright and beckoning. Is that so? Songja calmly, then I'll have to take a closer look. He braced both hands on his knees and suddenly leaned down, the two of them level, their burning breaths intermingling. Songju's breath stalled, his eyelashes were long and rooted, and the ends of his eyes were naturally curved in a curve. It is said that peach blossom eyes look at all dogs with deep affection, but he always seems to have that ability to smile or not to smile, to look arrogant and thin, not sentimental, but only gave birth to a desire to be a mix of energy. Pretty now. Tangshur's dark eyes reflected her cold and clear face. Her lip line was pursed straight and preoccupied. She heard him continue, not pretty when you just pretended to smile. Don't smile if you don't want to. Ha, it's too ugly. He lifted his hand and rubbed it haphazardly over her head. You're the one who's ugly. Why is this person like this? Songji sidestepped his head, but the ends of his eyes were still uncontrollably red, and his voice shook a little. How to always be able to touch her sensitive and closed heart with a few words, always have the ability to pull her out of the hidden corners, and as if she did not know anything to give her a purr. Not too gentle, but always soft and ironic, like the sun in the sky. How does he always have this? Well, I'm ugly, I'm the ugliest in the world. I'm even uglier than Yi Maoran. I'm the world's #1 ugly. My nickname from now on will be Brother Ugly, okay? Noticing that the girl seemed to be about to cry, Tangshur was rarely at a loss for words, not daring to touch her or speak much, so she could only carefully follow her, fearing that the two clear springs in her eyes would accidentally flow out. Puff, what the hell is an ugly brother? Songji was at the top of his emotions, feeling like he could cry out in the next second, but he ended up saying he was an ugly brother with such a handsome face on top of him. How dare he say that? Tangshur stared at her without blinking, sensing that her just tightened emotions had relaxed. She quietly sighed in relief, turned around and sat next to her, her hand lazily resting on the back of the chair, smiling helplessly. Ugly is as ugly as it gets. Just don't cry. A moment of silence. Tangshur suddenly asked her, haven't thought about it yet? Choose literature or science? Songji's eyelashes trembled slightly. I should choose science. My parents both think that choosing science is better for employment in the future. Tansy inclined her head. I'm asking what you think, not what they say. Songja smiled to himself. It's not like what I think matters. Tangshur looked deeply at her, her clean, sharp eyes seeming to see through her. If it really wasn't important, you wouldn't be here today. Songja lowered his eyes and didn't say anything for a long time. Tangshur waited quietly. After a long time, Songji exhaled. I don't want to study science. She was really annoyed with the physics questions that she could never learn and the chemistry questions that she couldn't get through. This semester she made great progress in both physics and chemistry, but she didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. Instead, the more she learned, the more confused she became. She just, quite simply, disliked physics and chemistry to the point of disgust. But they all say that science is good for jobs later in life, and my mom always wanted me to be a doctor when I was growing up, just like my sister-in-law, because her dream as a child was to be a doctor. But she had an appendicitis attack on the day of her high school entrance exam and collapsed in the exam room, and ended up not going to college. So in a way, I inherited her dream. Inheritance? Tangshur caught the word acutely. What about your dream? Songji looked blankly at the calm surface of the lake. I don't have a dream. So, will it be humiliating? I don't have a dream either. Do you think I'm ashamed? Tang Shi asked her back. A hint of surprise flashed under Songji's eyes. There's no need to be too surprised. The truth is that we all live in a vast, endless sea, and most people spend their entire lives not being able to find their way. Bewilderment, uncertainty, and regret, usually accompanying them for the rest of their lives. He let out a soft laugh. It seems a bit empty to say that, but I would say that we can actually live a simpler life. What is out of reach is fake. Only the likes and dislikes of the moment are real. Songru looked at him as if desperately looking for an answer. I'm just guessing. I'm not necessarily right. Just listen to what you want. Tang Shi said with deliberation. Have you ever thought that Auntie's insistence on you becoming a doctor might not be to let you inherit her dream? But in her imagination, being a doctor would allow you to have a good life. Songja smiled bitterly. What's the difference? I don't want to be a doctor. Of course there is a difference. Tang Shi looked at her fixedly. Eyebrows sharp and distinct. Never fooling around. Always transparent and straightforward. If it's the former, you're destined to clash. Because dreams have no reason. And there are all sorts of things on earth, each with their own complacency and scenery. But if it's the latter, you're not in conflict, are you? Suppose you're sure you can get along just fine with liberal arts. Would you like to try talking straight to your aunt? Songru, life is not a one-way street. Tang Shi looked at her. Life is a vast and boundless sea. There is room for mistakes and confusion. There are many things that we actually don't have to care too much about. Seemingly realizing that he was speaking a bit literally, he uncomfortably scratched his nose, but raised his eyes to find Songji staring at him earnestly, her pretty eyes shining brightly. What? The human skin on his body instantly could not be draped down. The dejected mixed vigor came up again. Fell in love with me? Ha! Chapter 74, Abducting Home as a Daughter-in-Law. Love farts. Songji felt that his image, which was still glowing just now, was instantly shattered, but those words just now did kinda inspire her. At least for now, she was in a much lighter mood, and there was some kind of idea stirring in the bottom of her heart. Let's go. She stood up, remembering the business. Going for Yangchun noodles. Keep owing it. Tang Shi resumed that dangling asshole look and said in a gangly manner. I don't really want to eat noodles today, so I'll take you to eat something else. Come on, get in the car. He re-straddled the mountain bike and patted the back seat. It was only then that Songji noticed that his mountain bike had a backseat installed at some point, pink in color, directly destroying the cool compulsion of the entire mountain bike. She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist her inner voice and sat up obediently, curling her fingertips and finally carefully grabbing a small piece of his coat. It's the first time I've carried someone in the back seat, Tanzi said suddenly. Ha? Songru was bewildered. I mean, I don't have much experience. His voice was slow and smooth with the summer breeze, the words hitting her ears clearly and distinctly. So I might have to trouble you to hold on a little tighter. Songja was silent for a moment. Oh, she swallowed nervously, her eyes traveling down, pausing for a few seconds on the teenager's strong, lean, powerful waist before finally snapping her eyes shut and loosely looping both arms around it. Her fingertips touched his soft texture through the crisp, thin t-shirt, then popped up as if startled, before finally hitching up again, tentatively and quietly. Soft and gentle as cotton and sensitive as a rabbit. Tanzi's throat tightened inexplicably. He gave a low and slammed down on the pedals. Caught off guard, Songji moved forward with the inertia, her soft cheeks pressing against his hard back. It might be that it was so hot today in the summer of Huayan that the two people were too hot to be touched. Songji immediately straightened his back, only two hands still squarely encircling his waist. The hot sunsets and neon lights rise in the city instead. Waiting at the stoplight, Songji remembered to ask him, "Where are you taking me?" Tang Shi's long legs lazily stepped on the ground, glancing at her sideways. You've turned 2 miles before you think to ask. Vigilance needs to be improved. Fellow snail. Song rhetorically complied. So where are you going to abduct me to? Tang Shi laughed softly. How about abducting home? Just in time, the green light came on, and Tang Shi stepped on her mountain bike to turn the corner, her back spine spiking one way and the other because of the exertion. Sexy and stark. Songji inexplicably could not remove his eyes, on the basis of Tang Shi could not notice. Blatant, and straight staring for a long time, mouth is unconsciously perfunctory a lot. Ah, yes. Noticing the perfunctory tone in Songji's voice, Tang Shi raised her eyebrows irritably. Then how about abducting her home as a daughter-in-law? Ah, yes. As soon as the words fell, the entire city fell completely silent. The front end of the mountain bike wobbled and managed to keep its balance. Neither spoke for a while. Abduction. Back. Home. When. Daughter-in-law. Woman. These few words raced through Songji's brain, and she secretly screamed in her heart, secretly sighing a sentence of beauty is wrong. Ah, beauty is wrong. What to do? She thought about it for a long time, and finally asked in a pretense of calmness, what did you just say? Didn't hear you. Tang Shi asked meaningfully in return. Dare to say yes without hearing it? Ah, Song said. A smooth thing. Tangshur was exasperated by her overly indifferent voice, and her tone unconsciously brought a bit of gnashing of teeth. Fine. You'd better only smooth things out in front of me. He accelerated with a jerk. There was a muffled bang. Songja's face followed the inertia and pressed against his back again. Feeling the vaguely hot touch of the teenager's back, she blinked and the arm loosely around his waist tightened silently. Tangshur took her to a hot pot restaurant. This hot pot restaurant is a little lighter than the last one I had, with just the right amount of spice. The heat was dense. Songji stared at Tangshur's cool, raven black eyebrows, very sensible, and did not speak again. The two finished their fondue in peace. When they reached the front desk, Tangshur went ahead of her to settle the bill. Song rhetorically sent him A's money and said, "The money is transferred to you. Take it." Tangshur's eyelids drooped wanly, barely glancing at her, slipping the phone back into her pocket and lazily returning. "Oh, too lazy to collect." Song rhetorically sighed. "It feels like the debt is never going to be paid." At around 9 in the evening, Songji returned home, sat down at his desk, stared at the Arts and Science Division table for a long time, and finally filled in the text on the form with one stroke. Parents' signatures are required on the placement form. She let out a breath and walked to the living room, giving Shinin the division sheet. Shinin looked at the large one character on the division table. His face sank, and asked her, "What does it mean?" Songji raised her eyes, her voice quiet and light. "Mom, I want to study literature." The previous month's song rhetoric are lowered and silent. Shinin naturally thought that she was acquiesced in the selection of reasoning, but did not expect to come to the end of such a big mistake. Give a reason? "I don't like science, and I'm more interested in the liberal arts." "Interest can be a meal?" Shinin aggressively counter-questioned. "And the fact that your science has improved so much in just one semester shows that you are talented. Do you know that liberal arts is not good for finding a job nowadays? And only those who are not good at science will go to study liberal arts. And you can't find a few who chose the language in your entire class A. What kind of person gets into a top class and then degrades himself to study literature? Wouldn't it be nice to be a doctor?" Mom couldn't even become a doctor because of her education. Songja thought for a while and asked, "But Mom, have you ever thought that maybe I don't want to be a doctor?" Shinin froze, then was infuriated and laughed. "Okay, then you say, what do you want to be in the future? There has to be a reason for choosing literature, right?" "I still say that. Liking can't be a meal." Songju looked at her, a rare insistence in his eyes. Chosen text can also afford to eat. Probably realizing that his tone was a bit heavy, Songji slowed down before continuing. "Mom, I promise you that I can live just as well by choosing one, and I will be able to find a job that I like in the future, and I won't let myself have any regrets, and I will never regret the choice I made today. Liking can't be a meal, but liking will give me more motivation to go on. Mom, there are still 2 years left in high school, so I just want to pick what I like." Shinin did not expect the usually well-behaved and obedient daughter to be so stubborn, but looked at the hidden light flashing in the bottom of the daughter's eyes, and suddenly drifted off for a moment. Chapter 75 Lemon Sparkling Water. She too was once 16 or 17 years old, not rubbed by reality, with the purest and clearest love and hate. The atmosphere in the living room was at a standstill. Song Jiqing looked at the equally stubborn mother and daughter, sighed and broke the deadlock. Let the child study literature if she wants to. Can't it be that those liberal arts students don't live anymore? Shinin glanced at him. "Shut up." Song Jiqing shrugged. "Okay." Shinin was silent and pondered for a while. Her attitude finally softened. "You've grown up too. It's good to have your own ideas. Mom really shouldn't interfere too much. But this isn't a small matter. Mom still wants you to think about it seriously. There are still 2 days left, so think about it again." "Mom." Songji raised her eyes and finally smiled. "I've thought it over. I've decided to go with one." Shinin looked at her daughter's firm eyes, nodded, and finally compromised. "Okay, Mom wants you to have no regrets in your life." When Songji returned to the bedroom with the division table with Xinyan's signature, the big stone in his heart was considered to have truly fallen. She lay in bed, remembering the conversation she just had, and it still felt surreal. It was the first time she had broken away from her good girl status and bravely put forward her own ideas instead of trying to maneuver through them. She was always afraid that Shinin once again left her behind, and thus was always careful, like a child who steals candy, a little bit of the silk of the mother's love, but never thought that this is instead really into a dead end, thus becoming calculating, and cannot find the way home. Like Don Poetry said, some things aren't really that complicated. Life is not a one-way street. It's a vast, vast ocean. On Monday morning study day, Lin Man stood on the podium and asked them to hand in their division sheets, and when she saw Songji filling out the arts subject, she unsurprisingly called her into the office. "Why did you suddenly decide to choose liberal arts?" Lin Man was a bit surprised. "Songjie, it's not really sudden. In fact, I've always kinda wanted to choose, but I never dared to mention it to my mom. It's fine to choose liberal arts, as long as you think about it yourself. Lin Man didn't continue to persuade her, and before she left the office, she gave her another stack of test papers for her to hand out. Between classes, Songji and Yen Shanshan went to the kiosk hand in hand, and Songji told her about it in passing. Ah, then we won't be in the same class in sophomore year. Song, I can't bear to part with you. Yen Shanshan wrapped her arms around her and rubbed and rubbed and rubbed. Songji rubbed against her as well. I can't let you go either. Yen Shanshan, I'll look for you in your class every day from now on, and we'll still go to the kiosk and use the restroom together like we do now. Songru, good. We'll still go to dinner together and look at handsome men together in the future. Yen Shanshan, are you needy or not? Yi Maoran rubbed the goosebumps on his hands and spat. He was standing in the doorway of the freezer, taking drink after drink to the counter, most of them Coke in dark blue packages, with only one fruit green drink interspersed in a particularly conspicuous manner. Lemon sparkling water. Songju probably guessed that this was what he had brought for Tangshur. The sound of these two living treasures quarreling again came from his ears. Songji stared at the bottle of drink, but his thoughts drifted away unconsciously, remembering the refreshing and clean lemon bubbly scent of Tangshur's body. Was it because of this drink that such a nice fresh scent lingered on him? She suddenly had a slight urge to try the drink. Humph, good men don't fight with women. I'm too lazy to bother with you in general. A quarrel eventually came to an end with Yi Maoran surrendering. Slightly, if you can't win the argument, just say so. Yen Shanshan got the better of him and gave him a middle finger, pulling Songji towards the inside of the kiosk. After buying the usual school supplies and candy, the two went to the counter to check out. Song rhetorically glanced at the lemon sparkling water on top of the cooler in the back of his mind. When it was finally time to check out, she still couldn't resist the urge to go to the cooler and grab a can of lemon sparkling water, and on second thought, lustily grabbed a bottle of jasmine green tea. Song, why did you buy a bottle of lemon sparkling water too? I thought you didn't like acid? Just curious. Want to try? Songja felt his breath catch for a split second and forced himself to speak as if nothing had happened. Yen Shanshan thought about it and nodded. I suddenly want to try it too when you say that. What kind of drink makes our first brother so addicted to it that he can't help himself? With that, she also went to the cooler and grabbed a can, saying with a big grin, I'll try some. Songja let out a long breath, thanking Yen Shanshan for the millionth time for being so rough around the edges. Just out of the kiosk, Yen Shanshan tilted her head and took a sip, then wrinkled her eyebrows and swallowed it, opening her mouth to spit out. It's so sour. What flavor of Tangshur? Song, you're definitely not used to it. Yes? Songji also tilted his head and took a sip, full of light lemon acidity, but with a cool finish and a light woody flavor. It does kind of resemble the scent he carries. Songji took another sip. The corner of his lips couldn't help but curve. It's not sour. It's quite good. Yes? Yen Shanshan was suddenly skeptical. Songji, who is so addicted to sweetness, doesn't think it's sour. Can't it be that she just had a problem with her sense of taste? Tentatively, she took another sip. His eyebrows wrinkled tighter as he looked incredulously at Songji. Still sour. Ha, 11, your sparkling water. Yi Maoran tossed him the can of fruit green drink. The others come and get it themselves. Tangshur skillfully took it. Her index finger clasped the pull ring. Click sound. Clear and slightly acidic lemon fruit flavor came out. He tilted his head slightly as the lemonade gulped down, the knot in his throat sharp, sliding up and down with the swallow. The others on the basketball court also surrounded to the basketball rack, scrambled to pounce, and some people still drink Coke while spitting. Yi Maoran, why are you so slow? ITM almost didn't die of thirst. Yi Maoran looked at the group of people without any image to speak of and didn't hold back and rolled his eyes. Thirsty to death you have to. He looked at Tangshur again and felt his eyes purified. This goods is really, although the nature of quite a dog, the body draped in that human skin is always looked past. Obviously everyone is all sweaty, but he has clear features, clean lines, and then tired spine is also straight. The body that cannot be extinguished strength is more than others have a feeling. You're really not thinking about getting into show business? Don't. Tansy leaned against the basketball post, tilted her head back to catch her breath, and laughed. You can't fall in love when you're a star. Yi Maoran, cow. Damn, the two of them had grown up wearing the same pants, and he had hardly failed to see that this drag king TM was even a relationship brain. Chapter 76 Heavy Rain. Yi Maoran asked, you're supposed to be electing reason, right? Tangshur glanced at him. Bull ********. He was only average in the arts, and on top of that, he really wasn't interested in the arts. Yi Maoran remembered the conversation he had just heard at the kiosk and reminded, the goddess seems to have changed her choice of liberal arts. Tangshur sound. Said this need you to remind? A smile pulled at the corners of his lips. Knew it. Yi Maoran wondered. Why do you feel that you are quite happy? Next semester you two will not be in the same class? It's just not in the same class. It's still in the same building. It's not like it's a different place. His tone was lazy as usual, teasing. What kind of drama do you want to see? For love to change the selection of subjects? Such thing I don't do. He was thinking that this kind of drama is quite childish. Only touched himself. Rashly bet on his own future, not to mention the loved one also know nothing about the back of so unrealistic expectations. In case the result is not as good as expected in the future, do you still have to say, if I hadn't changed my choice of subject for you that year, I wouldn't have gotten this far. It's pretty boring. Just like Shin Mei attributed the matter of her failing the final exam to him. People will always find a justifiable excuse for their own failures, when the self-righteousness of the payment will inevitably be sharpened by reality, and finally become a sharp knife stabbed out. Human nature being what it is, it's hard for Downs to say that she'll be the exception to the rule. To put it mildly, they would have been separate personalities, each with their own future, brilliant and grand. Final exam. After the last test, back to the classroom. The air is gloomy and humid, pouring rain, the wind outside the window, pale blue trees were bent over, a cold ocean gray air, mixed with the smell of dust and dirt, pounced on the face. The doors and windows were open, and a fine drizzle drifted into the classroom as the entire senior building boiled and exploded. The rain wouldn't stop for a while, and many in the class suggested putting on a movie to pass the time. But what movie to show became a debatable issue again, and after a heated discussion, it was finally decided to show a classic romantic movie, Thumping Hearts. With all the doors and windows closed and the curtains drawn shut, the view became suddenly dark, with only the azure white light emanating from the huge projection screen. Song-ji watched carefully. She had seen it many times before, but she never got tired of it. Next to the tables and chairs, collision click sound. There are black shadows covered in the side. She did not care too much at first, because when watching the movie, often sitting in the back row of the classmates cannot see, and then move the stool to sit forward. It wasn't until the scent of lime bubbles, which belonged uniquely to Tangshur, faintly wafted away that she realized something was wrong. She held her breath, her eyes straying. Tangshur sat next to her, his elbows resting casually on his knees, the white light from the projection screen falling on his face, the side of his face looking handsome and sharp. How did he end up here? Songja's seat was almost half a classroom away from his. Maybe the sightlines are better here. Her heart was thumping fast, trying not to think about it too much. She tried to avert her eyes, but she couldn't help but look at it more with her afterglow. After the sophomore split, maybe it won't happen again. A faint sense of dismay and sadness welled up uncontrollably in her heart. I don't know how long it took, but the multimedia suddenly flickered twice and was completely plunged into darkness. There was a moment of commotion in the classroom. What's going on? It's windy and rainy, so it's probably a temporary short circuit. Convinced that the movie is only halfway through. I don't know who opened the classroom door. The rain drifted back in with the wind, and someone screamed, "Shut it, shut it, shut it, my book is wet." Bang! The door closed again and the curtains were drawn back. Song rhetorically looked sideways. Outside the window the wind and rain were storming and furious, as if the end of the world was approaching. Inside the window, however, there was a room full of people, rowdy, warm and reassuring. Amidst the hot and boiling sea of people, Song-ji heard a low male voice call out her name. Song rhetorics. Aha! Song rhetorically turned his head. In the gray light, his eyes were dark and bright as if they had been washed and misted. Have you thought about which college you'll go to later? Song-ru was a bit surprised. Why are you asking all of a sudden? Isn't the decision usually made senior year? She shook her head honestly. The teenager asked again in a casual tone. So what do you think of Tsinghua? Of course, pretty good. Just can't take the test. Tanzi asked again. What about BYU? Song-ru honestly replied. Is also quite good. Just can't take the test either. Tangshur wrinkled her eyebrows and her tone became serious and earnest. Then which one do you choose? Tsinghua or Peking University? Song rhetorically sighed. It's a question that only seems to be seriously considered until you're 5 years old, because when you're a little older, you know that you can't actually take either test. However, Songji seriously thought about it and returned good-naturedly. Beta, I guess. She paused. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Tangshur's knuckles curled up and she said quickly. Didn't you say you don't have a dream for now? It just so happens that I don't have a dream either. Don't you think the dream of going to Peking University is kinda cool? Songji looked at him suspiciously, not understanding how the topic suddenly jumped to dreams again. Tangshur was silent for a moment. I mean, he licked the corner of his lips, listening to the rain pattering outside the window, or decided to say it a little more bluntly. We can take the test together at the University of Northern China. The next second his words fell. The classroom steeply resounded with deafening cheers, followed by a white light that lit up, spilling brightly onto his face, making the contours of his features even more profound, and the vermilion in the corners of his eyes piercingly red. The scene was so vivid and distinct that Songji thought he might be hallucinating. But Tangshur came closer again, her features enlarged and exquisitely clear, and doggedly asked her, "What do you think about taking the exam for Peking University with me? It's not a hallucination." Songja opened his mouth, but could barely make a sound because his heart was beating so fast, and clusters of fireworks seemed to explode in his head. What does he mean by that? Why did you say something so misleading? Songji's mind was spinning in a row, barely able to think properly. The rain is getting heavier, and it's fighting to be the first to hit the windows with a heavy pop sound. The classroom was quiet again, with only the occasional subtle murmur from the class. The movie resumed playing and Bryce's words spread to every corner of the classroom. I had flipped completely. Knock, 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 knock. Accompanied by the sound of a violent heartbeat, Songji's oxygen-deprived brain finally reactivated. Chapter 77, Taking Pictures. Songji was silent, thinking, speculating, trying to control herself from stretching herself outward. Yet it was as if all her defenses came crashing down as she looked up into the eyes that looked intently at her. It is said that peach blossom eyes look at people with deep feelings, and there is indeed truth in this saying. It was almost as if Songji was compelled. His mind went blank, and the word good came out of his mouth, reacting and then getting chagrined. Beauty is a mistake. Beauty is a mistake. If you can pass the exam, you can say yes. I had to make up for it by saying, but I don't always get the test. Tangshur first froze, then abruptly smiled, her teeth white and neat. The laughter was unrestrained and unbridled, reminiscent of gooseberry yellow spring flowers. Songju looked dumbfounded again. You'll pass. His tone was sure and confident, as he had a strong confidence in himself. He had in her. The movie was still playing. The classroom was dark. There was a shrugging head, a young leaping heart, yet Songji was in the middle of it, as if he could only see his bright eyes, which contained the teenager's naked temptation and provocation. Oops, Song Ruler thought. How was this going to keep her from making a fool of herself? The two did not know how long they had been staring at each other in the darkness, their youthful and foolish teenage feelings tumbling and flowing in the silent sea of people, and neither of them could take their eyes off each other. It wasn't until the pouring rain outside the window stopped slapping against the doors and windows, and Julie and Bryce held each other's hands tightly, that the movie's closing credits began to spread throughout the classroom. I blessed a day I found you. I want to stay around you, now and forever. As the movie ended, someone turned on the classroom lights and dim light flooded the room, removing the cover of darkness. Everything was in full view, and Songji realized that he had been staring at Tangshur obsessively for a long time. She averted her eyes in panic. Asterisk 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 why is this movie so short? Someone complained. And the rain has stopped. The rain always stops. Someone sighed back. Yes, the rain always stops, and parting always comes even if it is tripped up by the downpour. I brought my camera. Why don't we take a group photo together? Class President Lin Zhangyu took out his camera and slightly embarrassedly proposed. Squad leader, you didn't bring it out earlier if you had such a good thing. Long live the class president. Senior Class A has its own graduation photo. The classroom door was opened and Lin Man walked in from outside, her face as serious as ever. The classroom, which had just been noisy and loud, instantly quieted down. Lin Man coldly said, "Give me the camera." "No way, Mr. Lin, it's the last day. You're going to confiscate it even for a photo. Cut the crap and hurry up." Lin Man was full of impatience. Lin Zhangyu handed the camera over, full of desire to speak, touching Lin Man's cold and solemn face and did not dare to speak. A bunch of silly kids. Lin Man finally didn't hold back her laughter. "Go to the podium. I'll take a group photo of you guys." "Oh ha! Long live Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, we love you. Come on, don't think I don't know that you guys call me Mei Chaofeng behind my back." Lin Man returned without a trace of humor. "Ha ha," the class laughed. As the group roared toward the podium, Yan Shanshan came over and took her arm, laughing playfully. Song, I'm going to stand next to you." Songja softly curved his lips. "Good." Tangshur hugged her arms, looked at the back of the two girls kissing, lightly tisk, began to scold Yi Maoran in her heart useless. The two casually found a spot to stand in front of them. "Lin Man, stand still and don't move. Start taking pictures." Songji subconsciously stood on tiptoe, his sights circled around to see where Tangshur was standing, but how could he not see the familiar figure? Lin Man said, "Look at the camera." At the same time, I don't know who jokingly spat out, "Tangshur, you're such a big man shrinking in front of the Shema." Another person returned meaningfully, "That's what you don't understand. He's in front? Where?" Songja stood on his tiptoes trying to look ahead. "Lin Man, nobody move. 3, 2, 1. For the delayed second, the overwhelming scent of lime bubbles enveloped her, and a warm breath blew in her ear. He seemed to chuckle softly, but his tone was with a bit of a bite. "Looking for someone? Look at the camera." "How did he?" Song Ru was shocked. At the same time, the camera flashed white and clicked. Photo seal. Also sealed are the memories that stop at senior class A. After the photo shoot, the class dispersed one after another, and Tang Shi was shouted to the office by Lin Man. Song Ji, on the other hand, was not slowing down in packing his things. She's got a bit too many books, so she might have to make 2 trips to carry them. I should have to come back to school again tomorrow. With that in mind, and a stack of books in her hand, she planned to head for the bus stop. Going together? Pei Yiming, also holding a stack of books in his hand, laughed. Just in time for me to pack up. Song Ru nodded. It had just rained heavily and the smell of earth mixed with grass was fresh and pleasant. The 2 men headed downstairs. Why are you suddenly thinking of switching liberal arts? Pei Yiming asked her. Tang Shi that light laughter almost close to her ears. Bass like crispy. Numb all the way to the heart. Song Ji to the present in fact has not been too reactive. Perfunctory smile and said, just a temporary decision. Do not quite want to study science. Pei Yiming thoughtfully His tone was quite regretful. Then I won't be able to be in the same class as you in the second year of high school. Song rhetorically thought about it and said, not in the same class, not still friends. Pei Yiming's eyes were complicated as he stared at her, wanting to say something, but in the end, he only sighed and said, also, he looked sideways at the soft and beautiful face of the young girl, and suddenly remembered the first time he had seen her back in his second year. A thin, small person, with a pair of big, beautiful eyes that had a forced composure and an occasional careful display of friendliness, looking soft and unassertive. But it turns out later that it's not. She's a roller coaster that is proud of the high walls, and no matter how steep the walls are, she's able to move forward and upward. Lin Zhengyu sent the photo to the class group at around 8 o'clock in the evening. The class group was already extraordinarily lively today, and after the photo was sent out, it even blew up directly. The group had already chatted 99 plus when Song Ru clicked on WeChat. Chapter 78, New Classes. Chenlong, I am really handsome and jade-like. Cosmic handsome, are you as handsome as our Shikusa? Chenlong, I can only say it was a close call. Cosmic handsome. People are shameless. The world is invincible. Knock Lima people why to learn, I'm going to fight with Mei Chao Feng. Old man's face how crooked like this. Cosmic handsome, is it possible that you look like this? Chenlong, say, don't you guys think there are 2 people in our class whose posture is a bit ambiguous? Cosmic handsome, I think I know who you're talking about. Bad joke, bad joke. Knock Rima people why to learn, a certain man is a little too obvious. So wanton in front of Mei Chao Feng. Ha ha ha, I also seem to know who you guys are talking about. Ha 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 ha. Wants to die but deserves to die for something else. Ha 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 ha. Go eat. Ha 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 ha. It was followed by a series of unspoken and unusually lewd ha 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 ha. Song Ji looked confused, and simply pulled all the way up, directly to the photo, clicked on it, and his eyes were fixed somewhere. Breath lagged for a moment. In the photo, she was wearing a low ponytail, a few strands of broken hair falling over her ears, her foxy eyes curved and she gave a scissor hand. Tang Shi stood behind her, probably because he was afraid of blocking the people behind him. He arched his back, his body half tilted. The 2 of them were almost head to head. He looked at her sideways, aggressive eyes, the corner of his lips slightly hooked, his lips almost next to her ear. The warm, tingling breath seemed to blow into her ears through the photo, and Song Ji uncomfortably touched her earlobes, moving her eyes further up. She then realized Tang Shi's other hand was stretched behind her head, comparing it to a yay. The lean and slender knuckles slightly curved like dangling rabbit ears. The corners of Song Ji's lips curved, whispering childishly while holding down a long press to save. The next afternoon, she went to the classroom again to move the rest of the books back, but did not think that the road ran into Lu Muqing. Her mother walked in front, flaming red lips, a face of thunder and lightning, while walking also looked agitated lecturing something. Lu Muqing lowered his head and walked in the back, silent. Songji hadn't had much interaction with her since the last time they switched seats, and it really wasn't a good time to say hello. Songji held the book with the intention of walking over. Who knew that Lu Muqing, who had been keeping her head lowered, suddenly raised her head and saw her, with a somewhat stunned expression on her face. Songji curled his lips and nodded politely to her. Lu Muqing skimmed her head. Throughout the summer vacation, Songji was basically a 3-point route between her own home, Zhou Kanji's home, and the city library. She had thought that it should be possible to run into Tang Shi by chance at the city library, but it turned out that the last time was just a coincidence. The city of Huayan is still pretty big. Summer vacation blinked over most of the time. She also did not meet Tang Shi by chance. To be precise, it was like he disappeared as a person in all social platforms. WeChat friend circle still stayed a month ago, the day of the final exams. He took a picture of the rain. Li Bai, it's raining just in time. Yi Mao Ran replied back to him below. It's not like you don't ing like rainy days. Li Bai replied to Yi Mao Ran, father's business son less care. Yi Maoran replied to Li Bai. Dog grandson. Songji lowered her eyes, her eyelashes slightly trembling, and after thinking, she still clicked on Yi Maoran's friend circle. He sent out a circle of friends today. Directly after pulling a group photo after playing basketball, Songji saw several acquaintances from the last party in this photo, but there was no Tangshur in it. Below, a Class A student was asking, "Where's Shur? Aren't you two usually like Siamese twins? Why aren't you together this time?" Yi Mao ran back. This dog was called to participate in the Olympiad intensive training. Cell phone and computer were confiscated. I'm such a handsome big handsome then not rare to play with this primitive. Songji blinked, his eyes stopped for a moment on the Olympiad training, and then pressed exit. After a hot and long summer vacation, another semester begins. To the new class, Songji adapted very quickly, because most of the class are girls, through the large classroom holding hands in a string to go to the toilet or chat gossip and so on, and soon hit a piece of the internet rumors liberal arts class is comparable to the palace drama so exaggerated, and there are only 6 boys, was the classmates jokingly referred to as the 6 golden flowers. The first is the Battle of the Bulge. Songru's new deskmate is called Lu Xiaoxiao, a particularly lively and gossipy girl. The first day she saw Songji in the class, eyes bright, owl loud cry, excitedly hold her hand. Mouth is still excitedly broken reading, knock CP knock to the main face. Ahahaha, who knock CP can have my success? I will be the circle of the first food production wife. What? Song rhetorically was a bit confused. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Songji's gorgeous features from a close distance, oing 2 times, more excited, oh, my daughter is so beautiful. Sheep tang sure that boy, humph, cheap, downbeat, cough, it's fine, I'm rambling, just take it as me farting. Lu Xiaoxiao turned into a serious face for a second. Song rhetoric. It was 2 weeks into the school year before Tangshur was released from the Olympiad intensive training camp. The school unified chartered a bus. Tangshur lazily leaning against the back of the chair, slightly tilted her head. Just finished the exam. The spirit is more or less a little muddled. He thought about it, but pulled out the cell phone in his pocket, held it down long, and turned it on. Tangshur with a frankly scummy look. Yes, he didn't bother with the messages that were there, and directly clicked on WeChat, and there were only 2 at the top. One was the file transfer assistant, and the other was the little snail. Nothing. Even though this was the outcome he had expected, he still tilted his head inside, cursing the little heartless one when he actually had to see it. A summer vacation is so long, and there really isn't a single text message for him. At that moment Lin Man called him to the office to say the matter of the Olympiad. He came out after seeing her in Pei Yiming laughing and joking downstairs, then more or less a little bit uncomfortable in the heart. So much so that behind the competition camp closed training, the requirement to turn in the cell phone can be explained in advance with the family. He stubbornly breathed hard not to contact with Songji. Who knows, a letter is 2 months. Tangshur at that moment is really repentant bowel green, and even moved to steal the phone back to the idea, but the intensive training camp teacher taught so many years is obviously also experienced. He put the phone or put into the safe. He was caught stealing it with the buddy next to him, and the camp teacher said smugly, "You want to call your girlfriend? The safeguards against these love brains of yours." At that time as a teenager, hot blood, impulsive on the head, this moment calmed down and cold thought, did not steal or good. In fact, he also has no identity to call her. Unlike the guy next to her, Tangshur listened to the dude sweetly making phone kanji with his girlfriend, his voice so clipped that it could kill a mosquito, and thought lifelessly that he really did have a girlfriend. Chapter 79, Cat-like. That dude's name is Chen Drunk. He's also from the first high school, but he's in his senior year this year. Chen Drunk before heard the great name of Tangshur. In the first middle school study hard not to recognize him. At any time and place by the teacher hanging in the mouth of the top students. By the whole school girls hold up the school grass. He was quite disdained before. After seeing the real person, think it is a white boy one. And now get along with 2 months. Inside and outside are convinced. The man does have a charismatic personality and his face is a close second. He finished calling his girlfriend and turned his head sideways to see Tangshur leaning back on the seat, the back of her hand loosely covering her eyes, motionless as if she was asleep, and her whole body was much more tired and cold. Handsome and flavorful indeed. Chen Drunk lamented, leaning against the back of the chair, just closing his eyes and also intending to sleep. The person next to him suddenly opened his mouth, his voice a bit hoarse. "Ask you something." He responded wearily. "What? If your girlfriend hasn't messaged you in 2 months, what does that tell you?" "It means she wants to break up with me." Chen Drunk smiled knowingly. "What? Your girlfriend didn't send you a message?" There was a moment of silence on the other end. "Well, what if it's not a girlfriend? Then it means she doesn't have any interest in you." Chen drunkenly analyzed in a vibrant manner. "But let's say you have an appointment to go to the same college. Are you sure? What did she say?" Tangshur scat impatiently, with an expression of "I can't lie to you." She said yes. After a pause he added reluctantly, but not necessarily on the test. That's not it. Chen Drunk clapped his hands, completely unsleepy, his tone even more certain. Can't you hear the euphemistic rejection? Don Z. You know, just redundantly ask you. Have you guys heard? Today Tangshur came back from the competition camp. He seems to have won a first prize in the province in the Olympiad competition, and if nothing else, he'll be able to get a direct guaranteed transfer in the second semester of his sophomore year. Too good, too good. God closed that window for him in the end. Good family, good personality, handsome. Who can grant me such a good boyfriend? Forget it, we commoners are not blessed. Do you know who his father is? Who? He has the same last name as the mayor of our city, didn't you notice? Asterisk 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 asterisk. No, why not? His mom's side of the family has an even stronger background. You can't even find it on the internet. It's one of those legendary high-powered families, you know. Male gods can still only be viewed from afar. We ordinary people can't reach them. Song Ji heard the two girls next to him discussing it while fetching water, and was unconsciously a bit out of focus. Didn't you realize your water was full? A hand came from the side and helped her turn off the hot water faucet. Song Jo abruptly returned to his senses. Lu Muqing was frowning at her. Thank you. Song rhetorically smiled at her and slowly tightened the cap on the bottle. You look so pale. Are you really okay? It's fine. Song rhetorically let out a breath. She's just got a little menstrual cramps. Back in the classroom, she pulled a small packet of ginger candies out of her book bag, the same ones Tangshur had given her last time. What's he doing now? She put the ginger candies in and watched in awe as the red sugar cubes sank silently to the bottom of the water. I seem to be thinking about him a little too much today. Song rhetorically sighed. She actually rarely thought of him, because if she wanted to get into BYU, she had to collect her mind and put all her thoughts into her studies. There was another gym class that afternoon, so she had to ask Lu Xiaoxiao to help her ask for a vacation. Song Ji lay on the table, curling her body slightly against the waves of pain. After a long time, a soft sigh came from above his head, seemingly in relief, and a clear and muffled voice rang out. You're really here. Song Ru raised his head slightly. Tangshur sat on the stool in front of her at some point, wearing a sleeveless white jersey and propping her elbows on the table to watch her. The distance between the two was slightly closer. Song Ji could even see his slightly sweaty long eyelashes, while Tangshur could see her pale to almost transparent face. It looked serious. Tangshur wrinkled her eyebrows, but her tone was as gentle as possible. Did you drink the brown sugar water? Songji actually hadn't turned his brain around too much right now, but he still nodded slowly and whispered, I'm fine. The voice was as thin as a kitten's. You call that nothing? Tangshur reached out and stroked her forehead, slowly wiping away the cold sweat on her forehead, coaxing her, take you to the infirmary. Perhaps because of the pain, her skin was even more sensitive than usual, so much so that the touch of his rough fingertips across her forehead was particularly sharp. Songji's heart again indisputably thudded 2 times, for a long time did not say anything. Tanzi's already small amount of patience was declared exhausted. He half squatted in front of her and gave her only 2 options, either a princess hug or me carrying you. Choose one. So bossy. This man really can't escape his drag king nature. Songji's long eyelashes covered down, staring at his quite broad and hard back for a while. It had only been 2 months since they had seen each other, but Songji felt as if his shoulders were even broader than before, and his sense of security was even thicker, giving one the impulse to pounce on him despite everything. The words of refusal just got stuck in his throat, and Songju slowly plopped down. Tanzi straightened up, hooked both hands in the sockets of her legs and weighed them twice, grunting softly, cat-like weight. It's too light. Gotta have more. Songji tightly wrapped her arms around his neck and didn't retort. Consider him complimenting her on her thinness. He took one step at a time, fast and steady. When they arrived at the infirmary, the doctor took one look at Songji, who was lying on the boy's back, and asked point blank, menstrual cramps, right? She basically has pain once a month. Do you have a way to cure it? Tangshur spoke urgently. Do I look like a god to you? The doctor blankly glanced at the eagerly roaring teenager and said in a strange manner, put your girlfriend on the bed first. Why? You can't put it down. Songji lay on his back, eyes closed, choosing to play dead. After feeding her the medicine, the doctor said, this belongs to her primary dysmenorrhea, which naturally cleared up after she got married, and now she can only take a few ibuprofen to relieve it. But you can't take too much of the medicine. It won't have much effect after you've taken too much. Tangshur looked at Songji lying on the hospital bed, pain and cold sweat. Frowning thought, 12 times a year pain. Even if she was married at the age of 20, at least another 48 times. The heart anxious, have to wait until marriage. There is no other way? The doctor was a grumpy one too. Married means having ex-life. Get it? Why isn't the guy handsome enough to have a good head on his shoulders? The doctor's words fell, and the infirmary was so quiet you could hear the cicadas outside the window. Tangshi touched his nose and said oh without moving. A thin layer of redness spread across Songji's pale and transparent face, and she closed her eyes tightly, choosing to continue pretending to be asleep. But I didn't realize that the drug effect came up. Songji's brain became drowsy, and he actually fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 80, Returning Gifts. By the time she woke up again, the sun was already slanting in the west, and the sunlight carved dim silhouettes on the log table. Tansi was sitting on a stool next to the hospital bed, elbows propped up on her knees, her cell phone horizontal, playing a game. He glanced up at her, saw she was awake, threw his phone on the bed, picked up the disposable cup on the nightstand and raised his chin. Drink up. Songji stared at the reddish-brown liquid in the cup, thinking it was medicine, pursed his lips, and didn't move. Not medicine, brown sugar water. Tangshi helplessly dropped her voice. Oh. Songji slowly took it and drank the brown sugar water down in one gulp, not forgetting to remind him, your radish is going to be bitten to death. Tangshi's eyes moved to the cell phone screen. The originally intact radish was being trampled by a large number of monsters, and soon, the words game over appeared on the screen of the cell phone. He leisurely retrieved his cell phone, still in the mood to care about radishes. Seems to be getting better. Song rhetorically hummed and softly said, thank you. How is it enough to just verbally say thank you? Tangshi glanced down at her watch and suddenly smiled. It just so happens that it's almost time. Let's go. Treat me to dinner. By the time Song-ru was brought to a restaurant near the school by Tangshi again, her whole body was still a bit giddy, thinking to herself, this is the first meal they've had together since they met. It's all a bit uncountable. Without thinking the words came out. Tangshi, our relationship now. What? Tangshi was holding the menu in her hand and raised an eyebrow at her when she sniffed. The girl added slowly, does that count as a dining buddy? Aha. Tangshi nodded and ticked off a stewed chicken with angelica and pork ribs with yam. He just baidu'd it and said it could relieve menstrual cramps. Then he handed her the menu, emphasizing with a wry smile, 2 months of no contact, dining companion. It seems like it's been 2 months since I've seen you. Songji completely didn't realize the displeasure in Tangshi's tone and said sincerely, I haven't congratulated you yet, winning the provincial first prize. She actually felt a little surreal stepping on a cloud now as she looked at his handsome, sharp face as always. It was a little too coincidental that he showed up then, right when she missed him the most, so she always felt like she was dreaming. How did you know? Tangshi laughed, then took the menu again, and seeing that she ordered a spicy dish, her expression cooled down and crossed it out. And ordering chili fried pork? Don't think your stomach hurts enough? I heard it from someone else. Songji explained one by one. The chili in this store doesn't have much spiciness. I ate with Shan once before and I know what I'm talking about. That won't work either. Your great aunt doesn't count. Realizing that his tone was too cold, he paused deliberately, changing the subject without a trace, as his speech slowed down with a kind of gentleness that flowed slowly over him. Hear my gossip? What else did you hear? Songji paused. It seems like it's gone. They even complimented you on your good looks. Fair enough. With a decidedly loud nod, he handed the waiter the menu and touched the glass of water with the back of his hand, telling the waiter, this water is a bit cold, so please help me change the pot to something hot. When she returned to the classroom after dinner, Lu Xiaoxiao came over, smiling ambiguously and cocky, resignation little baby, who did you go to dinner with tonight? Songji subconsciously turned on alert mode. I was by myself and ate casually. Lu Xiaoxiao smiled lewdly and heatedly. Don't think I don't know. Went to eat with Tangshi. Right, the restaurant next to the school. Ordered a stewed chicken with angelica and pork ribs with yam. Came out of the restaurant at 6:12. Right? Song, how do you? More than I know. Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head with emotion. You know nothing about the power of Tang poetry and Song Dynasty CP fans. Song rhetoric. Early the next morning, Songji had just arrived at the classroom, and realized that the eyes of the class were looking at her a little bit wrong. All of them had a face of inquiry plus excitement. Songji blinked, and his heart inexplicably thumped. She returned to her seat and found an extra thermos box in her place with a note taped to it. Return the favor. It was still the same dashing and arrogant thin gold body, which made it possible to see through the owner behind the thermos box at a glance, without the slightest hint of concealment. A return gift? Songji's mind turned slightly, meaning back to the dinner she bought him last night? But isn't that what she should have invited? After all, he'd been guarding her all afternoon. Next to her, Lu Xiaoxiao came over again, smiled a bright flower, and whispered, is it from him? It is obvious who this he is. Songji was made a big red face, wanted to say no but did not have the courage. After all, his handwriting is really unique. I can only say in shame. Read quickly. Mr. Chen is going to spot check the words later. Yikes. Lu Xiaoxiao slapped her head. I've been knocking on CP so much that I almost forgot about it. Marred. I'm done. I'm going to get mauled to death. Lu Xiaoxiao wailed. The others apparently realized the matter as well. and the gazes that had seemingly fallen this way moved away. Song rhetorically sighed in relief and grabbed the thermos box that was sitting on the table and moved it underneath the table. Waiting for the morning study session to end, Songji found an empty slot where no one was around, bent over, and secretly unscrewed the thermos box to take a look. Surprisingly, it was a tub full of red date and ginger soup. How so many? How can she drink it if she is not a buffalo? Following the fine tradition of not wasting anything, Songji held the pot of red date and ginger soup for almost the whole day. I felt a ginger taste in my mouth all through the night drinking it. But what to say or not to say really works. Songji was so busy drinking soup that day that his stomach didn't even hurt much, so she sent him a tweet that night to thank him politely. The deceased Westerly, thank you for the red date and ginger soup. It's delicious, happy. All that came back was a condescending aha. Then early the next morning, Songji looked at another pot full of red dates and ginger sugar soup and fell completely silent. Still posted a note that says, return gift 2. The eyes of the other students in the class were even more complicated, already mixed with some ambiguity and probing. Song rhetorically exhaled. She felt that she needed to have a serious talk with him in order to prevent him from sending return gift 3 tomorrow. Chapter 81 Rumors? She drank another day's worth of red date and ginger soup, then washed the 2 thermos boxes and went to the Qingbei class where Tangshir was in when the first evening study period ended. Qingbei class only 20 people. All kinds of revision materials cluttered on the table. Most of them are buried in front of the table to write the paper. Occasionally a few people surrounded by a heated argument about a question. The competitive atmosphere is very strong. Songji lay down in front of the window and shouted in a very low voice, classmate, classmate. The boy looked up, and seeing how pretty she looked, he subconsciously assumed she was from the art class, and said in a rather skillful tone, here to look for Tangshir, right? Songji was surprised, and thought to himself that he was really from the Qingbei class, and his insight was just bull. The boy took great pains, with a look of the sea of love is boundless. Turn back to the shore, advise you not to waste your efforts. I cannot count how many times you have come in the past 2 days. He will not come out. Songji weakly lifted up the 2 thermos boxes. I'm here to return something. Oh, this also brought a meal to chase people. And 2 buckets. Want to catch a man's heart first, catch his stomach is not it. Okay, classmate, since you're so attentive, I'll catch and help you catch that asshole out. The boy suddenly said righteously. No, please help me. Just whisper for him. Before Songju could say the rest of his words, the boy yelled from the classroom, Tangshir, there's a girl looking for you. The class of 20 or so was shaken and looked out the window in unison. Song rhetoric. Her outstretched head retracted silently. Tangshir didn't even raise her eyelids, idly turned her pen, still staring at the question in front of her, and said lazily and without much emotion, I don't have time. I'm writing the question. The human girl personally made you 2 big buckets of food. No credit is due. The boy was indignant. Not to mention the fact that the people are so pretty. Song Ru, who was silently cowering in the corner. No dude, would you brainstorm a little too much? Tangshir was impatient. No, it's empty. How many times do I have to say it? Go out and see one person, and tomorrow there'll be peachy gossip flying around. The speed with which the students of No. 1 middle school pass on gossip is as remarkable as their ability to learn poetry. I advise you to go out to see it. This sister is different. Is your love sister it? Chenji Jun just hilarious, so hit the eye to see. Oh, isn't that pretty head that just retracted someone's sweetheart? Tangshir coldly glanced at him and was just about to say that you're the one with a love sister. What kind of rumor is that? When a calm and flat voice rang out from the side. Lu Muqing whispered while writing the title. Songji is outside. The tip of Tangshir's pen that was just still spinning leisurely paused. Her eyes skimmed over the empty windowsill, raised her eyebrows slightly, threw the pen away, and went out without saying a word. Song Ru shrank in front of the windowsill, remembering the 20 or so lines of sight that had just looked straight at her, still feeling that it was inappropriate to travel tonight, and that she should come back to him next time. She half crouched to the side, intending to get away from the ledge first. Suddenly his head was pressed down, and a lazy and indebted voice rang out. What are you doing? Learning to crawl like a snail? Songja silently raised his head. A certain person looked at her in a condescending manner, the corners of his lips hooked in a smile as he rubbed her hair carelessly. At your speed, you can't escape me. This guy is really not a single day of seriousness. Songji couldn't help but glare at him, carried away his hand, stood up, handed him the thermos box, and said stiffly, your thermos box, back to you. Just for this? Tangshir didn't move to survey her, noting her rejuvenated flushed cheeks, the corners of her lips pulling into a clear arc of a smile. There's more. Songja hesitated for a moment and said, I don't think there's a return gift 3 tomorrow. Is there? So what if there is? He asked rhetorically. Too much to drink. Songja's gaze flickered for a split second and moved away. Tangshir nodded lazily. Then deliver less tomorrow. Songji exhaled a breath, thought about it, and still said word by word with discretion, although it is said to be just a simple return gift. But the students in the class do not understand the situation. They will misunderstand it or make a fuss, and then spread some unnecessary rumors. So that's why, although I'm thankful to you, next time, it's better not to send it. Simply returning the favor, Tangshur repeated in a low voice, looking at her with a glance that carried little emotion, somewhat helpless if she had to say it. I see that the simple one is you. How retarded does one have to be to not see that that was just a poor excuse he came up with? He couldn't help but keep his head down in reflection. When running 500 meters to go to the finish line in advance to wait for her, because of a text message on the bike to pedal half a city to come to see her, menstrual cramps to give her brown sugar water, in the middle of the night to send her home, but also with her and her appointment to enter the same university. Where in the world can you tell from this pile of that he's simple and that what's going around out there are rumors? Or was it because she didn't think it mattered? Thought he did it to everyone, and didn't bother to think much about it? Thinking of this, Tangshur's body all cooled down, not too so-called sound, signaling that he knows. I'll go in if there's nothing else, he said without changing his face. Are you angry? Songji asked him hesitantly and bluntly, sensing the raging coldness he was doing his best to hide. That's when it gets sharp. Tangshur nodded her head frankly, then sighed and said, a little bit, but I can probably adjust myself. It's fine, class will start soon, you go back first. Actually, more than that, he's probably just a little disheveled. Songja probably guessed it was because of what she had just said, but because of which sentence exactly, she didn't really understand. Not wanting to upset him, she said, slightly bemused, I didn't mean anything by it. She was just afraid that these uproarious voices would reach Xinyan's ears, and then there would be some more cut and thrust, and she didn't want him to be dragged into it. I know. He looked into those aggravated eyes, and with whatever anger was left in his heart, he sighed again and repeated lowly, I know. It didn't really matter if he knew it or not. He couldn't even be angry when he looked into these eyes that were nestled with spring water. Just in time for the class bell to ring, Tangshur looked at her drooping furry head and wanted to touch her, but touching the dozens of lines of sight in the classroom that were calling out, almost on the verge of materializing, she still didn't touch her. Since she didn't want to pass something on to him, it was fine for him to refrain. Go back to class, Tangshur said in a rare calm and proper manner. I'm fine. The tone had a very aggrieved tenderness to it. Hearing Songju's heart tightened. I'll go then. Aha. Tansi lowered her eyelashes. Songji took a few steps, then paused, turning his head to see Tangshur still standing in place, a faint expression on her face, her spine slightly curved, not moving. The look was still tugging, but inexplicably like a puppy caught in the rain. Actually, the relationship between the two right now is that Song probably guessed that Shurshur had a crush on her too, because someone was really obvious and didn't hide it. But she didn't think about the whole Zao romance thing. As for Shurshur, he doesn't think Song likes him, or else he would have confessed long ago. He thinks Songji just takes him as a normal friend. Puppies are a bit aggravating. Chapter 82, The Last Sugar. Songji suddenly remembered that she still had the last candy left in her pocket, because she felt a ginger taste in her mouth. She made a point of stuffing herself with several candies before coming to him. Luckily, there's one last one left. Songju walked back again and called out to him softly, Tangshur. Tangshur raised her eyes, saw that she was back again, tugged at the corner of her lips. What for? Shed not. Before he could spit out his tart words, Songji silently clutched his wrist and lifted it. The rest of Donnie's words were choked off with it, the knots of his throat rolling up and down, trying to say, what do you mean? Take advantage of me. An orange-flavored fudge rolled right into his hand. Don't get mad, okay? The girl's voice was dutifully soft. Tangshur stared at the candy, quiet for a long time. Her throat tightened, and she didn't forget to give an inch. One piece just wants to coax me into doing well. Then I'm too good to be coaxed. The girl said good-naturedly, there's only one left. I'll buy you a bag next time. Songji saw a teacher coming this way from afar carrying a large triangular ruler, and finally remembered class was in session. Without waiting for Tangshur to return again, Songji turned and ran. Class is in session. I'm leaving first. Tangshur stared at the young girl's back as she ran forward with a bounce in the dim light, feeling as if she had stepped on his heart one by one. Why else was his heart beating like a rabbit in his arms? Light and heavy, dense and bulging? Stop ing bouncing around. Tangshur couldn't help but rub her heart and mumble slightly disoriented. What's with the jumping around? A voice rang out sorrowfully. A smooth, shiny head appeared in front of him, and the physics teacher was looking at him with a ruler in his left hand and a thermos in his right, grinning, bouncing. Bouncing is so cute. Tangshur returned calmly. Cute your mom. Class is over. Get your ass back to class. The bald teacher changed his face in seconds, hefting orange-flavored fruit candies in her hand and humming an off-key song. Tangshur paced into the classroom triumphantly. In the middle of the day, Lin Zhengyu came to look for him to ask questions about the program, And Tang Shi, chewing candy rather patiently and idly in his mouth and playing with the orange-colored candy paper in his hand, doggedly ventured out. There's no time for that. Lin patiently and politely asked back. What the are you doing right now? Can't you tell? Tang Shi looked at him quizzically, deliberately chewing on her chin twice, and slurred back. I'm eating candy. Is eating sugar affecting your brain development? Lin Jiangyu held back from returning so. After all, he was really asking for something. Just now the physics teacher talked about a finale question and said that there is a simpler solution there in Tang poetry. But the average person can't come up with that solution. It's not very representative. So I won't talk about it in class. So if you're interested, you can go to him and look at it. You've been chewing that ing candy for almost half the class. Chen Jijun couldn't bear to spit. Was it noisy? Tang Shi asked him with a raised eyebrow. That's not true. Bitching to him is real. Tang Shi didn't say anything anymore, but the expression on her face was clearly, so what the hell are you talking about? Chen Jijun. Sooner or later, he was going to be pissed off at this drag king. Lin Jiangyu, however, probably understood what this drag king meant, and he cooperated by asking, the sugar given by Song Ru, is it sweet? Sweet. Tansy finally gave him an appreciative look and trailed off, trailing off pleasantly, almost ing sweet. Lin Jiangyu was silent for a moment. Now can you tell me the solution to that problem? It's really hard to ask questions and, in 2 weeks it will be the first monthly exam since entering the second year of high school. Songji did not dare to slack off at all. As soon as he entered the classroom, he was fully committed to the embrace of learning, leaving behind physics and chemistry, which she couldn't make sense of even with all her previous hard work. She realized how enjoyable it was to wander in the sea of liberal arts. She even began to regret that she should have taken liberal arts when she first started her freshman year of high school, so that she wouldn't have wasted so much time and energy. Because in the masters like clouds of a class, the liberal arts are usually not valued, belong to the pretest surprise subject, so at that time she left the liberal arts as not a lot of energy. Although the summer vacation has done its best in the remedial, almost every day in the book brush, but the final effect of her also still do not dare to guarantee. After all, this was in the first high school, and even the unappreciated liberal arts were still full of experts, and if she had ditched science altogether at that point, she would have most likely been eliminated from Class A the second semester. Just not. Make a date with him to go to BYU together. Thinking of that goal, Song Ji was slightly disoriented, and then his eyes became determined. It's just BYU. She'll get in. On the day the monthly exam results came out, Song Ji was drilling a math problem with his head down. Thoughts began to drift. The bulletin board next to the blackboard was crowded with layer after layer of people. A large wave of people looking around a small report card. Song Ji's heart lagged and almost stopped beating. It's intense. For Song Ji, this achievement will determine whether or not it was right for her to rebel against Shin In as an adult. She desperately needs to deliver a nice answer sheet to prove that she has control over her life. Some of the people who had read the results stood on the podium and chatted, occasionally glancing at Song Ji, who was writing the questions in his seat, and then continuing to talk and laugh in a low voice. Song Ji afterglow watched. Every time he was looked at, his heart thumped. The so-called heart jumping may be this feeling. Lu Xiaoxiao spent 9 cows and 2 tigers to squeeze in, and after reading the results, she suddenly screamed, rushed over violently, and grabbed Song Ji's arm and shook it vigorously. Rhetoric, you're number 1. You're number 1 in our class. Ah, no, you're number 1 in our grade. It's really great rhetoric. Her ears were surrounded by screams, and her classmates laughing and saying congratulations to her. Song Ji responded dizzily, feeling like she was floating on a cloud. Everything was surreal. It wasn't until the students gathered in front of the bulletin board dispersed, and Song Ji stood there, reading his grades over and over again, that he slowly felt like he was stepping on the ground. There was a momentary wetness in her eyes, which she wiped away again. She really did. Even if it was her mom, she was sure that the original questioning would turn into affirmation. After the exam results came out, the new class teacher Lao Chen customarily called the students to the office to talk. He was shouting by ranking, and the first one to do so was Song Ji. Language arts and English are good, and the subs are good. It's the math that has room for improvement. Only 125. The second place in our class, Pei Jing, is 10 points higher than you in math, so the total score is only 2 points lower than yours. It's not easy to sit on this first place throne. Lao Chen's words are as warm and joyful as a gentle breeze. Song Ji's eyes were idle and quiet, listening to the office upstairs. Lin Man's familiar hateful roar. His thoughts wandered, and he also gently answered yes. On one side, the atmosphere is alright, but on the other side, it's a chicken and a dog. Obviously, although they were also first place, the first place in arts and the first place in science got a completely different treatment. Someone else, play basketball? Tang Shi, how do you know the candy is from Song Ji? Someone else, how did you do on this test? Tang poetry, yes, Song rhetoric was the first in the liberal arts. Chapter 83, Tangerine. Lin Man was tempted to suppress her fire, but apparently it was difficult, and she ended up slapping her report card together so loudly that it jarred the peeing of her classmates in the restrooms upstairs in this building. 100 points on a physics test and only 89 in language? You're going to fail me? Do you know how many people in our grade failed language? You're the only one. First in the grade. You flunked language. It's a joke. You only got one multiple choice question right? I can get more right than you even if I put my foot on it. Tang Shi honestly stood and listened to the lecture. The always frank teenager at this time also rare more than a few moments of weakness. Try his best to try to appease the cranky Mei Chaophone, mainly because the physics played over the top. I'll try to make more mistakes next time. Lin Man looked at him coldly. Tang Shi spread both hands and also felt innocent. I really can't write. For that language arts reading question, have them write multiple feelings about the phrase go to the fields. Son, how can this feel? Isn't that just asking his son to go to the fields? How come other people's songs you can write? Lin Man was really tired of scolding. Even her voice revealed a weird gentleness, her sentences sobbing. They're both number one. How come people can get all the multiple choice questions in language right? Because she's awesome. Tang Shi, with an air of entitlement, hit the snake and took the opportunity to say, why don't you ask her to tutor me? Lin Man looked at him coldly. Do you take me for a little cutie? Usually so blatant under her hand. Thought she couldn't see it? However, it was because Song Ji had always been well behaved and measured that she had never bothered with this matter. Lin Man warned him. I advise you to be honest before the college entrance exams. Beware of people's parents killing them from home. Tang Shi shrugged and didn't say anything, but the expression on her face was clearly, you're a real dish. Lin Man. Alright, get lost. She's going to have high blood pressure if she stays with this asshole any longer. Tansi rolled numbly. Not 2 minutes later, the asshole reappeared in the office doorway, showing only a furry head. Mr. Lin, you can really consider that proposal I just made. Maybe next time I'll get out. Lin Man directly gritted a mouthful of silver teeth. Okay, the head shrinks back. After 2 more days, the big list of the school year was posted at the main entrance of the first middle school. The big red color was conspicuous and strong, and the 2 names of Tang Shi and Song Chi were thickened and enlarged, and stapled on the first line. Double first in arts and sciences. ID photos of the 2 men were also printed and lined up side by side. The boy's eyes rose carelessly at the end, his inked hair and dark eyes looking disdainful and cold. The girl's fox eyes curved, low ponytail, clearly open and colorful eyebrows. The temperament is inexplicably gentle. Head shrugged in front of the big list, and there was constant chatter. But sophomore first place in arts and sciences is kinda funny. These 2 together aren't the Tang poems and song lyrics. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thanks to these 2 firsts, if I got the first, I don't even dare to think what kind of ugly this enlarged ID photo would be. This can kowtow? Just look at the name is so Destiny O. And male handsome female beautiful. Knock a mouthful is not too much. Don't worry about knocking. I've been knocking for almost a year now. Didn't you guys get on the table at last year's games? That couple's outfit photo of these 2 is going viral in school. The sense of atmosphere of God. Ahem. This pair can really kowtow. I have a friend who was in class before. He said their whole class was kowtowing, and he bet me 5 packs of chorizo that the female wasn't sure, but the male was definitely interested in the female, because he was really acting super obvious. A blind man could see it. My humble servant has had the pleasure of looking at that Class A group photo, and all I can say is that obviously there are 50 people in a class, but in that photo it seems like everyone else looks like Steve, the witness to their love, except for the 2 of them. Wait a minute, isn't Tang Shi the first in science? How come his language score is only 80-something? He's the only one in the whole grade who didn't pass right. I'm higher than him. He used to be able to shake off second place by 20 or so points, but this time he was less than 10 points higher. So I guess it's the language that's holding him back. Somewhere in the middle of the afternoon, the sun burned and the cicadas chirped shrilly. At this time of day, most people are napping at school. A girl stood in front of the big list of the school year, tilted her head, looked at the 2 names side by side, and couldn't help but bend the corners of her lips. The pretty brow is not unlike the ID photo on the right side of the big list. After a moment, the sound of unhurried footsteps came from behind them. Standing at her side, Songja turned his head sideways. It was really a disdainful and open face, but the vivid cleanness between his eyebrows was something that the best camera in the world couldn't replicate. Haven't said congratulations to you yet, song student. Tang Shi's voice was lazy and off-key. Smiling, keep up the good work. Peking University is waiting ahead. Thank you for the congratulations. Songja's face flushed red, remembering the growl that could be heard throughout the building 2 days ago, and hesitantly asked, "Are you okay?" Tang Shi immediately reacted. The smile on her face faded hastily, and she also sighed heavily. "Pretty good." Song rhetorically comforted him. "It's okay, Failing once doesn't mean anything. You're next. She stuck the card. Definitely won't flunk again. Tang Shi gave her a leisurely look and asked rhetorically, really? Songji hesitated for a moment, remembering his language level, and felt that words couldn't be said too much. Actually, it's not necessarily so. Tang Shi was simply dying of cuteness from her. On the other hand, he shook his head and sked twice, almost accusing. Songji, there is you so comforting people, and I'm telling the truth. Songji thought about it and then told him, why don't you wait for me at the same spot for a while? I'll get you an orange. Tang Shi subconsciously picked up the second half of the sentence in her mind. He gave her a deep look and a low Not long after, Songji came back, holding an orange in his hand. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Why did you really take an orange? Song-ru, what do you mean? Although he wasn't very good at languages, he had read that backstory. What? Song-ru was a bit bewildered. Seeing his eyes staring at the orange in her hand, she asked, do you want to eat it? I just met a former classmate from Class A on the way, and she gave it to me. That's great. It just happens to be orange. Tang Shi refused directly and decisively. Don't. After a pause he asked, that's it? Ah. Song rhetorically slipped the orange slowly into his school uniform pocket and held out his other hand. And this? A language notebook and an assortment of stapled together language test papers. That's what I was reading before the test, and I don't know if it'll work for you. Songja looked at him with sincere and soft eyes. Tang Shi felt her heart melt into a puddle of water by such a look, and she couldn't say anything muddy even if she wanted to. So nice to me. He had to whisper and laugh, words as light as a feather. You weren't before, and you helped me a lot. Songja glanced away, the tips of his ears reddening. Chapter 84 Cicadas. He looked at her, his peach blossom eyes dark and deep, filled with laughter. As for little master me, I won't take yours for nothing. Saying that, Tang Shi's hand that had been behind his back also finally reached out. In his hand he held a notebook, a wrong question book, and all kinds of liberal arts math papers from the last few years of first middle school. In duplicate, a thick pile. Song-ru looked at him with some surprise. Unlike the one she gave, this one he obviously took great pains to organize. All types of questions and knowledge points are tailored according to the test points and difficulty of liberal arts mathematics. The content is detailed and clear at a glance. Yen Shanshan is also in the Qingbei class, but over the past month, the two of them can hardly find any time to meet. And when they do meet, she is also a source of spouting out that the Qingbei class is not a place for people to stay, and that she writes test papers all day long until her head is bald. Not to mention the fact that he's also preparing for the state competition at the same time. Songji was both touched and overwhelmed. Thank you, Tang Shi. However, suddenly came closer, a pair of eyes surveying her with interest. Dangling, let me see. Is someone moved to tears? Song rhetoric. She held back her tears momentarily. No, whoever cries is a cutie. The two looked at each other, sparks crackling in their eyes, before they finally inclined their heads at the same time and inexplicably began to laugh. The sun was blazing and the cicadas were chirping, as if they were young even 20 years later, with an unquenchable fire clustered in their hearts, passionate and frank. There is a WeChat app in the first high school, similar to the role of a school posting bar, which accuses of stealing takeout, spits on those who don't flush the toilets, and looks for the school's handsome boys and girls. And because of a big list of the academic year that stood side by side in the first place, the discussion about Tang poetry and song rhetoric, which had long been silent, began to make a comeback, even more lively than before. Song Ji walked on the road, feeling that the rate of return was much higher, and occasionally heard something like, hey, this is that pair of girls in the first grade, right, Song Ji? Where's Tang Shi? Didn't they say they were a pair? The discussion. There were some rumors in the class, but fortunately Song Ji usually sat in her seat and wrote her homework, and she and Tang Shi didn't have much interactions in plain sight, so her academic life wasn't affected too much after all. Just as the discussion was about to die down, a message blew up again. There's a new extremely pretty transfer student in the art class named Lu Yu. Originally, this matter didn't have much to do with Song Ji, but after Lu Yu turned around, someone posted a post that explicitly invoked war, and the title of the post was, After Lu Yu turns over, will Songju's status as the school's top girl be lost? The people at the bottom were naturally clamoring. Some people accuse the owner of deliberately stirring up trouble. Some say Lu Yu is really beautiful. Others say that obviously Songji is more beautiful. Several waves of people mixed in which the noise is a mess. Simply someone organized a poll to vote which is prettier, the current school flower Songji or the new transfer student Lu Yu. Although it was said that in the end, Songji had a higher number of votes, but this matter also further fermented and more people participated in it. The back of another person came out to explode, said Tang Shi and Lu Yu is actually a childhood sweetheart. The two people door to door, grew up together. Maybe Lu Yu this time is for Tang Shi transferred to the first middle school. After all, people before in Huayan City, the most famous aristocratic school to study. Things are spreading more and more outrageous. Some people even say that Tangsher's senior year of high school the reason why he treats Songji differently, because Songji eyebrows and Luyu is very similar to each other. Both of them have a pair of fox eyes. He is actually just Songji as a stand-in, and now the real white moonlight came back. So his sophomore year of high school and Songji has nothing to cross paths with the naked eye. After all, the real $1,000 are back. Who cares about what the forgeries are? Lu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes widely as she looked at the posting in between classes. This person is sick. So good at making up, why don't you go to write a novel, but also play the double terrier? Real and fake 1,000 gold. Novels read too much, right? She kept her head down and typed, posting several comments in a row cursing him. And when she was done, she viciously reported the thread. Resignation baby, don't you ever mind. These people are just talking nonsense. Song rhetorically looked up in bewilderment. Care about what? She'd been working on those materials Tangsher had given her lately, as well as the stack of independent math proposition papers he'd put together for the first grade. And with how little she'd been playing on her phone, she hadn't known anything about the brouhaha that had been raging on the applet. It's fine. It's fine. Lu Xiaoxiao has loving eyes. Study hard. My daughter is just cool. 2 ears don't hear what's going on outside the window, and 1 heart only reads holy books. Although Songji does not go online, but the mind is delicate and sensitive. Perceive the classmate's sight from ambiguous probing to pity. She is also confused. Do not understand what happened. Ask the others in the class. They are also reticent to say anything. It wasn't until one class period when she went to the restroom with Lu Xiaoxiao and heard someone in the restroom discussing it. Have you guys heard about that melon of love triangle in our school recently? Just Tangsher Songru, and that new transfer student Lu Yu. I heard about it, but it's true. I think the matter of Bai Yueguan's double is likely to be true. After all, it's the mayor's son. It's always impossible that he really likes a daughter who owns a car repair store. This doesn't even belong to the cross class anymore. It belongs to the crossgrave. Maybe he just thinks Songru is pretty, and little Qingmei is not around. So he found a substitute to ease his thoughts and just play casually, at the expense of my true feelings of kowtowing through Tang poetry and Songru. Don't you think Tangsher and Lu Yu are more compatible? I heard that Lu Yu's parents both run companies. These two are the ones who are really in love, right? If Tangsher really likes Songru, if I were the mayor I'd have to vomit blood. Letting go of a good $1,000 and liking a daughter who owns a car repair store. Ha 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 ha, die laughing. You make it sound so realistic. Bang with a bang. Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't listen any longer and slammed the toilet door open, saying aggressively, you guys just out of your mouths, didn't you? And your breath stinks so bad. We've moved into socialism and you're still engaging in the class thing. The Qing dynasty is dead and you know you're taking the scholarship examination, don't you? Didn't say anything about you? Mind your own business. And I'm talking sense, not nonsense. The girl was more than a little weak when she was heard saying bad things about people, but she straightened her chest and forced herself to be calm. The next second, another door was gently opened again, and Songji came out from it, walking next to those two girls like no one else was there, lowering his head to carefully clean his hands. The girl hit the eye to see. Fox eyes, knownly beautiful features, not point in Ju's lips, not recently in the center of the topic of liberal arts first, and who is it? The girl screamed darkly. I wish I could go to Knowles and post a question. What do you do when you badmouth the person in question? Chapter 85. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment, with only the sound of water clattering. Songji turned off the water flow and shook the water droplets from his hands one by one, his aura gentle but inexplicably intimidating. My parents opened that car repair store, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to go out, 7 or 8 o'clock at night to come back. It's very hard, but they rely on their own hands squarely to earn money. I never feel that the daughter of a car repair store is inferior. You just spoke so. Give my parents an apology is not too much. Such a demeaning and dismissive tone was more than she could bear. The two girls were just following the online mouth high. Really want to face the party or the heart is weak. Busy and honestly apologized. Songju thought for a moment and then said seriously. Also, Tangsher is not that kind of person. Emotionally bright and frank teenager. Never to engage in the double and just play that set. He has the most clear love. The most sincere like. Straightforward and sincere to be overwhelmed. Songji wasn't someone who cared much about gossip, but he was misunderstood, and she always couldn't help but say a few more words for him, because she felt that a teenager who shone so brightly shouldn't be misunderstood, should be loved by everyone. Waiting for the two people to run away in ashes, Lu Xiaoxiao only clenched her fists and grunted in anger. The ads who chew people's tongues behind their backs. Resignation baby, you mustn't pay any attention to them. Songja lowered his eyelashes, the corners of his lips hooked, hiding the momentary loss of concentration under his eyes. It was another Friday off from school, and Song rhetorically packed his book bag and waited at the bus stop. There was a lot of foot traffic outside the school, with a number of luxury cars parked outside waiting to pick up their children from school. There was a lengthened version of the Lincoln parked outside the school, especially notable, not to mention a group of handsome men and women standing next to it, two of whom were also the centerpieces of the recent storm, Tangshi and Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't wear a school uniform. She wore a wraparound skirt that hooked out her waist, rolled in big waves, her delicate eye-tails raised impatiently. How come Yi Mao Ran hasn't come yet? How long have we been waiting? Is it his grandfather's birthday or my grandfather's birthday? He didn't do his homework and was detained by the teacher, saying he'll be coming over later. Suihan came over next to her. If you really don't want to wait, go inside the car first. Today was Yi Maoran's grandfather's 80th birthday, and their families were all invited, and Tangshi's father sent a car to pick up the four of them together. Never mind, it's stuffy in there. She glanced at Tangshi, who was not far away, remembering what her father had told her before he transferred, and became even more annoyed. Yeah, the company has had a bit of an accident recently. If we can fight for that project that your Uncle Tang has been holding lately, the company will be saved. Dad will transfer you to the first middle school, and you'll also spend more time with Tangshi. That's great. If you can't handle the old man, let me handle the son. She couldn't help but sneer. With her pride, she naturally didn't care to do such a thing, not to mention what kind of person Uncle Tong was. An iron hand, just as it should be. He took office since the hands of the various projects are capable of. Otherwise it cannot be in just a few years to let Huayan City's GDP doubled several times, jumped to become a first-tier city. Fathers can be so childish. It's no wonder that he was able to lose the industry left behind by his grandfather in just a few years. Tangshi leaned against the front of the bus with her arms wrapped around her, and from afar she saw Songji standing at the bus stop as always, quiet and gentle. He wanted to go over to her and was aware of the eyes that seemed to be cast around him, slightly annoyed. She doesn't like rumors with him. Songji also noticed the eyes of the people around her. They first turned to the two men standing next to the Lincoln and then turned to her at the bus stop, heads bowed, murmuring. Song rhetorically exhaled, bored for the first time by the chatter of strangers. Luckily, the bus came by quickly, and she just put in her coins and got on, isolating herself from view. A childhood friend? White moonlight? Double? Tangshi threw her cell phone on the sofa and sneered. They're so good at making things up. Why don't they go write a novel? He had been busy preparing for the competition in the past few days, and if it wasn't for Yi Mao Ran telling him about it, he wouldn't have known that the school forums had already portrayed him as a big scumbag in disguise of deep love. What are you going to say? What else can I say? Tangshi was already picking up her cell phone to type while returning Yi Mao Ran's words, saying with little emotion, straight up. Yi Mao Ran was just about to ask how you intend to be straight. The next moment, there was a ding-dong sound, and his cell phone rang. Your friend 11 posted a remark after 436 days. His last post was still telling people to stop sending him birthday gifts. Tangshi, how do I not know what I still have? What childhood sweethearts? White moonlight and double. Who gave me a persona who led back? This kind of scum manhood I do not want. People hate the dogga version. Unlike WeChat, Tangshi's QQ has added a lot of people. Plus he is well liked and has a large number of likes and retweets. And the number is not too much worse than a small netizen. Lu Yu also gave a nod. The two parties involved clarified either directly or indirectly, and the rumors were finally put to rest. The strange sightings that surrounded Songji after she arrived at school the next day had been much less, but she didn't feel relieved, and her heart was inexplicably clogged when she thought about the scene she saw yesterday. This matter eventually reached old Chen's ears, and Songji was called to the office that day. You and Tangshi from Qingbei class. You've been on fire a bit lately. Old Chen was still smiling, and was even in the mood to flirt with her. Songji kept as calm as possible. Teacher, we didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Aha. Old Chen nodded. Teacher knows that at your age, youthful and ignorant, it's normal to have a little hint of what's to come, but it's still important to restrain yourselves and not do anything out of the ordinary. It's still young, time is still long. Do you think teacher is right? Where did Songji dare to refute? He hurriedly nodded his head. For Songji, the old Chen is actually still very assured, obedient and coquettish girl, steady and serious. Do not need him to worry about anything. The teacher's favorite is a student like Songji. The biggest headache is Tangshi like that, and jerky and disobedient, but the grades are top-notch. The character is too proud, not good to teach. Okay, it's not a big deal. You can go. Songji stood still and bit his lip. If my mom calls and asks how I've been doing, could you please not tell her about it? Old Chen glanced at her and said meaningfully, this matter, it depends on your performance. At least for now it won't be mentioned. Songji sighed in relief and nodded vigorously. Back to the classroom. I didn't realize that there was an acquaintance at the door of the classroom. Pei Yiming. Chapter 86. Hit. Songji was a bit surprised, but still took the initiative to go forward and greet him. What brings you here? Came to congratulate you. First in arts. Pei Yiming teased. It's getting better and better. Song rhetorically curled his lips in embarrassment. What is it exactly? Pei Yiming thought for a moment. Borrow your English notes. I failed the English test this time. Okay, wait a minute. Song rhetorically went into the classroom and came out in no time, handing him his English notes. Thanks, I'll be back tomorrow. Pei Yiming took it, remembering the recent rumors coming out of the school, hesitated for a moment or asked, recently you and Tangshi? Song Ji's face turned red, almost in response. We have nothing to do with each other. Pei Yiming looked at Song Ji's shy and timid eyes and his complexion dimmed for a moment. Got it. He forced a smile. I'll go first then. Song Ru nodded, and when his figure walked away, she patted her reddened face, admonished herself to wake up, and turned her head about to go back to the classroom. The afterglow caught a glimpse of a familiar tall figure. She turned her head sideways. Tangshi stood in place, her eyes dark and cold, her lips pursed tightly, staring at her intensely and unnoticeably, like vicious coyote pups. Obviously, he's angry. Song Ji subconsciously wanted to raise his steps to walk over, then remembered what old Chen had told her in the office, and his steps abruptly stopped. At that moment, the sharp and ear-piercing class bell rang. Footsteps in the corridor were cluttered and hurried, people coming and going. Dude, class is in session. Get out of the way. Someone bumped into him and hurried past again. Tangshi didn't move a muscle, still looking at her quietly. Song Ru, what are you still waiting for? Old Chen is about to enter the classroom. Hurry up and go. Ha! Song rhetorically snapped back. Silly you, class is over. The female classmate she played well with grinned and took her arm, stumbling her into the classroom. Tangshi looked at it for a long time, and finally lowered her head, staring at the language notebook in her hand as if it were a treasure, and smiled to herself. How special you think you are, still standing here waiting for her to give you an explanation. Didn't she just say that? We have nothing to do with it. After that time, Songji didn't see Tangshi again for a long time. She sometimes passed by Seibei's class when delivering her language homework, and several times she wanted to walk in and look for him, but finally stopped in her tracks. She asked herself mentally several times, what the hell are you being so melodramatic about? Fruitless. Until one Thursday lunchtime, the classroom was empty, with only a smattering of people. Lu Xiaoxiao walked in, saw Songji still sitting on the table writing homework, shook her arm and said, I heard that some people are playing basketball on the basketball court. Go with me to watch? All the girls in our class went to see it. Songji hung his eyelashes and shook his head. I haven't finished writing that paper that Mr. Chen assigned yesterday, and I'm going to talk about it later. It's got tangos in it. The tip of Songju's pen paused. Lu Xiaoxiao knew that this trick is effective. He smile, dragging her arm toward the outside. Go. Has been staying in the classroom, how tired Nothing to go out for a walk is also good The ear-piercing screams almost poked the sky before they even reached the basketball court. The two walked in and the entire basketball court was surrounded. This is a show. If you didn't know, you'd think a star was coming. Lu Xiaoxiao grabbed her wrist and leaped around in the crowd, finally barely squeezing in, and with a glance she noticed the teenager running around the basketball court. He wore a white sleeveless jersey, a blue hair band across his forehead, his black hair leaping as he ran, broke, and made layups, all in one motion. The whole room screamed in wave after wave, shouting Tangshi's name in a steady stream. Suihan smiled and gave him a high five. Surprised? You have a good sense of the ball lately. Tangshi tugged at the corner of her lips. It's okay. At halftime, a girl rushed over to bring water, but Tangshi didn't take it and picked up her own water to drink. Poetry. Suihan came over and tapped him on the shoulder, teasing, your goddess. See? Tangshi looked over in the direction he was pointing. The girl's thin figure was pushed around in the crowd, and her hair was disheveled and slightly disheveled. Tangshi said coldly, where did I get a goddess? Then he averted his eyes without expression. He thought, didn't you say we're not related? Why are you still coming to see me play? Then in the second half, Tangshi played like crazy, not to mention the opponents. Even his teammates didn't touch the ball. The other side broke defense as well. I thought we were talking about a friendly game. Are you playing for your life? Well, one of the guys on the opposite side of the field finally got the ball and his teammates excitedly yelled, come on, pass it. Hanging 0 in the second half depends on this goal. That man was also an oddball. As soon as he saw Tangshi charging towards him with a cold face, similar to a tiger coming out of the mountain, he had a brain cramp and threw himself hard in the opposite direction from Tangshi. There's a crowd gathered over there. Where are you passing to? What a game. His teammates were confused too. Tangshi's face changed and she yelled over there, get out of the way. It's too late. Songji only felt the basketball in front of her eyes violently enlarged, and a vicious wind pounded her face. She didn't even have time to hold her hands in front of her body. just enough time to close her eyes. Bang with a muffled sound. Songji's forehead was in severe pain, and his entire body leaned back along with the inertia. Someone reached out and wrapped an arm around her shoulders to prevent her from falling further to the ground. The familiar scent of lemon bubbles accompanied the light odor of sweat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you can't play ball, get out. No longer in a lazy tone. For the first time in his life, Songji heard his voice explode with rage. The next second, the sky spins. There was an uproar of astonishment from the scene. He went so far as to pick her up straight across his arms in public. The girl was a tiny one cowering in his arms, her body almost completely covered. Songji's entire body was hit without reacting, but she didn't forget to pull on his chest with her hand and whispered, "I don't need you to hold me. You don't need me to hug. Who do you want to hug?" Tangshur leaned over slightly and came to her ear, almost gritting her teeth and saying word for word, "Pei Yiming? Don't even think about it." Song rhetorically sighed imperceptibly. "Tangshur, I can walk on my own. I'm a little dizzy holding on like this." Tangshur was silent for a moment, carefully lifting her head upward. Her feet, which had been traveling at a brisk pace, slowly smoothed out, and asked in a low voice, "How about this?" Songji could detect the surrounding eyes, either curious or watching, looking this way in unison. It might soon reach old Chen's ears, but her head hurt, and leaning against him, she could get comfortable. Song rhetorically gave himself an excuse, and finally gave a soft When they got to the infirmary, the doctor took a look at the two. "Yo, it's been less than a month and we're meeting again? What's going on this time?" Chapter 87. Tansy laid her down on the hospital bed and whispered, "Got hit by a basketball. Please help me look at it." The doctor wrinkled his brow. "Let's take a cranial CT first. It's not a good idea if you have a concussion." She saw Tangshur sweaty, still wearing basketball uniforms, naturally thought he hit. Blamed, young people play basketball are not light and heavy. Straight to the brain on the door. "Ah, such a beautiful little girl. Smashed broken look you responsible for?" Songja opened his mouth. "Just wanted to say that you misunderstood. This matter has nothing to do with him." Standing in front of the hospital bed, Tangshur has been very dry to take the blame. Tone of voice urgent, "It's my responsibility. Trouble you quickly help to see." The doctor glanced at him, pushed him out of the room, and with a tug on the bed curtain, said, "Go wait outside first." After almost 10 minutes or so, the bed curtains were pulled back. "This time is lucky. Nothing big, just a little skin wound. Already put medicine. These days don't touch water. Eat less spicy. In a few days we'll be fine. Thanks. You work hard." Tangshur breathed a sigh of relief, only then noticing that her voice was muddled and dry, and the knot in her throat unconsciously slid up and down twice. The doctor nodded, collected a paycheck, as it should be. Not 2 minutes into the break, another call came in. "What? You rolled down a flight of stairs and can't move your legs? You guys stay still for now. Wait for me to come over." The doctor hurriedly hung up the phone, and before he left, he urged Songji, "If your head doesn't feel dizzy after half an hour, you can go." Songji, his face still a little white and with gauze still attached to his forehead, nodded quietly. When the doctor left, the atmosphere was even quieter than it was a moment ago, almost silent, and Tangshur sat on the stool next to the hospital bed, leaning against the back of the chair, her legs open, tilting her head, quietly and carefully looking at the white ceiling, her gaze grinding and shallow. Songji was certain then that it was true that peach blossom eyes look at dogs with deep affection, because Tangshur even looked at a ceiling with deep affection. After half an hour had passed, he had all maintained this posture without moving. Songji opened her mouth, just intending to tell him to go back first because she was still dizzy and afraid of affecting his class. Tangshur steeply lowered her head, conceding defeat with a cold and clear stance. "Songji, I can't play with you." From the beginning to the end, she could easily tug at his heart and mind just by appearing in front of him, mentally letting out a million harsh words, then seeing her and festering. Songju froze with a tremor in his heart, because he had just thought it through. He spoke smoothly, not tugging like he usually did, in a flat, watery tone. "Often going out to dinner alone on a date. You think we don't have a relationship? Bring you brown sugar water. You think we don't have a relationship? Even dating to go to the same university as you. You feel." He inhaled slightly and exhaled in a deep breath. "We have no relationship." Songja opened his mouth to explain, but he looked at her, and in the bottom of his eyes was the frankness of a sunken boat, pure and clean. She was stunned. "But you probably don't know that I only do all of these things with my girlfriend." He was at his wit's end, and if she thought that all of this could be summed up as not relevant, then the last thing he could do was ask her, "Would you like to be, like, my girlfriend?" At that moment, it was as if even the stretched and shrill cicadas had stopped. Surprisingly, Songji's mind was not blank at that time. Instead, there was a sentence that kept echoing in her mind, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't wave it away. "After all, it's the mayor's son. It's always impossible to really like a daughter who owns a car repair store. It's not even cross-class. It's cross-gap. Class. The moat. In that instant, many messy images flashed through her mind, and she finally realized what she had been hesitating about all these days. The scene is finally framed. He leaned lazily against the front of the Lincoln, cocking his head to jest with a friend, his brow as open and proud as ever, and she stood in front of the bus stop, silently waiting for the dollar bus, introspective and quiet. It was as if there were two huge canopies enveloping the two sides. Can't get in, can't get out. There was only one road between them, but Songji thought at the time that she might never be able to cross it. She opened her mouth to speak, but her throat caught and she couldn't say a word. She may never cross over. That was all she had in her head at the time. Okay, I know the answer. The bewilderment and hesitation in the girl's eyes almost overflowed, and he would have been slow to see it if he hadn't already. It's time to let go. Don Z. He wanted to. It would be really undignified to dwell on it. He whispered, get some rest. I'll do it next time. He paused and repeated, lost in thought, get some rest. There shouldn't be a next time. He straightened his spine, barely maintaining a proud backbone, and step by step, he turned to leave. When Yen Shanshan rushed over, Songji was hugging with bent legs, his face buried in his knees, his shoulders shrugging one after another, his sobs thin and secretive. She looked up when she heard footsteps. Her hair was disheveled, her face was tear-stained, her eyes were swollen like buns, the gauze on her head had fallen off at some point, and her forehead was still bleeding. Yen Shanshan let out a asterisk. Is it Tang Shi that did it? No wonder, just tell me you're in the infirmary and then lie down on the table and pretend to be asleep. I'll have to. Later. Yen Shanshan hadn't finished scolding. Who knew that Songji had cried even more when she heard Tang Shi's name? And the thin and small person was almost about to faint from crying. Okay, I won't mention him. Yen Shanshan was heartbroken and ran over to take her in her arms, clumsily comforting. Song is good. Song doesn't cry. Shan. Songji huffed and sobbed until she couldn't catch her breath, but still insisted on telling her. I looked up his house on the internet. It's too far away, she said. His house is so far away from me, I can't even reach it. It's like it's in the sky. Yen Shanshan didn't know what had happened, but she could practically feel her sadness and inexplicably reddened her eyes as well. Song rhetorically choked. I seem to be, always so timid. I always worry too much. The sun was near, dazzling and open, but she didn't dare pick it. She never felt inferior because she came from an ordinary background, but there was no denying that it took lots and lots of love and courage to cross classes. What if their consumerism, values, and even outlook on life were vastly different because of their family backgrounds? Suppose the more they spend time together, the more they realize they don't fit together. What if he had to bend over backwards to accommodate her? If the end result is not what you want, can she really, truly, cross the gap? She didn't know, and she wasn't sure. Yen Shanshan looked like she suddenly understood. She hugged Songji and started crying too, cursing as she cried. Damn, those smelly men are so annoying. I hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to write it this way according to the original trajectory. Scold it. I'll just uninstall the Tomato Novel app. Ha 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 ha. Glassy-eyed authors are like that, because it's an inevitable process due to the difference in the original family. Tang Shi's family history is very bull. High cadre family. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Shi's father was more traditional in his thinking, coupled with Tang Shi's poor health as a child, he would have preferred his son to be rooted in the dirt and grow upward. The two wouldn't even have been able to attend the same school. Tang Shi would have gone to the aristocrat school that Lu Yu and Xin Jipeng were in, and Yi Maoran and Sui Han were actually both following Tang Shi around. As for Song Ru, she was someone who would think a lot before making a promise, but once the promise was made, she would crawl over it. She'd never intended for Tangxi to walk down and lower herself to her. She'd just been thinking about how likely it was that she'd be able to climb up. So her hesitation and entanglement is inevitable because the class gap is objective and it's too hard and too difficult to cross classes. But just abuse this chapter because they are mentally compatible, share the same firm and kind core and triple vision, and the resigned babe behind them will work harder and better. I can guarantee they'd be the most compatible couple in the sky. Next chapter Sons will take the initiative and the two run in both directions as always. This book is Sweet Law, Chapter 88, Looking for Him. High school is really busy and the range of activities is limited, so even if the two are in the same building, without either one of them taking the initiative, they don't even have to deliberately avoid each other, and the two don't even have a chance to meet. Time blinks to mid-December. Affected by too strong cold air, it is expected that on December 18th, Huayan City will have rain and snow. The temperature -5 degrees Celsius 3 degrees Celsius. The cold wave is coming. Please make preparations for the cold. The Huayan Meteorological Bureau is forecasting the first snowfall in 5 years in the city 3 days from now. Yet no one took the forecast to heart, as this is the 5th year that the Hawaiian City Weather Station has forecasted that the first snowfall would come this year. Many people said, no one is going to lie to you all the time, unless you're the weather service of Hawaiian. There are also a lot of students betting in the class. Someone said if it snowed that day, we will run naked around the snack street 3 laps. Some said that if it snowed that day, they would lick all the way from the school to Chinua Square. And there was even one who threatened that if it snowed that day, he would mix the he just took with the snow and throw it on the principal's head. In short, all sorts of odd bets were made and there was a lot of hustle and bustle. On the evening of December 18th, the hearts of the people in the first class of literature were stirring, and one by one, they all stopped reading and stretched their necks to look out from time to time. Except for Song Rhetoric. She kept her head down on her homework as usual, quiet to the point of near mute. Some people in the class sneak a look at her. The bottom of the heart is still sighing. Deservedly, people can take the first arts especially after the first monthly examination. She seems to have no rest. Every time is the first to the last one to go. Relatively weak math also up, pulling away from the second place nearly 20 points. That first in science, Tang sure seems to be, too, getting more and more bullish. The last monthly exam was directly 40 or so points higher than the second place. There are even people who tease how it feels like the first in arts and science are the only ones in competition. In a secret rivalry, the two look like they are competing to see who pulls off a higher second place score. Lu Xiaoxiao, who sat next to her, was talking to the front table in a low voice. They lowered their voices, but still bits and pieces of words would reach her ears. I've heard that confessing on the day of the first snow has a 90% success rate, so if it really snows tonight, go confess to him. I wouldn't dare. And all he has in his head every day is math. Not me at all. Why doesn't he ask anyone else math questions? He just goes after you for math. You're only 23 in math, yeah. What's that if not like adoration? What do you mean? No personal attacks, haha. The thing is this. They were discussing in low voices. Song Ji, who was writing homework, suddenly paused with the tip of his pen, looked sideways at Lu Xiaoxiao, and asked earnestly, confession of love on the day of the first snow. The success rate is as high as 90%. Is there any scientific basis for this? That's what it says on Korean dramas. Lu Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised that she would be interested in this. After all, for the past 3 months she had suspected that Songji was going to see through the red dust to become a nun. Her emotions were calm and cold to the point of being scary. But what a nice atmosphere on the day of the first snow. The probability of a successful confession will definitely increase. Songji lowered his eyes and didn't say anything anymore. A long-suppressed idea suddenly sprang into her mind. If it snows tonight, she'll go confess to Tangshur. The idea was simply ridiculous and impulsive, but she couldn't suppress it enough. If it snowed tonight, could she, perhaps, go and confess her love to Tangshur? She thought it over and over in her mind and finally came to a conclusion. Feasible. She could have listed a million reasons to counter this preposterous impulse. For example, this will disappoint mom and dad and the teacher. For example, their family conditions are not compatible. But she thought long and hard about it, and Downs was unique. This period of heartbreak is also unique. She often thought back to that evening when the sharp teenager, with sweat still at the corners of his forehead, laughed and told her, what's out of reach is fake. Only the likes and dislikes of the moment are real. So in the moment, if she missed it, she would never meet a teenager like him again. So red hot and passionate, so straightforward and honest. She would at least catch the beginning. And as for the outcome, she would work her ass off. Song Ru lost her mind to do her homework. She looked out the window like everyone else, silently anticipating the first snowfall of winter to come. Next to her, Lu Xiaoxiao was hiding and playing with her cell phone when she suddenly let out a ***** and whispered, there's no need to wait. The Weather Bureau says tonight's first snowfall has been cancelled, and the cold wave has gone next door to Seoul. Sighs of relief came from the class, apparently also receiving the news, and the teacher sitting on the podium more or less understood what was going on. All right, girls and boys, you can settle down and study. The old man sked twice and said cheerfully, too bad. I was actually really looking forward to watching Wanda get thrown at her head. Wanda is the principal. The class laughed. Only Songji pursed her lips and didn't say a word. Her face was a little pale. The closer she got to the end of the evening study session, the more distraught she became. Finally she couldn't take it anymore and stood up abruptly. The old man at the podium took off his old glasses and put on his nearsighted glasses to look at her. Song, what's wrong? Song Ru calmly said, teacher, I want to go to the restroom. Go. The old man was still smiling. By the time she reached the outside of the classroom, the cold wind howling and hurting her cheeks, she felt belatedly bewildered. The deep, dark night sky was churning with clouds, punctuated by a few stars now and then. She watched in silence for a long time, finally thinking that maybe it would be okay without the snow. She could also go for a confession. The vibe is good right now too. Above all, On this night, she happened to have uncontrollable urges and courage. It was still in the evening study hall. Song resigned to go to the Qingbei class, thought for a moment, did not bother anyone, hunkered down in a corner somewhere, and waited quietly. What would she say if she saw him again? Maybe a few pleasantries before getting to the point, like saying you've improved your language a lot in the 3 months since I've seen you. Congratulations, like what a coincidence, running into you here, want to go down for a walk. She jumbled her thoughts until the bell rang, breaking up her nervous restlessness. Soon there were people sporadically making their way down the stairs, and they saw Songju standing at the corner of the stairs. It was hard not to notice that she was beautiful in grades and looks, gentle and good-natured, the goddess of all the boys in the school, but almost no one dared to accost her without a second thought, especially those in the Qingbei class, who basically knew something about her. Someone's looking up, how exclusive he is. Waves of people headed downstairs, but Songji didn't see the familiar figure. She wasn't in too much of a hurry and waited quietly. Maybe he's still in the classroom writing contest questions, and I heard he won the state special award and will soon be in youth camp. Song-ru, why are you here? Pei Yiming packed his book bag and went downstairs, and saw her standing quietly at the corner of the stairs, also not wearing a scarf. Her face was frozen red. Songji hesitated for a moment and said, I'm here to look for Tangshur. Pei Yiming paused. He didn't come to class tonight. Chapter 89, long time no see. Songju froze and let out an "Oh." Going together? Pei Yiming asked. Don't. Songju forced a smile. I have things to do. After Pei Yiming left, Songji stood in place for a while longer until she saw the lights in the classroom slowly go out, and then she packed up her book bag and headed for the bus stop. There are not many people at the bus stop at this hour. Only the streetlights are dense with a pale white light. The dark canopy sank out of the greenish-blue light. The cold wind was even more bitter. Songji unconsciously wrapped the white scarf around his neck tightly. It's okay, she thought. She can go back to him tomorrow. There was a sudden clutter of footsteps up ahead. A few drunks wandered through the deserted streets, with a few lewd giggles coming in between. Song-ru subconsciously took 2 steps back and hid behind the bus stop sign. His breath held. Boss, look, there's a schoolgirl over there hiding from us, ha 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 ha. Yes? The fat man called Boss came over and rubbed his hands together. Little sister, don't be afraid. We're all good people. Songji suddenly felt bad, turned to run, but was another person hard yanked the school bag back to drag back, viciously said, I have said that we are all good people. You run what? You're looking down on us, aren't you? Song-ru told herself in her mind to be calm as she said, my dad is waiting for me across the street. I'll go find him. This might have been bluffed if they were sober, but they were just out of their minds at this point, and one skinny guy was red-faced with a glint in his eye. Boss, this schoolgirl looks pretty hot, hotter than the girls on Red Light Street. The fat man's eyes flashed and made a wink towards the 2 people next to him. Songji felt bad and opened his mouth to cry out for help, but he was forcefully covered his mouth and his legs and feet were hooped, saying, be honest, let a few brothers happy will not take you how. She quickly realized that she couldn't escape. There was a huge difference in strength between men and women, not to mention there were 3 of them. What to do? Songji's mind raced, and his resistance gradually weakened. That's right, the fat man slapped her face red, and the strength of the hoop around her was slightly loosened. Be obedient. Brothers won't treat you poorly. They laughed and dragged her into the alley and flung her into the corner. What do you want? Song rhetorically kept backing away in terror until his fingertips touched a discarded beer bottle. She settled down, clutched the bottle, and hid it behind her. The fat man in the center stepped forward while the 2 skinny guys rubbed their hands together and waited nearby. Do what makes you happy. Don't worry. Scream harder later. No one's here. The overwhelming smell of alcohol came with the quivering fat trying to rip her clothes off. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Songji's eyes were ice cold and aimed at his neck. Hit here hard enough. You could pass out. You could die. But she couldn't care less. She needed a break and an escape from this place. Don't be afraid, little girl. You'll be happy. He inclined his head in a gesture to nibble on her neck. Good chance. The bottle in Songju's hand was about to smash down in the next second. Suddenly the fat man was dragged back by his hair, and a scarlet cigarette butt was pushed down hard into his throat at the same time. Where did you touch her? Here? The visitor was dressed all in black, wearing a black ducktail hat, revealing a cold white chin that almost blended in with the night. His voice was clean and crisp, but it was 1,000 times colder than this vast winter day. A broad and tall figure that gives you a sense of security just by looking at it. Songju unloaded all his strength. His voice couldn't help but choke. Tangshur, it's been a long time, and I'm thinking of you extraordinarily today. December 18th night. Tangshur is in the class to write competition questions. Was Yi Maoran and Sui Hong Ra dragged out of the classroom? Into the KTV. The beautiful name is to give him to change the mood, and then learn to go on to learn stupid. Tangshur was lying on her back on the sofa of the KTV, listening to the alternating ghostly cries of the two men, and the whole thing was somewhat faintly desperate. I understand switching moods, but why in a karaoke bar? Isn't he tired enough lately? Yi Maoran enthusiastically clicked on the song First Snow, humming his not-so-standard Korean, and said between the accompaniment, "It's fitting, isn't this the day I heard there's a first snow?" Suihong suddenly said, "If it really snows tonight, I'll go confess to Yaya. Good luck." Tangshur was peeling oranges with his head down, his OCD kicking in. He tore all the white tendrils clean one by one, and suddenly felt that the white tendrils looked like snowflakes, so he casually asked, "Why do you have to confess your love on the day of the first snowfall? Is there anything to it? I also heard it from others, haha." Suihong slightly embarrassedly emphasized. They said that confessing on the day of the first snowfall has a success rate of more than 90% because the atmosphere is good on the day of the first snowfall. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really fake ah. Yi Maoran also started to be stupid, and remembered Yan Shanshan's recent loving attitude towards him, snapped and rested his mind. Forget it, this law doesn't fit for her. Turning to him, he added, but it should fit in quite well with the goddess. She's kinda cultured in temperament. Yi Maoran was a bit unable to describe it. In short, it didn't fit with her sultry looks, but it was quite compatible with the gentle temperament that she exuded. This complex aura was very holding, and it was no wonder his brother was caught up in it. Tangshur's fingertips paused, looking as normal as he threw the orange in his mouth, the sour juice blooming on his taste buds. He smiled indifferently, almost tersely. "Okay, if it snows tonight, I'll go confess to her." Then it was rejected, and then it was put down for good. Midway through checking his cell phone, saying that it's not snowing again tonight, Suihong was silent for a long time, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, knocked one out, and said vaguely, "Have a smoke." Yi Maoran sighed. "Honzi, if it's not possible, let's just give up. Maybe it's God's will?" Surrounding Luyu for so many years, Luyu did not look at him highly. Still a big lady like, why bother? Suihong asterisk 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 is really angry. Say it again, we have no friends to do. The atmosphere was at a standstill. Tansy broke the ice by saying quietly, "Give me one too." Suihong froze. "What?" Tongsi looked at him. "Cigarettes. I thought you didn't ing smoke?" Said that smoking ghosts have short lives and will take turns visiting our graves when they live to be 90 years old. The situation has changed. Tangshur not too impatiently snatched the cigarettes from Suihong's hands, pulled out one and bit into her mouth, saying vaguely, "Suddenly I feel that living for so long is also strange and meaningless, and I still have to take turns in visiting your graves, so don't tire me out." He picked up the lighter on the coffee table again and, with his head down, moved less skillfully to light it. Yi Maoran's eyes were quick to take the cigarette away, and Suihong grabbed the lighter again. Yi Maoran said, "You honestly live to 90 to give us both a grave." Araji reads everything. She knows that a hard blow to the jaw can cause a person to faint, but unfortunately the beast was so fat she couldn't find the jaw. Chapter 90, I'll give you this in exchange. Something like cigarettes shouldn't have anything to do with tangos. In fact, it wasn't just the two of them. Everyone who had come into contact with Tangshur felt this way. He's too clean as a person. To put it bluntly, he hasn't taken any social beatings and is too well protected. It is strange to say, Tangshur this person is tall and big, after more than a year and then pulled up to 187, 8-pack abdominal muscles. A person can beat him 10, but just inexplicably let a person is very protective. Yi Maoran said on his lips that it was because the dog looked too girly, but in fact he himself understood that it was because Tangshur was really good, and he had grown up so much that he hadn't seen anyone with more charisma than Tangshur. Only the state officials are allowed to set fire, not the people are allowed to light the lamp. Right, Tangshur, who has a charismatic personality, froze, and the whole person leaned breathlessly toward the sofa, and Suihong began to sing the love song of lost love, which is more sincere and more difficult to hear. He held back for a while, but finally he couldn't take it anymore and picked up the ducktail hat on the coffee table and pushed it down on his head, turning around and exiting the box. Yi Maoran took the time to ask, "What for?" "Tansy, go out and get some air." Out of the KTV, the cold wind came to her face. Tangshur just wore a black sweater with a jacket. The whole person was frozen to shrink a little. "No snow in this weather?" He sighed imperceptibly. Midway through a kiosk, he entered. See the boss roasting the fire, confused sleep. Did not disturb. He took the counter himself a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, and do not know how much money, but he estimated that $200 should be enough. The back of the Tang poem gives a turn of 300. Ding dong, a sound of money transfer woke up the boss. He turned his head, only to see a deep black figure silently dive into the night and disappear. "What did you buy to turn over so much money?" Another muttered sigh. "This damn weather. Business will be yellow for a few more days." Tangshur put the pack of cigarettes and lighter in his pocket and wandered down the street, thinking he had no destination. Who knew that when he looked back, he was standing in front of the bus stop, with his hands in his pockets. He leaned his head back against the streetlight post. There was no one on the road, only the lone cold white light still glowing insistently. What flashed through Tangsher's mind, surprisingly, was that night, Songji stood under the cold white light, amusing himself by stepping on the shadows of the moths. Cones of light spilled down, like the streetlights were only for her to snow while she danced alone in the snow. The knot in his throat slid up and down coldly and impatiently. He'd really been quite busy in the last 3 months, and hadn't even thought about her much, and had thought that he should be running out of feelings. Who knew that a little bit of idleness to realize that his mind was all about her, thinking about her to the point of going crazy. It's good that it's not snowing. It would be nice to really see her. He unwrapped the cigarettes, knocked one out and bit into his mouth, looking down at the fire. The wind was too strong, and after lighting it several times, it didn't work. Then Tangsher remembered Yi Maoran's action of smoking their cigarettes, and with her left hand, she gathered her left hand and snapped. The scarlet light finally flared. He took a tentative drag, and the choking smell of smoke went straight down his throat and into his nostrils. Asterisk. Tangsher inclined her head and coughed, choking and reddening the ends of her eyes. So damn hard to smoke. He swore that being middle-aged once was enough. Never a second time. He turned and was about to go to the trash can when he looked sideways and his eyes settled. An orange-flavored fudge, lying alone on the floor, stepped on several times, dirty and unattended. Doesn't that feel better than smoke? Tansy murmured, leaning down to pick up the candy, patting it clean and slipping it into her pocket. The trash cans were in front of him, and he took a few steps forward and paused in his tracks. Another orange-flavored fudge. Further on, another one. It's not right. It's someone calling for help. A horrible guess flashed through Tangsher's mind. By the time he ran along with the sprinkling of fudge, he saw a scene that made his back jolt even decades later when he thought about it. Songji was cowering in the corner with a pale face, trembling as a man covered in fat was about to pounce on her. In that moment he was so confused that he wasn't sure of anything anymore, and stormed over to him, and the 2 men standing next to him tried to stop him, and he kicked them to the ground twice. He yanked the fat, greasy man's hair back and dragged him. His cigarette hair pressed hard into his mouth, and the man let out a scream as he unloaded his jaw, unable to even scream, and threw himself forward. Where did you just touch her? Here? He asked softly, not caring whether the man answered back or not. He half-kneeled over him and punched him in the face, fist to fist, fuming and hitting him hard. Just a little bit more. If he's a little late. He did not dare to think about the consequences. The thought of that scene from the bones are percolating cold, that cold into an endless number of ruthless and hostile fists to the man underneath the face. That's right, it's smashing. The fat man's face was a complete bloody mess. He's killing people. The thought flashed through the minds of those present. You can't keep fighting. If you keep fighting, it's not self-defense. Songji gritted his teeth and stood up holding the corner of the wall, his body still weak, and moved forward one step at a time, trying to stop Tangsher's movements. There was a thin silhouette that was faster than her. The man who was still lying on the ground, wailing and rolling around, staggered to his feet, holding a small knife in his hand with a flash of silver light, his face glowing fiercely as he tried to stab Tangsher in the back. In that instant, Songji didn't know where the strength came from. She ran after him, and before his knife stabbed down, she took the beer bottle in her hand and slammed it hard into the back of his neck. Clang dash! There was a clang as the knife hit the floor along with the shards of the beer bottle. The thin figure fell to the ground with a dull thud. The loud noise cleared Tangsher's rage-filled mind a little. He stopped what he was doing and turned his head. Song Rhetoric stood at the end of the alley, hands clutched half a glass bottle, face full of tears, the whole body trembling. Saw him turn his head. Her red eyes asked, Tangsher, is he not? Tangsher's heart ached, and the red blood under her eyes faded. He rolled the fallen man over and probed his nostrils. Breathe steadily. Don't be afraid. Just fainted. Tangsher sighed in relief. The fat man was still rolling on the ground, unable to scream after he had removed his jaw. Tangsher coldly punched him in the jaw again. He was completely paralyzed. The other one was knocked out by him as well. Songji's whole body trembled as he clutched the bottle, still not daring to move a muscle, seemingly not slowing down. Tangsher reached out toward her, careful as if treating some fragile treasure. Good girl, don't be afraid. Give me the bottle. Song rhetorically cried and shook his head, gripping it tighter as if it was the only way to draw a shred of security. Tangsy gasped in silence, and after a moment of stillness, he slowly extended his fist toward her. Songja subconsciously took 2 steps back. His fists were wrapped in blood, veins bulging, and trembling slightly from the force. The next second, the palms spread out. An orange-flavored fudge lay dry and clean in the palm of his hand. I'll trade you this, okay? Chapter 91, The First Snowy Night. Clang dash! The beer bottle fell to the ground in pieces. Songji pounced over and hugged him hard around the waist, carefully, suppressing and stoically crying. Don't be afraid. Tangsher's eyes reddened, regret and fear in her heart. The knots in her throat rolled one by one. She still couldn't suppress the choking. It was you who saved me, he repeated. You saved me. Songji's crying stopped for an instant, and then his body shook with a spasm, and his cries whimpered and came out one at a time, like a wounded bird. They grabbed me. I couldn't even run away. They were on the street, dragging me down the alley. Drunk. I was going to confess tomorrow. Going to confess with you. Me. She cried and spoke to him in a forward and backward manner. Tangsher gently stroked her back, repeating it endlessly. Good girl, don't be afraid. It's okay now. His heart kept fluttering and twisting. Not if he kept pestering her, he thought. He felt that he was such a grown-up, just a failure to confess. In the pretense of what? It should be stalking, hit and can not go, scolded and scolded not to go, a failure to try again, until she agreed to so far. Tangsher used to think that Suihang was a complete lickspittle like that, but now she could only willingly admit that he did find the true meaning of chasing people one step ahead of herself. I don't know how long it took, but Songji's cries gradually faded away, and in the distance, the green and black clouds flowed and tumbled, and songs came vaguely from the street-side stores. Snowflakes fall, one by one, silently. There was a faint sound of screams and cheers rising and falling from the streets. The city of Huayan, at long last, got its first snowfall in 5 years. Tangsher lowered his head, watching the snowflakes slowly and leisurely imprinted on the top of the girl's dark hair, and he unhurriedly picked them off, as if it was thoughtful and natural. He opened his mouth, his voice muffled and astringent. Songji, it's snowing. Song rhetorically tilted his head to look at him. The two of them stared at each other in the icy sky for a long time without speaking. Their eyes were flushed, bright and provocative with the spread of teenage affection. After a long time, Tangsher opened her mouth, her tone slow. I heard that if you confess your love on the day of the first snowfall, two people will be together forever. So when it comes down to it, I'm still not happy. Songju looked at him with tears in his eyes. He's got such clean eyes. Songju thought at the time, to be cleaner than the snowflakes that fell on his shoulders. Songru, he continued, almost coaxing, fall in love with me, you won't lose out. Songja didn't say anything as she slowly raised her hand, stroking his full forehead, working her way down, sliding over the high bridge of his nose, and finally resting on his scarlet thin lips. His eyebrows and eyes are delicate and soft, called beautiful, looks very good to get along with. The only thing is his lips. The color of the lips is light. The lips are very thin. When the lip line is pursed straight, the temperament is out of the corner of the eye and not good to approach. Tongsi, this year will soon be over. The New Year's Eve day seems to be still close at hand. He lazily leaned back in his chair, his eyebrows wantonly, smiled and said that his New Year's wish was to find a girlfriend. She stroked his lips one at a time. I hope you get what you want. When she finished, she closed her eyes, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed his cold lips. In that moment, all was quiet. Songji thought that the flavor of the first kiss would be the familiar scent of fresh lime bubbles, but I didn't realize it wasn't. It's a crisp, sweet orange soda flavor, interspersed with a light smoke flavor that's sweet and astringent. The kiss was instantaneous. Tangsher looked down at the young girl in front of him who took the initiative to offer a kiss. His face was hesitant, seemingly puzzled, seemingly skeptical, seemingly puzzled. Then, he twisted the flesh of his arm so violently that it was pinched red and he hissed in pain. Songji was so startled that he couldn't even be bothered to blush. What are you doing? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That hurts. Not a dream. He said this dully, then suddenly lowered his head, cupped her face, and kissed her anew. Unlike Songji's one touch, he crushed her lips inch by inch, rolling them over and over, urgent and bruising. Snowflakes drifted down to the ground. The moon's clear light followed the sprinkling, more and more cold and silent. The dark and hidden alley was filled with the sound of tiny pecks. Neither of them could change their breath, so they had to kiss for a while and stop for a while. Green, reckless, and unruly. Darkness is the best protective color. They both ended up panting low, foreheads against foreheads, their fiery breaths mingling in the snowy night. Even in the dim alley where only the clear light poured in, each other's features were clearly visible from such a close distance. The two looked at each other, neither holding back a laugh. Tangsher took her into his arms, his head buried in the crook of her neck, and said in a jarring voice, I should have known better than to smoke that cigarette. If he had known she was going to kiss him, he should have eaten an orange-flavored fudge. Her favorite is orange-flavored fudge. Songru skimmed his head and laughed, thinking that he could be really cute. How did I not realize that before? He's so cute. Them? What to do with them? Call the police? Songja pointed to the three people who were thrown in the corner. Tangsher's expression went down cold. Call the police first. Tangsher took out her cell phone and called 110. briefly telling the police about the situation. While waiting for the police to arrive, Songji took a band-aid out of his pocket and iodine and cotton swabs out of his book bag. "Keep your head down," Song rhetorically ordered. Around the time of the beating he hadn't been paying attention, and he'd gotten a few bloody scratches on the side of his face. Tangshur glanced at the Pikachu band-aid on her hand, and thanks to his amazing memory, he suddenly asked in a blessed moment, "That band-aid, did you give it to me?" "What?" Songja didn't respond. "Military training, the arm wrestling bit," Tangshur reminded. Songji thought back for a moment, then nodded and let out a hum, not forgetting to direct him, "Lower it a bit." Tangshur bent down and got closer and closer. Her delicate eye-catching features came to her eyes, and her originally light scarlet-colored lips were a few degrees redder than just now, like she was wearing lipstick. Songji glanced away uncomfortably, his cheeks slowly heating up again. He seemed oblivious, his pretty lips opening and closing as he said with certainty, "So you had feelings for me then?" "No," Song rhetorically disagrees, emphasizing, "It was care for regular classmates back then. In fact, when I think back to that summer now, a lot of things have slowly blurred, including the uneasiness of being afraid of being eliminated, the physics problems that I couldn't write, and the continuous sharp sound of cicadas. What felt like the sky was falling at the time is nothing more than that in retrospect. The only thing she remembers vividly is the time when she stood in military posture facing the old acacia tree. The sun was warm, the shade was refreshing, and everything was quiet. The old acacia tree lazily sitting under a teenager, comfortable and dejected, shaking his legs. Occasionally will take out his cell phone to play games, more often than not, his mouth holding a piece of acacia leaf. For the tiger to command the boys standing in the front row, smiling, back straight. Military posture is this standing, comrade. Oh, Songji thought sluggishly, and in the boiling sea of people, he stood in the middle of the playground, one by one, comparing the numbers, cheering one by one enthusiastically. Songji covered his ears, but the sound of his heartbeat was getting clearer and heavier, overlapping with every time he saw him later. But that proves nothing. That summer, wonderful things were met and many hearts beat faster. The biggest joker in this book is the Hawaiian Meteorological Bureau. Chapter 92, Seriousness. What a coincidence. Tangshur wasn't disappointed and smiled. "I had feelings for you back then." Songji blushed and tilted his head over to give him medicine, avoiding meeting his eyes. "Don't talk nonsense. We weren't even familiar with each other back then." Also, Tangshur sighed, like she was rather regretful. "We could have met earlier, so you could have been my girlfriend earlier." Tangshur, how old were we then? Songju couldn't bear to glare at him. "That time." Tangshur smiled wanly, as if she was really seriously considering it. "Junior year, I think." "Too lazy to say more to you." Songju eased the band-aid on. Tansy suddenly asked, "Is it plastered?" Songru froze, posted well. Before her words could fall, her lips were sealed again. He wrapped his arms around the back of her head, one by one, gently faceted kisses. Songji tilted her head back to try to avoid. He only kissed the corner of his lips, then slightly inclined his head, not slowly rubbing and rolling, followed by kissing the past. Tangshur. Songji sought an opening to avoid it by inclining her head, gasping for breath and pounding his chest. "The police are coming. Can you restrain yourself a bit?" "Oh." He hugged her, his head still hanging in the crook of her neck, his shoulders shaking as he smiled, his hot breath spraying in his ears, numbing all the way to his heart. "Come as you are. Kissing your girlfriend is against the law, right?" Songru looked at him and said, "Unsurprisingly, my parents will be here tonight as well. If you don't want to be forced to break up tonight." Tangshur was quiet for 2 seconds, then suddenly stood up straight and took 2 steps back, a meter away from her. Her smile detached and polite. "Get a statement right. Student Song, so as not to reveal yourself later." Song rhetoric. When Song Jiqing and Shinin rushed over, Tangshur and Songji were each sitting on either side of a black leather sofa, sitting upright, almost the Chu River border between the two of them, the whole time without a slant of the eyes, without any eye contact, causing the police officer who was making the statement to look at the two of them suspiciously, and said casually, "At least they are in the same class. Are they that unfamiliar?" Tangshur, after not seeing each other for half a year, "Even the best relationship is rusty, not to mention our relationship is really average." Songjikamlium. It wasn't much of a point, so the police didn't care, and the two of them hid the second half of the story, saying only that they had called the police after knocking the three of them out, and waited honestly where they were for the police to come. Shinin obviously cried. Her eyes were red. She opened her mouth and the first sentence was to ask the policeman on duty, "Comrade policeman, I only ask you one sentence. Those 3 beasts, can you go in?" The policeman was silent for a moment and said, "Those 3 were drunk and impromptu. They will be sentenced, but based on similar cases, it should be around 6 months to 3 years. 6 months to 3 years, Shinin whispered. "But my daughter, my so excellent daughter." was almost given by that group of animals. If someone hadn't happened to be passing by at the time, Shanine couldn't say any more. It's late. Send Aji back first. Song Jiqing put his arm around his wife's shoulders and calmly said, I'll get started tomorrow and go hire a lawyer. Song Jiqing looked to the Tangshur who stood straight on the edge of the sofa, and opened his mouth to speak. Tangshur has been very understanding and said, It's okay, uncle and aunt. You guys send Song's classmates back first. Someone will come to pick me up right away. Song Jiqing nodded, patted his shoulder, and said in a deep voice, Uncle will formally thank you some other day. This is all what I should do. Uncle. Tangshur was so full of righteousness that she was close to giving a military salute. Good boy. Song Jiqing once again patted his shoulder in satisfaction. On the way back, Shanine accompanied Song Ji to sit in the back seat. She hugged Song Ji tightly. Her body was still shivering, and it was obvious that she was still in aftermath. Song Ju hugged her mom back and whispered, Mom, I'm fine. Aha. Shanine was silent for a while and said, It's our fault. We didn't think it through. You're a girl. It's not safe to go home alone this late. In the future, Mom and Dad will take turns going to the school to pick you up from school. And there's also a cell phone. Bring it with you in the future as well. Song Ji nodded in silence. And the boy who saved you today, is his name Tangshur, right? Make him a banner some other day. And then formally invite people to a meal and pack a red envelope. It's too late today to thank him properly. Shanine calmed down and started to arrange the follow-up matters. Song Ru was stunned. No need for that. Shanine said, although you are classmates, the proper etiquette should not be less, and you can't tell the good people to chill. Song rhetoric. Oh. On the other hand, when Tangqing Song and Ms. Ho hurried over, the good Samaritan Tangshur was holding a bucket of instant noodles in her hand, sitting on the sofa with her legs sashaying open and a fork in her mouth. And when she saw them, she said clearly with a clear diction, I'm coming. I'm almost finished, so feel free to sit down. The police station as their own home, where there is just the serious look. Next to him sat a young policeman, a freshly minted college student, also carrying a bucket of instant noodles and eating them, laughing and saying, Dude just acted pretty decent. I was almost bluffed into thinking you were some kind of serious person. Tangqing Song, Ms. Ho, who does this fearless asshole follow? In the car, Tangqing Song and Ms. Ho probably understand the original story. Ms. Ho was furious, and said that she wanted to chop up the 3 animals and feed them to the dogs. Tangqing Song is much more sensible, said lightly, being helpful is indeed praiseworthy, but you are a bit stupid today. After discovering this matter did not first call the police but chose to recklessly rush in, under the premise that the other 2 obviously still have the ability to fight and press a person to fight. If it is not for that little girl is brave enough to be decisive, today lying in the hospital is you. Tangshur greatly admitted, and did not refute. In this matter, he was indeed impulsive. One thought ran through his head at the time, he was going to kill the scumbag in the middle who touched her. Dad, get someone to check and see if anything similar has happened to anyone in that area of our school. Tangqing Song's face changed. You suspect that they are repeat offenders? Tangshur nodded. It's highly probable. The time and place were chosen to be very covert, just perfectly avoiding the surveillance. The hand was decisive. The division of labor was clear, not like a novice. Good. Tangqing Song's face was ugly. If it really was a case of serial molestation, with teenage students in the neighborhood, that would be the real devil on earth. You'd better find a reliable lawyer in advance. Tangshur's eyes went completely cold, and she said word for word, I want them to stay in prison for the rest of their lives. Chapter 93, The Shape of a Snowflake. Tangqing Song keenly sensed a hint of something wrong. He said with deliberation, You seem to be preoccupied with your common classmate? This kid he still quite understand. Happy to help people, this kind of thing is what he can do. Years not young, he is full of blood. However, it was the first time that he had been so reckless and impulsive. Not to mention that the tone of voice that had just been so cold with a hint of ruthlessness was very counterintuitive. How did you know? Tangshur looked surprised. She is indeed my girlfriend. Tangqing Song. Who asked you? She'll still be your daughter-in-law if she wants to be. Tangshur said slowly again. Really? Ms. Ho, who was surprised. Don't you brag. What does such a beautiful and brilliant, bold and smart girl see in her son? And just a face to look at. Tangshur's lips smiled and flattened, and said in a rare serious manner, I'm serious. Tangqing Song nodded. It's best to be serious. Although I've never met this girl, but judging from her handling of this matter, she's a smart and decisive girl. You're in high places. Yes. Tangshur tilted his head, and at the thought of her not being able to stop herself from starting to laugh again, and then wanting to cry, her heart bulging, fiery and aching, he had to repeat lowly, with great emotion, I'm high on the list. At 4:30 a.m., Begonia was awake, and so was Tangshur, his hands resting on the back of his head, his body incredibly tired and his mind incredibly clear. like a belated excitement. Every nerve in his body shivered. He remembered her lips, when in fact the vision was so dark he couldn't see them very clearly, and so the touch became clearer. It's pretty incredible that it's sweet. It's soft again, and when you kiss it, it's like eating cotton candy. Maybe softer and sweeter than cotton candy, because eating marshmallows isn't addictive. The snow was still falling outside the window, getting heavier and heavier, with no intention of stopping. Snowflakes drifted piece by piece toward the window, fluttering down, shaped like Songji's fluttering eyelashes as she kissed him. He had never been so conscious of the fact that he was completely planted. He didn't really like winter. When he thought of it, his memories were of cold incandescent lights and the familiar smell of disinfectant, and of his parents crying outside the glass window. He was also still impressed even though it had been a long time since he had been to the hospital. But now, when he thought of winter, he was surprised that he could only think of a young girl's fluttering eyelashes. He couldn't help but grin blindfolded, something in his heart rushing across his body, a teenager's heartbeat. He wanted to. The shape of the original snowflake is the fluttering eyelashes of a young girl. It's going crazy. He desperately needed to do something to stop his thoughts from growing as wild as weeds. Tang Shi half hesitated and dialed Yi Maoran's number. UING. Yi Maoran glanced at the time and a daze and almost greeted his ancestors. Have a fart and let go. It's not a big deal. Tang Shi spoke nonchalantly, just casually mentioning to you that I'm with Songja. There was a long moment of silence on the other end, and then she said, wait a minute. Just said what? Say it again. Tang Shi had rare patience. I, with Songji, am together. Understand? Good. Yi Maoran laughed happily and coaxed him with slight sympathy. Go to sleep early. You can dream of anything. Believe it or not. Tansi hung up the phone dismissively. The next morning was the flag-raising ceremony. Tang Shi did not go, lying on the table to catch up on sleep. Suddenly there was a familiar voice in his ear and a burst of lewd laughter beside it. I'm, with Songs, together. Understand? I'm, with Songs, together. Understand? Tang Shi looked up with a face full of mania, her hair in disarray, the familiar dorky hairs sticking up again, and her eyelids turning into triple lids with deeper creases because she was so sleepy. His lips pursed straight as he looked calmly and breathlessly at the two idiots, crouching beside his desk. Yi Maoran and Sui Hong each held a cell phone in their hands, putting the sound hole in his ear and playing it over and over again. I'm, with Songs, together. Understand? Playing it once, the two men began to look at each other and then gave a lewd ha-ha smile. Yi Maoran said, Sure. Listen to what you said to me last night when you were sleepwalking, ha 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 ha. Sui Han, how about $6,000 to buy out this disgraceful incident? And we promise not to tell the public about it? Tang Shi looked at them with a cold face and didn't say anything. Yi Maoran froze, too much Then for the sake of many years of love to make a fracture. $3,000. Cannot be less. Tang Shi looked at them with a face full of sympathy. Forget it, two single dogs with low IQs. Why is he so calculating? It's true. Tang Shi slumped back onto the table and continued to catch up on her sleep, her voice sleepy and husky. Don't ever delete this sentence, and put it on when we get married. Yi Maoran and Sui Han looked at each other. Yi Maoran, what did he just say? Sui Han, he said that Tang poetry and song rhetoric is true and that he wants to get married. Yi Maoran, still awake, right? Sui Han, it should be. Yi Maoran, then wait until he's sober and then come back to knock on his door. Sui Han, good idea. The two men took their gear and quickly retreated. Two stupid single dogs who don't want to accept reality. It's pathetic. Tansi slept peacefully. Danzi was awakened by salutes and cheers. Shikusa, don't sleep. Someone's coming over to give you a banner. The classmates shouted with laughter as they were lost in a daze. With a messy head of hair and red marks on her face from sleeping, Tang Shi tilted her head in confusion. Sleepy, and said, what? Two students from the class set him up straight away. Bang. There were people setting off salutes next to them, and ribbons of color were flying. A large red banner was shoved into his hand, and he looked up sleepily to see Song Jiqing and Shinin standing in front of him with smiles on their faces, looking at him with gratitude. Tang Shi blinked incredulously, lowered her head to look at the brocade banner in front of her, then looked up at Song Jiqing and Shinin, with only 3 words left in her head. Don't, me. There was a click dash and I don't know what lackluster person pressed the camera. The photo was framed and sent to the school forum, and then Lu Xiaoxiao saw it, laughed like a pile of, and passed it back to Songji. She was keen to send Songji all kinds of Tang poetry-related posts on the internet, even though Songji had repeatedly emphasized that he rarely looked at his phone. Songru finished dinner in the cafeteria and headed for the classroom. She thought about it for a while, but she took out the cell phone in her pocket and tapped on WeChat. Tang Shi sent her 99 plus WeChat messages. Songji was startled, thinking there was some kind of emergency, and hurriedly clicked on it. It turned out to be emojis inside. It's all emojis. Various emoticons such as, lying down, desperate, frantic, Song-ru was about to type and ask him what was wrong when Lu Xiaoxiao sent her a picture. Chapter 94, Social Death. In the photo, Tang Shi's black hair was sticking out in east and west strands, and there were colored paper ribbons hanging from her head. He had a large red banner shoved into his hand that read in large gold-colored letters, "Be a wise and courageous man. Build a wise and righteous city." The expression on his face was clearly bewildered, and the usually sharp, open tails of his eyes hung wanly, hard enough to show a few moments of clueless innocence. Ouch! Help! Song-ji laughed out loud, was about to long press save. Wrist was suddenly pulled to the side of the bushes a pull. She was about to exclaim when a furry head pressed against her shoulder and neck and the familiar scent of lime bubbles hit her. Served! Tang Shi's voice was muffled and clearly raw. Girlfriend, your date is socially dead today. Song-ji really wanted to keep laughing, but reason told her she had to coax it first, or else she wouldn't be able to coax it anymore. She racked her brain and said, "Why? Everyone thinks you're very gallant." "No." Tang Shi tilted her head slightly, her whole body not having much energy, and sighed. "They say my persona is falling apart." Song-ru was tempted to say it was a little bit, and as the words came out of her mouth, she turned around. "How come?" Tang Shi hung her head low, her voice clear but inexplicably sounding a bit aggrieved. "They all lined up to laugh at me after class. That's really not an exaggeration at all. He does have friends all over the place and even more detrimental friends." "Really struck out?" Song rhetorically took his hand and shook it. After a moment of silence, Tang Shi looked up, her clean, clear eyes looking up at her, and asked bluntly, "It's been almost a day since we've seen each other. Have you missed me yet?" Song rhetoric didn't really have much time to think about it. The day was full. He continued speaking to himself. "I missed you. Can I get a kiss?" After he asked, and with no intention of asking for her permission, he came over to her and was about to kiss her. Song-ru's heart is a soft mess, watching his exquisite face come closer and closer, and for a moment he was compelled, and then, directly covered his mouth and pushed back. "Tang Shi, your fox's tail is about to show." Oh. She looked at him as if she meant it, and couldn't help but curl her lips. "Oh, playing the poor guy got caught. Okay." Tang Shi licked her lips and decided not to be so greedy today for now. He opened his arms and smiled. "A hug it is then." Songja froze at the light under his eyes, and in the next second, she was swept into his arms, her head pressed against his hard chest, held tightly. The snow that fell last night had not melted, weighing heavily on the ground and branches, pale and snowy, but the wind had stopped. It was an unoccupied nook with silence all around. Song-ji heard a contentedly ironic sigh, and Tang Shi said lowly, "Girlfriend, I love you today, too." It's hard to describe what it felt like at that moment, as if my whole body was stuffed with cotton, bulging and bulging, making me feel soft and reassured. She actually didn't dare to recall that night yesterday even now. She was afraid that when she thought back, all she could think of was being thrown into a corner at that time, the overwhelming powerlessness and despair, so much so that the solidity and warmth behind it was shielded from her along with it, blocked off in a corner, too afraid to touch it. She vaguely thought of that night as a dream, floating in the air with no sense of reality. Until this moment, she was held tightly in her arms, overwhelmingly safe and unabashedly loving. So feet on the ground, Songji raised his hand and slowly hugged him back as well, hugged for a long time. Song-ru tugged at the corner of his shirt and whispered, "Class is about to start." Tang Shi did not move. After a while, Songji tugged again and said helplessly, "It's really time to go." He was silent for a moment and asked softly, "I'll come find you after study hall and take you home?" Song-ru shook his head, "My dad will pick me up." "Oh." He paused. "Noon tomorrow then. I have to prepare my speech tomorrow at noon." Next week it was her turn to speak at the flag. Songji sought out his hand, pinched his clear knuckles, and softly said, "Tomorrow night. Still here, okay? Girlfriend." Slowly, word for word, Tang Shi charged, "You're really busy." "Well, it is a bit." Since the bell was going to ring soon, Songju absent-mindedly repeated, "Okay?" Tang Shi hugged her tightly, her tone muffled. "Then have dinner together." "No way." Songja categorically refused. With the level of attention he gets at the school, how is this any different than just going public? Hey! His shoulders caved in. If he had a pair of samoyed-like ears on the top of his head, they must be drooping with little spirit at the moment. Song rhetorically rambled, "I'm leaving." Songji broke away from his embrace and didn't forget to remind him, "You can go out again in a couple minutes." Tang Shi pursed her lips as she looked at her, her long eyelashes drooping softly, her dark eyes not moving at all. Stare at her. He has very softening eyes. He himself is obviously aware of this advantage and knows how to utilize it. Songja had already taken a few steps outward, and sensing his gaze, he still sighed helplessly. She returned, stood on her tiptoes, and tilted her head to kiss the side of his face. The corners of his mouth did curl into a winning smile, sharp and sly. "Heartthrob puppy." Song-ru quietly skimmed his lips and turned to leave again when he heard him say, "You kissed me first." One hand clutched her wrist, pulling her back unexpectedly, and he smiled, lowering his head, securing her head with his other hand and kissing her deeply. His lips were suddenly covered by a touch of moist heat. A scent of orange-flavored fudge intertwined and filled the air, and only 4 words popped into Song-ji's mind at that moment. Get an inch. She vowed never to go soft on him next time. Then she met a pair of black eyes. The red mole at the corner of her eyes turned over in triumph. Her lips and teeth were invaded, and he murmured with a low laugh and a gasp, "Do you like it?" before coming to find a girlfriend to eat on purpose. Orange-flavored fudge. Dying. Song-ji's brain instantly went blank, stuck on the tape, stepped on the class bell, and left in a daze. In the evening, Song Jiching came to pick her up after 2 periods of self-study. In the car, Song Jiching drove while not without fear. "When I went to the police station this morning, the police comrade told me that those 3 people might be repeat offenders, specializing in you young girls who are only 15 or 16, 16 or 17 years old and who have to go to the evening self-study." Song Ji's heart trembled, and in the bottom of his eyes, he didn't know whether he was glad or afraid. This case seems to be highly valued above, and has been transferred to the Public Security Bureau for processing. They told me not to worry about the follow-up, and the lawyer is also represented by someone from the police station. Songji's eyelashes dropped and he nodded gently. "Thanks to that young man." Song Jiching sighed and said, "Your mom and I specially went to give him a banner today. I see that expression of his is also spoiled. Stuffed him with red envelopes also did not, but also said that this is what he should do. In fact, there is no such thing as should or should not, in the face of danger, but also each according to their conscience. Just to help is a great favor. It's such a big favor. I don't know how I'll pay it back later." Hearing Song Jiching mention him, the corner of Song Ji's lips couldn't help but bend, and said softly, "He is indeed a very good person. Not bad enough to make her just want to try harder, and then good enough to match him." Chapter 95, Inspection? There is no staying out of winter in the city of Huayan, and after only 2 days, golden sunlight blossomed, stripping away the snow like silk. Temperatures are rising quickly, as if winter has passed and early spring is upon us. On one of the most normal afternoons, the little old man on the stage shook his head and spoke slowly. From the unification of weights and measures by the first emperor of Qin to the 2 or 3 things the mother of the first emperor of Qin, Zhao Ji, had to say about her and the little eunuchs, such cozy and warm sunshine, together with such a long and old tone, is tantamount to spreading a masking agent into the classroom, and the people underneath listened to it drowsily. Suddenly there was a breeze that broke the calm surface of the lake, and there was the sound of disorganized footsteps in the corridor, as well as the teenagers' deliberately lowered clear laughter. The commotion wasn't too loud, yet a number of people still turned their heads and looked out the window. A group of 16 and 17-year-olds passed by hooked up with basketballs clutched to their hips and blue and white school uniforms bundled around their waists, sweaty and glistening. The teenagers surrounded by the stars in the center wore a white jersey, tall and lean, with clean and smooth muscle lines, and when he pulled his lips into a smile, his vigorous youthfulness almost came over him. He absent-mindedly listened to the person next to him, slightly inclined his head, his eyes balked, then settled on a young girl with a low ponytail, carefully taking notes. The corners of his lips deepened in a smile. Perhaps his line of sight was too hot. The young girl seemed to be aware of it, and also inclined her head to meet his eyes. Then her bright fox eyes looked him up and down. After a few seconds, she wrinkled her eyebrows, her lip line pursed straight, and continued to keep her head down to take notes. "No, brother, are you sure the schoolgirl is your girlfriend? Can you stop blowing it off?" Chen Jijun witnessed the whole thing from the side and laughed so hard he wanted to die. This is exactly the classic template of a licking dog who has been pursuing for years with no success and a high-strung schoolgirl. Tang Shi hummed, unimpressed. "What do you know? My girlfriend, that's love of learning." Chen Jijun nodded. "Ah yes, 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 Don Z. Why don't they all believe it? Tang poetry is a million times more perplexing. Aren't he and she a perfect match? A match for the naked eye?" This confusion lasted until late that evening, and he didn't figure it out. Tang Shi leaned back against the wall with her arms wrapped around her, quietly waiting for Songji to come over while she thought. The rest of his vision caught a glimpse of the young girl's catatonic movements to either side, calling it a furtive leaning this way. Tang Shi didn't hold back a laugh, and when she got close she pulled her over and crashed into his arms. "What for?" He lowered his voice and asked with a smile. "Being a thief?" Songji obediently hugged his waist and didn't look at him, but instead touched the black jumper he was wearing and asked curiously, "Does this jumper of yours have hair inside? Is that all you care about?" Tang Shi suddenly laughed out loud. He grabbed her hand and made a gesture to reach inside his sweatshirt. "There's hair. Don't you believe me? Feel it?" "Didn't disbelieve." Song-ru blushed and slapped his hand away. "Don't be a hooligan. Hey, you're obviously the one who touched me." He laughed prodigally. "Who touched you?" Songji's hand burned generally spread away from his waist, a look to stay away. You don't spit blood. Oh, Tansy pulled her into another hug, burying herself in the crook of her neck, stifling a laugh, hot breath spraying her neck with red. Song-ru inclined her head, uncomfortably struggled twice, didn't break free, and went along with him. It was quiet for a while. Tansy asked her, "Did you see me this morning?" "Saw it," Song said. "You didn't smile at me." He sighed. Songji also sighed and didn't dwell on such childish questions with him, instead asking, "Aren't you cold? In the winter, it's less than 10 degrees and you wear short sleeves to play." She looked cold. Tangshur paused and looked down at her meaningfully. "Do you have some misunderstanding about your boyfriend?" Songju froze. "What? Don't worry. Your boyfriend is in great shape, although I said I was sick a lot as a kid, especially in the winter." "How long ago was that?" Songju pursed his lips and didn't say anything anymore. Apparently the Drag King has forgotten how he caught a cold last year. Her voice was muffled as she said, "Whatever." He looked down at her and raised his eyebrows. "Don't believe me?" Song-ru was silent. "Inspection?" After he finished speaking, he made a gesture to take her hand to reach inside the sweatshirt, with a look of enduring the pain and letting her take advantage of all the advantages. "Let you check your abs first?" Song rhetoric. "Nothing else," he said righteously. "Who wants to test something else?" She wrenched his hand away. "No test, class is over. I'm leaving." Tangshur clutched her wrist and didn't let her go. 5 more minutes. Tangshur whispered softly, her dark eyes looking at her. "Stay a little longer." Song-ru lowered his eyes. "Then you're not allowed to say." "What?" He laughed. She glared at him. "You know it. Good. Tangshur took the opportunity to take her into her arms again, coaxing, Don't say it. Ouch. Big lifesaver. Who's the girlfriend that's shy about touching? Almost too cute." The next evening, at the same point, in that empty, deserted shrubbery, Songji sneaked past as usual. Tangshur perversely did not immediately take her into her arms, but stood a meter away from her with a face full of good manners. He was all wrapped up, wearing a mask and a black wool cap, his dark eyes looking up at her, his hair and long eyelashes hanging limply as he told her regretfully, "Girlfriend, we should have kissed yesterday." Song rhetoric, as you can see. He cleared his throat, his voice husky and nasal. "Your boyfriend has a cold." Song rhetoric, with a look of regret for her. He emphasized, "You won't be able to kiss your boyfriend for at least a week." Songji looked at him quietly. He hung his eyes down sheepishly, and it seemed that even the arrogant and colorful vermilion moles at the end of his eyes were visibly dimmed. "Okay," he finally said. "I was wrong. There is no next time." Songji looked at him, really angry and heartbroken, and didn't speak to him for a long time. The man is still real, and vegetable and fun-loving. "Girlfriend, a word?" He continued to speak. Songru tightened her pretty face and finally spat out, "Then I'm leaving." Tansy looked at her and said, "No, what am I staying here for?" she asked, expressionless. "You can't hug or kiss." Tangshur tilted her head to look at her, serious and blunt. "I missed you when I didn't see you for a day. We can watch the sunset together." He paused, a meter apart. "It's not contagious." Songji felt that she might not be able to resist his sincerity and straightforwardness for the rest of her life, and her heart was soft again. She sighed and took 2 steps closer, watching as he took 2 more steps back away. "Have you taken your medication?" She softened her tone. "Eat." Tangshur's peach blossom eyes curved into a crescent moon. 3 times a day. 1 bag at a time. Chapter 96, The Pattern is Small. Songja sighed in relief and took a step forward, the two of them side by side, separated by a meter of distance. Brilliant evening sunsets filled the sky like fire, orange-red light spreading and extending through the cool winter air, and fiery clouds layered but dark gray, like the beginning of a doomsday movie. It turned out that the sunset in winter was also so beautiful. Songji looked mesmerized. "Song-ru," Tangshur suddenly called out to her. Songja absent-mindedly, "I just thought about it," he said. "What?" Song asked. "It's a nice day." Song rhetorically nodded. "Good for kissing." When he finished coldly, he suddenly stepped forward and gently touched her forehead through the gag. A touch of separation. Song rhetorically glanced sideways. Tangshur retreated back to a place about a meter away from her, and all the haze in the sky fell into his eyes, glittering. "Girlfriend," he smiled, "love you today too." Tangshur had apparently been overly conservative in his estimation of his condition. His cold had lasted for a long time, and he hadn't really gotten completely better until a few days into his final exams. Winter vacation officially starts after the final exams, and the last one is English. It rained the day after the exam. Not too much, with dark clouds settling in and overcast. Songja finished writing the paper, checked it twice more, and finally handed it in 20 minutes early. Exiting the school building, the roiling rain pummeled her face, and she couldn't help but stomp her somewhat numb feet, taking a step to head out when resistance came from behind her. Songji's foot that had already stepped out was sent back again. She tilted her head as Tangshur picked up her book bag with one hand and looked down at her with a nasty smile. "Girlfriend," he said. "What a coincidence. Meeting you here. Where's the coincidence? It's obviously in the same building as the exam." Song rhetorically suspected that he had finished writing early and was squatting her in the hallway. They'd obviously arranged to meet in front of the school. "Meeting is fate. Why don't we simply walk together?" He carried her book bag again and said leisurely, "Carry the book bag for me." "No way." Song rhetorically looked carefully from side to side. "If we meet someone we know we're screwed." "We'd be screwed." He mimicked her tone and laughed. "Another day of being adorable by my girlfriend." Songja pursed his lips and glanced at him. The smile at the corner of Tangshur's lips slowly converged, and she coughed, saying seriously, "It's so serious. Then what should we do?" "You go ahead. I'll follow you." Songja said. "You go ahead. I'll follow you." Tangshur said. "No talking like me." Songji was fierce. "I didn't learn." Tangshur was really wrong this time. "I want you to walk in front and I'll follow you." "Girlfriend," he sighed. His tone had a helpless gentleness to it. "You've been too focused on your book addiction lately. You might have forgotten that we haven't seen each other in 2 weeks. I'm going into winter training camp tomorrow, and I won't be able to see you for another month or so I'll be able to see you for a little while longer if you walk in front of me, okay?" he asked. His voice was light, and he forced himself not to show any emotion. Songja's heart, however, still couldn't help but tremble. Stunned, she opened and closed her mouth, slightly bemused. These days, because of the upcoming final exams, she was so busy reviewing and rewriting that she didn't even go to the shrubbery, and she did neglect him for a long time. After a moment of silence, Songji took the initiative to go over and hold his hand, saying softly, "Then walk together." "Not afraid of being found out?" Tangshur glanced at her, her voice clear and strong. "Afraid." Songja's hand holding him tightened again. "So move your umbrella down a bit and don't show our faces." Tangshur finally smiled. He interlocked his fingers with hers through his fingers, the black umbrella tilting toward her, his voice pleasant. "Girlfriend, you learned well from a leaf. Song-ru, you're not bad at language arts either. Thanks to you, a lot of progress has been made." The two stepped into the rain. After leaving the school gate, Songju asked, "Where are we going? Anywhere you want to go?" Tunsi asked her, looking down. She shook her head in bewilderment. "Dating. Where do you usually go? Going to the movies? Eating? Shopping at the mall? To study hall?" Tangshur's eyes burned into her. "Song, it's her pattern that's small. Turns out her boyfriend loves learning even more than she does." Half an hour later, Songji was held by him on the desk, tilting her head back, both hands against her back, enduring his blistering kisses. Tangshur's hand didn't dare to wrap around her waist, but only covered her knuckles, rubbing them one by one, the veins on the back of her hand jutting out. Restrained and sexy, he dipped his head and kissed her lips, containing the kisses for a moment, meticulous and patient like he was savoring some delicious pastry. Songji felt like a dull knife was slowly abrading her skin. It didn't hurt, but it was numb and itchy. Unable to stand it, she curled up her fingertips, finally gasping for air and tilting her head to avoid it. Blocked in his path, he didn't allow a moment's respite until she couldn't take it and went to push on his shoulder, leaving a slight distance for her to breathe, smiling lowly as he swam. "Learned it together. How come you still can't change your breath?" Song-ru inclined her head laying on his shoulder, not speaking. Noticing her somewhat downcast mood, Tangshur touched her head and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Not letting her change her breath. "Angry?" The rain outside the window is still pattering. The cold wind blows in through the window, and the ambiguous atmosphere of the indoor youth is not blown away. Tangshur lowered her eyes to look at her. The teenager who had always been confident was starting to lose heart at this point. Or rather, since he'd run into her, he'd never been able to talk about having a bottom. He ruffled his fingertips through a few strands of her hair, which tangled a few times and then loosened, and so on, while in his mind he thought of what to coax. Say, "Don't breathe. I'll teach you how to change your breath next time." "Gee, no, it will be beaten out as a hooligan." "Tangshur," Song-ru called out to him softly. "Aha," he responded absent-mindedly. What to coax? The well-traveled teenager began to get a headache. "It's my first time being someone's girlfriend too." She suddenly smothered her head and said, "If there's anything I'm doing wrong, I'll try to change it." "Change what?" He hadn't responded yet, looking down at her in amusement, then realizing what was going on. The smile at the corners of his lips narrowed and he said, "Lift your head." Song-ru looked up, his fox eyes reddening at the end. "Crying over this?" He wrinkled his nose. Song rhetorically shook his head. She wasn't actually crying, and for some reason, as he kissed her, the ends of her eyes were red and she looked very much like she had been crying. Tangshur obviously still misunderstood. He sighed and carried her off the desk and put her back on the chair, more or less regretting it in the bottom of his heart. He raised his eyes and looked at her reddened eyes up close, and then think, no, be very, very sorry. His fault, he hadn't kissed in a long time, really wanted to, and didn't even notice right away that she was in a bad mood. He sat down as well, chair rollers turning, then slowly moved closer, taking her hand and locking eyes with her. Song reference, you're cold. Tansy, no, I'm not cold. Songs, I didn't cry. Tansy, no, you're crying. Chapter 97, Top Match. So where do you think you're not doing a good job? Girlfriend? The incandescent lamp overhead glowed gently, and Tansy lowered her head, patiently questioning her. Songju thought for a moment and said, I've neglected you for a long time, and every time you asked me out, I didn't have the time. In all the time they'd been together, they didn't even seem to have a serious date. Tansy asked her, so do you have time? Sungru sighed. No, then it's not your fault. He laughed. Getting a boyfriend is for enjoying yourself, not for accommodating. Understand? Songru seemed to understand. But you've been accommodating me. Tansy was quick to deny it. Who said that? I didn't. You have. Song said with certainty. That would be my pleasure. His tone tugged up, the ends of his eyes rising. I'm happy, and no one else has a chance to accommodate me if they want to. He paused and then asked, do you let people accommodate you? Song rhetorically thought about it and shook his head. She wasn't used to owing people. That's not it. Tangshur slowly raised her hand and scratched her chin like she was teasing a kitten. Arrogant and smug, smiling word by word. You're finished, Songji. You love Tangshur to death. Songji was wound up by him, vaguely feeling that something was wrong, but he didn't react for a moment. He snapped lazily again. Where else do you feel bad about yourself? Say it all together. Songji was quiet for a moment and said hesitantly, I haven't realized it myself for the time being. Tansy nodded and said, you won't find out later. No, why? Songja looked at him and shook his head. He slowly surveyed her, the corners of his lips hooked up, because you are top-notch from head to toe, inside and out. My girlfriend is the best in the world, and anyone who says you're not good is all pretty much out of sight. Got it? Songji didn't expect him to say that and involuntarily froze. In fact, since she was a child, because of her long, knowingly beautiful face, people who came into contact with her would say, it feels like your personality doesn't match your face very well. The tone is usually lamentable. It was as if she had a face like that. She was supposed to be outgoing, sharp and flamboyant, not gentle, quiet and unaggressive. It's as if it's not right, not good, not right for her to be like that. She wasted that face. This is the first time anyone has ever said that she's tops inside and out. It's not just the face. The personality is top-notch. The corners of Songji's lips curved and his eyes burned. This time he really wanted to cry. Then he said softly, understood. Tangshur nodded in satisfaction. His legs were wide open and he leaned back in a relaxed position, opening his arms to her in a let's let you pick me up stance, his eyes teasingly hanging out. Want to kiss me more? Girlfriend, I can't kiss you on winter vacation. Song rhetorically made a point of blowing outside the door for a long time before entering the house. There was no way around it. Her face was hot, her lips were hot, and she was hot all over. She could guarantee that if she went in like this, she would immediately reveal herself as soon as she saw Shanine. It was hard to wait for the heat in her cheeks to subside, but the scene flashed abruptly through her mind again. Tangshur smiled lowly and gasped in her ear, patiently guiding her step by step, murmuring softly, girlfriend, change your breath like this, got it? Help! The heat that had just subsided on her cheeks was vaguely threatening to sweep back in. She patted her cheeks and cursed that male color was a mistake. Male color was a mistake. After returning to his room and taking a shower, Songji's whole body was still quiet. His heart was like filled with honey. He couldn't control thinking about him, couldn't control laughing. Songja looked up and saw himself in the mirror. Her lips were curved, her cheeks flushed, her eyes bright. Is this what it feels like to be in love? She touched her pounding heart. Seems like, isn't too bad? She couldn't help but flop onto the bed, rolling over and over. As soon as they parted she began to think of him, of his face close at hand, of the red mole at the corner of his eye, of him smiling and saying to her, my girlfriend is the best in the world. She couldn't help but bury her face in the pillow. So in love with Tang poetry. Favorite him. Songji lying on the bed to calm down for a while, just intending to brush the video to divert attention. The cell phone ding-dong sound. Li Bai, girlfriend, are you asleep? Songru blinked and slowly typed, no, and you? She had just clicked to send when a window suddenly popped up on her phone. Li Bai invites you for a video call. Songji instantly bounced up from the bed. She hurriedly rushed over to look in the mirror and straightened her hair, then carefully unlocked the door again before returning to the bed again and tapping the green button. Reflected on the screen was a gray dog's face. Tang Jio, I'm playing video with my girlfriend. What are you doing? The teenager's clear voice rang out, and then the big gray dog on the screen was picked up and thrown aside, and warned, don't climb. Me, bed. The phone shook twice, and the teenager's handsome features were finally imprinted on the screen. He was still wiping his hair with a white towel in one hand, wearing a black sleeveless t-shirt and slouching in a black gaming chair that made his skin look white. He inclined his head, a smile curling his lips, and asked, "What's doing?" "Thinking of you." Song-ru didn't say that. Her face mostly covered in the quilt, only revealing a pair of beautiful eyes, and said in a jarring voice, "Nothing doing." "That's cute." "Girlfriend," Tang-sure sighed inwardly. "It's going to be over a month before we see each other. It's killing me." He wondered if his forced winter training camp was something he really had to go to. "Guess what I'm doing?" he asked. "You're." Song rhetorically stifled a laugh and thought, "Wiping your hair. That's smart, girlfriend." He froze, smiled, threw the white towel on the table, leaned in closer, and asked, "Want a reward?" "I don't know." Songji looked at his suddenly enlarged and handsome face, froze a little, and then said, "Still have to think about it." "Okay." He nodded lazily. "Then think about it. Seriously. Is there a time limit?" Song Ruler asked. "Time limit?" Tangshur raised her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes slightly curved. "Is a lifetime enough for what you want?" Songja blushed and didn't say anything. "Not enough." He was thoughtful. "2 lifetimes then?" Song rhetoric. "Not enough?" He raised his eyebrows and continued to add. 3 lifetimes then? Song rhetoric. 4 lifetimes. 5. 6. Tangshur did not bother to count at the back. He looked at her in surprise, holding his arms, shaking his head dejectedly and helplessly, showing the getting a bargain but still selling the good to the fullest extent. "Is it still not enough? Song-ji, don't love me too much to dominate me for so long." Songja's entire face was lying on the bed, a look of refusal to continue communicating with him. Chapter 98, Missing You. Song-ru, he called out to her. "Aha." She responded breathlessly. "Sunglasses," he called out with a smile. "Aha." The bed was warm and she was sleepy. Song rhetorics. Song rhetorics. Song rhetorics. Song rhetorics. Song rhetorics. Really asleep. The teenager was on the other side of the screen, his eyes gentle and serious as he leaned over the table to look at the young girl with only half her head showing. "Good night, girlfriend," he whispered softly and reluctantly. "I love you more today than I did yesterday." Songja slept until sunrise early the next morning. She opened her eyes in a daze and let them go for a moment, then fumbled for her phone and tapped the screen. No movement. The cell phone has been blacked out and turned off automatically. She plugged her cell phone in as the memories of last night slowly came back to her. She remembered that she was on a video call with Tangshur last night to come, and then blushed at his flirty words, and then buried in the bed did not want to talk, and then slowly fell asleep. She sighed with some regret. Should have seen more of him. Like he said, we won't see each other for over a month. After charging for a few minutes, Song Ji-long pressed the on button and tapped the call box with Tangshur. Last night's video call lasted over 8 hours. Tansy sent her several more messages in the morning. 7:30. Li Bai, are you awake? 8:03. Li Bai, hit me with the video when you wake up. 8:42. Li Bai, gonna collect the cell phone girlfriend. 8:45. Liberty, well, report back. Li Bai, to close training for a month and a half. Will confiscate the phone. The new year will not necessarily be on vacation. You can send me a message, and so released will be back. 8:48. Li Bai, collected cell phones. 8:51. Li Bai, I really miss you, girlfriend. Li Bai, lying down. Song Ju glanced at the current time, 10:12 a.m. She sighed. It's only now that I have the tangible feeling of actually having to be apart for over a month. Song rhetorically returned him line by line. Dash, Li Bai, are you awake? The late man left in the west, now awake QAQ. Dash, Li Bai, wake up and play me the video. The late man left in the west, it's too late QAQ. Dash, Li Bai, gonna collect the cell phone girlfriend. Deceased man leaving in the west, oh. Dash, Li Bai, to close training for a month and a half. The phone was confiscated. The new year will not necessarily be on vacation. You can send me a message, and so released will be back. The old man left in the west, I know. Dash, Li Bai, collected cell phones. Deceased man leaving in the west, oh. At the last entry, Song rhetorically lowered his eyes. Li Bai, I really miss you, girlfriend. She typed slowly, I miss you, boyfriend. No, it's weird. She deleted as much as she could and returned, cheers, boyfriend. Songji basically stayed in the library during the winter break, and she would occasionally send messages to Tangshur, such as what she ate today, what she read, and some math problems she couldn't do. When there was nothing to post in the back, she used him as a file transfer assistant. Some ebooks and study materials clunked up. Later, when Tangshur got the phone, looking at the chat box on a pile of materials such as Ideal Country, Birds of Prey, Math 2000 and other materials to cry and laugh. Quite a bit of helplessness. I don't want to see it. Girlfriend, he returned then. Of course, that's all an afterthought. At that time, Songji was sitting on the sofa holding down his grandmother's leg. His mother and sister-in-law were chatting while picking vegetables. His uncle was in the kitchen preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. His father and aunt-in-law were having a big chat about the house prices that went up and down every day. And his younger brother was playing a game with his twin cousins. The room was warm and lively. The TV was on, but no one was there. It was the 30th day of the Chinese New Year, and families were reunited and in a frenzy. Songji spoke to her grandmother, listening to her reminisce about the past that had been spoken of so many times, while taking the time to spare her mind to glance at her cell phone once in a while. Tansi didn't send any messages. Should still be in training camp, not on vacation. What a tragedy. His boyfriend, Song Rhetorics, couldn't help but think. Everyone else was celebrating New Year's Eve, and he was miserable and cold, brushing up in a cold classroom. It's true that the state prize is not that easy to get, and who knows how much effort the genius puts in behind the scenes. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Songji was cleaning up the dishes, and his sister-in-law followed along, suddenly asking in a low voice, "Did Aji choose the liberal arts by himself?" Songja froze, the corners of his lips curved, as if he had done something of great importance, and nodded. "Great." Her sister-in-law gave her a thumbs up. "Stick to what you love in the future too, okay?" Song rhetorically smiled and whispered yes. 10, 9, 8, 7. The Spring Festival hosts begin the countdown. Firecrackers are heard faintly outside the window. Fireworks bloom, and cell phones ding. Song rhetorically stuck to the point to send Tangshur, "Happy New Year's Eve, boyfriend." Thought about adding, "Miss you." On the first day of the Lunar New Year, families started to go to the door, and Songji was also dragged there. "How old is it? Growing so big all of a sudden." "Ha, the little girl is so watery." "How are the studies going?" "You're in the first high school. What's the top of your class?" Every time he went to the home of a relative he didn't know, he was always confronted with so many questions. Songji forced himself to cope with the day, full of fatigue, more tired than writing a math paper. Toward evening, the family of four declined a warm dinner invitation from their last relative and finally set off on their return trip. On the way, Song Jiqing suddenly remembered, said, a long time did not go to see the second uncle grandmother. This year how to go to the door. Then he inclined his head, saw his pair of children sitting in the back seat of the car, lifeless, and turned and added, "You guys don't have to go. I'll just go with your mom." Song Jiqing sent Song Ji and Song Li to the entrance of the neighborhood and left. The siblings looked at each other outside the cell. Song Li scratched his head in embarrassment and suddenly said, "Sis, I've arranged to go out with my classmates tonight." Song Ji didn't think much of it and waved his hand wearily, signaling that he could go. It was completely dark when I walked into the neighborhood. Songja walked slowly and leisurely in the direction of her home, because she was physically and mentally exhausted. Her mind swayed slightly, and even as she watched the dark shadows swaying under the streetlights, she also began to sway. "Handsome brother, can you do me a favor?" The little girl's clear voice was very noticeable in the pale black night. The next second, time seemed to slow down as a familiar, lazy voice rang out. "What kind of favor?" "Tell your brother." Songji froze, thinking that he was hallucinating because he was too tired, but he still accelerated his steps in the direction of the sound source. Then she saw the scene before her and paused. Tangshur stood on the floor of her house, wearing a short-down jacket and baggy jeans, a duck-tongued hat, and almost all black, with only the white jumper cap showing. He was half-bowed, his hands in his pockets, revealing a cold, hard chin, and a lazy smile tugging at the corners of his lips. A little girl stood in front of him, with two little tugs, all red and pretty as a doll, and then tilted her head and handed him a lighter, and said dutifully and coquettishly, "Can you burn my winter vacation homework for me?" Don Z. Chapter 99. The future looks good. Tangshur slowly stood up straight and said in a cool tone, "No, I didn't even burn it." He thought for a moment and snatched the lighter out of the little girl's hand again. "This one's confiscated too." The little girl froze, obviously not expecting this human-looking big brother to be a bandit. She deflated her mouth and was about to cry out, then was warned, "No crying, little girl." She withdrew her tears. Tangshur pulled out two soft candies from her pocket and patted her head perfunctorily. "Go play." The little girl broke into a smile, just about to take it. Tangshur's hand retracted again, smiling, "Really take it toxic fear?" Little girl. She deflated and tried to cry again when $50 was shoved into her hand. "If you want to eat it, get it yourself. Got it?" The teenager smiled lazily. The little girl bounced away. The atmosphere relapsed into silence. Songji stood not far away, watching Tangshur collect her laughter, take 2 steps back, lean back again under the cool streetlight, the knot in her throat rolling as she continued to wait. Then, as if sensing something, he inclined his head, his bright, dark eyes looking up at her, a smile returning to the corners of his eyes. "Girlfriend," he sighed, his tone light as a feather. "Back." Songji finally didn't hold back, ran over and jumped into his arms. Why did you come over all of a sudden and not send me a message? After hugging him for a while, Songji tilted her head and asked him, if she doesn't come back today, she'll miss it. Got out in a bit of a hurry. Didn't have time to bring my cell phone. He mumbled, have to go back later. Tangshur cupped her face with both hands, rubbing her fingertips one by one, and said with a smile, let me see if you've grown some meat over the past year. He gently pinched her rosy cheeks and nodded in satisfaction, thinking, it seems to have grown a bit. Both of them were obviously a little tired, especially Tangshur. At this distance, Songji could see a blue-black color under his eyes, and his cheeks had cleared up quite a bit, but his heart was on fire, and the plopping sound of his heartbeat was much more enthusiastic than the continuous, dry cicadas of a summer's day. Tangshur lowered his head and only restrained himself from kissing her forehead. Can't make it, girlfriend, I have to rush back after your birthday. He held out the lighter he'd just confiscated with a snap, a deep blue flame dancing, and laughed lowly, just in time to still be missing a lighter. My birthday. Songji stared at the teenager's sure and confident brow, and there was a moment of hesitation in the words he spat out. No? Tansy wondered. As if not, Sons blinked. When the cold wind blew, the blue flame burned his fingertips, and he let out a hiss, hastily withdrawing the lighter, looking flustered for a moment. Really? He repeated again in a panic. No. Songja was certain this time. No way. Tangshur blurted out. I read your enrollment information in my freshman year of high school. I can memorize your ID number. Remembering your girlfriend's birthday wrong is a capital offense. Oh, Songji suddenly realized. My father registered me wrongly. February 1st was accidentally registered as January 1st. My family felt that this date was quite auspicious, so they didn't change it for me. But I've always celebrated my birthday on February 1st. Don Z. Fine. Tangshur sighed, carnally depressed. That's why you rushed over here. Songja was a bit touched. Not really. Tangshur looked down at her tightly held waist and said with a wry smile, girlfriend, loosen up a bit? Take something. Oh. Songji's face turned red for a split second, and she scrambled to spread her hands. Still wanting to take 2 steps back, she watched as Tangshur leaned down and pulled out a palm-sized rabbit cake from behind a streetlight, before looking at her lightly and continuing what she had just left unsaid. Mostly I miss you. Songja's heart heaved, and then thumped densely. It doesn't hurt that it's not a birthday. He slowly inserted a candle and snapped the lighter. The candle gave off light, a dim glow wavering across his face. Make a wish, girlfriend. It was a little windy, and he gathered the candlelight to hold the cake in front of her and whispered, I'll make it happen for you. Songji's nose was a little sore. She looked at the candlelight swing in front of her and slowly closed her eyes. I hope, then, that Tangshur and Songru will go to the Northern University together. When she finished, she opened her eyes and blew out the candle. Alas, girlfriend. Tangshur's tone was slow, the end deliberately trailing off. Songji's eyes moved upward, and the two of them stared at each other in the darkness, each other's eyes entangled and fiery, with unspoken emotions spreading. After a few seconds of silence, Songji heard him chuckle softly and say, make a wish that is destined to come true. Tangpones come and go. Songji dizzily rode the elevator back to her home, and even began to wonder if the heavy smell of cigarettes and alcohol from her relative's meal at noon had deceived her senses to the point of hallucination. She stood on the balcony of her home and looked down. The tall, upright teenager under the cold white streetlight had long since disappeared. Songji unconsciously lowered his head and stroked the bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet is understated and simple in style, rose gold in color overall, with only a Mobius ring dangling right in the middle, which is set with a crushed diamond. The remaining heartbeat of Song Zhu gradually revived again. It was meant to be a birthday present. Tangshur laughed then and pulled her hand through and put the bracelet on. But it's nice as a reward. Songru was still confused and asked without knowing what to expect. What kind of reward? What did Don Z say at the time? Oh, he gave her a haughty and smug look then and reminded her, word for word, it was the night you tried to, for the rest of your life, dominate me, as a reward. Song rhetoric. One other great thing happened during New Year's Eve. A serial molestation case in the city of Huan was declared officially closed, and the first trial will be held in court in 2 weeks. The case was revealed and exposed by major media outlets, triggering hot searches on major social media platforms and shocking the nation. Department of Chen Mao, Jiang Mao, Liao Mao, 3 years squatting in the vicinity of the school, taking advantage of the darkness of the time to violate the underage girls have more than 10 people. Victims are either threatened with force and luo photos, or they are afraid of being looked at differently if they are exposed, or they have reported the case but can't find any tangible evidence. In short, for various reasons, the 3 criminals have been at large for many years and have become more and more aggressive. It was a beautiful day for court, with the sun shining in every corner of the earth. Songru and Shinin also went to the courtroom, and they sat in an inconspicuous little corner, with the judges questioning in the courtroom. The 3 confessed to their crimes. In the end, the main culprit, Chen, was sentenced to death with immediate execution, and the accomplices, Jiang and Liao, were sentenced to life imprisonment with life imprisonment. After the dust settled on the case, the courtroom was filled with curses and small sobs. There were also tears under Xinyan's eyes. She was glad and sorry. Late justice, even if the murderers are acquitted, these girls who are only in their teens, their whole lives have been ruined by these three brutes. Xinyan murmured in a low voice. Why yes mom. A few seconds later, a soft voice spoke. Xinyan sidled his head. Songji's eyes followed the three criminals all the way as they stepped step by step into the dark abyss while handcuffed. Her tone was gentle, firm, and powerful as always. They clearly have a bright future and a great life ahead of them. Just like all teenage girls, the so-called innocence is just a shackle that the world puts on women. One cannot count the number of bright moons on their roofs or the 1,000 brilliant suns behind their walls. Chapter 100 Sandwiches and Milk. After a few more days, sophomore year officially started, and right after that was the non-stop opening exams. After the opening exams comes the opening ceremony. The student representative is still Don Poetry. He stood on the podium to give his speech, wearing a perfectly ordinary blue and white school uniform, his figure erect, facing the morning sun of early spring, his eyebrows proud and spirited. Song-ji heard a girl next to her exclaim, "Finally I understand what it feels like when the female main character of a novel talks a lot and the male main character just wants to kiss her." She had been listening intently. Then the words of the girl next to her inexplicably echoed in her ears. Then she remembered the shape of Tang Shi's lips and, tactile, dying, she covered her face straight away. A whole lot of wanting to cry. Song-ji, calm down. When did you become a woman of color? She wanted to shake the thoughts out of her head, but in her ears was the very present teenage voice of Tangsi. Can't get rid of. It was hard to get through the opening ceremony. Song-ji was red in the face and followed the large group to move slowly, wanting to get away from this place of wrongdoing right away. Suddenly, her pinky was hooked. Song-ji was startled and subconsciously tried to shake it off, but his pinky was tightly hooked, instead following the swaying from side to side twice, and failed to shake it off. She glanced sideways to the side. Tang Shi was indeed standing not far away, her lips hooked in a meaningful smile, but her eyes didn't look at her. Instead, she was unhurriedly making conversation with the boy next to him. On the surface, the two have nothing in common, but in the midst of the raging crowd, the two men's pinkies, surreptitiously and blatantly, hooked. Po, walk faster, the front is empty. She heard the boy next to him say, "What's the hurry? Walking slowly isn't quite good." Tang Shi matched her steps without haste. Songji's heart was beating out of his chest, and after shaking it off twice and not getting rid of it, he finally had to glare at him in what he thought was an imposing manner. The kitten reached out its claws to scratch him again. Tansy lifted her brow bone, stifled a laugh, or let go. He also gently tickled her palm before letting go. The tingly touch on his fingers was still sharp. Songji stood in place, staring at the sky, unafraid asshole slowly walking away, grinding his teeth in anger. This guy is really, guts are bigger than the sky. What to do if you get caught? That afternoon, the results of the opening exams came out. Songji remembers very clearly. That day was a Thursday. The third afternoon class had just finished. The sun had not yet completely set. The sunlight carved out a dim silhouette on the desk. She was sitting in her seat, carefully revising the wrong questions, when a classmate leaning against the door called out to her, gee, someone is looking for." It was a normal day, and the others continued to be busy as they saw fit. Often people from other classes came to borrow notes from Songji. Songji also put down the matter at hand, and in passing also took the English notebook, walked out of the classroom, and froze. An unexpected person appeared in the hallway. Lu Muqing. Half her face was swollen, but her hair was neatly combed and gathered and she wasn't crying. Songji stared into her eyes. An indescribable feeling arose, and his heart involuntarily cringed. Is something wrong? Song rhetorically softened his voice. Lu Muqing froze for a moment, glanced away. Her voice was light, and said, "It's fine. I came to return something." She suddenly held out her hand and handed over a sandwich and a bottle of milk. Song-ru was stunned. Something given over a year ago. Why would you want to think of giving it back now? No need for. Songji subconsciously tried to wave his hand to refuse, but the object was shoved directly into Lu Muqing's hand. Lu Muqing looked at her deeply and said, "I don't like to owe others." Songji didn't dwell on this. Looking at the shocking redness on her face, he paused and said, "There's an ointment to reduce the swelling in my school bag. Wait here. I'll bring it over to you." Lu Muqing stared at the young girl's back as she hurriedly ran towards the classroom, and couldn't help but laugh softly, murmuring in a low voice, "You are, as always, nice to everyone, but there would be little need for the medicine to be wasted on me again." Lost in thought, she said, "Enough already." By the time Songji returned to the corridor again with the ointment, Lu Muqing's figure had completely disappeared. Songji stared at the sandwich and milk in his hand, wrinkling his eyebrows with a thoughtful expression. For dinner she had a date with Yen Shanshan to meet at the barbecue restaurant they frequented. The two chatted as they ate their barbecue. Yen Shanshan made it into the top 10 in the school this time, so she was in a pretty good mood. Songji ghostly asked, "What about Lu Muqing?" Yen Shanshan's face crossed a flash of sympathy. "Didn't do well. This time she doesn't know what happened." Several doors directly handed in blank papers, directly into the bottom of the whole grade. She was in average form last year, out of the top 10 in the school a couple of times, and her mom came to the school a number of times to make a scene, saying that the homeroom teacher wasn't trying to teach her something. This time is even more. Yen Shanshan lowered his voice, directly in front of the class dumped her a slap, said she is a useless waste, white raised so many years, even that person pregnant dog mongrels cannot compare to what? Songji lowered her eyelashes, her mind constantly recalling the minutiae of when Lu Muqing came to her. Yen Shanshan said indignantly, "That mom of hers talks so harshly that I suspect it's not her real mom." "And you know what else she said?" Song rhetorically raised his eyes. "Her mom said the next time she gets a test like that she might as well just dash." Yen Shanshan's mouth was moving. "Go to hell." With a click dash sound, something shattered in Songji's brain, and then she clearly met Lu Muqing's eyes at that moment. Dead silence. That's right, a dead silence. Song rhetorically looked at Yen Shanshan with a face full of horror and said, "Then what if? No next time?" Yen Shanshan's face also changed. The two threw down their chopsticks and ran inside the school. "You go check out the Qingbei class. I'll go straight to the rooftop," Songju said to Yen Shanshan while running. When Songju climbed up to the rooftop out of breath, he noticed Lu Muqing at a glance. She wore a white dress and sat quietly at the very edge, her legs dangling and swaying, her expression seemingly calm, seemingly reminiscent. The roof of the building was windy and blew hard, and her body swayed with it. Songji forced down the fear in his heart, and step by step, quietly approached her. "Don't come any closer." Lu Muqing looked out at the sunset in the distance and said softly, "I see you." Songji's feet were nailed to the spot. Chapter 101, We're friends, and there's no need to persuade me. When the sun fully sets, I'll jump. Lu Muqing inclined her head and smiled at her, somewhat yearningly. "I've rehearsed it in my mind many times." "Good." Songja was chilled all over, but he still pulled out a smile at her. "Then the two of us can talk more before the sun sets." "Both of us?" She was bewildered. "Right." Songju simply sat on the ground cross-legged as well. "Both of us. There's actually nothing to say." Lu Muqing looked slightly lost. "We're not familiar, are we?" Song rhetorically asked softly. "Aren't we friends?" "Friends? I don't have friends." Lu Muqing smiled to herself. "My mom doesn't need me to have friends either. She just needs me to study hard and surpass the son that woman gave birth to. Song's heart was beating fast. "I need you as a friend." "Cheating." Lu Muqing gave her a complicated look with her eyes. "You're the best at lying." Songru was dumbfounded. After a pause, she said, "I haven't lied to you. Songju, you're really nice." There were tears under Lu Muqing's eyes as she choked and said, "I really want to continue drawing blackboard posters with you, and I really want to be at the same table with you. I actually, kinda like you. I quite like you too." Songji took a deep breath and got up shakily, approaching her while holding out his hand towards her. "Let's go down and draw the blackboard now, and then continue to be at the same table. We're friends." The maiden was gilded with the golden light of the grand sunset, and even her hair, blown by the wind, was gentle. Lu Muqing was lost in thought for a moment. The bottom was already crowded and talking. Finally a teacher ran up as well, and then a brightly dressed woman rushed in, but she was full of panic and tear-stained at the moment. "It's Lu Muqing's mom." Lu Muqing jolted awake. Her body moved forward a little more, almost shaking as she cried in agitation. Don't come over yet. Songju, I don't want your pity." She glanced at the setting sun again and said mournfully to Songji. Songji didn't dare to move again, only slowly shaking his head at her, signaling that he didn't. Mu-Ching, I'm mom. The formerly stern woman cried, barely able to stand. Mommy was wrong. Mommy shouldn't have said that. She began to slap herself heavily. "You come down first. You can hit and scold mommy all you want, okay, mom?" Lu Muqing was stunned. "Yes, mommy." The woman shuddered and moved closer. "Mommy needs you. Mom, it's only you. Mom, it's just me." Lu Muqing murmured lowly inside, a loose expression on her face. Then she turned her head. The setting sun burns fiercely in the distance. The sun is still doing its best to shine. Lu Muqing jumped. In that moment, there were gasps of surprise. Songji's brain went blank as she subconsciously lunged over. Only a strand of hair was caught, slipping through her fingertips and passing in an instant. Bang dash, there was a muffled sound, and the white dress was stained red with blood. The small half of Songji's body was hanging out, and he had no choice but to look down. His pupils suddenly dilated, and he almost even choked on his breath. The next moment, Her eyes were covered and the familiar scent of lime bubbles covered her. Don't be afraid, Rue. Don't be afraid. The boy's voice was restrained and unforgiving. A solid and secure chest with a violent heartbeat. I'm here. I'm here. Songji's whole body trembled as she was carried into Tangsher's arms. Lu Muqing's mother was obviously emotionally out of control. She fell softly to the ground. Her whole body couldn't stop twitching, and she didn't even dare to come close to take a look. The entire school building, from top to bottom, fell into dead silence. Slowly, the sound of an ambulance came from downstairs. Lu Muqing's mom looked like she suddenly woke up. Wasn't it you? Wasn't it you who victimized my daughter? She suddenly screamed like a madman and lunged towards Songji, being grabbed by the teacher next to her and unable to move. Tangsher ignored the woman as he wrapped his arms around Songji more tightly, stroking her back one by one, calling her name carefully and cherishingly. She's the one. She's the one that got my daughter killed. You guys arrest her. Call the police to arrest her. The woman looked vicious and hated to tear her apart. Not me. Songji's voice was still a little shaky. She patted Tangsher's chest, signaling him to release her. Tangsher paused and took her hand instead, interlocking her fingers. Songji took a deep breath. Her whole body was still shaking, but she still lifted her head and locked eyes with the woman who made a move to pounce on her and fight for her life. Her eyes were like babbling water, calm and deep. Her voice was light, but the words she uttered were sharp and blunt and unforgiving. You did this to her. You told her to go to hell. I'm not. I'm not. The woman shook her head and lay down in a dislocated heap, murmuring, I'm not. No one had any more time to bother with her, and Songji turned around and crouched back into Tangsher's arms. Lu Muqing's body was covered with a white cloth and transported to the ambulance. Because of this incident, the first high school temporarily cancelled the evening study hall. After Song Jiqing and Shanin understood the causes and consequences, they hurried to the school and picked up Songji. On the way back, Shanin had the intention to say a few words about her. What's a half-grown kid like you doing when someone else is going to jump off a building? Beware of people biting back. But when she turned her head and looked at her daughter's eyes that were lifeless, her face as pale as paper, and she obviously hadn't reacted yet, she still sighed and wrapped Songji into her arms. Come on, cry out if you're scared, she soothed softly. Songji leaned against Shanin and shook his head, not daring to close his eyes and not being able to cry. She lost sleep that night. As soon as she closed her eyes was Lu Muqing smiling at her, and then the next second, the girl fell in the middle of a pool of blood, dying a gruesome death, and there was the sound of a woman's shrill and piercing wailing and cursing surrounding her. Songli realized that her heart was not guilty, but a living life passed away in front of her eyes. Her heart still inevitably felt sadness and regret. Lu Muqing is only 16 or 17 years old, young enough to have a good future with excellent grades and good painting, but Songji remembered the moment she jumped, looking up to the sky with a peaceful and gentle smile. And again, I think, not necessarily, maybe death would be a relief for her. The bright moon hung high outside the window, and Songji hugged his legs and watched quietly for a long time. Then he dropped his eyes and tried to look away. Suddenly, her eyes swept over a certain spot and froze. A familiar figure, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, ambles along on a mountain bike, spine arched, quiet and forlorn. It's Tang poetry. Songju scrambled to pick up his cell phone and glanced at the time. Just after 3 in the morning. Without sending her a single message, he waited quietly downstairs at her house for I don't know how long, not saying a word. Songji tilted his head and tried his best to hold it in, but he still couldn't hold back his tears, which snapped and fell. Boyfriend Chapter 102, Love, Love, Love. Songru tearfully dialed his number. It rang twice and the phone connected. Tang sure. Songju choked and asked, Missed you, where are you? There was silence on the other end for a moment as the wind howled. If you need me. His voice crashed into his ears through the electricity with the cool texture of gravel rubbed over it. I'll be right downstairs at your house. In less than 5 minutes, a thin figure ran out of the building and jumped into Tangsher's arms. It was windy outside, and his embrace was still chilly, but as always it was vigorous, warm, and empowering. Songji hugged him tightly, unwilling to let go. Tangsher lowered her head, cupped her cheeks compassionately, kissed her red, swollen eyes from crying, and asked softly, Is it okay, girlfriend? Songja nodded, his voice hoarse, It's okay. Then my pretty little girlfriend. Tangsher's long eyelashes covered down, his obsidian eyes wrapped in swirls, looking straight into the bottom of her eyes. Willing to go out for a ride in my little wreck of a car? It was 3:30 a.m. In the city of Huayan, and all was silent, with tall trees lining the streets, and even the sound of birds could be heard. The usual endless flow of the street could not see a single car, could not see a single person, as if they were the only two people left in heaven and earth. Tangsher pedaled like crazy. In the deserted streets, he ran countless traffic lights, strong wind blowing, all the way forward, not stopping for a moment. Songji tightly encircled the teenager's strong, lean and powerful waist, feeling his surging and powerful muscle lines, as energetic as the lush green mountains. Her heart was pounding non-stop, and every red light she passed was like breaking through a layer of shackles. Secretly praying for a moment of complete freedom, she felt frantic, her hot blood gurgling and rushing and boiling. The city of steel and concrete, they seemed to be running in the wilderness. With the bright moon high overhead and a cold wind rustling through, they had no destination. Slowly, the distant sky flooded with white light. Sporadic vehicles began to appear on the road. Tangsher car speed slowed down, then at the next traffic light intersection, stopped, and waited. They were back within the rules the instant the third one appeared. There was a moment of frustration under Songja's eyes, and then his heart fell back, full of peace of mind. Tangsher, do you think that people really have a next life? Songji pressed her face against his back, feeling the vigorous heat bubbling up from the teenager's body, and asked her in a rambling manner. Tangsher was quiet for a few seconds and didn't reply to her right away. Songji curiously and urgently rubbed her face against him, prodding, like a spoiled kitten. Girlfriend, your question is a bit deep. Well, at least let me organize my words. Tangsher turned her head sideways and glanced at her helplessly. Songju blinked a few times and gave a good-natured "oh." Within seconds, she came back over, her soft cheek against her back, rubbing it one at a time. Girlfriend, Tangsher's pliable muscles became stiff, her throat tightened, and she called out to her warningly. No. Songja flattened his mouth and urged. Tangsher, can you hurry up? The sun is coming out. Speak quickly. Speak quickly. It's still early. It won't be out for a while. Tangsher coaxed her, and as the green light came on, he pedaled and slowly rode forward. Next to a hale and hearty old man also pedaled his bicycle, gasping for breath, rushing to overtake the two, and on the verge of casting a contemptuous glance at Tangsher. Tangsher didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh, then threw out a definite. There is, isn't there? Why? Sungru asked. For shedding, Tansy said. Shedding a lot, including that old man's winsome and young soul just now. Street vendors were already out, steaming hot, and there were sanitation workers, even earlier, who were cleaning the streets. Some people just get off the late shift and hit a red light, cursing under their breath, and then seeing a breakfast place and drooling with cravings. This huge city reveals the tip of its iceberg on an early morning when the sun is still out. Songru realized that even at 3:30 in the morning, they weren't the only ones. There were countless people hiding in the back of the city and quietly functioning. There are countless souls, unique and common. Tangsher continued. 10 years is not enough to cultivate a soul that is unique and different from anyone else. And maybe a lifetime is not enough. So it takes life after life, encountering many, many people. What happens in the end? God just determines that. Oh, you're the most unique one in the whole universe. And then you turn your head and realize that the old man drew a big picture. And it turns out that every single soul that God has nurtured is unique. Tangsher smiled. So if you meet a little boy on the street who has the same soul as your Teiyukai, then don't doubt that he is your Teiyukai. But don't be in a hurry to go up and recognize her, because in this life, she's starting a new one. Tangsher. Songji was quiet for a moment. His eyes couldn't help but heat up again. Who gave you this name? It's too good. What kind of gentle and romantic person would believe that there is a next life because they can't let go of each unique soul? The next life means a new life, a new thought, and a new life. Tangsher froze and smiled brightly. My mom. Ah, the most discerning woman in the world. It can't be that old curmudgeon of my dad. Songju hugged him tightly. Then will we meet again in our next life? Don't deny it. Songji, you really want to dominate my lifetimes. His tail went up to the sky. Didn't I say that? Everyone's soul is unique. Is there a more compatible soul in the world than ours? He asked himself. Apparently not. So we are meant to be together. Tangsher wanted to say that he would be together for the rest of his life. But that was a bit too meaty and he still didn't have the heart to say it. The corner of Songji's lips couldn't help but hook upwards. Then what if I become a man in my next life? Wouldn't that be better? Tangsher spoke without thinking. That way you won't have menstrual cramps. Be strong enough to protect yourself. Have less worldly prejudices. And most importantly, you'll still have the same soul as you do now. As for me, I can also try to be a woman. Seeing the world from a girl's point of view will be a bit more grueling. But I also want to see what kind of environment my girlfriend, who is so sweet and kind, grew up from. Song rhetorically tilted his head to hold back the tears. Bad, bad, bad. After being with Tangsher, she seemed to have developed tear ducts and couldn't control the tears that flowed down her face. She had to try to change the subject. So, what if, in my next life, I become your father? Can we still be together? Songji sniffled and asked. Don Z. He even forgot to step on the pedals, and the two of them nearly planted themselves, showing how shocked they were, and the knots in his throat rolled twice in bemusement. Girlfriend, do you want to reorganize your language? Song rhetorically then lay on his back and laughed, with a shudder, and said, you should go back. even so love it, love fart I love. Tang Shi slanted her a glance, also did not hold back laughter. Began to 100 taboo, then I become a dog in the next life do you love? Love, more love you love. The puppy exploded. No more love. Songji let out an "oh" and said in a slow tone, quite domineering. Tang Shi froze for a moment, then reacted. Learn to talk like him. He laughed uncontrollably, watching the sun rise in the distance as the day dawned. Gotta, totally lost it with her. Chapter 103, Joints. In the distance the morning fog was first lifting, and the early morning rays of sunlight spilled over the earth. Songji's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared for a moment, then said softly, Tang Shi, I'm hungry. Tongsi answered and asked, what do you want to eat? Song rhetorically yawned quietly. Both. Tang Shi stopped at a nearby Xiaolongbao store and raised her chin. Xiaolongbao? Song Ru nodded. The two got out of the car and went into the store. Tang Shi took the menu and ordered 2 cages of Xiaolongbao, wanting to ask Song Ji what else he wanted to eat. As soon as he raised his eyes, Song Ji's chin rested on the table. His eyes blinked heavily and struggled to open again. Looking sleepy, she came down the stairs in a hurry, her hair still several strands loose on both cheeks, her skin nearly transparent in the sunlight, and her lips reddish in color, like some kind of hibernating, warm, fluffy critter. Tang Shi stared for a moment, the corner of her lips curved. Such a lovely girlfriend, his. Songji finally struggled to finish a breakfast under Tang Shi's patient feeding. Girlfriend. Tang Shi slowly coaxed her to finish the last mouthful of kanji. There are 2 choices in front of us now. Songji's eyes had completely closed, and he could only let out a questioning meaning that he would like to hear more about it. The first is to take a cab back. It's a bit of a remote neighborhood here, and with the wait time, it's about an hour and a half. What about the other one? I'll drive you back, but it's going to take longer than it took us to get here. Almost 3 hours. Pick one? Songju didn't want to choose. Songju just wanted to sleep. Tang Shi inclined her head, seeing that her entire body had completely given up resistance and flopped down on the table, like she had made some kind of determination, and couldn't help but chuckle lowly. Okay, got it. He took out his cell phone and tapped on it, the hotel booking app. The nearest B&B wasn't far away and he was about to order in. The bell rang. It's not his, it's Sung Ru's. Songja dazedly fumbled for his cell phone, struggled to open his eyes, and when he looked at his contacts, the sleepyheads grew wings and flew straight into outer space. It's Shanine. How? What? Do? Song rhetorically asked him in a panic with a mouthful of questions. Let's just say you were in a bad mood and came out for a walk. The teenager, on the contrary, remained frank. That's not exactly a lie. Song rhetorically pressed the green button as if he were dying. Song Ru, where did you run off to early in the morning? I can't find anyone anywhere. Shanine was on the other end, trying to restrain herself. I'm just out for a casual walk to get away from it all. Alone? Shanine said suspiciously. Right. Songja's heart was a little weak. Where is it? I'll come pick you up. No, I just walked around the neighborhood and will be heading to school soon. Song rhetorically gulped nervously. Tang Shi lowered her head and slowly peeled an egg, signaling her to open her mouth. Song Ru glared at him and didn't answer. There should be a guest over there. Shanine hurriedly said a couple of sentences, told her to report to the school, and then hung up the phone. Hurry! Song rhetorically snapped to his feet. I need to get to the school right away. Unless your boyfriend has superpowers. Tang Shi sighed, lowered her head to get her cell phone to call a car, raised her eyes, held up the smooth and shiny egg in her hand, and said sincerely, it'll probably be another 10 minutes. Girlfriend, want some eggs? Song rhetoric. She sighed and sat down, glumly finishing her eggs. When Song Ru stepped into the classroom, old Chen was mouthing off from the podium, glancing at Song Ru standing in the doorway and signaling her to come right in. It was only after class that he called her into his office. You didn't get scared that day. Did your mood get affected? And if you can't, hire a psychiatrist to take a look. Old Chen is very important to her. Xingbei seedlings and is the key period of review. Cannot make any mistakes. Songja shook his head and said softly, I'm already fine. Lao Chen nodded, but as if he had thought of something, his face showed a state of wanting to ask but not sure if I can and finally don't. Commonly known as a state of constipation. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but finally waved his hand and let her go. Song Ru was also confused by him and resumed his seat. Gee. Lu Xiaoxiao came over and asked cautiously, are you okay? Seeing that scene with my own eyes, I felt a little bit of a shadow in my heart, and several of my classmates who were close to me that day didn't come to school today. I'm fine. The corner of Songja's mouth pulled out a curve. Lu Xiaoxiao looked her up and down for a long time, confirming that she was truly fine. Then she sighed in relief, then remembered one more thing. She lowered her voice, carefully looked to the left and right, and asked in a low voice, gee, you and Tang Shi, are you two together? Songju pretended to be dumb and let out an ah. Don't pretend, Lu Xiaoxiao said. Those pictures of the two of you have already spread all over the school forum. Songji's heart thumped and asked, what photos? Lu Xiaoxiao handed her the photos to look at. Photos of Tangshi standing on the rooftop, shielding her into her arms, and photos of holding hands, all taken clearly. The photographs that were too hammered to be hammered made Songju dumbfounded and unable to refute them. It's broken. I didn't think about it that much at the time. Because of these few photos, Songji was really trembling for a long time. No matter whether Tangshi was raising a big flag in protest or sending voice humming and pampering, she was firmly opposed to having any contact with him at school. A week later, Donnie broke down and sent her, Li Bai, girlfriend, I can't remember your face anymore. The deceased Westerly, is it not my soul that you value? Li Bai, no more meeting souls can remember. Liberty, are we talking about exotic love? It's harder to see you than it is to see Trump. The deceased resigned in the West. We talked about an underground relationship, so we have to keep a low profile. Li Bai, even the underground has joints. But we don't. Li Bai, Einstein's wise eyes, JPG. Song Ru was silent for a moment, thinking that he had a point, mainly because she kind of missed him too. The old man went west, so next Saturday, we'll meet at Lakeside Park, okay? Li Bai, Li Bai, it's going to be next week? You might as well just kill me. Old man leaving in the West, next week is a monthly vacation. That's the only time I'm free, wink, wink. Li Bai, you're pouting again. Li Bai, no. Earlier, he returned with an iron grip. At that time almost 12 o'clock at night, Song rhetorically lying on the bed, really sleepy, lazy typing, and cannot bear to see him alone over there wringing his hands, so he sent him a voiceover, soft, murmuring in general. The late man left in the West, there's really no time for that. 11. 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 Tangshi covered her eyes with one hand, the knot in her throat unconsciously sliding up and down as she listened to that voice dozens of times. Send him this, and call him 11, and the bite is still so soft, is knowing that he has eaten him, right? Well, Donnie sighed and typed heavily. Li Bai, alright. Chapter 104, what's the guarantee? After a few more days, Songju met an unexpected person. Lu Muqing's mom. The formerly strong and refined woman was now as shapely as a wither, her hair almost completely white, as if she had aged 20 years at once. She came over to find Songji, rotten and pale eyes, no longer have the high and crazy before, but instead humbly asked, can you please go to see Muqing? She only has you as a friend at school. Songji was stunned, and unknown emotions tumbled and rolled in his heart. In fact, Lu Muqing was right at that time, at least in Songji's heart, they really weren't considered to be acquainted. They were probably just classmates who had spent more than a month together. So Songji's mood at that time was actually more regretful than sad. She didn't even have too much emotional residue about the incident. At most, she would occasionally think about it and drift off a little. That's when a person popped up to tell her that she was actually considered a friend, or the only one. Song rhetorical heart cannot say what the feeling is. Seems to be sentimental. Seems to be frustrated. Lu Muqing's grave is in a certain park in the suburbs. After arriving at the place, Lu Muqing's mother was lying on the driver's wheel, not moving at all, a short stretch of road, as if it had exhausted all her strength. Go on, bother to stay with her a little longer and talk to her. She choked back a sob. She always wanted to talk to you when she was alive. Songja opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but finally asked, aren't you going? She won't want to see me. Lu Muqing's mom wiped away her tears and said. Songji quickly found Lu Muqing's tombstone. It was very conspicuous, the newest one. Songji stared for a moment. His throat choked and he didn't know what to say. There were bits and pieces of memories of her in my head, but they were always vague and distorted. It's always better to look back on this and not feel enough emotion to say it. She sighed and simply sat down cross-legged. With the cool breeze, Songji didn't say a word and stayed quiet for a long time, until the sun sets in the west and the last rays of sunlight fall completely below the horizon. Songja stood up and touched her tombstone, his voice soft. Muchan, the sun is setting. If you want, in the next life, let's be good friends. When Songja came down from the hill, he saw Lu Muqing's mom leaning against the car door, looking away from the hill over there, in the direction of Lu Muqing's tombstone. As Songju approached, she looked back and said ruefully, thank you. Songja shook his head. I didn't do anything either. You've done more than me. The woman inclined her head, lost in thought and murmured, I've been a failure in my life, in every way. Songja was silent and didn't speak up again. In the second semester of the second year of high school, the teachers of each subject began to catch up with the progress, and then began the first round of review in a tight schedule. The pressure of one thing after another left Songju with no time to think about anything else. In the blink of an eye came to Friday. Songju's heavy mood for a long time finally began to leap. She made an appointment with Tangshur to meet her at Lakeside Park at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Because there was no evening study on Friday, Shin-in and Song Jiching didn't come over to pick her up, so she took the bus home by herself. Songji opened the door and the house was dark. She didn't care, at this hour, no one was usually home. She looked down as she finished changing her shoes and turned on the light in the living room by hand. A dark shadow appeared on the balcony, and Songji was startled. The dark figure turned. Songji breathed a sigh of relief. The corners of his lips curved. "Mom, why are you so early today?" Shin-in stood with his hands wrapped around his chest. His face condensed, and he stood without saying a word, looking at her in an almost scrutinizing manner. Songji froze and asked cautiously, "What's wrong?" Shin-in looked up and down at this always well-behaved daughter and suddenly felt that she was unfamiliar. "Early love? I can't believe she actually did it. Your homeroom teacher sent me something today. Guess what?" Shin-yin's voice was flat. Songji, however, seemed to know what was going on. His face abruptly paled, and his entire body was like falling into an ice cellar. She pursed her lips and said nothing. "Say something." Shin-in threw her cell phone towards the coffee table. On it was a picture of Tangshur holding her tightly. Couldn't control her emotions any longer. Amplified her voice and questioned her. "What's this?" Songji was so shocked that the key in his hand fell to the ground with a clang sound, crisp and loud. But she didn't cry and was in a surprisingly calm mood. From the moment she had made the decision to go to him that night, the first snow, she had thought deeply and thought of countless possibilities, all the consequences she can live with. "What time is it that you don't know? Ha? You ran away to fall in love?" Shin-in took a deep breath. The disappointment under her eyes was the same as the year she was in her second year of junior high school. Gee, Mom thought you were a good boy." Songju was silent and didn't say anything. "Since when?" Shin-in asked. Songju raised his eyes as silent as deep pools. "Don't say it, right?" Shin-in directly handed her the cell phone and dictated. "I don't care when you started. Just call and break up." Songru skimmed his head and finally spoke, saying softly, "No points." Shin-in was stunned. "Okay, you've even learned to talk back to me? Are you trying to assure me that your being together won't affect your studies? Is that so?" Songja was quiet for a moment and nodded. "How do you promise me?" Shin-yin's eyes were filled with pain. "My daughter, what are you going to promise Mom? Take your 17 or 18-year-old future? He's not like you, you know? His family gives him the strength to act recklessly. If he doesn't do well in the exams, the big deal is to go abroad. But what about you? How can you compare with him? Studying is your only way out. You can't afford to miss a beat, you know?" Songji nodded gently, uttering words like they had been rehearsed a million times. "I know. I've thought about all of this. I'll work harder than before. I've been studying late every day, and my grades have improved." "Mom," Songju said word for word, "being with him is the result of my deep thought, not an impulse." Shin-in froze. "What kind of ecstasy did he give you?" Songja's eyelashes dropped, shook his head, and said, "No, okay." Shin-in was directly exasperated and laughed. She pointed to the sofa and said, "Sit, I'll have a good chat with you today." If this was Song Lee's kid, she would have slapped him over, in favor of her daughter who had always been well-behaved, not having brought her along since childhood. Shin-in always felt indebted. Song-ru blinked and sat down carefully. Shin-yin's voice slowed down. "Mom knows that it's a natural thing for a boy as good as Tangshur to like at this age of love, because he saved you last time, so your father and I checked his background. The mayor's son. What do you think makes you able to attend the same school as him now? With grades? With hard work? What about out of this high school? Mom can tell you straight, that's 2 worlds away. You're not at an age for a relationship now, and you're not going to be together in the future. You are still young. You will meet someone more suitable in the future." Shin-in handed her the cell phone and followed her advice. "Call now to break up. It hurts just a little bit, better than endless entanglement later. Because it's from Songji's point of view, it may feel abrupt and unnatural, and there will be Lu Muqing's point of view in the later extras." This book is also known as The Two-Way Running of a Woke Love Brain and an Unwoke Love Brain. Chapter 105. Can you come here for a second? "But Mom, there are countless people in the world who are right for me." Song-ru pursed her lips and said softly, "But none of them are named Tangshur." "Song-ju." Shin-yin's tone became stern. "I've broken up the reasoning with you and crumbled it up. You don't understand the good and bad words, do you? This matter is not up to you. You will have to share today even if you don't." Shin-in was impatient. "Now, immediately, right now, call to break up." Song-ji was stubbornly in place, still not moving at all. The two faced each other for a long time. Shin-in nodded his head, was so angry that he skimmed his eyes and said repeatedly, "Good, good, good. If you don't share, I'll share for you." I'd like to ask him if he still wants to have a face, if he has a sense of responsibility, and why he wants to come and bring my daughter down at such an important time. "Mom, Song-ru stood up incredulously. He didn't. You can't say that about him. Shin Yin's face was cold. Then you'll split it yourself. Don't make me do it. She gave another hard dose. You know, if I come, I'll say anything as long as the purpose is served. You don't want to make a scene, so split it for me now. Song-ji stood in place, quiet for a long time, his eyelashes trembling, the light under his eyes slowly dimming. I know. After a long time, Song-ju spoke, his voice dry, but I want to say it in person, okay? Shin Yin's eyes were complicated. Gee, I hope this is the last time you see each other in high school. Song-ji's eyelashes dropped and he nodded mechanically. She turned and took one step out of the room. A very soft sigh came from inside the room. Ru, don't blame mommy. This is the end of mommy's life, but you still have a chance. I'm afraid you have no choice like I did. Song rhetorical footsteps. With a click, she quietly closed the door behind her, separating two different worlds. Out of the neighborhood. The road is crowded with cars, each doing their own thing. Song rhetorically placed in the middle of it. Feeling bewildered, nowhere to go, she ended up going to the secret base. This place, it always made her feel at ease. Song-ji didn't sit on the bench this time, but leaned against the railing by the lake and blew in the wind for a long time. She tried her best to let herself go, not to think back to the bits and pieces that had to do with Tangshur. I can't give it up once I think back. The more I think about it, the more I can't let go. Song-ji took a deep breath, took out her cell phone, saw Tangshur sent her 2 Weibo messages. She directly crossed them out quickly, didn't dare to click on them to read them, and dialed his number along with that breath. The thunk dash sound repeats itself over and over again, lengthening along the timeline. After a long time, the other end answered. Girlfriend? The other end shouted tentatively, his tone slightly urgent and hoarse, flowing down the phone line and into his ears, causing Song-ji's mood, which had managed to calm down, to start churning again. Aha! Song-ji answered in a low voice. Really? He smiled pleasantly. Thought I was hallucinating. To call me of my own accord. It used to be nice not to hang up in a hurry. Song-ji's throat caught and he didn't say anything. What's wrong? Tanzi's voice softened. Prepared words stemmed in the throat. Song-ju gritted his teeth to hold back his sobs. Can you come over for a moment, Tangshur? I'm at the park. Tangshur was playing with Yi Maoran at the badminton court. These days he engaged in the competition. Busy, have not touched the racket for a while. Hand raw. The front was caught by Yi Maoran cruel abuse. The back of the hand up. Double revenge back. Let Yi Maoran full court run after the ball. Until Yi Maoran watched for the nth time as the badminton ball flew towards his head. The ball was so damn high he couldn't even hit it if he jumped up. Yi Maoran lay down on the ground, completely giving up resistance, panting, if you want to fight like this, it's no fun. Didn't I just say a sentence that you're in love like a blind man and a blind man together, not seeing each other? You don't have to break your defense so much. Yes, Yi Maoran and Suihong have now completely accepted the fact that this guy really chased the goddess, and they had to accept it, because the dog's latest mantra is, my girlfriend said, I want to talk to my girlfriend. You guys who don't have girlfriends, the two are really overwhelmed and are on their way to breaking the defense every day. The famous 5-star General Mike Suihong said this about him, before falling in love. This dog at least decently put on a human skin, but after falling in love, he directly turned into a dog. Tangshur gave them a doggy sidelong glance then and said faintly, you guys have become dogs too. There was a pause of a few seconds. Bachelor, Yi Maoran thought of here and broke the defense. Not afraid of death continued, I just said the truth, and did not say wrong. Tangshur was stepped on her tail, casually picked up the badminton ball on the ground, retaliated by serving the ball over the net. The evil wind whistled and went straight to Yi Maoran somewhere. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Maoran fell backward on both legs as hard as he could and managed to dodge it, looking up at him in shock. What the? Kill my son? It's your eyes that have problems. Tangshur lifted the hem of his shirt and wiped the sweat, inclined his head and smiled, smiling so that his abs were unusually pronounced, aligned and chunky like white chocolate. The landing spot is on your stomach alright. He's not that obscene. Yi Maoran snapped. Tangshur walked to the side at that time, originally wanted to drink some water to continue to fight. His water bottle was lifted up. Then he noticed that the cell phone in his jacket had been ringing. He knew it was Song-ji before he even took it out because the ringtone was different. Yi Maoran watched his own brother clip his throat and say a few words. Then the smile at the corners of his lips flattened and he picked up his gray jacket and turned his head away. Where are you going? Not fighting? Yi Maoran asked as he stood up. My girlfriend is in a bad mood. I'll go over to coax her. Tangshur waved her hand at him without looking back, her upright figure like a pine quickly stepping into the darkness. You fight it yourself. Damn dead love brain. Yi Maoran murmured. Badminton, how do I fight myself? Never again in my life will I play badminton with a love brain who has a girlfriend that starts and stops. The badminton court is some distance away from that park, and the road is full of commuters and students stuck in traffic at this hour. Tang Shi called a car, listening to the road congestion dense clusters of honking. Rare presses the nature, urged several times. The driver's uncle said speechlessly, "Young man, it's not that I'm not fast. I'm going to move with the car in front of me kissing. This public, the social impact of how bad." Tang Shi leaned her head back against the back of the chair, her cold white knuckles digging into her sweaty forehead hair, and whispered an apology. He had just called Song Shi to ask what had happened, and she refused to say anything, only saying that she would meet up to talk, and then just hung up when he called again later. Tweets are not returned. She was in a bad mood, but he didn't know why. The feeling made him manic and overwhelmed. It was as if he had never entered her world. Chapter 106. Unable to refuse. Outside the window the honking became more urgent, and the queue of traffic jams could not be seen at all. "This road can't be moved for a while. It will take a few hours to get there." The driver uncle slowly drank 2 mouthfuls of tea. "Young man, be patient. Wait more." Tang Shi's knuckles moved down, one at a time, holding down the sides of the bridge of his nose, the neon lights flickering outside the window, separating half a shadow on his face, lining those eyes even more intensely black and deep. "Master, please find a place to pull over." Tang Shi's tone calmed down. He was not a man lacking in patience. Again, not someone who just waits around stupidly. Tang Shi swept a shared bicycle and spent half an hour to reach that park. Subconsciously, he scanned the bench first, saw no one, and his eyes turned again. Song Ji leaned in front of the railing, low ponytail, wearing a school uniform, thin and light back, as if the gentle evening breeze could blow her around. Tang Shi's hanging heart fell heavily. "Song Ru, what happened?" Tang Shi gently put her hands on her shoulders. Using a little force, the girl turned around smoothly. Tang Shi lowered her head, and met her eyes. "Tell me about it." Song Ji froze for a moment. The teenager in front of him called it a mess. He looked like he'd just climbed out of the lake next to him, his whole body dripping with water. His hair, his eyelashes, his jaw dripping sweat downward, exhausted at first glance, but his breath was suppressed and he didn't gasp, so the knot in his throat protruded out, one after the other, like it was alive, and rose and fell very distinctly. Song Ji reached out, pressed her face against his chest, and wrapped her arms around his waist hard. The hug was tighter than usual. Tang Shi didn't expect the girl to suddenly hug him, and his palms were sweaty, so he didn't know where to touch her, and finally had to use the back of his hand to gently pat her shoulder. Whispering helplessly, "All sweaty, dirty." Song Ji shook his head and said in a muffled voice, "It's not dirty." It was indeed not dirty, and he smelled very lightly of sweat, just a much stronger than usual scent of lemon bubbles, and an overwhelming scent of young hormones, hot and pungent. Couldn't be a cleaner teenager. Song Ji quietly hugged for a long time before letting go, her thin white knuckles following her small arm to stick to his hand, her fingers inserted between his 10 fingers, closely interlocked with him. Tang Shi's eyelashes dropped, slightly surprised. At this point, the lake people come and go, lively and busy, in accordance with the past, because of the fear of being discovered. She would never be willing to hold hands with him, not to mention or 10 fingers interlocked. "What's going on?" He slowed his tone to speak, a little agitated. Song Ji didn't return. The corners of his lips barely curved up as he changed the subject and said, "Walk with me." Tang Shi took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly and said softly, "Good. If she doesn't want to talk about it, she doesn't." The evening breeze of early spring blew with a chill. The two were holding hands like the most ordinary of campus couples as they strolled along the lake. Walking to a certain secluded place, Song Ji finally spoke in a slightly bewildered manner. "Tang Shi, actually, every time I come here, I'm not very happy." She sees this place as a temporary refuge, but a refuge can only seek peace for a moment, and when she leaves here, she will still have to face what she has to face. That's why she's in a bad mood every time she has to leave here. Tang Shi inclined her head, her clear eyes looked deeply at her, and said with a low "I know." Song Ji bent his eyes and suddenly smiled, "But once in a while, there are happy moments, like when I didn't do well in junior year and came here for a break. A little kid gave me his balloon, or from Ultraman, telling me to trust the light." Tansy pulled her lips into a smile and nodded. "It's about trusting the light." Song Ru inclined her head at him and said softly, "And meeting you every time I come here. Every time I meet you here, it puts me in a good mood." This was her secret base, and she hoped that no one in the world who knew her would ever find her here. But whether she happened to meet him on the 4th of July or took the initiative to ask him over last time, she felt, it's great that people like Don Z exist in the world. As soon as I saw him, it was like, all these annoying things are no big deal. Tang Shi's heart raced at that glance, but she vaguely felt that something was wrong, so she had to hold down her enthusiastically beating heart and continue to listen to her. "Tang Shi." Song Ju's voice trembled, tears in his eyes. "I really like you. Liking me is something to be happy about." Tang Shi flexed her index finger, picking out the tears under her eyes. and said softly, "Why are you crying? It's not like you don't know that I like you too." Songja's tears flowed even more. "I know we're not at an age for relationships, but I'm still trying so hard to be with you." So she studied harder than ever, afraid that her grades would fall off and make others suspicious, so she was careful not to have any contact with him at school. Tang Shi, such a frank and self-effacing person, also accompanied her to sneak around and joke that it was like an underground party joint. How aggravating for him, but not a word of complaint. Song-ru once thought that as soon as this period of time was over, she would hold his hand, stroll around every corner of the school, and then tell her mom brightly that I have someone I've loved since my freshman year of high school, and that we've been together since a long time ago. But Tansi, I seem to have, again, made a mess of everything. She habitually tried to find a balance between Tansi and her mom, tossing and turning between them, but it was obvious that she failed. But why? Why is it always him who suffers? Songzwa didn't realize how much tears were flowing from his eyes. Tang Shi vaguely guessed something. Her heart stirred into a ball. Raw pain. It's so hard to see her cry. When she cries she wants to cry herself. Tang Shi slightly panicked to wipe the tears on her cheeks. However, the tears are raging. A steady stream. Watery big eyes. Bewildered tears. He could not see past, so he had to take her into his arms, coaxing her gently one by one. "Don't cry. We'll solve everything together. Okay, Auntie? My fault. It's all my fault. Don't cry, okay? If we keep crying we'll both have to cry at each other." When he heard her sobbing, the ends of Tang Shi's eyes began to redden. For a long time, Songju calmed down emotionally. Tang Shi was still holding her tightly. The force was heavy, like he wanted to integrate her into his bones and blood. The two equally young bodies pressed tightly together, the frantically beating heartbeats hotter than any other time in the past. Songju looked up at the moon in the sky, sighed, and asked softly, "Tang Shi, going to eat a bowl of yanchun noodles?" Noticing that the girl's tone had become resolute, Tang Shi dismally buried her face into the hollow of her shoulder, her eyes burning as she thought to herself, asking him what he was doing, knowing full well that he couldn't say no to her. Chapter 107, Grow Up Well. Tansi hugged her for a while longer before slowly releasing her. He bowed his head and held out his hand to come and take her. Song-ru's fingers cringed and dodged, taking the lead and moving forward, saying, "Let's go." Tang Shi's fingertips curled up stiffly, raised his eyes to the girl's thin back, fixed for 2 seconds. He stepped after her, clutched her wrist with a strong attitude. His fingers stretched forward along his wrist, grasping her knuckles, inserting them into the gap one by one and clasping them tightly with her fingers, and then inclined his head, his black eyes looking at her with a quiet gaze and asked, "What's the point of avoiding? Only you are allowed to hold me. I'm not allowed to hold you?" "No." Song rhetorically stared at the place where the two clasped their fingers together, then inclined his head. She was just afraid she wouldn't be able to say the words once she held hands. On the way to the noodle shop, both were silent and didn't speak. There were only a few scattered people in the noodle shop. It was quiet, and the little girl at the front desk was drowsy. They sat in the same place as last time, took the menu and ordered 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles. Songji quietly finished his bowl of noodles and looked up, seeing Tang Shi still eating, at a very slow pace, his long raven-feathered eyelashes hanging down. The color under his eyes was covered cleanly. Song-ru skimmed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Shi finally raised her eyes and gently put down her chopsticks. Songja opened his mouth and was about to speak when Tang Shi suddenly got up and said softly, "I'll go check out." He got up and headed for the front desk, and as he passed her, Songji grabbed his wrist loosely. It was quiet for a while. "I'll go." Song-ru's eyes burned. The noodle that has been owed should also be paid back. Tang Shi's eyes sank as he directly tugged on her, his voice tightening, the threat seeming forceful, and he spoke in a low voice, "Not allowed to go. Tang Shi, we're still too young now." Songja's voice trembled, still unable to say those words. "I know." Tang Shi raised her eyes and said in a single word, "Then let's talk about later." Song-ru tilted her head to look at him, her face streaked with tears. His brow was as sharp and distinct as ever, not fooling around, and the words he uttered were blunt and decisive. "Just to be clear, you're breaking up with me now, aren't you?" Songja raised his eyes, was silent for 2 seconds, and said, "Yes." "Good." Tang Shi answered with difficulty, and after a pause, said, "It's fine if you want me to agree." He continued calmly, "Unless you tell me when you're getting back together." Songji froze in place in a daze, almost thinking he had heard wrong. "What? Breakups always get back together," he repeated insistently and slowly, clutching her wrist. "You tell me when you're getting back together first. But no one just breaks up and makes a date to get back together." Songji's head was spinning. "The moment we finish the college entrance exam, we'll get back together." He spoke with certainty, and as if reacting to the fact that he still had to ask for her opinion, he added, "What do you think?" Seeing Songja's delay in opening his mouth, he continued to add with slight regret, "It's useless if you don't agree. This time is my bottom line. Not even a second later. Don't say anything yet. Song rhetorically clueless. Let me think for a moment. Good. Tang sure nodded, following his wrist and naturally interlocking his fingers with hers again. Naturally, he dragged her to the front desk to finish the check. Naturally, he pulled her out of the noodle shop. And then again. Naturally, holding hands and walking? It's like the little couple that never came to mention the breakup. Song-ru lowered her eyes to look at the two men's tightly clasped hands, feeling that things had gone all the way wild again in a direction she couldn't have predicted. Wait a minute. Song-ju spoke less calmly. I am now going to break up with you. Well, I know. Tangshur picked up lightly. I also said that breaking up is fine unless you agree to get back together the moment you finish your high school exams. Song-ru. Tangshur stared at her with burning eyes. Her voice was light, her tone as if it deserved it. There are only two possibilities between us. Either we stay together all the time, or after we finish the college entrance exam, we stay together all the time. Only the spring breeze this night knew how fast Songji's heart was beating. It's like the mouth of a dry well is filled with fresh water and bursts back into life. She was silent for a long moment, then took his hand back in a firm grip, meeting the teenager's slightly nervous eyes, and whispered, "Good. The moment we finished our high school exams, we got back together." When they reached the bus stop, Tangshur's grip on her hand tightened. Her index finger kept rubbing the Mobius ring in the center of her wrist bracelet, paused for a few seconds, and slowly loosened. There weren't many people at the bus stop at this hour, only the cold white moon outlining the two teenagers in a blurry, youthful figure. Neither of them looked at the other, but instead put their eyes on the traffic on the road. The 8-roader came slowly from the distance. It's time to talk even if you don't want to. Songji sighed and whispered, then say goodbye for now. Tangshur, let's all grow up well first. Tangshur leaned against the metal pillar next to her, tilted her head, and made a dry and helpless sound. Song-ru, no matter what, we're getting better. He was looking up at the white moon in the sky and was genuinely thinking, as long as the moon still shines, as long as the soul remains intact, our hearts still beat hot for each other. The 8-way bus finally stopped close by. Songju looked deeply at him before getting on, his voice shallow. Tangshur, you go too. I don't want you to stand still and watch my back fade away. I want you to keep going to the end of the line and don't stop for anyone. I want you to shine all the time. Don't stoop to anyone's level. Life is a wilderness and we may not be on the same path, but it must lead to the same end. Tangshur nodded and said softly, I'll see you at North University then. See you at BYU. Song rhetorically took one last look at him, then turn around, put in the coins, and get in the car. Tangshur, hand in his pocket, also turned and walked away, his spine always straight, like a green poplar. Hawaiian city storm so many years, the teenager in the body that cannot be beaten always. Songji still couldn't hold back that night and read the two Weibo messages that she didn't dare to read before. 1942. Lee Bai, see you tomorrow. Girlfriend, Lee Bai, love you today too. Should have met him earlier, Songji thought at the time. She was hooded under the covers, tears welling up in her eyes, and whimpering in a suppressed and stifled manner. Between classes, at noon, in the evening, anytime you can spare, you should go see him quickly. She was beginning to regret her earlier foresight, because of the date that didn't make it this Saturday. After that night, Songji cleaned up his mood, and as usual, listened to the lectures, did the wrong questions, and memorized the books as usual, learning every late night. She seized every second to study, with only one goal in mind, to go for a walk on the shores of Lake Unknown. With him, they seldom met by chance at school, and sometimes when they did, they would unconsciously stare at each other, fix their eyes for a couple of seconds, and then calmly avert their eyes and brush past each other. Chapter 108, Meeting Again. Song-ru hadn't specifically inquired about him, but he was the center of Tang poetry, the vast majority of his classmates and teachers' conversations in their free time. Song-ru had picked up a lot of pieces about him, and then vaguely pieced together who he was during that time. I heard that he won a national award in the competition. Could have been directly guaranteed, but because he secretly went out over the wall on the first day of the new year, and when he came back over, he bumped into the director of the teaching staff who was shaking urine in the corner, so he was disqualified from the guaranteed qualification, and was replaced by the college entrance examination competition for extra points. I heard that he was very difficult in math and chemistry in this model test, but he was the only one in the Qingbei class who scored a perfect score in math and chemistry. And I heard that Tangshur broke up with Songji from Arts 1 class. Both were the toast of the school, and the rumor spread far and wide through the school, with the eating crowd talking and arguing. Lu Xiaoxiao had an exasperated expression on her face every time she browsed through the school forum. She had the intention to ask about the situation, but when she turned her head sideways to notice Songji's quiet and cold-side face, the words that came out of her mouth were silently swallowed back. Damn! Lu Xiaoxiao shouted in her heart. I knocked the CP in the end, B did not be After watching closely for half a semester, Tang Poetry CP fans have finally determined, with tears in their eyes, that the two have had no interactions for some time now, and B is highly unlikely. The schoolboys in the Qingbei class speculated with vigor that it must have been Song Ji who dumped Tang Shi, because this drag king had recently looked colder than before, and his hand rose and fell when his brow bone was slightly raised, like he had been killing fish for 10 years in RTD. As spring and summer turn to summer and summer turns to winter, senior year is quickly approaching. Discussions about the relationship between the two slowly dwindled with the passage of time, and the increasingly heavy pressure of studying and snow-white test papers filled almost all of the senior's life. At the beginning of the second semester of the senior year, the school asked each student to buy a postcard of his or her ideal college, write a message to himself or herself, and then post it on the wall at the back of the classroom. Songja went to the bookstore next to the school after having dinner with Yen Shanshan. Postcards of various colleges and universities were neatly arranged, with a dazzling variety of school emblems. Songji pulled out a postcard with the vermilion door printed on it with a clear goal, and the words Peking University in yellow letters on a blue background were very obvious. Yen Shanshan chose a postcard with the word Tsinghua Garden printed on it. The two looked at each other and smiled at each other. They each pulled out a black marker and wrote down their hopes for the future in a serious manner. After Yen Shanshan took the lead in writing, she unconsciously inclined her head and carefully surveyed the bright young girl in front of her who was bending down to write. In 3 years' time, her originally youthful features opened up and became more delicate and beautiful, but the gentleness between her brows and eyes was the same as always, like a pavilion of white magnolias. It was like the first time she saw it, the young girl who had amazed her with her first appearance. But then something seems to have changed. Years or whatever it was, she had lost her original bewilderment and had become more and more determined and calm, sparkling with light. The young girl hung her eyes, and with a neat and beautiful lower case, she wrote down with one stroke, chasing the wind and catching up with the moon, do not stop, and where the flat barrenness ends, there are green hills. After thinking about it, I added, I'll see you and I again in June at the summit. A postcard carrying the expectations and sweat of young boys and girls was posted on the wall at the back of the classroom. A few days later, the long silent school forums came alive once more in a small way. The cause was that Tang also filled out a postcard from BYU, which he wrote in a dashing, overpowering, thin gold style. I see the green hills and I think the green hills should see me in the same way. Good. Don't stop chasing after the wind and the moon. The green hills are at the end of the plains. I see the green hills and I think the green hills should see me as I am. I'll see you again in June at the summit. Good. Sentence by sentence, there is a response. It's composite in play. The originally desperate Tang Dynasty CP fans boiled over. That day, Lu Xiaoxiao was really powerful on the forum, greeted every netizen who said Tang poetry and song lyrics be, and viciously wrote to them privately, Blackie, speak. On the day of the 100-day pledge assembly, the school prepared colorful balloons for the senior students, and the old acacia tree was filled with red wishing strips, which looked grand and festive. The pledge leader is still Don Z, well-deserved and uncontroversial. Song Ji even heard the boy next to him laughing and teasing, from middle school to high school, 6 years, I still don't have a girlfriend, and the one standing on the stage is still ing Tang Shi. This brother is the old man's youth, right? Songji raised his eyes, only to see the upright posture of the young man calmly walked onto the red platform, his eyebrows less lazy, more solemn. Hello teachers, students, I'm Don Z, and I'm honored to be on stage at this particular point in time to talk with you. I used to wonder all the time how hard a person had to work to be worthy of their life. His tone of voice is easy to write. Say the words do not just that group of school leaders immersed in years of false and empty and sense of formality, but only belongs to the teenager's true feelings. Intimate, but also let a person's sincere conviction. Is it enough to struggle moment by moment, to try to move forward? Enjoy the moment and lie down when you can. Okay? I can't find the answer. Maybe life is full of different ways of living. There is no standard answer in the first place. I'm not in a position to judge other people's lives or measure their worth. I can only steer my own ship. So I started thinking again. What about me? What kind of life do I want to live? The young man on the stage with ink hair and black eyes suddenly inclined his head and smiled. Brilliant to the extreme, also arrogant to the extreme. I want to climb the walls of the world and dare to refuse to injustice. I want to compete with the sun and the moon and use the injuries I've received as medals. I want to forge the backbone of the nation so that the mountains and rivers will remain the same and the country will be at peace. These are words that are easy to say, slogans that can be shouted beautifully, and things that are harder and harder to do. But please believe that I will spend my life practicing them. There are still 100 days to go before the college entrance exam. And after that, each will go to the mountains and the sea, and each will have his own future. I sincerely hope that all of you find the key to your life and live a life that satisfies you. And my heartfelt best wishes to all of you. Tansi's body pressed down. her eyes roaming the stage until she clutched those long-sought fox eyes. The teenager laughed again, his clear voice traveling to every corner of the playground. Floating a boat in the ocean, standing on a horse in Kunlun, a flag of victory, a beautiful future. The salute was played and thousands of colorful balloons floated into the blue sky at the same time. The teenager on the stage clenched one hand into a fist and addressed the entire school. Students, let's make a solemn oath together. With thousands of emotions stirring within him, Songji also slowly raised his own hand and made a serious and solemn vow. No fear of success or failure, just no regrets. Toad Palace, strolling through the sky. Thunderous applause from the stage. Slogans louder than one. Accumulating 10 years of hard work and sweat and hard work. Waiting for a spurt. Chapter 109, Going on a Date. After the 100-day pledge, teachers in each class began to organize students to return to the classroom and continue to be buried in the sea of questions. Songji followed the large group toward the exit, his mood stirring and far from calm, not even noticing the small commotion that arose around him. Suddenly, his little thumb was hooked and shaken, and the familiar and long-lost touch made Songji's scalp numb for an instant. Songji subconsciously raised his eyes, and sure enough, he crashed into a pair of deep peach blossom eyes. Cheer up for the college entrance exam. Tangshur stood in the raging crowd, her eyebrows clear and clean, and spoke to her with her mouth. The corners of Songji's lips curved and he nodded gently, returning with a mouthful. You too. A strong force from behind them propelled the two forward, and their little thumbs hooked in the crowd naturally parted, neither one trying hard to hold back, because now is not the time. They have a tough battle ahead of them. 2 days before the college entrance exam, Songji's period came, accompanied by thunderous menstrual cramps. She was actually conscious of the medication she was taking, but her period was apparently a stubborn thing, coming on these exact same days every month, and no amount of medication would work. Shanine looked at Songji's face white with pain, anxious at home, tried everything, to the day of the college entrance examination. See, Songji's face has not improved. She completely panicked. Her face looks whiter than Songji, her palms are sweating. She even began to blame herself if she was unlucky and collapsed in the entrance examination center that year, which was a pain and shadow for her whole life. But now is not the time to think about that either. Shanine clenched her teeth and handed the ibuprofen to Songji, her hands and voice trembling. Gee, if you really can't carry it off, you can just take 2. There was a chance that it might affect the subsequent exams today, but I couldn't care less now. Songji didn't take the painkillers, but drank a mouthful of the brown sugar and ginger tea that had just been brewed on the table, and pulled Shinyan's hand to carefully pacify her. Don't worry, Mom, it won't have an effect. The young girl's lips were white, her forehead still had cold sweat, and she looked weak, but her eyes glowed. I'm very aware of how far I've worked and my knowledge base, so nothing can stop me, because I have the strength. Good. Shinyan's mood slowly calmed down, couldn't help but wipe a handful of tears, hugged Songji, and said softly, Mom will wait for your good news. The first exam, in language, didn't go particularly well. I don't know whose bell was left on, but it kept ringing, and the teacher supervising the test looked for a place to turn it off. My stomach was still aching. Songja clearly felt that he wasn't in the right state when he wrote the first few questions. She decisively adjusted her state and went to the essay topic first. The essay was similar to the one she had read before the test. She finishes the essay first, feels like she's back in form, and then goes back to the reading in front of her. On the second day of the exam, she finally stopped having menstrual cramps and was getting better. After the last exam, Songji didn't leave immediately. She sat in a daze, somewhat in a trance. It's over. It's really over. The red haze outside the window filled the sky with purple and red, the most beautiful sunset Songji had ever seen. Songji slowly walked out of the examination room and met his parents and brother outside the examination room, who were eagerly waiting for him. Songli took a bouquet of flowers in his hand and handed it to her, smiling with a mouthful of big white teeth. Sister, congratulations on getting out of your misery, but not me. I still have to stay up for 2 more years. Aha! Songru received the flowers. The baggage she was carrying on her body was completely empty. The corner of her lips curved. You're not fighting alone. Wait, sis inherited all 3 years of notes to you. Songli's face immediately collapsed and said bitterly, I don't take you to be so envious. Ru, happy graduation. Next to her, Shanine tramped slightly, but still rushed at her with open arms. Songja smiled brightly and jumped directly into her arms. Mom, I love you so much. Mommy loves you too. Shanine choked out. No, one of you has homework inheritance and the other has love hugs. What about me? Song Jiqing said jokingly, do you want this blessing for you? Beside him, Songli said without any good humor, ha 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 ha, forget it, pretend I didn't say it. Song Jiqing laughed brightly. As soon as he got home, Songji locked himself into his bedroom and didn't come out. Shanine estimated that she was sleeping, and purposely instructed Songli, Keep your voice down when you go to school tomorrow, and don't wake your sister up. Got it, got it, got it. Song Li muttered in a small voice. Just treat me like a blade of grass and my sister like a treasure. Shanine looked at him with an impatient glance and asked rhetorically, what do you have that I can take as a treasure and show me? Plenty. Song Li shrugged his shoulders hopelessly. You have to have eyes that are good at finding beauty. Shanine was just about to open her mouth to retort when Songji's bedroom door opened, and the pretty young girl blushed, her eyes brighter than a deer in the jungle, and asked in a small voice, Mom, can I borrow your lipstick? Shanine froze. Oh, said, in Mom's dresser, go get it for you later. Thanks Mom. Only when the bedroom door was closed again did she say to Songli in disgust, are you as beautiful as your sister? When your father and I were young that was also the flower or grass or whatever in the village. How did I give birth to you? Songli exploded. I'm still not handsome? I'm a school grass. Shanine disgustedly tisk, compared with your father's youth, it's more than half a star. Dad. Songli looked incredulously at Song Jiqing, who was reading a newspaper on the sofa. Song Jiqing put the newspaper away without haste and smiled. Your mom is right. Songli. Shanine came to Song Ji's room with a bunch of lipsticks and asked, which one do you want? Mommy will paint it for you. Thinking about it and feeling bad, she asked, why do you suddenly want to wear lipstick? Song Ji turned his head, the corner of his lips curved, and said softly, because he's going on a date with him. Shanine wanted to ask, who was he, but felt it was a knowing question. Who else could it be but him? She still didn't think much of the relationship, but she didn't interfere any further. It's good to try more anyway. Since you're still young, the boy is quite handsome, more so than her father was when he was young, and it wouldn't hurt to talk about it. Shanine unscrewed an orange lipstick and said, come here, this is the right one for a date. Songju brought his face over. Shanine held her face, meticulously and patiently helped her apply the lipstick, and said, take a look at yourself in the mirror and see how it looks. Song rhetorically inclined his head to look in the mirror. Shinyin's eyes also fell on the mirror in a smooth manner, and her nose was sore, suddenly wanting to cry. The girl in the mirror had a high ball head tied up with a red fabric hairband, her shaggy forehead hair held in place with 2-star bobby pins, and there was the newness and giddiness of a girl who hadn't worn lipstick in a long time in the bottom of her eyes. The light is so bright and colorful that it looks like a peach. Bright and generous. My daughter. Chapter 110, We Look Good. Shanine suddenly remembered when Songji was 7 years old. It was 2008. Huayan City had an unprecedented snowfall. The New Year's Eve train was delayed through and through. The phone was out of communication, and the three of them were stuck at the train station and couldn't get back. Then the phone finally gets through, and Shanine calls her grandmother and says she won't be coming home for New Year's this year. At that time, her grandmother said a series of words that made Shinyin's heart ache and want to shed tears whenever she thought about it. You go talk to that stubborn girl. Gee, she carries a bench and sits at the door every day before dawn waiting for you guys. Waiting for days at a time. And now she's still waiting outside. I can't listen to you even if I beat you. I can't listen to you even if I scold you. And I'm not afraid of the cold. That stubbornness. I've learned from you. Her grandmother also said that in those days, the neighbors liked to tease her, telling her that your mom and dad weren't coming back, and that they only wanted your brother, not you. Do you like this color? Shanine asked in a low voice as she looked back. Song Ru's eyes were bright, smiling and nodding vigorously. Then go see him. I'm the one who forgot that you were originally free. Shanine still didn't regret that decision he had made in the first place. She had lived for so many years that she knew that every period of life was bound to be characterized by give and take. If you want both, you are likely to get nothing. As a mother, she could only force sure. Shanine is figured out. But on the contrary, Song Jiqing, watching Song Ji go out, a little calm. Remember to come back before 10 o'clock at night. Don't stay too late. Got it. Song Ji cheerfully closed the door. A woman is not a woman. Song Jiqing shook his head and sighed. Song Ru once again caught the number 8 bus. She looked sideways at the scenery by the window with mixed feelings. Leaping, jubilant, nervous, and a little bit unsure. She hadn't spoken to Tansi in a year and a half. Would it be a little awkward to meet alone again and not know each other as well? Should we think of something to talk about ahead of time to lighten the mood? Songji's mind was messed up with a lot of thoughts until she got out of the car. Her mind instantly went blank when she saw the familiar scenery, with only one thought echoing. Gotta go see him quick. Instead of going to the wooden benches they frequented, Song rhetorically found the main road up the mountain and made his way up. What started out as a brisk walk turned into a righteous upward run, the pure white hemline leaping and causing the crowd to look back frequently. Song Ji ran to the top of the mountain without stopping for a moment, and under the pink clouds in the sky, the Ferris wheel not far away was still dutifully and slowly rotating. The sounds of children playing, lovers whispering, vendors yelling, were as noisy as ever. Song rhetorically propped his hands on his knees to catch his breath, and with a tilt of his head, he noticed a certain corner that made him want to cry a little, and more than a little. He wanted to laugh. Handsome brother, buy a bunch of roses for your future girlfriend. My roses here are cheaper than anywhere else. Not. How come I came once you caught once buy to buy. You do not hold my thigh Tang Shi bent down, carried the little girl out 2 meters away. With a proper innocent and good family look. Brother has a girlfriend now. You have to keep a distance from me. Understand? Little girl who just started 2nd grade this year. The little girl pouted. Brother, are you in love early? That's not right. What early love? My brother just graduated and he's with my sister. That's called mutual adoration. Get it? The little girl got a little impatient. So, brother, are you going to buy them? My roses here are cheaper than anywhere else. Tang Shi Tisk looked at her askance and said with a smile, Okay, it's all yours. Go back to play with your piggyback boyfriend earlier. What piggy man? Your boyfriend is the piggy man. My boyfriend's name is Chen Jinyu. No way. You really have a boyfriend. Tang Shi laughed as she held the rose. Not with you. The little girl blushed with shame and walked away. Da. When Tang Shi had laughed enough, and then looked up, she saw the girl she had been thinking about day and night standing across the street, wearing a cotton white dress, her eyebrows arched and smiling gently. A place in his heart that had been empty was instantly filled, and his eyes reddened slightly. For a year and a half, he counted the days and looked at the pictures. Hell knows how it got through. Tang Shi held the bouquet of roses, walked step by step to the girl, looked deeply at her, collected the immodesty just now. His voice was very light, as if he was afraid of disturbing her, and slowly said, This flower is a bit heavy. Why don't you casually smoke a couple of them and help me share the pressure? 3 years, Tang Shi originally green features metamorphosed into more and more straight and sharp. Between the eyebrows of the Qingling clean but as always, is the most colorful roses cannot be pressed vividly distinct. Every day and night that she thought about him, she had been incredibly grateful that she had met the best teenager at the best age. Song rhetorically smiled and pulled out 2 roses, letting the tears flood his eyes. I just forgot to tell you in advance. Tang Shi cleared her throat tightening, the knot in her throat sliding muddily up and down. If you take my roses, you're my girlfriend. He cocked his head slightly and chuckled softly. So girlfriend Tansy slowly opened her arms at her and sighed softly. Come hug me. Songji directly pounced on Tang Shi the moment her words fell, her exquisite curves pressing tightly against his hard, rolling chest. The familiar scent of a young girl's warmth lingered, and Tang Shi buried her head in the crook of her shoulder, her long, wet eyelashes sweeping over the side of her neck, her tone implacable. Really, missed you for a long time. Songji tightly wrapped her arms around his waist and choked out. I, too, missed you, Tang Shi. Fortunately, the dust has now settled. The darkness fades away and the stars grow bright. They held each other in silence for a long time, careful to feel each other's breath and confirm each other's heartbeats, equally vigorous and rolling. It was as if the ship that had been riding the waves of the sea returned to the dock and fell back to a full peace of mind. It wasn't until the line of sight that surrounded them grew more and more that Songji finally reacted, her face instantly reddening as she gently moved, wanting to break free from his embrace. What for? Tang Shi was dissatisfied and hugged her tighter. The force was so heavy that it seemed as if it was going to incorporate her into her bones and blood, not giving her half a bit of leeway to break free. There are people, Sung Ru whispered. They're all looking at us. Well, we look good. Tang Shi was half bashful and continued to hug, saying pleasantly, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't charge them. Song rhetoric. She decided to change her strategy, gently holding Tang Shi's hand and shaking it once, softly asking, then let's go for a walk, shall we? Any more hugs and the whole mountaintop will come to see them. Songji's tail tone was soft, asking in a soft, supplicating voice, especially like a pet. Tang Shi's entire body was half numb. Her heart was stagnant for a few seconds, almost defenseless. Well, she's just pouting. Thinking this with such certainty, Tang Shi finally unwillingly let go of her and interlocked her fingers with her instead. Want to go somewhere? He asked absently as he gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Songji thought for a moment, pointed to the Ferris wheel in front of him, and inclined his head to ask, why don't we go ride the Ferris wheel together? Dating code words. You and I will meet again in June at the summit. Chapter 111. Tang Shi looked askance at her with downcast eyes. The tail of her eyes rose, the red mole stirred. A more simple but teenage youthful appearance, flat and long said, line ah. Just this look inexplicably hooked Songji's heart into a sudden and violent jump. A sudden feeling of guilt for abducting an innocent teenager sprang up in the back of her mind. Songru skimmed her eyes slightly sheepishly and pulled his hand towards the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel rises slowly. Both of them were still sitting in a disciplined manner, their hands still held together, but not too close, and there was obviously still a rusty and tentative mood in the air. Maybe the space was too small. Songji inexplicably felt that the hands they were holding were hot, the hot temperature from the palm of the hand all the way across to the heart, hitting Songji's face hot also hot. She had to admit that there was a selfish reason for bringing him on the Ferris wheel. I heard that if couples kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, they will be together for life. Songju felt that Tangshur should have never heard of this rumor. He didn't look like someone who would believe such rumors either. So her plan was to wait until she got to the highest point of the Ferris wheel, and then she'd suddenly come over and give him a flying kiss. Caught him off guard. In that case, it should count as kissing. The Ferris wheel continued to rise. Songji was so nervous that his palms began to sweat, unconsciously licking the corners of his lips. Then realizing that there was lipstick on his lips, he stopped stiffly. Every second before the Ferris wheel reaches its apex is very slow. Songji murmured in his mind. 3, 2, 1. The Ferris wheel happened to rise to the top. Songji tilted her head, and flew a kiss, only kissing the corner of his mouth, and she didn't dare to do anything else, so she had to skim her head and sit upright, not daring to look at him again. The first time she had done something like this, she was indeed, also, very unskilled. Tangshur seemed to be laughing lightly. Her tone had the dissatisfaction of expecting a full banquet but only being served a plate of clear porridge in small dishes. You call that a kiss? He stared at the side of the young girl's face that was about to cook, and his soul snapped. Songja finally responded. Annoyed, you know I'm going to dash. Before the words left her mouth, her lips were sealed hard. Tangshur clasped her fingers with one hand and grabbed the back of the chair with the other, his veins rippling as he enveloped her with his large body and leaned down to kiss her. At first it was just a green and provocative peck. The teenager slowly got the hang of it and became bolder and bolder. His tongue stretched out, first tentatively tracing the shape of her lips and then violently prying open her lips and teeth when Songji was dazed and let her guard down. Long drive. The moment their tongues touched, both of them felt as if they had been electrocuted. Unconsciously trembling and tingling all over, Songji closed his eyes, and between the intertwining of his lips and teeth, he only felt that heaven and earth had turned upside down, not knowing whether it was the Ferris wheel spinning or himself. She was so weak that she clutched Tangshur's t-shirt tightly in one hand as a point of focus, bearing his light and heavy entanglements. How much longer do we have to kiss? Songji couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but call out. How did she, make that noise? Songji froze in place, itching to die on the spot. Tangshur's movements also froze for a split second. He then stepped back half a point, forehead against forehead. Hot and burning breath sprayed on her face, stirring up another red tide. That's nice to hear, baby. His voice was low and pleasant, and he kissed the tip of her nose in passing. Song rhetoric. Who wants you to brag about that? Can't you just ignore it? Songji couldn't help but whack him. Just a little bit of strength. Tangshur as a love interest gladly accepted. Kissed her forehead, eyelashes, all the way down. Seeking her lips, said vaguely, kiss for a while longer. Song rhetorically inclined his head in denial. He wasn't annoyed. He just laughed. Meaningfully. Don't they say that kissing at the apex can keep you together for life? Song rhetorically looked up in shock. That dog. Sure enough. I know. Tangshur slowly picked up her chin and leaned down without saying a word. Eyes with hooks. Smiled. And finally said. Then keep kissing. And you can be together for the rest of your life. Lips and teeth were once again invaded, swept and entangled, and even the little space left for thought was overrun by his distinctive lemon bubbly scent. Songru's mind went blank, and in the end, she could only barely flash back to the look he gave her before he walked onto the Ferris wheel, and then came to a great realization. Where is this some kind of innocent little boy? It's clearly a big-tailed wolf that has been plotting for a long time. Tangshur really does what he says he will do. Within the narrow space, the sound of green and blushing pecks continued for a moment, and the ambiguous atmosphere was so thick that it couldn't be melted. Songji from the beginning of the overwhelmed to not be able to respond to the rules. Kissing sound gradually muddy and bold. The head is dizzy, soft, heartbeat with the rhythm of kissing faster and faster. Cannot tell who is more passionate than who. They waited until the rolling Ferris wheel stopped before their pressed lips reluctantly parted. Just as soon as they separated, Songji lost her only support and collapsed helplessly into someone's chest. After a slight reprieve, Songji tugged Tangshur's arm to get up with difficulty. A certain culprit asked sweetly, "Do you want me to hold you?" Songru, "Don't. Hug it out like it's nothing." Songru looked up at him, felt no eyes, and skimmed his head again. She could have guaranteed, even without looking in the mirror, that the lipstick she'd purposely put on had been eaten by someone who hadn't left any of it behind. Songji pretended to be calm as he took out a pack of paper from his bag and said, "Wipe it off." "What?" Tangshur's dark eyes were confused, obviously genuinely puzzled. "Lip red." Song rhetorically gritted his teeth. "Oh," dawned on Tongsi, accepting the paper and genuinely complimenting it. "It's beautiful today." He gently rubbed Songji's head again, his peach blossom eyes slightly curved. New hairstyle and new lipstick both. Songji wanted to try and collect the smile at the corners of his mouth, but he still couldn't help curving his lips like a small, insatiable fox. The fact is, she's really in a good mood today. The two men walked down the hill together, hand in hand. This time take the main road. They took a slow walk with the evening breeze like any young couple on the road, telling each other the interesting things they had experienced in the past year or so, trying to fill in each other's blanks. In fact, it wasn't that interesting to say. After all, they were in the stage of the college entrance exam sprinting phase, and to be able to free up their time to take a look more at the evening sunshine outside the window was considered a luxury. But they just laughed at everything they said, and sometimes said nothing at all, and laughed at each other's glances, and held hands as if even the air had become freckled. The two sat on a wooden bench by the lake. The moon hadn't risen yet at this point. The sun had fallen below the horizon, and the lake was rarely dark enough to reflect anything. Tangshur pinched the knuckles of her fingers one at a time, playing with them absently, and suddenly asked, "Coming out tomorrow?" Songji leaned her head against his shoulder and looked up at him with difficulty. Sure enough, there was that look again. Innocent, teasing, with hooks that tickled one's heart more and more in this dim vision that would be bright. Dodgy, dodgy, dodgy. It's the same thing as ginger fishing, the one who wants to be hooked. Songji's pair of fox eyes curved out into an arc, and he returned cleanly and frankly, "Come out." There was no way around it. Song rhetorically thought at the time, "I'm going to be this wishful thinker." Songs, "There's no way I'm going to be this wishful thinker." Don Z. "I thought I was trolling in a subtle and advanced way, and you say I look like a little old man?" Song, "Is the word obscure in your dictionary?" Tang, "Sure. I was pretty subtle about chasing you my freshman year of high school." Sonju, "You chased me in your freshman year of high school?" Tang, "Poetry. It's all been said to be more subtle." Annoyed. Chapter 112 Achievements. The year was 2018, and Tang Poetry and Song Rhetoric, who were about to turn 18, had one of the most passionate summers together. They walked down the crowded streets, strolling through every corner of Huayan, hitting all kinds of snacks, standing in line, holding hands even when their palms were sweaty, and taking lots and lots of quirky group photos together. They pedaled their bikes and dug into a winding alley, and when they encountered an uphill slope, Songji would hold his waist extra tight. If you meet a ferocious big wolf dog chasing after you, it would be bad. Tangshur wheels are stepping on smoke. Someone is still nervous and urging, shouting, "Run ah Tangshur. I've met the dog landlord." It caused Tangsi to break down and lie on her bike laughing so hard that she almost caught up with her. They would walk in the moonlight. They would hide in unoccupied nooks and crannies and kiss, and the hot, wet moss would grow fiercely, and the sound of the green, ambiguous pecks and kisses would form an ensemble with the cat's purr of rutting in the old hutones, and it would last as long as each of the summers they experienced together in the years to come. Most of the month passed swiftly, and soon it was time to check the scores of the high school exams. That day, Shin-in and Song Jiching purposely closed the store, and the family gathered around the computer, staring with bated breath. Originally, Songli also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take a leave of absence to come, was scolded by Shin-in back to school to continue classes. Songji sat in front of the computer desk, looking at the time above. There are still 20 minutes out. Her face is still calm. In fact, the heart is also nervous. How can you not be nervous? The college entrance exam is a result-oriented thing. One wrong move and the whole game is lost. At 5 p.m. Song rhetorically clicked the green button on time. The circle rotates slowly and then shows that the network is busy. The cicadas chirped warmly and restlessly outside the window. Shanine slightly impatiently grabbed the mouse, constantly refreshing the page. Click, click, click sound strangled Songji temples jumping pain. "Mom, I'll go out for a while." Songji let out a breath, picked up his cell phone and headed out, feeling like he had to be suffocated if he stayed any longer. Her cell phone dinged and Tangshur sent her a picture. Song rhetorically clicked on it as he walked out the door. In the next second, her vision was fixed and her feet were fixed. She was quiet for several seconds, tears welling up for a split second before she shouted back in a slight daze, "Mom!" All is silent and the cicadas have stopped. Shanine was still mechanically clicking the mouse. In the next second, Songji's results suddenly popped out. It overlapped with the picture Tangshur had just sent her. 2018 XX Provincial College Entrance Examination Results Inquiry. Name Song Chu. Total score, 678. Languages, 143. Math, 138. Combined, 257. English, 140. Rank, top 10. Shanine covered her mouth, but she still subconsciously screamed out, and large tears gushed out. "Good boy." Song Jiching's voice trembled as she repeated, "Good boy." Shanine jumped into Song Jiching's arms and cried uncontrollably. Song Ru wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, stared at the picture Tangshur had sent her, and called him directly before she could fully react herself. It took almost a second to answer on that end. "Girlfriend, congratulations." Tangshur was still checking his scores at the internet cafe. He stared at the slowly rotating circles on the page and said with a smile, "I just went to check." Last year's provincial top scorer scored 667 points, and this year's questions are still a bit more difficult, so it's still promising to compete for a provincial top scorer to play around with. Song rhetorically choked out it choked him. My girlfriend is so awesome. I'll have to ask you to bear with me if I'm normally disrespectful. His voice suddenly became humble and proper. Humble? Serious? It was amazing that those two words could be applied to him one day. Songja found it unbelievable. What with? She broke right into a laugh and asked, what about your own score? Me? Tangshur lazily leaned back in her gaming chair, staring at the scores that suddenly appeared on the computer interface, chewing a candy in her mouth that she had scavenged in Songji's pocket, and slowly spoke. The exam was okay. I'm at an internet cafe near your house. With his head clamped sideways to his cell phone, he got up and turned his computer off, saying as he walked out the door, meet up to talk about specifics? Good. Songji did not move and glanced at Shinyin and Songjicheng, who were still hugging and crying together, turned around and opened the door to the room, his heart pounding hard. See you later then. When Songji arrived at the entrance to the neighborhood, Tangshur was leaning against the security booth with her arms wrapped around her, tilting her head and gagging with the big brother in the security booth. Songji walked towards him. Tangshur's eyes were not on her, but naturally took her hand, and as if he had gotten acquainted with the big brother of the security guards, he naturally said, brother, let's go first. I'll come back to see you some other day. The big brother of the security guard glanced at Songji and said with a smile, you can the district flower of our neighborhood are soaked by you. People, little girl just graduated this year. You move fast enough. District flowers? Songja blushed. How she didn't know she was a district flower. Area flower? Tangshur raised her eyebrows in interest and glanced at her. Song Ru's guard was up. Sure enough, when he slowly walked away, someone gently tickled her palm and hung back to ask, where are we going on a date today? Sector flower? Song rhetoric. That's enough from you. They ended up going for a walk in a nearby wetland park. Song Ru enjoyed walking with him, especially now at this time of year. The grand sunset was about to set, leaving only the hot evening breeze blowing gently. Song Ru squinted comfortably and finally remembered to ask him, so how many points did you get on the college entrance exam? Tang 11. Don 10. 1. Songji liked to call him that lately, biting a soft tone with a slight upturn in the tail end, making Tangshur think of a summer day, evening, roadside, sweet cotton candy. Why cotton candy? Of all things? Because there happens to be an old man on the side of the road selling cotton candy. Maybe next time it will be something else. Something sweet. Tangshur held her hand and smiled, not answering immediately, but first went to the roadside, bought a pink cotton candy and handed it to her. Song Ru took it, while scratching his palm, wordlessly urging him on. Tangshur laughed softly and said, enough to get into 2 BYUs anyway. Song Ru was surprised. Junior, you're a bit too arrogant. Tangshur raised her eyebrows and handed her a screenshot of the results on her phone. Songji's line of sight was fixed, and then he blinked incredulously. This achievement. Scenery indeed. 2018 XX Provincial College Entrance Examination Results Inquiry. Name, Tangshur. Total score, 725. Languages, 128. Math, 150. Combined, 299. English, 148. Rank, top 10. Songji said not too calmly, if I remember correctly you still have 20 extra points for the competition. Tangshur nodded calmly. Songji remembered that this year's college entrance exam science math because of its hellish difficulty. Even the teacher who made the paper was affectionately greeted by this class of candidates for a long time, shouting to avoid lightning, and as a result, he got full marks without saying a word? What a pervert. She mentally belabored herself. Tangshur gave her hand a warning squeeze and said keenly, girlfriend, are you saying bad things about me in your heart? Song Ru, mom and dad, you guys cry first, I'm going to make an appointment. Chapter 113, A God with a Soft Heart. Song rhetorically doesn't think it counts. That was a compliment on her part. What's not a pervert if you get almost perfect scores in everything but language? Sensitive, isn't it? Tang scholar. Song Ru tilted her head back and smiled at him, taking advantage of his stunned effort to pull her hand out, holding the marshmallow in her hand and walking slowly backwards, saying, I was just counting your points. Tangshur intuited that it wasn't something good to say, and with his hands in his pockets, he raised his chin helplessly and asked in tandem, what's the math? The total score of 745, divided in half. Then, the test of 2 beta is certainly not enough. Song rhetoric paused, snorted out a laugh, turned around and ran forward first, then quickly said, barely enough for the test of 2 junior colleges. Okay, so the words are here for him. Without saying a word, Tangshur chased after her, yanked her wrist, wrapped one arm around her waist, and hoisted the person into her arms, looking at her and smiling. Just this much speed, like a snail crawling, running for what? He looked down at her, Going to junior college is fine. Exactly 2. 1 for each of us. Wait a minute. Songji's waist was suddenly wrapped around, so sensitive that she couldn't help but wriggle in his arms, laughing so hard that tears were coming out of her eyes. You first. Let go of me. It tickles. Tangsher's movements stiffened and he quickly let go of her waist, the knot in his throat sliding up and down dryly and impatiently, and after a moment's pause, he clutched her hand and without saying a word pulled her toward the path at a brisk pace. Songja stumbled after him, vaguely realizing something. His heartbeat uncontrollably accelerated. Walking to a stone table, he stopped, still wrapping his arms around her waist and carrying her up to the table, quickly releasing again. He propped both hands on the sides of the stone table and bowed slightly. At this angle, the two were finally level. Wetland Park, large trees in the sky, blocking the only bit of sunset. The sight becomes dim, the surrounding silence, the sound of cicadas and crisp birds chirping more than. Tangsher slowly came closer to her, her lips seemingly past her thin earlobes, all the way along the jawline touching her chin, her hot breath spilling over, provoking Songji to a bout of trembling, her scalp tingling. Tangsher's pitch-black pupils seemed to carry provocative sparks, fixing straight on her lips, her movements pausing extremely deliberately. Songji also stared at the corners of the teenager's slightly thin lips, could no longer hold back, lowered his head, took the initiative to kiss his lips. Rusty sucked a little. Some do not know how to continue, so dryly continue to grind his lips. A soft laugh spilled from Tangsher's throat, and he turned against her, his tongue reaching in to tangle gently with her, moving slowly, a bit like, deliberately teach her. Realizing this, Songji's face turned red, but she still hooked her arms around his neck and carefully learned the movements, kissing him back in a green and gentle manner. Sweet interplay of marshmallow and orange-flavored fudge. Kissing to the end, Songji's tongue was numb and she couldn't hook his neck, so she had to lie helplessly on his chest before Tangsher slowly separated from her. He gasped slightly, the young girl's figure reflected in his dark pupils, eyes full of waves, ink hair and red lips, when it is really like a seductive siren. Tangsher could not help but lower his head and sucked heavily on the girl's increasingly full and delicate lips again, sighing with admiration. More than district flowers, ball flowers, girlfriend, song rhetoric. If she didn't have the strength now, she would have hit him. The night was cool and breezy, and the cool streetlights flickered, illuminating the cobblestone paths one by one. Tangsher also sat on the stone table, the two of them snuggled up to each other. The atmosphere was silent and still. Songji lowered his eyes, staring at his wobbly feet for a moment, and then sideways, looking at Tangsher's two long legs stepping on the ground in a big open manner, as if there was still no place to put them, suffocating them and tucking them to the sides. He couldn't help but quietly flatten his mouth and move his gaze away. Tangsher was tilting her head to look at the stars in the sky these years because of the rapid development of the city's economy. Hawaiian City hadn't seen any stars for a long time, but this summer was quite an anomaly, with dense stars covering almost the entire dark blue sky. Looks like another good day tomorrow. Songja also tilted his head to look at the stars and thought so. Any thoughts on a major? Tansi inclined her head, her fingertips playing with the young girl's hair for a moment. With at least the top 10 grades in the province, you can indeed go sideways at BYU, and transferring to postpartum care for SOUs or whatever is basically out of the question. Songja had vague ideas flashing through his mind, but they were not clear, so he shook his head and said, "Haven't thought about it yet, have you?" Tangsher blinked, her eyebrows innocent. "Neither did I. It's not like I'm looking for a girlfriend to take lessons from." The two young men looked at each other. The moonlight shone lonely and cold, illuminating the youthfulness and bewilderment on each other's faces, and they somehow inclined their heads at the same time and began to laugh. Life may be a dreary and endless multiple-choice question, Song rhetorically thought absently. In fact, Yi Mao Ran has been saying since I was a child that I'm blessed with a unique talent, complaining about which window the heavens have actually closed for me. The flowing moonlight intertwined with the starlight, and the young man's shallow voice slowly flowed out, like the tips of the shoots that had just sprung up in early spring and March, tender out of the water, and making people feel full of hope. Songji turned her head sideways and looked at him peacefully. "I don't actually feel like I'm that blessed." Tangsher also turned her head to look at her and smiled, her eyes as gentle as water. "But it's true, I'm luckier than most people. Good family, able-bodied parents, pretty good-looking, smart brain." He counted them one by one flatly. "And now, got a girlfriend? Especially like, extra nice. This world has been good to me." Tangsher's long legs stretched out, her eyes clean. "So what I give back to the world should be more too. I'm wondering if I can lean in that direction in the future with the profession I choose and the job I take. Through yourself, you drive more people to think, too, that the world is pretty good, or at least not that bad, but exactly what it's going to do and what it can do. I still, actually, don't quite get it either." Song Ru occasionally found Tangsher childish, such as now. when he hooked her hand with his little thumb and played with it with joy, but then he spoke the words with a sobriety that surpassed that of his peers. Paradoxical enough, and thus all the more fascinating. Tang sure. Song-ru tilted her head to look at the stars in the sky, feeling no brighter than the teenager's eyes. Have you ever heard of a soft-hearted god? What? Tansy raised her eyebrows. The winter of my sophomore year of high school, I think I met a soft-hearted god. Aha. Tansy nodded and asked unashamedly, is it me? Yes. Just winter? He got an inch. As usual. Spring, summer, fall, winter. Song-ru was helpless. Only sophomore year? The beginning of senior year. Songja's earlobes were red, and his tone was slightly pensive, and the rest of his life afterward. Satisfied, Tansy inclined her head, cupped her chin and kissed her. One touch, and laughed softly. Now then, the soft-hearted god kisses you, and good luck to you always. Chapter 114, Passion and Love. Thank you, soft-hearted god. Song-ru pulled his hand over and squeezed it lightly, continuing, Tang sure. Just now, I was thinking that life might be a dull and endless multiple-choice question, but after you opened your mouth, or rather you just stood there, it changed my mind. Songji looked at him and said gently, life should be a brilliant sunrise. So you see, my view of the world has been changed by you while you still think you've done nothing. Once you think the world is pretty good, then whatever you do will inadvertently pass that idea on to others and change their view of the world. So do what you want to do. Pick the major you want to pick. Love it forever. And that's enough. As to whether or not one believes that the world is good, it's really the same as whether or not one believes that there is a soft-hearted god in the world. Song Li's eyes were serious. Word for word, as long as they really encounter it, they will really believe it. Tang sure squinted her eyes pondering, suddenly smiled after a long time, fading away her bewilderment, her eyes returning to sobriety, and leisurely said, having a philosophical girlfriend is good. Thatching, it's good to have a boyfriend who loves the world, with a clear heart and eyes. Song-ji's lips hooked up, learning from him as he spoke, and his eyes became clear and honest. Tang sure inclined his head, his eyes paused on her lips, and said meaningfully, then, kiss a little longer? The two slowly drew closer, the dense sounds of kissing reverberating and entangling in the silent night air. The stars in the sky winked and didn't speak. However, tomorrow is a beautiful day with clear skies. They are like all windy, less confused teenagers. The boat has traveled many miles, and the future is promising. Hwaiyan No. One middle school produced 2 provincial top winners this year. This news directly triggered a major media buzz. These days, the principal of Hwaiyan No. One middle school walks unconsciously horizontally, and sometimes accidentally bumps into someone and says, yes, I am the principal of Hwaiyan No. One middle school under the leadership of the 2 provincial top students. Songja and Tangshur were both busy these days and couldn't find time to meet. What are you busy with, you ask? Busy dodging teachers from Tsinghua's admissions office and various journalists scrambling to their homes. Shin-in and Song Jiching in the past few days like a dream. Tsinghua admissions office put forward a variety of generous conditions simply dazzling. The BYU admissions office teacher, on the other hand, just said 2 words, Deto. Also did not forget to laughingly add knife. With another provincial science scholar about to test our Peking University, is it? Very discerning girl boy. I wish you 100 years of good luck. The president of our Peking University in the future can also come to attend your wedding. Tsinghua admissions office teacher, gnashing of teeth. JPG. Hwaiyan City TV station strongly requested an exclusive interview with the 2. Hwaiyan No. One middle school leaders also feel that this is a good opportunity to publicize the school's positive school spirit, so they took turns every day to do the ideological work. Is bound to let the 2 accept this interview cannot. It's mostly about doing Songji's thinking because someone says he listens to her on everything. Song rhetoric. Song-ru has always been respectful of this kind of occasion to make a splash. However, leaders at all levels of the school 3 times, she had no choice but to finally agree. The interview took place in the principal's office, with a camera set up right in front of it, and Songji sitting upright on a black leather couch. Tang sure, on the other hand, lazily leaned against the back of the sofa, her legs wide open, her posture as casual and lazy as usual. He rested one hand on the armrest next to him and moved his other hand slowly, and just as he was about to touch Songji moved his hand away and glared at him quietly. Don S. Can't you hold it? He let out a tisk and copied his hand back into his pocket. The interview has officially begun. Reporter, is there any secret to getting such high grades in the college entrance exams? Song, I think. Hereinafter omit 200 words of official phrases. Tangshur smiled. Song resignation is right. Song rhetoric. Reporter, so can you share how you were feeling when you were checking your scores? Song of Songs. 100 words of the official set of words are omitted below. Tangshur's tone was light, the same as Song Chi. Song rhetoric, whose mouth is dry. Journalists who have been perfumed. Reporter, both of them coincidentally chose to go to Peking University. One from the physics department of Peking University and the other from the law department of Peking University. Can you tell us why? The microphone was handed out, and Songji wordlessly glanced at the microphone and then wordlessly glanced at Tangshur. Tangshur cleared her throat, rubbed the tip of her nose, and took the lead in taking the microphone. Tangshur pondered for a moment, collected her previous carelessness, and slowly said, I chose the physics department because of love. His tone paused, his eyes looked meaningfully at Songji, the corners of his lips slightly hooked. Choosing Peking University is because of love. Songji tried to make herself ignore the look Tangshur had just given her. She took the microphone, and in her head she had a pretty decent piece of ventriloquism typed up, but now she couldn't get it out. In the camera, the bright and gentle young girl's cheeks were red, clearly shy, but she still raised her eyes, curved her lips, and said softly, it's the same as Tang poetry. I chose law school because I love it. Choose BYU because of love. The video just posted online and unexpectedly exploded. At the beginning of the two names of Tang poetry song rhetoric hanging on the hot search, netizens only think that these two names match. Face value also match. Want to casually kowtow too. In the words of the netizens, my CP from the marriage is close to knowing. Then once this video was posted, the more microscope netizens watched, the more wrong it became. How does it feel? I casually kowtow to CP as if there really is an adulterous relationship. Netflix 1, new here. Does the man have strabismus? Netizen 2, I would like to ask the male side in the end what is so funny laughing so Thai. Muffled. Netizen 3, I'm his classmate I'll testify. This brother usually dragged into 255. Netflix 4, what kind of I might have pushed this on me? Smiles. Netizen 6, so is BYU part of your play? Netflix 7, why are you guys just getting to the table? It's all left over from my school forum kiting. So a swarm of Chinese netizens who love to get high on CP all their lives broke into the school's forums and gave the youngest brother of a middle school programmer a near-dry breakdown. Netizens in the rice bowl inside half a day after eating exclaimed, I knocked the CP ancestors have mine ah. Principal Xiao Wang smiled at the explosive growth of a certain sounds fan base, touched the Mediterranean Sea, and sighed at his own wisdom. Then one click on the official blog comment section. The face that maintained the smile froze. Wait, please calm down, everyone. We're a serious school that never encourages students to fall in love early. In fact, there is hesitation to score to write a little less. But I thought on second thought, I have written a novel. Give me Goose Children Goose to write a first prize to play how? Cannot be separated for more than a year in vain? Chapter 115 Illustrated Diary. Romance to the death. After the college entrance examination, the original senior class A, led by class president Lin Zhangyu, organized a party at a villa in the suburbs. Tang poetry goes together with song rhetoric. The moment they pushed the door in, everyone in Class A looked toward the doorway in unison, their eyes resting on their clasped hands. Oh ho! There was a lot of screaming, whistling and slurping. Damn, freshman year of high school knew that your kid's intentions were impure. I didn't expect to really be chased by your kid. The one who spoke was Chen Jijun. You. No wonder you sidetracked me every time we did the blackboard together before. This was Zhang Mingho, who was crawling in pain. That bag of candy I bought you back then I feel like it's wedding candy now. Zhang Mingho did have a little spring in his step at that time, but as a result, the spark was extinguished by someone without mercy. Yan Shanshan walked over and gave Tangshur an unfavorable look, holding Songji's other hand and said, this summer vacation has dominated Song for so long. Today Song is mine. Tangshur didn't say anything and lowered her eyes to look at Songji. Songji gave him a harmless and good-natured smile, then silently broke away from his hand and decisively threw herself into Yan Shanshan's embrace. Tangshur was directly exasperated. Songjia and Yan Shanshan nestled in a small corner with only two people, whispering to each other. This distance was even closer than the distance Songju usually spoke to him. Tangshur walked to the other side of the sofa and kicked Yi Maoran in the face without a good reason. Yi Maoran, who was already in a bad mood from his failed confession. Are you sick? He asked. Tangshur sat next to him slowly and methodically, casting a sidelong glance at him and saying in a single word, failed to confess? Don't ask, okay? Yi Maoran poured a bottle of beer, looking disheveled. You'd better not send any love show friend circle to stimulate me, or I'm afraid that our friendship for more than 10 years will be broken like this. Tangshur is bored playing with her cell phone. The rest of her vision is also divided into a ray of light to the corner of the sitting of Songji, snorting out a laugh. Not much humanity, said, sent all the hair, or you delete me. Anyway, you are also going abroad. Sooner or later we have to break. No, are you still human? Yi Maoran raised his head sharply. I'm so miserable. I was forced to leave the country again and my confession was rejected. What can you do if you go along with me? Tangshur glanced at him coldly and spat out. Stupid. You're not stupid. You pretentious pussy who has to illustrate her diary. You're too smart to die. Tang Shi realized afterward. You peeked at my diary? Yi Maoran skimmed his eyes sheepishly. Nope. Against Tang Shi's sharp and cold eyes, he changed his words. Second grade elementary school. You then that diary was open on the table. I was young and young. There is no sense of morality to peek at it is normal. Right. Speaking of which, this diary is still the beginning of their friendship. Yi Mao ran as a child a lot of things are almost forgotten. This thing is remembered clearly. The first sentence at the beginning of a diary written in Dawn Poetry's day was always, another day alive. Written like TM's last words. Finished writing the diary also have to draw something. What butterflies, the sky, the sun and so on. To the child has not seen the world. Yi Mao ran touched silly. Said this is the legendary romantic to death? Yi Mao ran when he was a child long and tall and strong. Tang Shi often go to the hospital. Skinny like bean sprouts. Yi Mao ran one hand can be given to Tang Shi knocked down. And then he came home after being mixed doubles. He was not convinced. And one hand to Tang Shi knocked down. After that day, Yi Mao ran never hit him again. Who knows? This dog is now 188 and 8-pack abs. I should have known that when I was a kid. I just peek at his diary earlier. Tang Shi glanced at Yi Mao ran, thinking that this goods from the second grade of elementary school to now have no girlfriend. Chasing a person is also like a chase. 6 years did not catch up. It is too lazy to talk to him in general. It's all about the highs, isn't it? Tongsi thought. But after all, after so many years of friendship, he decided to take the trouble to instruct the two idiots. Seriously. Tang Shi looked at him with pale eyes. Do you really think that our friendship can last until you return home without becoming strangers? Special uncle still stuffed you to study in Germany. What's the saying? Oh, and the 3 years studying in Germany will be the most memorable 7 out of the 5 years of your life. 7 years. Tang Shi sighed. I'm in my prime and you're old. We're not even in the same generation anymore. The corner of Yi Maoran's mouth twitched. What? I'm the only one who grows older and you don't. Okay, how young are you? Yi Maoran was conspiratorial. Forever 18. Tang Shi lazily glanced at the coffee table to see that there was lemon sparkling water, and he leaned over to hook it. His index finger slightly flexed. Click dash and the lemon flavor escaped. He tilted his head and took a sip and continued. I mean, we've been friends for more than 10 years, and I'm not even half sure I think our friendship can be maintained. So what do you think? What are the chances that a human girl will have the courage to talk to you about an exotic relationship if you go and confess in your situation? Yi Maoran's face changed. I can also not go abroad. Not going abroad? Tang Shi laughed. It's fine to read your second degree in China. But what makes a person from Tsinghua follow you? Even if the human girl doesn't mind, do you promise you won't regret this later? You stayed in the country for her, and you don't think she's gambling? She has to gamble with you on your future, and on your heart at all times. Tang Shi's cold white knuckles drooped leisurely, uttering the usual blunt and solid words. If people like you, they don't dare to let you gamble with your future. If people don't like you, then what do you stay in the country? Now you can pack up and roll out of the country. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Maoran's eyes reddened. So you mean I have to leave this country? Neither. Tang Shi cloaked in a human skin patiently said. You can also stay in the country for me. After all, I'm not much of a conscientious person, and I won't have any psychological burden if you don't have a wife in the future to mix up miserably. Yi Maoran. You nerves. After a moment of silence, Yi Maoran decamped and said, then you didn't say it before I confessed, so I'm not an asshole now. Tongsi sighed, being really bad at comforting people. He patted Yi Maoran's shoulder and said, isn't it because I've seen you like it for 6 years and thought that you wouldn't be happy if you weren't rejected for a bit? Yi Maoran. Roll. Song you say? Yi Maoran that dog thing, is not an asshole? Yen Shanchan half a can of beer into the belly, lying on the table, choking. That's right, a big asshole. Songru was full of puffed up anger and shared the same hatred, all planning to leave the country and still come to confess. Somehow, the net adds to the worries and confuses the people. Wanna feel the fire with a book title that sucks a little more? How about Bully Schoolboy Strong Love? Gentle Schoolgirl Where to Escape? Chapter 116, Cowards. Yen Shanchan left half a can of beer, also tilted her head back and drank it down. Splat a sound. The can was squeezed flat by her one hand. Messy short hair covered the slightly red Rue Fong eyes. I've known that guy Yi Mao ran for 6 years, and I like him. Yen Shanchan reached out her hand and counted. Almost 4 or 5 years. As a result, he said yesterday that he's liked me for 6 years. Yen Shanchan gave a sarcastic smile. This dog pussy is hiding deeper than me. Who the hell can tell he likes me? He won't stop until he has a fight with me every day. I thought I exterminated his whole family in my past life. Really? She wiped her tears. Somehow, it's good to be gone, so I don't have to dangle it in front of my eyes every day and get tired of looking at it. And I'm not going to get breast cancer. She lowered her head, stunned tears falling. Song Ji's eyes were also red, and she didn't know how to comfort her, so she just hugged her and held her tightly. Shan Shan. Song repeated softly, and me, I love you especially. If you say this and Tang sure hears it, he'll be looking this way with a cold eye again. Believe it or not? Yen Shanshan said. He was like this when I was a freshman in high school. When you were clinging to me, he had a cold face, like I owed him $5 million. Yen Shanshan raised her eyes, and sure enough, she saw Tangshur brightly looking this way, her slightly cold eyes looking towards the hands of Songji holding her tightly. Next to him sat Yi Mao Ran, lying on the couch, the back of his hand over his eyes, motionless. Goons. Yen Shanshan scolded him in her heart, and bitterly tugged at the corner of her lips, murmuring, Song, I actually envy you. Blatant love is not for everyone. Love is full of cowards. She and Yi Mao Ran are both. The villa had 3 floors, and senior class A came in bits and pieces with more than 40 people, gathered with the small groups that had played well together before and scattered in all corners. Eat, drink, and be merry, each without interruption, yet with a sense of fun. Slowly people got up to say goodbye, and the villa grew colder and colder. I don't know who turned on the stereo and played a song called Later by Renee Liu, and then I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you're long gone, disappeared into obscurity. And then, in tears, I finally realized. Some people once missed are no more. Yi Mao Ran asked. Who the put it there? Can you turn it off? Nobody cares about him. Yi Mao Ran kicked Tangshur and choked. You went and turned it off. Tangshur dodged it, coldly looking askance, lazily saying, I've been spoiling you too much lately, haven't I? Yi Mao Ran didn't say anything. Tangshur looked at his pussy-like appearance. Disgusted Tisk got up and went to cut the song. Cut the song cowardly. Yi Mao Ran. Are you sick? The two of them, Songji and Yen Shanshan, were holding each other like Siamese twins and were rocking each other to the song. Pei Yiming was sitting in the corner, his eyes never leaving Songji from the moment she first entered. He looked forlorn as he listened to the song and let out a long sigh, eventually taking one step in the direction Songji was in. Song Ru, he called out to her softly. Songji tilted his head, saw it was him, smiled, and asked, What's wrong? Pei Yiming could barely look straight at the young girl's bright smile. He averted his eyes and said lowly, I have something I want to say to you alone. Songja froze and glanced at Yen Shanshan next to him. Yen Shanshan waved her hand, loosened her tight hold on Songji's arms and legs, and said, I'm fine, you guys go ahead and chat. Yen Shanshan watched the two men's backs disappear in the doorway, bristled, and said, Another coward. She bowed her head, choked, and sang along, line by line, Love to see you frown tightly, call me a coward. I'm in the mood for a lover's fight. Strange hunch, misplaced. I'm so happy for you. I'm a little timid. Yi Maoran's line of sight stopped on Yen Shanshan, his mouth gibbering, playing a song called Coward to give his love rival a boost of boldness. Tangshur lightly returned sarcasm, only people without a name have love rivals. Master this situation, called someone trying to be a mistress. Tanzi paused and added 2 words with certainty, unsuccessful. Yi Mao Ran gave a low snort. They all call themselves Master Shang. What's the defense breaking like? It's still dead loaded. Is something wrong? Songja asked as he went out of the villa with Pei Yiming one after the other, tilting his head as his feet stopped under a parasol in front of the villa's door. The summer breeze blew slowly, the young girl's brows meandering but gentle, her eyes as flat as water. But that's not how she sees downs. When she looked at Tangshur, there was a warm smile at the corner of her eyes. Pei Yiming let out a breath, the knots of his throat sliding with desire, and finally said, I got into Columbia. Really? A trace of surprise flashed through Songja's eyes as he sincerely said, Congratulations, you finally got what you wanted. Pei Yiming looked at Songji carefully, trying to find a trace of reluctance in it, but no, only full of joy and blessings. He tugged at the corner of his lips and hummed, smiling dismally. He actually knew how this would end, or rather, he could only watch as the two men came to this end. Pei Yiming has always been a person with clear goals and rational enough. His family is average, and his school district assigns him to the 8th middle school, a middle school at the bottom of the pack in Huayan City, which is almost at the bottom of the pack. But from the beginning, he set his sights. He's going to Columbia. He has been making plans and studying hard since his freshman year for this goal. This is an anomaly in the 8th grade. There are a ton of smokers, fighters, and truants in the 8th grade, and those who try to study are outliers when they mix in. Pei Yiming began to be isolated by most of the class, yet it's not a big deal. He doesn't need friends. Until junior year, when a girl was transferred, she was extremely stunning and beautiful to look at, but had a gentle and friendly personality, effortlessly taking care of the emotions of those around her, and both boys and girls in her class loved her. Even if she was an anomaly like herself, she listened attentively to her classes and held her books awkwardly every day. Even when she counted down every time in the beginning, she seemed to think, it's okay, she'll just do it next time. Hypocritical and can pretend. Pei Yiming thought so at first. The homeroom teacher also liked her, and seeing how hard she worked, he placed him at the same table with her. The two of them were pretty much the only serious students in the class. Moving his seat, Songji sat next to him, his eyes shining brightly as he whispered his first words to him. Pei Yiming, from now on, we'll be considered comrades in arms. A comrade in arms? Pei Yiming turned his head and looked at the rest of the class, either sleeping or secretly playing with their cell phones, obviously in class, but the noise boiled over. Like a war, how is it not considered a comrade in arms? The first words he spoke to her, he began to change his mind about her. The more he spent time with her, the more Pei Yiming was alarmed. How could there be such a person? As if it were a gift to be gentle with people without expecting anything in return. As if nothing stirred her to excess? Pei Yiming watched step by step as her grades got better and better, and also calmly and soberly allowed himself to fall. Chapter 117. He had also told Songji only one person about this matter of him wanting to get into Columbia University, because Pei Yiming knows that telling others will be exchanged for ridicule and disparagement, while Songji will only say to him, "You will be able to do it." Pei Yiming asked her, "What about you? What college do you want to go to?" Surprisingly, she seemed confused. Pei Yiming then told her, "Why don't you aim for one middle school first, which is the best middle school in Hawaiian? I will also go to the first school," which Pei Yiming did not dare to say. Song-ru nodded and smiled and said, "I'll work on it." Pei Yiming of course knew that she would work hard, and her efforts have been rewarded. In the general high school are not many people can get into the 8th grade. Song-ji overplayed, directly a leap into the first middle school of the top class, one of the biggest dark horses. Instead, he had to stay in a parallel class because the midterm was so stressful. A few points away, Pei Yiming thought at the time that it didn't matter. After half a semester, they would definitely be in the same class again. He did what he wanted the second semester and broke into the A class. However, there was a person surrounding Song-ji, who had to make a little move every now and then, brightly trying to get her attention. Tang Poetry, the boy of the sky who was held in high regard by the entire school. Pei Yiming could often hear his name in the parallel class as well, and the boys in the class discussed him even more because there was a gym student named Suihong in the class who liked to tirelessly and persistently brag about his brilliant exploits. Pei Yiming didn't think so at first. He previously dined with Song-ji, not that he hadn't seen Tangshur before, and felt that he hadn't blown such a big deal. What's more, Pei Yiming felt that the way Song-ji looked at him at that time, flat as water, didn't look like he liked him. However, Pei Yiming soon realized that he was wrong. Song-ru was treating him differently, with different eyes. There's a good chance Song-ru likes him. Realizing this, Pei Yiming was slightly flustered, yet he took no action whatsoever. He's still a long way from Columbia and has a lot of catching up to do. Later, the class was divided, and Pei Yiming also went to the Qingbei class, and the longer he spent with Tangshur, the more he understood why Suihong held him in high esteem in the first place. He also completely understood that Songju would like someone like that. Then later, he began to prepare the relevant materials and also succeeded in getting into Columbia University. It was funny to say that he had wanted to go and confess his love to Songji the night he finished his high school exams. He wanted to put an end to his 5 years of youth. However, he swiped the circle of friends Tangshur posted that night. There was no copy, only a picture of holding hands. The Mobius rings on the girl's white wrists glistened as the sun set. A lot of people from the Qingbei class and the A class in the comments section swiped congratulations, and without the need for the text to explain, they all seemed to know who the girl was by heart. Song rhetorically didn't send a friend circle, but clicked a like. Pei Yiming finally realized that while he was advancing towards his goal step by step, it also meant that he was getting farther and farther away from her. But he asks himself, does he regret it? No regrets. Pei Yiming looked at the girl in front of him who was sincerely saying goodbye. The corner of his lips hooked, and he said softly, "Congratulations on getting into Peking University as well." Song rhetorically laughed and said, "Thanks, but when do you probably leave the country?" "Around August." "Soon." Pei Yiming was silent for a while, but still couldn't help but ask, "Can I have a hug? We should count ourselves as friends." He added, "There shouldn't be much chance of seeing each other again in the future." Unsurprisingly, "It's okay." Songja greatly stepped forward and gently hugged him. Pei Yiming only felt the unique scent of a young girl's fragrance lingering for a split second, and before he could capture it, he was suddenly far away. He lowered his eyes to hide the tears that were hard to stifle. Songji stood back up, his tone despondent. "Pei Yiming, have not been able to say thank you. Junior high school helped me a lot. Not you. I may not be able to get into the first middle school. It has nothing to do with me. It's your own efforts." Pei Yiming's tone barely paused and said smoothly, "Then I will leave first. There are still a lot of formalities to be done when I leave the country. Stealing a hug in the name of a friend, he's already despicable." Pei Yiming has always felt that he is not considered a coward. he has his own way to go. But what he just did was cut and dry cowardice. He only dared to ask her in his heart, Song resign. You know it, right? I like you for a long time. Yet he raised his eyes. The young girl in front of her, her eyes pale and unaware, smiled as always and said, have a safe trip. Obviously, she doesn't know. Also, how would she know if he didn't tell her? Pei Yiming smiled bitterly and turned his head, waving his hand as he walked, dashing back. Have a safe trip. Sonja stood still inside. She thought of the students who had just left the villa one by one. We met at a young age. We parted at a young age. And we may never see each other again. Year after year. Rush after summer. Hasten your way. Hasten your goodbyes. And sigh. A conspiratorial male voice came from the side. So reluctant to give up. You chase up and hug another one. How about if I can't really let him have my boyfriend's seat? He asked close to her ear. With a look that couldn't have been more sweet. When Sonja turned his head again, he had already headed to the swing next to her and leisurely swayed, only revealing the back of his head in a high and cool manner, a lazy look that he didn't want to take care of her. Songji walked over and tugged Tangsher's wrist and shook it. Just hugged someone else. Don't touch me yet. Tangsher brushed aside her hand, proud and visibly upset. It's my fault. I should have told you before seeing him alone. Don't be angry. Okay. Songji clutched back his wrist again and continued to coax. After all, she thought back now, it was the opposite sex. And even though she only thought of it as a normal friend, meeting alone, she had to check in with her boyfriend ahead of time, no matter what. Oh, that means it's okay to hug if you've checked in with me ahead of time, does it? He didn't draw back this time, but his tone was cold. Just a courtesy hug from an ordinary friend, and he'll be leaving the country soon, so I won't be able to see him in the future. Songja patiently explained to him, you're kinda sorry. He again deliberately, heavily draws back his hand, expressionless, eyes wind cold. Small mouth blatting. Then how come I didn't hug you when we were ordinary friends? How about hugging like Yen Shanshan? Using both hands and feet. What does the language say? Oh, action description. More can express the unwillingness to give up. Well, Songja moved over and directly gagged him. Tansi blinked, incredulous. After a few seconds of touching, Songji separated. I'm still angry. Quiet for a few seconds. Tangsher barely remembered what she was angry about earlier, and wrinkled her eyebrows in displeasure. But her tone clearly became forceful. Don't you kiss me all of a sudden. Kiss me, how else to be angry? I know. I'm coaxing you. Songja squeezed his hand and said softly, do you coax your regular friends too? Tangsher looked at her askance, thinking about it or not, and asked, Tangsher. Songji called out to him softly, meaning don't give an inch. Chapter 118, The First Among Men. Tangsher's eyelids drooped wanly, pursed her lips, and didn't speak. Songji sighed and moved over again, just about to coax him a few more times, when Tangsher's hand that was pulling on her jerked so hard that she fell into his lap. The next second, the sky swirled and a flood of kisses fell. Tangsher leaned down and held the back of her neck, kissing her forehead, eyes, and nose without any rules. Can a normal friend kiss you like that? He asked, and without waiting for her to answer, he blocked her lips sharply, prying them open and sweeping them everywhere, fuming to tangle with her. A deep kiss that took all her breath away. When it was over, Songji was weak, leaning against his shoulder socket like she had no bones, the ends of her eyes reddening as she breathed heavily. Tangsher clasped the back of her head with one hand and hugged her hard, his veins flaring, the two of them pressing their upper bodies together. Is that how you just hugged a regular friend? He asked provocatively as he held her down in his arms. Songju finally became impatient. You still ask? Tangsher stifled a hum, his head hanging down on the side of her neck with little spirit. Quiet for a moment, said, I'm jealous. You have to let me get the smell of vinegar out, otherwise I'm afraid I'll turn over old scores. Songji looked at his furry head. His heart softened into a puddle of water, and he couldn't help but touch his head. Soft and cuddly like a samoyed. How could there be such a person? A body of bone seems to have been quenched by fire, hard and hot, but the vigorously beating heart is as delicate as cotton candy, and makes one's heart soft even without touching it. Tangy eye. Songju tried to comfort. Don't worry, it won't be in the future. I only have him as a friend of the opposite sex. The Drag King was incredulous at first. What did you call me? Then again his clear voice lifted slightly. Is he still the one for you? Song rhetoric. You're so good at translating. Songja opened his mouth to speak, but Tangsher kissed him again without saying a word, with more intensity than before, and he took advantage of the gap to whine. You're so not comforting. Well, stop talking for a moment. Well, let me kiss you for a moment to calm down. Well, things got a little out of hand at the end of the kiss. Songji wore a pure white square shoulder tee that day, revealing her snow-white delicate collarbone, and the reddish vermilion mole. Tangsher kissed all the way down, first to the emerald green and cool statue of the goddess of mercy, The confused and disorganized thoughts gained a moment of clarity. He gasped delicately with his forehead against his collarbone, restraining himself for no more than a moment before his defenses failed again and he all but gave up. He looked up, his voice low, stating tone, I kissed. Songji has long been dragged into the vortex by him, chaotic and do not know where, do not know what he is talking about, only nodded haphazardly. Sound. Tang Shi moved upward, her wet lips finally pressing against the red mole. He paused for a moment, flicking his tongue and grinding it delicately with his teeth. Songji couldn't help but tilt her head, her thin white fingertips uncontrollably inserting themselves into the cracks of the teenager's hair. It's itchy, abrasive, and hard to resist. Tang Shi sighed softly in contentment. After a moment, he stepped away slightly for half a second to look at the red marks that were distinctly visible above the young girl's collarbone, his eyes blinking slowly as a not-so-subtle smile curled his lips. Then he tilted his eyes. His smile narrowed, his long eyelashes drooping. Even the red moles at the corners of his eyes were innocent, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Girlfriend, he said softly, maybe you should have brought a Pikachu band-aid? Songji entered the villa with a band-aid on and was going to look for Yen Shanshan. Tang Shi tried to hold her hand, but she shook it off in a rude manner. Dog, with this face and this acting skill, it would be a waste not to go into acting. However, the first floor of the villa is almost empty. Songji read the group message and realized that Lin Zhengyu has called all the people to the third-floor rooftop barbecue. Songji walked upstairs without saying a word. Her footsteps were slightly hurried. Mainly Yen Shanshan had been drinking. She didn't know what she would do. She was a little worried. There was a movement coming from the long hallway downstairs, and Songji subconsciously turned his head sideways, and at an overhead angle, he saw Yi Maoran being held down by Yen Shanshan and kissed on the wall. Songji's mouth slowly opened into an O shape. Tang Shi, on the other hand, raised her eyebrows and leisurely said, quite impressive. The two men looked at each other in unison as if they hadn't seen it, and turned to continue walking upstairs. Tang Shi didn't move and took her hand again, interlocking her fingers. Songji didn't break away, but still said unshallowly, didn't you say that you don't hold someone's hand after hugging them? Tanzi said, then you're not allowed to hug next time. Song rhetorically teased him, it's going to be a hug. Tanzi grunted, then I'm going to hold it. What ah? Song rhetorically inclined his head and didn't hold back his laughter. The two held hands as they slowly made their way upstairs. The stairwell was a bit dark, but as you slowly made your way up the stairs, the door to the rooftop had long been open, and the sun's rays filtered through there, brightening the further you went. The group of people outside the door bathed in light, saw them walking this way and greeted the two with a smile while eating barbecue. Tang Shi, Songji, you're just coming over now. The meat skewers were robbed and gone, so let's make do and eat some vegetarian skewers. Tang Shi sked, looking embarrassed. What should I do then? My girlfriend doesn't like veggies. That's all it takes to show love. I'm really impressed with your relationship brain. They were also 18 or 19 years old, smiling and cheerful, without the slightest sadness of the impending parting, only full of hope for the future. The corners of Songji's lips curved into a smile as well. This is the teenager, looking at the mountains and the water. Do not remember the past, do not fear parting, do not fear the future. Don't forget the young man's ambition to be in the clouds, once promised to be the first on Earth. Beijing in September is much cooler than Huayan, and the UV rays are not too strong. However, Songji's skin was sensitive and thin, and after a month of military training, the area around his neck was still sunburned, a redness that looked alarming. Zhou Xian barged into the dormitory and shouted, Report dash. A super handsome man appeared under the dormitory building today. Honestly, I thought that Li Qing was quite handsome before, but just now when he stood in front of that man, I'm half exaggerating it, I was directly seconded. Mainly that big handsome guy exudes an aura that is very different and inexplicably carrying. You didn't rush up to ask for a microphone? That's not your character ah. Xia Gongqiu held the ointment in his hand and was carefully applying it to Songji, not raising his head as he returned. You think I don't want to? Zhouensi regretfully sked inside. He's waiting downstairs in the girls' dormitory with flowers in his hand? I'm rushing up to be a mistress? Xia Gongqiu, not necessarily. It's possible that he's chasing someone, just like Li Qing. For the past half a month, didn't he wait downstairs in the girls' dormitory holding a bouquet of flowers every day without fail, chasing after Araji? He would chase people? Zhouensi recalled the face that she had just glanced at hastily but was deeply impressed with, coldly looking out of the corner of her eye, thinking that it was impossible. It's more like someone else chasing him. Xia Gongqiu lowered his head to help Songji apply the medicine. But this angle, an unobstructed view of the waves. Xia Gongqiu let out a tisk inside. Young girl, what big boobs. Song Rhetoric, Chapter 119, so cute, right? Zhouensi said. That Li Qing held a bouquet of flowers again today to guard under the dormitory building. Gee, you really have a boyfriend then he can really sit still. Others are almost prying his corner apart, and still do not come over to swear sovereignty. A month, the military training are over. Joansi still has not seen the boyfriend in the mouth of Songji, only to know that Songji every night thundering out to play more than an hour of video calls. Songja's eyelashes dropped and he sighed. He's a bit busy. She misses him too. She and Tangshur are not the same time to report. Tangshur earlier than her half a month to come first. Seems to be into a what research group. Military training were specially approved not to participate. Every day busy day dark. Songji in the video looked at Tangshur more and more tired thin handsome face. Every time I look at it is very heartbreaking. Not yet chat for a few minutes to say something busy to hang up. Want to let him rest a little more. What do you mean girlfriend? Tangshur was lazily lying on the bed at that moment. Indeed sleepy, eyes are almost impossible to open. The whole face is exposed to the camera. On this kind of overhead shot of the death angle, he relied on his face to carry on, tiredly smiled, said in a low voice, okay, the feelings are faded. The voice was raspy and inexplicably bubbled with a decadent yet sexy energy. Thinking of this scene, Songji's face heated up and his heart pounded. TSK, 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 a young girl is pregnant. Xiai Gonqiu molested her as usual. Song Li returned unwillingly. I don't know who it is, but yesterday he talked to the senior from Poetry and Songs to Life Philosophy, and a date to go out for a walk together. Joansi's tone was ambiguous. What? We're just normal friends. Xiai Gonqiu's face began to redden. Joansi, ha dash. Song Ruishua, ha dash. Ouch. You guys hate it. A few girls were mingling inside the dormitory, and soon it was mealtime, and the three of them went out to forage for food. Joansi, that Li Qing wouldn't still be down there. Would he? Songja frowned slightly and said faintly, whatever. Li Qing is next door to the art college students, a small rich second generation. Came to Peking University to look for someone. A glance at the top of the sun standing in military posture of Songji, and from then on to launch a continuous attack. Song rhetorically told him many times that he already had a boyfriend. However, it did not help. He was still persistent, and after up to a month of not seeing the so-called boyfriend, she said, more convinced that it was just a pretext. These days the attack is more and more violent. The movement is getting bigger and bigger, and now almost the whole school is spreading the word. Even if Songji had a good temper, he still felt a bit impatient. Downstairs, that Li Qing was indeed there. He was holding a very exaggerated bouquet of red roses in his arms, and when he saw Songji, his eyes lit up, and he lifted his foot to go over to him as usual. However, someone else moved faster than him. A tall figure wearing a duck-tongued hat and all black rushed to the young girl in almost a few breaths, and without saying a word wrapped his arms around her shoulders and held her tightly. Songji smelled the long-lost aroma of lime bubbles and was stunned for a moment, pressing her head against his chest and slowly wrapping her arms around his waist as well. Ha! Messed with? Joansi had wanted to say to Songji, look, that big handsome guy who looks supercharged has been waiting for 2 hours. Quickly take advantage of the fact that your boyfriend is not there to see more. And then the next second, this big hottie swoops in and hugs her big beautiful roommate tightly. Joansi thought it wasn't very handsome at all, and just rushed over like some kind of canine. She didn't break defense at all. Really, didn't you say you wouldn't be back until tomorrow? Songja asked softly. The project has accelerated a bit. Tangshur gently rubbed the back of her head. So I came back earlier, wanting to give you a surprise. The main palace is here. So ing handsome. The clincher was the watch he wore on his wrist. Hundreds of thousands. The little rich kid left, flustered and self-conscious, clutching a large bouquet of roses. Miss me? Tangshur buried his head into the nape of the young girl's neck and took a deep breath, his voice husky, and asked in a low voice. Songji's face turned a little red, and she came to his ear, lowering her voice. There are still people here, so let go of me first. Joansi, no one. Xiai Gonqiu, nobody. Xiai Gonqiu and Joansi exchanged glances and hurriedly fled the scene of the crime. Tangshur's lips curled up and repeated, miss me? Song rhetoric. A little bit. Just a little? Tansy lifted her chin slightly with one hand and kissed her heavily. I miss you to death. He had a bouquet of tulips in his other hand and was about to hand them to her when he tilted his head sideways. His eyes slightly glazed over. What's wrong around your neck? Tangshur's lips pursed straight, raised her hand to touch and retracted. Sunburn from military training? Songji said. Okay, not very painful. Tansy asked. Did you apply the medicine? Painted. Songja changed the subject. Won't you give me the flowers? Tangshur handed her the flowers, holding her hand tighter, thought about it, or sighed, and asked slowly, so when you were videoing with me, you made a point of blocking it out, didn't you? Songja hooked his hand and winked. It's not a big deal. The two men blew forward. Tangshur said leisurely, then when I don't see my girlfriend in the future, I will think, how is my girlfriend now? Ah, is there still a lot of small things hidden from me? Bad. I have to watch it all the time to be good. What? Ah. Song rhetorically amused. Tangsher's tone was half joking and half serious. What I mean is, don't hide this kind of injury from me, or I'll be even more worried next time. Okay? Got it. With a look of sincerity, Song-ji returned. Next time a mosquito bites a bag, I'll tell you too. Aha. Tangsher followed her words down, fervently and vigorously. Which abominable mosquito is it? I'll execute his 9 clans. Tongsi, why are you so cute? He glanced at her in mock surprise. Don't filter me too deeply. Girlfriend, the whole executing the 9 families thing is still cute. Song-ji laughed out loud, then felt that she turned out than she thought earlier. Actually want him a little more. They went to the cafeteria together to eat, and then walked around the school. Looking at the back lake of the school gathered a lot of people. Extraordinarily lively. The various lights on, signs playing, which remembered that today is 100 groups. Literature clubs, animation clubs, basketball clubs, dance clubs, all kinds of clubs in order to recruit new make every effort. Free-spirited atmosphere is very strong. Military training for a month of Song resignation at first glance to the scene. Only finally have a kind of, she really is far away from high school feeling. Song rhetorically drilled here and there and finally added a literature club and a music club. Tangsher's eyes were pale, holding her hand tightly, afraid that she would leap into the crowd and disappear, occasionally urging her not to run around, with little interest in the clubs that were enthusiastically handing him olive branches. It wasn't until he saw that the dance club was putting up signs to attract freshmen to street dance, accompanied by the music club next door, that he spared a second glance. Chapter 120. Song-ji suddenly remembered that the other students in the first middle school had privately discussed that Tangsher was the one who had performed street dance on stage during the middle school celebration. Tangsher, do you know how to street dance? Song-ji tilted his head and asked him. Tangsher lazily raised his eyebrows. Studied for a few years. Want to see? Song rhetorically replied. I haven't read it yet. Tangsher then laughed, his handsome brow hidden by the hat, looking down at her with a tinge of teenage smugness that only she could see. He suddenly raised his hand and pulled the leather band off her head, letting the black hair flow like seaweed, lining the girl's skin whiter and whiter. Just say so if you want to see it. Without missing a beat, he removed the ducktail cap from his head again and held it down on her head, patting it gently. As my girlfriend, you have that right. At that time, the president of the dance club was still dancing while panting to drive the crowd, everyone together to get high. Will not dance or swinging with the music, but probably because there was no head start, the people around him only watched, dumbfounded, but no one dared to rush up, making him more or less embarrassed. And then the whole place suddenly erupted in a chorus of screams. It just so happened that the hat size was a little too big, blocking Song-ji's view. She adjusted slowly and raised her eyes. On the open space were originally 4 or 5 people dancing in the street. Next to them were the people from the music club. Their band had specially set up a rhythmic English song. The drummer was beating to the beat. The street lamps next to them shone down one by one, and there were tall buildings and pontoon bridges in the distance, which had a great sense of atmosphere. Tangsher walked over slowly, growing a C-seat face, but didn't go to the C-seat, instead standing lazily on the edge, following the music, first stepping and swinging randomly in small increments, her eyes sidling over to observe the movements of the people dancing next to her. Slowly, he increased his movements, from slightly rusty at first, to more and more suave and comfortable later on. Unlike the people dancing next to him who had a bunch of chicken bits and pieces hanging on them, Tangsher was wearing only a simple black t-shirt and black work pants, and he stepped on the drums. His movements were sharp and powerful. The guy next to him was performing, but he wasn't. He was in the corner entertaining himself with a careless sense of relief, just plain enjoying himself, free and enthusiastic. Tangsher looked up, her forehead hair slightly wet, and smiled brightly at her, her eyebrows wanton and her eyes gentle. It was as if she was the only one in the audience. Oops, the heart is pounding. There was more screaming all around. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Handsome, his mom died. Who is he? So handsome, military training is not out of the circle? Maybe he's an actor in the art college next door. We can't have such a handsome one in our school. I want to add him on WeChat so bad. Brave people enjoy handsome men first. The brave man was the junior first. Can't you see? The hairbands on his wrists are so conspicuous. He's close to carving "I have a girlfriend" in big letters on his head, possibly driven by him or pulled by this enthusiastic atmosphere. The people who were originally watching from the periphery joined in and danced to the beat of the drums to their heart's content. Slowly more and more people, will not dance all follow. Our young people, 18 or 19 years old, just stand there on the youthful vigor, not to mention the present, listening to the bandwagon song, dancing with the bandwagon. It's as if it's a belated romp about saying goodbye to depressing high school life. From then on, college life kicked off. Where's the dude who came over to dance at the beginning? Quick, 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 recruit him into the dance club. Once he's here, our next recruiting class will also be stable. and the schoolgirls will definitely rush to come. The president of the dance club said. Ha, what did you say, president? Continue to get high? A few members were infected by the atmosphere and got high. Where did they remember the recruitment? Don't stop the music, the president said. Keep it up, president, I say the schoolgirls grab it. Member, okay, everyone keep getting high. On this night, some people danced under the streetlights to the music, while others quietly left to take advantage of the night and kissed at the end of the streetlights. Tang Shi's legs were open, sitting idly on the stone bench, one hand loosely wrapped around the young girl's slender waist, the other hand's veins were rippling like a meandering and stretched out river, but it still only restrainedly landed on the stone table. He tilted his head back, his jawline taut and more clear and sharp than usual, and followed Song's rhythm, kissing her delicately. Songji stood between the teenager's legs, his head lowered, one hand securing his neck, the other cupping his face, kissing him greenly and urgently. The dynamic music and the rising and falling cheers had slowly faded away into background sounds, and the low ambiguous gasps and blushing kissing sounds slowly amplified into the main theme, startling the birds in the trees into scattering. You missed me, Tansy was sure, murmuring under her breath with a low laugh. Extraordinarily proactive tonight. In response, the young girl kissed him harder, offering to stick out her tongue and entwine it with his, the kissing sound growing bolder. I don't know how long the kiss lasted, only that both parties couldn't breathe, that each other's breaths were swallowed up, and they didn't stop, but gasped lowly and pecked one after the other. After a few more moments, the music and cheering stopped completely not far away. Songji obediently sat on his lap, leaning back against his shoulder, slowly calming her breathing, and slowly spoke. Not only did I miss you a lot, I also just now, suddenly confirmed one thing. What? He asked. You asked me last time if I felt it when I handed you the band-aid, and I denied it at the time. Aha, now I admit it. Songja gently and bluntly met his eyes and said softly, I had feelings for you then. Blame the screaming that was so loud it obscured the heartbeat? Maybe not. The sound of a clearly warmly beating heart is clearer when you cover your ears. It was the then 15 or 16-year-old girl who felt she was gray and the teenager was too bright. An emotion like low self-esteem creeps in and buries love under the dirt. Thankfully, the teenager's quiet favoritism reigned on her heart day after day, spring after spring, so the deeply buried love grew wild, broke through the low self-esteem and grew into a flourishing tree. Then we are equal and we love each other. Tang Shi looked down at her askance. His heart felt like it was about to turn into a butterfly fluttering outwards. His eyes trembled slightly and slowly became meaningful. He thought for a moment and spoke. Then I'll confess something as well. What? I had feelings for you before my freshman year of high school. Songji raised his eyes in surprise, then wrinkled his eyebrows in careful recollection. Before the first year of high school, did we ever meet? Take your own time to think about it later. Tang Shi leaned down, clasped the back of her neck, and sucked on the young girl's lips again, saying vaguely, now kiss a little longer. Songji's thoughts were interrupted, and he tried hard to pick up his thoughts, but his brain was lacking oxygen, and he was stirring up another mess. She had to give up and hook her arms around his neck, closing her eyes and concentrating on kissing him. Chapter 121, Director Song. Freshman year has just begun, and while it's true that the academic pressure is lighter than high school, a variety of activities take up a lot of time. Songji still likes to go to the library whenever she has time, and Tang Shi also accompanies her to spend time with her, and in the meantime acts as a paper hander when she reads books with tears in her eyes. Tang Shi was holding a copy of Quantum Mechanics in her hand, and watched as Songji's tears fell like no money. He felt his heart flutter as he took the paper and wiped her tears. It's called quantum entanglement. The word popped into Tang Shi's head, and then feeling sick, she slumped over the table and couldn't help but laugh silently. Looking up again, the young girl's foxy eyes were still red and condemning, as if to ask what was so funny about him. Tang Shi collected her laughter, sat upright, and whispered, sorry, didn't hold back. Song rhetorically grunted lightly, got a little angry and decided to forgive him after 10 minutes. Wrong, girlfriend. He snuck his hand under the desk, hooked it in hers, shook it, and lowered his voice to say, I deeply repent and severely condemn it. Don't ignore me. He pressed his chin to the desk and tilted his eyes up at her. At this angle, the vermilion at the end of his eyes was really wobbly and harsh. Songji couldn't help but take a couple more glances, thinking very principledly. Well, forgive him after 5 minutes. Girlfriend, helpless, he negotiated with her kindly. Reason with me? Well, 3 minutes couldn't be less. Seeing Songru still tightening her little face and not looking at him, Tang Shi grabbed a handful of candies from her pocket, all types and flavors, and placed them in front of her with a clatter dash. Candy? He asked tentatively. Songji was completely taut. Did your dog stuff your pockets again? She asked deliberately. I stuffed it. Tang Shi paused for a few seconds. Her eyebrows were rare and sincere, and she honestly added, I stuffed it last time too. Seeing his rare honesty, Song-ru took the opportunity to ask again. Then when was the first time you saw me? She really hadn't thought about it. Still curious about this? Tangshur slowly leaned back in her chair again. Seeing that she wasn't really angry, the whole person relaxed. Knuckles took Joe lightly against the desktop, smiled, deliberately changed the topic again. What are we going to eat for lunch today? Song rhetoric. Dogs just know how to troll her. In the blink of an eye it's almost the 4th of July again. Don Z's birthday. Songji had no experience in giving gifts to the opposite sex, so he sincerely went to ask the experienced Joe Kanji for advice. Joe Kanji went to a famous art college in the south. The two separated from each other. One south and one north, but the contact is as close as ever. Song rhetorically asked her on WeChat. The old man's Western rhetoric, calling your majesty. I have a question that I don't know if I should speak or not. Boyfriend number 1, speaking. The late man left in the west. What's the right gift for my boyfriend's birthday? Boyfriend number 1, send a condom. The old man went west. Was it the set she was thinking of? Boyfriend number 1, he looks pretty good. Enjoying himself early in the morning. It's that set. The old man's resignation in the west. Songji closed the chat box with her with a yellowish face, cursing her unreliability. Songji decided to go online and ask for help from enthusiastic netizens. 10 minutes later, the face retreated even more yellow. She suddenly felt that it was more sincere to think about the matter of giving her boyfriend a birthday present in person. Song rhetorically ended up buying a necktie with the money he earned from tutoring during the summer and the beginning of the school year. It wasn't that the internet said she was trying to lasso him or anything, it was mostly that she felt that, at 18, it was more monumental to give a tie, honoring a teenager's growth from boy to man, on the day of her birthday, because Songji said she wanted all-around one-stop service. Tangshur rarely cared about anything and became a grandpa, following her rhythm. It's quite a goody-goody sense of being at the mercy of the king. By the end of the night, Songju booked a private room to watch a movie. In order to avoid rubbing guns and delaying the main event, Songji deliberately chose a quite inspirational movie, not half of the ambiguous and charming scene. However, Tangshur had little interest in the story of a grown man who started a business and fell and started it again. He absent-mindedly hooked over Songji's hand, one after another, gently hooking and depicting, from the root of the finger to the joints, either gently or heavily rubbing, and finally gently rubbing her fingertips, like some kind of unspoken hint. Songji was still outwardly rippling through the movie, but inwardly he couldn't concentrate at all. She felt the teenager's fiery gaze on her and didn't dare to turn her head for fear that her mind would be hooked in the next second. After a few more moments, Tangshur slowly came over and kissed her neck, then moved up and gently kissed her temples. Wait a minute. Songju's voice trembled. Wait for what? Tangshur cupped her chin and moved over to try to kiss her lips. I've kissed you so many times. Do I have to prepare myself? We haven't gotten to the kissing part yet, Songju said weakly. Tangshur's movements paused, and after a few seconds of silence, his white chin rested obediently on the nape of her neck, compromisingly, helplessly rubbing against her, and asked in a muffled voice, can you fast forward? Director Song, I want to kiss now, Director Song said with great principle. No. Under the attack of a certain man's sultry eyes, Songji stolidly watched an entire hot-blooded entrepreneurial movie. By the time the movie credits played, the small space was even more dimly lit, and the plausible sparks of fire were rekindled. The atmosphere is great. Tangsi moved over to kiss her, pounced again. Song-ru happened to bend down and took out a gift box from under the chair, then turned his head and looked at him with an expectant face. Tangshur glanced at it, the corner of her lips hooked up, and she asked knowingly, you gave it to me? Song-ru nodded. Tangshur took it, looked at her meaningfully, and said, okay, as long as it wasn't brought for someone else. Song rhetoric, holding a grudge for so long. Cheapskate. He opened the gift box and saw a plain black, simple, classic tie laid out inside, a smile growing at the corners of his lips as he lifted his head, his eyes as black and bright as a puppy's in the darkness. Send a tie, trying to lasso me, he thought with certainty and pleasure. Tansy moved closer to her, quietly resting her forehead against hers and the tip of her nose against hers. He has deep eye sockets, thick and dense eyelashes, and when he lifts his eyelashes to look at people, his eyes are clear and black and white, but the corners of his eyes are also adorned with a touch of red, which attracts more and more heart palpitations. In a low voice, seemingly innocent and seemingly seductive, he asked her, Director Song, what's the next part? Can we kiss? Director Song swallowed hard, barely grasping a shred of sanity, and said, not yet. Then when can I? He came closer, his slightly sweaty hand groping in the darkness, interlocking his fingers with hers, his parched lips close. Songji thought he would kiss directly, his eyes subconsciously closed, but he perversely blew out a breath only gently, and then touched the corner of her lips, repeating hoarsely and oppressively, then when can it be? Chapter 122, Sinking. Song rhetorically was fished to the end of his eyes red. curled up on the sofa, and said in a soft trembling voice, "And have to blow out the candles." "Yes, and blow out the candles." Songja's mesmerized eyes gradually cleared, leaping off the couch like a rabbit and saying in a panic, "Crap crap crap, I almost missed the main event because of your fishing." Tangshur helplessly leaned back on the sofa and laughed, rubbing her black hair haphazardly, thinking that the fishing segment was still not high enough. Not only was the rabbit found, but also let the rabbit run away. The escaped rabbit glanced at the time, his eyes brightened slightly, and he said, "Just in time." She ran out of his sight again. After a few seconds, the person didn't show up, and the first to run out of the suite, clear song, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Songji's long hair was draped over her shoulders as she carefully held the cake towards him, the fluorescent yellow firelight leaping on her pale, soft cheeks, and her mouth humming softly. Tangshur's heart was leaping along with the fluorescent firelight, and there was only one thought in her mind: who has her know how to fish? Anyway, his life was over. He had completely fallen into her hands. Tangshur, returning to her senses again, the young girl held the cake up to his eyes, her eyes brimming, and whispered, "Make a wish, and I'll make it come true for you." Tansi looked at the cake in front of her and messed around again, thinking that she must have made it herself because it wasn't that artistic. Sure enough, Songji's face slightly red, voice even smaller. "The first time I did it, not so good looking. I'll do it next time. Make another one that looks good." Songja's next words didn't make it out of his mouth, because Donnie caught Donnie off guard and blew out the candle. Songju. In the darkness, Tangshur suddenly bent closer, the two black shadows overlapping and reflecting on the large movie screen in the distance, and the teenager's clear, low-mute voice slowly sounded, "I want to make a wish now." "Well, you say." Songju raised his eyes and looked at him seriously. Tangshur took away the cake that was straddling the middle of the two with one hand, and with the other hand, he lifted her chin and slowly ground her lips with his fingertips, and it seemed that something warm and cool and soft was covering her lips. Song rhetorically looked up slightly bewildered. "No, nothing bunnies." Tangshur hooked her lips and whispered, "Tune the kissing into this session." The next second, the waist was wrapped around and the sky was spinning. Songji was pressed under the sofa in the blink of an eye, the tall black shadow covering down. 5 fingers forcefully squeezed between her 5 fingers. 2 hands were fixed above her head. There was no escape. Her lips were blocked as well, the sweet flavor filling her mouth in a supremely entangling way. It was only then that Songji belatedly realized what had been applied to his lips. Turns out it's cream. Her brain was dizzy and she was being led downward. Addicted. Sunk. Tansy kissed her all the way down. Hands simultaneously probed in from the hem of the dress, touching the young girl's slender waist without any obstruction. Soft and delicate, Tangshur's breathing became heavier and heavier, and her lips touched the red mole again along with her memory. And grinding and biting, his large palms were at the side of his waist, brushing over the waist socket and up the luscious curves, slightly rough fingertips that seemed to carry tantalizing sparks along the way. And finally, he covered the softness through the bra. Both bodies stiffened. For those few seconds of coverage, Songji even lagged in his breathing. Finally, his hand slowly moved away. Before Songji could breathe a sigh of relief, his hand followed the smudge of roundness, down the side, touching the indentation in the center of the smooth spine, then moving upward, touching the lingerie buttons, and finally stopping. A low, sensual gasp was just out of earshot, getting heavier and heavier, implacable and restrained. Songji's back was breaking out in a thin sweat, biting his lip hard, but he didn't make a sound to call a halt. Click click, the carabiner was undone. Warm hands, finally, covered them without hindrance. Fine beads of sweat covered Tangshur's forehead, and her pupils were like splashed ink. He came over and kissed him gently, but the movements of his hands were green and bold, forcing Songji to stifle a wailing cry, rubbing it into his intertwined lips again. When Tangshur's lips continued to descend and actually touched that roundness, Songji only felt millions of clusters of fireworks blossoming in her mind, exploding her scalp and curling her toes in an intolerable way, and had to spread her lips wide open to gasp hard for breath. On the huge screen, the movie had completely stopped, only emitting a faint white light, bright and clear, vaguely illuminating the blurred intertwined shadows, green and ambiguous. For a long time, Tangshur hooked her neck around Songji's neck, her head buried in the side of Songji's neck, feeling the overwhelming heat underneath her body, whispered an expletive, then couldn't help but sigh. "Girlfriend, dying." Songji's face was hot and felt it, and said uncomfortably, "What about that?" Tangshur raised his eyes to look at her. There was some kind of idea stirring in the bottom of his eyes, but he suppressed it alive, sighed heavily again, and murmured in a low voice, "Whatever, let it subside on its own." "Can your own go down?" Songru hesitated for half a day. Her watery eyes looked at him and softly shouted, "Tangshur." Tangshur covered her eyes in slight despair. Her short black hair was soaked with sweat, and her ebony eyes were covered with a layer of water vapor. Her sword brows deepened. She gasped softly, and mumbled, "If you don't want your hands to get sore, then don't say anything, and don't look at me with that kind of look." Song rhetoric. The two lay like this, in this position, not moving for a long time. Tangshur felt the pervasive fragrance of the young girl's warmth, and a certain spot that hadn't faded from half of the traces, and felt that he'd have to go crazy if he stayed with her any longer. He suddenly rolled onto his back, ears red, and whispered, "I'm going to the bathroom." Without waiting for the young girl to answer, he strides outside. Songru felt worse for wear. She looked down, staring at one ambiguous mark after another on her chest, and couldn't help but scream inside. You can't put a dozen band-aids on it, can you? It took Tangshur about an hour or so before he re-entered the box, with an extra denim jacket in his hand. Songji was curled up nicely in the corner of the sofa, her small, palm-sized face resting on her knees as she watched the movie attentively. Donzi glanced at it, the thumping heart. She seemed to enjoy the movie. That time in senior year, some people were so busy saying goodbye and some people were so low on their phones that not many people in the class actually watched the movie. She was the only one, tilting her head and looking more serious than anyone else. In fact, no matter what, if she makes a decision, she does it more seriously than anyone else. Clean and pure. Tanzi walked over and whispered, "Reach out." With his eyes still glued to the movie screen, Song rhetorically reached out obediently. Tangshur bent down, put her jacket on, buttoned it up one by one to cover the ambiguous traces, and asked her, "See before you go, or now?" Songja came back to his senses, glanced at the time, and almost jumped up from the sofa. "Crap, it's going to be door time. Tongsi, let's run." Chapter 123, Women and Men of the People. Songru eventually stuck to the timetable and entered the dormitory. As for Tangshur, he insisted on dropping her off at the girls' dormitory before going back, so he ended up not catching up with the gate and planned to make do with a random nearby hotel for the night. "So what you're saying is that your boyfriend sent you back to your dorm room and then went to stay at a hotel outside by himself?" Joansi looked at Songji, who had returned to her dorm room in the middle of the night, and was filled with incredulity. Songru nodded. "Right. Siegonchio, in this case, either he can't do it, or he stumbled upon the perfect man." Joansi line of sight across the red and swollen lips of Songji, down, and then noticed that even the hang tag on her body did not remove the denim jacket. Nearly 30 degrees of weather wrapped up tightly. Raised his eyebrows. "Ambiguous, the first rule out cannot be. I heard that a man's ability in that area with the height of the bridge of the nose related." Siegonchio smoothly and sincerely asked, "Both of you have such high noses. Won't you find it particularly inconvenient when kissing?" Songja blushed a complete red, his mind involuntarily recalling it. "Seems like, is a bit of a thing. At the beginning, the kiss will press on the nose, and later on, you should be able to slowly adjust to a comfortable angle the more you kiss." Songji covered his face, unable to withstand the two people's more than one blunt inquiry. He directly fled and hid in the restroom. Tansi is a real dog. Songji was in the restroom, took his jacket off, and looked at the dense ambiguous marks near his sternum, especially around the red mole, and even the bite marks. How was she going to see anyone for the next few days? Songja sighed silently. "Who's to blame?" She acquiesced. She gave it a hard time. Early the next morning, Songji wrapped up tightly and went downstairs, and as soon as his eyes turned, he saw Tangshur. Girls' dormitory downstairs there is a maple tree. This season, a few fell red. Tangshur basically every morning will stand under that maple tree to wait for her. At first fell on him a lot of eyes still. In the North University to see is so handsome, no less than to see a rare animal. Some people tuned out the cell phone to take pictures. From time to time there are also girls shyly come to find him to add a WeChat. Tangshur's reasons for refusing were also very good. "Sorry." He flicked the ringlets in his hand and said bluntly, "Got a girlfriend." Then they saw him again. They were all surprised, and fewer of them tweeted. By now, more than a month, the law faculty basically know that this is the physics department's department grass Tangshur. Every morning thundering down to the dormitory floor to wait for his girlfriend to eat breakfast together. Girlfriend's name is Songru, the flower of the law department. There were actually quite a few guys who waited downstairs in the dorms, but most of them were there because they were chasing someone, and usually after a week or so of chasing, they almost got it and didn't bother to wait any longer. So it's only been a month or so since school started, and the people waiting under the maple tree have changed hands. He, on the other hand, always stood there with his pockets copied in the wind and rain. Hold an umbrella when it rains. When it wasn't raining, he would hold a parasol in his hand for fear of too much UV light. The tall, upright figure, standing under the maple tree, was sharp and vigorous with the early morning's vigor. On the second day of the 4th of July, the campus was going to be a little cooler than usual. Tangshur was lowering her head at the time, the back of her neck spines visibly raised, idly grinding the fiery red maple leaves on the ground. and her spirit was still more or less muddled from a night of no sleep, and then his waist was wrapped around him, and a furry head rubbed one against his chest. Tang Shi's lips hooked up, her eyes clear and softened a bit, smoothly rubbed on her head and said dangling, "What's going on?" Early in the morning to forcefully embrace the women and men of the people's families. Song-ru stifled a laugh and asked, "So what are you going to do? Swear to die." "Can't fight you." With a feigned sigh, Tang Shi said, "I surrender." The corner of Song-ji's lips hooked slightly and he looked up, noticing the greenish blackness under Tang Shi's eyes, stubble sprouting from her chin, and a light layer of dust covering her normally dark and shiny eyes. Her lips pursed up, and just as she was about to open her mouth, Tang Shi rubbed her head again and said lazily, "Don't think of your boyfriend as so delicate, simply too excited to sleep last night, nothing to do with staying in a hotel. In fact, it is still relevant. The hotel near the university town. The price is very affordable, which means that the sound insulation is not good. The most critical thing is that the service object is clear. College students, young and vigorous age. The sound is not broken all night. Tang Shi young master disease attack. Do not want to sleep in the hotel bed. Also not interested in staying to listen to the corner. Simply out of the hotel. Casually find a long chair to sit down. Intending to play an all-night game to make up for it. And then he looked up and locked eyes with a ragged old man. Tang Shi realized that he might have taken up someone's place to sleep at night. It's a sin. He was in a rare moment of helplessness and a bit of inexplicable guilt. Later, when the old man fell asleep, he sneaked over to him, intending to slip the cash he was carrying into the old man's pocket unnoticed. As a result, the oldest man woke up, his aged eyes looking up at him. He said, "Oh little doll, the grandfather has no money on him. Don Z. It's a sin." "Got it." Tang Shi smiled, tucked the money into his pocket a little tighter, and said, "Then you go back to sleep." The two of them held hands and went to the cafeteria together to finish breakfast. Tang Shi pulled her, walked to an unoccupied corner of the school building, and whispered, "Show me." Song Ji was bewildered. "What are you looking at?" Tang Shi's eyes fell straight to her sternum. Song Ju blushed. Today, she deliberately put on a piece of sweatshirt that was pulled up to the top, and after thinking about it, she still pulled the zipper down, and wore a white camisole inside, revealing the traces of her sternum, and after holding her tongue, she still couldn't help complaining, "Can't you be a little bit lighter?" Tang Shi wrinkled her nose and began to doubt herself. Did he exert himself? Seriously, because it was soft as cotton candy when he touched it, as if it would melt if he rubbed it a little. He didn't dare to push it at all. He raised his eyes and asked, "Does it hurt?" Song Ji's face turned even redder. "It doesn't hurt. It was like a little tickle." Tang Shi was thoughtful, then reached out and gently rubbed the red mark on her chest. "The colors are more colorful." He thought for a moment and gently rubbed the area next to him where there were no red marks. The strength was indeed so light that Song Ji didn't even feel much, yet after 2 seconds, red marks slowly surfaced. Tang Shi lifted her eyelids. The corners of her lips hooked up into a smiley arc, the corners of her eyes drooping in a very innocent manner. "I didn't even exert myself." Song rhetoric. She pointed to several bite marks covering the red mole at her collarbone and grimaced. "Then this one is from a dog." Tang Shi blinked sheepishly and touched the tip of her nose and admitted grandly, "Your boyfriend bit it." "This one does. Can't help it." Song rhetoric. Chapter 124 The Only Rose. It got easier when I went to college. This statement is the biggest lie ever uttered by a parent. After the national day, college life is like being pressed the accelerator button. All kinds of miscellaneous things piled up together, chaotic and busy. Later in the year, during finals week, the libraries are full and the yellow lights stay on all night. Rolling life and death is nothing like it was in high school. Song rhetorics near the end of the final weeks. Almost live in the library, hands stacked several stacks of books, all to be suddenly memorized. As for Tang poetry, he labs the library both ways. The two of them are busier than one another, and it's hard to find time to find a place where no one else is kissing. After surviving the devilish finals week, Song rhetorically finally got some breathing room for the time being. As for Tang Shi, he had completely soaked in the lab these days. After the exam, the 401 dormitory intends to go out collectively for a day of waves. Before we left, we had to put on our makeup, and there was another flurry of soldiers. Songji's makeup progress since this semester has been almost nil, and is still stuck at the stage where a foundation, lipstick, and blush will do the trick. As for tracing eyebrows and drawing eyeliner, Songji decisively declared his abandonment after many failed attempts. In a way, painting is connected to makeup, and it's normal that she can't learn it. Songji comforted himself in this way. Joansi was getting close to wearing her pupils and took the time to look at the results of Songji's makeup, sharply commenting, "It's better not to put it on. Xia Gonchio, it's okay to be good looking, and makeup is so forgettable. Joansi, remove and remelt. Don't move. I'll help you with my left hand." Song rhetoric. The three of them went to the snack street and swept around. then took in some of the sights, and finally went to the shopping street. Joansi and Xiaogonqiu have long since made up their minds to dye their hair, and have even begun to flirt with Songru. It's strange how teenage girls, as if they don't think that stepping through the gates of 18 is entering the world of adults, use other things that represent change and rebellion, such as coloring their hair, to show that the child who couldn't make up her own mind before has successfully broken into the world of grown-ups. Song rhetorically was successfully turned by this theory. The three men marched majestically into the barbershop. Xiaogonqiu said, "When I was a child, I especially wanted to grow my hair long and then perm a big wave, to be a sensible woman." 3 hours later, Xiaogonqiu looked at the mirror in that sensible woman. A sound. That's a straight ing jump from 18 to 28. Sure enough, ideals are plentiful and reality is bony. Then she turned her head and saw Songji. Her eyes lit up and she pounced on him. "Resignation, baby. Big beautiful girl. I told you you fit the color red." Songji looked at herself in the mirror, still slightly uncomfortable. "Is that so?" Joansi nodded vigorously. "It's so damn good looking." The young girl in the mirror had slightly curly red hair draped over her shoulders. The flared hair color set off her complexion whiter and whiter, her delicate lush features more and more conspicuous, and when she wasn't smiling, she was surprisingly a bit more aggressive as well. Yet when she smiled, her fox eyes curved and the gentleness under them overflowed again, minimizing the aggression. Xiaogonqiu's eyes were unabashedly stunning, and he didn't forget to flirt. Tang poetry trap. Songji's face was smoking hot as usual. It was just about the time that the subject of the conversation also called. Against the expressions of the two men, Songji walked stiffly to the corner and pressed the answer button. "Doing what?" Tang Shi's voice contained a smile and came out clearly. "At the barber store." Songju paused. "Hair coloring." Tanji trailed off a degree up. "What color?" "Red." Tang Shiro thoughtfully said. "Dinner together?" "Missed you." Songju softly The sweet and well-behaved voice tickled Tang Shi's throat, and the knot in her throat involuntarily slid up and down. Hanging up the phone, Tang Shi walked into the institute and spoke to the man wearing glasses and holding a cup of coffee in his hand, who looked to be in his 30s. "Third senior brother, the block I'm responsible for has just been wrapped up, so I'll be troubling you. I'll come to take over your shift after 2 hours." Zhou Hong skillfully answered yes, as the research project came to an end, but he was also able to find time to flirt with his teacher's new excessively young junior apprentice. "Stayed up all night last night, again, to go out to dinner with your girlfriend today?" Tang Shi touched the tip of her nose in slight embarrassment, blinking quite innocently. "If I say it's for the sake of our research project progressing faster, do you believe me? Tell that to the teacher and ask him if he believes it." "Don't." Tanzi inclined her head and smiled. "The old man's lecturing me again later." The old man was talking about Yang Qingwen, a Nobel Prize winner and a great bull in the physics session, who had been in the United States in the earlier years, and 10 years ago, Prof. Yang, who was already 80 years old, finally changed back to the Chinese nationality, and now teaches in the physics department of Peking University. Together with Tang Shi, he had taken in a total of 4 disciples. The first 2 are now an academician at the Tsinghua Research Institute and a professor in the United States, and are regarded as one of the closest Chinese scientists to the Nobel Prize. Only when Tang Shi's figure disappeared from sight did Zhou Hong cast his eyes back onto the computer, recalling the teenager's eyes that had just lit up at the mention of his girlfriend. As expected of young people, not only did their brains move fast, but their passion wasn't smoothed out by the minutiae of life, and their eyes were so open that they couldn't hide their love. He muttered softly, "Speaking of which, it's been a while since I bought flowers for the missus." The two went for a walk, hand in hand, as they always did after dinner, walking and walking, fewer and fewer people, to a place where no one was around, where the moonlight shone naturally, and they kissed naturally. Tang Shi sat on the wooden bench. Songji stood, was wrapped around his waist, circled between his legs, one tilted his head, the other lowered his neck, and just kissed without haste. In December in the north, winter temperatures have dropped to a few degrees below zero, but this year there has been no snow in winter in the north of the city, and the more they kiss, the hotter they get. It just so happens that the geese are flying south, the summer cicadas are hibernating, and the world is quiet. There was only the sound of thin, ambiguous pecks and the rustling of the fabric of the duvet rubbing together. "When is the ticket home?" Songji sat on Tang Shi's lap. Tang Shi inclined her head, sucked her lips one time, and asked in a low voice, "Go back with Sam tomorrow after 3 in the afternoon." Songji's red hair was slightly disheveled, with a few strands staining her fair face. Tang Shi gently brushed the strands aside, feeling that she was like the only red rose in the snow. He sighed softly and said, "Then I'll take you to the airport tomorrow." "No, I'll just take a cab with Sam." "And isn't that project of yours not going to be over for a few more days?" Songji originally planned to stay here for a few more days and go back with Tang Shi, but Shin-in and Song Jiqing chanted about her so much, Because the northern city is far away from Hawaiian City. Songji has not gone back for several months. Also homesick. Asked Yen Shanshan. And finally decided to book the same flight with her to go back together. Chapter 125. Yes. Tangsi buried her head in the side of her neck and stopped talking. Just 4 or 5 days apart. Tangshur. Song Ru cried and laughed, purring a handful of his hair. I'll see you off, Tangshur said in a muffled voice. No need to send. It's too much trouble. Songju insisted. I'll see you off, he repeated like a repeater. Tangsi dash. I'll see you off. Song rhetoric. Songji finally couldn't wear him down and had to go along with him. When Yen Shanshan appeared at the north gate entrance as agreed, Songji had already been standing there waiting. Yen Shanshan still has a head of valiant short hair, but no longer veiled. Makeup mature, wearing cool sister flavor. She looked at the young girl in front of her, with her red hair tied back in a high ponytail, dainty, and beautifully flamboyant, and was afraid to recognize her at first, until the young girl smiled softly at her, and she pounced on her. Song, missed you. When they first started school, they basically saw each other once a week, but after the 4th of July, they all got busy, and counting the time, they hadn't seen each other for almost a month and a half. Yen Shanshan hugged Songji tightly, feeling that her entire body was fragrant and soft, so envious of dawn poetry. She moved over and just wanted to kiss the side of Songju's face. A shrill honk of dro dash sounded, and a white Maybach stopped in front of the two girls. The car window lowered. Tangshur's handsome face appeared in front of him. He wrinkled his eyebrows, obviously upset. Can you stop taking advantage of my girlfriend all the time? Yen Shanshan looked at Songju. Song, don't you want to give me a kiss? Songju shook his head and took the initiative to kiss Yen Shanshan's side face. Smiling sweetly, I want to. Don Z. He opened the car door and walked over to Songji with his long legs, vindicatively, without any weakness at all, pinching her face and forcefully threatening. Girlfriend, you're finished. Songji blinked and gave a good-natured "oh," cooperating. I'm so scared. Yen Shanshan can't watch these two people seem to quarrel but actually flirting. The line of sight casually to the side. Noticed the license plate number of this Maybach in front of her. Almost broke the voice. 66? Who owns this car? So powerful. Borrowed my teacher's car. Tangshur explained briefly, picking up Songji's 2 bags and putting them in the trunk, then carrying Yen Shanshan's bags in. Yen Shanshan gave him a thumbs up. You dare to borrow any car. If this car gets a few scratches, it'll be too much to pay for in your next life. Tangshur lazily raised her eyebrow bone slightly, still a drag to no bounds asshole-like, said, what dare not? The car is not just for driving? Okay, get in the car. Song rhetoric quiet eyes hanging. Is hesitating to sit in the back seat or co-pilot? Yen Shanshan directly pushed her towards the co-pilot. Mouth muttered, you'd better sit in the co-pilot, or the driver does not look at the road specifically to the back seat to see the traffic in the north of the city. Chasing the tail of other people do not know. Tangshur held Songji's hand and finally glanced at Yen Shanshan. You're very prescient. Caught in the middle. Songju, that's enough from you two. Waiting to get on the plane. Yen Shanshan remembered the scene of the farewell, shaking off goosebumps, and said to her seriously, you are too spoiled him. Men cannot be spoiled. A spoiled nose on the face. Just a 1.8 or so big man at the airport. Hugging her sister child 1.6 or so refused to let go. But also Song rhetoric temperament is good also coaxed him half a day. A different person cannot stand. Songja curled his lips and smiled. Not quite sure. Very spoiled? It's okay. Shannon Yen. Can't be spoiled anymore. But forget I said that. Okay? I'm Joker. Okay? The plane descended on Hawaiian City. Song Jiching looked at her red hair, wanting to say something, obviously not in line with his aesthetic. On the contrary, Shanine thought that this hair color was quite nice. But, what's with the makeup? Do you wear it raw? She asked with a hint of disgust. Song rhetoric. Private Marseille Mom Jam. Song Ji returned home. First was Shanine grabbed to the dresser to learn makeup. After trying for an afternoon with no progress, Shanine gave her a bottle of makeup removing oil. The tone of voice has a kind of gnashing of teeth with tenderness. It's okay, my daughter is naturally beautiful. Go take off your makeup and don't put it on next time. Song rhetorically was kicked out of the dresser. Is it really that bad looking? Songji didn't believe it and decided to ask the boyfriend who was far away in the northern city. Deceased westerly, does my makeup look good today? The other end was typing half-heartedly, showing Tangshur's panicked and not so calm mood. Tang-ei, baby, you look better without makeup. The old man's resignation in the west. Tang-ei, oh no, you look good with or without makeup. The old man's resignation in the west. Tangshur copied a standard answer online, but it didn't seem to work very well, and he tried to change the subject. Tang-ei, did you miss me? The deceased's departure from the west, originally a bit. Tang-ei. He went along with it and reported the harmful online answer. It was a pleasant day back home, except for when I tutored Songli in his homework. Song Li's midterm score is only 0.5 points away from the first middle school score line, and finally had to go to the second only to the first middle school of Hwaiian Annexed Middle School to study. According to his original results, it would have been enough to get into high school. Blame it on the second semester of his junior high school suddenly awakened. Every day without Shanine scolding, he made a rather harsh study plan. Get up earlier than the chicken, sleep later than the dog. Shanine half a year are doubtful that he is not possessed. Scolding are embarrassed to scold him, but also have to persuade him to rest more rest. With that, he started to buck the trend from the bottom of the class and slowly climbed to the top of the class. When his midterm results finally came out, he was still 0.5 points short and locked himself in his room for a few days of decadence. Sis, do you know this finale question or not? If you really don't, why don't you ask your brother-in-law? Song Li cocked his head and said with a smile, Song Ru, I'm sure I can. She buried her head and continued to meditate on the math problem. Half an hour later, Song Ji looked up and said, how about searching for questions? Can't search for it. Song Li said, it's a topic the school teachers themselves came up with. Song Li thought about it and slapped the title to Tangshur. The old man leaves west, how do you solve this topic? After a few minutes, Donnie's call came through. Song rhetorically answered, girlfriend, this is a fun place to be. His voice traveled down the electric current into his ears, more or less sultry. Song rhetorically wanted to say, I lied to you last time and missed you, but Song Li is here and Song rhetorically didn't want to bring down the kids. She then changed the subject unobtrusively. That subject, do you know it or not? Will. Tansy hadn't actually gotten to the title yet, but the words were already starting to fall out. Say something about missing me and I'll tell you. Chapter 126 The First Snow. Song Ru directly ignored the latter half of the sentence. I'll release it publicly if I will. Song Li is here. I'm mainly telling him. Don Z. Tangshur was just about to immodestly say that you're quite overbearing, when Song Li gave a resounding brother-in-law, directly dry serious him. Ahem. He pulled out the border and unprecedented patience that he had never had in writing a paper, stringing out the math problem, and asking, with special thoughtfulness, after he was done, got it? Song Li's eyes glowed. Got it. Brother-in-law is awesome. This problem can still be solved this way. Tangshur was modest, average. The two exchanged unusually friendly and harmonious words for over an hour. In this hour or so, they chatted from math problems to the NBA, from the south of the sky to the north of the earth. Song Li was now completely like a little fanboy who met his soulmate in a high mountain and flowing river. He finally added WeChat and contentedly returned his phone to Song Ji, humming his way back to his room. And at that moment, Song Ji was curled up on the bed, dazed and confused, already fast asleep. He's already your brother. Song rhetorically yawned, curled himself into a chrysalis, and said softly, congratulations, you have another loyal little fanboy. Jealous? Tangshur's voice was pleasant, and she just wanted to say, don't worry, no matter what you will always be my first. Song Ru then had sighed, slightly eating his words, kind of, he's clearly my brother. Don Z. Again, who are you jealous of? He asked less irritably. Eat your vinegar. Song Ji's head was buried into the pillow, his voice muffled, drink up all your vinegar, you big vinegar jar. How can you be jealous of anyone? Childish. It was quiet for a moment, and both men laughed. I'll call you on the video later. Remember to answer. Tangshur's voice slowly floated in the bedroom, inexplicably adding a few points of tenderness. Got it. Song Ru said. Anything else you want to say to me? Tansy asked softly. Song Ji thought for a moment. Wear more clothes. It's cold over there. Tansy said. Aha, and said. I know. Is there more? Nope. The girl yawned again, sounding sleepy. So hang on? Aha. After a few seconds of silence, Song Ji took the lead and hung up the phone. Little heartless. Tangshur stood outside the institute and spoke softly into her cell phone. The lights in the institute were alone, mirroring the moon in the sky, and the vicious wind was so strong that his fingertips were frozen white. Really miss her especially in this weather. Wanted to take her in his arms and rub her heavily and kiss her hard. He tilted his head for a moment longer to look up at the sky that was settling into a turquoise color, and thoughtfully, turned to go back to the institute. Ding-dong dash a dedicated beep sounded. Tangshur paused in her footsteps and lowered her eyes to her cell phone. Snail's girlfriend, looking at the sky at dawn and the clouds at dusk. I think of you even when I walk, and I think of you even when I sit. The color of Tangshur's eyes brightened more and more against the dark night sky, and finally tilted her head back, the knot in her throat gently sliding as she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Songji forced herself to resist sleep at that time and sent him that message, and fell back asleep. Awakened midway by thirst, she shuffled her slippers into the living room to get a glass of water. The living room was dark. Shin-in and Song Jiching had already fallen asleep, and the light in Song Li's room was still on, presumably playing a game. The moon was shining brightly outside the window, and Song Ji's head was still a bit dazed. After a while, The door to Song Lee's room suddenly opened, and he stuck his head out and glanced at her before speaking into his cell phone. Don't worry, my sister isn't asleep yet. Bang! The door slammed shut again. Song Ru blinked, suddenly remembering. Oh, and Donnie said he was going to video her later. Her long eyelashes drooped as she slowly pulled out her cell phone and glanced at the time, 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Well, late is when it is. Why don't we ask him? Song Ji clicked on the dialog box, because his head is still confused. Typing very slowly, still playing video? I'll go to sleep if I don't. The last word was mistyped and Song Ju deleted it, intending to retype it. Just then, Tang Shi's video invitation popped up unexpectedly, and Song Ji happened to press right on the green button. Baby, look! The teenager's excited and clear voice suddenly came. Hatsu! Like a short crunching sound from the collision of ice cubes, it crashed sharply into Song Ji's heart. Song Ji slowly digested the message before slowly fixing his eyes on his phone. Breath stalled for a moment. Snowflakes fluttered down between the pale sky and the earth. Baby, see? The camera panned again, turning to the sky. Snowflakes flying, moonlight clear, a soft, white frost that pounces. Song Ji's eyes burned, choked for a moment, and said softly, saw it. But Tansi, I'd rather see you. Isn't it cold to wait so long? I'm afraid you'll be so handsome by me that you won't have the heart to look at the snow. Tang Shi's tone was dejected and tugging. Song Ru curved his lips, just about to laugh at his cow being blown up to the sky by you. The camera then flips abruptly. Song Ji's pupils were slightly dilated and his eyes were stunned. The teenager had dyed red hair that was ardent to the core. Same as her. Heaven and earth were covered with snow, and he was the only splash of red. He smiled and opened his mouth, the white mist drifting away. Let's watch the first snow together every winter from now on. Let's stay together for all the years to come. Snowflakes were falling like crystal flakes, and this was how the teenager solemnly asked the question. So how do you hold back from spoiling him? A soft, cuddly samoyed. The moonlight shone softly, spilling gently over the two. Song rhetorically heard himself say, good. The next day, Song Ju swiped a friend circle posted by Chin Ji-jun. He also enrolled at BYU. The text is clear and concise. The purpose is clear, $1 million reward for the head of this son of A. Also posted 2 chats. The first one, a month ago. Chen Ji-jun, brother sure. Suddenly I want to color my hair. Together? Tansy, do I look idle? Chen Ji-jun, trust me, you'll look better if you dye your hair. Tansy, heh, I need to? Chen Ji-jun, really not dyeing? Donson, no, dye. Tang poetry, young, childish. Second one, 2 days ago. Chen Ji-jun, I was walking past the cafeteria this morning and ran into a dog. Chen Ji-jun, guess what? Chen Ji-jun, hey, that dog has dyed red hair. Chen Ji-jun, looks kinda like you. Chen Ji-jun, it can't be you. Tansy, if you run into a handsome redhead, that is indeed me. Tang, I did dye my couple's hair color with my girlfriend. Tang si, you beat me to death? Chen Ji-jun, what the? Tang sure had a lot of friends, so the comments section underneath was buzzing with activity, with students from the Qingbei and A classes jumping the highest, as well as his various detractors chiming in. Tansy is killing it with a 1-2 punch in the comments section at the bottom. Chapter 127, Give Me a Kiss. Sui Han, what's wrong? Song Rhetorics has dyed a green head of hair? He wants to dye a red head of hair. Tangy I, replied to, Sui Han, don't be too jealous of me. Dog. Second dog means licking dog plus single dog. First blood. Zhang Mingho, is he such a dog on his first day? Hasn't he always not been a human being? Tang Yi replied to Zhang Minghao, considering a wedding candy business? I'll be the first to patronize it when the time comes. Double kill. Lin Zhangyu, I get you, and now I'm incredibly glad I applied to Tsinghua. Tang Yi replied to Lin Zhangyu, brother miss me? Tomorrow come to the airport to see me off. I heard that you Tsinghua still have a month to go before the vacation. I'm afraid that you won't be able to see the moon in your hometown this year. Triple kill. Song Ji looked on with trepidation, suspecting that he would be assassinated by this group of people jointly as soon as he boarded the plane tomorrow. I'm glad that Tansy wasn't assassinated. He landed safely. He was pulling a suitcase and topping it off with strikingly dazzling red hair, literally in front of her eyes. Song Ji's heart was inexplicably hot. Tang Shi wore a loose white sweater over a knee-length black down jacket, which was open, sweatpants, and co-branded sneakers on her feet. Seeing Song Ji, he tossed the suitcase aside and took 2 quick steps to take her into his arms, his crisp white knuckles digging into her hair, rubbing it gently in a slow and lagging manner. People at the airport were in a hurry, yet many still couldn't help but devote their eyes to the striking couple. After just a moment of quiet cuddling, Tang Shi took her hand and redrew the suitcase, and the two of them walked outside while talking. Going to my house? Tang Shi squeezed her hand and asked naturally. Song Ru tilted her head at him, blinked, and didn't say anything. There's no one in my house. Mom and Dad went out on a trip. It's just me. Oh, and Tang Jiu. Tang Shi patiently explained to her. Songru followed the conversation and asked, "What about your brother?" "My brother." Tangshi stuck her card. "Is Tangjio." "Tangjio, Tang 11. Songji dawned, did not hold back, inclined his head to laugh out loud. Tangshi tilted her head back. Her hands were not holding, pinching her cheeks and rubbing them hard, her tone more or less gritted. "What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?" "No." Songru redrew his hand and hurriedly smoothed his hair. "It's just that I think Auntie is very good at picking names." Tangshi hummed, half coaxed, arrogantly said, "So go or not? Your boyfriend's boudoir. After this village there is no such store. Go." Songru pulled him around with both hands, learning him to talk. "My boyfriend's boudoir. There's no store after this village." As the cab pulled up in front of a villa, Songju belatedly felt a little constrained and nervous. "Don't be nervous." Tangshi held her hand tightly and said softly, "It's just a normal home, the place where your boyfriend grew up." Tangshi leaned over and touched her head, full of seriousness. "We'll have a family in the future too." Tangshi led her by the hand through the door, and after changing her shoes, Songju raised her eyes. The interior is spacious and very well lit, decorated in a gooseberry yellow color, log style, cozy and bright. A large gray dog gleefully kicked open one of the upstairs doors and hurried downstairs from there with a cheerful stride. Tangshi's face changed. "Tangjio, you went into my bedroom again. On my bed or not?" Sensing the danger, the big dog's pace came to an emergency stop, and he actually looked at Songju with an expression similar to a plea for help. This goon dog has become a savant. Tangshi was exasperated and laughed. The corners of Songju's lips couldn't help but curve as well, his mind completely relaxing. Indeed, just an ordinary home. She wanted to. Things that used to feel out of reach are no longer up in the air when you look back on them. At least the person in front of me is distinct, real and touchable. And some childish ones. Songji watched as the teenager skillfully picked up the big gray dog, cleanly threw it to the corner, and seriously trained it for half an hour, finally letting it squat in the corner to face the wall. Woof! The big dog commiserated and pouted, similar to the effect of a slugger's petulance. Tangshi shook off goosebumps, led Songji, carried her suitcase, and mercilessly went upstairs. Entering the room, Tangshi turned on the TV, palmed the back of her head and kissed her, whispering, "I'm going to take a shower. Feel free to touch anything in here. Nothing you can't know. If you're bored, you can read a book, or play on the computer, okay?" Songji nodded his head obediently. Tangshi stared at her eyes for a few seconds, itching again, couldn't help but come over to continue kissing her. Songji covered his mouth and didn't let him, pushing his head away. "Go on now. Don't delay. There's no end to the kissing later." Tangshi didn't get her way, and badgered her hair to mess it up, and leisurely walked away under the young girl's eyes full of resentment. Song rhetorically fixed his hair and looked up and around the room. Instead of a bedroom, the term suite might be more accurate. The living room, study, game room and bedroom, all in one place, had a cleanliness and neatness that did not belong to boys of that age. But the 23 basketball stars taped to the wall, the assortment of figures and hand-me-downs in the glass case, and the basketballs and boxing gloves hanging on the wall, all underscored the fact that she had intruded into a teenager's room. Songji began to feel uncomfortable again, his face quietly blushing. Tangshi simply took a shower and came out from inside the bathroom. His red hair was half wet and he was wearing a sleeveless black t-shirt, absently wiping his hair as he subconsciously looked for the young girl. Not in the living room. Tansy, with her hand in her pocket, turned and headed for the study. Sure enough, she was in the study, her fine white fingertips skimming over the rows of neat and clean books, the sun shining down, her eyelashes curling, the soft knitwear on her body outlining the fullest and most erect figure of a young girl. She tilted her head, not knowing what she saw, and her eyes suddenly brightened. Tangshi walked over silently. Songji was standing on his tiptoes, trying hard to take that book down, and tried several times without success. Tangshi watched with interest for a while, waiting for discouragement to appear on the young girl's face before speaking nonchalantly. "Can I help you?" Songru turned his head to look at him, his fox eyes curving as he nodded gently. "Give me a kiss." He put a smirk on his face as well, more like a fox than she was, and made the offer nonchalantly. The tips of the teenager's wet hair were still dripping, and the droplets traced the sexy knot of his throat, dripped into his jagged collarbone, and finally disappeared into his inviting chest. Song rhetorically puckered his mouth. A kiss is a kiss. She's not losing out. She stood on tiptoe again, tilted her head back to kiss him, and tried to get out of the way with one blow. When the back of her head was held in place, Tangshi put a white towel over both of their heads. The fresh, soft scent of shampoo hit her while her teeth were familiarly pried open, and between the mingling of breaths, he softly called her baby. Chapter 128 Feelings Fade. "Baby, hook your arms around my neck." The white towel fell to the wooden floor and he kissed her while pleading softly. Songji was confused by his kiss, and the hand that had been tugging at his collar, ignorantly hooked onto his neck. Good baby, he laughed, and against his teeth again, he sucked heavily on the underside of her tongue, making her legs and feet weak. He clasped one hand under her hip as he lifted her up, his veins rippling, the muscle lines of his arms taut, fluid and powerful. Be good. He continued to kiss her, coaxing and tantalizing her gently. Clamp down on my waist. Song-ji wore a pair of light-colored skinny jeans, and her long, bony, well-built legs tentatively climbed onto the teenager's powerfully thin waist. Tangshur laughed softly, kissing her as he carried her towards the bedroom. Songju was dizzy and finally felt something was wrong. Dawn poetry. The book hasn't been taken down yet. And thinking about the book. Which book? The atmosphere in the study was disorganized, and the two people were momentarily inseparable, their mouths open and closed, swallowing each other's breath. Songji's brain stirred into a pot of porridge, said randomly, just that book. Which one is that? Tangshar raised her hand, pulled out a random book, and patiently asked, this one? Song-ru nodded. Tansy snapped the book on the desk and finally carried her back to the bedroom. Together, the two bodies fell into the soft, white bed. Tangshar's tall, hot body pressed up. The rhythm of the kiss became more and more urgent, and he nibbled on her lips with an intensity he had never seen before, as if he wanted to dismantle her and eat her into his stomach. Songji felt that today's Tang poetry was different from before. He seemed excited and inexplicably dangerous. Song rhetorics were a little too descriptive. The teenager's slightly cool fingertips probed into the knit and rubbed her waist hard. It's really fine. It's fine and tender. Tangshur propped herself up slightly and looked at her in fascination. The girl he'd loved for so many years was now lying in his bed. They were in this bed, loving each other, holding each other, and then kissing hard. He had thought of her a million times in this bed. I only think about her. Lust almost overcame reason and broke out of the cage. Tangshur couldn't control his fingertips to go down, then down again, before half kneeling in front of her and leaning down to kiss her neck. Songju felt this feeling was strange, unknown and dangerous. Terrified, she opened her mouth softly and called his name. Don Z. A thin, cat-like voice. You can barely hear it without listening carefully. Tangshur's tall figure, however, paused for a split second. His movements stopped, the color of lust faded, and his eyes were re-injected with clarity. He crouched over her for a moment to catch his breath before he jerked over and lay on the other half of the bed, his chest rising and falling hard and rhythmically. After a moment of silence, Songji heard a restrained and patient sigh from Tangshur. Baby, grow up some more, grow up some more. When the conditions are right, we'll do whatever we want. There are some things for which now is not the time. Tansi went to take another shower. Songja was lying on the bed. The whole bed was drenched in Tang poetry. She stared blankly at the ceiling, still a little unresponsive. In fact, at the time, she just felt a little strange and uncomfortable. Not unwilling, but now it's a little embarrassing to go and talk to him directly. Songja covered his face and couldn't help rolling on the bed. Tangshur had finished her bath and Songji was still rolling around on the bed. What for? Tangshur asked her with a grin, fishing for her waist and gathering her into her arms, her head resting on the hollow of her shoulder, inclining her head. How so cute. His hair wasn't dry yet, and when he inclined his head, a few drops of water crossed Songji's cheeks, which were ice cold. It's nothing like the sizzling sensation just now. Songja's heart began to thump again. Nothing. Songja tilted his head, his eyes staring straight at him, and suddenly came out with, let me help you blow dry your hair. Tangshur took her hand and squeezed it, imagining the tender white hands in front of him weaving through his hair and having to rub his scalp every now and then, feeling deeply uncomfortable. Better not. He sighed, his asshole nature showing, and said regretfully and bluntly, it'll be hard, and I don't want to take another shower. Songji's face directly burst into red. Why is he talking like this? More and more. The two ended up sitting on each side of the couch and chose to watch a rather innocently funny movie. Song rhetoric is simply shyness, while Tang poetry is, ahem. The two of them had been quite far apart, but watching the movie, it was as if they were both fitted with a magnet and somehow stuck together again. Songji watching that movie was so happy, the whole person nestled in the sofa, his head comfortably leaning on Tangshur's shoulder, saw a particularly funny place. Will also look up at him? Boneless laugh fell into his arms. Tangshur didn't actually think it was that funny, but looking at her laugh, she somehow wanted to laugh too, and in the end the two of them leaned their heads against each other and laughed into a ball. Hey, Tangshur, let me tell you a joke, Songji said excitedly. Tangshur the whole person has already laughed no strength. He leaned back on the sofa tiredly, eyelids converged, faintly drooped, chin slightly raised. The grandfather seems to put down a sentence. Speak. Once upon a time. Puff dash. Don Z. I haven't even started talking yet. Tangshur inclined her head and laughed inexplicably for a while. The ends of her eyes were reddened. His fingers pressed down on the acidic eye sockets. stopped laughing for a long time, and said, "Then you continue." Sunglasses says, "Once upon a time there was a puff." She wasn't finished either. Leaning into him and smiling, her plush head rubbing against his chest, Tangshur then pretended to move her head away, getting a cheap shot and being an asshole to the core. What do you mean? Not telling jokes? Why do you keep taking the opportunity to lean on your boyfriend? The joke eventually ran out of steam, and one of the two was more capable of laughter than the other. After laughing enough, they started kissing. The kissing wasn't too serious either, loosely wrapped around each other's waists, you and I pecking each other lightly, like we'd found some interesting toy that was a little new to us. Kissing and kissing, becoming more and more inseparable. Tangshur felt it was not possible. Tilting her head back a little distance, the knot in her throat protruded, large, clear and hard to roll. Songji moved over and raised his hand, wanting to touch the knot of his throat. What for? Her wrist was held loosely, and Tangsi looked down at her, the tails of her eyes tickling with sparks. Knowingly, I heard that men can't touch this thing. There was curiosity in Songji's eyes, and he leaped forward. I want to touch it. Didn't we all say we can't touch it? Tangshur laughed helplessly. He's not a man? Songji let out an "oh" and decided to save the country. Then kiss a little more? Tangshur saw through her scheming at a glance. Seriously, just this pair of eyes, like a clear spring, just a few ghost ideas all hanging around in it. He inclined his head and said, "No kiss." The feelings faded. "Dance," she said with a sigh. "Well, lighter." Tangshur also sighed, her tone raw. "It's good to lighten up, or else I didn't do anything today and just took a bath." When he finished, he glanced straight down at his bottom and wrinkled his brow, as if wondering why it was so indolent. Song rhetoric also subconsciously followed to look over the window outside, the red haze roaming the sky, as much as possible to the young girl's face to run. At the bedroom door, a big furry dog silently topped the door to the room, walked slowly to the vicinity of the sofa, curtly rubbed against Song Ji, and obediently plopped down at her feet, not forgetting to roll its eyes at Tangshur. It was a rare warm sunny day. One of the windows in the study was open, and the breeze snuck in and turned a page in the book. It is prejudice-filled love that happens to be one of the things I love most, prejudice-filled in this unreliable world. Chapter 129, Intelligence. Tangshur didn't stay in Hawaiian City for long, and just 2 days after the new year, he was called back by Prof. Yang to add to his motherland's research endeavors. When he left, Songji was still staying in his hometown and couldn't make it back to see him off. Tansy sat on her suitcase and called her a video from the airport. Given that you won't be seeing your Hawaiian limited skin boyfriend anytime soon, he was quite understanding and gracious. In order to melt your thoughts, I'll let you see more of him while you're still on the plane. Thanks, boyfriend. Song-ru deliberately came closer to look at him carefully, winking in tandem. Looking at you like that, I suddenly feel like my eyesight has gotten better. Tansy laughed her ass off, slightly exaggerated acting. Girlfriend. At that time it was actually only 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. Songji was climbing the back of the mountain at home. Not that she was much more diligent, but mainly because of the old lady at home who had good legs and feet, and got up from her bed every morning before dawn, and thundered to climb the back of the mountain, and didn't like to let people follow. Fortunately, the back of the mountain a few years ago to build a big road, straight to the top of the mountain. It is not so difficult to climb. Songji was now walking slowly a dozen meters behind her, watching the old woman's spine hunch over as she climbed up the hill one step at a time. Songji smiled and turned on the rear camera, smugly saying, "My grandmother, how is it? Pretty good health, right?" Tangshur lazily leaned against the suitcase, had been quite sleepy, listening to the girl's dejected and showy voice. Her spirit was much better. He smiled and quipped, "The old lady is in good health and is conservatively estimated to live to 99. It's a pity that my grandfather left early." Songju was a little disappointed. Her memories of her grandpa were still stuck on the last piece of winter melon candy he handed her. "Didn't I say that? People have next lives. So maybe grandpa is in some elementary school right now tugging on the pigtails of the girl at the front desk, picking up so smoothly." Songja curled his lips and deliberately said, "Wasn't it also tugging on other girls' pigtails in elementary school?" Tangshur AI, with an expression of being dismantled. "Getting possessive of me, a girlfriend? All these years of old vinegar. You're really tugging? Well, yanked." The asshole nodded lazily in affirmation. "But not elementary school. Where did he get a female front desk in elementary school?" "Only an 80-something-year-old man who was his sick friend," Songju said. "Oh." Tangshur looked at her askance, seemingly smiling. "Not asking who it is?" Songji lowered his head, feeling that the small stone on the road was a bit of an eyesore, kicked it to the side and said, "I don't know it. Why do you ask? How do you know you don't recognize it if you don't ask?" Song-ru bristled. "Just don't recognize it." Tangshur laughed out, leisurely said, "Then my senior year of high school or tugging less. Girlfriends did not take me seriously. Songji originally tends to face, slowly back, a little embarrassed, wanting to say, "You were very childish at that time." Every day she moves around tugging on her ponytail and stomping on her stool, and likes to pass her notes in class that are full of crap. Thanks to her temper, thanks to his good looks, Tangsher smiled and didn't retort. The means of getting her attention at that point was really quite rookie. The key is also inexperienced. The two chatted for a while longer with no end in sight. Tangsher looked up at the time and finally told her, "I've rented an apartment near Beta. I'll send you the address on your cell phone later, and the password is for the day we were together. You can just go there later if you have trouble grabbing a spot in the library." His voice catches as he thinks of something, slightly uncomfortably averting his eyes as he continues. "Or just live there. That's fine too," Songji said. "Oh, not too comfortable? Not living on campus this semester? Aha." As the airport loudspeaker began to remind him to board the plane, Tangsher stood up and hurriedly explained as he headed for the gate. "Third senior brother gave me a precautionary note in advance, saying that he'll be even busier next year, and that he'll likely be unable to make it to the school's gates on a regular basis. Girlfriend," he sighed, "gonna miss you for most of the last month." Hanging up the video, Songji looked up and realized that the old lady had almost climbed to the top of the mountain, and she hurriedly chased after her. Chase up. Grandmother stood alone hunched over the top of the mountain, directly in front of the sun rises, golden light sprinkled on her silver hair. Inexplicably there is a kind of Ifu Dongguan momentum. Songji but suddenly a sour nose. "Quick girl, got a date?" Grandma turned her head and smiled a wrinkled smile. Songji walked over, took his grandmother's hand and said, "When the time comes, bring him here to show you. He's quite handsome. Handsome or not is all secondary. The face can't be a meal. The main thing is that the character should be good." Grandmother's face appeared reminiscent of color. "But your grandfather back then. But also the village is famous handsome after the village. In your young people's words, that is called grass. Right, by knee to pull." When the old lady was young, she was the famous explosive pepper in the village. Her temper exploded at the slightest point, and her temper has been restrained a lot over the years, but the words she said just now, and her boldness, made Song rhetorically seem to have glimpsed a corner of her younger days. A few days before school started, Songji returned to school early. Her intention was to surprise Tangsher. Yet she was at that moment standing in a small neighborhood of tall buildings with her suitcase in one hand and her cell phone in the other, looking confused. "She's been around here 3 times already. Missing maps. Where did it take her?" Songji sighed. Had no choice but to send a locator over to Tangsher. The old man went west. "Tang poetry. You're so smart. Let me test you on a math problem. The deceased's Western resignation, small resignation from the Daxing airport. Take the subway to reach Beijing University a total of 1 hour and 18 minutes, and then walk from Beijing University to Wancheng District. The whole 1.2 kilometers, the speed of 3/h. Asked. The deceased resigned in the west. How do I get from the locator to 1803? Building A. Wancheng District? Tang Ei, wait. Your boyfriend comes over and carries you away. Chapter 130, Home. When Tangsher rushed over from the institute, Songji's white scarf covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of bright and beautiful eyes. She was squatting on the ground, patiently feeding the little wildcat, which was obviously used to being fed by the students in this neighborhood and wasn't afraid of people at all. Tansy walked over to her, arms wrapped around her, and inclined her head in a good-natured way. There was a shadow covering in front of him. Songji didn't care, however, suddenly appeared in front of the eyes of this pair of black sneakers. It seems to be the same dead expensive brand that his boyfriend always wears. Songru slowly looked up and smiled at him sheepishly. Still laughing, Tangsher bent down and rubbed her head hard, saying in a bad mood, "You didn't know to tell me when you came over all of a sudden. What if you were abducted alone later? How could a person of my size be abducted?" Songja's face scrunched up. "It's the place you rented that's too roundabout, causing me to get lost." Okay, blame me. Tangsher was helpless and resigned herself. "Come over and talk to me next time, okay? Auntie, North City is so big. Where am I going to find my girlfriend if I lose her?" Songji lowered his head and didn't say anything, bulging his mouth and suddenly muttering softly, "Go find it in your heart." This earthy love language came unawares. Tangsher did not hold back her laughter. The words could not go on. Looking down at her hopelessly, "Come on you." He slowly opened his arms toward her. "Come here and cuddle." Song rhetorically stood up and pounced on him, hugging him tightly. After quietly hugging her for a while, Tangsher's right elbow suddenly stuck under her hip, and in the midst of Songji's exclamation of surprise, her entire body was lifted up in the air with one hand. Songja subconsciously hooked his neck. "What are you doing?" She was in shock. "Didn't I solve that math problem just now?" Tangsher carried her suitcase in her other hand, the rollers turning and wheels rattling. "Hello." As the sun set, the upright and tall teenager carried the young girl slowly forward. the corners of his lips picking up a clear arc of a smile. Lost little words, home. When they got to the door of the apartment, Tangsy put her fingerprints in and opened the door. The apartment was 2 rooms and 1 bathroom, overall white with original wooden floors, floor-to-ceiling windows with gooseberry yellow curtains, a small dining table and a bouquet of pink tulips right in the center of the room, which made it look cozy. It really seems like a home. Song-ru was a little dazed. Tangsher put her down and pulled a pair of pink slippers out of the shoe closet. Raising her chin and tugging, put them on. Songji's long eyelashes drooped, the corners of his lips curled up, and he obediently changed his shoes. Tansy's eyelids lifted slightly and she inclined her head to smile, hard against the corners of her mouth. Kind of cute. Want to kiss? Kiss if you want to. Tangsher lowered his head, one hand in his pocket, his index finger hooked across her chin, and naturally kissed her. I have to go back to the institute later, he panted lowly as he kissed her. You came over in a hurry. There's no fruit or snacks in the house. Will you buy them home when I get back or will you go with me? Songji was kissed by him to the brain lack of oxygen, which still had the extra heart to return to him. Can not even stand unsteadily, can only die tugging his down jacket, eyelashes trembling, eyes closed, did not say a word. Baby, how still won't change air. He looked at her and smiled, but had no intention of letting her go, kissing her deeper, gently composing the last little bit of oxygen she had. More kisses and you'll get it. Song rhetoric. Have you kissed enough? After kissing on and off for another 40 minutes or so, Songji just couldn't stand up anymore, and Tangsher picked her up again, grabbing the suitcase next to her and heading for the bedroom. Songja was carried into the bedroom, smelling the familiar scent of lemon bubbles, and his chaotic brain cleared up quite a bit. Do you usually sleep here? Song rhetorically asked, stumbling a bit. Or else, he smiled playfully. Songja just wanted to say, why don't I go sleep in the guest bedroom next door? Tangsher then calmly continued, it's not appropriate for me to normally sleep in the study next door. Song rhetoric. No guest bedroom? Where are the guests? Baby. Tangsher gently hooked out a smile, threw her on the bed without saying a word, pressed up and continued to kiss her, softly said, it's just the 2 of us. After another long time, when Tangsher left, Songji was lying on the bed, his hair messy, obviously confused by the kiss. What does SH mean? Are we going to sleep together at night? Would that be progressing a little too fast? Songji covered in his pillow and thought for a while, not coming up with any clues, and finally comforted himself silently in his heart. Forget it. We're here. If you're here, you're here. So at night, when Tangsher came back, he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom, and the sound of a seeming song floating around. Tangsher put the fruit at the entrance hall, and leaned back on the sofa with her whole body open-legged, the knot in her throat moving slightly as she listened to the young girl's relaxing song, not trying to understand. What do you mean? Do you really think he's a bodhisattva who doesn't want anything? Tangsher. The clear and sweet singing stopped, and the young girl's slightly formal voice came from the bathroom. Is that you back? Now you're scared? Donnie gave an uncomfortable hum. Can you help me get my pajamas? Songja's voice showed a few sparse distances in the bathroom, echoing in Tangsher's mind for a long time. It's inside the suitcase. Dying. Tangsher held down her throbbing temples for a long time. Dawn poetry? The young girl began to prod. Got it. His voice lowered considerably, and he sighed, resigning himself to heading for the bedroom. He didn't bother opening her suitcase, but went straight to the closet. Inside were the clothes he had gotten for Songji. When he bought things recently, he liked to buy another set of women's models in Songji's size. The house is basically a couple of toothbrushes, towels, and pajamas. Tangsher knocked on the bathroom door with her pajamas, and a few seconds later, a tender, white, water-beaded hand reached out. Tansy looked fixedly at him for a few seconds and handed the pajamas over. The young girl's hand retracted and the bathroom door closed softly again. Tangsher lowered her eyes and licked her dry lips, her expression uncertain. Songja put on his pajamas and dawdled in the bathroom again, took a deep breath and opened the bathroom door. Tangsher was lazily sitting cross-legged on the sofa watching a soccer game, with cut fruits on the coffee table. He took off his down jacket and wore only a turtleneck knitted wool sweater. When he heard the movement, he raised his eyes and beckoned to her with a pale expression, saying, "Come here." Songja walked over and slowly sat down on the far edge of the couch. Tangsher was exasperated and laughed. "What? Afraid I'll eat you?" Song-ru gulped. "Not necessarily, but it's possible. Come here." He slowed his tone to be as gentle as possible. "Blow dry your hair without touching you." Song-ru's clean eyes looked up at him, as if pondering the credibility of this statement. Then it was quiet for a few seconds as she gently moved over. Chapter 131 Hard. Tangsher smiled imperceptibly for a few moments. "Hey, poor, harmless little bunny. How should I eat it smoothly so I don't scare her?" Tangsher thought absently as she picked up the hairdryer and inserted her slender knuckles into the young girl's wet red hair. The hairdryer buzzed, the scalp was gently massaged. Songji rushed for a day, already tired. At this time the spirit completely relaxed, drowsy, and finally leaned back against Tangshur, his white neck exposed, and fell asleep unguarded. Tansy turned off the hairdryer and carefully carried her into the bedroom. Really taking me for a decent man, huh? Tangshur bowed, her expression fierce as she poked the young girl's rosy cheeks lightly. The pretty maiden lay on the bed, her breathing steady, her brow unguarded. Tangshur stared for a while and finally gently dropped a kiss on her forehead. Good night, baby. Songji opened his eyes early the next morning in a daze, and in a trance, he saw a tall silhouette looming in front of him. But that's not the point. The bottom line is, he was topless. Before Songji could react, he copied the pillow next to him and smashed it at him. You. Songji reddened. I. The tall figure turned around, revealing Tangshur's handsome face with a playful smile and his abs in mermaid line. I what? Song rhetorically stared uncontrollably for a moment and hastily inclined his head. Why don't you wear clothes? Isn't this what you're looking for? He slowly and methodically opened his closet and picked out a sweatshirt, tossing the women's model to Song Ru in passing, and in turn shamelessly chided her. You should have gotten up a little later, baby. Song rhetoric. It makes sense, but something seems off. Songji's brain lagged and spun slowly, and before he could figure it out, his head was rubbed heavily twice more, accompanied by a conspicuously low chuckle. Silly or not, you get up and have breakfast. You'll be sold later and help count the money. This was understood by Songja. With a grimace, she threw the rest of that pillow at him as well. Dog. After Songji washed up, Tangshur had already gone downstairs to buy breakfast and came back. Songja took small bites of kanji and hesitated for a while before asking him, where did you sleep last night? She noticed this morning that the other side of the bed was neat. Not a crease. Not like someone had been lying on it. Tangshur lazily peeled an egg and put it in Songji's bowl. Then her eyes swept over the sofa not far away, sighed miserably and tersely, shook her head, and didn't say anything. Songji followed suit and looked over, swallowing the porridge and tentatively asking him, sleeping on the couch? This couch is so small. How can he fit in at almost 5 feet 9 inches? Tangshur didn't nod or shake her head, but stretched, and pretentiously pressed the back of her neck, wrinkling her brow in a less than comfortable manner. Songji slowly drank another mouthful of kanji, a little guilty, and said softly, I can massage. Do you want me to press it for you? Tangshur raised her eyebrow bone, originally only wanted to tease her, but did not expect such a surprise. In the middle of the day, he lowered his head and took a sip of porridge as well, hiding the smile at the corners of his lips, and threw out a sentence in a grudging tone. That's fine, Song rhetorically emphasized. I'm not bad at it. Tangshur laughed. I'll see you then. So one fine morning, the curtains were drawn in the bedroom, the sunlight poured in, and someone was sprawled out on the bed. Moncler outlet online, eyes closed, a cozy expression on his face. Songji knelt next to him and sat down, her head lowered, her hair hanging down tenderly as she massaged him very carefully. After pressing for a few minutes, Songji wrinkled his eyebrows and couldn't help but say, you're so hard, can't press it at all. Don Z, do you, want to, reorganize the language? Realizing that what he said was ambiguous, Songji hurriedly added, I mean the meat. Don Z, what is it that speaks? Meat? After a few more minutes of pressing, realizing how much effort the young girl was putting in, Tangshur finally didn't quite have the stomach for it, so she tilted her head and said in all seriousness, baby, it suddenly occurred to me that there's something I've forgotten to tell you. What? Songji lowered his head and pressed the teenager's shoulder and neck, suspecting that his muscles were really made of iron, looking not so exaggerated, clear and thin and clean layer. How could it be so hard when pressed? There's a folding bed in the den. Tansy flopped down on the bed and started laughing, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, her laugh clear and short. I slept there last night. Dawn. Poetry. Songji's face reddened with anger, practically wanting to take a pillow and cover her boyfriend with it. Are you young or not childish? Childish death you. She grabbed her bed pillow and slammed it at him once more. Oops. Wrong. His mouth begged for forgiveness, half a bit of no resistance. Laughing, let her take a pillow to hit, but which face has a little bit of admitting fault? Or a jerk like, teenage heart bad long. Songji was furious with this asshole, so for the next few days, the conversation between the two was as follows. Tang Z, girlfriend, it's raining today, kiss me? Song reference, you go kiss the folding bed in your study. Don Z, Tangshur, girlfriend, it's a beautiful day, want to go for a walk together? Song, you carry your folding bed for a walk. Don Z, until the day the school year started. Songji strained his face and packed his suitcase to leave. It was only then that Tangshur guy finally panicked. He blocked the doorway, didn't let her go, his eyebrows drooped, and said quite sincerely, girlfriend, really wrong, don't go. Songju stifled a laugh. What's wrong? Tang Shi sighed. Shouldn't cheat on your girlfriend. Songji was quiet for a few seconds and lifted his suitcase to leave again. Still blocking. Tang Shi panicked for a few seconds and spoke quickly. I'll move the folding bed. Don't go. Where are you going to sleep when the folding beds are moved? Tansy bashfully and sultrily said. Sleep on the couch. Song rhetorically inclined his head, and finally did not hold back, puffing out a laugh. Stupid or not you? Silly. Tang Shi tugged on her wrist and said. Don't be mad. Not angry with you. Songji raised her eyes, her tone slowed down, and patiently told him, school has started, the school dormitory is open. I'm going back to the dormitory. Wouldn't it be nice to move in here? With me? Not good. Songji squeezed his hand and insisted. I'll come over Saturday and Sunday, okay? Isn't it a pain in the ass to move around? Songju glanced around the house and wondered. Move what? Am I missing something in this house? Don't they all come in pairs? Don Z. Careless. Tansy sighed and didn't insist, compromising by asking. It's been a few days since I've kissed you. Kiss for a while? Songja moved over, tilted his head, and took the initiative to kiss his lips. Tansy bowed her head and returned the kiss. Blushing pecks linger in bright living room. Chapter 132, Long time no see. New X tablet. When Songja returned to the dormitory, Xie Gongqiu and Zhouensi had also returned. As soon as she walked in the door she was given a loving hug by both of them in turn. Songji naturally handed them the 2 cakes he was holding in his hand and said, Tang Shi's treat. Zhouensi took the cake and sked inside. With this 1 semester or so of rich brother bribing me, if the 2 of you have a breakup, it will be the old slave's fault no matter what. Xie Gongqiu shook his head. The 2 of them just don't look like they'll break up. Rich brother fast love to death, okay? He almost made himself into a keychain and hung it on Aji. That's true. Zhouensi winked ambiguously. You and that senior. How was your winter vacation chat? Don't say it. Xie Gongqiu rolled his eyes, a look of reluctance to mention again. The first date to take my mother to the hotel. The brain is only that 2 to meet. The first kiss has not sent out to send the first night. Who knows whether he has HIV? My mother is a pure love party, okay? Decisively divided. Zhouensi and Songji looked at each other in dismay, just wanting to comfort and console her. Xie Gongqiu said with excitement again. It's okay, I'm looking at a little puppy in our class again. Half a year younger than me, looks pure and talkable. Song rhetoric. NZ Zhou. Half a month later, Xie Gongqiu stifled his wrists in his dormitory and said painfully, purity is his lie. It turns out that brother is actually a sea king, a dozen fish at a time. Xie Gongqiu or in the campus forum to know about this matter. Several girls who were cheated by him united together, exposed him in the school forum, appealing to sisters must not be cheated by his skin. Not to mention that the dog looks even a hair of the Department of Physics Tang poetry cannot be compared. Yes, at BYU, downbeat seems to have unconsciously become a descriptor. Describing a guy who spoils his girlfriend, you're right up there with Don poetry. Describing someone who is good looking, you're a match for Don poetry. No man in this world will ever be good enough. Xie Gongqiu from then on decided to cut off love and study hard. She looked at Songji and added, except for rich brother. After all, how much this brother usually loved his brain. She and Zhouensi had seen it in their eyes. It was simply to a degree that no one had ever seen before and no one would ever come after. To put it in a less civilized way, it's close to helping Song rhetorically take A. Zhouensi is a star-crossed woman, and in response to Comrade Xie Gongqiu's look at men, she sincerely asks, can you go like my opposite family? I want him to cave in now. Xie Gongqiu, I fell in love with you stretches of the night. After school started, the days began to pass uneventfully and quickly, and soon it was April. During that time, the research project that the team tackled really entered the closing stage. Tang Shi was so busy that she often didn't even have time to go back to her apartment, sitting on a stool in the research institute and falling asleep with her eyes closed. Sleep for 2 hours. Get up again and go back to work. Tang Shi had raised so much young master's disease since she was a child, and it had been mercilessly rubbed out. On Friday night, Tang Shi had to go to Shanghai for a 2-day business trip, and Songji stayed alone in the apartment. Girlfriend, arrived at the hotel? Under the dim light, Songji put his cell phone next to him and asked him softly while tapping the computer. Arrived, missed you, he said with a sigh. Songji's brain automatically recognized a Samoyed wagging its tail at her nonstop at all times and couldn't help but laugh out loud. And you're smiling? Incredulous, the drag king began to accuse. You don't want me. Think. Songji perfumed him. For 2 days, Songju actually felt okay, not really wanting to. Of course Tang Shi could hear the perfunctory inside. He gritted his teeth and threatened. Wait, when I come back to clean you up, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. Songju wasn't afraid at all. Okay, you wait for me. Tang Shi put down a tough word. Aha. Songju continued to be perfunctory. After a few more moments of silence, the sound of tapping on a computer came from the other end as well. The phone was still on, the atmosphere was quiet, and no one spoke again. Song-ru is also very busy these days. She ran a law public number with a schoolmate, daily responsible for posting some popularization of legal knowledge, analyzing the hot cases of the article. The traffic is not bad. She was going to write an analytical piece this week about whether or not the curious case of the cave counts as extra-legal, but got halfway through it and got stuck. On Sunday afternoon, the schoolteacher began to press the draft online. Song-ru still didn't have much of a clue, and she recalled that she seemed to have seen a specialized book on extra magical space in her study the other day. She walked into the study, found the book, and subconsciously turned her head sideways to see the wooden recliner directly across from the desk. Song rhetorically arrives at the apartment on weekends and spends most of his time in the study. Tang-shur would lazily lean back on that recliner and not make a sound to disturb her, writing and drawing with a pen and paper in her hand, occasionally looking up at her. The sun pours down. The smile is clean and bright. Well, Song-ji thought to herself, she actually misses him a little bit. Song-ji walked over and leaned back on the recliner as well, opening the book in his hand and starting to read. I don't know how long it took, but the wind blew wildly outside the window and suddenly the weather changed and it started to rain. Beam-drops of rain mixed with gusty winds drifted in through the open window. Song-ji closed the book, raised his eyes, and noticed that above the log shelf, the loose-leaf book Tang-shur usually held in her hand was being blown by the wind to turn the pages. Song-ji thought it was the sketchbook he used for drawing, and fearing that it would get wet from the rain, he walked over and tried to close the book. For a moment, the wind stops, the paper stops turning and stays frozen on the first page. Song-ji's movement to close the closure also stopped, his eyes falling uncontrollably on it. It's a painting. The painting shows a young girl crouched on the ground, ham sausage in hand, feeding a puppy cowering in the corner. A transparent umbrella tilted mostly toward the drenched puppy. There were also a few lines written in the lower right corner of the painting, in a childish handwriting, far less harsh and mature than that of his high school days. 2013, 09, 21, found the runaway goon dog, N.A. kitten who said he was homeless? 2013, it was junior year. Regarding the memories of that year, Song-ji was actually not too willing to recall them. Trying to adapt to the new environment constituted the main theme of her life at that time. With a final effort to pull a hidden corner out of her memory, she finally remembered the tender boy who had taken the gray puppy from her hand that year with a black umbrella that covered most of his face. So it was him. Surprisingly, it's him. Sure enough, it's him. She should have thought of that. Song-ji's fingertips trembled slightly as he uncontrollably turned to the second page. The skinny teenage girl held an Ultraman balloon in her hand and smiled as she bent down to touch the head of the little boy next to her. 2013, 11, 02. She doesn't seem to remember me. She's pretty easy to coax out of a balloon, though. Believe in light? Pretty good. Page 3. A young girl wearing the uniform of the 8th grade school, as if she was speaking with her head inclined and smiling. 2014, 02, 03. Turns out she's from the 8th grade. She really doesn't remember me. Turn another page. The first 3 pages all look like they were pulled out of other books with different paper sizes and materials. The paper on the 4th page, however, is noticeably less dated and the handwriting is much more overpowering. It was as if a new chapter had been turned. Page 4, painting, young girl sitting at her desk, looking down at a book. 2015, 09, 01, song Resignation, the old man's Western resignation to the Yellow Crane Tower. It's a nice name. The new front desk. It's been a long time. New front desk. Chapter 133. I am not her. Painting, young girl in military uniform, sitting cross-legged on the floor, smiling. 2015, 09, 03. The little snail hasn't left yet? Laughing my ass off. Little snail. It shrinks back when touched. It's kinda like her. Page 6. Painting, young girl standing under a streetlight, waiting for a bus. 2015, 09, 14. Didn't drink either. How did I get drunk and feel inexplicably excited? Page 7. Painting, young girl with a backpack, standing outside a basketball court. 2015, 09, 18. Yi Maoran said I purposely dented my look and said I planted it. Okay, I admit it. It was the only time he was smart. Page 8. Painting, young girl standing in front of her desk, looking down quietly at the teenager behind her. 2015, 09, 21. She stared at my red mole for a long time and still wouldn't admit it. Never mind, I read it too. It's even. Page 9. Painting, young boy and girl standing under a maple tree. She looks up at the sunset. He looks at her with his head inclined. 2015, 09, 24. She said the sunset was grand and beautiful this evening. I'd say it's okay. There's actually the second half of the sentence. Didn't have the heart to say it. Not as pretty as you. Page 10. 2015, 09, 27. It's over. Accidentally pissed her off. Why do you keep thinking about her red mole? Page 11. Blank paper with only one sentence written in panicked handwriting, finished. Dreaming. Page 12, 2015. 10:01. How did you piss her off again? Hurry up and apologize. But how is she so grumpy and wishing me a happy birthday? See the mountain as a mountain? See water is water. Page 13. Painting. A big dog that has grown to half a man's height and a young girl who hasn't grown a few centimeters are sitting together on a park bench. 2015. 10:04. See her here again. She's still not very happy. She bought her a bowl of noodles, and she said she'd pay me for it. Then treat me to Yangchun noodles next time. I mean, if you're not happy next time, come see me. Page 42. Painting. Young girl looking up at fireworks. 2016. 01:01. Whispered a happy new year to her. She didn't seem to hear it. Page 61. Painting. Young girl with a bright smile. 2016. 04:13. Going for a hike. She hid in the crowd and laughed at me together. I was going to make a face and scare her on purpose, but she has such a cute smile. I didn't hold back and laughed too. Page 73. Painting. A young girl quietly watching a movie as the rain pours down. 2016. 07:04. Let's go to BYU together. She said it's not always a test. This idiot doesn't seem to realize how good he is. Page 94. 2016. 09:14. Does she like that relative of Yi Maoran? No way. I'm not allowed. Page 98. 2016. 09:23. Still couldn't hold back and confess to her. She didn't say yes. She doesn't like me, I guess. It's okay. It's not like I have to have her. Page 99. 2016. 10:23. Painting. A pig's head. Stupid. The 13th word on the 9th line of the chalkboard is misspelled again. So stupid. I really didn't have to be her. Page 100. 2016. 10:24. Painting. Two pig heads. This idiot. The second gymnastic move of the day was done backwards. So eager to go to her, but I'm not obliged to her. Page 101. 2016. 10:25. Painting. 10 big pig heads. So much fun talking to that boy in front of you. As handsome as me? I shouldn't have come to her today. After all, I'm not obligated to her. Page 112. 2016. 11:29. Can't you come and initiate me for once? I don't think I'm not obligated to her. Page 113. 2016. 12:11. Yi Maureen said I've been in bad shape lately. I was in great shape and only got the first question wrong in math. I'm not obligated to her. Page 114. 2016. 12:17. You don't like me and you still show up in my dreams every day? So rude, pestering me all the time. Then confess to her one more time. I'm not her. Page 115. 2016. 12:18. I could be dreaming, but I can't sleep. Page 116. Painting. Snowy. Kissing young boys and girls. 2016. 12:18. Gotta draw it down for fear she'll renege. Page 117. Painting. Snowy. Embracing young boys and girls. 2016. 12:18. Draw another one. By the way, Yi Maoran, I really have a girlfriend. Songji didn't know how long she had been looking at it. She only knew that it was a blur before her eyes, and the tears mixed with the rain slammed down, hitting the diary, and also hitting her heart hard. She had never imagined that in those nameless, barren and bewildered years of youth, there would be such a dazzling teenager who would treasure every aspect of seeing her in his journal, as if to say, if I see you today, it'll be the most memorable thing of the day. Songru never felt that she lacked love, but she grew up, true, never being favored by anyone. Grandma loved her, but she had to raise two of her own grandchildren just the same, and the village always said that her granddaughter was a white-eyed wolf who couldn't be raised. Her parents loved her, but they had a much closer son, and Songli could have a big fight with them with impunity, with an undercurrent of not being afraid of being thrown out, which she didn't have. In her second year of junior high school, Songji was caught between two homes, as if she could go anywhere, but also as if she could not put down her roots anywhere. She had always felt that in order to get love, you had to give more love first. That's how she got along with everyone before she met Tangshur. She took the lead in releasing goodwill and waiting for the fruit that might bear. But if it didn't matter. One can't pin their emotions on unrelated people and live beautifully without favoritism. The initiative in life must be in your own hands. It was Tangshur's appearance that showed her what it was like to be favored. Turns out you don't have to give to get a lot of love. It turns out that favoritism can give people the courage to grow outward and the stamina to root downward. It doesn't matter if you get angry, irrational, or even have a big fight with him. because he has you in his clean, clear eyes, and no matter what he smiles and says, "Girlfriend, I love you today too." It was from him, uniquely her bottom line. Tang Shi returned to the apartment with her suitcase, winded and shaking off the rain. He hadn't seen her in the living room and guessed that she had gone to the study again. He pushed open the door to the study and was just about to ask her why she didn't reply to his messages when he saw Songji sitting on the floor with a book spread out on her lap, crying her eyes out. Tang Shi cried and laughed. No wonder he didn't reply to his messages. He's crying over some book again. He walked over and closed the window before squatting down, amused and distressed, and stroked her head, asking softly, "Come on, tell your boyfriend what book you read this time, and why are you crying again?" Chapter 134, Don't Return Gifts. Songji lowered his head and didn't blink, still in a daze of tears. Tang Shi followed her line of sight downward, swept over the book she was holding in her lap, stared blankly for a moment, and finally realized why. He sighed and closed the journal, setting it aside. Songji noticed that its cover was exactly the same as the one he drew on the blackboard newspaper during his first year of high school. The young girl in her school uniform, with a low ponytail and a snail on her shoulder, and the teenager pushing a bicycle behind her. 4 words were written on the cover, "The Snail's Diary." Songji skimmed his head, tears flowing down his face again uncontrollably. Still in his suit and covered in rain and wind, Donnie carried her out of the study and sat on the couch, cupping her face in his hands, lowering his neck, and kissing her salty tears one at a time. The only sounds in the dimly lit enclosed space were the girl's stoic whimpers and ambiguous, delicate pecks. Tang Shi. Songji couldn't stop her tears. "I refused you at that time. It wasn't because I didn't like you. I've always liked you. Only you." Got it. Tang Shi answered lowly. "I just thought at the time that our families and personalities, we might not be a good match. We were made for each other. Baby." Tang Shi used her fingertips to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, not realizing that she had thought about it so much. Songji opened his mouth, wanting to continue to say something, but then felt that saying anything would just be futile. Between them, because of Tang Shi's persistence and initiative, there seemed to be even less regret. Songji, who was good at being aggravated, hadn't suffered a bit of aggravation. Tang Shi, who was not good at being aggravated, was quietly aggravated for a long time. But clearly it shouldn't be. Such a good young man should be successful in all things, triumphant in all things, and always stand between heaven and earth in abject goodness, and say frankly and without shame to everyone who meets him, "The world has been quite good to me, and I hope it will be the same to you." The belated guilt and heartache nearly overwhelmed her. Songji tugged on his tie, forcing him to lower his head, prying open his lips and teeth, and kissing him sharply and passionately on the lips. Tangxi froze for a moment, wrapped one arm around her waist and rolled over, pinning her to the couch and responding more forcefully to every inch of her invading breath. Both of them were drenched in rainwater, the wet heat almost overflowing the whole room. Young hot bodies close together, without half a gap, like neither of them would give in, or like they didn't care about anything but the one in front of them, the one who was sure, who loved hard by instinct. I don't know how long the kiss lasted. Songji tried to pull off the teenager's tie, tugged halfway but didn't pull it off, and finally gave up. She gritted her teeth, her fingertips continued to grope, and touched the belt on the teenager's body. Tang Shi propped one hand on the side of her face, his upper body slightly away, panting sharply. The dark pupils were misty and hard to bear, the ticking sweat dripping down, but still restrained himself and shook his head. "Baby, it's not the right time yet. Just wait a little longer. At least it can't be today." "Why not today?" Songji's eyes still contained tears. Her eyes were obstinate, wanting to untie it regardless. Tang Shi's big hand covered it, stopping her movements. The two men were frozen, looking at each other. Songji saw in the bottom of his eyes a desire that was green and nowhere to be found, and a cool and soft love. There are many people in this world who make love, and being moved and guilty may be one of the reasons that motivates them to make love. Tang Shi continued to kiss her eyes, kissing away the tears and the urge that melted under her eyes. "But it won't be ours. In our case, intense love has to override other emotions as the main source of sex. He doesn't want dopamine on the brain impulsiveness and sensuality. He wants pure love transformed into sex. Baby, love me more." There was a deep bewilderment in the bottom of Song Ru's eyes. She didn't understand how much more love was needed. Tang Shi came to her ear, his husky and sexy voice, whispering to address her question. "Like I desire you." He caressed her waist. "You desire me equally. Understand?" He has to wait for the prey, simple and eager, step by step, running in both directions with the hunter. But now, Tangxi grabbed her hand. A crisp click dash was amplified in the darkened room. "Baby," he coaxed, leaning over and kissing her tenderly. "I'm going to charge a little interest, okay?" His eyes grew darker in the night. Song rhetorically couldn't refuse. The teenager's clear, raspy gasp was right in her ear. accompanied by the sound of the rustling rain, knocking lightly and sometimes heavily on her heart, knocking her to her very core. Tang 11. Songji couldn't help but call out to him, "Baby, it's raining too hard." Didn't hear it. He pressed at her neck, lightly grinding her ear, and just shouted, "Me what?" Tang 11. Songji's voice trembled lightly, wrapped in sobs, and had to be repeated. The breathing in his ears paused for a few seconds. "Thanks, baby." After a moment, he inclined his head and kissed her temples, wiped them twice with a haphazard piece of paper, and then picked her up in a crossbody hug and headed for the bedroom. Songji was gently placed on the bed by him, thinking of the scene just now, staring blankly at the ceiling, her mind still foggy. Tang Shi, however, didn't give her much time to react as he ripped off the tie that was in the way and unbuttoned the 2 shirt buttons on his chest, revealing his beautifully jagged collarbone. And then he bent, half kneeling, his knees squeezing between her legs without a second thought, arching his back, raising his eyes like a hawk poised to strike. The teenager with red hair, white shirt and suit pants, and a prodigal smile, stared at her intently and slowly began to unbutton her buttons. "What are you doing?" Songji's eyes dodged, the courage that had just been extraordinarily active gone. Songju subconsciously crossed his 2 arms in front of him. "Baby, do you know what it means to be a Judas?" He raised his eyes touching the place the young girl wanted to cover but couldn't, and gave a rogue whistle in an asshole way. "That's what it is. Prettier, baby," he praised. When he finished, he leaned down, thrusting one hand into her hair, starting at her forehead and swimming around, kissing the bridge of her nose, her lips, her neck, either lightly or heavily. Songji was really flustered this time, tugging on his wrist and asking, "Didn't I say not today?" Yeah, baby." He clasped her hand and pinned it back against the bed, moving undisturbed, still kissing her absently, causing a light shiver. "But baby just worked so hard. I have to return the favor." Songji was going to be driven mad by him. "I don't want your return gift." Don Z ignored it. "Tang Shi." Songju's heart was about to jump out of his throat. "Aha," he responded perfunctorily, continuing to kiss. "Tang Shi, do you hear me? I don't want your return gift." Songji realized what was going on and started struggling harder. However, there was a huge difference in strength between men and women, and Songji's strength was no different from scratching an itch. "Be good, baby," he said. In Songji's field of vision, his high nose slowly moved out of sight, leaving only a head of Arden to the point of red hair. Chapter 135. Shut up. The wind was howling outside the window, and bean-sized raindrops slapped the window with a splash. Songji's fingertips dug into the teenager's red hair, and his thin white neck rose high into the air, nearly losing his voice. When she arrived, Tang Shi looked up, her dark eyes drenched in watery light, the corners of her lips curved up, and she said word for word, "Baby, this is called repaying the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water. Report your sister." Songji was so ashamed and indignant that she didn't have the strength to kick him even if she wanted to. Tang Shi took the opportunity to come over and wrap her arms around her waist from behind, hugging her tightly. "Baby, love you so much." He kissed the back of her neck gently, the soft fur rubbing up and tickling. "Itchy, don't get it." Songji couldn't help but laugh, trying to dodge. His waist was hooped and pressed tightly. There was no way to hide. "How about before? When I slightly touched my waist, someone would hide everywhere and keep saying itchy. Is it still itchy now?" Tang Shi clasped her waist with one hand, harshly, heavily rubbed it twice, lazily laughed out. "That's why I advise you to get used to this position as well." His hair rubbed the back of her neck again and he said meaningfully, "Sooner or later, I'm going to have to get used to touching you anywhere. Of course, you can touch me too," he added thoughtfully. Songji took a breath and almost didn't bring it up. "Who wants to touch you? The word get an inch should be tailor-made for you." She gritted her teeth, just now full of emotion, which was now pretty much worn out by the asshole's tart remarks. "Thank you, baby, for the compliment." He accepted it with decidedly no modesty. The corners of Songji's lips curved helplessly. The rain outside the window was gradually decreasing. Indoor charming dispersed, only a piece of silence. Both men's clothes had faded as much as they could in the soldiering that had just taken place. Songji's head was pressed against the teenager's tight, clean musculature, and the sound of his heartbeat in his ears was deafeningly green and powerful. She would always be softened by the sound of a heartbeat like that. Song-Ru blinked and thought so. When he was in a daze and almost asleep, Songji still didn't forget to lightly kick someone behind him. "Go fold up the bed. I'm going to bed." "Where's the folding bed, baby?" Tang Shi hugged tighter, playing rogue as usual, and her voice was confused, as if she was sleepy, muttering softly, "There's only one bed in the house." Songja didn't have the energy to argue with him anymore. Her charge was officially declared depleted and she couldn't hold out any longer at all, slowly closing her eyes as her breathing quickly became even. Behind him, Tang Shi's long closed eyes but quietly opened, quietly looking at the young girl's soft sleeping face, After a long time, the corner of his lips hooked and he gently kissed the young girl's messy hair. Good night, baby. Songji woke up the next morning and felt as if the touch in front of his body was not quite right. The nose seemed to be pressed against a rolling wall. She closed her eyes and touched it randomly twice. Hard and soft. What's that? Her brain was still groggy with thought when her hands were clasped to keep from moving. Rascal in the morning you. The voice was hoarse and sleepy. Man's voice. Song rhetorically tilted his head with narrowed eyes, then slowly stared. Why? In her bed. Is there a naked man? You. Before her brain rebooted, she slapped him with a smack, and then snapped her head down, realizing that she wasn't wearing any clothes either, and scrambled to cower in the corner wrapped up in the covers, revealing only a blank, white face. Tangshur touched her beaten face, then slowly turned her head sideways to look at the little girl who hid in the corner, full of incredulity, blinking, also confused. Hit me if I don't let you touch me? With his mind spinning and only that possibility coming to mind, he turned around and flopped back into the pillow, saying in a lifeless voice, no goddamned way. Girlfriend. The memories of last night slowly returned. Songji's head all but shrunk into the quilt, her face reddening. Put some clothes on you. Can't wear it. He threw out in a tug. Why can't you wear it? Tansy grunted, a one-word accusation. Being, you, touching, hard. Song rhetoric. Got to take full responsibility. Girlfriend. Sore hands? He gave her a straight, meaningful look. Fong not help me again. The hell with convenience. Songji hated that he couldn't find a crack in the ground. Don't you go too far. Her voice was muffled. I told you to sleep in the study yesterday, didn't I? Throwing it away after use is an added offense. He always has a crooked reason. Songru, that's forceful buying on your part. Just tell me if it's cool or not. Song rhetoric. What's it going to take for her to say? Her head eased out and she glared at him. Tansy understood and said pleasantly, cool. Shut up. She said this menacingly and slowly retracted. He then really didn't say another word, and after a while, footsteps came from the bedroom, slowly moving away. Thinking he was gone, Songji breathed a quiet sigh of relief, his head sticking out again, and then, straight into a pair of cunningly sharp eyes. Silly or not, he flicked her on the side of the head and laughed at her cuteness again. Get up, you have class this morning. Songji looked at him quietly and sighed. How am I supposed to get up if you don't leave? Tangshur smiled playfully and opened her mouth to say something, but was sternly warned by Songji with her eyes, so she could only shrug her shoulders and walked into the bathroom without slowing down. The familiar sound of the water was ringing out, along with the out-of-tune song. Songja lowered his head, glanced at the ambiguous marks on his body, and then looked up again. Clothes were thrown everywhere. She calmly lay back down on the bed, recalling the chaotic night last night with only one phrase left in her head: impulse is the devil. After breakfast, Tangshur picked up her canvas bag and said, let's go. Songli tilted his head to look at him before remembering. You're not going to the institute? Usually they're gone by this time. After the project is done, I'll be free for a while these days, so I can accompany you to class. Tangshur walked over and naturally interlocked her fingers. It's been over a semester and I haven't dabbled in a law department class yet. Songru inclined his head at him and said meaningfully, law department classes aren't that easy to dabble in. Third row on the left. Fifth. Yeah, just the handsome redhead. Stop playing with your girlfriend's hand and come answer the question. Drowsy and bored tangent. He subconsciously looked at Songju. Songju curved his smiling eyes and looked back at him. The real deal is a little fox. Tangshur resigned herself to her fate, smiled hopelessly and stood up, but was as frank as ever. I'm sorry. I'm mainly here to keep my girlfriend company. I didn't listen very carefully. May I ask what the question you just asked was? The professor froze. You're still weirdly honest, so let's let your girlfriend answer it. The smile on Songja's face froze and shifted to Tangshur's face. He inclined his head at her and raised his eyebrows, the olishness taking out again. How's that for a good time? There was a pause, and then a crooked, light smile. But my girlfriend's so smart. I'm sure she will, right? Song rhetoric. Songji was listening to the lesson and easily answered the questions. Chapter 136, Thoughtfulness. For the next 2 weeks, Tangshur accompanied Songji to class every day without fail. It was no exaggeration to say that before it was the law students who knew him, and now even the professors of the law department were familiar with him. Yesterday in class another professor jokingly asked him if he wanted to go to graduate school for law. He was still short a student. The point is that this asshole actually said in all seriousness that he could think about it. Don't you guys have classes in the physics department? One day during class, while the teacher was writing on the blackboard with his back to them, Songji still couldn't hold back and asked him. Finished studying ahead of time. Tangshur's long legs were wide open, lazily peeling an orange and handing it to her. Song rhetorically shook his head. Class is in session. Tangshur cannot care about these. He peeled a petal thrown in his mouth, sour to the end of the eyes red. Cannot help but wrinkle eyebrows. coughing twice, said, by the boss pit. He said that the package of sweet, sour one to compensate for 10. The next class to find him to settle the score. So what if the 10 that were paid out also had acid in them? Song rhetorically asked coldly. Tansy paused. Good question. Then get him to pay for 10 more. He was quite principled and couldn't help but smile at the thought. Maybe we can both get rich by selling oranges by then. Too unethical. I'm not going. Songja curved his lips. A serious, at most, when you get punched by your boss, quietly call 120 for you. Not nice. Girlfriend. Tangshur put her hand on the back of the chair behind her and rubbed her head in the process, laughing so hard that she teased her as usual, saying yes to liking me. I called 120 quietly only if I liked you. Songji whispered. I ran away if I didn't like you. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Tangshur looked at her askance, her tone knowing. You call 120 when others get beat up. Songja thought seriously for a moment and raised his eyes. But you're different from the others. I'll even accompany you to the hospital if you get beaten up. Tangshur froze, laughed more cheerfully, gently pinched her earlobes, but also the intention, make it seem like I'm really being beaten up. Don't worry, only your boyfriend beats up other people's parts. After class, they didn't leave immediately and still sat in their seats. Songji was organizing his notes, and Tangshur forced herself to endure the acid and finish that orange. By the time Songji finished organizing his notes, the classroom was basically empty. When she looked up, she saw that Tangshur's eyes were so red around her eyes, and her eyes were covered with a layer of watery light, and the knot in her throat kept sliding, so she found it funny and asked, is it really so sour? As soon as the words were out of her mouth, the next second, the back of her head was clasped and she was forced to tilt her head back, her lips covered in ferrying an orange-flavored kiss. Shallow. Oh, misremembered. His voice trailed off, his eyebrows arrogant. Pretty sweet. Songju wanted to punch him, because this orange is really sour. She took a sip of water with a bitter face, peeled another candy and threw it in her mouth, and suddenly said, Tangshur, I've changed my mind. What? I think that money-making idea you just had works. Aha. Let's go to the boss now and change 10 oranges. And then the boss beats you up. I'll blend in and sneak in 2 more kicks. Tangshur imagined the scene, couldn't help but laugh out loud. A hug, rubbing her vigorously. Baby, you're really cute. Song rhetoric. I'm going to kick your ass. She couldn't help but emphasize. Aha. Tansy responded nonchalantly. Beat. Song rhetoric. Tangshur arched her back, her chin lazily pressed on Songji's shoulder, hugged for a while, and suddenly said, let's go out for a trip together during the May 1st vacation. Song rhetorically hesitated for a moment and said, no. Tangshur let out a ha. Irritated, you count how many times you've rejected me. Won't your conscience hurt? Female. Friend. Got a tutor for the summer and refused mercilessly. National Day wants to compete in the tournament, and ruthlessly refuses to do so. Got an internship over winter break and rejected it mercilessly. What's the reason this time? He grunted. Not official enough to pass. Jokanji sent me a message 2 days ago, saying that she was coming to North City for a trip on May 1st and asked me to pick up the car. Songji stroked the back of his neck soothingly, and asked softly, the emperor is about to set up the Forbidden City. This matter, is it formal enough? Don Z. He sneered. I want the dog emperor's head. Joe Kanji, who was far away in the south, suddenly felt a chill in his neck. Having said that, on May 1st, Tangshur still went with Songji to the airport to pick her up. The two girls hadn't seen each other for a long time, so naturally they couldn't avoid some kissing and hugging. Tangshur hugged her arms and stood aside boredly, watching Joe Kanji going to kiss Songji on the mouth. Coldly grunted and deflected Songji's head with her big hand palming Songji's head, managing to dodge it. Joe Kanji finally looked up at him, offended. Dorgada you, cheap bastard. Tangshur wrinkled her eyebrows. How come one by one? Always like to kiss my girlfriend. Don't you have girlfriends yourselves? Joe Kanji faked a smile. She's your girlfriend and my wife. Tangshur's thin lips pursed, coldly squinting. It's my girlfriend and my wife. Pull back. Less blow. Song rhetorically caught in the middle with a headache, but really want to start shopping attractions. Tangshur in turn did not say anything more. Just a word behind the two girls carrying things, taking group photos when acting as a stand, food queues, planning routes, as a driver. In short, a ruthless, well-rounded, and useful toolman was born. Joe Kanji shopping to the back of the inexplicably more than a layer of guilt. Evening shopping, she held the arm of the song rhetoric quietly biting ears, finished, originally did not feel how. Handsome straight brother is now so engaged. I feel that I really robbed his wife. The corners of Songja's lips curved and he quietly looked behind him. During the May Day holiday, the streets are crowded with people. Lanterns are hung on the side of the road, and there is a lot of fireworks. Tangshur followed not far from them. A simple white sportswear outlined a tall and clear silhouette, mixing into the noisy crowd. clean and conspicuous. He had a few bags of clothes and specialties in his hands, as well as Song Ji's bag, and because of his overly distinguished looks, there were many people around who ogled him. Tang Shi had long been used to it, as if he hadn't realized it, poking a bite of the octopus dumpling that Song Ji had just handed him, swallowing it whole, raising his eyes, noticing the girl's gaze, he inclined his head to meet her eyes, winking at her freely, smiling dashingly. Song Ji's heart was mild. When is it okay to give an inch and when should you step back and give her space? In and out is a word he always seems to get just right. It was a good 3 days of wandering around like that. On the third night, Tang Shi acted as the driver as usual and sent Zhou Kanji to the hotel. On the road, Zhou Kanji and Song Ji sat in the back seat whispering. Zhou Kanji, originally, I was planning to pick on the faults of handsome straight brother, and then find a reason for you to come to the hotel and sleep with me at night. Who knew that this brother is so thoughtful? And in turn, it seems that I'm not a human being. My flight's the day after tomorrow, so you can blow off some pillow talk with handsome straight tonight and get him to agree to you coming over and sleeping with me tomorrow night. It's been a while since we've slept together. Song Ji blushed a bright red. What pillow talk? Nonsense. Chapter 137. Zhou Kanji looked at Song Ji's reaction, couldn't believe it, and lowered his voice. You've been living together for so long, it's not possible that you haven't slept together yet, right? Song rhetoric, you guys in the arts, could you please, not be so open? It's not exactly cohabitation. Song rhetorically retorted underhandedly. I go back to the dormitory from Monday to Friday, and, although it didn't get that far, doesn't seem to make much difference. Many images floated uncontrollably in Song Ji's mind, and his face turned even redder. This is the default. Zhou Kanji glanced at her with a face full of hatred. Forget it, I'll talk to you tomorrow. You remember to discuss with handsome straight brother. Come over and sleep with me tomorrow night. After arriving at the hotel, Zhou Kanji got out of the car, winked at Song Ji, and then said to Tang Shi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, thanks, handsome straight brother. Tang Shi tapped her jaw, signaling that she had heard. Thump dash the car door was slammed shut, and the atmosphere was silent for a moment. Tang Shi put one hand on the steering wheel, knuckles tapping, patiently waited for a while, saw no movement behind him, so he had to turn his head sideways and asked, what are you waiting for? Ha? Song Ru was stunned and raised his eyes. Come here, take the passenger seat. Song Ju snapped back. Oh, on the way back to the apartment, Tang Shi skillfully steered with her left hand. Her right hand held her hand in gear, occasionally squeezing it twice, and asked, what were you just thinking about? Song Ru deliberated for 2 seconds and said, Zhou Kanji's airplane ticket for the morning after the day after tomorrow. Aha. Tang Shi's brows relaxed and her voice took on a little more pleasure. Do you need to take her to the airport? Send the Buddha to the west. This great Buddha, at last, is leaving. No need. She has a 6 o'clock airplane ticket and plans to take a taxi by herself. Song Ji paused for 2 seconds and continued, but Zhou Kanji and I haven't slept together in a long time. So tomorrow night, I want to sleep with her. Tanzi's temples throbbed with incredulity. Say that again? I want to sleep with Zhou Kanji tomorrow night. Song Ji was patient as always, and added thoughtfully, sleep is a noun. Nonsense, it's hard not to be a verb. Tang Shi was exasperated and laughed. No? Song rhetorically wondered. No. Affirmative. 1 by 2. Why do they keep trying to abduct his girlfriend? Why? She didn't understand. What's wrong with girls sleeping together? Because I want to sleep with you, he intoned coolly. After a few seconds pause, it also thoughtfully added, verbs, nouns, adjectives are fine. Song rhetoric. Song Ji was now able to face his occasional few flirty words as usual, so he good-naturedly discussed, then what would it take? I don't know. He eyed ahead, perfunctorily, lazily. Let's see how you do. What performance? Song rhetorically plowed through. There has to be a standard. Any performance will do. Tang Shi's eyebrows were scattered, her arrogance protruding. Not if I'm not satisfied. Is a kiss okay? Song Ru asked. No. Tang Shi returned decisively. The Maybach parked in the underground parking lot. Tang Shi unbuckled her seatbelt and saw Song Ji still sitting, head down, lips slightly pursed, motionless, thinking she was angry. He sighed softly, moved over, leaned over, and was about to help her unbuckle her seatbelt when his lips suddenly covered a softness with a touch. Really? Tanzi glanced sideways. In the darkness, Song Ju's eyes were bright. Tang Shi stared at her fixedly for a long time and exhaled a deep breath. His hand lightly covered the eyes that made his heart soft and clasped her chin, forcing her to look up. Her red lips slightly parted. He kissed up and drove in, biting her tongue and sucking on her lips as if to vent his anger. What the are you doing with those eyes? The teenager's voice was clearly exasperated in the confined darkness of the car. Foul play, understand? One look and you go soft. How the is this supposed to work? Tang Shi inclined her head and kissed for a while, Too much trouble for this position. Undid her seatbelt and fished over her waist to let her sit across his lap. The steering wheel got in the way, too, and he breathed heavier as his clear, strong wrist bones rested on the young girl's waist and pressed downward, his soft body fitting over it. I don't know how long I'd been kissing. The sound of pecking in the carriage was amplified. The atmosphere was disorganized, and Tangshur slightly opened her eyes, met the young girl's water-stained, misty fox eyes. Close your eyes. Tangshur's voice was hoarse, not closed. Songja took the initiative to kiss him back, the tails of his eyes winking like hooks. May I? She did continue to ask. You can, Songju. Tangshur closed her eyes heavily. A little bit of skill, he said, and learned, color and seduction. May I? No. Okay. The teenager was cold and ironic, with such a soft mouth. Your bones are tough as nails. Song rhetorically pinched his earlobe unconvincingly and said, Red. After a pause, he added slowly, and choking me. Don Z. Yes, so what? He came over and delicately licked the beads of her lips, the red mole stark and provocative, the teenager green, chipper, and defiant. Doesn't matter. Kiss some more. Songji's heart was also provoked, fluttering and about to jump out. Then go home. He kissed his way down the jawline, all the way to her earlobe, nipping it teasingly, deliberately, hard, panting in her ear. Help me, get. The next night, Tangshur sat in the driver's seat with a cold face. Song rhetorically stood at the front of the car, with the hotel in the background, smiling and saying bye-bye to him. Handsome straight brother. Thanks. Just sleep for one night. Jokanji held Songji and added fuel to the fire. Tangshur sneered and warned breathlessly, You'd better not give me a hand. When they arrived at the hotel room, the two girls were sitting cross-legged on the carpet, with a pile of peanuts and melon seeds and duck food snacks on the coffee table, and a couple of bottles of fruit wine. This fruit wine doesn't have a high degree, does it? While Jokanji was debugging the karaoke, Songji lifted a bottle of fruit wine and asked, Don't worry, Jokanji ordered a recent hot pop song. You can't even get drunk after 10 drinks. She skillfully took the corkscrew and pried open 2 bottles of fruit wine, handing one bottle to Songji, boisterously. Come on, sister, you and I haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's drink up. Saying that it was dry, Songji didn't dare to drink more, only gently sipped it. His eyes narrowed and brightened slightly. It's good, right? Sisters taste in bags. The two men ate and drank and chatted, and gradually the conversation drifted off. Jokanji, speaking from my sister's experience of having talked to a dozen men, the more exaggerated a man's muscles are, the less he can do. Songji's mind flashed through Tangshur's thin muscles, just right, slender and strong. She liked it anyway. Jokanji continues, the longer a man's fingers and the bigger the knot in his throat, the longer he lasts. Songji's bony hands and the knot of his throat rolling impatiently flashed in his mind again. She likes it too. The more arched a man's hips are, the more. Joe Porridge hiccuped and paused. We, Dawn Poetry, are fireproof against our girlfriends. Chapter 138, Wrong Score. Just, what? Song rhetorically begged. Jokanji was indeed drunk and clapped twice in excitement. The more Q-bomb you shoot, the more Q-bomb you get. Song rhetoric flashed in his head again. Oh, this one can't be thought of. But she also loved it. Talked about a foreign handsome man last time. Jokanji sked. It's awesome. White people or this. She gave a thumbs up. Songji collapsed dizzily on the sofa without a word, thinking that the wine had a really strong aftertaste. But Jokanji held Songji's face in fascination for a long time, then touched her breasts, frowning. Is handsome straight brother not able to? Such a big beauty, cohabiting for so long, can hold back? I can't even help it. He's a ninja, right? Songru wrinkled his eyebrows, sipped a mouthful of wine, clueless eyes. Dear General, he just said that he had to wait a little longer. Jokanji will not have to wait until the wedding. Right, the Qing dynasty are dead and still play this set. If I say life is short, we must have fun in time. Men, at 18 or 19, are diamonds in the rough? She wiggled and gave another thumbs up. Not after that. It's not. Songji came to Jokanji's ear, a thin layer of red spread on his face, and whispered in an airy voice. He said he wanted to wait until I wanted to sleep with him too. So you don't want to sleep? Jokanji bristled. We've been friends for so many years. Don't pretend in front of me. Songru blinked, stretched out his hand then a distance, then slowly increased. There is that. Want to sleep. But, Song rhetorically blushed even more. I'm a little embarrassed to say. Go on. Jokanji slammed the sofa. Call him now. A woman 3 times drunk. Act until he weeps. As soon as the words left his mouth, the phone Songju threw on the sofa rang. One look at the memo, tangy eye. Jokanji was happy. Handing a pillow when you doze off. Wonderful. Too wonderful. Songji took a deep breath. Inexplicably nervous. so I take it? Jokanji, hurry up. Song rhetorically pressed the green button. Hello? Songja's voice trembled slightly. There was an aha on the other end. What? Called out of the blue? Tangshur was silent for a while and asked, that BFF of yours, is she around? Jokanji's head shook like a rattle. Songru, no. Quiet for a few seconds. Girlfriend, the teenager's voice, which had just been cold and proper, suddenly showed a few points of resignation. I miss you. When can I come over and pick you up? Jokanji was lying on the couch, biting the pillow and pounding it frantically, looking like he was going crazy. Song rhetorically hesitated for a moment. Tomorrow morning? Jokanji on the couch making mouths. Today, tonight, on the. Song rhetorically changed his tone. Tonight, it's fine. Tansy paused. Are you serious? I hit the turn signal. Jokanji suddenly shouted from the side. Gee, why are you stealing my fruit wine? This wine has a high degree of alcohol. Song rhetoric. The voice on the other end of the line sank. Have you been drinking? Song-ru was silent for a moment. Slightly drunk. Quite bold. Tangshur's voice was cool. Two girls staying at a hotel at night and drinking randomly? Wait, I'll be right over. After that, he hung up the phone. This love affair makes you talk. Jokanji really bumped into it. Pure milk isn't even that pure. Song-ru bristled. He's no pure milk. He's got a lot of private flirtations and likes to troll her. Less than half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Songja walked over and looked at the cat's eye before opening the door. Tangshur stood outside the door, didn't go in, only looked her up and down, blushing a bit and smelling faintly of fruit wine. One pair of eyes was rather more clear and transparent than usual. Is that friend of yours okay with being here alone? He asked in a low voice. Don't mind me, I'm wide awake. Jokanji's exuberant voice came from inside the hotel. Don Z. He shrugged and took Songji's hand, closing the hotel door behind him and inclining his head. Let's go then. I don't know if it was because of the fruit wine, but Songji's heart was beating fast now, and the whole person was like a full balloon floating in the clouds, with bubbles gurgling in his head. He went to the front desk first to deal with the attendant. Tangshur said, the guest who lives in 1401 is also a drunk. Please keep an eye on her and don't let her out to roam around. Songji obediently stood next to him, being held by him, keenly aware of the word also, retorted. I'm not a drunkard. Drunks usually don't admit they're drunks. Tangshur hopelessly pinched her cheeks. On the way back, Songji curled up in the passenger side, the back of his head resting on Tangshur's hand, his palm-sized face red, humming softly. Tangshur drove with one hand, staring ahead, occasionally gently rubbing her head. Tangshur, love you so much. The girl's voice was obediently soft. I like myself too. The teenager got cocky, smelly and smug. Let's sing you a song. Song-ru said. Sing. He threw out a random sentence. What kind of man are you? What kind of man are you? Don Z. Change the song. You smell like her perfume. It's my nose that's guilty. Don TCHY. Change it again. Don't you like me? Change the song for dessert. Songja flattened his lips. You're quite bossy. Too beautiful a promise because it's too young, but honey, it's not love. What isn't love? It's not love when you're almost in love. Tangshur was obviously furious, and felt that she was childish to argue with a drunkard, so she simply ordered her own song. I want to listen to Love You Slowly. Song rhetoric, so mean. No singing. Auntie, who dares to be mean to you? Tangshur pinched her earlobe, self-satisfied and fastidious. I'll sing if you don't. The carriage fell into silence, leaving only Tangshur's magnetic, low-muffled voice flowing quietly. The book always talks about the joyous evening, the bike ride and the conversation between him and her. The girl's white dress the boy loves to see her wear. Songji quietly looked at the teenager's smooth and handsome side face, cocked her head, and said, Tangshur, you seem to be out of tune. It may be the only window God closes for him. Sings off key. Tangshur hummed, her tone arrogant and devious. Who stipulates that a song can only have one key? Songji smiled and complied with him. No one is stipulating that. It's the wrong song sheet. She figured there was only one downsy in the world, and she had to get used to it. Tangshur froze when he heard her say this and couldn't help but rub her head with a reckless smile. He's still humming softly, and the evening breeze isn't even as gentle as he is tonight. Slowly like you, slowly intimate, slowly talk about yourself, slowly walk with you, slowly I wanna match you, slowly give me to you. Soon. Chapter 139, I love you. Outside the window of the car, crowds of people, street scenes rewinding, silhouettes zooming in and out in front of their eyes, turning into black dots, each going their own way, each going to the mountains and the sea. They all have stories and they are all passing through. And how glad she was at the moment that she hadn't gotten separated from the humming favorite teenager in front of her. Everything about him so clear, so vivid, so distinct. how thankful she was for the hard-working version of herself, and how much she loved him now. The car drove to the neighborhood. Songji relied on the car, not moving, not happy to go. Tang sure. I'm a little dizzy. I can't walk anymore. Songja tilted his head and said, how much did you drink? Tanzi moved closer, helped her out of her seatbelt, and held out 3 fingers, waving them in front of her eyes. How many is this? Songji's face was expressionless. 2. Tanzi held out 4 more and asked, what about this one? Song rhetoric. 2. Really drunk. Tang Sure pressed her head heavily and asked, how much did you drink? Stupid. Tang Sure. Songji pinched his face, feeling love-struck. I told you I'm not drunk. Okay, not drunk. He obviously didn't believe me. Sighed, scooped her up from the passenger side, and said, drunk kid, go home. With one hand on her hip, he held her in front of him, the other shielding her head as he got out of the car. Tang Sure waited, the corner of her lips hooked, and whispered, it seems to have grown a bit, not fat. Songji said not too happily as she lay on his shoulders and hooked her arms around his neck. Okay, not fat. He hugged her, step by step towards the elevator entrance, said danglingly, Songji, ask you a question. Sungru, what? Tang Sure couldn't help but laugh. How many does 1 plus 1 equal? Songru was speechless. 2. How to curse. He said. Stupid. Tang Sure. Songju laughed uncontrollably. It's the front that's scolding you. Back in the apartment, Tang Sure wanted to put her on the bed. Songji hooked his neck and clamped her legs around his waist, not happy about it. Hey, relying on me. Ha? He was helpless and smug. Aha. Song rhetorically peeled tighter. Rely on it. Lie as you like. Tang Sure half kneeled on the bed and clasped her waist to try to pull her away. But now, I still have to go and cook sober soup for you drunken bastard. Ever seen such a virtuous boyfriend? Steal your joy. I'm not drunk. Songji hugged him to death. I don't want to drink sober soup either. Drunkenness makes you stronger. Without tugging, Tanzi compromised. So what do you want? I want to make. Song rhetorically tilted her head, staring straight at him, pausing for a few seconds. Pure milk. You're a girl who talks in a big breath. Tang Sure smiled prodigally, her eyes lightly hooked at the end, lifted her chin, and said meaningfully, I thought you wanted to pick me up, but does this pure milk cure alcohol? Tang Sure pulled out her cell phone and lowered her head. Wait a moment, I-100. Before he could finish his sentence, he was softly interrupted by Song Ru. It's not wrong to understand it this way. What? Tang Sure looked up suddenly. The next moment, a force pressed against his chest. Tang Sure sensed her intentions, but did not struggle, obediently pushed down on the bed. What do you want? He laughed, clearly pinned down, but with a phosphorescent fire under his eyes that he couldn't extinguish. It burned Songji's face 3 more times. The moments when alcohol goes to your head don't blur the mind, but stimulate the guts and senses. Since he's my boyfriend, it's okay for me to take a dip. Songji's tone tried to remain as calm as possible. Of course. Tang Sure let go of the hand holding Songji's body, both hands raised in surrender. Sparingly, her voice trailing off. But, how do you want to soak it? Song Ru was half kneeling on the teenager's chest at the time, and as she leaned over, her soft, full figure was visible. She shifted her eyes upward, sweeping over the arrogantly gaudy red mole at the end of his eye. The sight paused, and with a mixture of curiosity and eagerness, she kissed her way up. After a few moments of kissing, she seemed to be unsatisfied, tentatively sticking out her tongue and flicking it. The wet touch came. Tang Shure's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her breathing was heavy for a moment. He tilted his head, fixing an angle that made it easier to be kissed, and wrapped his arms loosely around her waist, leaving her open for kisses. One leg flexed, his smile raging. Was looking at this mole of mine at the time, I think, he confirmed lowly, laughing so hard that his chest was heaving violently, his clear white eyes looking up at her, insightful long ago, but also compelled for an answer, and at the time, it was to ask when the homework was due. Yes, Song Ji looked like he was addicted, pecking and kissing his mole one by one, saying slowly, at that time, I didn't want you to be too arrogant, and now, Tansy continued to confirm with a low gasp as she kissed her in love. Now, Song rhetorically finally gave up to move away from his red mole, kissing along his jawline all the way down, holding the knot of his throat and grinding it lightly. You can be a little more arrogant. Tang Sure closed her eyes heavily and stifled a grunt with difficulty, noticing that things were getting out of hand. He rolled over and pressed back, clasping her hands in an attempt to stop it. Song Ji, you're drunk now. His voice was a muffled mess, and he stared at her intently, like a hawk, like a wolf, like any poised aggressor. Maybe there's not much sense left. A familiar scent enveloped her, distinctly aggressive, but she only felt reassured. Everything seems to be falling into place. Songju gently cupped his face. I'm wide awake. Tang Sure. There could not be a more sobering moment than now. Prove it how? His brows sharpened, the knot in his throat rolled uncontrollably, and the line of his lips tightened. Songja was quiet for a moment and raised his eyes. I love you, Donnie. It was the first time she had ever said she loved him. The color of desire under Tang Shi's eyes rolled over. Slowly but surely a newborn joy rippled out, like in the crater of a lava-spewing volcano, trembling and drilling out a small yellow flower with a strong vitality. He froze in silence for a moment, then violently rolled out of bed. Song-ru acted faster than he thought and subconsciously grabbed the corner of his coat. She wasn't good at talking about love, and the words she'd just spoken had taken all her courage. She wasn't sure when she'd next take the initiative. Instead, Tansi lowered her head and kissed her heavily, her eyes bright and her smile pleasant. Didn't plan on letting you go, baby. I'm going downstairs now to get a set. You've only got 10 minutes to think dash. Wait, with what position? Song rhetoric. After a pause, he added, do you have a requirement for flavor? Song rhetoric. Oh, you haven't tried it yet. He was very sweet. That's okay, we can try each flavor once. Song Ju, you can go now. Tang Shi took 2 steps outside, then suddenly turned around again, cupped her face with both hands, and solemnly kissed her forehead, her eyes slightly red. Baby, there's something I've told you many times, but please don't get bored. I'll tell you a million more times for the rest of my life. He closed his eyes and rested his forehead against hers, as if he wanted to use it to touch souls. Love you today too. Chapter 140, The Demon. For the first time, the heavy hormonal scent of Tansy overpowered the familiar scent of lemon bubbles. The process was soldierly, and it was clear that both men had only one passion, which was ultimately paper thin. It was like they were back in that snowy alley again. Green, vaguely excited, yet bewildered by each other. Songji is fine, just lie down. Tang poetry on. He's busy, but he doesn't know what he's busy with. Halfway through he was shaking his hands so badly that he dropped several more. All in all it was very panicky. Long foreplay. At some point, Songji's fingertips curled uncontrollably. Tang sure. Songli couldn't help but call out to him. Love you, baby. It was hard for him to resist, too, his handsome brow covered in sweat as he kissed her momentarily, whispering low in her ear in an attempt to distract her. For example, the tulips we just replaced in the house are dying, but the May roses are in full bloom, so ask her what color she'd like. For example, he's been learning to cook lately, but what comes out tastes average and he doesn't know what's wrong with it. Finally he moved in and slowly took her close in his arms. Song rhetorically clasped him tightly. Baby, it's great, he coaxed softly while holding the back of her head and clasping it to his shoulder. Bite me if you can't take it. It's okay, baby. Song rhetorically inclined his head and hugged him tightly as if he was the only piece of driftwood on the sea. She finally relented and bit heavily on his shoulder and neck. The moon was high in the sky that night, and it was clear that it wasn't raining, but Songji was being lapped and drowned by the waves one at a time. It was the latter part of the night when it was really over. Songji lay on the bed, not even wanting to move a single finger, letting Tang Shi carry her to the bath. The water temperature was very suitable, the massage technique was also good, and he even laughed lowly and said that he had learned it from her. Apparently, he was in the opposite state of her and was now hyperactive, rambling to her while bathing her and occasionally rubbing his head against her. Song rhetorically now just want to sleep, naturally too annoying, perfunctorily patted his head and said, well, no, do not make noise, I want to sleep. The bathroom was quiet for a few seconds, followed by the unmistakably calm voice of a teenager. Baby, that maneuver just now, shoot the dog. Song rhetoric, oops, got caught. She opened her mouth and just wanted to say something to cover it up, but Tang Shi had long since lowered her eyelashes again and continued to rub her back as if nothing had happened. Songji carefully observed his expression, confirming that there was nothing wrong, before he could breathe a sigh of relief. The teenager then looked down, rubbed her waist hard, and threw in a thoughtless, I didn't realize you had this hobby. Song rhetoric, a flash of bad anticipation flashed through her mind. Told you so. He raised his eyes and stared at her meaningfully, aggressively, as if he was about to show his canine teeth the next second. It's not just for a girlfriend dash. When? Dog. Song rhetorically swallowed heavily. I got this, baby. He continued to himself. Need props? I'll place an order tonight. Songja tilted his head in despair, not knowing where to start even if he wanted to retort. Jesus Christ, just come up with something random and take this demon in. After dilly-dallying through the shower, Tang Shi took the bath towel and wrapped her whole body in it, then carried her out of the bedroom. Songji was served comfortably, consciously finding a comfortable position to lie in his arms, shrinking like a kitten, her face flushed and white, her eyes closed, her eyebrows like a picture. The two of them lay face to face on the bed. Tang Shi gently wrapped his arms around her waist and stared at her without blinking, looking at her for a while. He couldn't help but come closer and kiss her face and lips, a touch, but resistant to abrasion. Songji was almost asleep several times and was woken up by his kisses again. Finally she couldn't take it anymore and splat dash him in the face and said fiercely, "Go to sleep." Tang Shi directly dragged her into her arms and rubbed her, raised her eyebrows and smiled even more. "You're hitting it out of the park now. Ha, you're so annoying, Tang Shi." Songju couldn't help but frown. Aha. He kissed her forehead one last time, clasped the back of her head and brought it toward his hot arms, and said, "Go to sleep and leave you alone." Songju woke up once in the middle of the day because it was too hot to be held by Tang Shi. She silently rolled out of his embrace, and not 2 minutes later, someone turned the air conditioning down a bit, and then with a long arm, he had her in his arms again. Songju felt like he had drifted off to sleep for a long time, and woke up again, his body and mind soothed and his spirit unexpectedly good. The room was curtained and dimly lit, and the seat next to it was empty. She touched her cell phone on the nightstand and glanced at the time. 1700 hours. It's been almost a day since I slept. No wonder it's so comfortable. Songji stretched out on the bed, lazily thinking, it's been a long day of sleeping. Why don't you just sleep some more? She rolled the covers around her head and went back to sleep. Songja was woken up by a kiss. Her eyes, the bridge of her nose, her lips, the constant wet touch on her neck. Tang Shi. What for? Songju's eyes were closed. His breathing was still even, and both hands fumbled to cup his face, asking softly, "Are you kissing the monster?" "Ordered takeout for you." Tang Shi half squatted beside the bed, lowered his head, kissed her one by one, and would absently suck on his lips when he kissed her. "There's that sweet and sour pork you love so much. Eat it before you go to sleep, okay?" Aha. Songja's brain sank. Good, but there was no intention of moving. "Want me to carry you there?" he asked. Song rhetorically shook his head and yawned. "Give me 3 seconds. 3 seconds passed and the brain rebooted. Songji opened his eyes on time and struggled to get up from the bed, his eyes dazed. "Ah, that's so cute." Tang Shi watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh, coming over for another kiss. For his part, Song rhetorically expressed his satisfaction with his supercharged power. She put on her slippers and stood up. Hiss. Weak legs. Tang Shi was beside her in time to hold her up, and then hugged her horizontally. "I can do it myself." Song rhetorically tried to remain calm. "But thanks." Aha. Tansy cupped her hands perfunctorily. "Baby's great." Song rhetoric. Without a word, she buried herself into his shoulder and neck. "Does it still hurt?" he asked. "It's okay, not very painful." Songja's ears flushed red. After all, his service beforehand and after is quite good, and it only came once. Then it looks like I'm okay with learning. Tang Shi was thoughtful. He also made a point of checking out a lot of books and information on the subject. Songji inexplicably understood his subliminal meaning, but she felt that this topic could be turned over, so she stopped talking back. But Tang Shi persevered. "Do you want to apply more medicine?" "I'm ready." "Songju, I'm hungry. Where's the rice?" She changed the subject directly. So Song rhetorically rinsed his mouth and washed his face in a very ceremonial manner just after 8 in the evening, and then sat down at the table. It was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening after dinner, and Songji, having slept all day, was now unusually clear-headed and even a little excited. She was nestled on the couch with Tangsi, and a huge curtain was draped over a horror movie. Chapter 141, Unqualified. Said to be a horror movie, but more like a little logic of the psychosis of the movie. To Songju watched all look happy. She leaned back against Tangsi, laughing and spitting as she watched. The person who was rambling changed to Songji. On the contrary, Tang Shi's words became fewer at this time, only ruffling her hair without a single stroke, occasionally whispering a few words in agreement. The horror movie saw the middle of the movie and this line came up. "I find it very interesting. Binger is so beautiful. You don't even find it interesting to hug her. Then how else do you find it interesting?" "I understand what you mean." "Don't you really understand what I mean?" Songji fell straight into Tang Shi's arms with a laugh. "This movie is so much fun." Tang Shi felt helpless and amused. How a horror movie can be made to look like a comedy movie to her effect. One minute he's tilting his head in fear at the red-clad ghost in the movie, and the next his girlfriend is laughing and falling into his arms. "No way. Can't show your face in front of your girlfriend." He forced himself to stare at the suddenly enlarged ghostly face in the movie. Song rhetorically laughed enough to tilt his head back and look upward. Only the teenager's lips were pursed, his jawline was taut, and he was sitting in a rare upright position, his eyes sharp and unmoving. The ghostly red light of the movie poured over him, and Songji inexplicably felt that he was full of righteousness. Tang poetry. Songji moved closer over to look at him, finding it funny. "You're not mumbling socialist core values in your heart, are you? Looking down on who?" Tansy continued to stare, proud and bony, the knots in her throat rolling uncontrollably. "I need to?" He thought to himself that this was indeed a good idea. Why hadn't he thought of that just now? "Don't be afraid, Tang Shi." Songji smoothed his taut spine to himself and coaxed him. "There are no ghosts in this world at all. Even if there are ghosts, we haven't done anything wrong. and we're not afraid of ghosts knocking on our door. I know. Another ugly and bloody human head appeared in the movie. Tang sure didn't look at it anymore. Both hands pinched Songji's waist and made her sit on his lap. Her tone was disgusted. It's the special effects of this movie that made it too ugly. He paused and deliberately lowered his voice again. Scared me. Songru raised her eyes to look at him and blinked, a smile hanging at the corner of her lips. Tangshur lowered her eyes and came over to cover her lips, saying vaguely and contentedly, "What a Thai movie. It's not as good as Kissing My Pretty Girlfriend." Song rhetorically thought the same thing. The curtains in the room were closed. The flowers and shadows swayed. The movie was still playing, and the obscured light sprinkled on the two men, dropping a room of charming. The breathing in the room grew deeper. "Baby, I've heard that what a woman says in bed doesn't count." Tangshur clasped her hands and pressed her down on the sofa. "It's clearly a man." Songja's eyes were misty, but he didn't forget to retort. "Men and women are all the same." He leaned over and nibbled on her earlobe, his hot breath spilling in. "How about we do it once on the couch?" He whispered a plea. "Will you love me again on the couch?" Songji was so hot from his kisses that he didn't say yes or no. "Okay?" He was almost seductive. "Why do you always like to ask?" Songji's fingertips curled up with difficulty, and without a word, she hooked her arms around his neck and pressed him downward. Tangshur got her way and couldn't help but laugh. The smugness of it was practically pouncing on the sky. Inside the dimly lit room, the atmosphere was even hotter. I don't know how long had passed, and both of them were on the verge of doing their business, when an abrupt ringtone abruptly sounded in the ambiguous chamber. The cell phone rang. Song rhetorically inclined his head away to catch his breath. Of course Tangshur heard it. He cupped her chin and continued to kiss her. Couldn't care less. Yet the phone rings persistently and long. Songji haphazardly touched his cell phone, opened his eyes in a daze, saw the note, and his mind cleared instantly. She nudged Tansy, who was pressed up against her and kissing her everywhere, and said, "My mom's phone." A basin of cold water was thrown over his head. Tangshur let out a long breath. What a way to die. He lay on top of her for a half-dozen moments to calm her down, and then slowly rose, kneeling openly on the couch, the lust in his eyes unfading. His voice disheveled and husky, "Take it." Songji cowered in the corner of the sofa, calmed his breathing, and pressed answer. The little girl was disheveled. Her body was covered with ambiguous traces of last night and tonight. Dense, but she also lied in a serious manner, saying, "Well, yes, Mom, I'm in the dormitory, and I plan to go to bed." The scene is more or less tainted with absurdity. Young Master Tang had been called an asshole since he was a child, and he had never thought that he had been called an asshole, until now, when he realized that he seemed to be a real asshole. It's still a bit of an asshole to give away a beautiful cabbage without even saying hello, but to say "I regret it," I'm sorry to say that there really isn't any semblance of it. He used to think that they had a long future ahead of them anyway, so there were a lot of things that could be done step by step, slowly, but the love is really raging. He wants to love all the time. I couldn't suppress my mind from wanting to have early sex with her before, and I can't suppress my mind from wanting to do it with her now, and want to marry her later. Always stupid and imperative. That's what this stinks about. He can't change it, and he doesn't want to. About 10 minutes later, Songju hung up the phone. The room was quiet and the charm had dissipated. Tansy opened her legs, lazily inclined her head, and leaned back on the couch. The two men, one sitting at that end of the couch and the other leaning against this end of the couch, stared at each other wordlessly in the slightest hint of light from the movie screen. About 3 seconds. Simultaneously, he inclined his head and burst out laughing. Doing is not an option. Tangshur glanced down and was then violently shocked to death. He wrapped Songji from that end, lowered his head to pinch her face, and deliberately said, "In the dormitory? Going to bed soon? Then what to do? Can't tell the truth, or they'll kill the North City tonight." Songji paused and said cryptically, "And chop you up." Tansy glanced down again. He sighed. In the final analysis, he felt that he was still not quite good enough. He didn't have much capital to meet her parents yet, and for the time being, he wasn't qualified to marry her. What does he have? A present that has nothing and a future that sounds fake and empty. If you really want to marry her, you can't have people's parents ask and say "I'll have all this later." Who doesn't know how to brag? And he can't really rely on his dad when he has arms and legs. What are you doing? Sad face. Songji raised his hand, index and middle fingers against his lips, manually poking him a smiley face. "I'm kidding. Chopping is illegal." "They won't." Tangshur looked at her deeply, kissed her heavily on the forehead and said, "Take a precaution in advance. Your boyfriend is expected to be very busy for the next few years, so don't miss me too much." "Boyfriend? Do you think I'm idle?" Songja tilted his head and asked. "I know you're busy." Tangshur came over and kissed her, gently biting the tip of her tongue, running out of good tone. "But can't you take a break from your busy schedule and think about me more?" Sticky bastard. Songju still couldn't hold back a laugh. "Well, It only sticks to you, Tansy said. Another not-so-serious kiss for a while. The asshole popped up. Baby, I'm good again. Do, Tang Asai, it scared me. Song-ru, pretend. You pretend again. Chapter 142, Ties. Of course, the two did talk the talk, and for a long time they were both very busy indeed. Either he's busy or she is. In addition to running both to the institute and the classroom, Tangshur would mysteriously run off campus for 10 days at a time. At the longest, the two hadn't seen each other in about half a month. Even the school forums were starting rumors of the two breaking up. The rumor spread for a few days and then it couldn't go on because within a few days, they were photographed kissing on the shores of the unnamed lake. There's certainly more than kissing in private. It was probably just the beginning of fall. The weather turned cooler, and the ginkgos outside the window swayed and fell all over the ground. The teenager's spine was arched, and the sweat dripping down those beautifully smooth abs was enough to bring her back to life after she'd died once. He likes to attach himself to her ear and ask, over and over again, without fail, baby, did you miss me? Baby, love me or not? His eyebrows and eyes are moving with emotion. Not yet the ease of an adult, but also the recklessness and harshness of a teenager. More than youthful, less than mature, but can be hard in the heart of Song-ji lit a handful of fire after a handful of fire. It really hooked her to death. Song-ru was light in nature and didn't care about many things, thus it never occurred to her that she would turn out to love someone so passionately. But if that person had been Tangshur, then it would have seemed as if the matter had become a matter of course. He deserved to be loved warmly by the world. She was glad that she loved him so passionately. Baby, why are you still distracted? His voice carried a fierce edge of intent. He took the sockets of her legs. Lips were gagged, thoughts harder to put together. After it was over, Tangshur carried her to take a shower. After everything was cleaned up, the two snuggled up in bed. As usual, he got the better of it, keeping his head down, rubbing the reddened spot on her chest with a difficult look on his face. What to do? Girlfriend, really didn't push much. Song-ji closed his eyes, still not slowed down, and temporarily did not have the heart to pay attention to him. He didn't think to give her a ride, either, and his chin lazily lolled down to her shoulder and neck as he said something not quite in tune with what was going on. For a while there, he followed Prof. Young to Germany for an exchange meeting. Because of the 6-hour time difference, the two of them couldn't get their time together, so they didn't hit the video much. A few days ago on the streets of Germany, a man winked at me. Tangshur drew circles on her chest and said absently, Yi Maoran said the odds are that he wanted to pick me up. He probably just wanted to say hello. Song said softly, Don Z condemned. Baby, you should have a little sense of crisis. Song rhetoric, so serious. Songja changed his words, I'm jealous. Why is this all jealousy? Are you a jealous man? He sure laughed heartily. He just wanted to say hi. Vinegar spirit. Songja lazily nodded his head in affirmation. I'd be jealous of a female mosquito sucking your blood. Tansy laughed her ass off. On the nightstand, Songju's cell phone rang again. She was too lazy to move and gestured for Tangshur to hold it for her. Tangshur's long arm fished out. Her eyes glanced casually, and then settled. Her eyes narrowed, slowly sidled her head, and said in one word, male, friend, number one? He had 10 big words written plainly under his eyes, he's boyfriend number one. So who am I? The bell was still ringing and he pinched it off with a grimace. Song rhetorically blinked sluggishly, then arched an eyebrow and began to smile. Funny? Tangshur let out her anger and bit on her shoulder, asking threateningly, ha, very funny? Where's boyfriends 2, 3, and 4? Hand them over. After a pause, he added with a smirk, what number am I? In the top 10, right? It's not right to be too far back in line when you start lining up in high school. I can explain. Song-ru was still smiling. Explain what you explain? You explain I have to listen? He was being a rascal again, pressing himself against her in a smooth, gnawing manner. Songji watched as he was already kissing her waist and stomach, realizing what was going on. His heart pounding, slightly flustered. He touched his head. His tone slowed down, trying to smooth his hair. It's Joe Kanji. Boyfriend number one is Joe Kanji. Aha. Tangshur had actually guessed. He roamed down. Go on. Joe Kanji's dream since childhood is to be a sea queen and raise a large group of fish in a pond. But raising such a large group of fish takes time. And sometimes I don't have time to accompany me, in order to prevent me from being jealous. Jealous? He gave a hard kiss, stirring and tossing. Jealous of who? Songji's voice shook so much that he continued stiffly. Chow Chow said no matter how many fish are in the pond, I'm always first in line. So, just want me to give her notes on this. When he finally finished, Songji slowly let out a breath of relief, his fingertips trembling, and it was difficult to repress them as they plunged into the teenager's moist forehead hair. Well, the moral is good. It's really a touching era of sisterhood, he commented lightly. So the memo, are you changing it? Song rhetoric, I think. We can talk it over. He was fuming. Song rhetorically spun. Change. Tangshur finally raised her head and smiled innocently. I didn't force you, he pondered. But, what was your note to me? Songji felt finished and grabbed his cell phone to run. However, just after getting out of bed, her legs went weak, and she was scooped back into the bed by someone who pulled out the cell phone in her hand, threw it on the bed, hooped her in his arms, and laughed. What are you running for? Just take a look. Won't eat you. After saying that, he sighed, with a look of having a headache and not being able to do anything about her. Don't worry, I'm a generous person. As long as it ranks in the top 10 of your boyfriend list, I can barely tolerate it. Song-ru was a bit exasperated and said with a stiff upper lip, that's not so bad as to fall out of the top 10. Tangshur tugged at the corner of her lips, her eyes deepening. Slowly, he fished his own cell phone from the nightstand and dialed her number without slowing down in front of her. Inside the dimly lit room, Songju's cell phone relit up. The word Tangyai is clearly visible. Song-ru curled up in his arms, a hard, hot chest behind her, her heart beating ever so passionately and vigorously. Her eyelashes trembled, and she could almost imagine what he would say next. Tansy licked the corner of her mouth, picked up her cell phone again, and pressed answer without blinking. His eyes burned and extremely slowly he placed the phone to her ear, and then he slowly arched his back and pressed the side of her neck to her other ear. In the darkness, all actions are slowed down and magnified. On one side was a clear, cold electronic voice. On one side was a rolling, burning teenage voice. Ice and fire hit her ears one by one, hitting her so hot that tears almost seeped out from under her eyes. But baby, there are no collars in the house, he intoned casually, letting out a soft chuckle, pausing for a few seconds as if he was actually thinking of a solution. Would a collar work? Chapter 143, Song Snail. Later, because her note to him was tangy eye, he started calling her Song Snail. She especially likes to yell when she's a little arrogant and disgruntled. Song Snail, come here and give me a kiss. What do you mean, Song Snail? Feelings fade right. Song Snail, it's the weekend and you're still not home. Did you forget about your boyfriend who's alone in the cold? Okay, so play it right. Song Snail, you're done for the night. So much so that later, Songji's heart thumped every time she heard Tangshur call her by that name. Hell knows what this young master is going to do to her again. Yen Shanshan felt that she was just too spoiled for him and was honest after one slap. Song rhetoric. Not really, he'll be cool. This brother is far worse than can be imagined. Soon the North City entered December, and the first snowfall of the year came early, and it was they who watched it together. Both had their hair dyed back to black as well. Another year, silver, changed the earth. The same or hand in hand together forward together they. Song-ru did not often post friend circles, much less show love, and Tangshur basically never appeared in her friend circle. Occasionally, it appears as a back or a hand, but he appeared in the comments section quite often, because he had a lot of friends, and often, to Song-ru's surprise, people would recognize him and then cue him at the bottom of her comments. Let's say she posts a selfie, a bunch of comments at the bottom, so beautiful, at Tangshur, your wife. Tansi followed the formation. Tangy eye, so beautiful, at Tangy eye, so jealous of you. Tangy eye, oh, I'm Tangy eye, that's okay. Others, ha. Tangshur is occasionally jokingly referred to as a scumbag because she is not in her circle of friends. Tangshur, are you afraid of being seen by your boyfriend's number 2, 3, and 4? There is a blocking grouping function, don't know. It's become a running gag between the two to tease each other. Songja was serious. Well, what about it? Can't you sympathize with me? With so many boyfriends, it's hard for me to balance. It has to rain on my parade, sending this and that. Exasperated, Tangshur pressed against her forehead and rubbed her face hard. It was about 9 p.m. In the middle of finals week, and the two had just come out of the library. The snow has been falling for days on end, and it hasn't stopped yet. Flakes after flakes after flakes. Songji was wearing a white woolen cap of the same style as Tangshur's, tilted his head, made a cupped hands, and caught the slowly falling snowflakes, with a surprise in the bottom of his eyes. Tangshur, the snow hasn't stopped yet. Aha. Tangshur inclined her head to look at her, a soft smile spreading under her eyes. The snow hasn't stopped yet. It was December 18th, 2019, their third year together. Because there was so much going on during finals week, they didn't have time to go out on a date or prepare a gift, so the two made an early pact. If it's still snowing on December 18th, then a longer kiss. If it doesn't snow, take a longer kiss. Make up for the lack of snow. They took this as a gift and date for their third anniversary together. Songji especially liked kissing Tangshur in the snow. It seemed to her that Tangshur looked a little better than usual when it was snowing. The white snowflakes would make his complexion whiter. Tangshur's features were standard and delicate, yet Songju liked his eyes the most. The just right upward curve, the red moles that show when the eyes are slightly drooping, the rooted lashes, all beautiful, especially the eyelashes. His eyelashes were not that curly, but they were very long, longer than Song Ji's eyelashes, and when it snowed in the winter, the snowflakes would stop on his eyelashes, which always made one's heart palpitate. Snow drifts down from the sky, a pair of young men kissing. They had known every inch of each other for a long time, so they faded from their earlier urgency, and instead, they were kissing nonchalantly, teasingly. They both looked at each other with open eyes, their gazes soft and quiet, the affection contained in them strong and beautiful. It was late at night, and the light was too hazy to really see. The road pedestrians hurry to rush, but if coldly look on them so a glance, will also feel, the earth is worth, all things lovely. Back to the apartment. Tangshur went to take a bath first. Songji was in the study and still had a few things to finish. By the time Tangshur came out of the bathroom, Songji had already returned to the bedroom. She was sitting in front of the dresser, her heavy down coat faded to a loose white sweater, her high balled-up hair tied back, revealing her long white neck. There was a large pile of bottles and jars on the table, most of which were Songji's own and a small portion of which she had bought for Tangshur. This girl seems to care more about that face of his than Tangshur. Every time before you go out, give yourself carefully coated several layers, not to mention, but also have to pull over. Tangshur also coated a few layers. Sometimes she squeezed more, but also a brain coated his face. Said just more maintenance. Tangshur often hands lazily folded behind her head, lying on the bed, smiling and letting her paint, her mouth still unconvinced. What do you mean, ah Song Snail? In the future, when I get old, I can't wait for people with color, then I don't love me anymore. Songji carefully and patiently to him after smearing sunscreen, and then hands holding his face, one by one tracing his three-dimensional delicate features, the corner of the lips curved, kissed him a mouthful, said, will not handsome also love. Tangshur hadn't had time to be happy, she added, but not as much as I love it now. Don Z. Okay, Song Snail. He rolled over and pinned her underneath him, tickling her viciously. You've got a crush on my face, don't you? When I'm old, will you change to a younger one? What number will it be then? 1003, 1004, 1005? Songji was truly ticklish, arching his body and curling up on the bed, laughing. It's not that exaggerated. There aren't that many emperors, okay? Tangshur, you really want to go through with it? You just piss me off, Song Snail. One day your boyfriend will be pissed off by you sooner or later. Goo. Not angry. Tangy I. Just love you one. Songji barred several kisses on his face, grasping and coaxing. Dancy wore a pair of gray house pants, topless, rubbing her hair with one hand as she locked eyes with the girl in the mirror. After about 2 or 3 seconds of silence, he came over and leaned against the dresser, his body still fogged over, his back slightly arched as he lightly tickled her chin, casually dropping, how's the face holding up today? Still handsome, baby? There were still droplets of water on the tip of his nose, about to fall, but his eyes were drenched in ink and fogged over. Song-Ru stared without blinking, and it was only after a long time that he reacted and said, handsome. The corner of Tangshur's lips hooked. Sleeping with me then? Or I'll put it another way. The teenager was still nonchalantly scrubbing his hair, his tone trailing off, the red moles at the ends of his eyes more clear with water. Tonight, flip me? Chapter 144, The Diary of Ye Ye. Songji was quiet for a few seconds, his earlobes gradually reddened, and he said very unprofessionally, flip. She stood up. Wait for me, I'll go wash up first. Bath. Before the words left his mouth, Songji was picked up by the waist. The world turned upside down and she was thrown straight onto the bed. Song-Ru's eyes widened. You. Tangshur lowered her eyes, absently fished out the watch that was placed on the nightstand, glanced at it, gave a faint tisk and threw it back. But baby, it's too late. You're in a hurry. Song-Ru. Why didn't I know I was in a hurry? Isn't it going to rain on your parade? He clasped Songji's wrist with one hand and nailed it to the head of the bed. His tone was still casual, casually lifting her sweater and kissing her from the waist and stomach. His tone couldn't have been more intimate. If I don't move faster, how can I make time for number 2, 3, and 4 behind me? Songji was still talking tough. I think one proctor in one night is enough. Tansy started kissing her red mole, nibbling it lightly, and said vaguely, so baby, how many numbers of boyfriends do you really have? Songji's fingertips curled up tightly against the waves coming through his body, and he said haphazardly, 100 or so. Tangshur's tone was light. 100. How much? Songji gritted his teeth, just refusing to give in. 100. 01. Good, Tansy said. Then wait for the count. He tore one open and said gently, remember, well, count them. Count to what number? Baby. What number? Speak. 21. Ah, wrong number, baby. Recount. After it was over, Tangshur kissed the wet hair on the back of her neck. I haven't finished counting, baby. Continue next time. After a pause, he finally couldn't help but laugh and owed it to him. Baby, next time the number of boyfriends say less, preferably no more than 10, or else you won't be able to count them. Songji didn't have an ounce of strength left, the ends of his eyes red, swearing that there was no one worse than Tangshur in this world. However, when taking a bath, Songji was lying in the bathtub, the water temperature was just right, and when he was drifting off to sleep, a pair of jade earrings suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, matching the guanine necklace Songji wore around his neck. Baby, happy 3rd anniversary. Tansy kissed her earlobe. There will be many more 3rd years to come. Songru barely opened her eyes to look at him, leaned back against his shoulder, kissed his chin, and said, thanks. Tansy thought that was too tame a response as he fished her out of the tub, dried her body, and carried her toward the bed, sighing with regret. Would have liked to give some ceremony, like playing a little romance with physics or something. He's kinda good at that, but the disadvantage is that this will likewise consume Songji's energy. She is already quite tired at the end of the week, but also have to cooperate with him to get all these. Then this boyfriend went too unqualified, because I guessed it a long time ago. Songja said softly. He's so ritualistic that he volunteered to say that the anniversary was over and make some kind of pact, and it looked like he didn't want her to be distracted during finals week. Songji had received many gifts from Tangshur, including necklaces, earrings, lipsticks, bags, skincare products and other expensive ones. There are also inexpensive ones. He said he would see a lot of interesting things on the way back to see her, even if it was a repetitive and monotonous journey. Things like painted plaster dolls on the side of the road, a pretty headband, or even just the right willow sweeping through his hair. And then he takes the willow and the wildflowers on the side of the road and weaves a wreath, smiling and saying it will bring her good luck. Song rhetorically loved him for these little romances. She kissed him on the lips and said seriously, I love the gift. Happy 3rd anniversary, Don Z. Tangshur's peach blossom eyes were slightly curved and bright. He gently laid her down on the bed, turned out the light, and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, his chin resting in the hollow of her shoulder, rubbing it contentedly. The snow was still falling outside the window, and the only thing left in the darkened bedroom was each other's peaceful breathing. Tangshur, I also prepared a gift for you. Songji suddenly remembered, his brain drowsy, almost murmuring. In the study, Tangshur's hand around her waist tightened, and he answered in a muffled voice, good, thanks baby. Songji was woken up by the cold. Although the wind and snow were raging outside the window, the heat was on inside the house. It was Tansy who didn't hold her and went off somewhere. She did seem to have gotten used to the hot temperature of his arms a long time ago. Songja turned on the bedside lamp, dazed and confused, his mind still not clear. He thought about going to him. She slipped on her slippers and slowly made her way out of the bedroom. The living room was similarly dark, except for the study, the door of which was slightly ajar and faintly glowing with yellow light. Songji rubbed his eyes, put his hand on the doorknob, and opened the door. Tangshur, how do you? Her words trailed off. Tangshur sat at her desk, covering her face with one hand, her head buried low, her shoulders shaking. Seems to hear the sound. He looked up, saw it was her, obviously a little flustered, inclined his head to rub it carelessly. The knots of his throat slid vigorously, trying to suppress the choking, but the sobbing voice still penetrated. How? Aren't you sleeping? Shame on you. He brushed his head away and tried to suppress his tears, yet seeing Song Jiqing gently standing in the doorway, he actually wanted to cry even more. The wet, greasy liquid flowed uncontrollably. What the hell? The tears simply won't stop. Who asked her to write this for him? What a way to die. Songju slowly walked towards him, from darkness into light. The yellowish light finally reveals a journal on the desk, with a beautiful and atmospheric cover that reads Ye Ye Diary in 4 artistic letters. Also drew a samoyed. Did my best and it was ugly too. Blank title page with one line written on it. First things first Odonyai. I can't draw, but love is the same. 2013. 09/21. I accidentally rode through the station today, but picked up a puppy. His master came to get him. It's a handsome figure to look at, but unfortunately the black umbrella covers his face. 2013. 11/02. Wasn't in a good mood and a kid gave me an Ultraman balloon and told me to trust the light. But where is the light? I didn't find it for a while. 2014. 02/03. 19-year-old Song rhetorically traveled through time and space to secretly tell you that you met him in the 8th grade, but didn't recognize him. There is no need to feel sorry for that. Your duty is to level the ground, not to be anxious about the time. At that time, you were still far away from the 1st grade, so try a little harder. Do well in every question of the moment, and the answer will come to you in August and September of the coming year. 2015. 09/01. Tang of the Century. Romantic poetry. The name goes so well with him. There must be a lot of people who love him. Chapter 145. The snow hasn't stopped. 2015. 09/03. He's so good at arm wrestling. It's a little bit handsome and a little bit pretentious. This summer, though, there will be no sunburn. 2015. 09/14. I envy him for being able to miss school without a care in the world. But how he came toward me while waiting for the bus. Remember to get up early to do your homework, or else Mr. Lin will scold you again. 2015. 09/18. Saw him playing on the basketball court after school. Why is your face so red? Heart beating a little faster too. 2015. 09/21. Noticed a red mole in the corner of his eye. So pretty. 2015. 09/24. Went to fondue together and heard so much about him in middle school. Turns out his junior high school was so glamorous, too. But it seems like it should be. Just keep the scenery going. 2015. 09/27. He said he was blind. Blind as blind does. I'm mute too. 2015. 10/01. He actually apologized to me. What's going on? I thought I wasn't aggravated and didn't care. Happy birthday Atansi. Nice to meet you. 2015. 10/04. I can't believe I met him at the secret base. And then there's the little gray one from before that's gotten so big. Thank you for the roses. It's like the mood cleared up when I met you. 2015. 10/13. What a coincidence. He came to practice running too. It doesn't seem so lonely. 2015. 10/14. He put my headphones on, but why is my heart beating so fast? It must be the song. The drums are too dense. Right. 2015. 11/09. Put out a blackboard together. Turns out he can also draw. Turns out I like him. 2016. 01/01. Sneak in a mental note to you. Happy New Year. Don Z. 2016. 02/13. At that time, I was young and thin in spring clothes. I rode a horse and leaned on the slanting bridge, and the building was full of red sleeves. I mean, watch out for freezing colds again. 2016. 07/04. He said he was going to go to BYU with me. Isn't it also a bit? Tang Z. I'll work on it. Don't be disappointed in me. 2016. 08/14. Turns out his dad's the mayor. It feels so far away from me. Can I reach? 2016. 09/23. He actually confessed to me as if in a dream. But Tang poetry, you are far away. How can I reach? 2016. 10/14. Improved a little more on this monthly test. Isn't that a little closer to him too? It's been a really long time since I've seen him. 2016. 10/25. Finally, he passed our class once more. Still wearing the number 30 white jersey. The hair seems to be getting longer. A little nervous for some reason. I had to pretend to talk to the front table. 2016. 11/24. I've been dreaming about him a lot lately. I seem to, really like him. 2016. 12/17. I hear it's snowing tomorrow. Never mind all that. Go confess to him. 2016. 12/18. The first snowy night, unbelievably, I kissed him. Happily, my favorite teenager turned out to be my boyfriend. Egu. Tang 11. If I had known that you would secretly cry like this, I wouldn't have written it for you. Songji cupped his face with some heartache and wiped away the tear tracks on his face. Where is this putting the cart before the horse? Tangshur loosely wrapped his arm around her waist and tilted his head to look at her. Tears were still streaming down his face unconsciously. His long eyelashes were wet. His nasal voice was heavy. You'll have to keep writing for the next few days. I'll be checking in unannounced. After a pause, he said, you can check mine too. It was quiet for a while. He said, I love you so much. Baby. He said, we're perfect for each other. Baby. Aha. Songja rubbed his head and said, got it. Tangshur was silent again. Her eyelashes half pressed, tears still flowing down, ticking and rolling, all the way to her chin, dripping down, looking fragile and aggrieved. Songji drew out paper to wipe him, but he couldn't finish. Tonsi, why are you like this? Don't cry. She coaxed softly, looking down and kissing his thin, hot eyelids. Tangshur's legs were open, and without saying a word, she wrapped Songji between her legs. He arched his back, his forehead resting gently against the young girl's stomach. With such a total admission of defeat, he whispered, Songju, I really must have you. Songji sighed lowly and half squatted down, gently leveling with him. Well, me too. It has to be you. Back then, Tangshur, the proud son of heaven, arrogant, disdainful. There are people who want to break him all proud bones. He was cold, disdainful, unmoved. Later he met Songru, thinking about going to TM's pride, folded it. Yet the young girl is pliable, determined, and powerful. She took one step up the ladder and eventually leveled with him, telling him he didn't have to bow down. fold his arms, or stoop low, and he should be proud forever. To anyone, Tansi picked her up and held her down on one side of her lap. With the dim light, the two gently and quietly stared at each other. Just as Tang Shi couldn't help but move over to kiss her, Songji held back a sentence. Tang Shi, are you tearing continent? How come the tears don't stop flowing? Tang Shi inclined her head and finally didn't hold back her laughter. You're the one with tearing continents. What did I do the last time someone cried? Possibly embarrassed. He turned off the light and resumed his usual tugging and tugging. Come on, emulate that for me. Don't they say love is the same? Come and show me the same. The hell I'll show you. Songja was slightly embarrassed and made a move to leave. I'm going to bed. Held down by the shoulder and not allowed to leave. Song Snail, full of darkness, he called out to her, his voice thick and low, give me a kiss. Songji raised his eyes, seeing his pair of eyes clear and resigned in the darkness, finally hooked his hands around his neck, pressed down and kissed his lips. How is it that one's heart is always soft? Song rhetorically sighed lowly. Are you soft now? Tang Shi pressed the back of her neck, rubbing it gently, pressing against her soft lips, rolling over and over. Aha, Song said, kind of. Could you be a little more soft-hearted then? His fingertips went down, lifting the hem of her dress and rubbing her waist. I love you a little too much right now, he said. Want to do it with you. Songji paused in her movements, while Tang Shi took the opportunity to pry open her lips and teeth, wrapped in salty tears and tangled with her. She closed her eyes and murmured softly, back to the bedroom then. Right here, baby. He snorted heavily, almost pressing down to kiss her. I want to be right here. Songji was silent and didn't say anything back, continuing to kiss him. Tanzi said, thanks good boy. Outside, the wind and snow were raging, but inside it was hot and suppressed with light or heavy panting. Snowflakes limp and fly, following the rhythm, a flake tapping against the window. It's ready. Tang poetry. The wind and snow were still raging outside the window and the sky was almost white. But the baby, he held her, over and over, coming up to her ear and repeating, his voice clear, trying to hammer into his heart and carve into his bones. The snow hasn't stopped. The snow hasn't stopped. I mean, teenage love never ends. Chapter 146, coming to an end. As I slowly move into my junior year of college, my classes are getting fewer and fewer, while my various practical activities are increasing. Tanzi started flying abroad a lot, going to Germany about every 3 months, staying for about a month at a time. Song rhetorically asked what he was going for. He gave her a heavy kiss on the forehead and hung back to say he was going to earn his wife's money. Or maybe it's to go on a date with Yi Maoran. Song Ji lay on the bed, dazed and confused in his arms. Tang Shi then laughed, pinched her face against her forehead and whispered, come on Song Snail, this vinegar you also eat. Song rhetorically closed his eyes and smiled. The lips were gagged again, and there was a little sucking. Baby, what a soft mouth. He sighed softly. Every kiss is a heartbeat away. In the blink of an eye is about to senior graduation season. Song resigned to graduate school. Xia Gonqiu got a top domestic offer. Joansi is planning to go abroad for further study. After the graduation photos, the three of them in the dormitory got together for a meal, and the three girls drank a little wine and cried. The next time we see each other might be the Aji wedding. Xia Gonqiu choked back a sob. Joansi, how do you think time passes so quickly? I feel like I just entered school yesterday and I'm graduating today. Xia Gonqiu, at least you are still going abroad. Maybe you can pick up a handsome foreigner. I am different. Once I leave the school gate, I will go from a student to a social animal. What is this? This is the essential difference between humans and animals. Joansi was indignant. But I studied in England. And what a difference between what I ate and pig food. Song rhetorically leaned over the table and laughed, tilting his head and saying, does getting into graduate school make you some kind of a person to live with? All three men laughed when that was said. Yes, life. All roads lead to cows and horses, and the hurdles are hard to pass. Packing luggage. Songji instead there is nothing to pack. Senior year, because of less classes, she instead stayed in the apartment more time. A lot of things are moved ahead of time. There are only a few scattered, but also packed out a large box. Xia Gonqiu looking for an offer is also in the northern city. She directly called a cargo pull to help her move to the rental house. Joansi sold most of his stuff straight away, and he wouldn't need it when he went abroad anyway. She went to the balcony and carried a mop with the intention of doing the hygiene, and then she saw downstairs, under the maple tree that had grown taller after 4 years, still standing a teenager with a straight posture. Graduation season coincides with early summer, with lush maple leaves and just the right amount of sunshine. With one hand in his pocket and a bouquet of pink lilies in his hand, he was keeping his head down, idly grinding tiny gravel on the ground. He had his usual cold, disdainful expression, but anyone could see that he was looking forward to it. Joansi inexplicably wanted to cry. With graduation season approaching and her imminent move away from her homeland, she does seem a little sexier these days. Yet looking back on her entire college life, she had seen this scene countless times, and had even counted it, a symbol that represented her youth. Until now, she realized that she might be seeing this scene for the last time, and the youth of their generation seems to be coming to a real close. But love shouldn't. Song-ru, Jo-enzi yelled towards the dormitory. What's calling me? The young girl's voice was sweet and gentle. You must be fiercely happy with rich brother. It was quiet for a few seconds. Got it. She laughed, returning it as a matter of course. Jo-enzi thought in that moment. Not should, must, love must not come to an end. After a few more days, Yi Mao-ran returned home. Tunsi picked him up at the airport. On the way, Tangshur opened the navigation and asked him, "Where is the hotel booked?" Yi Mao-ran paused. "Next to Tsinghua." Tangshur glanced at him. "After 4 years, that's as far as the guts go. Book a hotel next to Tsinghua? It's a good thing he thought of it." He scratched his hair with a headache and asked, "Does she, have a boyfriend now?" Tangshur didn't raise her eyes. "Who?" Yi Mao-ran gave a and said without a trace of humor. "Yen Shanshan." "Tanzi, how should I know?" Yi Mao-ran, "If you don't know, can your wife not know?" The word wife pleases Tanzi, who owes it to him. "Sorry, my wife is too fond of being with me to understand such trivialities." Yi Mao-ran, "I said I just returned home. Why do I feel like the sky is not as bright at home as it is abroad?" He looked up at the sky. "So it was the bull in the sky that you blew up." After putting down his luggage, Yi Mao-ran said, "Show me the studio?" "Okay." Tangshur patted his shoulder. "I'll rely on you for the next thing." About 2 years ago, Tangshur approached Yi Mao-ran and asked him if he would like to start a business with him. He threw Yi Mao-ran a thick project plan. "Take a look?" "There's no interest." After Yi Mao-ran finished reading, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He patted Tangshur on the shoulder. "Good brother. I haven't mixed with you for nothing for so many years, and I'm thinking of my buddies when I have this kind of good thing. Don't rush to be happy. We have to clear up our respective responsibilities and obligations first, lest we fail to do business when the time comes, and then this affection will also be yellowed." Tangshur threw out another pile of contracts, raised her chin, and said, "See?" Yi Mao-ran read it and mused. "It means that you take technology and capital into the shares, only responsible for the initial stage, and later on, you don't care about it, and only take the dividends." Dividends? Tanzi cocked her head. "That's what it means." To be honest, this was still Yi Mao-ran taking advantage, or a big advantage, because with Tangshur's ability, he could completely eat this cake all by himself, and now it was equivalent to sharing half of it with him, before he could be moved. The asshole said sweetly, "Don't worry, it's not for you, Yi Mao-ran. You do realize I have a wife, right?" he asked again. Yi Mao-ran, "In assholes have got to get their asses out of here. I need money to marry my wife." Tangshur was succinct. "You would lack money?" Yi Mao-ran felt ridiculous. Seriously, his family has enough money to last him 100 lifetimes. How come there's no shortage? Tangshur lazily leaned back against the sofa and gave him a sidelong glance. "You know, those of us who are scientists have to simmer down our seniority. The older we get, the more flavorful it is, but I can't wait that long." Yi Mao-ran was speechless. "Is your salary that low?" Tanzi nodded inside. "It's not 100 a year at the moment, don't you think? That's a little low. Not enough for this young master to buy a watch. But aren't you still in the investment business?" Tanzi gave a slow "These aren't enough." He laughed softly again. "And don't you think that this project is kind of fun?" To be honest, Yi Mao-ran couldn't read well, but inherited from his dad and was a qualified and shrewd businessman. Otherwise Tangshur wouldn't have approached him. He looked at Tangshur with a burning gaze and stretched out his hand. "Good brother then. Let's make a big deal out of it and have a good cooperation." Tangshur shot up, her eyes sharp. Happy cooperation. Chapter 147. The day after Yi Mao-ran came back, the hair group exploded, clamoring for him to buy dinner and get together. Tangshur and Song-ru arrived 10 minutes late. It was mainly Song-ji, who had a case closing to do before she was due, and had wanted Tangshur to go first, and herself to go over later. The asshole wasn't happy about it. "A bunch of big old men. What's worth me going early? Late is late. Just go. Go even if it's to give them face." Suihong saw the two walk in, knocking on the table to coax, late self-punishment of 3 cups. "The road rules cannot be broken. Men and women are the same, ha. Where do you get the rules of the road?" Liu eyes across, grabbed him by the ear, said to Song-ji, Ji, do not care about him. This person will not speak. The male drink on the line." "What do you mean?" Tangshur was full of innocence. "Literally." "Okay." Tangshur smiled and shrugged her shoulders, finally finishing the 3 glasses of wine. "Can you do it? Don't try to be strong if you can't." Song-ji grabbed his sleeve and whispered, "Not bad, slightly drunk." He looked at her, his eyes clean and smiling. "Is your boyfriend such a dish in your eyes? 1 drink down?" Song-ji looked at him, wanting to say something. Obviously, this Tug King is always not clear enough about his position. He felt too awesome to do anything. Sure enough, half an hour later, he was up to his face, a thin blush visibly spreading over his cheeks. Quiet, and without speaking, he kept his head down and took her hand to play with it delicately. After the wine and food, the position shifted to KTV. Tang Shi. Songju called out to him. Aha! Tansy raised her eyes. Going home? She asked. After a few seconds of silence, Donnie said, didn't they say they were going to karaoke? It does seem to be awake. Song-ru nodded. Let's go then. Songja stood up, while Tang Shi smoothly took the girl's shoulders and neck and brought her towards her arms, slightly tilting her head sideways and whispering to her intimately. Yi Maoran had just returned to China, and seeing this scene, it was obvious that he was a bit of a one-trick pony. Wasn't it that this son of a had been like this for 4 years? It's also too mushy. As a fellow single dog, Shin Jipeng sighed empathetically and patted his shoulder. You'll get used to it after seeing it a few more times. He felt that up at first too. Behind, it so happened that Tang Shi bent down to the girl's ear and said, you're the one who's drunk. I'm really not that good. He smiled a scattered and helpless smile, raised his hand, seemed to want to pinch her face, but in the end he couldn't bear to do it, and just gently pinched her earlobe. Even more ing ed up. On the other hand, Suihong also cheekily held Lu Yu's hand. Lu Yu symbolically struggled twice, then let him hold it. Yi Maoran sympathized. How come you've been living like this for the past few years in the country? Yes, Shin Jipeng sighed, but don't I have you with me now? Yi Maoran, thanks for the invitation. Euphemism. To the KTV, a group of young people sitting around the coffee table, KTV playing songs, discussed half a day, and finally decided to play the old-fashioned truth or dare. Shin Jipeng took out an empty beer bottle and said, the old rules, turn to whoever accepts the punishment. Truth or dare. If you can't afford to play, be conscious dash. He took out another bottle of 50+ degree white wine as if by magic, 3 glasses for self-punishment. For the first round, the top of the bottle was pointed at Yi Maoran and the bottom of the bottle was pointed at Tang Shi. Yi Maoran raised his eyes and met the asshole's interested eyes. Add a sound. Just wanted to say I choose the truth. Suihong opened his mouth. Hey, hey, hey. So many years of brothers. You wear underwear like SpongeBob style, we all know. Choose the truth is not interesting, haha. Shin Jipeng arched fire. To choose a dare. Manly, generous. Yi Maoran, you guys just screw me. Pick a dare. Tang Shi leaned back on the sofa, her fingers unhurriedly rubbing the Mobius ring on Songji's wrist. The smile at the corners of her lips was deep, and she leisurely said, call her and ask the question that you want to ask the most right now. Yi Maoran raised his eyes and gritted his teeth. Count yourself ruthless. Tansy shrugged her shoulders. You can also choose to drink. Yi Maoran was silent for a while, took out his cell phone, lowered his eyes, looked at a certain number for a long time, took a deep breath, and pressed it down. A few of the others shut their mouths and turned the song off as well, watching with bated breath. Dash. A long busy signal, followed by, the number you have dialed is in progress. Please dial again later. Is this being pulled? Yi Maoran lowered his head, looked fixedly, and finally laughed at himself. His voice became low. I am afraid that this task cannot be completed. Or, you change another one? That's it. Tang Shi looked at him askance, her tone loving. Continue. The atmosphere was a bit subdued, but luckily everyone in the room let loose, and after a few more rounds, the field gradually heated up. The bottle began to turn again, this time with the mouth of the bottle facing Tang Shi and the bottom of the bottle facing Yi Maoran. Suihong was so excited that he was about to jump up. Yi Maoran, the time for the brothers to take revenge has come. Tell him to tongue kiss the wall for 2 minutes first. Last round it was Suihong who got wheeled in, and Shin Jipeng told him to kiss the wall for a minute. A hell of an idea first suggested by Tang Shi. Yi Maoran had been out of it since he knew he had been blackmailed, but honestly, if it wasn't for Tang Shi pushing him that way, he wouldn't even know he was being blackballed. He also realized for the first time how much of a wimp he was. Yi Maoran was not an uneducated person. Pick a dare? He asked. Tang Shi nodded, frank and comfortable as usual, and dangled. But first things first, tongue kisses I only do with my girlfriend. No other living non-living things. Which pot is the wrong pot? Songji's face turned a little red, threateningly pinched the flesh of his waist and twisted it. Yi Maoran was speechless. Okay. I know you're a male moral standard bearer. He paused. So sing a love song to your daughter-in-law, will you? Give you a chance to show your loyalty. It sounds very profound. But who in the room didn't know that this Tang Shi person sang off-key? The kind that doesn't even violate copyrights by being on the show. It was clearly incumbent upon the group to do something that would disgrace their brother, and they began to rise to the occasion. Come on, 11, sing one, don't be a wimp. It's incumbent on me to show my sister-in-law loyalty on this matter. Tangshi inclined her head to look at Songju. Her lips curved and she looked back at him without a word. Okay. Tangshi took the microphone and lazily smiled. Her tone arrogant as usual. It's just a song. Who wouldn't? The intro was long, and the box slowly quieted down again. Suihan's booing was held in his mouth, just waiting for Tangshi to open her mouth and then ruthlessly mock him. Walked through the people come and go. Don't like it also have to appreciate. I am the silent presence. Not win your world. Only as your shoulder. Chapter 148. Let's go on a trip. Tangshi's voice flowed down slowly. Seriously, he has a superior vocal condition. His voice is clear and magnetic. It's not hard to hear by any means. It's just not in tune. Not like singing, like poetry recitation. The box booed and jeered as it should. Little Hyakurin. Didn't let me down ha 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 ha. 11. The tune is gone. Give it a pull. Help. Ha 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 ha. Tangshi held her arms, the microphone at her mouth, half unaffected, inclining her head, single-mindedly looking at Songji, word for word, still continuing to sing. Refuse to grow into what you want to be, and let me stay with you for a little while longer before throwing up your hands. Songji's lips smiled as usual. His eyebrows were gentle, and he listened to him sing very carefully with his hands lightly beating the beat. This was the one thing Songru appreciated most about him. He has eyes of self-respect and pride, eyes that allow for sincerity and praise as well as mockery and booing, that are grand and tolerant. To be honest, in the noisy and bustling box, when two pairs of equally sincere and gentle eyes look at each other alone, as if they have opened up a separate peach blossom island far away from the hustle and bustle, it will inexplicably make one's heart surge up with a strange feeling of having the salty water of the sea spread over one's ankles, warm and cozy, calming one's mind. Yimaoran leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes as the past flashed by. He began to understand why Yen Shanshan had to be so determined to cut off everything with him, and why, even though they obviously liked each other, they always missed each other again and again. It's his fault. Not brave enough, not sincere enough, not righteous enough. Tangshi was still humming softly, but the box was finally silent and no one spoke again. Accompany you to live out the answers to your feelings along the road. Accompany you to turn being alone into bravery, losing and starting over again and again. I didn't leave. Companionship is the longest confession. Accompany you to miss the acid embrace into warmth. Accompany you to the uncertainty of writing out the plot to the future how long and then long. There is still looking forward to accompany you, until the story to finish. It was nearly 12 o'clock in the middle of the night when I got back to the apartment. It's mostly about getting high in the back. A group of unscrupulous teenagers toasted to friendship and sang Long Live Youth. The only exception was Yi Maoran. The bottle of 50-degree white wine went all the way into his stomach, and he started singing bitter songs behind him. He ended up being sent back to his hotel by the other bachelor in the house, Shin Jipeng. Shin Jipeng cursed the whole time and said 10,000 times that being single is not sinful. When Songji came out of the shower, Tangshi was lying on her back on the sofa, her small arm covering the upper half of her face, not moving, as if she was asleep. Songji walked over, touched his face, and said softly, Tangshi, take a shower before you sleep, okay? Aha. Tangshi answered lowly, his large hand palmed on the side of her waist, and with a slight force, Songji half-kneeled between his legs, and his entire body flung into his arms. Tangshi obediently buried in the side of her neck, rubbed, muffled. Girlfriend, head a little dizzy, drunk? Songji touched his head. I'll go make you a sobering soup. Tangshi shook her head. No, I'll just hold you a little longer. I don't know how long the hug lasted, but Songji moved slightly and said helplessly, Tangshi, my legs are going numb. Oh. Tangshi finally lifted her head and ran her hand down and up her leg. Then I'll rub it for you. No need. Songji got up and ordered him, go take a shower. Right now. Tansy looked up at her, blinked and smiled, and said yes. Tangshi came out of the shower and didn't see Songji's figure in the living room. Instead, the kitchen light was on. He walked over to see that Songji was wearing one of his white t-shirts, long enough to reach the bend of his legs, his calves thin and white, his long eyelashes slightly drooping, and he was stirring with a long spoon. Guess it's making him a sobering soup. Tangshi approached, cupped her chin and kissed her, and then naturally took the long spoon in her hand and raised her chin. I'll just do this one myself. You go and stay outside. Okay? It's probably going to stay up for another 10 minutes. Songji knew he couldn't argue with him and didn't insist, yawning and turning to go out. Seriously, she's being served a little bit for granted right now. It just barely misfired. After about 20 minutes or so, Tansy came out of the kitchen. Songji was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, carefully watching a TV series that was hot at the time. She's kinda obsessed with catching up these days. Tansy took a step closer and sat down next to her, asking absently, does it look good? Songji knew nothing about it. It looks good. Tangshi's tone was flat. Is the male lead handsome? Songju didn't blink. Handsome. After a few seconds, Songji reacted and calmly added, but it can't be compared to my boyfriend. Tangshur had just finished washing his hands at the time, water still dripping down from his cold white knuckles. He flung the droplets of water onto Songji's face, inclined his head and said, a belated compliment. Late. Hey, don't yai, the big vinegar bowl. Songji simply turned off the TV, took his hand and shook it, and lightly began to coax. I'm telling the truth, not a compliment. I love Tangshur the most. Tangshur is the most handsome. She's really good at compliments. Tangshur fought against the corner of her mouth, trying to hold back her laughter, but in the end she couldn't hold back and laughed. Are you annoying me? Song rhetorically took a look and coaxed. She obediently rested her head on his thigh and smiled up at him. Love you the most? Don't yai. Tangshur couldn't stand it and covered her eyes, smiling down and laughing even more, rubbing her hair one by one. You're really annoying. Song snail. It made it so that he couldn't even pretend to be angry if he wanted to. Songji arched his eyebrows. Then I'll sing a song too, to coax you. Tangshur moved skillfully to massage her scalp and laughed lowly. Okay, then sing a song and coax me. Songju, you sing along, okay? Tangshur looked at her arrogantly. If you don't sing, aren't you coaxing me? Song rhetorically thought for 2 seconds. Makes sense. After a few seconds, a young girl's sweet, cheerful song came from the warm chamber. Chasing the wind, traveling through with you, promising you all the scenery along the way. Chasing after the wind, we intersect light and shadow, quietly imprinting the most beautiful in our hearts. Tangshur then looked down, quietly at her, feeling her heart beat along with this rhythm, faster and faster. Chasing the wind, traveling with you, all the stars in the sky are for you. Songju was still singing. Hearing this lyrics, Tangshur stared at her for a while and suddenly smiled, humming along in a low voice. Chasing the wind, traveling with you, all the stars in the sky are for you. For years, the youthfulness between his eyebrows faded, but his angles were still sharp, and his smile was spirited. What's wrong? Songji was a bit unable to stand Tangshur's eyes like this. Her heart started to beat faster. Inexplicably nervous. Why are you suddenly smiling like that? And such a nice smile. Nothing. Tangshur pinched her waist and held her on her lap, her eyes glued to her lips, her voice shallow and normal. Suddenly I want to kiss you. He held her neck and kissed it. The two kissed all the way from the living room to the bedroom. He was completely out of it that night. Song. Dawn 11. Big winds and big waves beat over. Songji is like the fish that is pressed on the chopping board. No matter how to flap, fate has long been completely controlled. Baby. Tansy's deep brows were covered in sweat. Equally lustful. One eye hooked on her, but extraordinarily sober tonight. Let's take a trip together. Then. What? Song rhetoric's senses were almost completely stripped away. Tangshur gasped raggedly and bit down on a piece of soft flesh behind her ear. Almost word for word. I say go on a trip, baby, just the two of us. Chapter 149, the end of the entire text. It's a trip to say goodbye. The first stop on the trip, they went to Egypt. They first landed in Cairo and saw the Egyptian pyramids and the Sphinx. When the thin picture in the history book actually sat in front of her eyes, she truly understood the weight of these 8 words. One of the 7 wonders of the world. How small mankind truly stands before it. And yet such a great building comes from a small human being. How amazing. Hearing this from her at the time, Tangshur stroked her head and said with a smile, that's why greatness is never about architecture. It's about human beings. Downs was thinking the same thing when he chose physics at the time. Technology is so amazing that it has revolutionized people's lives. Yet behind the technology, in essence, it is actually the physics that holds it together. But it is never the physics that is magical. It is the human being who walks alone, tirelessly exploring and utilizing the physics. Becoming a great physicist might be too far away, but becoming a useful physicist, Tangshur felt that he could still do it if he tried hard enough. Songru gripped his hand tightly and smiled back, following his lead. That's why it's never the law that's just, but the humans who apply and follow it. When Tangshur asked her what she wanted to major in that day, her mind actually went blank until he said that he wanted to give something back to the world. Songji brain inexplicably recalled that sunny afternoon, a female lawyer standing in the courtroom without condescension. She clearly presented the evidence, citing the law, like a mirror, illuminated the group of criminals' dirty face, but also illuminated the end of what they should have. Songju only thought she was cool at the time, and now, Song rhetorically thought, he would one day be that cool. The two had a rare argument during a midway connection. Their original plan was to spend enough 8 days in Egypt to be in Cairo, then roll through a few cities, and then finally return to Cairo to connect to their next stop. But Tangshur felt that the ultraviolet light over here was too strong and wanted to change her plan, not to go to another city and fly directly to the next stop, Switzerland. Songru was not happy. She wanted to go on to another city as originally planned, or to stay for enough 8 days. They're also fun to argue with, so fun that it doesn't seem like an argument. Overall, the tone was gentle, but each was stubborn. Song, to Aswan. Tansy, to Switzerland. Songju, didn't we talk about this before? Tang sure didn't raise her head. Reversed. Songju, you don't count your words. The asshole's tone was as tense as ever. First day you knew me? Song rhetorically took a breath that almost didn't come out. Then you go to Switzerland and I'll go to Aswan. Tangshur stared at the young girl's stubborn face, quiet for a few seconds, and finally spoke. Just have to go? Song rhetorically inclined his head, softly, somewhat aggrieved. It was supposed to be. Obviously it was all agreed before. Luxor Temple and the Red Sea have not yet gone. Okay, Tangshur sighed, her chin casually pointing towards the bed. Then go wait on the bed. What are you doing? Song rhetorically wary. Tangshur arched her back as she rummaged through her suitcase, her tone imploring. What do you think? Songji's face was red, holding back half a day, and finally stifled a sentence. In broad daylight, clear sky, you don't want to be a hooligan. So what if it's tricked? He asked. Songru, I'll call the police to arrest you. Tangshur puffed out a laugh and lazily nodded. Okay, pretty tough. No kidding. He finally got up, carrying a pillbox in his hand, and smiled hopelessly. Here's some medicine for you, my dear girlfriend. Look at that neck of yours. It's all red. You'll get sunburned again in a few days. The ultraviolet rays over the Red Sea have to be a little stronger. Tangshur pressed her down on the bed, her head lowered, her eyes focused on rubbing medicine on her slightly reddened neck and chest, her tone a little headache. These medicines don't necessarily protect against it. Later on, I have to go to the local drugstore to look for it, to see if I can find one that has a better effect in preventing ultraviolet rays. Tangshur's short eyebrow twisted slightly, still continuing to blah blah blah. If you really can't do it, go to. He was gagged. Songji was caught off guard by the kiss. Tansy paused, then busied herself. While applying medicine to her chest, he carelessly kissed her, and while still proud and forgetful, he whispered and laughed. Where did the female rascal come from? In broad daylight, clear sky, how can you still forcibly kiss a good woman and man? Cocky, the teenage look is bare. Aha! Songji cupped his face and continued to kiss him, cooperating. The good woman and man was too handsome to hold back. No need to endure a baby. Tangshur laughed even more smugly. He threw the medicine aside and inserted both hands into his fingers, interlocking them with hers. The good woman and man is yours alone. The sun was high outside the window, and the two young bodies were pressed close together, their breath rolling in a passionate and intimate kiss. The waters of the Nile are as turbulent as love endures. By the time they arrived at the Red Sea, they had been touring Egypt for 6 days. At Tangshur's repeated insistence, they avoided the blazing afternoon until the golden crow sank in the west, and the fire clouds burned the azure sea to orange before they arrived at the beach. There were also a lot of people in the evening, but they were still sparse compared to the daytime. On their trip, they met a young couple, also from China, who ran a hot travel account online. Is this your graduation trip? Probably out of professional habit. The man asked the question out of habit. Not really. Tangshur was lazily sitting on a beach chair at that moment, wearing a flowery shirt, with a pair of sunglasses casually pinned on her chest, the rest of her eyes still following the girls who were frolicking with others on the beach. The corners of her lips were slightly hooked, just the right amount of free time, just the right amount of ideas. And here I am. How long have you been together? He spared. 2018 days. Tangshur casually threw out a sentence. The man didn't react for a moment when the numbers came out, paused for a few seconds, and was filled with surprise. Almost 6 years? Tangshur nodded, then shouted towards Songji not far away. Song snail, the tide is about to rise. Climb closer, don't get flooded by the sea. The man was a bit surprised. At first when he saw them, that feeling of hot love. He thought they were a young couple who had just talked for less than half a year out at most. Rather, I didn't realize that they had been together longer than they had been together as a couple. The man hadn't wanted to ask the question, mostly because he thought they were young, but now he asked, any plans to get married? Tansy let out a laugh as if she thought the question was ridiculous, but nodded and patiently said, of course, I'll send you a wedding invitation then, he said. After chatting for a while longer, as travel bloggers, they had to rush off to another attraction, so they hurriedly said goodbye to Donzi and finally asked, mind if I post your story? That's fine with me. Tansy shrugged her shoulders. You might have to ask my girlfriend though, she's rather shy. Good. The man smiled and nodded, bidding him goodbye and walking over to the shallow water, wrapping his arm around his wife as the two men sidled up to say something to Song. The young girl was surprised for a moment, and the shy pardon that flowed steeply from her face was even more moving than the reddish haze in the distance. Tangshur looked mesmerized. A tall, athletic body suddenly stood in front of him. Tansy looked up. It was a blonde who stood in front of him in an overly revealing bathing suit and winked at him. "Excuse me," she spoke bluntly. "Are you single?" "No." Tang Shi inclined her head and continued to look in a certain direction with a deep smile. "My girl is coming for me." The woman followed his line of sight. A pretty girl with fair skin and a high-pilled head was slowly walking this way. She wore a black halter-top swimsuit, a thin white waist hidden in the setting sun. The woman's eyes brightened even more and she asked, undeterred, "Your girlfriend?" Tanzi's temples jumped. "Yes." "Oh, shame." The woman shook her head regretfully and walked away. The young girl approached slowly. Tang Shi hugged his arms, leaning back on the beach chair. His line of sight crossed the young girl's long and straight legs, the waist of a handful of hands, and finally settled on the snow-white collarbone. The conspicuous vermilion mole mixed up and blew a rogue whistle. "Hey, girl, give a dip?" Songju laughed. "Wasn't there just a girl picking you up?" "Yes." Tang Shi stood up and went over to take her hand, raising an eyebrow. "But I have a girlfriend," and politely declined. Though that wench just now seemed more interested in picking up his girlfriend. Songji began to act. "You have a girlfriend and still come to pick me up? You know Ivana Clasching?" "Girl," Tang Shi laughed uncontrollably. "You look so much like my girlfriend, but anything that looks like her, I can't resist." The sun is down to its last vestiges, and the tide rises and falls. They laughed as they treaded water and walked aimlessly along the shore. Tang Shi put both hands behind his back and lazily stepped backwards, looking deeply at her. "Guess which of my hands has something in it?" Song rhetorically said casually. "Left-handed." Tang Shi stretched out his left hand and it was empty. Song changed his tone. "Wrong word, right hand. It still plays like that?" Song's blinks. "Just said it wrong." Starting to pout and play tricks again. Song snail. Tang Shi pinched her face. "Still." The hand that was hidden behind him slowly reached out. "Still empty." Song rhetorically slapped his hand breathlessly. "Young not childish are you?" Tanzi's hand was slapped down and she copied her pocket in a smooth manner, smiling lowly. "Just kidding, the stuff's in the jacket pocket." Because it was late, Tang Shi was afraid that she would be cold and had just put a jacket on her. Song Ru bristled. "The devil would believe you." But despite the words, her hands went uncontrollably to her pockets, and it really made her touch something. She pulled it out and looked down at a heart-shaped piece of shell. It should have been just picked up, and it still smelled of the sea. Songji put it to her ear and heard the sound of the sea. She raised her eyes to his and smiled. "Romantic ode on poetry. Romantic ode on poetry," he repeated, smiling casually and quickly. "Who's romantic if not Tang poetry?" After a few seconds, he tickled her chin again in a dangling, flowery shirt, like a young man who hangs out at a flower shop. "So give it a shot." "A little dip?" "Got a boyfriend then?" She was principled. "It's okay." He was sweet. "I can be boyfriend number 2. Songja reluctantly agreed. "Alright then." So, Tang Shi wrapped his arms around her waist and lowered his head against her forehead. "Sneak a kiss while boyfriend number 1 isn't here? That has to be quick." Songja tilted his head and hooked his neck, his fox eyes slightly raised. "Boyfriend number 1 is still waiting for me at the hotel." Between kisses, Song said brokenly, "That travel blogger asked me before she left when she planned to get married." "Aha." Tanzi closed her eyes, her mouth opening and closing as she kissed her more deeply. "So," Songru slightly parted his lips and gasped in a low voice, "find a less busy time and let's go ring shopping." Tang Shi paused in her movements. He rubbed her cheek inch by inch with his fingertips and whispered, "Are you proposing to me?" Songja froze. "I don't think it counts. I haven't bought a ring yet." The sea breeze wrinkles the heart of a teenager. Tang Shi clasped her chin, the tip of her tongue against it, and renewed the kiss. "Song snail." His voice was arrogant as usual. "Then from now on, you owe me a ring." Later, they wandered the streets of Italy and saw the world-famous Leaning Tower of Pisa. They went to Venice, and it turns out there are no water monsters in Venice. They visited the British Museum and met a homeless man on the way back. Songji's cell phone was almost snatched. So it turns out that England is not so gentlemanly. It turns out that those fantastic, strange, amazing landscape is not enough to see. Songju slowly no longer care about the so-called travel plan. Becoming more and more relaxed, she began to realize that it didn't really have to be any one attraction, and that if she accidentally slept through the next day, it would be nice to simply stay at the hotel with him, and just take in the sunlight outside the window, kissing nonchalantly and taking a nap. It turns out it's not the landscape that matters. It's the fact that he and she are holding hands and walking together every step of the way. Time passed by unhurriedly. Slowly July came to an end, and at the height of the summer when the sound of cicadas was the driest in the country, they arrived at their last stop, Iceland. Auroras are uncommon this time of year, but they weren't there to chase the aurora borealis. They were going to see the volcano erupt, rent a car, put on some music and leave instantly. Sunset and white clouds in front, snow-capped mountains behind. Halfway through the trip, after dark, There was extreme weather with snow constantly pelting the windows. There's no village in front of us. There was a silence, only the storm whimpering. With her hand still on the steering wheel and her other hand holding her all the way, Tang Shi touched her cool knuckles and asked, "Scared? Does fear help?" she asked rhetorically. Tanzi laughed. "Might as well kiss." He unbuckled Song's seatbelt and carried her over. The wind and snow raged outside the window as they kissed obliviously against the steering wheel. Fortunately, the storm didn't last long and quickly dissipated. The two got out of the car. Tanzi examined the damage to the SUV. The car had been modified and was very resistant to being built without much trouble, which was what Tanzi had been looking for in the first place. Song-ru leaned against the front of the car, holding a cup of hot water in both hands, and said softly, "Tang Shi, look, the moon has descended on Earth." Tanzi looked up. It was the biggest, clearest moon he had ever seen in his life. It's almost a small part of the sky. The moonlight is clear and illuminates the snow-covered ground. Tang Shi hugged his arms and leaned against the front of the car with her, quietly looking at the car for half a day before he suddenly spoke. "You say, wouldn't it be nice if I proposed to you here?" Song rhetorically inclined his head to smile and nodded. "I think it's fine. Wait a little longer." He tilted his head back to look at the moon and murmured lowly, "Are you thinking you're missing a ring? I have it here." Songji slowly fished out a red silk ribbon from her pocket, presumably for tying her hair, and she handed it to him, then held out her hand and said with a serious look, "Put it on for me." Tang Shi took the ribbon, her eyes complex, and slowly approached her. Songji tilted his head to look at him, his face still calm, but his hands began to shake. "Geez, she just did that. Does that count as a proposal?" She just thought that. Who knew that the next moment, she was blinded by the ribbon and a flood of kisses fell. "Stupid. Song snail." Tang Shi's voice was low and slightly choked. "Who proposes with this kind of ring? Stupid or not you?" After a moment's rest, they continued on their way. Songji was self-conscious that she had just taken the initiative to propose and was rejected, and was a bit embarrassed, so she didn't say much. Tang Shi drove with one hand, constantly rubbing the bracelet she wore on her wrist, as if she was also a bit distracted. He likes to touch this bracelet when he comes across a difficult problem. Songji was actually not too happy to let him touch it, because he had given away a ton of necklaces and earrings and such, and the bracelet was just this one. "What if you touch it?" She quietly retracted her hand. Tang Shi wrinkled her eyebrows and took her hand again, continuing to touch it. Songji sighed silently. The journey was quiet, and they also finally reached the eruption site just before the impending sunset. "There are a lot of people gathered over here, all coming to see the eruption." Song rhetorically, "As far as the naked eye could see, he saw a dozen or so yellow men who, by their speech and demeanor, were 9 times out of 10 Chinese." Smoke rose from a mountain in the distance. No cars are allowed further on. They abandoned the car, walked forward a bit, and then began to climb up the hill. Halfway through the climb, Songji's stamina ran out and he just couldn't climb anymore. Tang Shi then carried her on her back and continued to climb up slowly, step by step. Songji hooked Tang Shi's neck and buried herself in the nape of his neck, unable to resist rubbing against him. "I can't believe it's really been 6 years." Song rhetorically went into a bit of a trance. The characteristic lemon bubbly scent of Tang Shi was still strong, but the spine was wider and stiffer than ever before. The green hills had long since become veins of vigor and security. "Tang Shi." Song Li couldn't help but call out to him. "Aha!" Tang Shi whispered in response. "Don Z. Aha! Don Z. Aha!" he said. "On." Songji drifted off to sleep, and woke up again to the sound of rising and falling shrieks. In the distance, 2 or 3 hills away, the volcano was erupting. Blazing magma covered the snow-capped peaks with erosion, like coming to the end of the world. Songji froze for a moment, his pupils all slightly dilated. "Tongsi, put me down," she said softly. Tanzi put her down and turned to take her hand, looking up as well. They stood fairly far away, with most people standing a few dozen meters in front of them, where they were closer to the volcano and the cameras were clicking. In the distance, the volcano roars. Nearby, the crowd was cheering. It was at such a moment that Tang Shi suddenly grabbed her left wrist and slowly lifted it. Song-ru seemed to feel something and looked sideways. The two men stared at each other quietly and calmly. Tang Shi was the first to pull up the corners of her lips, with tears under her eyes, and smiled a little. He looked down, fiddled with the Mobius ring on Song-ji's wrist, obviously nervous, and let out a long sigh. His voice trembling softly, "Raise an army for 1,000 days, use it for an hour." Song-ji realized something but couldn't believe it. Tang Shi, however, didn't give her time to react as the knuckles of his fingers touched a certain hidden clasp on the ring with a click dash. The Mobius ring is separated from the rose gold colored chain. Song-ji covered his mouth, tears spurting out in that instant. Tang Shi's eyelashes drooped and her hand shook, and after half a day of fumbling, she didn't know where she had touched the Mobius ring, and there was another click. It transformed into 2 rings, one with pink diamonds and one engraved with the letter S. The ring is a bit old. Get a new one for the wedding later. Tangshur pulled Songji's hand, slowly put the ring with pink diamonds into Songji's middle finger. He rubbed it habitually, and said softly, the size seems to be a bit out of place too. 6 years is really too long. Sungru almost sobbed. Magma eruptions. The earth was trembling lightly. Tangshur got down on one knee. He looked deeply at her, his voice low. Songji, I've told you I love you countless times, so saying it again seems to feel empty anyways. But between us, it's as if the word love is the only word that can encompass all of these hard to repress emotions. I think we'll have a home later. In this house, there may be just the two of us, or there may be 3, or even 4, but no matter what, you're the most important one. You're the only baby. They're all affection. Only we're love. Song, I love you. To love you today, tomorrow, and every day to come, as I do now, unreservedly, and forever. He slowly raised the veiled ring in his hand. Some people turn around, spot the scene, and scream and cheer as the camera focuses on them. Clicking away, Tangshur tilted her head, her eyes as clean as ever, but rare and serious. Songji, everything I have is yours. Are you willing to put this ring on me? It's Tang poetry. He would always leave the choice to her. Songji nodded vigorously, covering his mouth, unable to speak, and finally squeezed out a sentence from his throat. I'm willing. How could it not? She cried and couldn't help but laugh again. Isn't that what you said? I still owe you a ring. 6 years downs. She still couldn't suppress a choked sob. It's time to give it back. That night, Songju leaned back and sat on his bed, taking out his diary. Tunsi is still in the shower. This is in Iceland. Inside an unassuming bed and breakfast. The lights were dim and yellow, even flickering occasionally, not too clear. However, that moon in the sky was the most complete moon Songji had ever seen. From the time they met until now, nearly 9 years in full, journals have long been filled. Only the last page remains. Song rhetorically lifted his pen and dropped the final chapter. Today is July 23, 2022, and the highest temperature in Hawaiian has reached 36.5 degrees Celsius. The great summer, and we're in Iceland. Volcanoes are erupting and storms are raging. He proposed to me. He was in the shower and humming an off-key song when he wrote that line. How can I describe him? I'd say he's smart, kind, and brave. Seems too abstract. I called him cocky, smelly, and arrogant, but he should have. In the movie Thumping Hearts, Julie's father once said this to her: when you say you love him, you first have to look at the whole picture. The whole of a picture is far more important than its parts. The cows on their own are just cows. The meadow itself is just grass and flowers, and the sunlight through the cracks is just a ray of light. But when they are put together, a miracle happens. I think a miracle happened when we met on that rainy day. He is the miracle itself, the whole greater than the sum of its parts. The teenager who is as gorgeous as a rainbow wrote this in a nutshell. Don Z, I know you'll be reading this diary, so I'm writing something pretentious and trying to make you cry, too. Are you secretly crying right now? Then tell you something more pretentious. Tang poetry. Actually, I can't write a millionth of what you do. I just said I'll always love you. Seeing this, I think you'd think that the last paragraph of the journal would be I love you. Dumbass. Fooled again. For the last paragraph of the journal, I would write, Tangshur and Songru holding hands, still walking towards the light, and as I eyeballed the ride, I had to wish them a safe journey. All is not finished. The sequel is written by them. The full text is complete. Extra 1, growing up. The trip was almost 3 months long, and by the time Songji actually set foot in the country again, what he felt was a relaxation he had never felt before. This was followed by fatigue. As soon as the two entered the apartment, they fell asleep under the covers. Midway through, Songji was woken up in a daze. Tangshur fed her a bowl of kanji and fell back to sleep. I don't know how long it took, but she finally opened her eyes slowly. The bedroom was dark with the curtains closed. The seat next to it is empty. Songja turned on the light and casually fumbled around the nightstand. And sure enough, he felt a sticky note. I went to the institute. There's porridge warmed up in the kitchen. Remember to drink it. Your favorite fiancé. The word fiancé was purposely written large by this childish ghost. Songji stared at it for a long time, and then began to laugh under the covers. He always seemed to adapt well to his new status. It was only at this time that Songru also remembered that she hadn't told Shin'in and Songjiching about this matter. In fact, it's being deliberately delayed, because Songju felt as if Shin'in had not been very optimistic about this romance of hers. But any more delays will have to be faced. Songja sighed and dialed Shin'in's number. After the connection, neither end took the lead in speaking, tacitly choosing silence. Songji got out of bed and pulled back the curtains. After months of a major drought in North City, it was a rare day of heavy rain. Snap 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 dash on the turquoise leaves. A long drought. Songji took a deep breath and spoke stiffly. Mom, there's something that I need to tell you. Aha. Shin Yin's tone was light. Go ahead. Songja licked his dry lips. Tang Shi proposed to me a week ago, and I said yes. A week ago? Shin Yin's tone was taut. Why don't you wait until the baby is born before you tell me? Song Ji mumbled. It's always not to come in time. Shinin fell silent again. The atmosphere is slightly quieter. Shinin finally sighed and spoke. This matter, I have long known, but you didn't choose to say it to Mom the first time, but dragged it for so long. Mom is a little sad, but Mom knows you can't be blamed for that. It's because we took so little care of you when you were a kid that you probably got used to making your own decisions, even things as important as wanting to get married. Songja opened his mouth to speak, but he still didn't say anything. Shinin continued. Tang Shi came to visit your father and I at home before you traveled abroad. Otherwise, do you think that I would agree to my girl, without a name and without a title, following a man and running away together to stay abroad for so long? Shinin will probably never forget that day. The teenager who once wore a school uniform with a green brow, but now wore a formal suit and a straight posture, knocked solemnly on the door of her house. He was unassuming and said that this visit was to come and marry your daughter. Bring these over. Do you think we are selling our daughter? Shinin looked at the equity transfer books, real estate certificates, bank cards, all sorts of messy property transfer contracts and so on placed on the coffee table, wrinkled his eyebrows and asked. No. Tang Shi raised her eyes and said quietly. It's a promise I'm giving you. I know what you're concerned about, and I can say a lot of pretty things to make you happy. For example, I will always be good to her. I will never condescend to her, and I will always love her. These are the truth. I could say a whole bunch of things, but you wouldn't believe a word of it. But suppose I say that all the properties under my name, including me as a person, belong to Song Ji, and as long as I do anything to make her feel aggrieved, as long as she nods her head, I'll immediately and unconditionally net out my family. In this way, will your trust in me have another layer? Shinin looked at him quietly and finally nodded. I see what you mean, but these things, you take them back first. Tang Shi looked up, slightly flustered. What other requests do you have that can be? Shinin raised his hand, interrupting him. I had nothing to ask for from the beginning. My only one request is that my daughter live a happy life. Shin Yin's face became softer. Child, you have done very well in these 4 years. I can't fault it, but that's not enough to put me off. Indeed, between our two families, the family gap is too great, so if my daughter marries in and suffers any wrongdoing, it would be difficult for her father and I to help. But this boils down to me and his dad. It's us not being good enough. Shinin laughed, but I'm glad that my daughter, she's good enough, and that's the fundamental reason why I put my worries to rest. She bridges the gap on her own, and all I can do is trust. I trust her vision and I trust that she will never let herself be wronged. Take these things away. I won't want them, and Azure wouldn't want me to. As to whether or not you can marry her, Shinin glanced at him and patted his shoulder. That depends on your ability. Boy, I'm rooting for you. It's still raining outside the window, dripping. Shinin didn't say this to Songju. She finally laughed softly and spoke. Although it might be a bit early to say New Year's Eve, but this year's New Year's Eve, don't let him wait downstairs. Huayan City's winter isn't as bad as the northern part of the city, but it's still strangely cold. That Songli kid is almost 20, and every year when it's almost 0 hour, he still clamors for you to go downstairs to accompany the fireworks, which is quite uncharacteristic to say the least, isn't it? When Huayan No. 1 middle school celebrated its 70th anniversary, both Tang Shi and Song Qi were invited to attend as representatives of outstanding graduates. The day was bustling, banners went up, students and faculty rejoiced, and bigwigs already well established in their fields took time out of their day to come to the feast. The two of them drove over there and went through the food court in front of the school first. The snack street has been renovated and has faded from its original cramped narrowness to become spacious and bright. In addition to wearing a school uniform of students, Song Rhetoric also saw a lot of armpits clamped briefcase, beer belly, Mediterranean middle-aged man, estimated to be the first session of the senior, but also to recall the past. Song Ru drilled into a second-hand bookstore, her head lowered as she carefully searched for a book, when a girl with short hair and wearing the uniform of the first middle school approached her with an excited expression and asked her in a low voice, "May I ask if you are Sister Song Ru?" Surprised, Song Jin nodded and smiled. "Do you recognize me? We know you from all over the school. We have one copy of your essay collection for each person in our class. Can I have your autograph?" She said, "You are my idol, and my target university is also Peking University." After Song Ju signed her name, she was coy for a moment and asked, "Where's Senior Tang Shi? Aren't you guys together?" "He went to help me." Song Ru was just about to speak when a tall and slender figure appeared in the doorway. The person came in a white shirt and black suit pants, walking in against the light. He naturally and intimately clasped on Song Ji's shoulder, took a piece of cake in his hand, inclined his head, and coaxed in a low voice, the dessert store you often go to eat isn't open anymore. Try this one first, and if you don't like it, I'll change it again. Good. Song-Ru nodded, then poked him in the face and laughed softly. Tangshur is here. Well, Donnie's here. Tangshur repeated ignorantly, then raised her eyes, only to realize that there was also a female student who looked 15 or 16 years old standing in front of the two of them. He tugged and threw out, "Looking for me? Seriously, growing up." He had been approached by so many people he didn't know to strike up a conversation that he had long since seen it coming. The girl was thrilled, nodding and shaking her head, and wiping an exaggerated tear from her eye. "Just be happy, don't worry about me," she finished and ran off with a sniffle and a tear, leaving Tangshur and Song-Chi standing in place, looking at each other in disbelief. This kid, Tangshur wondered, faintly commenting, Form 2, I guess. Afternoon, Hawaiian First Middle School, auditorium. The bottom was densely packed and filled with people. It took Lin Jiangyu a lot of effort to squeeze in and sit down next to Tangshur. He came to Tangshur's ear and asked loudly, "After the school festival is over, I'm going to organize a class get-together. Are you going or not? Why don't you squeak out in the class group?" Tangshur was going to be deafened by him, wrinkling her eyebrows to stay away. "No, I'm not going to go. I'm flying to the North City at night. There's a subject research I haven't finished." "What about your girlfriend?" He was oblivious and continued to yell. "I what?" Tangshur lowered her eyes and absently turned the ring on her hand, dragging out her voice. "Didn't hear you?" Lin Jiangyu rolled his eyes. "After all these years, it still stinks," he yelled. "You, old bitch." As soon as those 3 words came out, the ground shook, and the originally noisy auditorium was silent for 3 seconds as the surrounding gazes looked this way in unison. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Jiangyu covered his face, hating the fact that he couldn't find a hole to drill into. Tangshur smiled down. The gazes around him were ignored completely. He fished out a Candy Crunch from his pocket and bit it open, speaking freely as usual. "She's interning at a law firm in Hawaiian City, and she'll be leaving right after her speech." "Speech?" Lin Jiangyu raised his eyebrows. "The person who went on stage to give a speech this time is Song-Ru." "Aha." Tangshur gave him a sidelong glance. "What? You have a problem with that?" Lin Jiangyu waved his hand. "How dare I? But the surprise is definitely there. Seriously, every time you can speak at the school anniversary of Hawaiian First High School as the big brother of the big brother. Last year's speech that, but the world's top 500 bosses, to the first high school donated 100 million. Their term was still young after all, and in Lin Jiangyu's opinion, there was only one Tangshur who could qualify to go up and give a speech. Perhaps only a bitter party like him, who was also studying physics, could realize how perverse it was to have achieved what he had now at Tangshur's excessively young age, and that a boundless future was not even enough to describe him. Dazzling people really do seem to stay dazzling. Probably guessing what Lin Jiangyu was thinking, Tangshur withdrew her smile and asked him, "Do you know how many provincial top science students have come out of one middle school in the past 70 years? Lin Jiangyu, how do you know? There are too many. 20 or 30. 32. Tangshur accurately stated a number and asked, "Provincial arts scholar, how many did you guess?" Lin Jiangyu froze, as if he really hadn't heard of it again except for Song-Ru. 1. Tangshur lazily leaned on the back of her chair and spoke the answer. Hawaiian no. One middle school has been established for 70 years, and has only produced her, the provincial arts scholar. At that time, the next door attached to the middle school has been a number of sessions of the provincial liberal arts scholar. In this piece of liberal arts, Hawaiian no. One middle school was a lot of schools pressured to raise their heads, but she in the heavy science and literature in the first school, single-handedly, broke out. To how many want to study literature but forced by the reality of the pressure of wavering people injected the courage. It's also probably since her class that Hawaiian First High School has invested most of its money and energy in the liberal arts than ever before. And that kind of influence and symbolism is something that I don't have, and you even less so. Tangshur's eyes were light, her brows arrogant. So, serve? Lin Jiangyu folded his hands, convinced, capitalized convinced. On the stage, the host had already entered and started to maintain discipline, and the loud and noisy venue quickly quieted down. Various leaders fish in a row, spouting a lot of nonsense. Tangshur sat at the bottom, impatient and drowsy, until it started coming over the radio. "I would like to invite the representative of our school's outstanding graduates, Song-Ru, to speak." Tangshur's eyelids, which had been hanging wanly, finally lifted, and he folded both hands at his chin, bowed, and made a gesture of listening attentively. Lin Jiangyu beside him spat in his heart. If Song-Ji went to be a star, this guy would definitely be the biggest poisonous only. On stage, the young girl in a white blouse and black pleated skirt slinks over, adjusts the height of the microphone, and smiles slightly. "Honorable teachers, alumni, dear students, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to serve as a student representative. Let's just say that it's worthy of a perfect high school essayist who writes a high-level, interesting, whip-smart manuscript. Tangshur listened attentively while inclining her head and smiling from time to time. There were a lot of people at the bottom playing with their cell phones, and slowly, they, too, lifted their heads. Midway through the program, the camera that had been pointed at Songji but suddenly turned its direction, disliking Tangshur's face and started filming. Tangshur's smile tightened and she looked at him coldly. The camera brother was also in the dark. Jesus, can you blame him? It's all the school's leadership. Blame it on the fact that the Tang poetry song Rhetoric CP is so hot online that every year during the college entrance exam season, videos of their previous interviews together are rehashed and discussed once more. Year after year, netizens ask at the bottom of the video, so the young couple is still together now? Still together. Don't worry. The first 2 months started with an internet star releasing a video of a trip in Egypt. CP fans who hadn't heard from the two in a while were resurrected. Well, my CP is getting married. Who was happy I won't say. Then there was another video that caught fire from the extranet. Not far away, the volcano is erupting. And closer, the crowd is cheering. The ink-haired, dark-eyed teenager dropped to one knee and held up the gold-pigmented ring, smiling through his tears as he looked softly at the young girl who was covering her mouth and crying. The video is a couple million likes on some shake. That's heat, not rubbing it in. The camera brother stubbornly kept the camera on Tangshur. Tangshur's tone was cold. What are you shooting at me for? His cold white knuckles grabbed at the camera. Then forcefully, yet slowly, he redirected the camera to Songji. His tone light, the main character is there. The young girl reappears in the shot. She smiled and laughed and her cheeks were pink, bright and open. Her eyes passed through the block of people and settled on the teenager who was grasping the camera coldly, her smile deepening. The speech has come to an end. There was a time when I was at the age of 15 or 16, and I was too careful about every decision I made in life to make a wrong move. What should I do if I fail the exam? Should I take arts or science? Even just accidentally doing a question wrong today feels like the sky is falling, but actually it won't. The sky is still vast, the sea is still vast, and your future is still bright and grand. When I was most lost, someone told me that life is not a one-way street, it is a vast and endless ocean. Now I give you these words. 2. Please believe that our alma mater is accommodating enough and thus the gain or loss of a single exam does not determine the path of our life. Please believe that our world is wide enough, and thus the choice of literature and science has its own future, and we don't have to be held hostage by the world. Please believe that there are countless possibilities in life and that we are never locked in a box. Above. In common. Extra here's to the wedding banquet. Please come. Regarding his wedding to her, Tangshur had actually envisioned it many times. To be unashamed. He'd been thinking about it since he met her again in his freshman year of high school. Thus, he was the one who organized everything from the decoration of the wedding scene to the smallest thing, such as what kind of shoes Songji would wear when he made the toast that day. Song Rhetoric actually contributed. She was in charge of picking out the wedding candy. Pleasure candy, as the name suggests, is of course to pick your favorite candy. Song Rhetoric is tireless about this. Fee was roughly 2 weeks away from their wedding. Tangshur sat cross-legged on the carpet, his cut fruits on the coffee table. The TV was playing the variety show Songji was catching up on. His eyes were downcast. He was holding a pen. He was seriously writing the invitations. Songru sat in his arms and harassed him a little every now and then, like feeding him a piece of fruit while he's writing carefully, or tilting your head, smiling and saying something to him. Hey, Tangshur, the new fresh meat in this variety show. Why does he look a bit like you? Aha. Tangshur's pen was still moving, and she didn't raise her head. He's fresh meat. I'm old meat. Songru laughed and fell into his arms. I didn't mean it like that. Always 18. Don Z. Tangshur put the pen down, so angry that he hooked his arm around her neck and rubbed her face red. How can I get a license with you when I'm forever 18? Silly or not, who wants to be 18 forever? Songru was serious, I mean mentally. Anyone who wants to be 18 forever is wifeless. Get it? Tangshur picked up the pen and started to warn her. Don't bother me. I'm going to run out of writing. Songju said. Oh. After a few minutes, she bit into a candy bar and her eyes lit up. Tonsi, this candy is also delicious to add to our wedding candy. Tangshur's penny dropped and she raised her eyes to look at her. Song rhetorical ah sound. Slowly chewed twice. You continue. Before the words were finished, Tangshur lowered her head and kissed him, her tongue lightly pressing into her teeth, sweeping the sugar from Songji's mouth into his. After kissing for a long time, Songji completely closed his mouth, leaning bonelessly into Tangshur's arms, his face turning red again. It's quite delicious. Someone continued to write the wedding invitations in a leisurely manner, the red mole distinctly stirring. Added in. The wedding venue Tangshur had first envisioned was actually abroad. However, considering the fact that my grandmother was too old to travel long distances, I finally followed the principle of proximity and booked the venue in Hawaiian City. The night before the wedding, Songji stayed at home, and Yen Shanchan and Jo Kanji accompanied her. They're the bridesmaids in her wedding tomorrow. The three sisters closed the bedroom door, covered themselves in blankets, and talked for a long time in the bedroom, crying and laughing. Later, crying and laughing, Yen Shanchan looked at the time. It was about to pass 12 o'clock. No, I have to go to bed early. There's still a tough battle to be fought tomorrow. I mustn't let that guy Yi Maoran pass through this door so easily. Songji looked at her with a smile and leisurely said, Yi Maoran sent me a WeChat yesterday, asking me if I could give him the hand bouquet from my wedding directly. Do you think I should send it, or not? Yen Shanchan face a little red. You want to send it? Off what I do. Jo Kanji tisk. That's none of your business. This hand bouquet, I'll book it. Yen Shanchan was still stubborn. If you want hand bouquets, one bouquet might not be enough. With so many fish in the pond, it's going to take dozens of bouquets. Jo Kanji, then I don't care. Gee, tomorrow's hand bouquet. Wait a minute. Yen Shanchan hurriedly interrupted. Everything has to come first. If he wants it, just give it to him. Jo Kanji and Songji looked at her unable to hold it in and directly fell on the bed laughing. Yen Shanchan could not see that the two were swindling her. She also fell on the bed, laughed, and then breathed a long sigh of relief, looking at the word she on the ceiling in a daze. After all these years of entanglement, since we still can't get over it, let's give each other a chance to try first, she murmured softly. Late at night, after an unknown amount of time, Songji was lying on the bed, and the breathing of the two people next to him had become even. Her eyes were open and she still couldn't sleep. So tomorrow, oh no, today, she's marrying him? Although the two had long been licensed and the wedding was just a formality, Songji still couldn't sleep. The heart pounded on the verge of jumping out of its skin as the intense joy overwhelmed almost every other emotion. She's going to marry Don Z. That's a tang poem, the best tangos in the world. Songji couldn't sleep, so he simply took the cell phone on the bedside table, wanting to search the notes of tomorrow's wedding, so as not to make a fool of himself. Who knew that when she tapped on her phone, Tang Sure had sent her a bunch of messages. Tang Yi husband's version, dear bride. Tang Yi husband version, are you asleep? Tang Yi husband version, I can't sleep. Dan Yaya husband version, so excited. Send over countless emojis of puppies dancing. After 20 minutes or so, she was sent a couple more videos of wedding do's and don'ts. Tang Yi husband version, so nervous, can't breathe. Tang Yi husband version, can I come over to you? I miss you so much. Songja's temples jumped when he saw this one. The late man West resignation, cannot. You in a few hours is not going to come to pick up the marriage well. Tang Yi husband version, still up? Tang Yi husband version, I'm on my way. The old man's resignation in the West. The late man left in the West, then you take care on the road. Another 20 minutes or so passed. Tang Yi husband version, I'm downstairs wife. Do you want to come down to meet me? Songja looked at the message and smiled helplessly. What's this called? What happened to the deal about not seeing each other the night before the wedding? But the asshole clearly doesn't care about that. Tang Yi husband version, remember to wear a jacket. It's a bit cold outside. Songji sighed and tiptoed out of bed, then sneakily opened the bedroom door to make sure everyone else was already asleep before putting on a jacket and running downstairs. Subconsciously, she looked toward the streetlight where Tang Sure was habitually waiting for her, but the place was empty at the moment. Songji looked around blankly, then her wrist was clasped, and the next second, she was pulled into a hot embrace. Songji raised his head to look at him, but his head was pressed right into his chest, and he said in a serious manner, you can't see each other the night before the wedding, so don't look up at me. Song rhetoric, word games are kind of getting to you. The atmosphere became silent. Neither of them spoke, and it was as if only each other's passionate heartbeats and shallow breaths were left again in this late night. Tang Sure hugged her tightly, tighter and tighter. Song Li couldn't help but call out to him. Tang Sure, aha. He responded lowly. Are you crying? She asked, rubbing his back. Tanzi paused for a moment and quickly retorted. No, how? Show me? Songja tried to raise his head, and once again he held it down. You can't meet the night before the wedding. He still said that. Songru skimmed his mouth. Then, whoever cries is a cutie. Tanzi buried her head into her neck and rubbed it, but finally laughed lowly and then said, just want a little cutie so bad. Husband? You're not the one who said you didn't cry. Tang Sure was silent for a moment. I don't want face. Songji finally couldn't hold back and laughed, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Tongsi, why are you so cute? Who's cute? I'm a big old man. Why do I keep saying I'm cute? Tang Sure first threw out this sentence in a mute voice, then clasped the back of her head and purposely blindfolded her to kiss her. Yet Songru still knew he was crying. Between her lips and teeth, the wet, salty tears were ferried into her mouth bit by bit. The moon overhead shined silently, witnessing all the sorrows and joys of the earth. That day was December 18th, 2024. November 18th, Year of the Dragon. Wednesdays. Groom, bride, Tang poetry and song rhetoric. You are cordially invited to our wedding. Here's to the banquet. Please come. The originally envisioned wedding was supposed to be in 2023. It was later changed to 2024 to give myself a chance to attend their wedding, and to invite the babes who see it here, to come to their wedding. So what are they doing now at this time? First of all, still in hot love, that's for sure, and probably already have a marriage license. Odds are they've moved to a new home. Diary after diary may have been changed, and bouquet after bouquet of flowers on the dining room table, but they can't seem to get enough of love. When both are free, they might nestle on the couch and watch a movie together. Maybe not. Maybe hold hands and go out rolling down the street, walk to a deserted corner, and still can't help but kiss. The wedding preparations have already begun. All sorts of little romances and surprises are dropping at random too. Watching them all the way to you all. Here's to the wedding feast. You're invited. Extra 3, Tang poetry. When she heard that the family's wimpy dog had been lost, Tangshur had just returned from school. Because it was raining that day, he didn't ride his bike. He had a black umbrella and walked back by himself. Auntie Home is very anxious, hurriedly going to run out to find, mouth chanting, Agu, shall not, the young master lost. How to explain to Mrs. Yo? The corner of Tangshur's mouth twitched, thinking that the person who invented MS Ho was a real genius. He put down his school bag and said to his aunt, don't worry, it's raining so hard, I guess I can't run far. You just look for it in the neighborhood. I'll go outside to take a look. Good, please second young master. Don Z. Tangshur held the umbrella, a road to ask and find. Slowly the rain is getting bigger and bigger. Tangshur glanced at the sky, eyebrows slightly twisted. Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Woof, woof, woof. The voice came through the rain, soft and gentle. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. Have some ham hocks, will you? Realizing something, Tangshur followed the sound and walked through the bushes to see a thin figure from afar. She was wearing a white dress and her hair was mostly wet. Are you a stray dog? Woof. Couldn't find a home like me either. The young girl's voice was regretful. Tangshur took one step closer and finally got a good look at her. In all fairness, it's beautiful. Just too skinny. Tangshur glanced at the goon dog nestled on the floor eating a ham sausage, thinking that this girl needed this ham sausage more than it did. The dog saw him and gave an excited woof and ran over to him and pulled at his leg. Tangshur looked at it all dirty and disgusted, but still picked it up and poked it in the head in a bad mood. I told you to run around. You deserve it. The young girl slowly stood up, probably from crouching for so long that she wobbled slightly. Estimated also low blood sugar. Don Z thought so. Is this your pup? The young girl asked him, inclining her head, her pupils dark. Aha! Tanzi's throat tightened inexplicably, and in a rare moment of unflattering candor, she cleared her throat and said, thanks. She shook her head. Tangshur was just about to say she wanted to add a contact when her cell phone rang. The young woman picked up her cell phone, took a deep breath, and answered the call. Hey mom, I'm on the bus right now. I'll be back soon. Got it. I will. She nodded at him while on the phone, then walked with quick steps toward the bus stop, not looking back the whole way. Tangshur watched as her figure transformed into a blurry white dot before lowering her head and poking Tangjo's head once again, unable to help but laugh. Lying is quite skillful. You mustn't learn from her. Woof. Woof what? Speak up. Can't understand. The tone was mixed. Woof woof woof. Speak human. The teenager's lazy, smirking tone also blurred in the rain. After that day, Tangshur subconsciously went to that place every time he walked his dog in the evening to take a stroll, but he never met her again. It can't hurt. No harm done. It was an evening with a pretty good sunset when I met her again. Tangshur, that period of time are not in a very good mood, was called by the whole school for most of the month sentiment brother, but also inexplicably by the school leadership in front of the face of the whole school criticized a pass. Tangshur is really feeling good and funny. He went to the river for a walk that day, and then he saw her, sitting on a park bench, staring blankly at the river and the sunset in the distance. Doesn't look like he's in a good mood, but it's none of his business. He's not in a good mood either. Tangshur also did not know out of what mentality, took off the sweatshirt hat and slowly walked past her. Good. She's unresponsive. Tansy let out a tisk and put her sweatshirt cap back on with a grimace. He had walked a few hundred meters ahead with both hands in his jacket pockets when those eyes suddenly flashed in his mind again. Bright, gentle, probably the prettiest pair of eyes he'd ever seen. He scratched his black hair and sighed, thinking that it would be a way to help Tangjo pay off his debt. He turned back around, grabbed a random little boy and asked menacingly, like balloons? The little boy looked at him with a look like he was retarded. Tansy raised her eyebrows. Talk? Little boy. Likes it. Tangshur pleasantly touched his head. Brother will buy it for you, but then, you have to do something for brother. Tansy bought an Ultraman one, and a bunny one. Girls, he thought, should all be quite fond of bunnies. He handed both balloons to the little boy with a rare serious admonition. Just give it to that little lady over there in the chair, and don't give it to the wrong person, okay? The little boy nodded, promised to get the job done. Tang sure didn't realize that the little boy hadn't given it to the wrong person, but to the wrong balloon. He watched as the little boy clutched the bunny balloon in his arms in a death grip, then handed her the Ultraman balloon and snubbed her in a serious manner about trusting the light. Tang sure stood not far away holding her arms, wanting to grab the kid and beat him up, yet the young girl curled her lips, looking pleased, and stroked the little boy's head, saying thank you earnestly, and grabbing a large handful of candy from her pocket and handing it to him. Tang sure looked on, couldn't help but incline her head and smile. This girl is quite cozy. Those candies were snatched up in the back by Don Z. Well, it's pretty sweet, asshole thought as such. The third time he met her, the location felt like it caught Tansy off guard. It's in the middle of the 8th. He went to a physics competition and the test was held at the 8th grade school. There are also a lot of people complaining why this time is located there. A bunch of poor students, when the test in the middle of the noisy them to do the questions how to do. Indeed, the poor discipline is visible to the naked eye, and you don't even see many people wearing uniforms in the school, and there are a whole lot of people with dyed hair and tattoos. Tang sure was starstruck as usual, surrounded by a group of people, asking him about the answers to that test he had just taken. Tansy yawned lazily, making small talk for a moment. Suddenly someone whispered, "It should be said or not. The pretty girls in the 8th middle school are indeed a cut above the 1st middle school. You guys quietly look, right in front of us, the two walking head on, so damn pretty. Asterisk 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 have vision poetry. Take a look, especially the left one, palm-sized face, all the 5 senses Tang sure lifted her eyelids with little interest, and as her eyes swept over, she suddenly settled and tugged at the corner of her lips. So it was her. That's really pretty. The young girl was holding the hand of the girl next to her, not knowing what she was talking about, and her smile was sweet. The moment the two brushed shoulders, she seemed to give him a sideways glance before faintly averting her gaze. The girl next to her wondered, "From the 1st middle school? Why did you come to our hole?" The young girl said calmly, "I don't know, maybe there's an exam." Tang sure lowered her eyes and licked her lips. "I don't know which boy," said contemptuously, "what's the use of looking pretty? You won't be able to get into high school in the future, or you're still destined to be a waitress." The students of the 1st middle school, most of them are proud of their bones, and they are considered to be the top group, and most of them look down on those with poor grades. This remark really caused quite a few people to agree. Yes? Tang sure thought of the gentle but unambitious eyes in the pretty sunset. He suddenly looked at the boy who had just uttered those words and threw them out lightly. "Then bet something." The boy was staggered. "What's the bet?" His youthfulness has not yet faded, and his arrogance is especially strong. His voice was flat and strong. "Just bet that I'll see her in 1st grade at the start of senior year. It turns out that the mountains are heavy as well as the water, and he always believed she would win. Extra 4, secret and explicit love. Study hard and do better on the next test." The words Tang sure casually said to her became Shinmei's motivation to support herself during the countless nights of late-night brushing. Shinmei knew that he had actually been a driving force for many people. There is a milk tea store near the 1st high school that has a small wall of post-it notes for students who come here to leave words of encouragement. In that one sticky note, Shinmei had once seen many sticky notes related to him, real names or anonymous ones, and there were especially many in his junior year. All those notes hiding the obscure thoughts of teenage girls saying they want to try harder and get into the same high school as him. Shinmei was one of them. Teenage love is always poetry. This phrase has almost become a terrier in Hawaiian 1st middle school, but there are plenty of people who know that it's not a terrier. She didn't know how many nights she'd stayed up before squeezing into Class A as she'd hoped, in the same class as him, knowing that he could dance. Shinmei taught herself street dance, trying to get his attention. She had always felt that a character as arrogant as Tang sure had to take the initiative to get a story, but she had also seen many extremely beautiful, extremely talented girls bombard him with chases, and ultimately to no avail. Many people default to the idea that Tang poetry is a mountain to be actively climbed. He was born with a pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes, but he never looked at people with deep feelings. He was always light and calm, so even though he never deliberately kept a distance from girls, there were no half-hearted rumors about him and other girls on the school forums. Tansy doesn't do it deliberately, and is equally open and comfortable whether she's with a guy or a girl. Shinmei had been thinking that before, until she saw the way he looked at Songji, clumsy like so many girls had tried to get close to him before. That careful. Shinmei couldn't accept it. It could have been any of the girls who had passionately pursued him before, but why did it have to be Song-ru? In terms of looks, it wasn't as if there weren't prettier ones among those who had pursued him before. In terms of character, favoring that mild and shy character, How many girls who hide in the dark and dare not vocalize their love have the same character as her? Shinmei felt self-conscious that she was braver than them. Even when the rumor of the so-called substitute white moonlight was spread in the middle school, she thought badly that it was true. If it was true, how nice, but how can it be true? He's a Tang C. What kind of double would happen to him? It just sounds ridiculous. After the college entrance examination, Shinmei, after more than 2 years, for the first time to drum up the courage to check out his circle of friends. I lost my nerve just as soon as I clicked on it. The hands with interlocked fingers, and the glittering Mobius ring bracelet, burned Shinmei's eyes in that instant. Like that awful meeting in her freshman year of high school, she didn't dare think twice about it and practically ran away. It's time to put it down. Shinmei had countless late-night torments, telling herself, but why did you fill in Tsinghua later? Knowing full well that he was at BYU. Knowing full well that he was at BYU with her. Shinmei didn't dare to look at Tangsher's friend circle anymore, but she was like a mouse hiding in the dark, spying on another person's friend circle, trying to find clues that he's involved, but very little. Most of the time it's all legalese, with the occasional life photo posted, and it has nothing to do with Downs. Shinmei began to think again. So why her? Bland, uninteresting character, very different from so many who loved him passionately. This thought lasted until her junior year, when she had completely forgotten exactly what she was going to do, only remembering that she met Songji once again on the Tsinghua campus. The young girl had a high ponytail, looking as bland and gentle as ever, but so bright that she couldn't take her eyes off of it. Shinmei's body stiffened, and she subconsciously tried to skim her head, pretending that she didn't recognize her. However, the second they locked eyes, she curved her lips at Shinmei and gently nodded her head. There was no warmth or coldness, nor was there any condescension to Z the defeated. It's just like running into an old classmate you haven't seen in a while and saying hello. That's all. Shinmei felt in that moment that her obsession for so many years was ridiculous. Not wanting to fall behind, she nodded her head gently as well and continued on her way without looking away. Song Snail. Shinmei heard a clear voice that contained a smile. The voice made her freeze in place again. She told herself not to look back, but still, uncontrollably, she slowly turned around. It was just a back that had become more and more erect and tall after 2 or 3 years, but it made her tears well up uncontrollably in an instant. Shinmei later contacted many boys. They always have some kind of trait on Tangsher, or dress, or personality, or just a touch of curvature picked up at the corner of the lips. Occasionally she drifted off and maybe they weren't so bad, but when she actually saw the man standing in front of her again, she began to think about it hopelessly again. How could it be so different? It was true that she couldn't find a second Tangsher. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you'd be back only tomorrow? Songja's voice was surprised. Fooled you, he said. To surprise you, here we go again. Well, as long as it works. Tangsher skillfully grabbed the young girl's shoulders and brought her towards his arms, then pulled something out of his pocket. A tin frog? Where did you find that? Haven't seen it in a while. Just now an old man on the side of the road was selling them, so I bought a couple off the top of my head. Tangsher hung her eyes and gently twisted the clockwork. Quack, quack, quack. Hey, how come it still barks? Songju laughed uncontrollably. I remember it wouldn't bark when it was little. It's just like you, growing up. Tangsher rubbed her head and smiled back. Tangsher completely failed to notice that not far from him, someone was quietly covering their mouth and shedding tears. It was also in that one moment that Shinmei decided to let herself go. She cut off almost all socializing in high school, got a new number, and focused on preparing for exams and studying abroad. Yet he was so famous that he was almost pervasive, even if he didn't deliberately inquire. She knew that he had been guaranteed a master's degree from this school, and that he was the first, before he had even graduated from undergraduate school, to be admitted to the first National Research Institute. It seems like he shines so brightly wherever he is. A ring that's been on your wrist for 6 years is way too romantic. Shinmei heard the news that he proposed to her, or in the mouth of her roommate. Her roommate was swiping the video at the time and pointed out a hot comment on a certain voice to her. Seriously, I remember you and Tangsher were in the same high school, right? Shinmei calmly watched this proposal video and nodded. It's true, but it was only today that she realized that the bracelet that Songji had been wearing without leaving his side since his sophomore year of high school turned out to be the proposal ring that he had prepared long ago. Surprised? It doesn't seem to be. It was like that from the beginning. So many people run enthusiastically to Tang poetry, which runs enthusiastically to song rhetoric. The roommate is still exclaiming. This kind of affectionate man, fought only in the TV series, did not expect to run into a live one. It's rumored that the North University schoolboy is being tremendously nice to his girlfriend, and I really believe it this time. Shinmei, that night, in the dead of night, boarded the dusty micro signal, once again clicked on his circle of friends. He still just posted a picture with no copy, interlocked hands and a pair of rose gold rings on the middle fingers. The bracelet that had been on the girl's wrist was gone. It was a rare occasion when no one at the bottom was flirting with him, and they were all wishing them happiness. He was also sincere beyond words and said thank you to everyone. Shin Mei tapped on the comments section, tapped, and finally just went with the flow and posted, "I wish you all happiness." About 10 minutes later, he replied to her, "Thank you and good luck." Shin Mei, that night, covered in the quilt, finally howled for her youth of so many years. Tang poetry is still the same. It was the same Tang Shi who, after hearing her unreasonable demands, still said to her with all his heart, "Do well in your studies, and do better in your exams next time." It is also the same Don who now sincerely wishes everyone, "You be happy too." Shin Mei had thought countless times when she couldn't let go. At least she shouldn't have said something as undignified as that in front of him. She's held a grudge to this day, until he replied to her, tonight, without a hitch, "Thank you, and I wish you well." Finally a complete release. The teenager who had wowed her entire youth. She still couldn't get him out of her mind, but at least she had learned to let herself go. On the day she confirmed that she would go to Oxford University, Shen Mei posted a circle of friends visible only to herself. "If you're not proud of me, then I'm going to be proud of myself." When Shen Mei was in her senior year of high school, she would often see Tang Shi standing in front of the academic year list in the first middle school, tilting her head slightly, holding up her cell phone and taking pictures of the two names listed side by side in the first row. His brow was as proud as ever, but not for himself, but for the girl he liked. At that time, Shen Mei was both envious and unwilling, and now she sits on a plane to England. The blue sky outside the window is wide. It doesn't matter if you can't catch the light. No harm in going and becoming the light yourself. Some babes say you can't meet a Donnybrook in your youth. But really, dear ones, meeting anyone comes second to remembering to love yourself first. Extra V plus postscript. Extras. Dear Mom, by the time you read this, I think I'll have gone to heaven. I inherited your arrogance and my dad's meanness, and was not a person with a good personality, nor did I have friends who played well, so I don't think anyone, either, will be sad to see me go. I actually had this idea a long time ago, but I couldn't make up my mind about it. Maybe because there was this one person who kept complimenting me on my beautiful chalkboard drawings. Maybe it's because she gives candy that's really sweet. Her name is Song Ru. I think you should know her. If you still think of me as a daughter in the slightest, will you let her talk to me after I'm gone? She has too many friends for me to get in line. I used to wonder all the time what I was in your eyes. It's a tool for you to compare yourself to Dad's new mistress. A delicate doll that must get top grades. A soulless puppet on a string at your mercy. Or maybe you had at least one moment where you simply thought of me as your daughter. None of this matters anymore. I think I'll find freedom the moment the sun goes down, because my barren life doesn't deserve the sun. By the way, a few final words. In fact, I turned in a blank on purpose. I guessed that you would let me die, and I needed just the right reason to do so. I know that your face is always more important than mine. Mom, live for yourself. Dad made the mistake. Not you. Your daughter, Lu Muqing, 2017, 02/11. Postscript. This time it's really goodbye. Thank you all so much for being there along the way. Vermilion Kisses was kind of my first book in the true sense of the word. The numbers for this book have been anything but good. One might even say poor. So for a long time, I deleted both the Tomato app and the Writer's Assistant app and didn't type another word. It was a period of time where I relied on a set amount of time to stockpile manuscripts to keep updating. That's why I double shifted before and then had to single shift, because there was no more stock left and my yardage speed couldn't sustain me double shifting. Extremely poorly finished read that I couldn't even find the point in sticking with it. But I don't know what the reason was, but I kept writing. Probably sticking to the Tang poems and song rhetorics about to go to Peking University together began. They slowly took on a life of their own under my pen. Then it's up to me. Either way, keep writing. Probably because the early part of the book was too bland. The writing wasn't mature enough. And all sorts of things that prevented this book from reaching a wider audience. Regret? Of course I'm sorry, but perhaps the point of writing, beyond making a little money, is expression. I want to express love, youth and growth, and in my own way, I got it across. It may not be perfect, and I gladly accept that. Actually, I've almost finished what I wanted to say, but it's less than 1,000 words. Well, then, let's talk some more. Talk about what teenage boys and girls who met at 15 or 16 might be doing now. Song Ji opened a law firm. In the courtroom, she is calm and capable. Many people say she has changed, but she is still gentle and tender in private. She likes to eat candy and love to be pampered. Tang Shi entered the first National Scientific Research Institute. The work is busy for a while, but on the way home we'll certainly search for some strange gadgets for Song Ji, often buy flowers. You know, this person has always been romantic. Yi Maoran has opened a company and is still not very stable in character, but fortunately kind enough. Yen Shanshan stood drinking coffee in a tall office building. Occasionally feeling lost, she was also in North City, but was so busy with work that she met up with Songji once every few weeks. Jo Kanji flew around the world traveling and talking to all sorts of handsome foreigners. She had no intention of getting married. And Lu Muqing, counting the time. She should be in elementary school. Don't worry you guys, she has a great pair of parents. The end of the end. Suppose we never see them again. Then wish them good morning, good afternoon and good night. Extra, the late final chapter. Songji felt that he had behaved quite well on the wedding day. Dawn poetry. Probably because he cried his tears dry last night holding her. Though his eyes were red, the corners of his lips were curved. He smiled, staring at her without moving a muscle. Songji blushed at his stare, but she still didn't bother to avert her eyes. They had a long, thick stare across a long, rose-petal-sprinkled gallery. It's like a decade-long gap. They were 14 years old and never imagined that a chance encounter could lead to such a long bond down the road. And at the moment of locking eyes, they were 24 years old. With their white wedding gowns and black ties, they identified each other as the love of their lives. The moment they finished exchanging rings with each other, the big screen behind them suddenly lit up. Yi Maoran obviously childish many voice echoed in the wedding. Oops. Also recorded it. So formal. I hope. You're recording it? It's recording it. Jo Kanji's voice followed. You're talking. The face of Yi Maoran appeared steeply on the big screen, and there were 2 pimples on his forehead that represented youth. Jo Kanji, why didn't you turn on your beauty face at that time? Yi Maoran wailed. Of course no one cared about his meltdown and the video continued to play. Ahem. I hope I can grow a little taller in the new year. At least taller than that dog Tangxi. Can you say something practical? The groomer's face finally appeared on the screen. He was 16 years old, and his tone was tudgy and indebted. Like taller than Tangjio in the new year or something like that. Tangjio was standing at Songji's feet in a black suit with a bow tie and a ring box in his mouth. He arrogantly puffed out his chest at the words and threw a contemptuous glance towards Yi Maoran. Don't you discredit the old man. I've got 175 too alright. The guests at the bottom had already laughed their asses off, and immediately dropped their eyes on Yi Maoran. Who was the best man? Yi Maoran, who was already 24 years old, puffed up his chest even more arrogantly and emphasized. The old man is now 187, 34, and there is no acne on his face, and he has no bad hobbies, so I welcome all the beauties. I mean Shanshan to come to have a sweet love affair with me. This is too conspicuous package. Yen Shanshan stood behind the bride, quietly blanked him. Her face also appears on the video, and her voice comes out. I hope the new year will rub off on me. Okay, my turn. Jo Kanji said, I hope I can save up the money to buy a new set of painting materials this year. Rue, what about you? The bride's face also appeared on the big screen, and his young girl, with her eyebrows arched and smiling, said to the camera, I hope that everyone's heart is in the right place, and that everything you ask for in the new year is as it should be. Come on, 11, it's your turn. The camera pans to the groom again. Me, the teenager on the screen said with a low chuckle, since they say everything you ask for is what you get, I'm hoping to get a girlfriend this year. It was the first time Song rhetorically saw this video. She was certain at this point that the teenager's gaze crossed the overlapping mountains and looked only at her from start to finish. Oh ho! The guests at the bottom let out good-natured, uproarious laughter. I don't know who laughed and chimed in. Groomer, it's been a long time in the making. Aha! The groomer raised his eyebrows in triumph, his handsome brow intent as he gently touched the ring on the young girl's hand and dropped a kiss. Does anyone else not know? I've just been planning this for a long time with my wife. Also ringing out, on the big screen, was the unmistakable voice of a 16-year-old, New Year's resolution, an early romance. The petals slowly fall from the sky, and the 24-year-old groom's heart wants what he wants, and everything he asks for is what he wants. He kissed his bride long and hard, when Songja threw the bouquet in his hand back, except for Yen Shanshan. The best man and the bridesmaids all took a step back with a tacit understanding and pushed Yi Maoran out. Yi Maoran picked up the bouquet and waved his hand in Yen Shanshan's direction, smiling like a 255, Shanshan, Shanshan, I've got the bouquet. You promised to give me a chance to chase you. He was also 24 years old that year. Yen Shanshan reddened her eyes and said very quietly, Cutie pie, there are no toasts at weddings. No one is entrusted with anything, just 2 sincere hearts close to and snuggled up with each other. At night, the sky was filled with fireworks blooming overhead, and a group of young people listening to Jay Cho and Isan Chan were singing and dancing around the campfire. Jo Kanji, camera in hand, dances while recording. She suddenly turns the camera on you, who is giggling in front of the screen, and yanks you over. What are you waiting for? Come and dance.